forged in the crucible of nuclear war, evolved over a century. Bloodlines now determine humanity's future. Yujo no. 1 High School, Senior Awakening Day. Transmigrator Emo-chen, after 10 ordinary years, was betting everything on this moment. His best friend, Woo Yeon, was already smugly showing off his newly awakened A-rank flame bloodline. When it was Emo-chen's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped onto the cold awakening instrument. A light flared, and 2 red rings of light appeared beneath his feet. E-rank? Whispers and sighs of pity could be faintly heard from the surroundings. Just then, ding! Host's bloodline awakening detected. Invincible evolution system activating. Newbie gift pack opening. Congratulations, host, for obtaining S-rank adamantine body bloodline. Boom! A vast, warm current exploded from his heart, instantly surging through his limbs and entire body. Emo-chen felt every inch of his muscles brimming with explosive power. The instrument's light suddenly changed dramatically. Ding! 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 The rings of light surged crazily. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 rings converged. The next second, the piercing red light completely faded, transforming into a brilliant, dazzling gold. The golden light instantly illuminated the entire testing room. Holy shit! The technician leaped up from his chair. Golden rings. It's S-rank. An S-rank bloodline. Homeroom teacher Tang Zhe's voice was hoarse with excitement, looking almost crazed. The entire room, after a dead silence, erupted in a tsunami of gasps. Quick! Category test. Tang Zhe and the technician, Shi Gang, practically dragged Emo-chen into the adjacent testing room. The results came quickly. Parahuman type S-rank adamantine body bloodline. Tang Zhe was so moved, tears streamed down his aged face. It had been years since No. 1 High had produced an S-rank. The news swept through the campus like a storm. In the principal's office, the principal, burly as a bear, B-rank raging bull bloodline, excitedly slapped Emo-chen's shoulder, shaking him so hard his chi and blood surged. Good kid, you've brought glory to our No. 1 High. The principal waved his large hand. The school reward, 1 million. Emo-chen remembered Tang Zhe's earlier hint and tentatively asked, Principal, isn't that a bit? The principal's smile froze. He said grudgingly, 2 million. Not a cent more. Emo-chen shook his head, 5 million. You. The principal almost transformed, finally gritting his teeth. 4 million. Sign. Just as Emo-chen finished signing, the principal lowered his voice. The special recruiters from the 4 great martial universities will be here soon. Their offers will definitely be good. Don't rush to agree, first. Bang! The office door exploded inwards. A dark-skinned giant in camouflage burst in, his voice like a great bell. Where is the S-rank Emo-chen? I am Tai Shan from Kowloon University. Before his voice faded, a phantom flashed past, and a refined, spectacled middle-aged man was already in front of Emo-chen. Kongwon from Jishe University. Welcome. Aside. Tai Shan shoved Kongwon. As the two argued, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and a classical beauty in a light gauze long dress gracefully arrived. Nangong Meng from Jiangnan University. Immediately after, a thin, withered old man appeared silently beside Nangong Meng, Lu Yi from Shuwan University. The special envoys from the 4 great martial universities had gathered. Nangong Meng spoke first, her offer tempting. Jiangnan University offers full tuition waiver, an annual subsidy of 2 million, and free provision of evolution materials up to the Battle Grandmaster realm. Kongwon followed closely. Jishe University offers comparable terms, plus 1 S-rank martial technique. Taishan's voice boomed like thunder. Kowloon University, 3 S-rank martial techniques. Lu Yi smiled slyly. Shuwan University, 20 million cash. You'll be treated as a seed student upon enrollment, guaranteed promotion to Battle King. Emo-chan's heart pounded. He was struggling to choose. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the office, carrying an oppressive, suffocating killing aura. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 envoys' expressions changed slightly, and they all fell silent. A purple-haired woman with a fiery figure walked in. She wore a blood-stained breastplate, revealing her toned midriff, and carried a nearly 2-meter greatsword on her back. Her uncanny purple eyes swept across the room, finally landing on Emo-chen. She leaned close to Emo-chen, sized him up for a few seconds, and a wild smile touched her lips. Bloodlines acceptable. From now on, you're a student of my first martial academy. Saying this, she actually reached into her breastplate and pulled out a contract, still warm from her body heat. Sign. First Martial Academy? Emo-chen was stunned, he'd never heard of it. The 4 envoys looked displeased. Lu Yi was the first to challenge. Meng Wuyo, you're too domineering. Emo-chen hasn't agreed yet. Taishan shouted angrily, you don't take us seriously. Kongwon said gravely, there are rules for everything. Meng Wuyo's purple eyes swept over them, itching for a fight. The 3 instantly shut up, their faces flushed red. Nangong Meng said softly, Sister Meng, shouldn't we still? Don't make me slap you, Meng Wuyo cut her off directly. Nangong Meng's delicate body trembled, and she froze on the spot. Emo Chen watched, his eyes shining. Badass. This was exactly his type. Without hesitation, he picked up the contract, still warm and faintly fragrant, and signed his name with a flourish. As Sister Meng. Meng Wuyo took the contract, glanced at it, and casually tossed it back to Emo Chen. Keep it yourself. The academy will contact you. With that, swaying her breathtaking hips, she turned and left, leaving behind a devastatingly captivating back view and a room full of stunned onlookers. Seeing his chance, Emo-chan quickly slipped away, not forgetting to look back before leaving. Thanks for the advice, Principal. Principal, I. Times and %UN hashtag at. From Tang Zhe, Emo-chan learned about the formidable reputation of the First Martial Academy, founded by the 4 guardian generals of the nation, specializing in producing battle kings and generals, incredibly strict, renowned for its military achievements, and never recruiting publicly. His anticipation grew. Returning to his single-story house with a yard on the outskirts, Emo-chan looked at the 4 million that had arrived in his phone account and felt a wave of emotion. Power truly was wealth. He immediately ordered a high-grade combat suit online. Then, he checked his system panel. Host, Emo-chan. Bloodline, Adamantine Body, 1/10. Abilities, Might, LV1, Resilience, LV1, Endurance, LV1, Self-Heal, LV1. Martial Techniques, none. Evolution Points, 5 out of 100. Luck Value, 0. The system informed him that evolution points could be used to increase bloodline awakening level and for the lottery. Lottery! Emo-chan was intrigued. Ding! Congratulations host, luck value +1. 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 Emo-chan's face darkened. Last try. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining an Earth-rank high-grade weapon, mountain-splitting axe. A massive axe, glinting with cold light, more than half a man tall, with a rugged design, appeared before him. Emo-chan was overjoyed. He grasped the handle. It was incredibly heavy, far heavier than 1,000 genestone lock. What a weapon! He swung the mountain-splitting axe, creating powerful gusts of wind in the yard. The wind howled. After testing his strength, Emo-chan felt his spirit soar. His adamantine body bloodline, only 1/10 awakened, was already comparable to a battle general. Tomorrow, I'll hunt mutated beasts and earn evolution points. The next day, Emo-chan donned his new combat suit, took his mountain-splitting axe, and headed straight for the wilderness outside the city. The city gate guards recognized the newly famous S-rank genius and offered well-intentioned warnings. Deep in the wilderness, the stench of blood and filth filled the air. Crack! A venomous snake as thick as an arm shot out from the grass. Emo-chan instinctively swatted at it. Bang! The snake exploded on the spot. Ding! Evolution points +5. Such fast reflexes, Emo-chan noted inwardly, surprised. Continuing forward, he spotted a long-haired wild boar over 2 meters long, high-rank warrior level. An appetizer. Emo-chan took out his mountain-splitting axe. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the charging boar head-on. With a loud roar, the muscles in his arm instantly bulged. Boom! The mountain-splitting axe descended with immense force. The force radiated outwards, snapping nearby trees. The boar was instantly cleaved in two. Ding! Evolution points +10. My strength increased again. Emo-chan felt the surging power within him. To better temper himself, he put away his weapon and armor, seeking opponents barehanded. Soon, he was entangled by an incredibly fast Silverlight bird, quasi-battle general level. The silver light flashed like lightning, madly striking Emo-chan's body. His clothes were torn to shreds, but there wasn't even a white mark on Emo-chan's skin. The resilience, endurance, and self-heal abilities of the adamantine body were fully displayed. Got you! Seizing the opportunity, Emo-chan's large hand shot out and clutched the Silverlight bird tightly. Just as he was about to finish off the small creature, footsteps approached. Lu Ming, a spoiled brat from class 1 of the same school, arrived with his girlfriend Lu Xiaoyun and 3 bodyguards. Lu Ming immediately spotted the juvenile Silverlight bird struggling in Emo-chan's hand. Greed flashed in his eyes. Kid, let me see that bird in your hand, Lu Ming ordered imperiously. Emo-chan frowned, unwilling to bother with such trash, and turned to leave. Hey, are you deaf? Lu Xiaoyun shrieked. Emo-chan didn't stop. Lu Ming's face darkened. He gave his men a look. The 3 formidable-looking bodyguards, warrior rank, instantly moved forward to block Emo-chan's path. Kid, you've got some nerve, huh? Lu Ming stepped in front of Emo-chan, his eyes fierce. Out here in the wilderness, even if I kill you, nobody will know, believe it or not? Emo-chan stopped and slowly turned around, looking at the arrogant Lu Ming before him. A cold, playful smile appeared on his face. Are you sure nobody will know? What's wrong? You still don't believe it? Lu Ming teased as he looked at Mo Chen. Take out your phone and see. There's no signal here, and besides our team, there's no one else around. Do you think anyone knows? A sinister smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Outside the city walls was a place that everyone privately acknowledged as lawless. Killing, arson, robbery, as long as it was done cleanly, no one would know. Appa, I suddenly feel this person looks a bit familiar. Lu Xiaoyun, dressed in a super short skirt and a black tank top, suddenly said. Familiar? Lu Ming stared at Mo Chen for a while but didn't recognize him. I remember now, Lu Xiaoyun said excitedly. He's Mo Chen from class 3 of the senior year, the one who awakened the S-class bloodline. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming and the three big men were somewhat surprised. But soon, Lu Ming's face revealed an even more sinister smile as he said, an S-class genius, not bad, not bad. I heard you're quite the show-off at school, right? Mo Chen said nothing but suddenly crushed the silver bird in his hand with a loud pop. Then, he turned his head and stretched his muscles, his whole body cracking with sounds. This is hilarious. Appa, he still wants to make a move against us. Lu Xiaoyun pointed at Mo Chen and laughed. Glancing at the corpse of the silver bird, a cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Do you really think being in S-class makes you invincible? With a sneer, Lu Ming suddenly shouted, attack. The three big men immediately charged at Mo Chen without hesitation. Mo Chen was an S-class bloodline. If they offended him, once he grew stronger, they wouldn't have a good life, so it was better to kill him here. No matter how extraordinary an S-class was, an untrained S-class was still trash. To prevent any accidents, all three big men activated their bloodlines, their hands transforming into thick wolf claws. Sharp fangs protruded from their mouths. Beast-type bloodline. Mo Chen's gaze sharpened. He didn't dodge the three men's attacks but instead threw a punch at one of the big men. Bang! Bang! The two wolf claws struck Mo Chen, shredding the already tattered upper half of his clothes into pieces. Boom! With a loud explosion, another big man was punched through the chest by Mo Chen. Mo Chen withdrew his fist without any delay and charged at the remaining two black-clad big men. The two big men were taken aback. Mo Chen killed a high-level warrior with a single punch? It was known that beast-type bloodlines excelled in physical strength and their physical quality was considered the strongest among the three bloodlines. Yet, they couldn't withstand a single punch. What was even more terrifying was that after the two big men struck Mo Chen with their claws, he didn't have a single injury. The two suddenly felt a sense of confusion. Was Mo Chen a beast-type bloodline, or were they the beast-type? Crack! Taking advantage of their shock, Mo Chen lifted his leg and swept it across, directly breaking one big man's legs. The big man let out a miserable cry, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Bang! Mo Chen stomped down, directly crushing the other man's head. Thanks to the endurance of the indestructible bloodline, Mo Chen felt no fatigue after this series of actions. Reaching out, Mo Chen grabbed the neck of the last big man, who was now completely dumbfounded. Crack! With a fierce grip, the big man's head spun 180 degrees before he fell to the ground. Clapping his hands, Mo Chen turned to look at the now completely stunned Lu Ming and Lu Xiaoyun. Did you just say you wanted to kill me? Lu Ming felt his legs go weak and suddenly knelt on the ground. Mo Chen, I. Even though Lu Ming was arrogant and domineering, he was just a 17 or 18-year-old boy, and his mental fortitude wasn't strong. At this moment, he was completely terrified, trembling, and unable to speak clearly. Do you want to beg for mercy? Mo Chen looked at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming, with tears streaming down his face, nodded repeatedly, almost bowing his head in submission. But the next moment, bang! Just like kicking a soccer ball, Mo Chen kicked Lu Ming's head, causing it to explode. A cloud of blood mist burst forth, and the shattered flesh splattered onto the wild grass and leaves. Hiss! Lu Ming's headless body sprayed blood, then lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thud. After dealing with Lu Ming, Mo Chen turned to Lu Xiaoyun, who was splattered with blood. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyun was frozen in fear. Motionless. When Mo Chen's gaze fell on her, Lu Xiaoyun jolted back to reality. Mo Chen, please don't kill me. Lu Xiaoyun pleaded, crying. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoyun tore open her shirt, revealing two eye-catching mounds. Lu Xiaoyun indeed had a figure that was not typical for her age, and at school, she was the object of many people's fantasies. Slap! Mo Chen pressed his hand on Lu Xiaoyun's head. Lu Xiaoyun's body trembled, and her chest followed suit. Disgusting! Mo Chen coldly uttered two words. Crack! Like a watermelon bursting, Lu Xiaoyun's head was crushed by Mo Chen's hand. Ding! Evolution points plus 250. The system prompt sounded. An average of 50 points for each person? Mo Chen was slightly surprised. This was much easier than killing a beast. After finishing off everyone, Mo Chen cautiously looked around, confirming there were no witnesses, and then began to search the bodies. Aside from a few bottles of evolution potions, there was nothing else of value. Bank cards and communication devices were all identity-bound and useless. After doing all this, Mo Chen calmly cleaned up the scene and then set it on fire. Once he saw the flames burn away all traces, he left the place, Finding a small stream, Emo-chan washed off the blood on his body and changed into a new set of clothes. At this moment, Emo-chan felt his mood slightly fluctuate. After all, it was his first time killing someone. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but since the other party wanted to kill him, he could not let them go. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me, I will annihilate their entire family. After tidying himself up, Emo-chan roasted a pig's snout, eating while sorting through his gains. After a period of fighting, his combat skills improved significantly, earning him 300 evolution points, allowing him to level up. After killing Lu Ming and the others, he leveled up again. Host: Emo-chan Bloodline, Indestructible Diamond Bloodline, 3 out of 10. Abilities: Great Strength, Level 3, Toughness, Level 3, Stamina, Level 3, Self-Healing, Level 3, Martial Skills. None items, Mountain Axe Evolution Points, 150 to 500 luck value. For now, I should have the strength of a war general, right? Emo-chan pondered, taking out the few bottles of evolution potions he had found on Lu Ming. Each bottle of evolution potion shimmered with a special glow, looking like something that shouldn't be consumed. However, a single bottle of evolution potion could easily be worth over 1 million, and they were rare commodities. It was said that evolution potions were made from extracting evolutionary substances from powerful beasts. Without hesitation, Emo-chan directly opened a bottle of evolution potion and gulped it down. Burp, the taste is not bad. Emo-chan smacked his lips. Ding! Evolution points plus 200. The system prompt sounded. So many? A glow that only he could see lit up on Emo-chan, and the awakening level of the Indestructible Diamond Bloodline rose by 1. There are 3 more bottles, I might as well drink them all. Opening the lid, Emo-chan drank the remaining 3 bottles of potion. Ding! Evolution points plus 300. Ding! Evolution points plus 300. Ding! Evolution points plus 300. With 3 bottles down, Emo-chan gained a total of 900 evolution points. Adding the 200 points from the previous potion plus the 250 points earned from killing Lu Ming and his 4 companions, he had gained a total of 1,350 evolution points. From Lu Ming alone, his bloodline awakening level directly rose to level 5. Host: Emo-chan Bloodline, Indestructible Diamond Bloodline, 5 out of 10. Abilities: Great Strength, Level 5, Toughness, Level 5, Stamina, Level 5, Self-Healing. Level 5, Martial Skills, None items, Mountain Cleaving Axe, Earth Grade Superior, Evolution Points, 50/1000 luck value. For as the level increased, the required evolution points for each level became higher. Level 1 required 100, Level 2 300, Level 3 500, Level 4 700, and Level 5 jumped straight to 1000. Potions are still convenient, evolution is fast. Emo-chan looked at his arm and noticed that his muscles were more defined and his skin was incredibly tough. He tried to slice with the mountain cleaving axe and ended up cutting a gash on the back of his hand. Hiss! I forgot, this is Earth Grade Superior. If I can withstand it, my strength would probably be that of a battle king. Emo-chan felt the need to put away the battle axe and prepare a bandage. However, just as he took out the bandage, the wound completely healed, leaving no scar at all. Perhaps this is what they mean by getting injured and needing to rush to the hospital for treatment. If you wait a bit, it just heals. Emo-chan happily put away the bandage. Looking at the darkening sky, Missouri-chan decided to return to the city. By the time he got back to his home in the suburbs, it was already dark. However, Emo-chan was very satisfied with today's gains. His bloodline awakening level had directly risen to 5. Although he needed to reach level 10 to fully awaken the Indestructible Diamond Bloodline, having such terrifying strength at just level 5 was nothing to rush about. By the time he became the legendary Battle King or Battle Emperor, his awakening level would probably be maxed out. Where have you been? Just as Emo-chan was contemplating his future upgrades, a faintly magnetic voice rang out. Emo-chan immediately tensed up and warily looked towards the living room sofa. There sat Meng Wuyo, arms crossed, with one leg crossed over the other. At that moment, Meng Wuyo's outfit was different from when she came to school. She wore high-heeled knee-high boots, tight light blue jeans, and a fitted pink crop top, looking quite youthful. From Emo-chan's perspective, it was obvious that Meng Wuyo had remarkably long legs. Sister Meng. Emo-chan sighed in relief. Sister Meng, I went outside the city to hunt exotic beasts for some training. Naturally, Emo-chan didn't mention that he was there to earn evolution points. Not bad, it seems your bloodline indeed has something special. In just one day, you've gained the strength of a battle general. Meng Wuyo nodded, but didn't seem particularly surprised. Sister Meng, do I really have the strength of a battle general? Emo-chan felt a bit uncertain. The realms before Battle Emperor are classified according to your overall data. You can go to a martial arts school or wait until school starts to test it yourself. However, relying solely on data cannot fully determine a person's strength. The same paper data, when it comes from a battle general who has fought for their life, is definitely stronger than the trash battle generals trained by the 4 major martial schools, perhaps even several times stronger. Hearing Meng Wuyo belittle the 4 major martial schools, Emo-chan nodded without speaking. You'll learn all this when you enter the first martial school. On the table is your admission notice and a special communicator for the first martial school. You can also check this information inside. Meng Wuyo pointed to a metal box on the coffee table. Admission notice? So soon? Mo-chan exclaimed in surprise. As he picked up the box. Inside the box, apart from a watch, there was a metal nameplate with an alloy chain. It bore Mo-chan's name and a number, 47241. The first martial arts school has only recruited over 40,000 students so far? This truly startled Mo-chan. The watch is bound to your genes. Later, you just need to drop a drop of your blood on the watch to bind it. Also, finish up your business here in Yujo as soon as possible. Tomorrow at 7 in the evening, the special train for the first martial arts school will arrive in Yujo, Manhwa said. So soon to go to school? Although he had been mentally prepared, Mo-chan was still surprised by the efficiency of the first martial arts school. The start date for the first martial arts school is the same as other universities, but special recruits will undergo more than a month of training first. The special train doesn't run every day. If you miss tomorrow's, you'll have to wait another half month. Manhwa explained. When does the training start? In 3 days. Mo-chan, go rest. I'll stay here for the night. You need to prepare to leave tomorrow. Manhwa waved her hand at Mo-chan, then, right in front of him, she directly took off her high-heeled boots, revealing her delicate, white feet. Finally, she lay down on the sofa. Sister Meng, why don't you go to the bedroom? I'll sleep on the sofa? Mo-chan was a bit confused. Are you teaching me what to do? Manhwa shot Mo-chan a glance, her purple pupils looking extremely enchanting. No, I wouldn't dare. I just think the bedroom is more comfortable. Mo-chan felt sweat forming on his forehead. Don't make me slap you. Manhwa gave Mo-chan a faint glance. Mo-chan. In the end, Mo-chan took a shower and went back to the bedroom to rest. After fiddling with the communicator on the bed, Mo-chan discovered that the communicator issued by the first martial arts school was extremely advanced. Unless one went deep into a cave, there would be signal even in the wilderness filled with exotic beasts. Moreover, it operated holographically, allowing access to the official forum and marketplace of the first martial arts school to purchase items. Glancing at the items inside, they all required points to buy, with the highest costing 1,000,000 points. On the forum of the first martial arts school, someone was buying points in bulk, 1 point for 100 bucks. Goodness. 100 to 1, the money I have can only buy over 30,000 points. Due to insufficient permissions, Mo-chan could only browse a portion of the forum's content. After browsing the forum for a while, Mo-chan fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Mo-chan vaguely heard some noise outside the house. He wanted to take a look, but for some reason, his body felt extremely heavy with fatigue, and he couldn't get up at all. In a daze, Mo-chan fell back asleep. Early the next morning, seeing the scene outside, Mo-chan was dumbfounded. More than half of the yard had disappeared, as if a giant had smoothed it out with its hand. At the same time, several deep pits, 10 meters deep, had appeared on the barren land outside the yard. Sister Meng? Mo-chan looked around but couldn't find Manhwa, so he guessed she had left. After exercising in the yard for a while and doing a few sets of radio calisthenics, Mo-chan went to school. He had to take a bus to the first martial arts school in the evening, so he needed to handle some procedures at the first high school first. Upon entering the school, Mo-chan found that none of his classmates were there. Tang Zhe and the other class teachers were also not in the office. Strange, where did everyone go? Puzzled, Mo-chan asked the principals. And at the convenience store. They're all in the gym. It said that the teachers from the third high school brought students over for an exchange. Our side seems to have lost quite badly. Just an exchange, why are so many people going? Mo-chan was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. They say it's an exchange, but in reality, it's just a fight. This year, Class 3 has produced more than a dozen A-grade bloodlines, which is 3 times more than our school. However, Class 3 doesn't have a single S-grade, so we have the upper hand. It is said that some people from Class 3 are not convinced and have come over to exchange. The principal's cousin sat in the small shop, cracking sunflower seeds as she spoke. This is outrageous. Class 3 is being too much. I need to teach them a lesson, Mo-chan said with a serious expression, then headed towards the gymnasium. Slap. Mo-chan was grabbed by the principal's cousin. You need to pay for that bag of spicy strips first. Mo-chan. Inside the gymnasium, students from Class 1, Year 3, formed a circle. In the center of the circle, 2 people were fighting. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, and dazzling light flickered. Thud. A girl, completely charred, fell to the ground. Qian, many from Class 1 exclaimed. The fallen person was Li Chanxian from Class 1, an A-grade beast bloodline capable of growing snake-like scales and a long tail. Quick! Hurry and send her to the medical room. Seeing Li Chanxian faint, the class teacher Zhang Wen hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and rushed in. Hey, old one, this is a bit too much. Outside the circle, Tang Zhe frowned at the scene. Chu Kuang just awakened his bloodline not long ago. It's normal for him to be unable to control his strength, a thin middle-aged man in a suit said with a faint smile. This man was Wang Tao, the leading teacher from Class 3. Hearing this, Tang Zhe's expression darkened. The other party was clearly not out of control. It was evident that after seeing Li Chanxian's defeat, he still launched a fierce attack. That was what caused Li Chanxian to be injured like this. Although Li Chanshan was not a student of Tang Zhe, she was still from Class 1, and Class 3's blatant aggression was indeed a bit too much. By the way, where's your S-grade superhuman Emo-chan? Why isn't he here? Wang Tao suddenly asked. Emo-chan has his own matters, Tang Zhe replied in a deep voice. Emo-chan is S-grade, as long as he comes, he will definitely surpass Chu Kuang, Wang Tao said with a strange smile. Tang Zhe did not respond this time, his gaze becoming serious as he looked towards the center of the arena. At this moment, Chu Kuang was surrounded by dazzling electric light. Those nearby had their hair standing on end. What's wrong? No one dares to step up? Is everyone from Class 1 this trash? The tall Chu Kuang mocked. The students from Class 1 were furious upon hearing this. However, Chu Kuang was an A-grade elemental bloodline and a very rare lightning bloodline. Although Class 1 also had A grades, they were simply no match for the lightning bloodline. Li Chanshan, who had just been knocked away, hadn't even approached Chu Kuang before being rendered powerless by the violent lightning, ultimately being charred black. Humph, you're going too far. At that moment, Wu Yong stepped forward. Oh, you're the one who awakened the fire bloodline, Wu Yong. Seeing Wu Yong step up, Chu Kuang raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Outside, Tang Zhe's expression was somewhat grim. The other party actually knew Wu Yong's information clearly. It seemed that Class 3 had come prepared. I'm your grandpa, Wu Yong shouted directly. The smile on Chu Kuang's face vanished. Very well. I'll make you suffer worse than that snake just now. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 bolts of violent lightning shot out from Chu Kuang's hands, racing towards Wu Yong. Wu Yong's expression turned serious as he stared at the incoming lightning, rubbing his hands together to create a massive fireball. Boom! The orange flames collided with the lightning, creating a huge shockwave. Wu Yong was pushed back a few steps by the force of the shockwave. The students from Class 1 and Class 3 gasped at the scene. Although this was an era of universal evolution, they had been well protected since childhood and had never witnessed such an intense spectacle. As the aftershocks faded, Wu Yong suddenly realized that Chu Kuang's figure had vanished. Fire can't compare to my lightning. Chu Kuang's voice abruptly sounded behind Wu Yong. Boom! A large burst of electric light exploded behind Wu Yong, who screamed and was sent flying. Bang! Wu Yong fell face down on the ground. At that moment, the back of Wu Yong's clothes had already disappeared, and his entire back and buttocks were charred black from the electricity. Although it's also A grade, compared to me, it's still trash, Chu Kuang said disdainfully. Come on, who else dares to challenge me? After saying this, Chu Kuang shouted loudly at the students from Class 1. Many students from Class 1 clenched their fists and glared at Chu Kuang. However, no one dared to step forward, because Chu Kuang's lightning was too powerful. Those who had fought before hadn't even lasted a single move. Wu Yong was considered lucky. Ha, that guy Chu Kuang really has no sense of proportion, huh? Outside the arena, the teacher leading Class 3 laughed. Tang Zhe's face darkened even more. What's wrong? No one? Could it be that all of Class 1 is trash? Chu Kuang looked around at the angry students from Class 1 with pride. Where's your S-grade bloodline? Let him come out. His bloodline is higher than mine, he must be able to beat me, Chu Kuang said sarcastically. In reality, Chu Kuang felt very unconvinced. His lightning bloodline completely annihilated other A-grade bloodlines, yet the test results showed it was only A-grade. In his view, his lightning bloodline should be S-grade. However, even if it wasn't, he still wanted to personally defeat an S-grade. He wanted everyone to know that although he, Chu Kuang, was A-grade, he was not weaker than S-grade. But after waiting for a long time, he still hadn't seen Emo-chan appear. Chu Kuang felt a bit disappointed and disdainfully said, people from Class 1 are indeed all trash. After saying this, Chu Kuang prepared to return to his team. Wait. At that moment, a faint voice sounded. Chu Kuang turned around and looked towards the entrance of the gym. Others also turned to look at the entrance. There, Emo-chan walked in with his hands in his pockets. Emo-chan? Chu Kuang's eyes lit up. Oh no! Outside, Tang Zhe felt something was wrong when he saw Emo-chan appear. Emo-chan was a superhuman type. Before he had grown, he only had close combat abilities and couldn't possibly compete with Chu Kuang's lightning. Just as Tang Zhe was about to step forward to call out to Emo-chan, slap! Tang Zhe's shoulder was pressed down. Old Tang, don't be so agitated, it's just a student exchange and sparring. We teachers shouldn't get involved, Wang Tao said with a smile. At this moment, Emo-chan had already stepped into the arena. Emo-chan, I've finally been waiting for you. Chu Kuang's face showed a fighting spirit. Were you just insulting us from Class 1? Emo-chan said casually, hands still in his pockets, staring at Chu Kuang. No, you misunderstood, I wasn't insulting, I was stating a fact. Chu Kuang sneered. People from Class 1 are indeed all trash. Before Chu Kuang could finish his sentence, Emo-chan's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Slap! A loud sound of a slap echoed. Chu Kuang spun around on the spot and then, with a bang, fell to the ground. At that moment, everyone in the gym was stunned. At this moment, Chu Kuang fell to the ground, his head buzzing. For a brief moment, he didn't even react to what had happened. Around him, the students from Class 1 were astonished, their mouths agape. The previously arrogant Chu Kuang had actually been knocked down by Mo Chen with a single slap. You're looking for death. As Chu Kuang regained his senses, blood surged to his head and his anger reached its peak. With his fury, violent lightning appeared around him and his entire body floated up. Crackle! Dense arcs of electricity danced wildly. The crowd that had formed a circle immediately scattered, fearing they would be caught in it. However, even those who managed to avoid it still found themselves tingling from the electric arcs. Wang Tao, let go. Outside the arena, Tang Zhe looked at Wang Tao with a grim expression. The force of the lightning was too violent. If Mo Chen got hurt by accident, it would be troublesome. Boom! Before Wang Tao could respond, a loud noise erupted from the center of the gymnasium, shaking the entire ground. Dust and smoke rose, enveloping the center of the gym. What happened? It seems like Mo Chen took the initiative to attack? No way, I remember it was Chu Kuang who attacked first. The crowd buzzed with discussion. At that moment, as the dust settled, everyone could see the situation clearly. Mo Chen stood in place, still with his hands in his pockets. But Chu Kuang was nowhere to be seen. Ha! Where's Chu Kuang? I don't see him around. Where did he go? Wait! Look at Mo Chen's feet! Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The crowd immediately turned to look. Mo Chen is standing on Chu Kuang. Now everyone could see clearly. One of Mo Chen's feet was firmly planted on Chu Kuang's chest. However, because the ground had sunken a bit, Chu Kuang's chest was level with the ground, which is why no one noticed at first. Chu Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Mo Chen. He still hadn't processed that he had been stepped on by Mo Chen. What shocked him even more was that Mo Chen showed no fear of the violent lightning surrounding him. To be precise, his lightning posed no threat to Mo Chen at all. Could this be the strength of an S-rank bloodline? Zing! 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 Unwilling, weak arcs of electricity flickered around Chu Kuang's chest. Mo Chen raised an eyebrow and applied slight pressure with the foot on Chu Kuang's chest. Crack! Chu Kuang's bone snapped under the pressure and his chest caved in. Ah! Chu Kuang screamed in agony. You were so arrogant just now. Do you submit now? Mo Chen looked coldly at Chu Kuang. At this moment, Chu Kuang had blood at the corners of his mouth, looking somewhat terrifying. But to Mo Chen, who had just personally killed 5 people, it felt like nothing. No, I won't submit. Chu Kuang glared at Mo Chen with resentment, struggling to speak. Very well. Mo Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. Crack! One of Chu Kuang's arms was broken. His scream hadn't even had time to escape. Crack! Another arm was crushed under Mo Chen's foot. Wait, Chu Kuang hurriedly began to speak. But Mo Chen didn't give him a chance. Smack! Mo Chen stomped down on Chu Kuang's shin bone. Chu Kuang's leg instantly flattened. The white bone shards pierced through the skin of his leg, leaving not a single bone intact. I submit! I submit! Chu Kuang shouted loudly. At this point, his face was contorted. In pain. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mo Chen feigned innocence. Chu Kuang's anger surged and he blacked out, collapsing unconscious. Tang Zhe, it's time to let go, right? Outside, Wang Tao's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He and Tang Zhe had just reversed roles. It was Tang Zhe who held him back, preventing him from rushing into the arena. Ah, that guy Mo Chen, just promoted to S-rank bloodline not long ago. His actions were reckless. I'll give him a good scolding later, Tang Zhe said with a smile, then let go of his hand. Wang Tao, with a serious face, rushed in, picked Chu Kuang up from the pit, and left the gym with the students from Class 3. As soon as Class 3 left, others surrounded Mo Chen. Mo Chen, you were so cool just now. Can we take a photo, Mo Chen? Mo Chen, are you free tonight? A group of girls enthusiastically surrounded Mo Chen. Ahem. Mo Chen, come here for a moment. Just as Mo Chen was at a loss, Tang Zhe timely came to his rescue. Mo Chen quickly seized the opportunity to escape. Teacher Tang, is there something you need? Mo Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why is dealing with those girls more exhausting than fighting? Are you here to handle paperwork? Tang Zhe asked directly. Yes, the special train from the first martial arts school arrives in Yuzhou tonight, so I need to complete the paperwork at school first for the report at the first martial arts school to go. Smoothly, Mo Chen replied, nodding. Then let's go to the office. I'll write whatever materials you need, Tang Zhe said. Subsequently, Mo Chen followed Tang Zhe to the office to handle various procedures. In the end, a few documents required the principal's signature, so Mo Chen went to the principal's office. Coincidentally, the principal was in the office. Since the door had been smashed by the Taishan from Kunlun University earlier, Mo Chen didn't knock and just walked straight in. Principal, there are a few documents that need your signature. Mo Chen looked somewhat guilty at the principal, whose head was wrapped in bandages and whose arm was in a cast. Hiss. Upon seeing Mo Chen, the principal snorted out 2 puffs of white air from his nostrils. Hand it over. The principal managed to hold back his anger. With a few swift motions, the principal signed the documents. Did you go outside the city wall yesterday? The principal suddenly asked. Mo Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't deny it. I did, just to adapt to my bloodline. Lu Ming and Lu Xiaoyun from Class 1 died outside. Do you know that? The principal's expression turned serious, and the atmosphere in the office became tense. Could it be that the principal knows I killed them? Mo Chen's heart tightened. But then he thought about how cleanly he had handled the scene. There should be no evidence left. I don't know. Mo Chen shook his head, looking confused. You don't know? That's because you're lucky. The principal's expression remained serious. Every day, there are people dying or going missing outside the city wall from all realms and bloodlines. Don't think that just because you're S-rank bloodline, you're safe. You must always be cautious. From now on, you are not allowed to take such risks again. Even if you go to the wilderness, try to go with others. You are S-rank bloodline. If you die, it will be a loss for the entire dragon country and all of humanity, understand? The principal's tone was extremely grave. Hearing this, Mo Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So the principal was warning him. Understood. Mo Chen replied with a serious expression. Seeing this, the principal's expression softened a bit and continued. The otherworldly beasts are not as simple as you think. Among them, there are kings, and their intelligence is even comparable to that of humans. Don't think that being close to the city wall means you can get support. When those kings among the truly set their sights on you, no one can save you. Just last night, a beast king infiltrated the city, intending to kill you. Upon hearing this, a flash of inspiration struck Mo Chen's mind, and he immediately recalled the noises he had heard in a daze last night. Principal, was it Sister Meng who intervened to stop that beast king? Mo Chen asked in surprise. Yes, the principal nodded. No, more accurately, she killed that beast king. Kill? Mo Chen was taken aback. Although he felt that Meng Wuyo was very strong, he didn't expect her to be this powerful. The beast king, just like that, said to kill and killed. Seeing Mo Chen's astonished expression, the principal smiled and said, Come on, Mo Chen, one day you will reach Meng Wuyo's level too. Principal, what realm is Sister Meng in now? Mo Chen couldn't help but be curious. A top existence among the battle kings, with 1 foot already in the battle emperor realm. The principal replied while opening a drawer. So strong? Mo Chen was shocked again. Someone as powerful as Sister Meng came specifically to deliver my admission notice? Mo Chen was a bit puzzled. That's your good luck. Meng Wuyo just happened to eliminate a cave hundreds of miles away in Yuzhou. She probably received the news and came back to rest in the city and took the opportunity to admit you. The principal said, taking out a piece of golden paper from the drawer. This is the S rank beginner martial skill Bull Demon Fist that I collected earlier. Take it and learn it. The principal pushed the golden paper in front of Mo Chen. S rank martial skill? Mo Chen took the golden paper, which only had the 3 big characters Bull Demon Fist written on it with no other text. Go back and use the communicator issued by your first martial school to read it, and you will see the contents inside. The principal explained. The higher the rank of the martial skill, the greater its power, and the stronger the burden on the body. The Bull Demon Fist has a total of 3 layers. Don't practice too intensely. It would be great if you could learn the first layer in your freshman year. Seeing Mo Chen directly take out the communicator to start reading the content, the principal reminded him. At this moment, Mo Chen had already finished reading all the content of the Bull Demon Fist through the communicator. Immediately, Mo Chen had an epiphany and felt an impulse to practice a few moves. Suppressing his excitement, Mo Chen thanked the principal. Thank you, principal. An S-rank martial skill is worth millions in the market, and it's often hard to come by. The principal's generosity in giving him an S-rank martial skill saved Mo Chen several million. The principal waved his hand. Hurry up and pack your things. Don't miss the special train tonight. Mo Chen thanked him again and then left the office. After leaving the school, Mo Chen went to the hospital to check on Wu Yong. His best friend Wu Yong was currently lying on the bed in a sorry state, while a nurse was grimly applying medicine to him. Ouch, auntie, be gentle, the flesh on my butt is tender. Wu Yong shouted. The nurse, who was not much older than Wu Yong, turned even darker at his words and applied the medicine even more forcefully. Wu Yong howled in pain. However, upon seeing Mo Chen, Wu Yong immediately put on a nonchalant expression. Mo Chen rolled his eyes at Wu Yong and told him that he would be leaving Yuzhou by train that night. After chatting for a while and playing with the communicator from the first martial school together, Mo Chen left. Mo Chen, call me before you go to the train station. I'll drive my dad's Lamborghini to take you. Wu Yong suddenly shouted before Mo Chen left the ward. Let's talk about it when your butt is better, Mo Chen replied, somewhat speechless. Back home, Mo Chen didn't rush to pack his things but instead began practicing the Bull Demon Fist that the principal had given him. Bang, bang, bang. With Mo Chen's current strength, his fist swung, making loud banging sounds. After throwing dozens of punches, suddenly the banging sound disappeared. Moo! A cow's moo echoed, and the air in front of Mo Chen's fist was compressed several times. Boom! An invisible force shot out, creating a round hole in the strange wooden stake 5 or 6 meters away from Mo Chen. Upon closer inspection, the round hole in the wooden stake was extremely smooth, completely unlike something made by a fist. Is the first layer of Bull Demon Wrestling completed just like that? Mo Chen stared at the wooden stake in confusion. Didn't the principal say it was very difficult to practice? According To the Bull Demon Fist manual, being able to concentrate all your strength in one place means you have mastered the first level. Seeing that it was getting late, Emochan didn't delve further, took a shower, packed a few things, and prepared to head to the station. Emochan's home was in the suburbs, and the station was also in the suburbs, but it was on the other side of Yuzhou City, quite a distance away, and there was no public transport. Emochan decided to take a taxi. Vroom. As soon as he opened the taxi app, the sound of an engine roaring came from outside the yard. A black Lamborghini stopped outside. I say, Emochan, what happened here? How did it turn out like this? Wu Yong said with some dissatisfaction as he rolled down the window. Wu Yong, aren't you still in the hospital? Emochan was surprised and walked over, glancing at Wu Yong's back and buttocks, noticing he didn't seem injured at all. Did your injury heal that quickly? Yeah, Wu Yong replied. How could it heal so fast? Emochan put his things down and sat in the passenger seat. Because I'm a rich second generation, Wu Yong replied matter-of-factly. Emochan. Vroom. The engine roared as the car sped away. Upon arriving at the station, Emochan briefly said goodbye to Wu Yong, showed the plaque issued by the first martial arts school, and entered a special room to wait. Inside the room, there were already 2 people waiting. I can't believe there are others from Yuzhou who got recruited by the first martial arts school. Emochan was somewhat surprised. However, the man and woman in the room didn't look like students, they resembled 2 soldiers. They probably got specially recruited from the army, Emochan speculated in his heart. Although the man and woman sat together, they hadn't spoken a word. Seeing this, Emochan didn't know what to say, so he took out the communicator from the first martial arts school and started browsing the forum. He was about to go to the legendary first martial arts school, and he felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. First martial arts school, top 10 goddesses ranking. Oh, there are pictures and private photos. Hiss. First martial arts school, top 10 sexiest goddesses. Most desired girlfriend among students at first martial arts school. New student beauty ranking. Half an hour passed like this. It wasn't until the staff came in to remind him that Emochan exited the forum. The man and woman who had been there earlier had already left. The special train for the first martial arts school looked no different from an ordinary high-speed train on the outside. However, when Emochan stepped into the carriage, he was stunned. Inside the carriage, a row of eyes turned to look at him. The seats were filled with soldiers who looked bloodied and exhausted. Some soldiers had empty sleeves, with only one arm remaining outside. 2 carriages ahead are specially arranged for you, a soldier reminded. Thank you, Emochan said respectfully. The peaceful life of those inside the city was all thanks to these soldiers who fought tirelessly with their lives. Emochan silently walked through the soldier's carriage and arrived at the carriage specially arranged for the students. The carriage was small, accommodating about 20 people. By the time Emochan arrived, it was almost full. Looking around, Emochan finally found an empty seat. However, sitting next to it was a girl with an ethereal quality and a cold demeanor. When she saw Emochan coming over, she shot him a cold glance. Emochan acted as if he was completely unaware and sat down directly. After placing his luggage, Emochan extended his hand towards her with a grin and said, "Hello, I'm Emochan." The cold girl turned her head and stared at Emochan for a while without saying a word. If it were an ordinary person, it would definitely be an awkward moment. However, Emochan still grinned and repeated, "Hello, I am Emochan, Gu Bingwan." The cold girl extended her hand to touch Emochan's for a moment before retracting it. Emochan felt a bit regretful. He missed the feeling of holding Jiangnan University's Nangong Meng's hand last time. He guessed that Gu Bingwan's hand would feel similar. "I came from Yuzhou, where are you from?" Emochan continued to find topics to chat about. Mainly, Gu Bingwan's looks were stunning, giving off an ethereal vibe. Just talking to her made Emochan feel refreshed. "I'm just communicating normally with a classmate, definitely not like that lewd guy Wu Yong," Emochan silently thought. "Xiangcheng," Gu Bingwan replied lightly without even turning her head. Seeing her cold demeanor, Emochan lost interest in chatting and simply closed his eyes to rest. Before setting off, he had practiced the Bull Demon Fist and his body was still quite fatigued. Only this S-rank martial skill could make someone with the indestructible bloodline like Emochan feel tired. The train sped through the wilderness, and in the carriage, a man and a woman who had been waiting with Emochan quickly mingled with the others on the train, starting to talk in low voices. A few hours later, the wilderness outside the train window had completely turned pitch black. Inside the carriage, many people had fallen into a deep sleep. The soldiers in the other carriages had already started snoring. In the carriage where the train's head was located, the train conductor was explaining some precautions to the on-duty staff about vigilance. "I say this every day, so don't think I'm being repetitive. The wilderness is fraught with danger. The radar map must be checked every 2 minutes, and the radar frequency must be changed every 10 minutes. If there are any malfunctions with the train or any other emergencies, report directly to me. Understood?" The conductor, dressed in uniform, looked seriously at the few people in front of him. "Understood." More than 20 people replied in unison. "Good." The conductor nodded. "Go to your respective posts, and remember, this train is escorting soldiers returning home, as well as special recruits from the first martial arts school. There must be no mistakes. The on-duty personnel nodded heavily. Then, these staff members went to their respective posts. The train passed through the wilderness, and apart from the sound of the wind, there was no other noise. The staff member checking the radar map every 2 minutes after working for 3 hours unconsciously relaxed. Meanwhile, at a checkpoint several dozen miles away from the train, a large number of strange beasts surged into the checkpoint, and the people and soldiers inside had not reacted before their bodies were torn apart by these beasts. The screams lasted only a few seconds before stopping. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as several pangolins about the size of elephants emerged from the wilderness and arrived at the railway location. Then, these giant pangolins buried their heads into the ground and heaved forcefully. Crash! Hundreds of meters of railway tracks were directly overturned. On the special train of the first martial arts school, in the driver's cabin, a driver was sitting in the driver's seat. Next to him, another driver began to contact the checkpoint ahead. After calling 4 times in a row, there was no response from the checkpoint. Slow down first, there's no response from the checkpoint. I'll notify the conductor, said this driver, then immediately picked up the intercom to call the conductor. After learning the situation, the conductor directly instructed the driver to step on the brakes. Squeak! The sharp sound of brakes echoed. Inside the carriage, everyone woke up. What happened? Why did the train suddenly stop? Where are we now? Nothing can be seen outside. Is there a problem? Did we break down? As everyone grew increasingly anxious, the voice of the train conductor came through the loudspeaker. The checkpoint ahead has not responded to us. For safety reasons, I will stop the train for now. Shortly, I will personally send someone to the checkpoint ahead, and we expect to have news in about half an hour. Passengers, please do not panic and do not move around the carriage. After repeating this several times, the conductor's voice faded away. Since this special train was carrying soldiers and the first martial arts school special recruits like Mo-Chen, there was no chaos on board. Mo-Chen glanced at the time and fell back asleep. In the carriages carrying soldiers, the sound of snoring resumed. In the carriage where the train head was located, the conductor immediately arranged for 2 people to ride electric motorcycles. Be careful along the way, keep the noise down, and don't attract the beasts in the wilderness, the conductor instructed before they set off. The 2 staff members rode off, disappearing into the night. Half an hour passed. The 2 staff members had not returned, and the phone was unreachable. Quick, get the satellite phone and contact the nearest base immediately, the conductor ordered. However, when they took out the satellite phone to use it, the conductor was stunned. No signal? The satellite phone has no signal? Everyone looked in surprise at the unusable satellite phone. Shut the doors, activate the outer armor. You few, keep dialing the satellite phone until you get through. Follow me, launch the distress signal flare. You, inform everyone in the carriages and calm them down. Absolutely do not cause panic or chaos. In the first moment when the satellite phone was unusable, the conductor issued 4 commands in quick succession. Drawing on years of experience, the conductor judged that the train was likely to encounter danger. Under the conductor's calm and composed arrangements, the staff on the train immediately began to act. Buzz! The sound of machinery operating echoed. The tops of each carriage opened and steel plates extended from inside, then fell down to protect the windows. What is that? Mo-Chen, awakened, looked out the window in confusion. It's the train's outer armor, which is only deployed when encountering a beast attack. Gu Bingwan, sitting by the window, explained. Hearing this, Mo-Chen frowned. Beast attack? But there isn't a single beast outside. Gu Bingwan furrowed her brows, gazing outside. At that moment, a staff member walked in to explain the situation. Everyone, do not panic. The conductor is contacting the nearest base, and we have not encountered any danger yet. The female attendant in uniform spoke while forcing a smile. Although everyone felt uncertain, they were not as tense as before. However, just as the female attendant finished speaking and was about to leave the carriage, there was a loud rumble. The carriage suddenly shook violently. The searchlights on the train's roof shone directly into the surrounding wilderness. Inside the carriage, Mo-Chen and the other special recruits pressed against the windows, looking outside. Although the train was wrapped in a layer of armor, there were small glass windows through which they could see outside. At that moment, under the searchlight, a massive, dark horde of beasts was charging toward the train. Not good. It's a beast tide, someone exclaimed. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the carriage began to panic. Bang! 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 At that moment, several distress flares shot up from above the carriage, exploding and illuminating the surrounding sky with brilliant bursts of light. Taking advantage of the flare's glow, the train conductor and others could finally see the situation in the surrounding wilderness. They saw an endless tide of strange beasts, like a black wave, surging in from all directions. Beast tide. The conductor's voice trembled slightly. Conductor, quickly get inside the carriage to hide. Several guards hurriedly pulled the conductor into the carriage. In the other carriages, the soldiers who had just fallen asleep were suddenly awakened. There are strange beasts. It's a large-scale beast tide, initially estimated. to be about 10,000 strange beasts. The ones charging at the front are iron rhinoceros beasts. Judging by their size, they should be warrior level, but there are a dozen or so war general level iron rhinoceros beasts. Years of combat had allowed these soldiers to instantly enter a state of readiness. At the same time, 3 or 4 war general level officers emerged from each carriage, beginning to command the soldiers. Immediately notify the conductor to gather everyone near the special enrollment carriage. Our current manpower is only enough to protect 4 carriages. Zhang Hu, whose ears were still bandaged, said to the attendant who had come to calm everyone down. The attendant, already pale with fear, mechanically nodded. Hurry up! Zhang Hu frowned and pushed the attendant. The rest of the soldiers, quickly grab your weapons, exit the carriage, and assemble outside carriage number 5. Zhang Hu began to give orders. Hiss, hiss. The sound of air pressure was heard as the carriage door opened, and the injured soldiers jumped down, then orderly rushed towards the position of carriage number 5. Carriage number 5 was where the special enrollees were located. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, the conductor immediately coordinated with the soldiers' actions. Bring out the hydraulic jacks and push down all the carriages except for 345, surround them and set up a simple defensive structure. The conductor immediately jumped down from the carriage with a dozen technicians, starting to separate the other carriages. The conductor and several technicians were of B-level beast bloodlines, and with their bloodline powers unleashed, their strength was formidable. In just half a minute, they piled the other carriages outside the 3 carriages of 345. At that moment, the ground shook more violently, and the armored rhinoceroses rushing in from all directions were less than 100 meters away from everyone. Open fire! Zhang Hu and several war general level experts immediately gave the order. Bang 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 bang! Gunfire erupted. Blood splattered on the armored rhinoceroses at the front. However, these armored rhinoceroses did not slow down. Instead, their eyes turned red, and they ran even faster. Open fire! Those in the back, prepare for close combat. Bang 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 bang! Another round of shooting. This time, a dozen armored rhinoceroses fell to the ground. But for the entire massive beast tide, it was truly insignificant. The speed of the armored rhinoceroses was fast, only a few meters away from the makeshift defensive structure. Due to the sudden onset of the beast tide, the heavy weapons equipped on the train were still starting up, and there was no chance to fire. Follow me and charge out. Seeing the beast tide getting closer, Zhang Hu drew the alloy long knife from his back and jumped out of the defensive structure built from the carriages. Faced with the ferocious beast tide, they had to take the initiative to counterattack and break up the tide. If they retreated, in just a few minutes, they would be surrounded by thousands of strange beasts, and they would be trampled to death. As the commander, Zhang Hu was the first to charge out, greatly boosting everyone's morale. Kill! Someone shouted. Hundreds of soldiers followed and charged out. Seconds later, the soldiers officially collided with the beast tide. Under the charge of several powerful warriors, the beast tide was immediately broken open at a gap. Hundreds of soldiers rushed directly into the beast horde. The beast group, originally charging towards the carriage, was suddenly thrown into disarray, becoming chaotic. Their experience is very rich, and their coordination is excellent. They should be from the underground army. Inside carriage number 5, a somewhat thin boy wearing glasses analyzed seriously. Emo-chen, Gu Bingwan, and others looked at the boy in confusion. Because they were protected by the surrounding carriages, and outside the carriage, there were a group of soldiers and staff from the train, providing protection. They couldn't see the situation outside at all. I can see it with my special ability. By the way, I am an S-class superhuman. The boy adjusted his glasses and said with a serious expression, "What level are the beasts outside?" Emo-chan asked curiously. So far, most of them are warrior level, with a dozen or so beast generals on the periphery, seemingly driving the beast horde. As he said this, a cold smile appeared on the boy's face. Interesting, this group of beasts seems to be organized. If I'm not mistaken, their target is us in carriage number 5. Upon hearing this, the special recruits in the carriage frowned. If it were an accidental beast tide, these soldiers could probably hold out until reinforcements arrived. But if it was targeted, then they would be in danger. A few special recruits with poor mental fortitude started crying. In the previous 18 years, they had grown up within the city walls, well protected by their families and schools. Encountering such a change before even reaching the first martial school was naturally hard to accept psychologically. However, among the special recruits, there were also those from military backgrounds with strong mental resilience. The short-haired girl who had been waiting for the train with Emo-chan spoke up. "What's the casualty situation?" "Not optimistic. We already have 10 soldiers seriously injured, and this is just 1 minute into the battle. There will definitely be a large number of casualties afterward," the boy with glasses replied solemnly. Now, everyone in the carriage became even more anxious. "I just heard the train conductor say that the reinforcements from the base will take at least half an hour to arrive. What should we do? At this rate, the people outside won't last half an hour before the beasts break in. Should we escape now? Are you crazy? This is the Wilderness, where would you escape to? Do you know the direction of the base? The carriage was in an uproar. Are you sure the highest level of beasts outside is only at the beast general level? While everyone was anxious, Emo-chen grabbed the boy with glasses and asked. The boy looked a bit displeased at Emo-chen, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Are you questioning my S-class ability? My ability will definitely not be wrong. The highest level outside is only at the beast general level. Moreover, the train's route is surrounded by our human military bases where powerful beast kings are stationed. Once a beast king level beast appears, these beast kings will immediately sense it. Do you understand?" After the boy finished speaking, he looked at Emo-chen as if he were a country bumpkin. Then that makes things easier. Emo-chen pondered for a moment, then directly opened the carriage exit and jumped out. The boy with glasses and Gu Bingwan, who had been sitting quietly, looked over in surprise. "Everyone, don't panic. The more critical the situation, the less we can be flustered. We must calm down now, wait peacefully in the carriage, and absolutely do not think about escaping first. Doing so will cause trouble for the soldiers who are fighting and will also incite panic among everyone." The short-haired girl who had been waiting for the train with Emo-chen in a room at the Yuzhou train station stepped forward at that moment and spoke. Upon hearing her words, everyone's emotions eased considerably. The carriage fell silent again. Someone just went out. At this time, the bespectacled boy suddenly spoke up. The others were taken aback. "Who was it?" the short-haired girl asked. "I don't know, but he was sitting over there." The bespectacled boy pointed to Emo-chen's seat. "It's Emo-chen." The short-haired girl frowned, showing a look of disgust. "He's a deserter." The short-haired girl's words resonated with many, who nodded in agreement. "We are all special recruits of the first martial arts school. No matter what, we cannot disgrace the first martial arts school." "Exactly. Even if the beasts break in, so what? We are all S-class bloodlines. Even if we die, we must kill a battle general beast. I will never flee, even if I die in battle." Inside the carriage, a group of people excitedly shouted slogans. At this moment, Emo-chen jumped out of the carriage, preparing to find a place with fewer beasts to slay a few. For others, beasts were things to be avoided at all costs. But for Emo-chen, they were a group of walking evolution points. According to his previous calculations, a warrior-level beast could provide up to 100 evolution points. He had never killed a battle general-level beast, so he was unsure about that. His indestructible bloodline was only awakened to May 10th. Emo-chen was eager to raise his awakening level to 10 as soon as possible to see what new changes would occur. Indestructible bloodline evolution, tiger and dragon indestructible? Just as he was about to act, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has automatically triggered a system task. Task issued. Task requirement: please repel the beast tied within half an hour and protect the cave army participating in the battle. The fewer deaths, the higher the task completion rate. Hearing the task prompt, Emo-chen was momentarily stunned. He had originally just wanted to quietly kill a few armored rhinoceroses, but the system wouldn't allow it. Having rushed in to save people, how could he be low-key? Emo-chen shook his head and took out the mountain-cleaving axe from his system backpack. "Where did you get that axe?" A guard on the train looked at Emo-chen in confusion. This was given to me by Sister Manhwa, telling me to go into battle and protect my home and country," Emo-chen said seriously. "Manhwa?" The guard was taken aback. Manhwa was a legendary figure. By the time he recovered, Emo-chen had already walked out. "Wait! Come back, you can't go out. Quick, stop him!" the guard shouted anxiously. Several other guards immediately surrounded Emo-chen. However, Emo-chen slightly bent his legs and then jumped up, leaping 3 to 4 meters directly outside the trench. The guards, the soldiers, buzz. At that moment, on the roof of the third carriage, 3 laser cannons finally powered up. 3 blue lasers, as thick as an adult's waist, shot out instantly. Boom! The laser swept across, shattering the bodies of over a dozen armored rhinoceroses, with chunks of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. However, the armored rhinoceroses were just too tough. After shattering over a dozen, the power of the laser diminished significantly. In the end, it could only topple a few armored rhinoceroses. How long until the next launch? On the roof of the carriage, the train conductor shouted at the operator on the cannon platform. 10 seconds. But the current energy storage can only support 10 more launches. The operator replied, drenched in sweat. The train conductor fell silent for a few seconds. First, support the soldiers. After saying that, 3 lasers fired again, directly creating a gap in the thousands of beasts surrounding the soldiers. That was close. At this moment, on the battlefield, Missouri Chen, with muscles bulging, wielding the mountain-cleaving axe, was weaving through the beast horde. Just now, a laser had almost grazed him. However, it was unavoidable. Standing at nearly 1.8 meters tall among thousands of armored rhinoceroses, Emo-chen appeared quite inconspicuous. Roar! At that moment, behind Emo-chen, an armored rhinoceros suddenly charged at him with its head down. Without even turning his head, Emo-chen swept a mountain-cleaving axe. Put! The armored rhinoceros was cleaved in half at the eyes by the axe. The upper half of its body flew up and crashed to the ground, while the lower half, due to inertia, ran a distance before crashing down. Evolution points plus 90. As Emochan split open the armored rhinoceros, his other hand grasped one of its long horns. His arm muscles bulged, veins popping out. Bang! The ground shook as the armored rhinoceros was directly flipped over by Emochan's bare hands. Put! The mountain axe swept across the rhinoceros's neck, blood spraying out. Evolution point plus 90. This efficiency is a bit lacking. Emochan, who had just killed 2 armored rhinoceroses, frowned. At this moment he was over 500 meters away from the hundreds of soldiers. Although it looked short, clearing the surrounding armored rhinoceroses and rushing in to support them was not easy. According to the mission requirements, Emochan not only had to repel the beast tide but also reduce the soldiers' casualties. Forget it, no more low profile, let's see how strong I really am. Emochan shook his head and placed the mountain axe on his back. Then he took a running stance and charged towards the position of the hundreds of soldiers. Just then, an armored rhinoceros charged out from the side. Emochan did not slow down and crashed straight into it. Bang! With a loud noise, the armored rhinoceros, weighing over 10 tons, was sent flying, knocking over several other armored rhinoceroses in the process. Bang! 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 Along the way, Emochan knocked over several more armored rhinoceroses. Under the enhancement of the S-Class Indestructible bloodline, a faint golden hue appeared on Emochan's skin. Despite the violent collisions, Emochan suffered no injuries at all, and with each impact, his body felt a slight tingling sensation. Quite refreshing. Squad leader, retreat quickly. Squad leader, you can't die here. Among the beast horde, several soldiers were dragging a bloodthirsty general back. This general had his thigh crushed by an armored rhinoceros, leaving only a piece of rotten flesh still attached. Let go of me. Do you hear me? Let go, the general shouted loudly. I can still kill. Let go. However, the soldiers ignored him and dragged him into the temporary defense circle. To prevent the alien beasts from attacking the vehicle where the special recruits were, these soldiers, led by Zhang Hu, charged into the beast horde. They fought fiercely at first, but soon many soldiers were injured. To protect these injured soldiers from being killed by the armored rhinoceroses, Zhang Hu ordered everyone to form a circle, dividing into 3 layers to confront the armored rhinoceroses. Damn it, let me out now. Several soldiers pinned the injured general onto a stretcher and secured him. Squad leader, your wife just gave birth and your son is still waiting for you at home, said a soldier with a blood-stained face, wiping his tears. Damn it, who doesn't have family? Which soldier doesn't have someone waiting at home? Let me down, the squad leader shouted loudly. The soldiers ignored him and rushed towards the outer battle circle. Damn it, you better not die, or I'll come back and train you to death. The squad leader roared from the stretcher, but tears streamed down his face. 20 men, go reinforce the right flank. The rest do not take the initiative to attack anymore. Form groups of 3, kill the armored rhinos, and arrange their bodies in an S shape to block the charge of the armored rhinos. In the midst of the fierce battle, Zhang Hu was commanding these soldiers in an orderly manner. Just like that, their team of over 300 managed to hold back thousands of armored rhinos. However, the number of armored rhinos was simply too great. The bodies of the armored rhinos used as obstacles were trampled into mush by other armored rhinos. Damn it! Why are these armored rhinos so fearless? They seem to have gone mad. Zhang Hu stared wide-eyed, constantly observing the situation on the battlefield. Although he and these soldiers had done quite well, it was still not enough to hold out for half an hour until the rescue from the base arrived. Watch out, Commander! Suddenly, a soldier shouted loudly. Thud! This soldier was lifted by the sharp horn of an armored rhino on Zhang Hu's left side. The thick, sharp horn of the armored rhino pierced directly into the soldier's abdomen. Beast! Zhang Hu was instantly furious. This soldier was injured while trying to stop the armored rhino from attacking him. In a fit of rage, Zhang Hu swung his knife. Bang! The heavy head of the armored rhino smashed directly to the ground. A few soldiers rushed forward to carry the soldier who had been pierced in the abdomen. After injecting adrenaline and spraying a bit of hemostatic gel on the wound, the soldier was carried into the inner circle. Roar! Suddenly, at that moment, a roar came from the herd of armored rhinos. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently as if it were drumming. A giant armored rhino, over 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long, charged towards Zhang Hu. It's a general-level armored rhino, someone exclaimed. General level, everyone charge with me. Zhang Hu tightened his grip on the alloy-long knife, roared, and charged out directly. At the same time, 4 nearby generals also charged out with him. Bang! Zhang Hu, at the forefront, struck the armored rhino's eye with his knife. The eyeball, the size of Zhang Hu's fist, exploded. The armored rhino let out a furious roar and directly tossed Zhang Hu into the air. Attack its eye sockets and under the neck, Zhang Hu shouted while in mid-air. In fact, even before Zhang Hu spoke, several generals had already coordinated to attack the armored rhino's vital points. A few seconds later, boom! With a loud crash, the general-level armored rhino fell to the ground. Its head had been smashed to pieces by Zhang Hu and several generals. Not good. The formation has been broken. just as Zhang Hu prepared to return to the battle circle, he suddenly realized. In the few seconds he and several generals took to kill the armored rhino, the rear battle circle had been split into two parts. More than 70 soldiers had directly broken away from the battle circle and fallen back into encirclement. Damn it! Zhang Hu cursed, his eyes nearly popping out in anger. It was clear that those 70 soldiers were in grave danger. Everyone immediately moved towards the west and regrouped with them. Zhang Hu quickly adjusted the battle strategy. If they did not unite with those 70 soldiers, their side's battle circle would not hold out for long. The soldiers wasted no time and immediately moved westward according to Zhang Hu's orders. The strong and uninjured soldiers took the lead. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise came from the direction of the rear troops. Dozens of armored rhinos were knocked to the ground. Zhang Hu glanced back and saw that there were no general-level armored rhinos pursuing, so he did not pay attention to the rear. Hurry, hurry, hurry! We must regroup with them immediately. Zhang Hu charged at the forefront, each swing of his alloy-long knife killing an armored rhino. At that moment, at the back of the team, Mo Chen flipped over a heavily armored rhinoceros and drilled out from the ground. I charged too fiercely, and now I've smashed them all into the ground. Mo Chen shook his head to get rid of the dust. In front of Mo Chen, a dozen soldiers looked at him in a daze. Who are you? One soldier asked. Hearing this, Mo Chen smiled and said, I am Mo Chen, a special recruit from the 1st Martial Arts Academy. I've finally found you. Special recruit. A soldier looked at Mo Chen in surprise. How did you get in here? Hurry back. This is not a place for you. This soldier said as he followed the main force forward. How can I go back? The outside is full of armored rhinos. Forget it, come with me, we'll go together. Quickly, you head to the inner circle, and we'll protect you from the outside. Another soldier pulled Mo Chen without hesitation and headed towards the inner circle. Wait, you got it wrong. I'm here to help you kill the armored rhinos. Mo Chen shook off the other's hand. Don't be ridiculous. You're just a recent high school graduate. Come on, go to the inner circle with me. Don't be impulsive. You're a special recruit, your potential is limitless. You absolutely cannot die here, the two soldiers said to Mo Chen. The commotion here also attracted the attention of several nearby soldiers. If it weren't for the constant vigilance against the charging armored rhinos, they would have come over to persuade Mo Chen. Watch out, a shout rang out. Behind the soldier who had just pulled Mo Chen towards the inner circle, an armored rhino charged directly at his back. With all the noise on the battlefield and talking to Mo Chen, he didn't hear the armored rhino approaching from behind. The soldier's eyes widened, and before he could turn around, he clearly felt the strong wind rushing from behind. At that moment, Mo Chen acted. He stepped forward, pushed the soldier aside, and reached out to grab the armored rhino's long horn. Bang! The ground shook as the armored rhino came to a sudden stop. No matter how wildly the armored rhino flailed its four hooves, it couldn't advance an inch. Get out of here! Mo Chen's arm muscles bulged, and he swung his arm upward. Boom! With a whistling sound, the armored rhino was sent flying. Dozens of meters away, there was a loud crash as the armored rhino smashed into the beast-tide. At this moment, the nearby soldiers were already dumbfounded. He just lifted a 10-ton armored rhino with his bare hands? And he was just a recent high school graduate? On the battlefield, never lose focus. Mo Chen sternly patted the soldier's shoulder. If you die, my reward will be gone. Soldier? After saying that, Mo Chen drew the mountain axe from his back. You all continue to advance. With the main force, I'll cover you. Wait, you come with us. The soldier was about to stop Mo Chen, but Mo Chen had already charged out. Boom! Mo Chen kicked over an armored rhino, and his light golden fist smashed into the opponent's eye socket, directly punching into its brain. At the same time, Mo Chen threw the mountain axe, splitting an armored rhino charging at him in half from several meters away. After doing all this, Mo Chen transformed into a blur, retrieved the mountain axe, and charged towards the herd of armored rhinos. Die, die, die. Die for me. Mo Chen swung the mountain axe wildly, stabbing into the herd like a steel spear. Since he had strayed too far from the team, and the beast herd was launching an attack on the rear troops, Mo Chen saw this and swung the mountain axe back. The group of soldiers who were struggling against the armored rhinos suddenly saw a rain of blood pouring down in front of them. Several armored rhinos that were fighting them collapsed to the ground. Then, Mo Chen appeared in front of them. Sorry, I got a bit carried away with the killing and charged into the herd. Mo Chen apologized while swinging the mountain axe, smashing the head of an armored rhino with the back of the axe. A group of warriors fell silent at first, then exclaimed, What the hell? What the hell? How are you so fierce? Brother Tian. You are my brother Tian. Brother Tian, aren't you tired after killing so many? Not tired. Mo Chen shook his head. The endurance, resilience, and self-healing brought by the indestructible bloodline allowed Mo Chen to maintain his best combat state at all times. Additionally, the mountain-splitting axe combined with the passive skill of immense strength made Mo Chen feel at home amidst the beast tide. You all protect yourselves, don't die. Not a single one of you. Mo Chen said sternly to the crowd, then swung the mountain-splitting axe and charged out. The system's mission required repelling the beast tide and protecting the participating warriors with fewer deaths being better. Emo-chan speculated that the number of warrior deaths should be linked to the mission's completion rate. The fewer deaths, the higher the completion rate and the greater the rewards from the system. And Emo-chan aimed to achieve 100% completion to get the highest reward. Of course, he also wanted to take this opportunity to kill the armored rhinoceros and gain evolution points. After the previous frenzied battle, Emo-chan's bloodline awakening level had risen by 1, reaching 6/10, and the evolution points required for level 6 had accumulated to 1300/2000. Just a few more kills and I can reach level 7, Emo-chan thought to himself. Just as Emo-chan was lost in thought, a armored rhinoceros charged directly from behind. Bang! A dull thud. Emo-chan stumbled back a step, then turned around and frowned at the armored rhinoceros. Boom! The next moment, Emo-chan smashed the rhinoceros's head to pieces with an axe. Zhang Hu led the remaining elite warriors at the front, clearing obstacles for the troops behind. At this point, they were utterly exhausted. But less than 10 minutes had passed, and they still had to hold on for another 20 minutes. Zhang Hu and his team were relying solely on willpower to endure. However, when Zhang Hu saw that the scattered team was still 4 or 5 meters away from him, his fighting spirit reignited. Just a few more meters, charge! Zhang Hu roared, swinging his alloy long knife as he charged forward. Charge! The warriors behind followed suit. Zhang Hu suddenly sensed something was off. Why were the ones charging with him the ones he had arranged to stay back? Zhang Hu panicked and grabbed a warrior, asking, "What are you doing? Why aren't you holding the rear? Why are you charging up here? Commander, someone is handling things behind. And the armored rhinoceroses at the back have basically been killed," the warrior replied excitedly. Zhang Hu felt like his lungs were about to explode. "Do you really think your strength can kill them all? Commander, if you don't believe it, just look back," the warrior replied. "Get back. Don't make things worse." Zhang Hu released the warrior and casually glanced back. Then, Zhang Hu was stunned. Due to a group of warriors blocking his view, he hadn't seen Emo-chan's figure. But he saw the armored rhinoceroses flying up into the sky from the rear of the team. These armored rhinoceroses flew 8 or 9 meters high, then fell heavily, losing most of their combat capability, and could even block the armored rhinoceroses coming from behind. A peculiar sight appeared behind the entire team, with a large gap opening up. The remaining armored rhinoceroses were mostly charging in from the sides. In the half-second that Zhang Hu was dazed, 5 armored rhinoceroses had already flown into the sky. "Who is that?" Zhang Hu instinctively asked. "Brother Tian," a warrior replied. "Who is Brother Tian? Which squad is he from? I haven't heard of him." Zhang Hu looked bewildered. Meanwhile, not far away, on top of the third carriage, the train conductor and the artillery operator were also a bit confused. "The armored rhinoceroses are flying," the conductor rubbed his eyes. "Train commander, there is one more firing opportunity left for the laser cannon," the operator suddenly said. 3 laser cannons, only 1 shot left, which means there are only 3 shots remaining. Don't fire yet, continue to aim at the battlefield. Fire at the critical moment, the train commander instructed. The operator, drenched from head to toe, nodded. The firing of the laser cannon generates immense heat, and the operator had not left the turret for even a moment. However, even so, this operator was completely unaware. The train commander jumped down from the top of the carriage and asked several guards about the situation around them. "A few armored rhinos scattered from the herd and charged over, but we killed them all. The special recruits from the 1st Martial Arts Academy are all safe, quietly staying inside the carriage," several guards reported. The train commander was somewhat surprised to hear this. These kids are not panicking at all? With that, the train commander headed towards carriage number 5. At this moment, inside carriage number 5, a short-haired girl stood with several special recruits from military backgrounds, half comforting and half warning the others. Hiss! A hissing sound was heard as the carriage door opened and the train commander walked in. Train commander. Seeing the train commander enter, everyone stood up. "Kids, you all did very well. In another 15 minutes, the support troops from the base should arrive. Please be patient a little longer," the train commander said with a smile, completely devoid of the panic he had shown earlier on top of the carriage. Upon hearing this, a bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses and looked at the train commander with a cold smile. "If you need anything, just let me know, and I will do my best to meet your needs. If there are any problems, report them to me," the train commander reassured. Hearing this, everyone indeed calmed down a lot. After all, they were a group of children raised in protection, completely oblivious to the worries hidden deep in the train commander's eyes. "Train commander, I need to report something to you." At this moment, the short-haired girl who had been waiting with Emo-chen and Yujo stepped forward. "One of our people escaped. His name is Emo-chen, and he ran away as soon as the battle started," the short-haired girl said coldly. The train commander's expression turned somewhat grim. "Brother Tian is mighty. Brother Tian is really fierce. Brother Tian, take it easy, don't get hurt." At this moment, among the armored beast herd, Emo-chen relied on his unmatched physical prowess and terrifying strength, moving around the team. Wherever they couldn't hold, he would charge in. Even Zhang Hu was deeply impressed by Mo Chen. With Mo Chen's help, they quickly regrouped with the scattered team. Out of the 70-plus people, half were seriously injured and several were even unconscious. Mo Chen was very worried about this. Zhang Hu and the other soldiers were very touched and directly regarded Mo Chen as a brother. Bang! 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 Mo Chen swung his axe, knocking down 3 armored rhinos. Immediately, soldiers followed up to deliver finishing blows. Mo Chen discovered that as long as he brought the armored rhinos to the brink of death, he could still receive all the evolution points after the soldiers finished them off. Buzz! A layer of golden light, visible only to Mo Chen, rose from his body. Mo Chen received a notification that his bloodline awakening level had reached level 9. The frenzied killing of armored rhinos caused Mo Chen's evolution points to soar. With just 1 level left, his awakening level would reach a perfect 10. Brothers, let's kill our way back and protect the train. Mo Chen raised his bloodstained mountain axe, rallied his comrades, and charged out again. Bang 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 bang. The sounds of collisions rang out continuously, and Mo Chen, with clearly defined muscles bulging, charged forward like a muscular tank. Charge back. Follow Tiangu. A group of soldiers was exceptionally high-spirited, mainly because of Mo Chen's monstrous physical strength and terrifying power. He was like a heavy tank charging ahead. Even the battle general level iron armored rhinoceros standing in front would be knocked away by Mo Chen with a bang. These soldiers only needed to follow behind Mo Chen and finish off the enemies. After fighting so many battles, they had never encountered such ease. At this moment, Mo Chen found the axe swinging too slow, sheathed it behind his back, and then charged out with his fists swinging. Bang! Bang! Mo Chen's rapidly swinging fists stirred up a large cloud of dust in the arena like 2 fans. Any iron-armored rhinoceros that encountered Mo Chen's fists, whether warrior level or battle general level, was directly sent flying. Put! Put! Zhang Hu and several battle generals immediately followed up, stabbing their alloy-long knives into the necks of the iron-armored rhinoceroses. The team, which was on the verge of collapse, charged wildly under Mo Chen's strong support, scattering the herd of over 10,000 iron-armored rhinoceroses into disarray. On the artillery platform, the operator, sweating profusely and constantly monitoring the battlefield, was dumbfounded at this scene. Who is that? The operator stared in shock at Mo Chen, whose muscles bulged, towering at 2 meters tall, with skin glowing faintly golden. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, 3 battle sect experts in alloy battlesuits with long wings unfurled behind them were rapidly heading to the battlefield. They had come from the nearest Lu Yuan base. The 3 battle sect experts exuded powerful auras, and with their nearly 3-meter-long wings spread out, they looked like deities from afar. The leader had a pair of black wings, each feather shimmering with a metallic sheen. His expression was grim. Upon seeing the signal flare from the train conductor, the base immediately contacted the nearest railway stations. They found that all stations around Lu Yuan were unreachable. The base quickly realized that something serious had happened in the Lu Yuan area. Such an incident happening right under their noses was a slap in the face. Moreover, he had heard that on this train, besides the underworld army, there were also more than 20 special recruits from the 1st Martial Arts Academy. If anything went wrong, they would definitely be held accountable. The 3 flapped their wings vigorously, and a piercing sound of breaking air echoed in the sky. 10 minutes later, they were nearing the battlefield. In the sky, they immediately spotted the troops blocking the beast tide below, as well as the 3 train cars surrounded in the center. You two, go down and deal with the beast horde. I will move the special recruits to a safe place. In the sky, the leading battle sect expert, Yang Hong, immediately made arrangements. The other 2 battle sect experts nodded in agreement, folding their wings and diving straight towards the beast horde below. Yang Hong flew directly towards the 3 train cars. The guards stationed outside the train cars immediately noticed Yang Hong and reported this to the train conductor. Upon receiving the news, the train conductor rushed out from the 5th car to greet him. Commander Yang. Seeing the pair of black wings in the sky, the train conductor's heart instantly relaxed. Yang Hong, the strongest battle sect expert from Lu Yuan base. A-level beast bloodline. Whoosh! A strong wind blew down from the sky as Yang Hong landed directly on the ground. Gather everyone. Within a minute, I will take you to a safe place. Yang Hong commanded as soon as he landed, his tone leaving no room for doubt. 1 minute later. Boom! Yang Hong grabbed the top of the 5th car, and his black wings flapped wildly. The entire 5th car gradually lifted off the ground. At this moment, inside the 5th car, the seats had been completely removed, and the train conductor, along with a group of staff and special recruits, were crammed inside the car. Looking at the ground outside getting lower and lower, everyone was astonished. The carriage flew higher and higher, finally reaching a height of over 10 meters above the ground. Yang Hong flapped his wings and flew directly towards the east. Great! The brothers at the base have come to pick everyone up. Below, Zhang Hu, who was fighting behind Mo Chen, felt a huge weight lift from his heart as he saw the carriage flying further away into the sky. A wave of indescribable fatigue surged over him at that moment. Although the battle had lasted less than half an hour, constantly paying attention to the safety of every soldier on the field was a tremendous mental drain, especially in such a dire situation. Commander, are you alright? A few battle generals noticed Zheng Hu's unusual expression and hurriedly surrounded him. I'm fine, Zheng Hu waved his hand. He was the commander of this team and absolutely could not show any signs of fatigue in front of everyone, as it would severely affect morale. So, Zheng Hu forced himself to stay alert. He must not bring any negative emotions to the soldiers under his command. Commander, if you're tired, you should rest for a while. Commander, you can go to the rear. First, we'll continue to charge with Brother Tian. Commander, don't push yourself, we still have Brother Tian. Several battle generals said with smiles, showing no signs of fatigue. Seeing their expressions, Zheng Hu felt momentarily bewildered. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound came from ahead. Mo Chen, whose entire body had turned golden, was holding the horn of a battle general-level iron-armored rhinoceros, spinning it like a hammer throw. Bang 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 bang! Explosions rang out continuously as dozens of iron-armored rhinoceroses flew in all directions. At the same time, the area where Mo Chen was located stirred up dust, forming a small tornado. Wow! This is too fierce. Brother Tian is always my brother, the soldiers in the rear exclaimed. At this moment, Zheng Hu finally understood that his soldiers had long regarded Mo Chen as the core. Meanwhile, the two battle sect powerhouses who had dived into the battlefield were somewhat dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Who is that golden one? How is he so fierce? Is it Zheng Hu? I heard Zhang Hu was quite strong. As Mo Chen stirred up the dust tornado 10 miles away, Yang Hong placed the carriage at the foot of a mountain. Folding his wings, Yang Hong looked seriously into the distance. However, due to several dirt mounds blocking the view, he could not see the situation on the battlefield at all. Thank you, Commander Yang. The train conductor stepped out of the carriage and quickly expressed his gratitude. Yang Hong replied solemnly, don't be too happy. Too soon, this situation is too strange. The beast tide is likely targeting this group of special recruits. Although we have temporarily broken out of the encirclement, the beast tide may still surge towards us, and my stamina can only last for another 5 miles. I won't be able to carry you any further. Hearing Yang Hong's words, the train conductor's expression changed. We still have those soldiers holding back the beast horde. After a while, the beast horde should disperse, the train conductor said. Uncertainly. Although the beast tide was fierce, such a single species beast tide often did not last long. With over 10,000 iron-armored rhinoceroses, this should be considered a small-scale beast tide, which would end in at most an hour. If those soldiers could hold out until then, they would be able to safely retreat back to the base. However, if they couldn't hold out, the beast tide might catch up and attack them again. Let's wait and see. You report on the casualties, Yang Hong asked. While speaking, Yang Hong was also continuously recovering his depleted stamina. The train conductor briefly explained the situation. It's a pity that Mo Chen left early, otherwise he could have retreated back here with us, the train conductor said with some regret. Those who can only be cowards. If they die, then they die. Even if they are S-class, they deserve it, Yang Hong said bluntly. In the carriage, a group of special recruits stepped out. Hearing the conversation between the train conductor and Yang Hong, many people scoffed at Mo Chen. Although they had not participated in the battle, they were still better than this coward Mo Chen who fled without fighting. Back at the Yuzhou station, I felt this person was just a slacker, unlikely to achieve anything great, so my brother and I ignored him. Now it seems he really is just useless mud that can't even prop up a wall, said a short-haired girl. Someone like him is destined not to be our classmate. I think he doesn't deserve to enter the first martial school at all. Several people nearby echoed. The short-haired girl, while handling the crisis and calming everyone's emotions, was calm and decisive. At this moment, many people had gathered around her, forming a small group. The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses and looked at the short-haired girl with a strange expression. Did you see something? Gu Bingwan's voice rang out. The bespectacled boy was taken aback. He didn't expect that the ice goddess Gu Bingwan would take the initiative to talk to him. Since he was small as a child, the bespectacled boy had always been treated as a little kid by his peers and hardly played with them. Not many people were willing to interact with him. Of course, in the bespectacled boy's view, they were all just jealous of his intelligence and talent. Straightening his posture, the bespectacled boy raised his head and said, "Call me brother, and I'll tell you." Gu Bingwan simply walked away. The bespectacled boy frowned. I didn't expect someone like Gu Bingwan, a beautiful ice queen, to judge by appearance and not see my talent. The bespectacled boy shook his head, feeling quite regretful. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hu arrived with hundreds of soldiers, accompanied by 2 members of the battle sect. At this moment, all the soldiers had excited expressions on their faces. The 2 members of the battle sect, however, looked somewhat strange. Why are you back so soon? Did the beast tide disperse? Yang Hong immediately stepped forward to question. One of the battle sect members hurriedly reported, "Report, sir, the beast tide hasn't dispersed, it's..." Before he could finish, Yang Hong interrupted him directly. The beast tide hasn't dispersed, so why are you back? If it catches up, these people will be in danger. Yang Hong was very angry. He had originally thought he could wait for the beast tide to disperse on its own and then safely evacuate the people on the train. Unexpectedly, this group returned so quickly. Yang Gu, don't be angry, the situation with the beast tide isn't what you think. Zhang Hu smiled as he approached. You're still smiling? Yang Hong was furious. It's almost dawn, the temperature in the wilderness will rise to 50 degrees within half an hour. If there are more beasts chasing us, aside from the three of us, everyone else will die here. Yang Hong shouted loudly. Seeing Zhang Hu's speechless expression, Yang Hong became even angrier. Ha, Mo-chun, you're still here? At that moment, someone among the special recruits spotted Mo-chun standing in the line, looking somewhat dazed. At this time, Mo-chun looked a bit disheveled. His upper clothes were gone. His body was covered in blood and dirt, and his hair was a mess. Mo-chun, you're actually still alive, someone exclaimed. Yang Hong, who was already angry upon hearing that Mo-chun was still there, directly left Zhang Hu and walked up to Mo-chun. Seeing Mo-chun's dazed expression, Yang Hong became even angrier. Disobeying orders and leaving the team without permission. If you were a soldier, do you believe I would take you down? Yang Hong said, reaching out to grab Mo-chun by the neck, intending to lift him up. Bang! With a loud sound, Yang Hong's hand was slapped away by Mo-chun. Don't make a scene. Mo-chun frowned. At this moment, Mo-chun was checking his attribute panel and task rewards. After killing most of the armored rhinoceros herd, Mo-chun's bloodline awakening finally reached level 10. At the same time, when he just arrived here, the system also notified him that his task was completed. Moreover, the completion rate was as high as 200%. An extra reward was triggered. Just as Mo-chun was about to claim his reward, Yang Hong interrupted him. As for their previous conversation, Mo-chun didn't hear it at all. All his attention was on the system. Seeing Mo-chun open his hand, Yang Hong became furious, looking for death. With a roar, Yang Hong's arm turned black and his originally normal fingers transformed into pitch-black claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. This time, he lunged for Mo-chun's neck again. Is this ever going to end? Mo-chun was also angry at this point. How could this person be so oblivious? Always interrupting. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Mo-chun's faintly golden hand caught Yang Hong's claw. Yang Hong's sharp claws gripped Mo-chun's golden palm, yet left no trace whatsoever. Was this a special student who had just graduated from high school? Yang Hong found it hard to believe. Just as Yang Hong was astonished, Mo-chun's faintly golden foot directly kicked him in the abdomen. In that instant, Yang Hong felt a strange illusion. It was as if he wasn't kicked by a person but rather hit by a heavy armored vehicle. Yang Hong instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, boom! The nearby carriage was smashed into a V-shape. Cough cough. Lying in the innermost part of the V-shape, Yang Hong coughed twice, his head feeling a bit dazed. Had he been kicked away? At this moment, Mo-chun unfastened the mountain axe from his back. You are really annoying. Mo-chun was not a person with a good temper, and after being interrupted twice, he was also angry. His originally normal physique began to grow larger, terrifying muscles bulging. The surrounding soldiers panicked as they saw Mo-chun getting serious. Brother Tian, calm down. Brother Tian, don't. We're all on the same side. Brother Tian, don't be impulsive. A group of soldiers rushed forward to hold Mo-chun back. Meanwhile, the train conductor and the group of special students were dumbfounded. They couldn't process what was happening in front of them. Mo-chun had knocked away the powerful Yang Hong from the war sect? A group of soldiers were calling Mo-chun Brother Tian, and Mo-chun looked like he was about to kill Yang Hong? Each event exceeded their understanding. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Yang Hong finally understood the situation. He looked complexly at Mo-chun, who was surrounded by a group of soldiers not far away. This Mo-chun was truly absurdly strong. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. No wonder he is a special student from the top martial arts school, the train conductor exclaimed excitedly. I knew from the beginning that things weren't that simple. Mo-chun definitely wouldn't be trying to escape for himself. Hearing this, the staff on the train felt a bit embarrassed and instinctively moved a little further away from the conductor. And the more than 20 special students, after hearing about Mo-chun's deeds, were all amazed. The short-haired girl from earlier, however, walked away with a cold expression. Mo-chun paid no attention to everyone's reactions. He was focused on studying the system rewards. According to Mo-chun's speculation, the previously issued task would have a completion rate of 100% as long as the number of deaths was less than 10. After all, on this battlefield, ensuring that no one died was almost impossible. In this light, the task seemed reasonable. However, Mo-chun had achieved it. Aside from 3 severely injured soldiers who had been unconscious and had yet to wake up, no one had died. Yet, after this task, Mo-chun found the rewards a bit strange. 1 chance for bloodline reversion? What is this? Aside from a chance for bloodline return to ancestry, Mo-chun also received an opportunity for weapon enhancement. He could understand the weapon enhancement, but Mo-chun decided to figure out the bloodline return to ancestry first. However, after the system provided the rewards, there were no further prompts and Mo-chun received no response when he inquired. Moreover, there was no signal here, let alone the ability to go online to check. I need to find someone to ask. Mo-chan felt a bit restless. If it weren't for not understanding what the bloodline return to ancestry was, he would have wanted to undergo it immediately. But there were too many people here. What if something unexpected happened during his return to ancestry? What if he turned into a monkey? Looking around, Mo-chan spotted a boy in glasses squatting on a rock playing a game console. Hey, little glasses, I want to ask you something. Mo-chan walked directly to the boy and said. The boy, hearing this, was taken aback at first, anger flashing across his face, but when he saw it was Mo-chan, he lost his temper. After all, this was someone who had almost chopped down a strong warrior from the battle sect. He couldn't afford to provoke him now. My name is Wang Meng, you can call me by my name from now on. Putting away his game console, Wang Meng adjusted his glasses and said somewhat displeased. Wang Meng? Mo-chan looked at him in confusion. You don't seem to have anything to do with Meng at all, do you? Hearing this, Wang Meng clenched his fists tightly, glaring at him. Just kidding. Mo-chan chuckled and said, I want to ask you, do you know what bloodline return to ancestry is? Bloodline return to ancestry? Wang Meng, who had shown hostility just a moment ago, was taken aback. Why are you asking this? Seeing the expression on his face, Mo-chan understood that he must know. It's nothing, just asking casually, Mo-chan replied. Wang Meng looked at Mo-chan suspiciously, pushed up his glasses, and said, if you ask an ordinary person about this, they definitely wouldn't know. But asking me? You've asked the right person. After all, I've read all the books about evolution in the city's library and research institute. Seeing Wang Meng starting to boast, Mo-chan quickly interrupted him. Stop rambling, let's get to the point. Wang Meng gave Mo-chan a disdainful look and continued. Bloodline return to ancestry, strictly speaking, is also a form of evolution. However, it is a very deep level of evolution. When a person's awakened bloodline reaches perfection, bloodline return to ancestry will occur. Most returns to ancestry are based on the original bloodline. If the returned bloodline reaches perfection again, a second return to ancestry can occur. Each return to ancestry brings about earth-shattering changes in strength. It is said that the more times one returns to ancestry, the closer their strength is to that of a god. At this point, Wang Meng revealed a look of longing. It is said that one of the 4 generals of the nation, the dragon god, has undergone bloodline return to ancestry twice. When he activates his bloodline, his body can transform into a blue divine dragon hundreds of meters long. Hearing Wang Meng's words, Mo-chan was somewhat surprised. The legends of the 4 generals of the nation had always existed, but this was the first time he had heard someone say that one of the generals, the dragon god, had undergone bloodline return to ancestry. So, does that mean bloodline return to ancestry is a good thing for increasing strength? Mo-chan muttered to himself. Wang Meng rolled his eyes at Mo-chan, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Isn't that obvious? Bloodline return to ancestry is incredibly difficult. Many people spend their entire lives even becoming battle emperors and still can't achieve return to ancestry if their bloodline isn't perfected. Moreover, the higher the bloodline level, the harder it is to return to ancestry. Yet those who can undergo bloodline return to ancestry are all high-level bloodlines of ANS rank. Hearing this, Mo-chan finally understood why he had never heard of it before. It turned out that bloodline return to ancestry was too rare. Hey, why are you asking about this? Wang Meng looked at Mo-chan suspiciously. Because I am going to undergo bloodline awakening, Mo-chan said truthfully. Wang Meng rolled his eyes, looking at Mo-chan as if he were an idiot. Don't tell anyone about my bloodline awakening, got it? Mo-chan said seriously to Wang Meng. Wang Meng, speechless, couldn't be bothered to respond and took out his game console to continue playing. Mo-chan walked to a deserted corner and began to prepare for the bloodline awakening. Before starting, Mo-chan checked the system panel. Host, Mo-chan bloodline, Indestructible Diamond bloodline. 10 out of 10, abilities, great strength, level 10, toughness, level 10, stamina, level 10, self-healing, level 10, martial arts. Bull Demon Fist, first layer, Bull Demon Wrestling, items, Mountain Cleaving Axe evolution points, 13,000/10,000 luck value. For what will the Indestructible Diamond bloodline awakening turn into? Mo-chan's mind flashed with various guesses, but they all seemed unreliable. In the end, Mo-chan didn't hesitate any longer and directly proceeded with the bloodline awakening. Ding, there is a certain chance of failure in bloodline awakening. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Mo-chan gritted his teeth. Buzz. The next moment, a golden light that only Mo-chan could see enveloped him. Then, Mo-chan felt his whole body heating up as if all the blood in his body was burning. This state lasted for more than 10 seconds and Mo-chan was on the verge of fainting. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in and Mo-chan, who had just been burning hot, now felt cold all over. An extremely icy sensation spread from Mo-chan's body. At the same time, black tattoos appeared on his body and face. They looked both evil and wild. Ding! Bloodline awakening. Successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 nether body bloodline. The system prompt sounded. 9 nether body? What is that? Emo-chan looked at his body in confusion. He found that not only did he have some new tattoos, but his nails were also long and black. There was a row of protruding bones on the outer side of his arms, as if bone spurs were about to grow through the skin. The same was true for his spine at the back. And horns? Emo-chan touched his forehead and found two curved little horns sprouting from it. Is this the nine-nether body? Emo-chan was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that this was not as strong as his indestructible diamond body. However, when Emo-chan checked the system panel, he discovered how incredible the nine-nether body was. Host: Emo-chan Bloodline, 9-nether body bloodline, 1 out of 10. Abilities: Indestructible diamond body, passive skill, when attacked, strength, toughness, stamina, and self-healing increase by 500%. 9-nether great strength, 1 out of 10. Passive skill, can unleash incredible strength. 9-nether immortality, 1/10. Passive skill, when receiving a heavy blow, has a certain chance to be immune to the attack. Immunity chance increases with the severity of the attack, up to 99%. 9-nether awakening, 1/10. Active skill, activates the 9-nether bloodline. When both feet touch the ground, stamina recovers at a rate of 1% per second. Injury recovery depends on severity. Martial arts, Bull Demon Fist, first layer, Bull Demon Wrestling. Items: Mountain Cleaving Axe. Evolution points, 3000/20,000. Luck value. For after looking through the entire panel, Emo-chan took a deep breath. It was simply too incredible. Especially the 9-nether immortality passive skill. An immunity rate of up to 99%. Just this one skill was equivalent to having several extra lives. And with 9-nether awakening, he could recover 1% of his stamina and injuries every second. It should be noted that Emo-chan also had a 5x self-healing bonus from the indestructible diamond body. With this series of skills, Emo-chan was nearly immortal. Emo-chan? Just as Emo-chan was happily checking the system panel, a faint voice sounded behind him. Ha! Emo-chan turned around and saw the short-haired girl he had waited with at the train station in Yuzhou. What do you want? Emo-chan asked, looking at her in confusion. I am Jiang Zijing, the short-haired girl said with a somewhat indifferent tone. Emo-chan nodded in response. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going out to help when you left the carriage? Jiang Zijing questioned. This question left Emo-chan stunned. Why should I tell you I'm going out? Emo-chan replied, somewhat confused. Jiang Zijing crossed her arms and said to Emo-chan in an imposing manner, you didn't inform me about this, making me think you had deserted, and then you came back as a hero while I was laughed at by many. And this is all because of you. Hearing this, Emo-chan furrowed his brows. Are you sick in the head? Emo-chan pointed at his own head. Jiang Zijing was not angered by Emo-chan but continued coldly, I hope you can apologize to me for what happened before. Gat. Lost? Emo-chan replied lazily, not wanting to engage further. At the same time, a faint black mist began to emerge around Emo-chan's body. At that moment, Jiang Zijing suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, and her long legs unconsciously stepped back. Emo-chan ignored Jiang Zijing and continued to study his 9-nether body, and the black mist dissipated. Jiang Zijing came back to her senses, shot a cold glance at Emo-chan, and then left. Half an hour later, the follow-up troops arrived from the base. Everyone on the train boarded trucks to head to the base. The person in charge of the base, a powerful war king with wings on his back, personally welcomed everyone and expressed his apologies. Seeing the war king right in front of them, the special recruits were all excited, vying to take photos. However, some people reacted normally. For example, Emo-chan. This was because the principal of his previous school had told him that Manhwa was a top-tier powerhouse among war kings. Besides himself, Emo-chan noticed that the ice goddess Gu Bingwan also appeared unfazed. During the beast tide attack, Gu Bingwan had remained calm as well. Emo-chan couldn't help but wonder if Gu Bingwan was always like this when encountering something. You are Emo-chan? Just as Emo-chan was curious about Gu Bingwan, the war king from the base walked up to him. I am Yang Peng. Thanks to you this time. Yang Peng was tall, and with the broad golden wings on his back, he looked like a giant. No, I just got lucky. Emo-chan quickly declined the praise. Seeing this, Yang Peng laughed heartily. Not bad. Outstanding talent, yet not at all arrogant. You will surely achieve great things in the future. To be honest, I've seen many geniuses like you, even stronger than you, but I've never met anyone as humble as you. Yang Peng generously praised Emo-chan. Ha, King Peng, don't flatter me, I'm just a student who graduated not long ago, Emo-chan replied with a smile. At this moment, the soldiers who had fought alongside Emo-chan, including Yang Hong, looked at him with somewhat complicated expressions. Emo-chan humble? If it weren't for someone stopping him back then, he would have almost cleaved the war. Sect powerhouse Yang Hong. Of course, if this were said, Yang Hong would definitely lose face, so everyone tacitly chose not to mention it. After chatting with War King Yang Ping for a few moments, Yang Peng led everyone to the cafeteria. Everyone was now ravenous and had been in the wilderness for a while, feeling quite dehydrated. King Peng, why is there no signal at all around the deer plain? In a specially arranged private room, the train conductor asked in confusion. Yang Peng's expression darkened upon hearing this. He did not immediately answer the conductor's question but instead took out a small box from his pocket and placed it on the table. Then, in front of the conductor and Yang Hong, he opened the box. Inside the box was a black crystal that occasionally emitted colorful light. Although the crystal was only the size of an adult's thumb, it emitted a strong wave of energy. A shielding crystal, the train conductor said, somewhat surprised. Yang Peng nodded and closed the box. Around the entire Deer Plain, there is a high-grade shielding crystal every 100 miles. In total, there are more than 50, arranged in an oval shape, enclosing the entire Deer Plain area. At this, the train conductor fell silent. This type of shielding crystal was not naturally formed. It was artificially synthesized from several types of crystals. Naturally, the beasts could not produce such crystals. Moreover, this was a high-grade shielding crystal. It was not for sale to the public, it could only be exchanged in the point store open to internal members of the Dragon Kingdom. Peng Wang, are you saying that this incident involves someone from our side collaborating with the beasts? Yang Hong suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Yang Peng did not answer but took a sip from the wine glass on the table before saying, each high-grade shielding crystal requires tens of thousands of points to exchange and its usage must be recorded. When communications were blocked, the Deer Plain area was attacked simultaneously by beasts at 55 checkpoints. According to the analysis of the traces afterward, each checkpoint was completely overrun within 10 seconds, with the shortest taking only 3 seconds for everyone inside to be killed. After Yang Peng finished speaking, everyone in the private room fell silent. The details of the beast tide attacking the train revealed signs of human involvement. Moreover, it was clear that the target was this group of special recruits from the first martial arts school who had not yet enrolled. The person capable of orchestrating this must have significant influence. This matter is probably beyond our ability to investigate, Yang Peng said, shaking his head helplessly. Upon hearing Yang Peng's words, both the train conductor and Yang Hong were shocked. Even the formidable war king Yang Peng said this. One can only imagine how deep the waters were. However, don't be too nervous. I've already reported this to the Dragon City side and those guys from the first martial arts school. If Dragon City doesn't take action, given the character of those from the first martial arts school, they might just turn the entire Dragon City upside down. Yang Peng added. Alright, there's no need to dwell on this matter any longer. Let's eat. I'll arrange a vehicle for you later, Yang Peng said with a smile, easing the atmosphere in the private room. To avoid delaying the time of the special recruits from the first martial arts school, Yang Peng directly arranged for an armed transport plane from the base to take everyone to the location of the first martial arts school, Magic City. However, Mo Chen was unable to board the plane. He was kept behind by the enthusiastic Zhang Hu and other soldiers on the train. Tian Gu, don't go, come on, keep drinking. Tian Gu, you've drunk the toast from them, but you won't drink mine? Do you look down on me? Tian Gu, there's still so much left in your cup, are you raising fish? Drink it all. This group of underground soldiers who should have gone home relaxed their spirits after experiencing life and death and pulled Mo Chen to drink. I still need to go to the first martial arts school. If I delay, I won't make it to the special training, Mo Chen said somewhat helplessly. It's fine, Tian Gu. I'll fly you over later, it will be quick, just an hour, a big man patted his chest and assured. Hearing this, Mo Chen felt much more at ease. Thanks, brother. Just as he finished speaking, the big man suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Mo Chen. Magic City, suburbs. The legendary first martial arts school is built right here. Although there aren't many people at the first martial arts school, its area is larger than that of other universities in Magic City. However, more than half of that area consists of training grounds built by the first martial arts school. Students at the first martial arts school can experience various combat environments in the training grounds. At the same time, beneath the first martial arts school lies the largest underground cavern in Magic City. Other universities, including the 4 major martial arts schools, are located in relatively safe areas. Even if a beast tide erupts in the cavern, it poses no threat to the safety of the schools. The first martial arts school, by doing this, is forcefully declaring to the world, our first martial arts school can completely suppress the entire cavern. At this moment, at the entrance of the first martial arts school, a tall woman dressed in military green camouflage combat uniform, wearing knee-high military boots, and with a ponytail tied at the back of her head, stands with her arms crossed. Behind her is a group of new students carrying their luggage. Just arrived at the first martial arts school, these new students are all very excited, and some begin to whisper to each other. The ponytailed woman glances back. Instantly, the entire group falls silent. A bus stops at the school gate at this time. The short-haired Zhang Zijing is the first to get off the bus with her luggage. All new students, come over here. The tall woman suddenly speaks. Hearing this, Zhang Zijing walks over and the others follow suit. Hello, teacher, I am Zhang Zijing. Zhang Zijing stands in front of the tall woman and speaks respectfully. I am your training instructor this time, Tu Jiao. Hurry up and regroup, the tall woman says coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone obediently walks into the formation. Why is one person still missing? Tu Jiao frowns as she scans the group and asks. Report, Instructor 2, Mo Chen hasn't arrived yet. He was still at the base when we left. Zhang Zijing steps forward. To respond, Emo-chun? Tu Jiao's brow furrows slightly as she opens the tablet in her hand and quickly finds Emo-chen's information. He has 10 minutes left. If he doesn't come, he will be late. Tu Jiao calmly puts down the tablet. Being late for training will result in immediate expulsion from the first martial arts school. Upon hearing this, the new students can't help but gasp. Tu Jiao coldly looks at the group of new students. I don't care how talented you were before you came here or how well you were treated. Once you arrive at the first martial arts school, you are all the same. You must strictly adhere to the rules of the first martial arts school. As she says this, a cold smile appears on Tu Jiao's face. Last year, the death rate of new students at the first martial arts school was 33%, and half of them died because they didn't follow orders. If you didn't follow the rules or listen to orders before, you might have just been scolded a few times, but here, the price is your life. After Tu Jiao finishes speaking, the new students feel a chill in their hearts. There are 8 minutes left. Tu Jiao raises her wrist to check the time. If anyone knows him, it's best to notify him now. The special recruits who took the same train as Emo-chen look at each other. They are not familiar with Emo-chen at all. Moreover, at the base, they had no chance to interact with Emo-chen as he was always with those soldiers. Naturally, they don't have Emo-chen's contact information. The bespectacled boy Wang Meng adjusts his glasses, showing concern in his eyes. Meanwhile, a faint cold smile appears on Jiang Zijing's face. Serves him right. If Emo-chen really gets expelled, she will definitely tell the people in Yuzhou, making Emo-chen lose all face. Tu Jiao continues to wait at the entrance of the first martial arts school with the new students. Time passes second by second. Finally, there are only 30 seconds left. What a pity, it seems Emo-chen is really going to miss it. Someone whispers, what a pity. Isn't it better for us to have one less competitor? Emo-chen can't be the first person to be expelled from the first martial arts school for being late, right? Just as everyone was discussing, an armed helicopter flew over. The rotor blades whirred, and the helicopter finally hovered above the crowd. Everyone looked up, but due to the wind pressure, it was a bit hard to open their eyes. 5 seconds left, Tu Jiao said calmly, gazing at the helicopter above. The cabin door opened, and Emo-chen stood at the entrance. Tiangu, hurry up, you're going to be late. Tiangu, when you have time, the brothers will drink with you. Tiangu, I live in Magic City, feel free to find me anytime. Tiangu, even though I'm 10 years older than you saved my life, you'll always be my brother. A group of soldiers emotionally bid farewell to Emo-chen. Emo-chen, slightly drunk, warmly said goodbye to everyone. Don't delay Tiangu, or it will be troublesome if you're late. Unable to watch any longer, Zhang Hu squeezed through the crowd and kicked Emo-chen. Emo-chen jumped straight out of the cabin door. Since this was the entrance of the first martial arts school, the armed helicopter couldn't descend too low, hovering at least 10 meters above the ground. Amidst the crowd's gasps, the drunken Emo-chen was about to crash down towards Tu Jiao. Tu Jiao remained calm and took half a step back. Bang! Emo-chen landed face down on the ground. Clear cracks appeared on the surface. The impact sobered Emo-chen up quite a bit, and he quickly got up. Seeing Tu Jiao's indifferent expression, Emo-chen jolted and completely sobered up. After awakening the ancestral 9 nether bloodline, Emo-chen's senses became sharper. Although Tu Jiao didn't take any attacking stance, Emo-chen felt an extreme sense of danger. Hello, teacher, I'm Emo-chen. Emo-chen quickly said. Tu Jiao didn't respond immediately. Instead, she looked at her watch and said, just 1 second left, or you could have rolled back. Hearing this, Emo-chen sighed in relief. However, in his heart, he secretly cursed the strictness of the first martial arts school. Tiangu, your luggage. From above, Zhang Hu's voice came from the helicopter. A black backpack fell from the sky. Emo-chen reached out to grab it. Bang! The backpack landed steadily in his hands. Thanks, brother. Emo-chen waved at the people in the helicopter. Zhang Hu and the others were also preparing to wave goodbye to Emo-chen. But at that moment, they noticed Tu Jiao's gaze. Zhang Hu and the other soldiers turned pale, not even saying goodbye to Emo-chen before retreating back into the cabin. Is that crazy woman Tu Jiao the training instructor this time? Zhang Hu said, still in disbelief. Inside the cabin, the other soldiers showed expressions of regret. Poor Tiangu, he just entered the school and ran into Tu Jiao. I hope Tiangu can get through this. Isn't it a bit too much to have Tu Jiao as the instructor for the new students? While the soldiers were discussing, Tu Jiao led the new students into the first martial arts school. As soon as they entered, everyone felt a chilling atmosphere. Some with weaker physiques even stumbled a bit while walking. Tu Jiao ignored them and led everyone towards the dormitory. Here is the dormitory area. Tu Jiao stopped and pointed to a large area of villas near the lakeshore. Villas are the dormitories? Someone exclaimed. The entire lakeside is lined with rows of 2-story villas. If photographed separately, no one would doubt that this is a place specifically for vacationing. The school has already automatically assigned you dormitories, which you can check on the communicator we sent you earlier. As Tu Jiao finished speaking, everyone eagerly opened their communicators. The communicator, which had previously locked some functions, had somehow unlocked all features. Each villa can accommodate 2 people. While everyone was checking their dormitory numbers, Tu Jiao continued, additionally, the villas are a temporary privilege for you special recruits. After a month and a half, when the new students enroll, there will be a re-ranking, and only the top 200 will qualify to live in the villas. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turns serious. At the first martial arts school, we never oppose privileges, but the privileges you possess must match your powerful strength. If your strength is low, you will forever remain at the bottom. If your strength is high, then you can enjoy the various privileges that the first martial arts school offers. Tu Jiao continued. However, upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat stunned. Can such things really be said so directly? Tu Jiao ignored their reactions and continued, today, rest well. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, gather here on time to start special training. Upon hearing this, everyone dared not say anything. It was only after Tu Jiao left that the new students began to talk among themselves. Number 69? Mo Chen frowned when he saw his dormitory number. I'm also number 69. The bespectacled boy, Wang Meng, appeared in front of Mo Chen, pushing a small suitcase. What a coincidence, Mo Chen said, and together with Wang Meng, they walked towards villa number 69. We're doomed, this time the instructor is Tu Jiao. Along the way, Wang Meng kept sighing. What's wrong? Is there a problem with instructor Tu Jiao? Mo Chen looked at Wang Meng in confusion. You really don't think there's a problem? Wang Meng looked at Mo Chen speechlessly. I think she's pretty good, beautiful, long legs, big chest, just a bit cold, but when I almost arrived late before, she didn't make things difficult for me, Mo Chen replied honestly. After hearing this, Wang Meng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing this, Mo Chen gave Wang Meng a light smack on the head. Stop rolling your eyes and tell me what's going on. Although Wang Meng was a bit angry, he still replied, Tu Jiao is a well-known devil instructor, a war king level. She was once trapped deep in the Kunlun caves and fought her way out with a team of 200. After that, the Kunlun military district designated Tu Jiao to specifically train new recruits. As a result, within half a month, half of the new recruits broke down and some even requested to be discharged immediately. This incident caused quite a stir, and the Kunlun military district never let Tu Jiao lead troops again. Later, Tu Jiao joined the first martial arts school to teach. The Kunlun military district is so far away. Why did she join the first martial arts school? Mo Chen asked, puzzled. Because Tu Jiao's sister, Tu Yu, is also at the first martial arts school, Wang Meng casually replied. If she trains people so harshly, isn't the school afraid of ruining us? Mo Chen continued to ask. Wang Meng adjusted his glasses, chuckled, and said, the reason Tu Jiao is so famous is that when she trains people, no one has ever had problems due to the training intensity. But still, half of them broke down. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen suddenly felt a chill down his back. Now that you mention it, I'm quite worried, Mo Chen couldn't help but say. Wang Meng sighed, I hope she can tone it down a bit at the first martial arts school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Mo Chen was astonished by the amenities. The furniture, appliances, and even various daily necessities were all fully equipped in the villa. Moreover, the villa has a training room of over 200 square meters underground. It is equipped with all kinds of equipment. After happily taking a shower, Mo Chen sat on the sofa, opened the communicator, and started browsing the forum. There were quite a few posts introducing the first martial arts school, but Mo Chen had no interest in them. After scrolling for a while, he finally found a post analysis of the catalog and distribution of exotic beasts in the Demon City underground. For Mo Chen at this moment, the most important thing was, of course, to obtain evolution points. Currently, Mo Chen had tried two methods to obtain evolution points: killing exotic beasts or humans, and taking evolution potions. Evolution potions were extremely expensive. Although he received a bonus from the first round, it wouldn't buy him many evolution potions. Moreover, the evolution points gained from evolution potions were simply too few. It was much better to kill a few warrior-level exotic beasts. Therefore, the most reliable way to obtain evolution points was still to kill exotic beasts. Killing people was naturally out of the question unless a national war broke out in the future. Otherwise, deliberately killing an evolver would be a death sentence. The Demon City was a large city, and there were basically no exotic beasts surviving in the surrounding wilderness. If he wanted to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness, he would have to run hundreds of miles away. And if he didn't find the right direction, he might end up in another city. Overall, the best place to farm evolution points was the underground cave beneath the first martial arts school. However, the exotic beasts in the cave were the most ferocious, even including the legendary Beast King. Before going to the cave to farm evolution points, he naturally needed to understand it well. There are warrior-level exotic beasts lurking just 20 miles outside the defense point? Mo Chen was shocked as he read the beginning of the post. This post not only explained the habits and attack methods of various exotic beasts in great detail, but also their gathering areas, and even provided the best killing strategies. It was practically a nanny-level leveling guide. After 10 minutes, Mo Chen excitedly finished reading about the exotic beasts within 40 miles of the defense point and was about to continue when the post suddenly cut off. The author has paid a great price to collect this information and almost lost his life to the exotic beasts. Writing is not easy. If you want to know the follow-up content, please add my account and pay for it. Seeing this, Emo-chan didn't feel anything unusual. If he mastered this kind of information, it could save his life. At a critical moment. If I have to pay, then so be it. Emo-chan sent a friend request to the post's author, One Bite Killing Sword. The request was approved in an instant, and Emo-chan directly asked to purchase the follow-up information. 5 million. No bargaining. Upon seeing the reply, Emo-chan felt he had underestimated the wickedness of human nature. A piece of information was actually this expensive? 2. No, the post had already exceeded 10,000 views. Even if 1 in 10 people bought his information, he could earn 500 million. No way. This guy might have sold it for even more at the beginning. Emo-chan thought firmly. However, he didn't give up and prepared to negotiate with the other party. But the other party never replied again. Did he not see my message? Emo-chan frowned and tentatively sent another message. Okay, 5 million, I'll buy it. As soon as the message was sent, the other party sent a payment code. Scammer. Emo-chan cursed and then closed the chat interface. Outside the defense point, there was already a certain chance of encountering warrior-level exotic beasts. For now, he didn't need it. He could wait until he was stronger to buy this information. Perhaps the price would drop by then. Just as Emo-chan was pondering this, there was a knock on the door. Emo-chan opened the door and saw Wang Mang. What's up? Emo-chan asked. Gu Bingwan is looking for you, Wang Mang replied. Emo-chan was taken aback. The ice goddess would actually take the initiative to find him? What do you want from me? Emo-chan asked, puzzled. Anyway, I'm just delivering a message. Whether you go or not is up to you, Wang Mang replied somewhat sourly. Where is Gu Bingwan? Emo-chan inquired. Right next door, she lives in Villa 68, Wang Mang said before heading downstairs as he lived below. With a head full of questions, Emo-chan left the villa and went straight to the door of Villa 68. Outside the villa, there was a black box over 2 meters tall, and he had no idea what was inside. Emo-chan. At that moment, a voice like the sound of wind chimes rang out. Turning to look at the box, Emo-chan saw Gu Bingwan. At that moment, Gu Bingwan was still wearing that thin, gauzy long dress that looked like ancient clothing. What do you need me for? Emo-chan asked, confused. Although he knew he wasn't bad-looking, he wasn't narcissistic enough to think that a beauty like Gu Bingwan would fall for him after just one meeting. Can you help me move this box? Gu Bingwan said directly. Emo-chan was taken aback. So she was looking for him to be a laborer. Looking at the flat, long black box, Emo-chan asked, doesn't anyone else help you move? He remembered that on the way to the villa area, several eager guys had offered to help Gu Bingwan with her luggage. However, he seemed to recall seeing her with such a large box at that time. Several people came to help before, but none could move it, Gu Bingwan replied. Coolly. It had to be said that Gu Bingwan had a special charm. Even speaking in such a cold manner didn't make people angry, but instead brought an inexplicable sense of calm. Alright then, I'll help you, but you have to give me a reward. Emo-chan finally agreed. Gu Bingwan was momentarily taken aback but quickly reacted, asking, what kind of reward? I haven't thought of it yet, but it won't be anything excessive. Okay. Gu Bingwan nodded lightly. Then, Emo-chan extended his arms and hugged the large black box. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he realized just how heavy the box was once he got a hold of it. Roughly estimating, the weight of the box was probably equivalent to that of 2 battle-class armored rhinos. No wonder those sycophants couldn't lift it. Crack! The ground beneath Emo-chan began to crack as the box was lifted little by little. At the same time, a faint golden hue began to appear on his arms, and the muscles in both arms swelled, looking powerful. Gu Bingwan, watching this scene, showed a hint of shock in her cool eyes. Should I take this box directly to the living room? Emo-chan asked, still holding the box. Take it to the bedroom. Gu Bingwan replied. Emo-chan then carried the box into the villa. Gu Bingwan's dormitory was on the first floor, simply and freshly decorated, with quite a few pink ornaments. Gu Bingwan looks aloof, but she still has a little girl. Inside. Emo-chan thought to himself. The bedroom is right ahead, Gu Bingwan said, concerned that Emo-chan might not see it. Nodding, he awkwardly carried the box into Gu Bingwan's bedroom. It was clear that her bedroom had not yet been arranged. Several suitcases were on the floor, just opened. A few clothes were just hung up in the wardrobe. Emo-chan casually glanced and saw a few cartoon underwear with little bear patterns on them. Just put it on the bed, Gu Bingwan suddenly appeared in front of Emo-chan, blocking his view. The bed? Emo-chan looked at the bed frame in the bedroom and noticed that Gu Bingwan's bed frame was completely made of alloy, unlike the one in his dormitory. Am I holding the mattress? Emo-chan glanced at the black box in his hands. Then, Emo-chan gently placed the black box on the bed frame. Thud. The ground shook noticeably. Next, Emo-chan opened the box. Jade? Emo-chan looked at the rectangular jade stone emitting a chill with some surprise. This is the Xiantan jade, specially sent over from the family, Gu Bingwan replied coldly. Hearing this, Emo-chan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. How much would it cost to transport such a heavy item? It was likely that this alloy bed frame was specially made for it. After unpacking the box, Emo-chan securely fitted the Shintan jade into the bed frame. In just a moment, Emo-chan realized that his palm had actually become somewhat numb from the cold. It's so cold, are you going to sleep on it at night? Emo-chan looked at Gu Bingwan in surprise. Gu Bingwan nodded. I have an S-class beast bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, and the Shintan jade can enhance my evolution level. Ice Phoenix? Emo-chan was taken aback. Most people believed that beast bloodlines were inferior to superhuman types, and even more so to elemental types. However, there was one exception: divine beasts. Divine beasts, unlike traditional beasts, awaken with the abilities of elemental bloodlines. And divine beast bloodlines are even rarer than elemental ones. You have the indestructible body bloodline, right? Gu Bingwan spoke up. I noticed that when you fought Yang Hong earlier, the changes in your body after activating your bloodline were very similar to the indestructible body. Gu Bingwan continued. That's right, it's the indestructible body. Emo-chan hesitated before replying. He found it hard to explain. Should he say that because he had regressed once, he was no longer one? After Emo-chan replied, the room fell into silence. Gu Bingwan blinked her big eyes, just looking at Emo-chan. I should head back now. Emo-chan ultimately felt he lacked the courage and left Gu Bingwan's room. At the entrance of the villa, Emo-chan encountered a large group of people. Hey, kid, why did you come out of Gu Bingwan's dorm? A golden-haired boy with an East Asian face blocked Emo-chan's way. Emo-chan looked at him curiously and said, I went to help her move things. What's the matter? The golden-haired boy frowned after hearing this, his tone unfriendly. Who told you to move? Emo-chan wasn't one to have a good temper either, and with the other person's attitude, he shot back directly. Did your mom tell me to move? The golden-haired boy was momentarily stunned, still processing the response. Your dad is leaving now, and you still won't get out of the way? Emo-chan continued. The golden-haired boy finally reacted, his face turning red with anger. You're looking for death. With a group of people watching, the golden-haired boy had to vent his anger, otherwise it would be hard for him to survive in school in the future. The golden-haired boy roared and swung his hand towards Emo-chan. As he swung, a golden energy wrapped around his arm. Just the motion of his hand produced a terrifying whistling sound. Slap! The golden-haired boy was stunned. Emo-chan had grabbed the golden-haired boy's arm with one hand. The golden energy suddenly became violent, instantly covering Emo-chan's palm. However, a faint golden hue appeared on Emo-chan's skin as well. Under the protection of the passive ability of the indestructible body, Emo-chan suffered no harm at all. Next time, before looking for trouble, make sure to check first, Emo-chan said, then suddenly exerted force with his hand. The immense power boost of the indestructible body, combined with the monstrous strength of the nine nether body, erupted at that moment. Crack! The golden-haired boy's forearm was crushed. Several pieces of white bone shards pierced through the flesh of his arm, looking exceptionally gruesome. Ah! The golden-haired boy's screams echoed. Emo-chan released his grip and casually swept a kick. Bang! The golden-haired boy flew out, crashing headfirst into the greenery. After dealing with the golden-haired youth, Emo-chan left gracefully. Nearby, a group of people stood dumbfounded. Quick, take young Master Jean to the infirmary. Someone snapped back to reality and shouted. Soon, several freshmen carried Jean Guangsan into the infirmary. Meanwhile, a few others ran directly to Tu Zhao's office to report. Got it. Tu Zhao replied indifferently, not saying anything more. The freshmen dared not speak and could only leave in disappointment. This year's freshmen are so fierce fighting as soon as they arrive at school. By Tu Zhao's desk, a young man wearing glasses and looking refined sipped his tea and smiled. I remember that a few years ago, these little kids only started fighting during practical training in the underground. After finishing his words, the young man continued to drink his tea. Tu Zhao leisurely pulled up a surveillance footage and watched the video of Emo-chan breaking Jean Guangsan's arm. Just a little scuffle, they haven't experienced life and death, it's all about the same. Tu Zhao said lightly, closing the video window. I think this Emo-chan looks quite capable. There's a killing intent in his eyes, as if he's killed before. The young man beside her also began to watch the surveillance footage. In my opinion, it's all about the same, Tu Zhao replied, then stood up, picked up the bag on the table, and left. Villa number 69. Emo-chan was speechless as he looked at Wang Meng sitting on the sofa. Wang Meng had his legs crossed, looking like he was strategizing. Alright, I agree, you can speak now, Emo-chan said helplessly. He had just returned not long ago when Wang Meng mysteriously told him that he knew something crucial about Emo-chan. However, Emo-chan had to exchange information with him. Moreover, the information Wang Meng requested had to be related to Gu Bingwan. Despite Wang Meng's short stature making him look like a little kid, he was extremely lecherous. Just now, the person who was waiting for you outside the villa is named Jean Guangsan, the young master of the Jean family consortium in Hangsheng, with an S-class superhuman bloodline capable of emitting destructive golden light. Moreover, that golden light can disintegrate various elemental attacks. Wang Meng began to explain. After hearing this, Emo-chan recalled in his mind that it was indeed the case. Although his indestructible body blocked the golden light, afterward Emo-chan discovered that there were still a few faint blood marks on his arm. This indicated that the golden light had indeed caused him harm. However, Emo-chan had completely recovered by now. Before entering the first martial arts school, Jin Guangsan was already pursuing Gu Bingwan. Of course, Gu Bingwan has many suitors, so he's not the only one, Wang Mang said with a cold smile like a child. I could find this information online. Do I need you to tell me? The important thing you mentioned can't just be this, right? Emo-chan looked at Wang Mang suspiciously. Wang Mang was somewhat displeased by Emo-chan's words. What do you mean just this? Jin Guangsan's family is a consortium. All news is protected and you can't find it online at all. Moreover, the key thing I want to say is not this. Do you know why Jin Guangsan just happened to run into you when you came out? Wang Mang rattled on. Because he also wanted to help Gu Bingwan move things? Emo-chan was somewhat puzzled. If he could move, he would have gone long ago. The reason he went over is that someone told him you entered Gu Bingwan's villa. Wang Mang sneered. Who is it? Emo-chan frowned, wondering if someone was reporting on him. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses and sneered. That person is Jiang Zijing, who came from Yuzhou just like you. It's her? Emo-chan was taken aback. He had no enmity with Jiang Zijing. Wait. Emo-chan immediately recalled the incident where Jiang Zijing inexplicably wanted him to apologize. The other party must be harboring resentment over this matter. This crazy woman must be sick. Emo-chan cursed. To actually use such a sinister tactic to take revenge on him. If it weren't for his strong abilities, he would probably have been dealt with by Jin Guangsan. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Emo-chan's mind. Wait, this crazy woman wants me to hit someone and then get punished, Emo-chan exclaimed. It seems you haven't completely lost your wits, Wang Mang sneered. The rules of the first martial arts school strictly prohibit fighting. However, within the first martial arts school, there are quite a few who throw punches. It is said that students fight every day. The first martial arts school won't intervene? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. They will intervene, but only if you damage property during the fight. The losing party will have to compensate, Wang Mang said, still wearing a cold smile. This is too brutal, isn't it? Emo-chan couldn't help but say. What is this? As long as you want, you can find an opportunity to kill someone without any problem. Wang Mang continued to sneer. This time, Emo-chan did not respond. I'm going upstairs to rest. I have training camp tomorrow morning, Emo-chan said, then directly walked upstairs. After returning to his room, Emo-chan began browsing the forum and searching for posts about school rules. The reason he didn't respond to Wang Mang earlier was that he truly had murderous intent. This was still at school. If it were on the battlefield, in a cave, and if Jiang Zijing secretly set him up, it wouldn't just be a troublesome matter. On the battlefield, things change in an instant, and one careless move could cost a life. Meanwhile, in Jiang Zijing's room, a cold-looking boy with a buzzcut frowned and said to Jiang Zijing, Sister, do we really need to target Emo-chan like this? Jiang Ziwei was somewhat puzzled. That guy Emo-chan is too arrogant. He made me lose face in front of everyone. I must take revenge for this. Moreover, Emo-chan is our competitor. If we don't eliminate him, it will be hard for us to seize better resources. In the first martial arts school, strength is king. If we let Emo-chan continue to grow like this, sooner or later he will step on our heads. By then, it will be too late to think about counterattacks, Jiang Zijing said coldly. Jiang Ziwei was swayed by her words and felt it made sense. But, sister, we can't act rashly in school, and we can't beat Emo-chan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zijing sneered and said, Who said we have to act ourselves? Emo-chan has that strength, and he is close to Gu Bingwan. How many people do you think won't be able to stand him? Jiang Ziwei seemed to understand a bit. So, sister, you mean to use someone else's hand to kill? But, are there any freshmen stronger than Emo-chan? Jiang Ziwei felt a bit insecure. After all, Emo-chan had a record of directly kicking over a strong opponent from the battle sect over a disagreement. He just has great strength. If he encounters someone from the elemental system, do you think he can still fight? Jiang Zijing said disdainfully. In fact, she completely did not acknowledge Emo-chan's strength in her heart. In her view, Emo-chan was merely lucky for the time being, with a high bloodline awakening degree. By the way, sister, I just remembered that there are a few from the elemental system among this special enrollment. Inside the room, the Jiang siblings began to conspire. The next day, at 6 in the morning, dressed in a tight combat suit, Tu Zhao appeared promptly outside the dormitory area and blew the whistle. The group of special recruits, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately walked out of the villa. Yesterday, they thought Tu Zhao was just a bit strict. However, after searching for Tu Zhao on the school forum with their communicators, they realized how terrifying she was. New recruit training could directly break people down? So, today these special recruits got up early and had been waiting for Tu Zhao. Soon, more than 200 special recruits lined up neatly in formation in front of the villa area. Everyone looked nervously at Tu Zhao. Apart from her tight combat suit, Tu Zhao's appearance was no different from yesterday, still sporting a sharp ponytail. Tu Zhao said nothing, scanned the crowd with a glance, and then walked around the entire formation. Seeing this, everyone became tense. Emo-chen also stole a glance at Tu Jiao. Wang Meng told him that Jin Guangsan and his group had gone to complain to Tu Jiao. Emo-chen wondered if Tu Jiao would use him to establish her authority. If she really wants to make trouble for me, there's nothing I can do. I can't match her strength. Emo-chen pondered. Set off first to the training hall. Suddenly, Tu Jiao spoke. The crowd was startled by her words, but their hearts immediately relaxed. Then, Tu Jiao led everyone to the training hall of the first martial arts school. The training hall was 5 stories high and looked about the size of a football field from a distance. Don't underestimate the training ground of the first martial arts school. There are 10 floors underground. Each underground floor is 2 to 3 times the area of the above ground. Wang Meng whispered to Emo-chen as they walked together. So big? Emo-chen was a bit surprised. Just as they reached the entrance of the training hall, a group of people walked out from inside. Each of these individuals exuded a fierce aura, with the boys wearing simple tank tops and the girls in sports bras. Their muscular bodies looked extremely aesthetic. However, the attention of the special recruits was not on that. Almost everyone's gaze fell on the scars on these people's bodies, especially among this group. There were a few individuals with a whole circle of gruesome scars around their waists. It looked like a long centipede coiled around them. What the hell? What kind of injury is that? Were they cut in half? Someone exclaimed. Even Emo-chen was startled by the scars on these people. The individuals who had just come out of the training hall glanced coldly at Emo-chen and his group of special recruits before walking away. However, a tall man with long golden hair walked towards the crowd. This man was handsome and tall, causing some of the special recruits to let out excited sounds. Your trouble is coming. Wang Meng pushed up his glasses and said to Emo-chen. Hearing this, Emo-chen frowned and looked at the golden-haired man. Sure enough, the golden-haired man pushed aside those blocking his way and finally stood in front of Emo-chen. I heard it was you who injured my brother. The golden-haired man, half a head taller than Emo-chen, coldly scrutinized him. A faint sense of pressure enveloped Emo-chen. However, Emo-chen's passive skill, Indestructible Bloodline, activated and the pressure instantly vanished. Oh, seeing that Emo-chen was not suppressed by his aura, the golden-haired man raised an eyebrow. You are indeed impressive, but as a senior, I suggest you keep a low profile. The golden-haired man smirked coldly as he spoke. After saying this, he reached out and patted Emo-chen's shoulder. Take care of yourself. Then, the golden-haired man turned and left. After the golden-haired man left, a group of special recruits turned their attention to Emo-chen. Yet, Emo-chen appeared indifferent. However, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ever since awakening his bloodline, Emo-chen felt as if he had become somewhat brutal. However, Emo-chen did not consciously try to correct this matter. Power was his only pursuit. The brutal side was all left to the enemies. Tu Jiao glanced at Emo-chen and then withdrew her gaze, saying, Let's go, the training for this period will take place in here. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly followed. As they entered the training hall, a strong aura of blood and slaughter rushed towards them. Many special recruits turned pale from this aura, nearly fainting on the spot. Ding! Evolution point plus 10. Emo-chen was taken aback. This could also earn evolution points? However, apart from that moment when they first entered, there were no more evolution points credited afterward. It should be that there is something in this training hall that can stimulate my bloodline. Emo-chen speculated in his heart. At this moment, Tu Jiao led everyone into a room of over 500 square meters. The floor and walls of the room were made of a material similar to cement. Various weapon marks were clearly visible on the walls and floor. Now, open your communicators. A martial skill has been sent to your inbox. Tu Jiao stood in the center of the room and said. Everyone immediately raised their wrists to check their communicators. This is the S-rank martial skill 8 Sound Fist created by the 4 founders of the first martial arts school in conjunction with ancient texts. As Tu Jiao spoke, everyone gasped in surprise. They had just entered the school on the first day and were already given an S-rank martial skill? I really made the right choice. Emo-chen thought to himself. The 8 Sound Fist can be powered by physical strength or by supernatural abilities. With each punch sound, the power doubles. As Tu Jiao spoke, she threw a punch into the air in front of her. Buzz! A vibrating hum sounded. The power of the 8 Sound Fist can be gradually stacked, reaching up to 8 times your own strength. Of course, the premise is that your body can withstand the recoil, Tu Jiao said, throwing another punch. This punch produced 3 punch sounds. Then, Tu Jiao threw another punch. A tremendous buzzing sound erupted, and the crowd felt their ears ache, but they faintly heard the sound of 8 punches. Boom! A tangible force shot from Tu Jiao's fist crashing into the wall 10 meters away. Bang! The wall shook violently, leaving a faint fist mark. Seeing this scene, all the special recruits gasped in shock. The force left the body, flew over 10 meters, and still left a fist mark on the wall. What terrifying power must this be? Moreover, this was purely Tu Jiao's physical strength, without using any supernatural abilities. Tu Jiao paid no attention to the crowd's reaction and continued. If your body strength is insufficient and you force it out, the lighter consequence is a broken arm, and the heavier consequence is internal organ rupture. However, besides relying on physical strength, you can also use supernatural abilities to activate the 8-sound fist. As soon as she finished speaking, Tu Jiao threw another punch. A blazing flame erupted from her arm, instantly forming a fiery fist. The fiery fist shot out and smashed into the wall 10 meters away. Boom! The room shook even more violently than before, and a wave of heat rebounded from the wall. Using supernatural abilities and relying on physical strength to execute the 8-sound fist is quite similar. You can see this in the documents. Next, your task is to learn the 8-sound fist within 3 days and successfully execute the first punch, Tu Jiao said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Before being recruited, each of these special recruits was a talented genius with great pride. However, upon arriving here, they realized there were many others just like them, and this time was a great opportunity to prove themselves. Everyone secretly made up their minds that even if they had to rest a little less in the next few days, they had to learn. There's a bathroom in the training room, and every morning and noon, someone will bring food. Whoever learns the 8-sounds fist in advance can leave early, Tu Jiao said as she walked to the door of the training room. I'll be outside. If you need anything, just find me. After saying that, Tu Jiao opened the door and walked out. Teacher 2, wait, someone quickly called out. Bang! The door to the training room was slammed shut. At that moment, more than 200 special recruits were dumbfounded. Is this training? This is simply like being in prison. A few bold ones ran up to pull the door and knock. However, the training room door seemed to be fused with the entire training room, and it couldn't be opened at all. After a while, they finally accepted the reality. However, aside from these people, a small number had already begun to learn the 8-sound fist. Some even started to practice it with some semblance of skill. At this moment, Mo Chen, sitting in the corner, looked strangely at the projection of the 8-sound fist document on the communicator. Why do I feel like this is so simple? Mo Chen wondered. To master the 8-sound fist, one must first control the muscles of the body, especially the arm muscles, while the internal abilities must resonate with the body at a special frequency. Mo Chen clenched his fist and felt this resonance. Although he didn't throw a punch, Mo Chen estimated that it should only be about double his original strength. Simple? Wang Meng scoffed beside him. The 8-sound fist, as the signature martial art of the first martial school, can unleash 8 times one's strength at its peak. You call this simple? Wang Meng looked at Mo Chen in disbelief. Mo Chen didn't respond and directly threw a punch into the air. Buzz! A faint buzzing sound echoed. Holy crap! Wang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Mo Chen. He had just read the document twice, and Mo Chen had already learned it? Throw another punch for me to see, Wang Meng said excitedly to Mo Chen. Buzz! The same buzzing sound rang out again. How was that? Mo Chen looked at Wang Meng. How is it possible? How could you learn it so quickly? Wang Meng felt for the first time that his brain was a bit inadequate. I don't know, I just learned it right away, Mo Chen shrugged. Wang Meng gritted his teeth, wanting to hit Mo Chen, but thinking he couldn't win, he held back. Then you can go out now. After Wang Meng said this, he ignored Mo Chen and began to try practicing himself. With a devil of an instructor like Tu Jiao, they were given 3 days to practice martial arts. It was obvious that 3 days would not be enough. They had to make the most of their time. The atmosphere in the training room became tense again. Many people, after reading the document, also began to try. Mo Chen scanned the entire training ground and found that no one looked relaxed. Could this be related to my ancestral bloodline? Mo Chen speculated in his heart. No, it might also be that the indestructible body itself is suitable for practicing this martial art. While Mo Chen was lost in thought, some people noticed him, especially those who had been with Jin Guangsan yesterday. Still daydreaming, let's wait until we go out first, then block him in the training hall to take revenge for young Master Jin. I don't think we need to. Didn't you see how young Master Jin's brother talked to Mo Chen when we just came in? Deserved it. Young Master Jin's brother is said to be a top expert among second-year students, already at the mid-level of the battle sect. While they were talking, Mo Chen stopped, thinking about why he had learned the martial art so quickly, and walked towards the training room door. Since he had already mastered the 8-sound fist, there was no need to stay here wasting time. Bang! Bang! Mo Chen knocked on the door. This time, everyone in the training room looked over. They all didn't understand what Mo Chen was trying to do. Didn't they see that several people had tried for a long time and couldn't even open the door? Teacher, I've learned it. Please open the door, Mo Chen called out to the outside. Inside the training room, aside from Wang Meng, everyone else showed surprise at this statement. Even the usually cold Gu Bingwan had a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Creak! The training room door opened, and Tu Jiao stood with her arms crossed, looking coldly at Mo Chen. Give me a punch to see. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen didn't hesitate and directly threw a punch. Buzz! A humming sound echoed. Qualified? No, I should say very good. You can leave now. Tu Jiao nodded and stepped aside. Everyone in the training room was stunned. Just a few minutes had passed and Emo-chan had actually learned the 8 sound fist. Moreover, Tu Jiao had just said that Emo-chan was very good. The usually strict Tu Jiao had actually praised Emo-chan? This left everyone feeling quite complicated. After Emo-chan left, Tu Jiao glanced at the group of special recruits in the training room and slammed the door shut. Inside the training room, many stimulated students began to practice the 8 sound fist desperately. Meanwhile, Emo-chan, after leaving the training room, didn't immediately leave the training hall but started to wander around. Testing room? After wandering for a while, Emo-chan finally stopped at the entrance of a room made entirely of metal. After looking at the notice board at the door, Emo-chan understood. This room was for testing strength. Additionally, there was a testing room for bloodline awakening levels, but it was on the -9th floor. I'll give it a try. He brought the communicator close to the card reader at the door. A mechanical voice sounded, and the door to the testing room opened. Inside the room were instruments for testing speed, strength, and agility. Following the countdown, Emo-chan stood on a 2-meter wide track. This track was over 20 meters long and rolled, maintaining the same speed as the person running on it. Emo-chan stepped on it, and with the machine's countdown, he dashed out. However, almost simultaneously, the track began to roll, and just a few meters out, Emo-chan's legs were running rapidly. But he was gradually being pushed back, eventually returning to the starting point. Speed 20 meters per second. After measuring speed, Emo-chan went to test his strength. The strength testing device looked very simple, just a large cauldron. Emo-chan strained to lift the cauldron, but it didn't budge at all. In the end, he almost had to exert all his strength. But thinking he still needed to keep a low profile, Emo-chan gave up. Strength, right arm 100 tons, left arm 100 tons. Seeing this data, Emo-chan was slightly surprised. They could even test the strength of both hands. This cauldron, which he couldn't lift, seemed to be more than just a simple cauldron. Finally, it was the agility test. Emo-chan stood in a space the size of a door panel. 3 meters in front of him was a perforated board. As the machine started, every small hole in the board sprayed out a transparent liquid. Emo-chan barely lasted a few seconds before he was completely drenched. Agility 55. The machine announced the score. The full score was 100. Anyway, I'm going for the big muscle route, directly pushing through enemies, no need to dodge. Emo-chan thought while entering his information on the machine. At the door. Soon, Emo-chan's overall score came out 80. Is it only this low? Emo-chan frowned. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a leaderboard appeared on the screen. This leaderboard only displayed the top 50. Emo-chan's name immediately appeared in the 25th position. Moreover, there was a note next to Emo-chan's name, first-year special recruit. Only Emo-chan's name had a remark on the leaderboard. 25th place, that's not bad. Emo-chan walked directly out of the testing room. But as he left, he didn't notice a line of numbers in the lower right corner of the testing leaderboard. This number showed the number of people who had participated in the test. And that number was 30,000. Not long after Emo-chan left, a man clad in pitch-black battle armor walked into the testing room. This man did not input any data for a strength test but instead glanced at the leaderboard. Seeing his name in third place and noticing that the scores of the 2 people ahead of him had not changed, he prepared to leave. However, he inadvertently caught sight of the other names below on the list. The armored man stopped and looked at number 25. After Emo-chan's name, that long string of remarks was simply too eye-catching. A special recruit who just entered a few days ago has managed to reach 25th place. This batch is quite interesting. A playful glint appeared in the armored man's eyes. Then, he began to input his identity information and removed his battle armor. Finally, dressed in a black bodysuit with pale skin, the armored man started the test. In just a few minutes, all 3 tests were completed, and the armored man's score was 98.5. However, he still ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. That's an increase of 0.5 points from last time. It seems my strength has improved. The armored man donned his armor again, and then walked out of the testing room. The machine in the testing room displayed the 3rd place name, which consisted of just 2 characters, Tian Chang. After Emo-chan exited the testing room, he wandered around other areas of the training hall. He found that the entire training hall was truly enormous. It could practically meet all kinds of training needs. However, with Emo-chan's current special recruit privileges, he could only move around the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. It was estimated that he would only be able to access the higher floors and the underground after officially enrolling. Scanning with his communicator, a door to a room of only 45 square meters opened in front of Emo-chan. This was a training room specially built by the 1st Martial School. Below the rank of War King, no one could cause any damage to the training room. Moreover, the entire training room was soundproof. No matter how much noise you made inside, it could not be heard outside. Entering the training room, Emo-chan glanced around and noticed a few black bloodstains on the walls. However, what reassured Emo-chan a bit was that there were no cameras inside the training room. Closing the door, Emo-chan immediately began to check the system panel. Host, Emo-chan bloodline, 9 nether body bloodline, 1/10 ability. Indestructible body, passive skill, when attacked, strength, resilience, endurance, and self-healing increase by 500%. 9 Nether strength, 1 out of 10, passive skill, can unleash incredible strength. 9 Nether immortality, 1 out of 10, passive skill, when receiving a heavy blow, has a certain probability to be immune to the attack. Immunity probability increases with the severity of the attack up to 99%. 9 Nether awakening, 1/10, active skill, activates the 9 Nether bloodline. When both feet touch the ground, stamina recovers at a rate of 1% per second, and injury recovery depends on severity. Martial skills, Bull Demon Fist, first level, Bull Demon Wrestling, 8 Sound Fist, first level, items. Mountain Cutting Axe evolution points, 3010/20,000 luck value. Foreseeing the changes in the martial skills section, Emo-chan pondered. The 2 martial skills he mastered were both S rank, but it was clear that the upper limit of the 8 Sound Fist was significantly higher than that of the Bull Demon Fist. The Bull Demon Fist manual given to him by the principal recorded a total of 3 realms. The first realm is Bull Demon Wrestling, the second realm is Bull Demon Heaven Toppling, the third realm is Bull Demon Invincibility. The first realm is about learning to control power, concentrating the force of a punch to create a penetrating killing effect. The second realm is about explosion, unleashing all power at any time and place. The third realm, as described in the manual, is somewhat mysterious, requiring an understanding of the essence of the fist technique. Now, many people think I have the indestructible body bloodline. If the 9 Nether body can remain hidden, then it should remain hidden. Emo-chan was currently calculating in his mind. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Having only awakened an S-class bloodline, that night, a Beast King came to the city to kill him. If people found out that he had awakened just a few days ago and had even regressed once, it was likely that the Beast Emperor would take action. How would he then? Go into the underground to grind for evolution points? Moreover, the 9 Nether body could not be exposed for the time being, so Emo-chan could only rely on martial skills to enhance his strength. Let's practice the second level of the Bull Demon Fist. Emo-chan followed the method in the fist manual, taking a horse stance and stepping forward with each 2 punches. After a dozen punches, a strange sound echoed in the training room, and Emo-chan, in a daze, saw a pair of black bull horns sprouting from his fists. Have I mastered the second level? Emo-chan was somewhat stunned. It had only been a few minutes. I might as well practice the third level too. Emo-chan gathered his energy and continuously swung his fists. In the training room, the sound of bull roars occasionally rang out. Half an hour later, Emo-chan was drenched in sweat droplets falling to the ground. With the enhancement of the indestructible body and the 9 Nether body, Emo-chan was starting to struggle. After all, he was putting all his strength into every punch. However, he still hadn't mastered the third level of the Bull Demon Fist. It seemed he needed to comprehend the essence of the fist manual. After resting for a while, Emo-chan's body had recovered quite a bit and he began practicing the 8 Sound Fist. Since he hadn't mastered the last level of the Bull Demon Fist, he set it aside and focused on the 8 Sound Fist. Each level of the 8 Sound Fist required a special way to circulate energy and abilities, resonating at a specific frequency. 2 hours passed as Emo-chan concentrated on his practice. Soaked in sweat, he decided to take off his clothes. One punch swung out. Buzz buzz buzz. A strange triple sound rang out. Bang! The wall of the training room shook violently, but it left no marks, only knocking off a piece of the dark wall. This 8 Sound Fist is indeed powerful. Emo-chan couldn't help but exclaim. His indestructible body was fully awakened, yet the recoil from the triple sound caused a dull pain in his body. Emo-chan planned to take a break before continuing his practice. However, at that moment, a notification sound echoed in the training room. Trial time has ended. Please pay points to continue using. At the same time, the communicator on Emo-chan's wrist began to vibrate, displaying the payment interface. 100 points for an hour? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. The point exchange rate at the first martial school was 1:100 with the Dragon Country currency. This meant that staying in the training room for an hour would cost 10,000. Moreover, this was just the most basic training room with soundproofing. Rooms with special requirements would be even more expensive. Emo-chan, having no points, had no choice but to leave the training room. Back in his dormitory, drenched in sweat, Emo-chan immediately rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. In the bathroom, there was a large mirror, and Emo-chan could see his sculpted muscles from head to toe. Even in this era of global evolution, his physique could definitely make many girls scream. However, once Emo-chan fully activated his indestructible body or 9 Nether body, his figure would become even larger and more fearsome. Just as Emo-chan was lost in thought, suddenly, his ears perked up. He heard a sound coming from downstairs in the villa. It couldn't possibly be Wang Meng. Emo-chan instantly made a judgment. If that brat Wang Meng came in, he would definitely boast loudly to him. There was no way he would sneak in and remain silent for so long. With that thought, Emo-chan reached for the towel on the rack. At that moment, a girl wearing a black short leather skirt and torn fishnet stockings, with a small vest and a crop top, was walking up the stairs. The girl looked very relaxed, chewing gum while humming a tune. When she arrived at Emo-chan's room, the girl unceremoniously started rummaging through things. "Ha! What's this?" the girl discovered a wooden box hidden under Emo-chan's bed. Squatting down, she leaned her head inside, leaving only her lower half in a leather skirt and her legs exposed. With wet hair and only a towel tied around his waist, Emo-chan quietly appeared behind the girl. The first martial arts school actually has a thief? Emo-chan frowned. However, the figure of the other party was indeed impressive, especially that perky bottom. Ah! At that moment, the girl twisted her body and finally dragged out a wooden box from under the bed. Why is it so heavy? The girl panted and then excitedly opened the box. Inside was a very ordinary-looking axe. What is this? The girl said, somewhat disappointed. It's a mountain-opening axe, Emo-chan said from behind her. Mountain-opening axe? I've never heard of it. The girl instinctively replied, but then quickly realized. Whoosh! A burst of black energy suddenly erupted from the girl, instantly striking towards Emo-chan. This was an unconscious attack from the girl, but Emo-chan felt the terrifying energy contained within that black mist. A faint golden light radiated from Emo-chan's fist. The indestructible body was passively triggered. At the same time, Emo-chan threw a punch and a buzzing sound echoed through the air. Buzz! 8-sound fist. Bang! The black mist was instantly blown apart, and Emo-chan's fist continued to smash into the girl's chest. However, as soon as his fist made contact with her chest, a wave of black mist emerged. Emo-chan felt as if he had punched into cotton, with no place to exert force, making it extremely uncomfortable. Retracting his fist, Emo-chan distanced himself from the girl. The girl patted her already underdeveloped chest and said angrily, Why? Did you attack me as soon as you saw me? Emo-chan was speechless. Come on, you barged into my room and secretly rummaged through my things. I thought you were a thief. How could there be a thief in the first martial arts school? The girl rolled her eyes. At this moment, Emo-chan noticed that this girl somewhat resembled Gu Bingwan. Of course, their temperaments were completely different. What do you want? Emo-chan looked at the girl warily. If you don't tell me, I'll report today's incident to teacher Tu Jiao. Emo-chan threatened. Sure enough, as soon as Emo-chan mentioned Tu Jiao, the girl's expression changed. No, I'll talk. Seeing Emo-chan pick up the communicator as if he was going to contact Tu Jiao, the girl hurriedly spoke up. Go ahead, Emo-chan said, keeping a wary eye on her. In their brief exchange just now, he and this girl were almost evenly matched. Although he hadn't used his full strength, she had also been caught off guard. If it really came to a fight, the outcome was hard to say. I am Gu Bingmei, Gu Bingwan's sister. After Gu Bingmei finished speaking, she didn't mind and plopped down on Emo-chan's bed. I heard that you were very close to my sister, so I came to investigate you, wanting to see what secrets you might be hiding, Gu Bingmei said while crossing her legs. Her long, fair legs paired with fishnet stockings looked extremely tempting. What? Do you have thoughts about me? Gu Bingmei blinked her big eyes at Emo-chan, while also placing her delicate, fair hand on her leg and starting to caress it. The action was extremely suggestive. No thoughts, this is my room, you should leave quickly, Emo-chan said with a dark face. This Gu Bingmei was too different from Gu Bingwan. Gu Bingwan had an ethereal quality, cold and aloof, like a fairy fallen to the mortal realm. But this Gu Bingmei was completely uninhibited, seductive and teasing, simply a witch. Really no thoughts? Gu Bingmei slightly spread her legs apart. Emo-chan's face darkened as he walked up to Gu Bingmei. You have a nice figure. My sister might have her eyes on your physique. Gu Bingmei provocatively reached out her finger, about to touch Emo-chan's abs. Slap! Emo-chan grabbed Gu Bingmei's hand. Is the little brother so anxious? Gu Bingmei looked at Emo-chan with a seductive gaze, biting her lip. But the next moment, Emo-chan directly grabbed Gu Bingmei's hand and lifted her entire body up. Ah! Gu Bingmei let out a delicate cry, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Could this guy really be trying to use force? Moreover, the opponent was an S-class superhuman with an indestructible body, possessing absurd physical strength. With her so close to him and one of her hands being held, Gu Bingmei felt a surge of anxiety. However, this panic quickly turned into astonishment. Ha! Gu Bingmei felt her body lighten as Emo-chan threw her out of the window. He actually threw me out? As she flew through the air, Gu Bingmei's emotions were complex. Just before landing, a surge of black energy erupted from within her, swirling around her body. The ultra-short leather skirt clung tightly to her legs, not lifting even a bit. Landing steadily on the ground, Gu Bingmei looked up at Emo-chan's room on the second floor. Bang! The window was slammed shut. Gu Bingmei was once again stunned, biting her silver teeth tightly. What kind of boyfriend did Wanner find? It's infuriating. After glaring at the window a couple of times, Gu Bingmei left. On the second floor, seeing Gu Bingmei walk away, Emo-chan let out a sigh of relief. He had seen Gu Bingmei on the forum, nicknamed Black Phoenix. She was also an extremely rare S-class beast bloodline. The information on the forum wasn't complete, but Emo-chan guessed that Gu Bingmei, unlike Gu Bingwan, possessed elemental abilities as a beast bloodline. The black energy that suddenly surged from Gu Bingmei's chest had inexplicably absorbed all of Emo-chan's strength. This ability was extremely disadvantageous for Emo-chan, whose current attack methods were limited. Moreover, the other party was a sophomore, likely more skilled in using her bloodline abilities, with combat techniques and experience. far richer than Emo-chen's. Therefore, Emo-chen didn't want Gu Bingmei to stay any longer. If Gu Bingmei knew Emo-chen's thoughts, she would probably be so angry she'd spit out black blood. After thinking for a long time, Emo-chen had no other ideas, only contemplating how to defeat her. 3 days quickly passed. During this time, Emo-chen obediently stayed in the dormitory, honing his martial skills. However, whether it was the 8-sound fist or the bull demon fist, he couldn't make any further progress. Moreover, seeing that his evolution points hadn't increased at all, Emo-chen felt quite displeased, constantly thinking about going to the underground cave to hunt exotic beasts. According to the results from the testing room, Emo-chen's current strength was comparable to a mid-level battle sect. He could easily apply for entry into the underground cave. However, Emo-chen didn't want to make it so widely known, and the training for the fist techniques ended in 3 days. If he delayed in the underground cave, Tu Jiao would probably not let him off. Additionally, Wang Meng and Gu Bingwan returned on the first night, and during these 3 days, Emo-chen found time to chat with them, casually gathering information about the underground cave. After the fist training session ended, everyone only rested for half a day before Tu Jiao, dressed in combat gear, appeared in the dormitory area again. With a whistle, everyone who had been prepared rushed out of their dorms. After mastering the 8-sound fist, each of you has gained the ability to protect yourselves, so this time we will directly enter the underground cave for practical training. You have 5 minutes to change into your weapons and combat suits, and then we will set off. After Tu Jiao finished speaking, everyone hurried back to their dorms without time to reflect. Sigh, the first martial arts school truly lives up to its name. I've only been in this school for less than a week, and we're already going for practical training in the underground cave. On the way back to the villa, Wang Meng looked a bit downcast. Meanwhile, Emo-chen was full of excitement. Finally, he could openly grind for evolution points. 3 minutes later, everyone returned wearing their gear and combat suits. However, Emo-chen noticed that Gu Bingwan's outfit had not changed much. She still wore a long dress made of green gauze in ancient style. That outfit is way more advanced than our combat suits, Wang Meng whispered beside Emo-chen. Really? This set I'm wearing isn't bad either. Emo-chen pointed to the battle armor he had bought online for over 100,000, saying. Wang Meng rolled his eyes, too lazy to talk to Emo-chen anymore. Emo-chen surveyed the people around him in combat suits and found that many of them looked quite different from traditional combat suits, especially Jin Guangsan, who was wearing a dazzling golden battle armor that shone brilliantly. However, most people wore similar styles of combat suits. Emo-chan's battle armor was considered slightly more special. Oh, there's a guy with a battle axe too. Emo-chen noticed a man nearly 2 meters tall and stout next to Jin Guangsan. The battle axe on this man's back was much longer than Emo-chen's, and it was a double-sided axe, exquisitely designed and clearly very valuable. Alright, follow me. Tu Jiao scanned the crowd, confirmed the number of people, and led everyone toward the entrance of the underground cave. After a few minutes, passing through the training area, they arrived at the base of a tall building. This building had only over 30 floors, but it gave a feeling of soaring into the clouds. This is the Wujida Tower, and below it is the entrance to the underground cave. In the future, when you go into the underground cave for missions, you can directly conduct transactions in the tower, and you can also purchase weapons, equipment, and potions. As long as you have enough points, even one-on-one guidance from the principal is possible. Tu Jiao introduced casually. These students were all specially recruited, mostly S-class bloodlines, each believing they were geniuses destined to rise in the future. At this moment, hearing Tu Jiao's words, many people's eyes ignited with flames. Even Emo-chen couldn't help but start to dream. Alright, take out your communicators. The first time entering the underground cave, you must be accompanied by a teacher for identity verification. After Tu Jiao finished speaking, she walked into the hall. Seeing this, everyone followed her inside. Once everyone steadied themselves, beams of light suddenly emerged from above the hall, enveloping them. At the same time, the communicators began to display the words verifying, along with a progress bar. After a few seconds, the communicators vibrated, indicating that the verification was complete. Everyone looked up at Tu Jiao, wanting to know what to do next. Now that you have completed the verification, you can enter the underground cave. As soon as her voice fell, whoosh, the ground of the hall suddenly dropped. Many people cried out in surprise and quickly lay down on the ground. However, some reacted quickly and stood firm. Among them was Emo-chen. No wonder I said the skill of the 9 Nether Awakening turned gray. It turns out the space below is empty. Emo-chen muttered to himself. When entering the hall, Emo-chen had checked his system panel. He found that his skill, the 9 Nether Awakening, which allowed him to recover stamina and injuries as long as his feet touched the ground, had turned gray. Turning gray meant it could not be used. The ground continued to fall for over 10 seconds before suddenly stopping. Many people who were lying on the ground had their faces slammed hard against the floor. Before these people could get up, Tu Jiao walked out. Emo-chen then noticed that they were on a circular platform surrounded by extremely thick glass through which the outside scenery could be faintly seen. Following Tu Jiao outside, Emo-chen discovered they were in a very spacious area, resembling a square. This is the underground square of the Magic City underground cave, where nearly all the experts from the entire Magic City gather. At the same time, the Magic City Underground Army is stationed here year-round. As Tu Jiao spoke, everyone looked around. In the square, there were quite a few shops and stalls, bustling with people coming and going, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. Tu Jiao, is this the special recruit from this year's top martial arts school? At that moment, a square-faced man in dull gray battle armor approached. He carried a heavy longsword on his back, looking quite impressive. Tu Jiao nodded. Old fan, you lead the way later. It just so happens that they can train with your squad. Upon hearing this, Fan Ji waved his large hands repeatedly. No, last time you had me train the new students, 3 got injured and 4 had accidents, dying in the wilderness. I was scolded by the company commander. Fan Ji said with a pained expression. You were just scolded, it's not like there was any real loss, Tu Jiao said directly. No, forget it, Tu Jiao, you should find someone else. Just as Fan Ji was about to leave, Tu Jiao pressed down on his shoulder and pulled him back. At the same time, her palm turned red, emitting waves of heat. Fan Ji's shoulder armor quickly turned bright red, like a heated branding iron. Alright, let go, I agree, Fan Ji shouted. No backing out. Tu Jiao released her grip. Fan Ji, with a bitter face, glanced at everyone and said, let's go, follow me. After saying that, he walked towards the eastern side of the underground square without looking back. Keep up, Tu Jiao said. The group of students exchanged glances, especially Fan Ji's reaction, which left many feeling uncertain. What? Not moving? Tu Jiao turned back, frowning as she scanned the crowd. The students immediately dared not hesitate and hurried to follow. Crossing the wide square to the east, there were 3 spacious corridors. Except for the middle corridor, which was closed, the other 2 were open. The left corridor leads into the underground, the right is for coming out of the underground, and the middle one only opens in the most urgent situations, Tu Jiao explained. When the middle corridor opens, even if you've just started school for a few days, you'll have to go into battle. After saying this, Tu Jiao followed Fan Ji into the left corridor. Seeing this, everyone followed. The walls of the corridor were embedded with stones that emitted a white light, completely independent of any power supply. After walking for 10 minutes, they finally exited the corridor. As they stepped out, a strong smell of blood and the unique odor of exotic beasts hit them. Many were choked by the smell. Before them lay a military camp, stretching hundreds of meters. The camp consisted of simple prefabricated houses, and on the ground there were visible bloodstains. What is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing above. They saw 9 moon-like spheres hanging in the air above. That's the moon within the underground. With our current technology, we can't detect its exact height, Tu Jiao explained. The underground is not a space within the earth but connects to another unknown space, Tu Jiao added. Again, according to the rules in the camp, you will first form teams of 5, and each team must select a captain. At this moment, Fan Ji spoke up. For team formation, you can group yourselves, but each team must undergo an assessment. Teams that meet the standards will receive 10,000 contribution points. Tu Jiao also spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. 10,000 contribution points were equivalent to 1 million dragon country coins. As soon as these words were spoken, many people began to discuss it enthusiastically. Although some of these special recruits came from affluent families, the points from the first martial arts school were simply too precious. Even though the exchange rate on the forum was 100 to 1, under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to sell their points. 10,000 points could not be bought even with 1 million in cash. I'm determined to get this 10,000 points. Mo Chen's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Moreover, the method to earn points this time is very simple. Kill the exotic beasts. The higher the grade of the exotic beast, the more points you earn, Tu Jiao said again. Hearing this, Mo Chen frowned. Wasn't this just like grinding for evolution points? As soon as she finished speaking, those who had already agreed to team up exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Not everyone's bloodline ability could be transformed into powerful combat strength. Killing exotic beasts still relied on martial power. Alright, I'll give you 5 minutes to form teams. Tu Jiao glanced at her watch. Instantly, over 200 people began to move. Where do you want to go? Mo Chen grabbed Wang Meng. Are you sure you want to team up with me? Wang Meng looked at Mo Chen somewhat unwillingly. What do you mean by teaming up with me? It's you teaming up with me, okay? I want to take you to kill exotic beasts and earn points, Mo Chen said confidently. Seeing this, Wang Meng shook his head and sighed. Fine, although I think you're quite unreliable, at least you have great brute strength and are the fastest to comprehend the 8 sounds fist. After saying that, Wang Meng stood beside Mo Chen. Just wait, there will be powerful students joining our team. Mo Chen was very confident in himself. In these past few days, most of the special recruits had learned about his strength and achievements, especially those who had taken the special train to the first martial arts school with him. However, after waiting for a while, Mo Chen and Wang Meng found that no one came to look for them. What's going on? Mo Chen frowned. Wang Meng also looked puzzled, adjusting his glasses, a fleeting glimmer flashing in his eyes. A few seconds later, Wang Meng lowered his voice and said to Mo Chen, someone is deliberately causing trouble, not letting others join our team. Who? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. It's Jin Guangsan and that Jiang Zijing. Wang Meng replied irritably. He had originally thought that teaming up with Emo-chan, relying on Emo-chan's powerful combat strength, would earn them quite a few points. He didn't expect Jin Guangsan and Jiang Zijing to play this trick. Moreover, Jin Guangsan came from a big family and had many followers around him, while Jiang Zijing had a military background, was good at socializing, and was familiar with many people. What about Gu Bingwan? Has she joined another team? Emo-chan asked, his heart stirring. She's teamed up with her roommate, Wang Meng said. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan abandoned the idea of asking Gu Bingwan to join his team. Gradually, time passed little by little. Emo-chan and Wang Meng found themselves completely isolated. In the end, out of the 223 special recruits, only Emo-chan, Wang Meng, and a girl with wheat-colored skin remained. Although they were all the same age, this wheat-skinned girl had an exceptionally hot figure. Her S-class superhuman ability seems to be modifying or distorting people's memories, Wang Meng said beside Emo-chan. Emo-chan was taken aback. Upon hearing this, no wonder no one chose her. What use would such an ability have in the task of killing exotic beasts? Moreover, it would cause distrust among teammates. The wheat-skinned girl looked somewhat dejected as she gazed at the crowd. Call her over, Emo-chan said to Wang Meng. Are you crazy? Letting her join our team? It would be better for the two of us to team up. Wang Meng was somewhat unwilling. Emo-chan did not respond but walked straight towards the wheat-skinned girl. Join my team, Emo-chan said directly. The girl with wheat-colored skin stared blankly at Emo-chan. She seemed to doubt whether she had heard him correctly. Emo-chan wanted her to join the team? On the condition that you cannot alter our memories, Emo-chan added. I won't, the girl with wheat-colored skin replied. Although her body had not developed like her peers, her voice was exceptionally soft and sweet. Alright, let's go. Emo-chan led the girl with wheat-colored skin back to Wang Meng's side. Hello, my name is Wang Meng. Just now, I asked Emo-chan to call you over. Wang Meng extended his hand. My name is Mina, thank you. Mina reached out her small hand and shook hands with Wang Meng. Clap. Little brat, you weren't saying that just now. Emo-chan forcefully pulled Wang Meng's hand away. Wang Meng, although not tall and wearing glasses, looked like an elementary school student. However, over the past few days, Emo-chan had figured out Wang Meng's true nature. This kid was a pervert. When he told himself that Jiang Zijing had deliberately spread the news of Emo-chan entering Gu Bingwan's dormitory, he insisted that Emo-chan exchange some information about Gu Bingwan with him. So, Emo-chan secretly told Wang Meng that Gu Bingwan's underwear had a pink bear pattern. After hearing this, Wang Meng was overly excited and sent Emo-chan a bunch of pictures of pink bear underwear that night, asking him to point out which one was the same as Gu Bingwan's. I'm the same age as you, don't call me little brat. Wang Meng retorted angrily. With your height, aren't you still a little brat? Emo-chan gestured to Wang Meng's height and deliberately placed his hand on his own crotch. Do you believe I'll fight you? Wang Meng said, somewhat exasperated. Meanwhile, Mina, seeing the two bickering, covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. Oomph. Let them jump around for now. Once we get into the wilderness, I'll deal with them. Not far away, Jin Guangsan watched this scene with a look of resentment in his eyes. He had been injured by Emo-chan and had to go to the infirmary, missing the first training session. This had already made him extremely frustrated. Later, when he heard that Emo-chan was the first to finish learning the 8 Sounds Fist and received praise from Tu Jiao, Jin Guangsan's mindset exploded. He harbored deep resentment towards Emo-chan. He believed that with his talent, he could definitely be the first to learn the 8 Sounds Fist. After all, their Jin family's special bloodline allowed them to comprehend martial arts very quickly. His brother, Jin Guangchen, learned the 8 Sounds Fist in just 5 minutes during the first training session when he entered the first martial school. After Jin Guangsan recovered, he also took 6 minutes to learn it. As a result, all the glory was snatched away by Emo-chan. The key was that Jin Guangsan was now looked down upon by some special recruits from other prominent families. Young Master Jin, there are no cameras in the wilderness. I think we can be a bit more aggressive. Of course, as long as the price you offer is high enough, a boy who had joined Jin Guangsan's team sneered. Kill him? Jin Guangsan's heart stirred. He hadn't thought of this before, as the first martial school was strict about mutual killings among students. But if there were no cameras in the wilderness, what was stopping them? We'll see how it goes then. Jin Guangsan fixed his gaze on Emo-chan in the distance, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Soon, the 5 minutes were up, and all the teams had assembled. Tu Jiao glanced indifferently at Emo-chan and his two companions, saying, the teams are ready. Before entering the wilderness, you will have a simple training session for an hour, where Fanju will teach you some common knowledge related to the wilderness. Come with me, Fanju said, feeling very reluctant. He knew that this time, there would probably be casualties again. Ever since Tu Jiao was assigned to train the new students at the first martial arts school, there had always been injuries and deaths. However, even if it wasn't Tu Jiao in charge, there would still be casualties. But now that Tu Jiao was in charge, she specifically sought his help. Tu Jiao, I must make it clear to you, this is the last time. Next time, can you go wreak havoc on another camp? Please don't come to our fourth camp anymore, Fanju said with a bitter face. Okay, Tu Jiao nodded. Hearing this, Fanji felt a weight lift from his heart, and his mood improved significantly. Students, when you set off later, you can pick up free insect repellent powder from logistics, don't forget. With his mood lifted, Fanji called out to the team behind him. Soon, Fanji led everyone to a spacious wooden house. Then, several instructors responsible for wilderness survival came in to teach. An hour passed quickly. After receiving the insect repellent from logistics, they followed Fanji to the city wall. Indeed, a continuous wall stretching over 100 miles had been built around the military camp. This wall not only protected the ground entrance from being invaded by alien beasts but also served as the last line of defense against them. On the wall, soldiers in heavy armor were patrolling back and forth. At the same time, several ancient-looking cannons were mounted on the wall. Remember, the wilderness here is not the same as the wilderness on Earth. Besides being several times more dangerous, our support speed cannot compare to that on Earth. If you are not sure, do not rashly venture deep into the wilderness. Just before exiting the city gate, Fanji reminded them once again. Everyone nodded in response, but not many took it to heart. At this moment, they were all thinking about that 10,000 points. Fanji nodded to the soldier at the city gate, and the soldier pressed the switch. Boom! The ground shook as the heavy city gate, weighing hundreds of tons, opened to the sides. It stopped after creating just enough space for 2 people to pass through. Don't crowd, go through one by one, Fanji called out. Then, the more than 200 special recruits excitedly rushed out. You too, keep close, Imo-chen said to Wang Mang and Mina behind him. No problem, Wang Mang replied confidently. Mina, however, nodded nervously, as her bloodline ability was currently not very useful in fighting alien beasts. Head southeast, the density of alien beasts is lower there, and most of them are at the general level, like the war hares. As soon as they exited the city, Imo-chen shows the direction. Wang Mang and Mina quickly followed behind Imo-chen, heading into the wilderness. Jin Xiao, they went that way, someone in Jin Guansan's team called out. Perfect, I want to go southeast too. Jin Guansan's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness as he watched Imo-chen's disappearing figure. Thus, Jin Guansan's team followed suit. We're going too, Zhang Zijing said with a frown. Zhang Ziwei and the other 3 team members had no objections and also headed southeast. Southeast. At this moment, in the team where Gu Bingwan was, she announced the direction they would be heading. Alright, we'll go southeast. I just saw that Jin Guansan and the others are going there too. Their team is very strong, so we shouldn't encounter much danger. Gu Bingwan's roommate, a girl with short hair and faint freckles, agreed. So, Gu Bingwan's team also rushed towards the southeast direction. At this time, the other dozens of teams also confirmed their direction of departure. Soon, the group of more than 200 people disappeared at the city gate. I hope you all come back alive, sighed Fanji as he watched the crowd vanish into the wilderness from the city wall. Beside him, Tu Zhao, dressed in a black combat uniform, crossed her arms and looked coldly into the distance. I say, Tu Zhao, don't you think this is a bit hasty? They've only been at the first martial arts school for less than a week, and they're already going into the underground caves to kill beasts, Fanji said, somewhat puzzled. Hearing this, Tu Zhao replied indifferently. First, according to data from previous years, the mortality rate of special recruits in the wilderness during their first outing reached as high as 37%, but after this outing, the mortality rate dropped to 1%. Moreover, after graduation, at least 70% of them reached the level of battle sect or above. Before I adopted this training method, the mortality rate of special recruits until graduation was 50%, and only 30% reached battle sect or above. At this point, Tu Zhao turned her head and glanced at Fanji, saying, the data is here, do you still think I'm wrong? Fanji was momentarily taken aback, unable to find a reason to refute her. In the underground caves, the beasts are becoming stronger, and the number of suddenly appearing caves is increasing. If they can't keep up with the pace of this changing era, they won't even survive to graduate and will be eliminated. Therefore, I must force them to grow, even if the methods are a bit radical or crazy. Hearing Tu Zhao's words, Fanji's heart trembled. Perhaps this was the reason why the first martial arts school let Tu Zhao lead the new students. Meanwhile, the 3 of Imo-chen had just entered the wilderness and had already begun hunting beasts. Imo-chen did not hide his strength. Mina's mouth dropped open in surprise, looking quite adorable. However, Wang Mang scoffed, just a brute. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud crash. A nearby tree trunk was struck by Imo-chen's mountain-splitting axe. A creature with blue fur, slender in shape, resembling a rabbit, was directly pinned to the tree. Points secured. Imo-chen walked up to the tree, happily pulling out his axe. For him now, even a peak battle general level ground rabbit could be killed in one strike. After taking down the axe, Imo-chen tossed the ground rabbit to Wang Mang. Peel off the skin. Wang Mang said nothing, stepping forward to record the genetic code of the ground rabbit with a communicator that looked like a watch, then pointed, and the skin of the rabbit was completely peeled off. When they returned, they could directly calculate the points using the genetic code on the communicator. As for skinning, it was purely because Imo-chen felt it was too wasteful not to get something from the ground rabbit. Thus, Imo-chen led the way, and the 3 of them ventured deeper into the wilderness. Wait! Suddenly, Wang Mang, who was at the back of the group, spoke up. Mo Chen looked at Wang Meng in confusion. Wang Meng's expression was serious, standing still with a vacant look in his eyes. Mo Chen and Mina remained silent upon seeing this. This was Wang Meng exerting his bloodline ability, spiritual manifestation. According to Wang Meng's own explanation, his spiritual power was different from ordinary people, capable of condensing spiritual energy into a tangible form. However, before reaching the level of Battle King, the manifestations of his spiritual power could not be perceived by the naked eye. The benefit of being able to condense spiritual power into a tangible form was that Wang Meng could expel his spiritual energy for an extended period. At this moment, the spiritual energy he expelled saw hundreds of ground rabbits lying on the ground, sleeping hundreds of meters ahead. If these ground rabbits were startled, then he, Mo Chen, and Mina would all be doomed. The mental energy hovered over the group of ground rabbits for a while, ensuring they were all sound asleep before Wang Meng retracted his mental force. About 500 meters ahead, there are over 100 ground rabbits sleeping. We need to change direction. Wang Meng wiped the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, Mina extended her small, wheat-colored hand and handed Wang Meng a tissue. "Thank you," Wang Meng said as he took it. "Why? Change direction? Those are all evolution points." "No, they're all points." Mo Chen was somewhat puzzled. The teeth of ground rabbits are extremely sharp and they are very drowsy. If we wake them up, we will face a frenzied retaliation. At that time, these ground rabbits will rush out. They probably won't cause you much harm, but Mina and I will be in trouble here, Wang Meng analyzed calmly. After hearing this, Mo Chen nodded. It seemed that teaming up with Wang Meng was indeed the right choice. With Wang Meng around, some risks could be avoided in advance. Alright, let's take a detour, Mo Chen decided to change direction. Not good. Suddenly, Wang Meng's expression changed. What's wrong? Mo Chen and Mina both tensed up. There's a team approaching quickly from behind. It seems to be coming for us, Wang Meng said in a deep voice. Which team? Mo Chen frowned and asked. It's Jin Guangsan and his group. Wang Meng's face looked somewhat grim. Because of his own strength and his identity as the young master of the Jin family, Jin Guangsan attracted many strong individuals to join his team. Is it him? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. Does Jin Guangsan dare to come looking for trouble? Perfect, he could use this opportunity to test his own strength. Hurry, they will be here soon. Wang Meng's tone was somewhat anxious. No. Mo Chen shook his head and drew the mountain axe from his back with a clang. Since they are here, let's fight. Boom. Mo Chen planted the mountain axe in front of him, crossing his hands on top of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 3 afterimages flashed and appeared in front of Mo Chen and the others. These 3 individuals all had numerous beast-like features. They were clearly of beast bloodline. As soon as the 3 appeared, they surrounded Mo Chen and his companions. They are Jin Guangsan's people. Jin Guangsan is about to arrive, Wang Meng said with a serious expression while secretly reaching into his pocket to grip a piece of purple crystal. This was a magic crystal. When crushed, it would release a powerful mental storm that could instantly impact a person's mind. However, using this piece would also affect him to a certain extent. Even if he managed to deal with Jin Guangsan and his group, he would have no strength left to fight afterward. That would mean a direct failure in the second training session. Therefore, Wang Meng didn't want to use the magic crystal until the last moment. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the ground trembled as a man over 2 meters tall, with a massive build and carrying a double-bladed giant axe on his back, ran over. Although he looked slow from a distance, his large strides brought him to Mo Chen and the others in just a few steps. At that moment, Mo Chen realized that Jin Guangsan was right behind this man. Mo Chen, I didn't expect to see you here again, Jin Guangsan said with a cold smile, his armor shining with dazzling golden light. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen also revealed a wicked grin. Last time, did I knock some sense into you? It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten about the beating you took from me? Mo Chen said, and as soon as he did, Jin Guangsan's face turned ashen with rage. Last time was your luck, this time, I will let you know the difference between us, Jin Guangsan said, and his body radiated brilliant golden light, a terrifying wave emanating from within him. The unique S-class superhuman bloodline of the Jin family. It could emit dazzling golden light, and the golden light contained immense destructive power. Wang Meng, is there a problem if I kill him here? Mo Chen ignored Jin Guangsan and turned to look at Wang Meng. Wang Meng was momentarily stunned by the words. For a brief moment, he wondered if Mo Chen had misspoken. As long as we aren't discovered, it's fine, Wang Meng said. By the way, I can help you temporarily block communications for 5 minutes so they can't report back, Wang Meng added. Alright, just block it. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile appeared on Mo Chen's face. At the same time, a faint golden hue began to emanate from his skin. Are you sure? Wang Meng looked at Mo Chen with some uncertainty. He thought that given the current situation, they should be making a run for it. Beside them, Mina was still confused, her little head not quite catching up. Why were they about to fight? Were they really going to kill someone? Of course. Restraint has never been my style. Mo-chun grinned. Jin Xiao, these two guys really don't take you seriously, someone from Jin Guansan's team spoke up. Jin Guansan's expression was also somewhat unpleasant. Under the encirclement of the five of them, this Mo-chen was actually talking to Wang Mang as if no one else was around? Did he really think Jin Guangsan was weak? Everyone step aside, let me teach this kid a lesson. Jin Guangsan snorted coldly, drawing a golden longsword from his waist. This set of armor was specially crafted for him by the Jin family, not only reaching the low-grade earth level but also significantly enhancing his bloodline abilities. Whoosh! In the next moment, Jin Guangsan vanished. A dazzling light shot towards Mo-chen. Mo-chen did not dodge. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He threw a punch directly. Bang! With a loud explosion, Mo-chen took 2 steps back. Jin Guangsan's figure reappeared. Humph! Let's see how many hits you can take. Jin Guangsan glanced at his undamaged armor, revealing a cold smile. Then, Jin Guangsan transformed into a streak of golden light, attacking Mo-chen from all directions. Bang! 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 Mo-chen swung his fists in retaliation, striking against Jin Guangsan's armor. However, Jin Guangsan's earth-level armor showed no signs of damage at all. Instead, after being hit several times by Jin Guangsan's longsword, Mo-chen's armor became tattered. Not far away, Nina watched this scene, extremely worried. Each time Jin Guangsan's attack landed on Mo-chen, she gasped in fear. Wang Mang, on the other hand, looked serious as he observed the scene. He was contemplating whether to intervene at a critical moment against Jin Guangsan. But even if he teamed up with Mo-chen to defeat Jin Guangsan, there were still 4 others, especially that 2-meter-tall student carrying a double-bladed giant axe who gave Wang Mang an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ha, your armor has been shredded by me, let's see how you can defend now. Jin Guangsan mocked Mo-chen. Mo-chen's expression remained unchanged as he directly tore off the tattered armor, which had completely lost its protective function, and threw it aside. Then, he continued to assume a defensive stance. Jin Guangsan disdainfully glanced at the combat suit on Mo-chen, and the next moment, he transformed into a streak of golden light again. Although Jin Guangsan seemed to have the upper hand in the previous attacks, he did not underestimate his opponent. The violent golden light flickered, and before the longsword could strike down, Mo-chen's combat suit was torn to shreds. Nina screamed in fright. Buzz! 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 At that moment, a strange buzzing sound rang out, and the air began to tremble. Boom! With a muffled sound, Mo-chen punched Jin Guangsan's armor again. This time, Jin Guangsan's hard armor was dented inward. It's the 8-sound fist, someone in Jin Guangsan's team exclaimed. At this moment, Jin Guangsan felt the power of this punch surge dramatically and was somewhat taken aback. The 8-sound fist of the threefold sound was unleashed by Mo-chen. Jin Guangsan's figure retreated rapidly, and before he could regain his composure, a strange beastly roar echoed. Moo! Mo-chen appeared behind Jin Guangsan without knowing when. The first move of the Bull Demon Fist, Bull Demon Wrestling. Bang! A punch was thrown. A shallow pit was directly smashed into the armor on Jin Guangsan's back. After being hit twice, Jin Guangsan could no longer maintain his form and was sent flying, rolling through the air. Whoosh! At that moment, a whistling sound rang out. The large student who had been watching the fight finally made his move. With one hand reaching out into the air, he firmly caught the flying Jin Guangsan. Put! After taking 2 punches from Mo-chen, especially the resonating 8-sound fist, Jin Guangsan spat out a mouthful of blood. Pang Xiong, make your move. Kill him, and I'll give you $1 million directly. Jin Guangsan glared at Mo-chen with a venomous look. You all attack together, Jin Guangsan said to the other 3. The other 3 team members, who displayed obvious beast-like features, grinned savagely and surrounded Mo-chen. Seeing this, Mo-chen sighed and pulled out the mountain-splitting axe that was stuck in the ground. Are you sure you can defeat me even if you team up? As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden light erupted from Mo-chen's skin, his muscles swelling as if inflated, and his body rapidly grew taller. Veins like giant pythons crawled up his arms. Whoosh! A wave of heat swept outwards from Mo-chen, centered around him. The indestructible body in its complete form activated. Has he activated the complete form of his bloodline? Jin Guangsan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the scene. Everyone, attack! He can't hold out for long like this. Jin Guangsan shouted, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared at Mo-chen. After just having fought with Mo-chen, he already knew he was no match for him, so at this moment, he simply set aside his pride and ordered the 4 team members to surround Mo-chen. Whoosh! 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 3 beast-transformed team members were the first to strike, turning into 3 afterimages rushing towards Mo-chen. The beast bloodline's enhancement of speed and agility was vividly displayed in them. Bang! 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 The 3 afterimages suddenly struck Mo-chen, producing a metallic thud. Yet Mo-chen stood still, not moving an inch. The 3 team members were taken aback. Before Mo-chen could counterattack, they quickly distanced themselves. Crack! Crack! Emo-chan twisted his thick neck, swinging his arms, which were as thick as Nina's waist, a few times, looking as if he was warming up. "You are all as weak as Jin Guang-san," Emo-chan said, his voice becoming somewhat deep. The three team members exchanged glances, and in the next moment they launched their attack simultaneously. A whistling sound echoed through the forest as the three afterimages sped towards Emo-chan's face. Earlier, the three had attacked Emo-chan's back, chest, and abdomen. These areas were covered in thick muscle, and the strikes had caused no damage at all. So, they decided to attack Emo-chan's face together. However, this time Emo-chan moved, gripping the mountain-splitting axe tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. Boom! A terrifying whistling sound erupted as the mountain-splitting axe swung down towards Emo-chan. The three team members felt the axe's power and quickly changed their positions to dodge. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Emo-chan's arm exerted force, and the axe that was aimed down suddenly changed direction, sweeping instead. Not far away, Pang Xiong, standing in front of Jin Guang-san, frowned. To change the direction of a heavy axe like that requires immense strength, otherwise a normal person's arm would be broken from such a move. But one person did not expect the axe to suddenly change direction and was directly cut in half at the waist. Ah! A scream rang out as the lower half of the person fell to the ground while the upper half remained suspended in the air. Emo-chan stepped forward, his palm as large as a fan, reaching out to grab the person's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Emo-chan squeezed. Bang! The head was crushed to bits. He casually tossed the body, and it thudded against a tree, splattering everywhere. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The other two who had wanted to attack Emo-chan were drenched in cold sweat. This Emo-chan was too ruthless. He killed someone right off the bat. However, a cold smile soon appeared on Jin Guang-san's face. "Very well, killing you now counts as our legitimate defense." Chen in the arena ignored Jin Guang-san and forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet. Bang! Two deep pits appeared on the ground as Emo-chan shot straight towards another team member. Seeing this, the team member immediately snapped back to reality and ran for the exit. After witnessing Emo-chan's brutality, he had completely lost the courage to confront him again. Whoosh! However, he had barely run a short distance when the mountain-splitting axe whirled through the air towards him. Put! The team member was cleaved in two. Bang! At the same time, another loud explosion sounded from beneath Emo-chan's feet as he appeared next to another team member. This team member had no time to react. How did Emo-chan, who had just been chasing another person, suddenly appear next to him? Before he could respond, Emo-chan swung a palm at him. Bang! The man's head was smashed and his body flew out, crashing into a tree, bent into a V shape. The body with only half a head slid down from the tree. In less than 10 seconds, the three members of Jin Guang-san's team were killed by Emo-chan. Pang Xiong, make your move. Jin Guang-san gritted his teeth, looking at Emo-chan. Boom! Pang Xiong drew the double-bladed axe from his back and stepped towards Emo-chan. Thud! 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 Originally over 2 meters tall and massive, Pang Xiong now seemed half a head shorter in front of Emo-chan, who was channeling the indestructible body bloodline. However, there was not a trace of fear in Pang Xiong's eyes. With slow and heavy steps, Pang Xiong approached Emo-chan. Glancing at the axe Emo-chan had thrown a short distance away, Pang Xiong spoke in a deep voice. "Without that axe, you can't win against me." "Is that so?" Emo-chan grinned, a surge of battle intent boiling in his chest. Bang! Taking a step forward, Emo-chan threw a punch. Bull Demon's might. All the power of the indestructible body erupted at that moment. Seeing this, Pang Xiong swung the double-bladed axe down towards Emo-chan's fist. Boom! A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the blade of the double-bladed axe. Crack! Finally, the double-bladed axe shattered. Only the handle remained in Pang Xiong's hand. Pang Xiong was stunned, staring blankly at the axe handle. Several fragments were embedded in his body, but he was completely unaware. Jin Guang-san, witnessing this, felt a chill in his heart. He realized he had underestimated Emo-chan. But this time, "You're really done for. You dared to provoke Pang Xiong." After saying this with a cold smile, Jin Guang-san quickly retreated. Hiss! Hiss! At that moment, 2 jets of hot air burst from Pang Xiong's nostrils. Simultaneously, his waist began to bend, and something kept bulging out from beneath his skin, as if something was about to burst forth. "Oh no, he's about to activate his bloodline too," Wang Meng exclaimed in shock. "Emo-chan, act quickly," Wang Meng hurriedly reminded. However, Emo-chan did not move. He calmly looked at Pang Xiong. A few seconds later, Pang Xiong's body had grown to 4 meters tall. His limbs became incredibly thick, and his body was covered in dense, dark fur. His face also underwent a significant transformation, with fangs protruding from his mouth. He looked just like a giant gorilla. The S-Class Beast System bloodline, known as the most destructive beast bloodline, no one at the same level can withstand the attacks of the violet ape. Jin Guang-san, who had retreated far away, couldn't help but sneer at this scene. This time, Emo-chan was completely finished. Moreover, he would die a miserable death. Boom! With his eyes glowing red, the transformed Pang Xiong launched an attack on Emo-chan. Without any weapons, his fists, as large as truck wheels, came crashing down. Emo-chan raised his hand to block. Bang! The golden-skinned Emo-chan was directly smashed into the ground. Bang! 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 The transformed Pang Xiong continued to pound down with his fists. One after another, Emo-chan's chest was buried into the ground. Crash! Pang Xiong slammed down another punch. However, this time he did not raise his fist to strike again, because Emo-chan had caught his fist. Are you done hitting? Emo-chan's calm voice rang out. In the next second, a brilliant golden light erupted from Emo-chan's body as he forcefully swung Pang Xiong's fist. 9 nether strength. Boom! The ground shook violently as the transformed Pang Xiong was thrown down onto the ground. Emo-chan leaped up, directly jumping out of the pit and then smashed towards his opponent. Bang! Emo-chan stepped on the broad chest covered in black fur of the violent ape. Roar! It seemed that Emo-chan's earlier strike had enraged the violent ape, whose eyes turned red and its large hands reached out to grab Emo-chan. Emo-chan ignored it, stepping on the violent ape's chest and threw a punch towards its face. Bang! Almost simultaneously, Emo-chan's fist hit the opponent's face while the opponent's hand also struck Emo-chan's body. Emo-chan paid no attention, continuing to swing his fists towards the violent ape's face. The violent ape was completely enraged now, its hands wildly smashing towards Emo-chan. Bang 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 bang! Continuous loud sounds echoed, ringing in people's ears. Mina crouched down, covering her ears tightly with her small hands, her expression one of great pain. Bang 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 bang! After several seconds, the violent ape's punches gradually slowed down. Meanwhile, Emo-chan's hands were still rapidly striking towards the opponent's face. After another several seconds, the violent ape fell completely silent, and only then did Emo-chan stop. With the immense power of the indestructible body combined with the monstrous strength of the 9 nether body, the violent ape's face had been smashed to pieces. Emo-chan gasped for breath and stood up. The body of the violent ape gradually returned to its original form. However, its head had already become a meat pie. Glancing at the corpse of the violent ape, Emo-chan turned around, the golden light on his body gradually fading, and his towering 2-meter frame began to shrink. Buzz! Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot down from the sky towards Emo-chan. Die for me! The golden light, Jin Guang-san shouted, condensing all the golden light in his body onto the long sword in his hand. He believed that now was the best time to strike, as Emo-chan had just fought with the violent ape and must be exhausted. In fact, Jin Guang-san had indeed seized this opportunity, and Emo-chan did not expect him to act decisively at this moment. Emo-chan, be careful! Not far away, Mina's eyes widened in shock. Emo-chan frowned, just about to make a move, but then hesitated and stood still. The long sword enveloped in violent golden light finally stabbed into Emo-chan's forehead. Ding! A light sound. The golden light erupted. The golden light disappeared. Jin Guang-san was stunned, because Emo-chan stood before him completely unharmed. You actually have no injuries? Jin Guang-san was dumbfounded. His all-out attack, at any cost, had no effect whatsoever? Emo-chan grinned and reached out to grab Jin Guang-san's long sword. The 9 nether immortality, a passive skill, grants a certain probability of immunity to attacks when receiving heavy blows, with the immunity chance increasing with the severity of the attack up to 99%. Just now, while Emo-chan was exchanging blows with the violent ape, every 10 punches he took would trigger the passive of 9 nether immortality. And when facing Jin Guang-san's attack, Emo-chan thought to test whether this attack, which could injure him, would trigger the passive. The result was successful. It seemed that the trigger rate of this 9 nether immortality was quite high. Crack! Emo-chan crushed the long sword, then reached out and seized Jin Guang-san by the throat. No! You can't kill me! Jin Guang-san was now completely panicked. That last strike had already unleashed all his bloodline abilities. At this moment he could no longer produce any golden light, he would need to rest for half a day to recover. If you kill me, my brother and the Jin family will definitely investigate, and they will find you. If you let me go, our grievances will be settled and I will never trouble you again. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Jin Guang-san was now in a state of utter panic. Emo-chan was simply too ruthless. In just a few minutes he had already killed 4 people, and each one had died a terrible death. Not a single one was left intact. What you said makes sense. Emo-chan released Jin Guang-san. Jin Guang-san immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You will find that the choice you made today is extremely wise. Not far away, Wang Meng frowned, seemingly not expecting Emo-chan to let Jin Guang-san go. These corpses will be left to you to handle. I will return to the camp later and say we were attacked by an unknown beast. Jin Guang-san continued, making a move to leave. Wait! Emo-chan suddenly spoke up. Jin Guang-san's body stiffened for a moment as he looked at Emo-chan. What is it? It's no fun to toy with you. Emo-chan shook his head and then slapped him. Slap! A loud slap echoed, and Jin Guang-san's head spun 360 degrees before turning back. Thud! Jin Guang-san fell to the ground, his body twitching a few times before going silent. At this moment, Wang Mang let out a sigh of relief, leaning weakly against a tree trunk. Quick, destroy their communicator, I can't hold on much longer, Wang Mang said. When Emo-chan made His move earlier, he had been using his bloodline ability to block communications in the area. Emo-chan nodded, quickly moving, and directly stomped on the wrist of a corpse, crushing the communicator. After finishing this, looking at the corpses on the ground, Emo-chan felt a bit troubled. We can't just dig a hole and bury them, right? We can't bury them. Wang Mang shook his head. If these corpses are buried, the camp will easily find this place, and there are traces of the battle around. Once the traces are collected and analyzed, the entire battle process can be restored. And you, before long, will become a key suspect. Then what should we do? Emo-chan asked. After all, this was his first time dealing with so many people, and he didn't have much experience in burying bodies in the wild. Wake up that group of ground rabbits and let them destroy all the traces here. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses and said, we can throw stones from a distance to wake them up. That way, we will have enough time to escape. Mina, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, both Emo-chan and Wang Mang looked over. Mina shyly lowered her head, her wheat-colored cheeks slightly flushed. That's a good idea, Emo-chan said. Indeed. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses. After discussing the specific details, the three of them retreated in the direction they came from. They continued to retreat until they were a mile away. This should be good. Any further and we might not throw accurately. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses, looking into the distance, his mind starting to calculate. At this moment, a tangible strand of his mental power was positioned above the group of ground rabbits. Throw in this direction. Wang Mang pointed. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a stone the size of a millstone was thrown by Emo-chan. Bang! The stone landed a few hundred meters away from the group of ground rabbits. A bit more to the right, Wang Mang said. Whoosh! Another stone the size of a millstone flew out. This time, Emo-chan threw accurately. Bang! The stone flew out and directly crushed a few ground rabbits. A shrill sound rang out. The previously sleeping ground rabbits all opened their bloodshot eyes. Soon, these frenzied ground rabbits caught the scent of human blood and began to run wildly. Wait for this group of ground rabbits to run to the corpses and then we can go. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses and said, if this group of ground rabbits didn't come running towards them, they would have to find a way to lure them back. Meanwhile, a few meters away from Emo-chan, Zhang Zijing, with short hair and dressed in military green armor, was leading her team in a swift run. After following Jin Guangsan for a distance, Jin Guangsan's group suddenly accelerated, leaving them far behind. Due to the formidable physical strength and speed of Jin Guangsan's team, they quickly outpaced Zhang Zijing and her team. Fortunately, both Zhang Zijing and Zhang Ziwei had military backgrounds and had undergone extensive field training. With a little observation, they managed to trace the route taken by Jin Guangsan's group. Captain Zhang, I think I heard some strange sounds ahead. One of the long-eared team members suddenly spoke up. Speed up, Zhang Zijing commanded. As they ran quickly, a strange glow flickered within Zhang Zijing's body. Behind her, the other three team members exhibited varying degrees of beast-like features. Zhang Ziwei, at the back of the team, had skin that began to roughen. After running for several seconds, the long-eared team member suddenly spoke. Again, there are people talking ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zijing immediately halted and raised her hand. The other team members stopped at once, not making a sound. The long-eared member closed his eyes, and his long ears, resembling those of a rabbit, began to vibrate rapidly. It's Emo-chan and the others, the long-eared man suddenly said. They are talking about covering their tracks, can't be discovered. The long-eared man showed a puzzled expression. The distance was too far for him to fully hear Emo-chan's conversation. Zhang Zijing frowned upon hearing this. Ziwei, you stay here and keep watch to prevent other teams from coming over. The rest of you follow me towards Emo-chan. After saying that, Zhang Zijing moved her long legs and ran towards Emo-chan's direction. At this moment, after waiting for a while, the not-so-bright ground rabbits finally caught the scent of humans in their fury. This group of slender, sharp-toothed ground rabbits, with bulging bloodshot eyes, quickly surged into the area where Emo-chan and the others had fought earlier. In just a few breaths, the bodies of Jin Guangsan and the others were torn to pieces by the ground rabbits. Even Jin Guangsan's low-grade earth armor gradually disappeared under the frenzied gnawing of hundreds of ground rabbits. Wang Mang informed Emo-chan and Mina of this situation. Emo-chan frowned after hearing it. I don't know if I can hold on. Alright, we can go now. If we take any longer, that group of ground rabbits will catch up. Wang Mang retracted his mental energy and said. Emo-chan and Mina both nodded and headed directly towards the camp. There's someone ahead. However, they hadn't gone far when Wang Mang suddenly spoke up. It's Zhang Zijing. Wang Mang frowned. Emo-chan and the others are just ahead, but it seems they have noticed us and suddenly stopped. The long-eared man from Zhang Zijing's team suddenly said. Upon hearing the long-eared man's words, Zhang Zijing's expression remained unchanged. Keep speeding up. They're coming. Wang Mang's brows furrowed tightly, his face looking somewhat grim. Emo-chan, you. Suddenly, Mina let out a startled cry as if she had been frightened. At that moment, Emo-chan had dark, serpent-like energy swirling around his feet. Nine Hells Awakening. An active skill that activates the Nine Hells bloodline, restoring stamina at a rate of 1% per second upon contact with the ground, with injury recovery depending on severity. In the battle against Pang Xiong, Mo Chen had almost held the upper hand. However, Mo Chen had used the most direct method to kill Pang Xiong. Although the indestructible body provides a resilient attribute, allowing his stamina to deplete very slowly, no matter how slow it is, a small portion of Mo Chen's energy has been consumed. At this moment, Jiang Zijing rushed over, clearly with ill intentions. Wang Mang also noticed something unusual about Mo Chen. At the same time, an evil and dark aura emanated from Mo Chen. Mina, standing beside Mo Chen, was so frightened that she trembled, her little head almost buried in her chest. This state of Mo Chen lasted for more than 30 seconds before disappearing. At this point, his stamina had fully recovered to its peak. Whoosh! A few whistling sounds rang out as Jiang Zijing and her 3 teammates appeared in front of Mo Chen and the others. Jiang Zijing stopped several dozen meters away from them. The 3 teammates followed suit and halted. As soon as Jiang Zijing stopped, her gaze began to scrutinize Mo Chen and the others. When she saw Mo Chen in tattered combat gear with obvious signs of battle on him, Jiang Zijing's heart stirred. Mo Chen had definitely fought against Jin Guangsan and the others. Remembering the conversation she had overheard from the long-eared man about Mo Chen and his companions, Jiang Zijing suddenly understood. They must have been unable to defeat Jin Guangsan and were fleeing from his pursuit. As Mo Chen and Jiang Zijing faced off, Wang Meng suddenly spoke up. "They're coming." Mo Chen and Mina immediately understood. The rabid beast horde was approaching. "Let's go." Mo Chen glanced at Jiang Zijing and was about to lead Wang Meng and Mina away. "Wait." Jiang Zijing stepped forward, blocking Mo Chen's path. Wang Meng's words had made her even more convinced that Mo Chen and the others were escaping. Having witnessed Mo Chen's strength, Jiang Zijing did not want to directly confront him. She wanted to buy time for Jin Guangsan and the others to catch up. "What do you want?" Mo Chen frowned at Jiang Zijing. "You still haven't apologized to me from last time," Jiang Zijing said directly. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen felt a headache coming on. "This crazy woman. Previously, you deliberately leaked the information about me entering Gu Bingwan's bedroom to Jin Guangsan. I haven't settled the score with you yet," Mo Chen said in a deep voice as a golden sheen began to surface on his skin and his muscles started to swell slightly. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Jiang Zijing was somewhat surprised. He actually knew that the information was leaked by me? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Jiang Zijing denied it outright. "Besides, this is a separate matter. Let's resolve the apology first, then we can discuss this." Jiang Zijing was determined to stall Mo Chen. "Get lost," Mo Chen shouted in a deep voice. "If you apologize to me, I'll let you go." Jiang Zijing sneered coldly, and at the same time, a strange glow began to emanate from her body. Her face, her palms, the exposed skin began to lighten in color. Finally, it turned completely transparent. Jiang Zijing transformed into a transparent crystal, an S-class crystal-enhanced bloodline of the superhuman type. This bloodline could turn her entire body into hard crystal with astonishing defensive power. Jiang Zijing had already planned that. Even if she couldn't defeat Mo Chen, she could hold him off for a while. By then, when Jin Guangsan and the others caught up, Mo Chen would be finished. At this moment, Jiang Zijing's 3 teammates also began to exhibit beast-like characteristics. 3 S-class beast bloodlines. Last warning, get lost. Otherwise, die. Mo Chen's body had already grown taller, reaching 2 meters, his muscles bulging, waves of heat radiating from him, spreading outward. Under the faint golden light, Mo Chen resembled an enraged golden statue. Mo Chen, can you really lay hands on a girl? That's right. Even if you defeat Sister Jing, if this matter gets out, you'll definitely be laughed at in the first martial school. Jiang Zijing's 2 teammates mocked. Mo Chen remained expressionless upon hearing this, only clenching his fists and rolling his neck. Then, he finally spoke. "Women? I'll kill them just the same." Bang! The ground beneath Mo Chen exploded, and at the same time, Mo Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Seeing Mo Chen suddenly take action, Jiang Zijing's 3 teammates were taken aback. However, Jiang Zijing was not surprised, as she had previously witnessed Mo Chen send a battlemaster flying over a disagreement. At this moment, Mo Chen's rampage was within her expectations. The angrier Mo Chen gets, the more likely he is to lose control. This way, I can buy more time. A thought flashed through Jiang Zijing's mind. But the next moment, bang! A shadow suddenly crashed down on Jiang Zijing's head. She was knocked to the ground. Since her body had been enhanced to crystal, Jiang Zijing was not injured by the blow, just a bit dazed. Whoosh! Just as she hit the ground and had not yet reacted, Jiang Zijing saw a sharp axe blade coming down towards her head. With a startled cry, she quickly raised her arms to defend herself. Clang! Sparks flew as the axe struck Jiang Zijing, embedding her into the ground. Mo Chen did not give Jiang Zijing any time to react, swinging the mountain-splitting axe down again. Clang! 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 Waves of sparks erupted continuously. Jiang Zijing's other 3 teammates were dumbfounded at this scene. Mo-chan launched such a violent attack right from the start. Is he serious? Is he really that furious? Stop. Let go of Sister Jing. One teammate stepped forward trying to stop Mo-chan. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out as the mountain-splitting axe in Mo-chan's hand transformed into a shadow and flew out. Bang! The teammate who spoke had his head smashed by the axe. The other two teammates, splattered with blood, were completely stunned. Without the mountain-splitting axe, Mo-chan began to rain down punches on Jiang Zijing. Based on Mo-chan's experience, the chance of triggering the 9 nether strength with bare hands was much higher. Bang 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 bang! Like a machine gun, Mo-chan's fists, larger than Jiang Zijing's head, came crashing down. Bull Demon Fist. 8-sound fist. Mo-chan alternated between the two martial techniques. Under such a frenzied assault, the surface of Jiang Zijing's body began to flicker with light. Mo-chan's attacks were too dense, and the shockwaves from the 8-sound fist continuously acted on Jiang Zijing's body, causing her bloodline power to falter. Stop! Finally, Jiang Zijing cried out in shock. Bang! But what responded to her was Mo-chan's pale golden fist. Poof! Jiang Zijing could no longer withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Another punch struck her face, and Jiang Zijing forced herself to swallow the blood back down. At this moment, Jiang Zijing's skin began to flicker between normal and crystal states. Seeing this, Mo-chan reached out and grabbed Jiang Zijing's head. He lifted her up from the deep pit. Like a broken sack, Jiang Zijing's body swayed in Mo-chan's grip. You're stalling for time, waiting for Jin Guangsan. And the others, right? Mo-chan asked, his voice extremely low. Jiang Zijing showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. Unfortunately, you miscalculated, they have all been killed by me. Mo-chan looked calmly at Jiang Zijing. At that moment, Jiang Zijing's heart stopped as she locked eyes with Mo-chan. He wasn't lying. Jin Guangsan and the others had really been killed by Mo-chan. A feeling stronger than anything she had ever experienced surged through Jiang Zijing's heart. Wait, don't. Poof. Before Jiang Zijing could finish her sentence, Mo-chan's hand plunged into her chest. Jiang Zijing's entire chest was torn apart by Mo-chan's massive hand. At that moment, Jiang Zijing's emotions surged violently, causing her to lose her crystal state. Mo-chan released his grip on Jiang Zijing's head, lifting her entire body with the hand that had pierced her chest. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. After saying this, Mo-chan suddenly exerted force. Poof! Jiang Zijing's body was split in half and fell to the ground. Waving his hand, Mo-chan shook off the blood on his hands, the droplets splattering perfectly on the faces of the remaining two team members. Turning around, Mo-chan sized up these two team members, contemplating whether or not to kill them. The two team members, completely scared stiff, collapsed to the ground. Let them go. Wang Meng, pale-faced, suddenly spoke up. When Mo-chan made his move, he had already used his bloodline ability to block the other's communicator with his powerful mental force. Why? Mo-chan looked at Wang Meng in confusion. This cunning little guy, would he really let himself off the hook? If you kill them, both Jiang Zijing and Jin Guangsan's teams will completely disappear, and you will definitely become the focus of the investigation. If you leave these two alive, then the investigation into Jiang Zijing will fall on their shoulders, and Jin Guangsan's death can be blamed on the beast tide, Wang Meng explained. Hearing Wang Meng's words, Mo-chan felt a bit of admiration. This was simply too dark. Not only killing Jiang Zijing, but also making his team members take the blame. Wait. Mo-chan suddenly remembered and said, what if these two guys spill the beans? Upon hearing this, Wang Meng adjusted his glasses, a cold smile appearing on his face. That depends on Mina. Mina tilted her head. Half a minute later, Mina used her bloodline power to modify the memories of Jiang Zijing's two team members. Following Wang Meng's suggestion, their memories were altered to believe that it was they who, especially the long-eared man, misjudged the situation in the depths of the wilderness, leading to the beast horde that killed Jiang Zijing and the others. This way, to evade responsibility, they would subconsciously choose to cover up the matter. Moreover, they would make every effort to conceal it, not bothering to scrutinize the inconsistencies in their memories. The two who had their memories modified lay groggily on the ground. Mina also swayed a bit unsteadily. Mo-chan stepped forward to support Mina. If you're tired, I can just carry you back, Mo-chan said. Hearing this, Mina's little face flushed as she nodded. Then, with a soft cry, Mina was directly carried on Mo-chan's back. An astonishing elasticity came from his back, causing Mo-chan to involuntarily gasp. However, Wang Meng beside them looked at Mo-chan with a somewhat resentful gaze. You want to carry her? Then go ahead. Mo-chan raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Wang Meng's forehead twitched. He was shorter than Mina, how could he carry her? Moreover, his physical fitness was not as abnormal as Mo-chan's. Running back to the camp from here would be tough enough for him, let alone carrying someone, and Mina herself was not short and was quite well endowed, definitely not light. With a cold snort, Wang Meng directly ran towards the camp. Mo-chan grinned and also dashed out with Mina on his back. Just a few seconds after they left, the ground rabbit beast horde arrived. The two survivors Mo-chan had left behind, hearing the commotion of the ground rabbit beast horde, immediately woke up and fled in a panic. Meanwhile, following Jiang Zijing's orders, Jiang Ziwei was stationed at a key point, just in time to intercept a team. Are you sure you want to clash with us? Gu Bingwan's beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Ziwei as she spoke lightly. Jiang Ziwei frowned. Gu Bingwan's aura would make anyone's heart flutter upon seeing her. He had been looking for opportunities to get close to Gu Bingwan but had never found the right moment. No, Jiang Ziwei finally replied firmly. His sister's plan was crucial, so for now he could only keep a cold face towards Gu Bingwan. Who? A cold wind began to swirl around Gu Bingwan's body. Jiang Ziwei took a step back upon seeing this. Are you really going to fight me? As Jiang Ziwei spoke, his skin turned to stone, even his eyes became like stone. Gu Bingwan remained silent, but the chilling aura continuously emanated from her body. Although her team members did not understand why Gu Bingwan insisted on pushing forward, they also unleashed their bloodline powers, ready to take action. Jiang Ziwei's expression grew serious. He might not even be able to defeat Gu Bingwan alone, let alone the other four. Just then, Jiang Ziwei heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Instinctively, turning his head, he saw Emo-chan carrying Mina on his back, running towards them with Wang Meng. Jiang Ziwei frowned. How did Emo-chan get here? Didn't his sister take action? Or did they miss each other along the way? Gu Bingwan, who was continuously releasing cold air, felt the presence of Emo-chan and immediately reigned in her chilling aura. However, when she saw Mina on Emo-chan's back, Gu Bingwan was momentarily taken aback. There's a horde of hundreds of ground rabbits coming this way, run! Emo-chan quickly warned upon seeing Gu Bingwan. Gu Bingwan nodded in response and shouted to her 4 team members, go! Thus, Jiang Ziwei, still somewhat stunned, watched as Emo-chan and Gu Bingwan left. A beast horde? Then my sister and the others are in danger? Jiang Ziwei's heart sank. At that moment, another set of footsteps approached. He saw the long-eared man and another team member running towards them in a disheveled state. Seeing these two, Jiang Ziwei felt a bit relieved. Where's my sister? Jiang Ziwei asked. Jingjia, she's blocking the beast horde. The long-eared man stammered. Then why did you leave first? Jiang Ziwei frowned. We aren't strong enough. Staying behind would only hold you back. Hurry, the ground rabbit horde is coming. The long-eared man's tone was anxious. Jingjia, I told you to leave too. Let's get back to the camp first. Seeing that Jiang Ziwei was somewhat skeptical, the long-eared man added. At this moment, he certainly couldn't reveal that Jiang Zijing was already dead. What if Jiang Ziwei panicked and insisted on staying? Jiang Ziwei's bloodline ability was petrification, granting him considerable defensive power. Against the ground rabbit's attacks, he could probably hold out for a long time. As for the two of them, they would turn into a pile of rubble in just a few seconds. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the air. The blue ground rabbit horde surged forward like a wave of blue. Each ground rabbit, with bulging eyes filled with bloodshot veins, moved with incredible speed, leaving nothing but flattened ground in their wake as trees and stones vanished. Jiang Ziwei was terrified by this scene, forgetting the long-eared man's words, and directly fled alongside the two of them. Swish, swish, swish. The ground rabbit horde rampaged through, and from above, one could see a distinct trench carved through the forest in the wilderness. If Emo-chen and Wang Meng were here, they would be astonished to find that the ground rabbit horde had transformed from a few hundred to over 1,000. The original ground rabbit horde was evolving towards a beast tide. As Emo-chen and the others fled, they encountered other teams. Upon hearing the situation, these teams also fled towards the camp with Emo-chen. Gradually, the fleeing group grew to over 50 people. On the city wall, Tu Jiao and Fan Ji, who had been observing the surrounding wilderness, noticed this situation. What's going on over there? Did they encounter a beast horde? Or did they run into a beast king? Fan Shi wondered, picking up his binoculars. There should be a herd of beasts nearby, and according to the agreement, the several beast kings cannot take action. Tu Jiao said calmly. In the camp, there were also war kings stationed. These powerful war kings usually did not take action. Their role was to specifically deter those beast kings. Once a beast king took action, these war kings among the humans would actively strike back. Thus, a delicate balance had been maintained in the wilderness. However, everyone knew that this balance would eventually be broken. The elite of humanity was increasing, and the strange beasts were gradually becoming no match. Once humans killed a few more strange beasts, the beast kings would likely be unable to hold back any longer. Otherwise, the lower-level strange beasts would be wiped out. It's a herd of ground rabbits. Thousands of them. Quite a large scale. Fan Ji put down the binoculars, his expression becoming serious. Emo-chen and the others were still 7 or 8 miles away from the camp. Given the speed of the ground rabbit herd, Emo-chen and the others would be caught before they reached the defensive zone. Bring me my explosive bow, Fan Ji instructed a nearby soldier. The soldier immediately ran down the city wall. A few seconds later, 2 soldiers came up carrying a long bow taller than a person. Haven't seen you shoot in a long time. Tu Jiao glanced at the explosive bow. The explosive bow was a low-grade earth weapon. However, its power far exceeded that of ordinary earth weapons. This was because the explosive bow had to be paired with the extremely expensive explosive arrows. The combination of the two was incredibly terrifying. Fanji grabbed the explosive bow and drew out a pitch-black explosive arrow, originally looking no different from an ordinary person. Fanji's aura suddenly surged. Waves of surging bloodline power flowed into the explosive bow. Blood-red patterns began to glow on the bow's body. The explosive arrow rested on the bowstring, and a terrifying energy surged forth, causing the two nearby soldiers to squint their eyes. Fanji closed one eye, aimed at the herd, and pulled the bowstring back fully. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. The pitch-black explosive arrow emitted a dazzling light, shooting out like a meteor. At that moment, Emo-chan, who was fleeing, noticed this streak of light. That's an explosive arrow. Someone in the camp has taken action, Wang Meng said beside him. As Wang Meng spoke, the explosive arrow had already passed over their heads, shooting towards the ground rabbit herd. 2 seconds later, the explosive arrow fell. Thud! A ground rabbit was struck by the explosive arrow, its head pierced through. The frenzied ground rabbit herd did not stop because of the hit rabbit, still charging forward madly. Buzz! But at that moment, the explosive arrow released an extremely bright light. Boom! The next moment, the explosive arrow exploded. The powerful energy vaporized the ground rabbits within dozens of meters around. After the explosive arrow exploded, it turned into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Thud! 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 In an instant, the ground rabbits within hundreds of meters were all pierced by the fragments. With one arrow, the ground rabbit herd was reduced by more than half. The explosive arrow shot by Fanji split the entire ground rabbit beast group in half. With more than half of the ground rabbit beasts gone, their movements began to slow down. After a few seconds, the ground rabbit beast group completely collapsed. A large number of rabbits scattered and fled into the wilderness. They won't chase us now. Wang Meng retracted his mental energy and sighed in relief. Soon, Emo-chan and the others rushed back to the camp. Apart from Emo-chan and his group, the other students looked pale and shaken. After returning to the camp, many of them collapsed onto the ground. Let's go and turn in our tasks, Emo-chan suggested. Wang Meng nodded. Mina said shyly, her face flushed. Emo-chan, could you put me down first? Mina buried her face into Emo-chan's back, feeling embarrassed. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Emo-chan reluctantly set Mina down. Then, the three of them walked towards the task submission area. Although they had fled in a panic, Emo-chan had not lost a single piece of beast skin. Splash! A large pile of rabbit skins was placed on the task table. Seeing so many beast skins, the soldier, counting them, was somewhat surprised. A total of 100 pieces, which is 300 points. The soldier said, inputting the results of Emo-chan's team. The screen next to the task table flickered, and Emo-chan's team's score appeared, taking the top spot. Moreover, the second place only had a little over 70 points. How did they kill so many rabbits? 300 points? Our team probably only has a little over 50 points by now. With this score, aren't they guaranteed first place? The teams that had escaped with Emo-chan became a bit unsettled upon seeing the 300 points. Let's go to another place to earn points. We can't fall behind. 10,000 points are ours. These teams, which had barely rested in the camp, handed in their beast skins and plunged back into the wilderness. Meanwhile, Emo-chan and his group stayed in the camp, because Tu Jiao was asking questions. The questions Tu Jiao asked were naturally about Jin Guangsan and Zhang Zijing. Both of these students had some background, and if they died under mysterious circumstances, their families would definitely not let it go easily. Of course, the first martial school didn't have to worry about this. If those families dared to cause trouble at the school, the first martial school could directly make those families disappear from Long Country. However, still, they needed to provide a somewhat legitimate reason. Emo-chan and the others answered according to the story Wang Meng had prepared earlier. Alright, you can continue with your tasks now, Tu Jiao said lightly, arms crossed. Teacher 2, you can't let them go. Seeing that Emo-chan and the others could leave after just a few answers, Zhang Ziwei was somewhat dissatisfied. My sister went to find them, and her death must be related to them. Teacher 2, you must interrogate them further, only then will they dare to tell the truth. Zhang Ziwei glared at Emo-chan and the others with resentment. In his view, Zhang Zijing was killed because she went to find Emo-chan. Therefore, it was Emo-chan and the others who indirectly caused Zhang Zijing's death. Emo-chan frowned upon hearing Zhang Ziwei's words. Killing that crazy woman Zhang Zijing, he didn't expect to have a crazy brother. I will continue to investigate this matter, Tu Jiao replied indifferently. No, Teacher 2, you must detain them. What if they escape? I'll contact my family and have them come to interrogate these three, Zhang Ziwei said through gritted teeth. And the usually calm Tu Jiao frowned upon hearing this. This matter will be investigated by the school. Your family has no right to interfere. No, Teacher 2, these three definitely have problems. They must, Zhang Ziwei said hatefully, staring at Emo-chan and the others. However, the words were not yet finished. Slap! Zhang Ziwei received a slap and was sent flying out, crashing into a tent with a loud bang. Emo-chan looked at Tu Jiao in a daze. If you dare to talk back again, I'll have you expelled from the first martial school. Tu Jiao retracted her hand, her gaze cold as she looked at Zhang Ziwei, who had fallen into the tent. Emo-chan and the others silently gave her a thumbs up. Truly, the first martial school, they resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. After that, Emo-chan and the others left the camp and rushed back into the wilderness. As Emo-chan and the others entered the wilderness deep within the wild underground, a giant earth rabbit, over 10 meters long and covered in red fur, opened its bloodshot eyes. A powerful pressure emanated from it, and around the giant earth rabbit, countless sleeping earth rabbits awoke, their bloodshot eyes opening one by one. On the city wall, Fanji, who had been observing the wilderness around the defense line, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. However, this feeling of palpitations quickly disappeared. Fanji frowned, somewhat confused as to why he had such a reaction. In the wilderness, Emo-chan led Wang Mang and Mina deeper in. However, it seemed that the previous team had already swept through the area, as they hardly encountered any strange beasts along the way. Continuing deeper into the wilderness, they met a returning team. Teams that could venture this deep into the wilderness were all very strong, and nearly everyone returned laden with beast skins. Oh, Emo-chan, didn't you guys go in another direction? Someone recognized Emo-chan. They hadn't returned to the camp since they set out, so they naturally didn't know what had just happened. There was a large-scale beast riot over there, so we came this way, Emo-chan replied casually. Emo-chan wasn't a cold person. As long as someone meant him no harm, he was willing to exchange a few words. After parting ways with the returning team, Emo-chan and the others continued deeper into the wilderness. It's strange, we've come this far, yet why haven't we encountered any strange beasts? Emo-chan frowned as he surveyed the eerily silent forest around them. I used my mental power to scan the area. For miles around us, there are no strange beasts, as if they all suddenly agreed to disappear. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. Something unusual must be afoot. Can we go back now? At that moment, Mina, who had been silent the entire way, suddenly spoke up. Mina's condition seemed off. Cold sweat was continuously beating on her forehead, and her lips were a bit pale. She looked as if she were seriously ill. Mina, what's wrong with you? Emo-chan stepped forward to support Mina's arm and asked. I have a bad feeling, Mina said weakly. Emo-chan and Wang Mang fell silent upon hearing this. Mina's bloodline ability was very special. Besides being able to modify or erase others' memories, she also had an extremely strong intuition for danger. Of course, she only told Emo-chan and Wang Mang about this latter ability. Then let's leave now. Although somewhat reluctant, Emo-chan chose to play it safe. Just as Emo-chan decided to leave, a sudden thumping sound came from deep within the wilderness. The ground began to shake, and small stones were directly jolted into the air. At this moment, in the camp, with several strong teams returning from deep within the wilderness, the leaderboard has changed again. The first place has also changed hands. Meanwhile, Emo-chan and his team have directly dropped to 7th place. The first place has reached 1,000 points. That's 3 times what Emo-chan and his team have. This team is entirely composed of students with beast bloodlines. Moreover, each of these students possesses extremely strong combat abilities with beast bloodlines. The captain, Bai Long, has an S-class Mad Flood Dragon bloodline, similar to the Dragon General bloodline of one of the 4 great generals of the nation. This time, the first place is definitely ours. Bai Long, dressed in a white cloak, looked at the leaderboard and sneered. No team can match their efficiency in killing alien beasts. However, some students were dissatisfied upon hearing Bai Long's arrogant words. Emo-chan's team got 300 points in the early stages, and now they've entered the wilderness. They might just surpass you. That's right, and Emo-chan's team only has 3 people, yet they managed to earn 300 points in the early stages. They will definitely earn more later. Bai Long's team is strong, but I think Emo-chan's team is not bad either. Hearing these words, Bai Long showed a disdainful expression. A bunch of fools. Do you know why our teams didn't return on time? Because there are no alien beasts left in the wilderness. Without alien beasts, where would Emo-chan's points come from? I doubt they can even make it into the top 5. Bai Long's teammates mocked. At this moment, several other teams ranked ahead of Emo-chan's team also spoke up. That's right, we've ventured dozens of miles into the wilderness and haven't encountered any alien beasts. Getting 300 points can only be considered good luck. There are hardly any alien beasts left in the wilderness now. These conversations were overheard by the tally clerk at the task handover point. You say there are no alien beasts in the wilderness? The clerk asked, puzzled. Of course. We almost ventured 50 miles into the wilderness but still didn't see any alien beasts, so we came back. It's strange, these alien beasts seem to have disappeared all of a sudden. Perhaps it won't be long before new alien beasts appear, several returning teams said. Upon hearing this, the clerk's expression changed dramatically. Having been stationed here for so long, he naturally understood the wilderness much better than these new students participating in the training. Alien beasts cannot be completely wiped out. With tens of thousands of cave troops, it's difficult to clear even the alien beasts within 10 miles of the city walls. How could there be no alien beasts after venturing 50 miles? The occurrence of such an anomaly could only mean one thing: a beast tide is coming. The clerk realized the urgency of the situation and hurriedly ran into the main tent to report. On the city wall, Fanji, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly frowned. Aside from the buffer zone cleared around the city walls, the depths of the wilderness were filled with dense forests. In Fan Ji's line of sight, the forest dozens of miles away began to stir. Like a wave stretching for miles, it was getting closer to the defense line. Fan Ji's pupils constricted, and he immediately shouted at the nearby soldier, "Alarm, level 1 alarm, the beast tide is coming." The soldier, startled by the shout, scrambled to the tower beside the city wall. Bang! The deafening sound of a gong rang out. With this sound, the gong echoed across the hundreds of miles of city walls. Due to the abnormal magnetic field in the cave, many electronic devices malfunction for no reason. Therefore, the alarm on the city wall used this primitive method. As the gong sounded, every soldier in the camp, no matter what they were doing, donned their armor and picked up their weapons. 4th Battalion, assemble! With a roar, all the soldiers of the 4th camp gathered in less than 10 seconds. At this moment, Mo Chen and the others, who had sensed something was off, along with other teams, rushed into the city gate. The beast tide is coming. Stay back and don't cause trouble, Tu Jiao said to the group of trainees. Then her figure flashed and appeared on the city wall. It really is a beast tide, Wang Mang said, still feeling a bit shaken. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At this time, the soldiers of the 4th camp who had assembled ran out of the camp in perfect formation. Leading the entire camp was a tall, dark-skinned man with a stitched scar around his neck. This is Fan Wu, the brother of Fan Ji, and also the camp leader of the 4th camp, a peak battle sect. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses and introduced. The camp leader is only at the peak of the battle sect? Mo Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. The strength of the underworld army cannot be judged by their realm. You must know that every member of the underworld army has gone through dozens or even hundreds of battles, and those who survive are all elites among elites, Wang Mang said with a serious expression. Moreover, once someone becomes a battle king in the underworld army, they no longer participate in battles of this scale. The battle kings will remain stationed at the camp, or hide in the shadows. Once the beast king in the wilderness makes a move, they will stop them at the first opportunity. Wang Mang continued. No wonder I haven't seen any battle kings in the camp, Mo Chen realized. At this moment, the soldiers inside the camp had exited the city wall, and Mo Chen and the others could not see the situation at the front line. So, they climbed up the watchtower in the camp. The watchtower was over 10 meters high, and from the top, the view was wide open, allowing them to see everything inside and outside the city wall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook, and a wave of green surged from the forest in the distance. Outside the city wall, the underworld army had already formed their formation. At the front were tall heavy-armored soldiers holding shields and long spears. Behind the heavy-armored soldiers were warriors fully armed with heavy swords. At the back were the archers. On the flanks were a few lightly armored soldiers, but their numbers were relatively small. Mo Chen guessed they might be elemental warriors or those with special bloodline abilities capable of providing some support in battle. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound grew louder. Then, the first batch of strange beasts charged out from the forest. Thousands of gray-furred ground hares rushed out. Behind them were beasts resembling wild boars but the size of trucks. Fire! With a command, the archers shot arrows into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds erupted as black arrows fell in a parabolic arc, landing among the beast tide. Boom, 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 boom. Each arrow that hit the ground exploded. Almost one arrow could kill 7 or 8 ground hares. However, for the larger beasts, the arrows were much less effective. An arrow shot into a beast's body, and when it exploded, the beast's massive body blocked most of the damage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Another round of arrows was shot. The ground hares were now few and far between, but the arrows had less impact on the large wild boars. Block them! Camp leader Fan Wu roared. The soldiers at the front holding heavy shields stepped forward a meter. Meanwhile, some beasts that had narrowly avoided 2 rounds of arrows had already charged close. Bang, 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 bang. The frenzied beasts crashed into the heavy shields without fear of death. The first clash between the underworld army and the beast tide officially began. The strange beasts kept crashing against the heavy shields, and the soldiers holding the shields were continuously pushed back. Retreat! Just as it seemed these soldiers could no longer hold on, a command was given. Suddenly, the entire shield formation scattered. The line that was originally straight transformed into a cone shape. With this formation, the frenzied beasts rushing in immediately surged towards the gap in the middle. Put! Put! At that moment, the heavy shield soldiers on both sides, along with those wielding heavy swords, launched their attacks. The beasts that had just charged into the gap were instantly killed by the heavy swords and spears from both sides. On the battlefield, thousands of strange beasts had already been killed or injured, while the human side suffered almost no casualties. However, this was just the front line of the beast tide. More and more strange beasts poured into the battlefield from behind, including those with the strength of a battle master. A gigantic black leopard beast with battle master strength charged into the formation, and the heavy swords and spears on both sides could not break through its defenses. With the attack of this black leopard beast, the shield formation collapsed, and the heavy shield soldiers and heavy sword soldiers formed teams of 3, scattering into the beast horde. This scene was continuously unfolding along the entire front line of the city wall. The original confrontation had now completely turned into a chaotic battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the light-armored soldiers flanking the sides of the formation sprang into action. Various dazzling bloodline powers were unleashed. Some released cold air to freeze the beasts, while others conjured flames to forcibly separate the beast horde. There were also those who, after activating their bloodline powers, drove the beasts into a frenzy, causing them to turn on each other. These bloodline powers, which were ineffective in one-on-one combat, played a significant role in this chaotic battle. However, even so, human soldiers continued to sacrifice themselves amidst the chaos. On the battlefield, only a small number of soldiers had A-level bloodlines, most were C-level or D-level, and some were even E-level. S-level was, after all, extremely rare. Even the strongest martial academy had only managed to find over 200 S-level individuals from across the country. In the area under the responsibility of the 4th Battalion, a soldier was struck by the tail of a serpentine beast that had ambushed him from the side. Half of his face was directly torn open. Yet, this soldier showed no fear or retreat. "Damn you!" he cursed, raising his alloy-long knife and cleaving the serpentine beast in half. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly fell, striking the forehead of a gorilla wielding a bone club behind the soldier. "Trying to ambush me?" Bang! With a kick, the already dead gorilla was sent flying. After spraying a hemostatic spray on his face, the soldier raised his knife and charged out again. Not just him, the 4th Battalion, under Fan Wu's leadership, fought like mad against the beasts. "We can't defend. Against the beast tide, we can only attack." Wang Meng, who was also perched on the watchtower, frowned and said, just like Emo-chen. "Why?" Emo-chen asked. "In a beast tide, there are at least hundreds of thousands of beasts. Under normal circumstances, there are over 1 million. Can we hold them off just by defending? Moreover, the more you defend, the more you provoke the ferocity of these beasts. So, the best way is to fight the beasts. Kill them frantically, make them afraid. Once some beasts start to fear and retreat, the entire beast tide will begin to collapse," Wang Meng explained. At this point, Wang Meng instinctively reached for his glasses but quickly realized his hands were still gripping the structure, so he had to hold back. After listening to Wang Meng's words, Emo-chen fell into thought. If this beast tide continues without the Beast King intervening, I estimate it will last for more than 2 hours. Just as Wang Meng was about to continue, he suddenly noticed that Emo-chen was gone. "Emo-chen?" Wang Meng looked around but did not see Emo-chen's figure. Rumbling. At that moment, the forest in the wilderness trembled again. Wang Meng instinctively looked up and saw another wave of strange beasts rushing out of the forest, joining the battlefield. Wang Meng's eyes widened in shock. A second wave of beast tide? No, to be precise, the strange beasts appearing now should be reinforcements. Not only Wang Meng but also Fan Ji and Tu Zhao, who had been observing the battlefield as well as the hidden War King, were stunned. Strange beasts are strategizing now? This second wave of beast tide appeared just after the battle had begun. At this moment, the morale of the entire underground army was at its peak. Suddenly, another wave of beast tide came and many soldiers were taken aback. Some even showed despair in their eyes. They could fight to the death against one wave of beast tide and win. But against 2 waves, most would likely sacrifice themselves. What are you afraid of? Who among those who came to the underground is afraid of death? Those who are afraid of death have long since rolled away. At this moment, the captain of the 4th Battalion, Fan Wu, roared. "Put!" A black panther of battle-level strength was torn in half by Fan Wu's beastified claws. This greatly boosted morale. The captain is right. What are we afraid of? If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't be a soldier. Damn it, aren't they just strange beasts? I've killed hundreds of them. A group of soldiers roared, urging their bloodline power. The 4th Battalion directly broke a hole through the beast tide. On the city wall, Fanji held a burst bow in one hand and a burst arrow in the other, focusing intently on the battlefield, ready to provide support at any moment. Suddenly, Fanji noticed that the previously chaotic beast horde began to move, with some strange beasts turning around and rushing towards the 4th Battalion. At that moment, Fanji's scalp tingled. The beast horde has a commander. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Fanji shouted, and at the same time, the burst arrow in his hand shot out with a whoosh. Boom! The beast horde in front of the 4th Battalion was hit by the burst arrow. Hundreds of strange beasts were killed or injured in an instant. At this time, Fan Wu also heard Fanji's warning. "Retreat! Retreat!" Fan Wu shouted. In the long battle, the soldiers of the 4th Battalion had developed the habit of always obeying commands. Although their fighting spirit was boiling, the soldiers of the 4th Battalion quickly gathered together to retreat collectively. However, the surrounding reinforcements from the beast horde were faster. Before the soldiers of the 4th Battalion could retreat to the defense line, they were surrounded by the strange beasts. This is bad. Fanji on the city wall felt a tightness in his heart upon seeing this scene. Surrounded by a dense horde of beasts, even his burst arrows would be of no help. The surrounded soldiers of the 4th Battalion were about to face an endless wave of strange beasts. Just as Fanji was anxious, suddenly, a faint golden light burst out on the battlefield. Bang bang bang! The golden light surged and all the strange beasts it touched exploded. 3 o'clock direction, support. Seeing this, Fanji hurriedly called out. Mo-chan, who had just killed 20 battle-level strange beasts in one breath, stopped and looked over. He saw a large group of strange beasts continuously gathering at the 3 o'clock direction. Without thinking much, Mo-chan charged over directly. As most of the strange beasts charged towards the fourth camp, Mo-chan happened to be behind them. Put. The mountain splitting. Axe swung and the strange beasts were torn apart. A few strange beasts noticed Mo-chan and immediately turned to attack him. Bang! Bang! Fists glowing with a faint golden light struck out and these strange beasts were blown to pieces. In the originally dense group of strange beasts, Mo-chan once again carved out a path. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the fourth camp were fighting for their lives. Surrounded by strange beasts, they faced attacks every moment. There was no way out. Being caught in the tide of beasts and surrounded would lead to this outcome. However, the only fortunate thing was that they had only just been surrounded shortly after the battle began, still having the strength to fight. If they had been surrounded in the later stages of the battle, they would have been immediately overwhelmed and killed by the strange beasts. Pair up, don't scatter, aim for the vital points. Fan Wu shouted, patterns beginning to appear on his face. On his forehead, a character 4 king emerged. Rip! A large dog-like strange beast that pounced on him was torn in half by Fan Wu's bare hands. Put. With sharp tiger claws swinging, Fan Wu killed 2 more large dog-like strange beasts that charged from the left. However, there were simply too many strange beasts. Even with Fan Wu's peak strength in the martial sect, he could only hold them off. But the other soldiers of the fourth camp were not so fortunate. Just after cutting down one strange beast that charged at him, another one immediately lunged at him. Captain, if this continues, we won't be able to hold on, someone shouted. Captain, should we call for reinforcements? Another soldier said. Shut up. Reinforcements are on the way. Fan Wu replied with a stern face. But where were the reinforcements? After 2 waves of beast tides, the entire underground army was struggling to hold their ground. How could they possibly spare manpower for reinforcements? Moreover, the speed of the strange beasts' reinforcements was even faster than he had imagined. It was as if someone was directing them. In this situation, they had no way to retreat back to their defensive line. Looks like we're done for. Fan Wu sighed. Inwardly, he wasn't afraid of death, he just felt he owed his brothers. They had promised to let them go home for the festival. Alas! Brothers in the camp, old Fan, am sorry for you. Fan Wu lamented in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, at that moment, the strange beasts on the left flank of the fourth camp were blasted apart. A gap appeared in the dense mass of strange beasts. The soldiers on the left flank of the fourth camp were momentarily stunned. Buzzing, a strange vibrating sound arose. Boom! Another group of strange beasts exploded. This time, the soldiers on the left flank of the fourth camp saw clearly. The one who struck was a muscular man with a bare upper body glowing faintly with golden light. It was Mo-chan. Reinforcements have arrived, a soldier reacted, shouting excitedly. Upon hearing this, the others joined in the cheer. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. In an instant, the morale of the soldiers on the left flank of the fourth camp surged. The soldiers in other positions, hearing this, also felt a surge of excitement. Only Fan Wu showed a look of confusion. Reinforcements? What nonsense! How could there be reinforcements in such a situation? Fan Wu turned his head in doubt and looked towards the left flank. But the battlefield was too chaotic. Apart from the soldiers of the fourth camp and the dense mass of strange beasts, he could see nothing else. At this moment, Mo-chan had already charged into the formation of the fourth camp. Brothers, thank you so much, a warm-hearted soldier from the fourth camp stepped forward and patted Mo-chan's muscular chest. Us? Mo-chan showed a puzzled expression. It's just me. No problem, as long as you can come, even if it's just one person. Wait a minute. The fourth camp soldier, who had just been smiling, was suddenly stunned. Just you alone? What about the others? The soldier's eyes widened as he looked at Mo-chan. The others are fighting and can't come to support you, Mo-chan replied honestly. Then why did you come here? Are you looking to die? A soldier couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Mo-chan was even more confused. Of course I came to support you. What else could I do? Once he said this, the soldiers were at a loss for words. One person supporting a battalion? However, some soldiers were very touched. Brother, I appreciate your intentions. From now on, you are my brother by different mothers. Ha ha. Even though we weren't born at the same time, we'll die together today. Right. Together in death, damn it, at least we won't be lonely as ghosts, several soldiers shouted. Mo-chan heard this and felt a headache coming on. Who wants to die with you? Mo-chan shook his head helplessly. Brother, be careful. Quick, duck. Suddenly, the soldiers exclaimed. At that moment, a giant elephant, 7 or 8 meters long and 3 meters high, swung its bone-spiked trunk towards Mo-chan. An ambush? Mo-chan raised an eyebrow. Boom! A loud crash. The bone-spiked trunk, as thick as an adult's waist, struck Mo-chan. The surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. A few soldiers even showed expressions of regret. On the battlefield, one must not be careless. Otherwise, the price paid would be life. Crash! The bone spikes on the trunk exploded, shattering everywhere. Yet, Emo-chan still stood straight in place. I hate ambushes the most. Emo-chan frowned, turned around, and his figure flashed. The next moment, Emo-chan appeared in front of the giant elephant. The injury to its trunk made the giant elephant go wild, and its heavy legs lifted abruptly. Stomping towards Emo-chan, Emo-chan took half a step back and reached out his hand. Thud! Emo-chan's ankle sank into the ground. Meanwhile, his right hand firmly held the elephant's leg. With a cold snort, Emo-chan's right arm suddenly exerted force. Muscles bulged, and veins throbbed like a giant python. At the same time, black patterns appeared on the golden skin of his arm. The passive skill of the 9 nether body, 9 nether strength. Emo-chan yanked the trunk upward. Boom! The giant elephant lost its balance and fell to the ground. Dozens of alien beasts couldn't dodge in time and were crushed into meat paste. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers on the left wing were dumbfounded. One person, one hand, overturned a giant elephant? Fortunately, the giant elephant was flipped by Emo-chan, temporarily blocking a portion of the alien beasts. Otherwise, these dazed soldiers wouldn't have reacted before being attacked by the alien beasts. Bang! With the mountain-splitting axe in hand, Emo-chan split the giant elephant's head open. Ding! Evolution points plus 500. The system prompt sounded. Emo-chan was somewhat surprised as his strength increased. The alien beasts at the war general level only added a maximum of 100 evolution points. Previously, killing Jin Guangsan and the others only earned him 300 points for Pang Xiong and 200 for Jin Guangsan. He didn't expect this giant elephant to be worth 500 points. Moreover, those alien beasts that were crushed had already turned into evolution points. Just entering the battlefield for a short while, Emo-chan had already gained nearly 1,000 evolution points. To raise the awakening level of the 9 nether body to level 2, it required 20,000 evolution points. At this rate, it didn't seem impossible. What are you all standing there for? Get to killing the alien beasts. Seeing the soldiers in a daze, Emo-chan reminded them. Instantly, the soldiers reacted. Kill! The alien beast formation is in disarray. Move quickly. What a good opportunity. The soldiers who had regained their senses immediately entered combat mode. In an instant, the alien beasts on the left wing of the 4th Battalion faced a massacre. In fact, a temporary vacuum appeared in the encirclement of some alien beasts on the left wing. Of course, this is mainly due to Emo-chan's efforts. After toppling the giant elephant, he temporarily blocked the beast horde, causing a commotion among them. At the same time, Emo-chan swung his mountain axe and charged to the front, greatly boosting morale. Ha, this feels so damn good to kill, a soldier shouted joyfully, cutting down a fierce tiger beast with his sword. Just as he was about to deliver another strike, bang! The tiger beast's head was crushed by Emo-chan's foot. The soldier was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, other soldiers on the left flank encountered the same situation. Whenever they were about to kill a beast, Emo-chan would suddenly appear, delivering a punch or a kick or using his axe to finish off the beast. These soldiers were a bit dazed. Stealing kills? But this is a battlefield, right? I know, this brother must want us to conserve our strength, one soldier exclaimed, touched. Upon hearing this, the other soldiers suddenly realized. Thanks, brother. I'll buy you a drink when we get out. A group of soldiers felt somewhat moved. Not only did he come to support them alone, but he also did his best to help them during the fight. Where could they find such a good brother? However, at this moment, Emo-chan had no reaction, because he was checking the system's notifications. It really works. Emo-chan was a bit excited. He discovered that as long as he killed the beast himself, the system would still count it as his evolution points. Moreover, the evolution points were not discounted at all. However, if the beast was only knocked down by him and then finished off by other soldiers, it would not count as his evolution points, unless he severely injured the beast to the point of near death. Thus, for the next while, almost all the beasts on the left flank were taken care of by Emo-chan alone, and Emo-chan's evolution points were skyrocketing. The change in the left flank's battle situation directly affected the front line. Fanwu clearly felt the pressure from the beast attacks had lessened significantly. Ha, what's going on? Is the support that strong? Fanwu was a bit puzzled. Captain, the left flank has created a vacuum zone. Let's move our team to the left, a staff officer suggested. Alright, Fanwu did not hesitate. On the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly, and they must seize the opportunity quickly. Meanwhile, on the other side, after helping the left flank deal with a large wave of beasts, Emo-chan also charged to the front. Fanwu showed a puzzled expression upon seeing Emo-chan suddenly appear. Although he had seen Emo-chan before, he could not recognize him in his current form, with muscles bulging, standing nearly 2 meters tall, and with black tattoos on his arms. Bang! Bang! Emo-chan's 2 punches sent 2 giant wolves flying. Brother, which regiment are you from? Fanwu asked as he moved forward to assist. I'm not from any regiment, Mo Chen replied, punching another beast away. Then what's your team number? Fan Wu wanted to understand, but Mo Chen was getting a bit impatient. What team? It's just me. After saying this, Mo Chen directly plunged into the beast horde. Just you? Fan Wu was a bit dumbfounded and instinctively looked towards the left flank's team. One person could help the left flank gain such a huge advantage? The aura on him was only that of a battle master. How could this be possible? Boom! Just as this thought crossed his mind, a loud noise erupted in front of Fan Wu. Dozens of beasts were sent flying. Mo Chen was holding onto a giant elephant's bone tusk, spinning it like a hammer throw. Whoosh! 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 The 7 or 8 meter long giant elephant spun in the air, creating a whirlwind. The surrounding beasts were all swept up and sent flying into the sky. Finally, Mo Chen hurled it with all his might. The 7 or 8 meter long, 100-ton giant elephant flew out just like that. Seconds later, boom! A loud noise came from the distant beast herd. As the giant elephant fell, Mo Chen drew out his giant axe and swung it wildly. Those strange beasts that fell from the sky met their demise under the mountain-splitting axe. Gulp! Fan Wu swallowed hard in shock. What terrifying power! This is. Bang! Suddenly, a shadow collided with Mo Chen. It was a beast resembling a spotted deer but with a single horn on its forehead, crashing into Mo Chen. A mid-level poison drill spotted deer from the battle sect. Fan Wu exclaimed. This type of beast was extremely fast, its single horn very hard, and it was also highly poisonous. Even high-grade battle armor could be easily pierced. At this moment, Mo Chen was bare-skinned, with no protection whatsoever. However, what left Fan Wu dumbfounded was that after being knocked back a distance, Mo Chen managed to stop himself firmly on the ground. The poison drill spotted deer's horn stabbed into Mo Chen's abdomen but did not penetrate at all. Crack! Mo Chen grabbed the horn. I told you, I hate sneak attacks. With that, Mo Chen exerted force and directly broke the horn. Quick, throw it away, it's poisonous! Fan Wu shouted in alarm. The horn of the poison drill spotted deer contained deadly poison. Upon contact with the skin, the poison would rapidly penetrate the skin barrier and enter the bloodstream. However, for Mo Chen, who possessed an indestructible body and a 9-nether body, this poison was nothing at all. With a slap of his palm, boom! The head of the poison drill spotted deer exploded into pieces. Your hand is fine? Fan Wu looked at Mo Chen's hand as if he were looking at a monster. At this moment, Mo Chen's palm still glowed faintly with golden light, showing no signs of poisoning. It's fine, Mo Chen said calmly. This poison was something even Fan Wu, a peak battle sect expert just a step away from the battle King Realm, feared greatly. Yet, Mo Chen seemed completely unfazed. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Fan Wu spoke, don't rush into the beast herd. Stay with the team. With you here, our 4th camp should be able to safely retreat back to the defense line. Just as he finished speaking, rumble! The ground began to shake, a tremendous noise coming from the forest in the wilderness. Feeling this commotion, Fan Wu's eyes widened and his heart sank completely. This noise was all too familiar to Fan Wu. The beast tide was coming. The second wave of the beast tide could be overlooked, but this was the third wave of the beast tide. Not just the 4th camp, the entire underground army on the battlefield was shocked. 3 consecutive waves of beast tides. They had never encountered such a thing before. Not good. On the city wall, Zhang Ji saw another wave of strange beasts rushing in from the wilderness and his expression changed drastically. With the third wave of the beast tide approaching, the underground army had absolutely no chance of winning. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ji drew his explosive bow and frantically shot arrows at the beast herd. At this point, it was no longer about timing, it was about killing as many as possible. The fewer strange beasts there were, the less pressure the underground army would face. On the other side of the city wall, Tu Jiao frowned upon seeing the incoming wave of beasts again. She took out something resembling a compass from her pocket and quickly wrote on it with a cut finger. After finishing, Tu Jiao immediately jumped down from the city wall and headed towards the camp. At this moment, the students perched on the watchtower also saw the third wave of the beast tide approaching. Everyone, gather immediately. As they were in shock, Tu Jiao's voice suddenly rang out. All the students obediently jumped down from the watchtower. 5 seconds later, all the students had gathered. We're still missing one person. Tu Jiao frowned. Mo Chen, it's Mo Chen who's missing, someone shouted. Wang Meng silently cursed the situation. If Mo Chen didn't show up at this time, Tu Jiao's side would be in trouble. Hearing this, Tu Jiao frowned. Has anyone seen where Mo Chen went? Tu Jiao scanned the crowd, but no one answered. Even Wang Meng didn't dare to speak, because he truly hadn't seen where Mo Chen had gone. Seeing that no one responded, Tu Jiao frowned again. Everyone, head to the entrance of the underground cave. Once the beasts breach the city walls, you must escape inside immediately, understood? Tu Jiao said. Understood, all the students replied with serious expressions. Tu Jiao's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The students immediately rushed to the entrance of the underground cave. Wang Meng, where did Mo Chen go? Mina, looking worried, approached Wang Meng and asked. I don't know either. 1 second I was talking to him and the next second he was gone, Wang Meng said with a grim face. Humph, where else could he go? He must have run away first. Someone sneered at that moment. That Emo-chan had already left the group on the special train to school before, but at that time he entered the battlefield. A student who had taken the same special train as Emo-chan spoke up. Humph, you all saw what happened to the battlefield. Would Emo-chan really go in? He'd probably be shredded to pieces the moment he stepped in. Anyway, there are only two outcomes, either dead or escaped. The crowd kept discussing. Emo-chan had become a topic for the students to relieve their stress under the shadow of the beast tide. At the same time, above the underground of the Magic City, at the first martial arts school, in the principal's office, Vice Principal Pei Quan was reviewing documents. Although the nominal principal of the first martial arts school was one of the 4 great generals of the state, they had long been stationed in the underground and had no time to manage the school's affairs. Therefore, all matters, big and small, fell on the shoulders of Vice Principal Pei Kwang. In reality, Pei Kwang should be the principal of the first martial arts school. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a round jade plate on Pei Kwang's desk lit up. Who is using the bloodline communicator? Pei Kwang picked up the jade plate. This type of jade plate was made from a special jade stone. It could transmit messages over distances and, more importantly, was not affected by the underground's unique magnetic field. However, to transmit information, it required the consumption of bloodline power. Below the battle sect level, it could not be activated. After just a glance at the jade plate, Pei Kwang suddenly stood up. Not good. Whoosh! Pei Kwang vanished from the office, leaving only a spinning chair behind. Soon, a 20,000-strong army gathered at the first martial arts school, all pouring into the school's high tower. The teleportation in the hall was fully activated, and within 5 minutes, the entire army of 20,000 entered the underground. Pei Kwang did not follow them down but immediately began contacting people from other universities in the Magic City. There was a problem in the underground. 3 consecutive waves of beast tides. This had never happened in history. Although the first martial arts school was powerful, facing such a frenzied beast tide might not be enough to hold them back. After receiving Pei Kwang's call, the principals of other universities in the Magic City quickly gathered their forces and headed to the first martial arts school. If Pei Kwang is this anxious, the situation in the underground must be even worse. This beast tide is indeed strange, as if someone is commanding them. Who cares about that? Support the first martial arts school. All universities in the Magic City were stirred. After arranging these matters, Pei Kwang also had people gather the students within the first martial arts school. There were already few students in the first martial arts school, and most of them were usually deep in the underground, on missions. After a brief assembly, only 2,000 students were present. Under Pei Kwang's arrangement, these 2,000 students were also teleported to the underground. However, Pei Kwang did not let them directly enter the battlefield, but instead had them stand by in the square. The strength of these 2,000 students was generally at the battle sec level, with a few reaching the Battle King realm. Although they were all skilled, they would not have much impact on the battlefield. Therefore, Pei Kwang arranged them in the square as the last line of defense for the entire underground of the Magic City. As for Pei Kwang himself, he charged into the underground battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle cries. Everywhere, strange beasts and warriors were fighting desperately. The smell of blood was overwhelmingly strong. Principal Pei Tu Jiao suddenly appeared beside Pei Kwang. What's the situation? Pei Kwang asked with a frown. Right now on the battlefield, the number of strange beasts is about 50 times that of our warriors, and it seems like the beasts have a commander, specifically concentrating their forces to attack our elite teams. Tu Jiao reported truthfully. Pei Kwang's frown deepened. Then, Pei Kwang floated up, appearing above the entire camp. Looking down, he saw that the ground was densely packed with strange beasts. The buffer zone that the underground army had cleared, which was several miles away from the wild forest, was already filled. The number of strange beasts was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Roar! 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 At that moment, from behind the beast tide, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Dozens of incredibly powerful auras were instantly released, covering the entire battlefield. Beast King! Sensing these auras, the underground army on the battlefield all changed their expressions. The Beast King is going to take action? Before this, the Beast King and the Human War King had maintained a tacit understanding and had not made a move. After all, the lethality of king-level powerhouses is too strong. A Human War King can kill hundreds or thousands of beasts with just a wave of his hand. The Beast King is the same. If this continues, all humans and beasts who are not at the War King level will be wiped out. Therefore, the warriors in the underground army never worried about the sudden appearance of the enemy's Beast King during battle. However, too many unexpected events have occurred today. 3 consecutive waves of beast tides have shattered everyone's common sense. It is not impossible for the Beast King to join the battle. Boom! But at that moment, a Human War King powerhouse who had been hiding in the shadows and not making a move simultaneously released his aura. There were more than 20 auras from the human war kings, significantly more than the dozen or so auras from the beast kings. Boom! The auras of the beast king and the human war kings collided in the air above the battlefield, producing a terrifying sound. However, after that, neither the beast king nor the human war kings made another move. Both sides released their auras, enveloping the battlefield. Seeing that the beast king did not engage with their war king, many warriors breathed a sigh of relief. If a real fight broke out, they wouldn't even know how they died. It seems they won't make a move. Among the beast horde, Emo-chan looked thoughtfully at the sky. He could clearly feel the auras of the beast king and the human war kings clashing continuously. It was just that their strength was not high enough to see it. Oh no, we have completely broken away from the defense line. To retreat, we must pass through the beast horde that is more than 20 meters behind us. Fan Wu noticed that their 4th battalion had completely charged into the beast horde. Although Fan Wu had been trying hard to lead the team back to the defense line, there were endless beasts blocking their way, making it impossible to retreat slowly as planned. On the battlefield, the 2,000 troops led by Principal Pei Kwang joined the fray. But it was like pouring a bucket of water into the ocean. These 2,000 troops were immediately overwhelmed by the beast horde. Seeing this scene, Pei Kwang's veins bulged. Principal, you can't make a move, otherwise several of the kings among the beasts will also take action. Seeing that Pei Kwang seemed unable to hold back, Tu Jiao quickly reminded him. Damn it, if we fight, we fight. My soldiers are going to die, why should I care about that? However, even though Pei Kwang said this, he still held back from making a move. Now is not the time to tear the facade. Meanwhile, the 4th battalion was completely surrounded by dense beasts. Even Emo-chen was caught in the encirclement, and it was not easy to break out. Consolidate the formation. Fan Wu shouted hoarsely. The remaining 200 soldiers of the 4th battalion immediately gathered together. After fighting to this point, the 4th battalion had already suffered over half casualties. Seeing this, Emo-chen frowned. If this continued, the 4th battalion would definitely be annihilated. At this moment, Emo-chen could no longer hide his 9 nether bloodline. Captain Fan, have everyone gather around me as the center. Emo-chen thought for a moment and said to Fan Wu. After Fan Wu finished listening to Emo-chen's words, he looked at Emo-chen in surprise. Do you really have confidence? Fan Wu almost directly asked Emo-chen if he was crazy. There's no time to hesitate, given the current situation, it has to be this way. Emo-chan replied firmly. At the same time, Emo-chan's body began to rise further. A black mist like a giant python suddenly erupted from Emo-chan's body, surrounding him. Additionally, black tattoos appeared on Emo-chan's upper body, neck, and face. 2 curved sharp horns emerged from his forehead. A row of short spikes broke through the skin along his spine. Originally, Emo-chan, who was already over 2 meters tall due to the activation of the indestructible body bloodline, now shot up to 4 meters. His muscles also expanded to a new dimension. Whoosh! A chilling aura swept out from Emo-chan's body. In that instant, everyone in the 4th battalion felt goosebumps rise on their skin. Good. Seeing Emo-chan's imposing and strange appearance, Fan Wu did not hesitate for a moment and immediately commanded the soldiers of the 4th battalion. Seconds later, the beast horde surrounding the 4th battalion exploded with a roar. Bang! 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 Emo-chan, standing 4 meters tall and enveloped in black mist, charged like a bulldozer, ruthlessly crushing the beasts. With a sweep of his arm, dozens of beasts burst apart. And under the immunity of the undying of the 9 hells and the recovery of the awakening of the 9 hells, Emo-chan suffered no injuries at all. Stay close, Fan Wu shouted. Under his command, the entire 4th battalion split into 3 groups, following closely behind Emo-chen. However, they were not retreating under Emo-chen's cover. Instead, they continued to push forward. This was also the reason Fan Wu had hesitated at first. At this moment, Emo-chen's body had risen to 4 meters, giving him a relatively good view of the battlefield. He charged toward areas where the beast horde was less dense. This way, the pressure they faced was less than if they had continued to retreat and become surrounded by the beasts. In such a battlefield, every moment of delay was crucial. More time meant more hope for survival. Buzzing. A strange vibrating sound emerged as Emo-chen directly activated the bloodline of the 9 hells and unleashed the 8 sound fist. In the state of the indestructible body, Emo-chen's strength had reached the peak of the battle sect. Now, this punch directly unleashed the might of a battle king. Pop! A strange sound echoed as an invisible wave instantly pierced through the beast horde in front of Emo-chen. A path paved with the flesh and blood of beasts appeared on the battlefield. In this battlefield filled with densely packed beasts, the commotion here was extremely conspicuous. Boom! Without a moment's pause, after throwing a punch, Emo-chen swung the mountain-cleaving axe with his other hand, sweeping it outward. A large spray of blood erupted, and the beasts suffered heavy casualties. The soldiers of the 4th battalion following behind Emo-chen all showed expressions of shock. They had hardly participated in the battle, only dealing with a few beasts that Emo-chen had missed. At this moment, Emo-chen glanced at the mountain-cleaving axe in his hand. In the state of the indestructible body, the mountain-cleaving axe was a very suitable weapon. However, when both the indestructible body and the 9 hells body were activated, the mountain-cleaving axe looked like a toy. I got a weapon enhancement opportunity when I completed the last mission, but I haven't had the chance to use it. Emo-chan suddenly remembered. Since the mountain-cleaving axe was already a high-grade earth weapon, Emo-chan thought it was sufficient, so he had never used the enhancement opportunity. Now was the right time. Enhance. A golden light flickered on the mountain-cleaving axe, visible only to Emo-chan. A strange wave emanated from Emo-chan's axe. Emo-chan immediately felt the mountain-cleaving axe become 3 times heavier. At the same time, the axe handle and blade began to lengthen. However, the axe body remained pitch black. Dang, enhancement successful. The system prompt sounded. The Earth-level high-grade mountain axe directly transformed into a heaven-level low-grade weapon. Holding the upgraded mountain axe tightly, Emo-chan felt a sense of blood and flesh connection. Ha! A portion of bloodline power was injected into the mountain axe, and a circle of swirling black mist appeared around the axe blade. Let's test its power. Gripping the mountain axe, Emo-chan swung it fiercely to the right. Boom! A cold light flashed, and the ground was split open with a crack over half a meter wide. The entire crack extended over 30 meters. All the exotic beasts near the crack exploded into fragments. At the same time, the black mist on the axe blade erupted, shooting out in all directions. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Any exotic beast hit by the black mist had a huge blood hole appear in its body. With this one axe strike, all the exotic beasts within 20 meters in front of Emo-chan were killed. The soldiers of the 4th Battalion were all dumbfounded. Who is that little guy? The principal, Pei Kwang, floating above the camp, noticed the commotion from Emo-chan and the 4th Battalion. After slaughtering a large number of exotic beasts, Emo-chan immediately led the soldiers of the 4th Battalion to support other teams on the battlefield. An unusual scene unfolded on this battlefield. While other soldiers fought desperately against the exotic beasts, the soldiers of the 4th Battalion hardly made a move. They just needed to stay close behind Emo-chan. Boom! Emo-chan swung his axe, clearing a large area of exotic beasts just a few meters in front of him. This strike did not have the power of the previous one, it was a result of Emo-chan's deliberate control. After that previous strike, Emo-chan quickly felt a wave of fatigue. However, under the passive effect of the 9 Nether Awakening, his stamina quickly recovered. And with such ordinary attacks, Emo-chan hardly consumed any stamina. This way, he could maintain his peak state to prevent any unexpected situations on the battlefield. All soldiers of the 12th Battalion, take out your grenades. Damn it, even if I die, I'll take a few down with me. Somewhere on the battlefield, the bloodied captain of the 12th Battalion shouted loudly. The remaining 100 or so soldiers of the 12th Battalion quickly took down the grenades from their waists. I've already killed 36 exotic beasts, not a loss. Damn it, my luck is bad, I only killed 10 before getting injured. Old one, let's have a competition to see whose grenades kill more exotic beasts. The soldiers of the 12th Battalion teased each other. Prepare. I'll pull the pin first and you all follow. The captain of the 12th Battalion gripped the pin tightly. Hearing this, all the soldiers wiped the smiles off their faces. At this moment, they were already exhausted, and their weapons were nearly worn out. The grenades they held were their last dignity. Just then, a large wave of exotic beasts charged over. The captain tightened his grip on the grenade, ready to pull the pin. Bang! Suddenly, a group of exotic beasts charging towards them exploded. Blood and entrails splattered all over everyone. Ha! Boom! Emo-chan. Over 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles, surrounded by swirling black mist, and with curved sharp horns on his forehead, appeared before everyone. Click! The captain of the 12th Battalion's hand trembled, pulling the pin. Emo-chan frowned, extending his palm the size of a fan, pinching the grenade with 2 fingers, then squeezing it hard. Pooh! A sound like flatulence erupted from Emo-chan's hand, releasing a puff of black smoke. Everyone in the 12th Battalion was dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? Let's go! Seeing the 12th Battalion still in a daze, Emo-chan frowned. Old Joe, are you stupid? At that moment, Fanwu, covered in blood, walked out from behind Emo-chan. Fanwu's battle armor was soaked in blood, looking incredibly tragic. Of course, the blood on his armor was from when Emo-chan killed the alien beasts and splattered it on him. Emo-chan was surrounded by black mist, and the filthy blood couldn't even get close. Fanwu? You guys are still alive? Zhou Wei looked at Fanwu in surprise. It should be noted that the 4th Battalion was the first to charge into the beast horde and was surrounded. How could a large part of them still be alive now? It's all thanks to this brother here. Come on, stop dawdling, quickly regroup and join us. Fanwu urged. Boom! A loud explosion erupted on the left side of the 12th Battalion. All the soldiers of the 12th Battalion were startled. The commander of the 12th Battalion widened his eyes in disbelief, looking towards the left side of the team. There, Emo-chan raised his black, mist-wreathed mountain-splitting axe. A crack half a meter wide and over 20 meters long suddenly appeared on the ground. As for the alien beasts on the left side of the 12th Battalion, everything around the crack had turned into meat paste. Those further away were also pierced by the shooting black mist, causing a large number to fall. Zhou Wei came back to his senses, trembling with excitement, and shouted, All members of the 12th Battalion assemble, split into two lines. At this moment, the soldiers of the 12th Battalion reignited their fighting spirit. Thus, the originally 3-column formation behind Mo Chen transformed into 5 columns. Then, Mo Chen led these 5 teams to charge wildly across the battlefield. In just a few minutes, thousands of alien beasts were slaughtered by Mo Chen. Meanwhile, Mo Chen's 9 nether body awakening level directly rose to level 2. After reaching level 2, the evolution points required to advance to the next level became 30,000. Under normal circumstances, Mo Chen would need to kill thousands of battle general level alien beasts to accumulate enough evolution points. But now, after leveling up, Mo Chen still had over 10,000 evolution points. Host Mo Chen. Bloodline 9 nether body bloodline 2 out of 10 abilities indestructible body passive skill when attacked strength toughness endurance and self-healing increase by 500%. 9 nether strength 2 out of 10 passive skill can unleash incredible strength 9 nether immortality 2/10 passive skill when receiving a heavy blow has a certain probability to be immune to the attack immunity probability increases with the severity of the attack up to 99%. 9 nether awakening 2/10 active skill activates the 9 nether bloodline restores stamina at a rate of 2% per second when feet touch the ground. Recovery of injuries depends on severity. Martial skills Bull Demon Fist 2nd level Bull Demon Top Heaven 8 Sound Fist 3rd level items Mountain Splitting Axe evolution points 10010/30,000 luck value 4. Glancing at the system panel, Mo Chen found that the recovery speed of 9 nether awakening had become 2%. The recovery speed doubled, allowing Mo Chen to occasionally unleash a full power axe strike. However, at that moment, in the team behind Mo Chen, someone looked at Mo Chen's tall figure and curiously asked Fan Wu beside him, "Why is it so cold? Can you guys handle it all the way here?" The black mist surrounding Mo Chen was emitting a chilling aura. It's okay, phew," Fan Wu said while skillfully sniffling. Zhou Wei. As Mo Chen continuously moved around the battlefield to provide support, the assembled team behind him grew larger and larger. In the end, a full 10 battalions followed Mo Chen. The beast horde that covered the entire battlefield was violently pushed back by Mo Chen's frenzied attacks, creating a gap. Kill! 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 The soldiers following Mo Chen roared, and the morale of the entire underground army soared to its peak at that moment. Good! Kill all these beasts! Pei Kuang, overlooking the entire battlefield from above the camp, laughed heartily. Principal, it seems the beast tide is retreating? Suddenly, Tu Jiao spoke up beside him. As soon as Tu Jiao reminded him, Pei Kuang noticed that the beast horde behind was orderly retreating into the forest. Pei Kuang's brows furrowed tightly. This was too unusual. In the past, when the beast tide retreated, it would scatter in a rush and within seconds, the alien beasts would flee. At that time, the underground army would take the opportunity to strike and kill a large portion of the alien beasts. But now, the alien beasts were retreating in an orderly fashion. Some weaker alien beasts quickly dashed into the forest, while some larger ones were retreating while holding back the underground army. For a moment, Pei Kuang thought of many things. Half a minute later, the underground army on the battlefield also clearly felt the number of alien beasts rapidly decreasing. The alien beasts are starting to retreat. Mo Chen, who stood 4 meters tall, looked into the distance and frowned. He was still 8,000 evolution points away from reaching 30,000. With the alien beasts fleeing, now it would be difficult to earn another 8,000 points. Ding! The host has automatically triggered a system task. Task issued. Task requirement: please kill the White Fox Beast King within the specified time. Hearing this system task, Mo Chen was taken aback. Last time on the special train, he had accidentally triggered a system task to protect the underground army's team. He originally thought he would trigger a task again this time. However, after killing until the beast tide retreated, no system task was issued. Unexpectedly, as the beast tide was about to end, the task came. Kill the Beast King? What nonsense! Mo Chen was somewhat confused. Although he had undergone a reversion and possessed the powerful bloodline of the 9 nether body, Mo Chen's strength was at most at the peak of the battle. Sect. It was simply impossible to kill the Beast King. Alien beasts were inherently stronger than humans, and a king among alien beasts had the power to easily kill an average human battle king. Even if Mo Chen had the passive ability of 9 nether immortality, which granted him a certain probability of immunity to attacks, as long as he failed to immunize even once, he would be done for. Glancing at the system prompt again, Mo Chen noticed a small parenthesis after the task. Time: 10 days. So it wasn't a task that had to be completed immediately. But why did I trigger a task? Mo Chen couldn't quite understand. Could it be that the White Fox Beast King had its eyes on him? But wasn't there a rule that Beast Kings and human battle kings couldn't engage? While Mo Chen was puzzled, the surrounding alien beasts had nearly all retreated. All the alien beasts had stopped attacking. The underground army, still capable of fighting, rushed forward. At this moment, the alien beasts had completely lost their will to fight, making it the easiest time to kill them. Go! Seeing this, Emo-chan also chased after the retreating alien beasts. He still needed 8,000 points to level up, so he had to seize this opportunity to gather more points. Most of the underground army chased out. The battle had turned into a one-sided slaughter by the underground army. Boom! Emo-chan swung his axe down and hundreds of alien beasts perished. Too few. Emo-chan frowned. The nearest group of alien beasts was still several dozen meters away. Forget it, I've killed enough alien beasts today. Emo-chan felt a bit regretful. Brother, there's something on your axe. Suddenly, Fan Wu's exclamation rang out. Almost simultaneously, Tu Jiao, who had been beside Principal Pei Kuang, vanished in a flash. What is it? Emo-chan instinctively looked over. He saw a white mass lying on the blade of his mountain-splitting axe. As if sensing Emo-chan's gaze, the white mass wriggled slightly. Then, a sharp and narrow fox face emerged. The fox's eyes were extremely enchanting. One was pink and the other was a shimmering green. The two eyes were like two gems. At that moment, Emo-chan's heart tightened. White Fox. Beast King. Buzz. Suddenly, two beams of light shot out from the white fox's eyes. At that moment, everyone on the battlefield felt a darkness surrounding them. It was as if, in the entire world, there were only those two beams of light. White Fox King, do you dare? Pei Kuang, hovering above the camp, let out a furious roar upon seeing this scene. But at that moment, it was too late for him to act. In an instant, two beams of light appeared before Emo-chan. A strong sense of dizziness surged from Emo-chan's mind. This is a mental attack. A thought flashed through Emo-chan's mind. He had no idea how to defend against a mental attack. At that moment, the two beams of light, one to the left and one to the right, landed on Emo-chan's head. Buzz. At that moment, Emo-chan's skin turned completely black. The beams of light vanished. Emo-chan's skin instantly returned to its original state. Nothing happened? Emo-chan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The Nine Nether Immortality. It must have triggered the passive ability of the Nine Nether Immortality. Realizing this, a hint of ferocity flashed in Emo-chan's eyes as he swung the mountain-splitting axe down. Bang! The axe struck the ground, creating a large pit several meters in diameter. However, Emo-chan noticed a flash of white nearby. Turning his head, he saw the White Fox King had jumped off the mountain-splitting axe at some point. The White Fox King's eerie eyes stared at Emo-chan, seemingly puzzled as to why its attack had no effect. Boom! At that moment, a fireball descended from the sky. The crimson figure of Tu Jiao, radiating an astonishing heat, smashed down where the White Fox King stood. At this moment, Tu Jiao's long hair had turned bright red, standing upright. White Fox King, you have violated the rules. Tu Jiao's fiery red eyes fixed on the White Fox King. The White Fox King did not respond, looking warily at Tu Jiao, and then with a swish, transformed into a beam of white light dashing towards the forest in the wilderness. Boom! Tu Jiao directly pursued. However, wherever Tu Jiao passed, everything turned to ashes, and even the ground was scorched black. Elemental fire bloodline? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. No, Tu Jiao has an A-class superhuman thermal bloodline capable of emitting astonishing heat, Fan Wu corrected. Hearing this, Emo-chan was taken aback. An A-class bloodline could be this powerful? It seemed that bloodline level did not determine everything. At this moment, Tu Jiao had caught up with the White Fox King. Tu Jiao threw a punch, releasing an incredible heat that distorted the air. Boom! Although this punch did not hit the White Fox King, the heatwave still knocked the White Fox King away. Seizing the opportunity, Tu Jiao launched another punch. This time, the White Fox King could not evade and was struck in the ribs by Tu Jiao's punch. Bang! The ground exploded, creating a deep trench 1 meter wide and several dozen meters long. The White Fox King staggered out of the pit. At this moment, part of its fur around the waist had turned charred yellow. The yellowed area was precisely where Tu Jiao's fist had struck. In the distance, Emo-chan frowned at this scene. The White Fox King's defense was surprisingly formidable. Although Tu Jiao's punch had only attacked the White Fox King, the heat waves that spread out had directly incinerated over 100 strange beasts. Emo-chan knew that he was far from being able to match such terrifying power. Whoosh! Tu Jiao's figure vanished again. The White Fox King's eyes glowed with pink and emerald green light. The two beams of light were faster than Tu Jiao, striking her first. Tu Jiao's figure paused momentarily in midair but continued to attack the White Fox King. The White Fox King's attack actually had no effect. Emo-chan was once again astonished. Tu Jiao was ridiculously powerful. However, it seemed that the White Fox King was doomed. I need to think of a way. I'll deliver the final blow to the White Fox King. Emo-chan began to calculate in his heart. If he delivered the final blow, he would be able to complete the system task. Last time, he directly gained a chance for ancestral return and a weapon enhancement opportunity. Emo-chan estimated that the rewards for this task would not be much different. But just then, boom! A terrifying pressure emanated from the depths of the wilderness. Just as Tu Jiao was about to strike the White Fox King, she immediately halted, her expression grave as she looked towards the wilderness. Boom! In the nearby wild forest, trees began to fall one after another. A massive wind blade cleaved through the forest, slashing towards Tu Jiao. Thud, thud. On the battlefield, all the underground army members were pressed to the ground under the pressure of this wind blade. Only Emo-chan remained standing. This is the aura of a being beyond the king level. Emo-chan's heart trembled. A monarch has made a move. Presumptuous. A thunderous roar echoed. Pei Kuang, who had not yet made a move, finally acted. Pei Kuang's body ignited, black and blue flames, erupting from within. At the same time, Pei Kuang's form began to change. In the air, Pei Kuang bent down, his face starting to sharpen and his limbs straightened. In the end, Pei Kuang transformed into a large dog engulfed in black and blue flames. Thud, thud. Suddenly, Pei Kuang's shoulders burst open and two more heads emerged from within. One head was wreathed in black flames, the other in blue flames. The Hellhound. Pei Kuang's transformation happened in an instant. Boom! A jet of black flame erupted from one of the dog heads' mouths. In the blink of an eye, this flame crossed over 1,000 meters, striking the wind blade that was about to hit Tu Jiao. The wind blade that had cleaved through the entire forest was instantly shattered. Eagle King, you see death. Pei Kuang's roar resounded. In the next moment, Pei Kuang, transformed into the Hellhound, charged into the wilderness. Seeing this, Tu Jiao wanted to stop him, but Pei Kuang's figure had already vanished from sight. As for the White Fox King, he had slipped away at some point. Tu Jiao's body began to return to its original state, the heat dissipating. However, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters around Tu Jiao had turned charred black. Let's go, we can head back now. Tu Jiao walked up to Emo-chan, her gaze strangely fixed on him. Emo-chan nodded, not understanding why Tu Jiao had such an expression. Then, Emo-chan released his 9 nether form. Tu Jiao's gaze towards Emo-chan became even stranger. Emo-chan noticed and looked at himself in confusion. Teacher 2, what's wrong? Just now, you weren't injured by the White Fox King's attack? Tu Jiao asked. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan finally reacted. He staggered back 2 steps. Fan Wu and Zhou Wei quickly supported him. Teacher 2, actually, I suffered serious internal injuries, my life is running out. Tu Jiao shot Emo-chan a glare and walked straight towards the camp. Teacher 2, let me explain. Emo-chan said, helplessly. That hellhound form had truly stunned him, making him forget about it. In that case, my ancestral return won't be discovered, right? Emo-chan thought to himself. Bro, are you okay? Fan Wu looked at Emo-chan with concern. I'm fine. Emo-chan, lost in thought, replied casually. Hearing this, Fan Wu and Zhou Wei were a bit bewildered. Wasn't he on the verge of death just now? By the way, you two helped me with something. Emo-chan suddenly remembered. At the entrance of the underground cave, a group of students breathed a sigh of relief after realizing the beast tide had retreated. Great! The beast tide has finally retreated. The principal's appearance just now was really impressive. It's a pity that the exotic beasts have all withdrawn, otherwise we could have killed a few more. Humph. But some people who ran away must be regretting it now. Suddenly, someone said sarcastically. This reminded the other students of the long-missing Emo-chan. Ha ha, who knows, maybe he went to join the battle and died on the battlefield. Hearing these discussions, Wang Mang pushed up his glasses, feeling quite irritated. Beside him, Mina clasped her small hands tightly in front of her chest as if in prayer. Hey, I say, as teammates of Emo-chan, don't you two feel ashamed? At this moment, someone noticed Wang Mang and Mina. The seemingly weak Mina turned her head angrily to glare at the speaker. Mina, ignore them. Wang Mang tugged at Mina. Mina, puffed up with anger, turned her head away. At this time, the soldiers on the battlefield began to return one after another. Almost everyone was injured. Some were even missing arms or legs. The scene looked quite tragic. The group of students felt a chill in their hearts. If they were to go to the battlefield, they would probably fare no better than these soldiers. In fact, nearly 1/3 of the troops in the underground army retire each year. It's not because they reach a certain age, but because their bodies, injured in battles against alien beasts, can no longer withstand the high-intensity fighting in the underground. Each of these specially recruited students is a prodigy, and they had never encountered such things before. However, in just 5 days at the first martial arts school, what they had seen far exceeded their experiences of the past 18 years. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of enlightenment, understanding why Tu Jiao had taken them directly into the underground for practical training. Maybe one day, I will also step onto the battlefield and fall in the fight against alien beasts, one student couldn't help but say. I will become the strongest step by step, delve into the wilderness, and slay the kings among the alien beasts. I will fight to the death. A surge of fighting spirit ignited in the hearts of the students. This time, because they were students, they did not go to the battlefield. But in the future, these elites trained by the first martial arts school would also step onto the battlefield like these soldiers. Just as everyone was filled with ambition and determination, 2 teams walked into the camp, chatting and laughing. These 2 teams looked quite tragic as they were drenched in blood. It was as if they had been doused with a bucket of blood from head to toe. A group of students saw these soldiers and immediately stood in awe. These are the soldiers we should respect, someone couldn't help but say. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ha! Suddenly, Wang Mang's eyes widened. Wang Mang, what's wrong? Mina asked, a bit worried. Just then, the two laughing teams parted to make way. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of over 200 students, a bare-chested youth, his muscles sculpted like a statue, stepped out. At that moment, the 200 students were dumbfounded. Mo-chan, someone exclaimed. Brother Tian. At this moment, a soldier from one of the teams suddenly spoke up. Once one person started, the other soldiers followed suit. Brother Tian, hello. Brother Tian, hello. A group of soldiers saluted Mo-chan with utmost respect. Mo-chan nodded. Behind him were Battalion Commander Fan Wu of the 4th Battalion and Battalion Commander Zhou Wei of the 12th Battalion, each carrying a package taller than a person following Mo-chan. At this time, Mo-chan walked up to the group of students. Why do you all look so surprised? Mo-chan said lightly. Wow, Mo-chan, you're not dead. Mina, who had been worried to the extreme, exclaimed, and threw herself into Mo-chan's arms. Although Mina had a weak-colored complexion and an extremely sexy figure, she was very much like a little girl, quite innocent. During her time teaming up with Mo-chan and Wang Meng, Mina had completely regarded the two as her friends, especially Mo-chan, who had carried her back. Seeing Mina with tears in her eyes, Mo-chan felt a bit moved. Having been an orphan since childhood, he rarely experienced the feeling of someone caring about him. It's fine, look, I don't have a single injury on me, how could I possibly die? Mo-chan grinned. At that moment, Mina realized she seemed to have lost her composure, quickly lowering her head, her face flushed as she let go of Mo-chan. They just said you were dead. Mina pouted, pointing at the few students who had mocked Mo-chan earlier. Those students, thick-skinned as they were, still maintained a righteous demeanor even when Mina pointed at them. What's wrong? We were just making a guess. Is guessing not allowed? Clearly, you left without saying a word, so our guess is reasonable. Hearing this, Mo-chan frowned. After all, no one wants others to curse them to death. However, before Mo-chan could speak, the group of warriors exploded. Cursing my brother to death, and you think you have a point? You guys, step forward. When my brother was fighting the beasts in front of us, what were you doing? Damn it, apologize. My life was saved by my brother, and you dare to insult him? A group of furious warriors charged in front of the students. These students were just students, how could they compare to these warriors, who had been on the battlefield, dancing between life and death? Moreover, at that moment, every warrior was covered in beast blood, looking extremely ferocious, combined with their angry tone and expressions. The few students who had been tough just moments ago were scared to tears. Enough. At that moment, a faint voice rang out. Tu Jiao descended from the air, standing in front of the students. The battle is over, you can go rest now, Tu Jiao said calmly. The warriors, who had been furious just a second ago, immediately deflated upon seeing Tu Jiao and retreated. Mo-chan. After the warriors left, Tu Jiao looked at Mo-chan. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan instinctively straightened his body. Facing someone as formidable as Tu Jiao, Mo-chan couldn't muster any bravado for the time being. After all, the gap in strength was evident. This time, you left the team without permission. According to my rules, you should be expelled from the academy. Tu Jiao looked at Mo-chan with a calm expression. Wang Meng and Mina felt a tightness in their hearts upon hearing this. However, this time, you performed quite well during the beast tide. Seeing Mo-chan's somewhat dazed expression, Tu Jiao smiled. But this is not to be repeated. After saying that, Tu Jiao walked away. Mo-chan stood there, feeling somewhat bewildered by Tu Jiao's words. Besides Mo-chan, Wang Meng, Mina, and a few other students at the front of the line were also in a daze. What's wrong with you all? Someone couldn't help but ask. Just now. Teacher Tu Jiao, she smiled? Upon hearing this, the group of male students at the back felt like they had missed out on a fortune. Brother Tian. At this moment, Fan Wu, who had been standing behind Mo-chan with a bitter face, spoke up. Oh, right, I almost forgot about you too, just put the things from your bags over there, Mo-chan said, pointing to the task counting area. The previous counter, now covered in blood, returned to the counting area. Wait, could it be that Mo-chan is? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Fan Wu and the two others walked to the task counting area and opened their backpacks. Crash! A large pile of beast skins was dumped out. The two large backpacks of beast skins formed a small mountain. These beast skins were all from the heads of the beasts. This way, it was easier to count and also convenient to carry. Gulp! The counter raised his head, staring at the pile of beast skins taller than himself, swallowing hard. He suddenly regretted not being seriously injured. After more than 10 minutes, the counter finally finished counting the beast skins. Dazed and dizzy, he entered Mo-chan's score on the scoreboard. Instantly, the ranking of Mo-chan's team skyrocketed, surpassing Mai Long's team. Everyone could only see the numbers wildly jumping. After several seconds of jumping, the number finally stopped. 100,000. 100,000 points. All the students were dumbfounded. Bai Long, with a proud expression, clenched his fists upon seeing this exaggerated score. 100,000 points, higher than the total score of all their teams combined. I won't bother with the remaining decimals, I'm going to rest now, the warrior said, before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Fan Wu wanted to help him up. However, the counter immediately let out a loud snore. Fanwoo decided not to disturb him. 100,000 points, now we are first. Mina jumped up. Excitedly, her little face flushed. Well, first place was originally mine for the taking, Emo-chan said with a smile. I wonder if some people's faces hurt. The scheming Wang Meng spoke up. If I were them, I'd want to find a crack in the ground to hide in rather than embarrass myself here. On the battlefield, they didn't see anyone, but behind the battlefield, their mouths are sharper than ever. Wang Meng, who had been holding back for a long time, finally exploded. The anger from being mocked earlier poured out all at once. That's right, trash can never understand the strength of the strong, just like ants will never comprehend the size of an elephant. Wang Meng's tirade left the students who had mocked Emo-chan earlier blushing furiously. After hearing Wang Meng's words, Emo-chan immediately gave him a thumbs up. What a seasoned speaker! Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. In the depths of the wilderness, a blue pillar of fire shot up into the sky, accompanied by a piercing scream. The blue pillar of fire soared hundreds of meters into the air before disappearing. When the blue pillar vanished, everyone felt the cave before them darken. After a while, they finally adapted. Was that the principal making a move? Someone exclaimed. Humph. Eagle Emperor, I'll settle the score with you next time. A cold snort rang out. Then, everyone saw a massive figure rising from the depths of the wilderness. It was Pei Kwang, transformed into a three-headed hellhound, appearing in the sky above the wilderness. In a few flashes, Pei Kwang appeared above the camp. Whoosh! The flames on his body retracted, and the other two dog heads on his shoulders shrank back in. In the blink of an eye, Pei Kwang returned to his original form. Pei Mad Dog? You couldn't hold back again? Mad Dog, why did you make a move so early? We just arrived. Couldn't you wait for us to join forces? We could definitely take down the Eagle Emperor. Several loud voices rang out. At the entrance of the cave, several middle-aged men exuding terrifying auras appeared. Behind them were well-equipped warriors. Humph. Wait for you? My people have long been wiped out. Pei Kwang snorted coldly, clearly displeased. Don't we need time to get here? I rushed over using my bloodline power. Three powerful middle-aged men stepped forward and began to exchange insults with Pei Kwang. If I remember correctly, these three are all principals from several universities in Demon City. Wang Meng whispered to Emo-chan. All principals? Then aren't they all battle emperors? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. Meeting four battle emperors at once. Principal, the warriors from each camp have returned. At that moment, too, Jiao suddenly appeared beside Pei Kwang. Pei Kwang nodded and said to the three middle-aged men, you all arrange the team to settle down first. This beast fight is too unusual. I'm worried they might come back. Hearing this, the three middle-aged men showed serious expressions. They then began to set up defenses outside the city walls with their team. Meanwhile, the underground army was resting. The battle didn't last long, but all the underground soldiers were exhausted. Tu Jiao, you take them back first. I'll stay here with a few old guys to observe. If the other side makes a move, we can unite to fight back, Pei Kwang said. Tu Jiao nodded seriously upon hearing this. This time, the White Fox King disregarded the agreement and attacked Emo-chan, a strong warrior of the battle sect. Tu Jiao's intervention to stop the White Fox King was within the rules, but then the Eagle Emperor acted recklessly. The strange beasts had completely disregarded the previous agreement. If the Eagle Emperor acted again, the possibility was very high. And if the Eagle Emperor made a move, with Pei Kwang and three university presidents fighting back, it would mean that a real war was about to begin. Tu Jiao, long time no see. Your strength has improved again. Tu Jiao, can you come to our school to train the new students? Don't worry, it's just a part-time job. Tu Jiao, are you in a relationship? At that moment, the three presidents returned and suddenly started chatting with Tu Jiao. Tu Jiao was a bit dazed. Pei Kwang was also stunned. Hey, what are you three old guys up to? Just as Pei Kwang was puzzled, Emo-chan was surrounded. Wow, is this Emo-chan? Such a good figure, let me touch. Emo-chan, you smell so good, that's manly. Emo-chan, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? 6 attractive girls surrounded Emo-chan. These 6 were helpers brought by the three presidents. You all. Emo-chan was a bit at a loss. Although he was a vigorous young man, being suddenly surrounded by so many women made him a little flustered. Meanwhile, Wang Meng and Mina beside him looked at Emo-chan with jealousy, and one blushed, covering her eyes and peeking through her fingers. Bingwan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Among the group of students, Gu Bingwan's roommate looked at her with concern. Since a while ago, Gu Bingwan had been releasing her powers, freezing those around her. I'm fine, the cold-looking Gu Bingwan said lightly. Hey, what are you old guys doing? Seducing my students? Pei Kwang's angry shout suddenly rang out. These old guys must have learned about Emo-chan while setting up the defenses. And they couldn't bring themselves to personally poach Emo-chan, so they sent their female students to do it. How shameless. Absolutely shameless. Pei Kwang was furious. What if they succeeded? Pei Kwang, why are you so anxious? Is it wrong for my students to communicate with Emo-chan? Yeah. Emo-chan just started school a few days ago, he can totally transfer. Hey, what do you mean by seduction? Young people socializing is very normal. Pei Kwang, whose temper was already explosive, was so angry that his nose twisted. He had seriously underestimated the shamelessness of these old guys. No way, Mo-chan is my nephew. Absolutely impossible for him to go to your school. Pei Kwang roared. The three were stunned upon hearing this. Nephew? They instinctively turned to look at Mo-chan. Mo-chan was also a bit dazed at that moment, but he quickly reacted. Second uncle, can you tell outsiders about this kind of thing? Mo-chan made a helpless and puzzled expression. At this point, the three principals were stunned. Tu Jiao was also bewildered. Even Pei Kwang looked a bit dazed. Ahem, these old guys want to recruit you, and there's nothing I can do about it, Pei Kwang said with a serious expression. However, his face was slightly flushed. After all, I am an upright person, and this time I was forced into a corner. Pei Kwang comforted himself in his heart. Alright, your special training in the underground cave is over. Tu Jiao, take them back. It's not safe to stay here any longer, Pei Kwang hurriedly said. Tu Jiao understood and nodded, leading the more than 200 students towards the underground cave. Brother, I'll be waiting for you at Magic City University. Mo-chan, I'll be at the Magic City War God Academy. Mo-chan, I stuffed my contact information in your pocket. Remember to contact me when you get back. A group of female students reluctantly called out to Mo-chan. During this beast tide, Mo-chan displayed such terrifying strength that it wouldn't be long before he shone brightly and shook the entire Dragon Kingdom. Among the group, many male students looked at Mo-chan with envy. At this moment, Mo-chan reached into his pocket and found that there was indeed something stuffed inside. When did this get in here? Mo-chan picked up a piece of transparent gauze with a string of communicator numbers written on it, along with a heart drawn on the back. Mo-chan took out his communicator, ready to save the number. No saving. Mina snatched the gauze away. Why not? Mo-chan looked at Mina in confusion. No reason, just don't save it, Mina said angrily. Seeing this, Mo-chan had no choice but to put away the communicator. But then, the communicator suddenly vibrated. A text message popped up. When we were chased by Jin Guangsan and Jiang Zijing's team earlier, Gu Bingwan followed us. Mo-chan looked at Wang Meng beside him in confusion. Can't you just say it to my face? Wang Meng shot Mo-chan a glare and started typing furiously. Walls have ears, you know? And do you think our voices can escape teacher Tu Jiao's ears? Upon hearing this, Mo-chan nodded thoughtfully and began typing as well. Why did Gu Bingwan follow us? I didn't provoke her. No, Gu Bingwan isn't here to kill you, she should be here to help you. Wang Meng replied. Help me? Mo-chan was taken aback. Earlier, when you were on the beast-tide battlefield, Jiang Ziwei caused trouble for Gu Bingwan, saying that she insisted on fighting him, which delayed him from supporting his sister, otherwise his sister wouldn't have died. After reading this, Mo-chan smiled. It seemed that Gu Bingwan wasn't as cold as she appeared. She even helped him. Mo-chan looked up at Gu Bingwan's back. It seemed she sensed someone was watching her, and Gu Bingwan turned her head. Mo-chan and Gu Bingwan locked eyes. Then, Gu Bingwan coldly turned her head away. It really is Gu Bingwan, Mo-chan thought to himself. But still, she's much better than her sister Gu Bingmei. Ah Chio. At the entrance of the first martial arts school's training hall, just as Gu Bingmei walked out of the training hall, she suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Did I stay in seclusion too long and hurt my body? Gu Bingmei slightly furrowed her delicate brows. At this moment, Gu Bingmei was wearing a tight black combat suit that perfectly showcased her slender figure. Stretching lazily, Gu Bingmei revealed a perfect S-shaped curve. Then, Gu Bingmei opened her communicator. After being thrown out of Mo-chan's villa that day, Gu Bingmei went into the training hall's seclusion room. The purpose of her seclusion was simple, to increase the awakening of her bloodline. Then, she would give Mo-chan a good beating. I'll teach you a lesson for throwing me out. You must know the power of your aunt. Gu Bingmei clenched her fists. However, the next second, Gu Bingmei showed a look of surprise. On the communicator, there were hundreds of unread messages. In the closed training room, all external distractions were cut off, allowing one to focus on their cultivation. Therefore, when Pei Kwang gathered the students of the school to enter the cave, Gu Bingmei did not receive any messages. The school was not in such an urgent situation that it needed to call all the students in the closed training room out. If a student was at a critical point in their cultivation and was abruptly awakened, it could potentially cost them their life. Fortunately, the beast tide has retreated. Seeing the latest messages, Gu Bingmei patted her heaving chest. Right. That little thief Mo-chan must have returned too. Gu Bingmei suddenly thought. She had entered the training room to settle accounts with Mo-chan. This time, it was a good opportunity. Last time, she hadn't expected Mo-chan to learn the 8 sounds fist so quickly. This time, Mo-chan must have returned with the main force. Mo-chan. And that group of little guys must have experienced this for the first time, and it was several waves of beast tides, so their spirits must have been stretched to the limit. When they returned to the dormitory, the first thing they would do would definitely be to relax and rest. Thinking of this, Gu Bingmei pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes smiling like crescent moons. Mo-chan, this time, you're doomed. After being teleported from the underground square to the mission hall, Mo Chen and his group were back on the surface. Seeing the blue sky outside the hall, all the students, including Mo Chen, showed a look of relief. The cave was simply too oppressive, especially for those like them who had never been in a cave before. This time the situation is special. You are allowed to rest for 3 days, Tu Jiao said. Upon hearing this, the students couldn't help but cheer. Additionally, I will announce the results of this mission 3 days later. After saying this, Tu Jiao called out, everyone, disperse. With that, more than 200 students scattered and left the mission hall. At this moment, everyone was very tired, eager to return to their dormitories and lie down. Even Mo Chen felt a bit exhausted. After all, it had been a continuous fight and his spirit was tightly wound. Goodbye, Mo Chen. Goodbye, Wang Meng. Nina waved to Mo Chen and Wang Meng before returning to her villa. Mo Chen and Wang Meng were too tired to talk, silently making their way back to the villa. I want to sleep for a whole day. Don't call me unless it's necessary, Wang Meng said wearily. Although he seemed not to have directly attacked, using mental power to block the communicator signals twice and using mental visualization for reconnaissance had taken a toll on him. Mo Chen nodded and went upstairs. Upstairs, Gu Bingmei, who blended perfectly with the shadows in the corner, saw Mo Chen walk into the bedroom. Just as Gu Bingmei was about to make a surprise move, she suddenly noticed the mountain axe behind Mo Chen. At this moment, the mountain axe had been upgraded to a heavenly weapon, occasionally emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. No, I have to wait until he puts down that axe before I make my move, Gu Bingmei thought to herself. At that moment, Mo Chen, bare-chested, took off his tattered pants. "Pah, filthy rogue," Gu Bingmei secretly cursed. Mo Chen, wearing only a pair of shorts, walked directly towards the bathroom. Gu Bingmei was about to make a move from behind but stopped again, because she noticed that Mo Chen was wearing only a pair of shorts and still carrying that mountain axe. What a lunatic! Gu Bingmei gritted her silver teeth in anger, continuing to hide in the shadows, merging with them. In the bathroom, Mo Chen set down the mountain axe and took out a brush, starting to clean the axe first. After chopping so many exotic beasts, the mountain axe was covered in beast blood, except for the blade. After a short while of scrubbing, the entire axe was cleaned. At this moment, Mo Chen could clearly see that the axe handle was engraved with intricate circles of incantations. As Mo Chen gripped the handle, these complex incantations emitted a dim glow. It must be these incantations that can draw out my bloodline power, Mo Chen thought to himself. Previously, when the axe was at the earth level, it was just a weapon in Mo Chen's hands. However, after the axe was enhanced to the heaven level, it felt as if it was connected to his bloodline. It was as if the axe had become a part of his extended body. Setting the axe aside, Mo Chen stopped pondering and took a shower. A few minutes later, Mo Chen emerged from the bathroom, changed into shorts and clean clothes. Gu Bingmei, seeing Mo Chen dressed, let out a cold snort in her heart. Then, the exhausted Mo Chen directly lay down on the bed. Before long, his heavy breathing could be heard. Gu Bingmei, who had blended into the shadows in the corner, finally stepped out. Although Gu Bingmei was wearing thick soled boots, with each step she took, a tangible black mist would rise from beneath her feet, completely absorbing the sound. Gu Bingmei walked to Mo Chen's bedside, feeling somewhat pleased. This will teach you not to offend me. Let's see how you like this. With a cold snort in her heart, Gu Bingmei reached towards her abdomen. Suddenly, a mass of darkness appeared at her abdomen and her palm went directly inside. She pulled out a bundle of thin ropes. This is used to bind exotic beasts. Even a peak battle sect exotic beast can't break free. Gu Bingmei made a face at Mo Chen, then began to tie his hands and feet. As she bound Mo Chen, black mist emerged from within her body, covering the surface of the ropes. Even after binding Mo Chen's hands and feet, he showed no reaction. Next, it's time to scare this little guy. Gu Bingmei pulled out a long white-boned whip from the darkness of her abdomen. Whoosh! Waves of black mist surged out from Gu Bingmei's body. In just a few breaths, a pair of massive black wings appeared behind her. The wings spread out, nearly 3 meters long, with waves of black mist dissipating from the edges. It looked extremely impressive. At this moment, faint black mist also emanated from Gu Bingmei's eyes. Combined with her delicate, fair face, it created an otherworldly beauty. Gu Bingmei floated up, hovering above Mo Chen. Crack! With a loud bang, the bone whip in Gu Bingmei's hand struck Mo Chen's chest. His clothes tore open instantly. However, there wasn't even a red mark left on Mo Chen's chest. Gu Bingmei was stunned. Not only did it cause no damage, but the key point was that Mo Chen still hadn't woken up. Mo Chen continued to sleep, breathing heavily and deeply. Gu Bingmei glanced at the bone whip in her hand. I bought this on the forum, it can't be a fake, right? Gu Bingmei began to doubt. She had spent a high price to buy it from that guy selling information on the forum. Frowning slightly, Gu Bingmei gritted her silver teeth and swung the whip again. Crack! This time, the force was greater and Mo Chen's clothes were completely shredded into pieces. Crack! 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 Gu Bingmei put all her strength into several consecutive strikes. Finally, Mo Chen was awakened. Opening his eyes, Mo Chen immediately saw Gu Bingmei floating above him with a pair of large black wings behind her. Having just fallen asleep, Mo Chen's head felt a bit foggy. Big bat? Mo Chen blurted out. Hearing this, Gu Bingmei's nose crinkled in anger. It's a black phoenix, you idiot. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Bingmei's whip came down. Mo Chen instinctively reached out to block it. At that moment he realized his hands and feet were bound. Frowning, Mo Chen immediately activated his bloodline. A faint golden hue appeared on the surface of his body, and Mo Chen's muscles began to swell, his stature suddenly increasing. The bed that had been just right for him when he was asleep now felt too small. Bang, bang. As his body expanded, the metal cords binding Mo Chen's hands and feet snapped apart. Crack, crack. At that moment, the whip struck Mo Chen's body. In the first 2 strikes, he didn't have time to block and was hit on his robust chest muscles. For the last strike, Mo Chen reached out and grabbed the end of the long, segmented whip. His arm muscles bulged violently, veins protruding like a giant python. With a strong pull, Gu Bingmei, who was in midair along with the long whip, was yanked down by Mo Chen. Gu Bingmei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Mo Chen to unleash such tremendous power all at once. However, Gu Bingmei's reaction was quick. Just as she was about to collide with Mo Chen, she flapped her wings. 2 streams of pitch-black energy surged forth, enveloping Mo Chen completely. Mo Chen swung his other hand, trying to disperse the black energy. But as soon as he made contact, he felt the power in his palm vanish instantly. Not only that, but the hand gripping the long whip also felt unstable. It was as if he had nowhere to exert force, and Mo Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. It's the same ability as last time. Mo Chen's heart stirred. The last time, when he punched Gu Bingmei in the chest, he had also suddenly felt his strength dissipate. Whoosh! Black and sinister tattoos began to emerge on Mo Chen's skin. His body, now over 2 meters tall, continued to grow, and curved, sharp horns sprouted from his forehead. Poo 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 poo. Bone spurs erupted from his spine, piercing through the mattress. At the same time, black energy also emerged from within Mo Chen, swirling around his body. As the circles of black energy appeared, Mo Chen felt the darkness clinging to him being pushed away. Humph. Kid, no matter how much strength you use, you can't break free. This is my newly developed bloodline ability. Gu Bingmei looked triumphantly at Mo Chen, who was enveloped by her black energy on the bed. Her black phoenix bloodline was peculiar, capable of absorbing various attacks, and the black energy could contain all sorts of things, serving as a simple storage space. Additionally, Gu Bingmei could transform into darkness, completely concealing her presence. But if you admit defeat and let me spare you, I might just let you out right now, Gu Bingmei continued. However, in her heart, she calculated that even if Mo Chen begged for mercy, she wouldn't let him go immediately. She would make him beg 7 or 8 times before releasing him. Just then, Gu Bingmei noticed that the mass of black energy suddenly became still. Gu Bingmei felt puzzled. Hey, you're not in trouble, are you? Gu Bingmei called out. Boom! Suddenly, the mass of black energy enveloping Mo Chen exploded. A large, strangely tattooed golden hand reached out. At that moment, Mo Chen was 4 meters tall, his outstretched hand nearly as thick as Gu Bingmei's waist. Gu Bingmei was caught off guard and was directly grabbed by the waist by Mo Chen. She immediately activated her bloodline power to absorb the strength from Mo Chen's hand. Feeling that sense of weakness return, Mo Chen exerted force with his hand. 9 nether strength. As the 9 nether strength erupted, the mass of darkness around Gu Bingmei's waist began to tremble violently. What was happening? Gu Bingmei looked at her waist in panic. The black energy trembled for a while before finally exploding with a bang. The black energy burst apart, and Gu Bingmei's tight combat suit was instantly shredded. At this moment, Gu Bingmei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before her. However, the cool sensation spreading throughout her body forced her to accept the reality. Mo Chen was also stunned by the scene. Gu Bingmei's tight combat suit was not only completely torn, but even her inner garments were in tatters. Honesty in meeting. This phrase popped into Mo Chen's mind. Whoosh! In the next moment, the black wings behind Gu Bingmei instantly shielded her, covering her entire body completely. Mo Chen had already let go the moment Gu Bingmei's clothes fell apart. Perverted rogue. Gu Bingmei's delicate face was almost steaming with embarrassment. It's grown. Mo Chen frowned and said thoughtfully. Gu Bingmei was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly realized, after her bloodline further awakened, that area had indeed developed again. Rogue. Rogue. Perverted rogue. At this moment, Gu Bingmei wished she could strangle Mo Chen directly. However, to launch an attack, she had to spread her wings. If she spread her wings, wouldn't that just give him an advantage? Gu Bingmei felt both shame and anger, yet she had no way to deal with Mo Chen. It was infuriating. Gu Bingmei could only float in the air, seething with anger. You perverted rogue. Due to strict upbringing since childhood, Gu Bingmei couldn't think of any other words to insult Mo Chen at that moment. Hey, you call me a perverted rogue, then why did you break into my house and tie me up? You don't mean to have ulterior motives towards me, do you? Mo Chen looked at Gu Bingmei with a serious expression. He wasn't joking, he genuinely suspected that. Otherwise, how could he explain what was happening? Pa. Who has ulterior motives towards you? I'm so mad. Gu Bingmei was furious, and the black wings wrapped around her trembled as well. With her upper and lower body completely bare, Gu Bingmei was only wearing a pair of long boots that reached her calves. As her wings trembled, her slender legs occasionally became visible. Speak properly, stop shaking around. Emo-chen glanced at Gu Bingmei's legs. Noticing Emo-chan's gaze, Gu Bingmei's face instantly turned as red as charcoal. You, go get me some clothes, Gu Bingmei said, blushing. Emo-chan replied irritably, you broke into my room with ulterior motives and now you want me to get you clothes? How can I go out without clothes? What if someone sees me? Besides, it was you who ruined my clothes. Gu Bingmei, knowing she was in the wrong, spoke somewhat sheepishly. No clothes? Then just wrap yourself in a bedsheet. Emo-chen reached out and yanked the bedsheet from under him, tossing it directly at Gu Bingmei. A bedsheet? Gu Bingmei was a bit angry but had no choice but to catch the flying bedsheet. If Emo-chen really didn't get her any clothes, it would be troublesome. Grabbing the bedsheet, Gu Bingmei quickly wrapped it around herself. Humph. I'll settle the score with you next time. Just thinking about how Emo-chen had seen her completely exposed made Gu Bingmei not want to stay there for another second. Wait, Emo-chan called out to Gu Bingmei. What? Do you not want me to leave? Gu Bingmei glared at Emo-chen, fuming. Can you turn the bedsheet to the other side? Emo-chen looked at Gu Bingmei with a strange expression. Turn to the other side? Gu Bingmei furrowed her brows slightly, instinctively lowering her head following Emo-chan's gaze. As a result, she discovered that the side of the bedsheet she was wearing had a row of fist-sized holes. These were made by the bone spines on Emo-chan's back when he transformed into the nether form. Gu Bingmei had blocked part of it in front, but a portion was just exposed. Gu Bingmei exclaimed and quickly flipped the bedsheet to the other side. Phew! A gust of wind swept by and Gu Bingmei vanished. Emo-chen looked out the window and saw Gu Bingmei already hovering 100 meters away in mid-air. What a lunatic! Gu Bingwan is much better, but her figure is indeed quite nice. Emo-chen savored the thought, his body returning from the nether form. Boom! Just as Emo-chen regained his form, the bed collapsed with a crash. Emo-chen was momentarily stunned, then closed his eyes and continued to sleep. I'm so mad, so mad, so mad. Gu Bingmei flew into the dormitory through the window, biting her silver teeth tightly, and changed into a new outfit. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, Gu Bingmei's communicator began to vibrate. In a bad mood, she didn't want to answer it. Buzz buzz buzz. However, the communicator kept vibrating. Gu Bingmei had no choice but to pick it up. Upon seeing who was calling, it was Gu Bingwan. What does Bingwan want? Gu Bingmei wondered but still answered the call. Sister, what's up? Gu Bingmei asked. Sister, the family called again, asking me to meet with Gue Hai from the Gue family. Gu Bingwan's cold voice echoed in the communicator. Hearing this, Gu Bingmei's expression turned serious. What are those old geezers thinking? Didn't they say that before? You become a battle king, they can't force you into a marriage with the Gue family? I don't know either. Gu Bingwan replied. Although her voice remained cold, it revealed a hint of helplessness. These old geezers, really? Gu Bingmei was a bit angry. In that case, Bingwan, since they want you to meet Gue Hai, I'll go with you. Don't worry, with your big sister here, that brat, Gue Hai definitely won't dare to lay a hand on you. Gu Bingmei patted her chest and said, Sister, thank you. On the other end of the line, Gu Bingwan's laughter came through. Okay, contact me when the time comes, I'll be at the training hall during this time, Gu Bingmei said. After chatting a bit more, the two sisters hung up. Putting down her phone, Gu Bingmei began to pack her things. She planned to stay at the training hall. She couldn't believe that as a sophomore, she couldn't handle a freshman who had just entered the school a few days ago. Emo-chen, just you wait. The next day, Emo-chen woke up early. Thanks to the powerful recovery abilities of the indestructible body and the nether form, after just a few hours of sleep, he was fully re-energized. He picked up the communicator on his bedside and checked his messages. A message from the principal? In the communicator's inbox, Principal Pei Kwang had sent Emo-chen a text. Come to my office tomorrow after you wake up. Seeing this, Emo-chen got out of bed, quickly washed up, and headed out. Downstairs, Wang Meng had not yet woken up. Following the navigation on the communicator, Emo-chen arrived at the principal's office. Before he could knock, the office door swung open. Emo-chun? A handsome middle-aged man looked at Emo-chen with some surprise. Emo-chen was also a bit surprised, because the person in front of him was one of the three principals who were planning to recruit him. Oh, Emo-chen? Emo-chen, what brings you here? At that moment, the other two principals also walked out of the office. Emo-chen, here's my business card. If you want a transfer, feel free to contact me anytime. The man who opened the door smiled and handed Emo-chen a business card. This is mine. You take mine too. The other two principals also handed out their business cards. Emo-chen couldn't refuse and accepted them all. What are you three old geezers still doing here? Hurry up and get back. Principal Pei Kwang's roar echoed in the office. Seeing this, the three principals didn't say much more to Emo-chen, bid him farewell, and left one after another. Emo-chen walked into the office and saw that Pei Kwang's expression was not good. Don't mind those three old guys. Their schools, even combined, can't compare to my first martial school, Pei Kwang said with considerable arrogance. By the way, you performed very well during the Beast Tide. This is my personal reward for you. As he spoke, Pei Kwang pulled out a pitch-black book from the drawer in front of Emo-chen. Thud. The black book landed on the table like a stone. S-rank martial skill Ghost Axe. I specifically found this for you, Pei Kwang said. He had seen Emo-chen using a giant axe on the battlefield, so after returning, he went to find this martial skill. Ghost Axe? Emo-chen picked up the skill book. Picking up the skill book, Emo-chen flipped through it briefly. He discovered that this Ghost Axe only had 3 moves, just like the Bull Demon Fist. These 3 moves were Ghost Chop, Ghost Toothpick, and Ghost Turnaround. You must have cultivated the S-rank martial art Bull Demon Fist, right? Principal Pei Kwang suddenly spoke up. Emo-chen was a bit surprised to hear this, but he did not deny it. Yes, I have cultivated the Bull Demon Fist. It was given to me by the principal of my middle school. Well, Pei Kwang nodded. The Bull Demon Fist is indeed quite suitable for you, especially after you reach the 3rd level of the Bull Demon Fist. Your combat power will see a qualitative improvement. But this Ghost Axe is much stronger than the Bull Demon Fist, Pei Kwang suddenly said. Hearing this, Emo-chen was puzzled. They're both S-rank martial arts. How can the Ghost Axe be so much stronger? Because the Ghost Axe is a combination martial art. The complete set of Ghost Axe consists of 3 volumes, totaling 9 moves. Moreover, only a battle emperor can barely execute all 9 moves. Do you think an S-rank martial art that can be cultivated to the battle emperor realm would be inferior? Pei Kwang was pleased to see the look of surprise on Emo-chen's face. As for the Bull Demon Fist, while it is also an S-rank martial art, it can be considered one of the most popular among S-rank martial arts. You can buy it as long as you have the money. But a volume of Ghost Axe is a priceless rarity. After hearing the principal's explanation, Emo-chen tightened his grip on the Ghost Axe skill book. It was so valuable, he couldn't afford to lose it. Additionally, Emo-chen, I called you over for another matter, Pei Kwang continued. What is it? Emo-chen instinctively replied. Pei Kwang smiled faintly, looking confidently at Emo-chen. You don't just possess the indestructible body bloodline, do you? Emo-chen's heart tightened upon hearing this. The principal had actually figured it out? However, Emo-chen quickly relaxed. After all, the other party was a battle emperor. It wasn't surprising for him to have such insight, especially since he hadn't concealed his abilities much during battles against the alien beasts. Principal, I indeed. Emo-chen wanted to confess directly. However, Pei Kwang stood up and raised his hand to stop Emo-chen. Stepping out from his seat, Pei Kwang walked over to Emo-chen and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Emo-chen, I understand that you're worried about this matter getting out, that it might be too shocking and cause unnecessary trouble, or even that the country might take you away for dissection research, right? Upon hearing this, Emo-chen was even more surprised. The principal had even guessed his thoughts. Seeing Emo-chen's expression, Pei Kwang chuckled and said, You're overthinking it. In my dragon country, the situation of being taken away for dissection research will absolutely not happen. A truly powerful nation derives its strength from its people, not by sacrificing its people. Only the American alliance and the European continent would do such things. Emo-chen found himself in agreement with Pei Kwang's words. History textbooks had once described the period of global evolution after the outbreak of nuclear war. Only the people of Dragon Country united at that time to resist the invasion of the underground alien beasts, showcasing the strength of the 1.9 billion people of Dragon Country to the world. Meanwhile, the American alliance and the European continent lost a large number of civilians, while the wealthy and powerful survived in droves. Moreover, you are now a student of the top martial school, so no one would dare to touch you. If anyone dares to lay a hand on you, I, along with the 4 guardians of the nation, will not let them off, Pei Kwang said, patting Emo-chen's shoulder. Emo-chen felt a bit moved. Thank you, principal. Pei Kwang waved his hand. It's nothing, this is what we should do. However, while I will report this matter to the higher-ups, I won't let other unrelated people know. Also, rest assured, the underground army has people who have seen you in action. The school has made them sign confidentiality agreements, Pei Kwang added. Emo-chen, upon hearing this, felt a bit impressed by how considerate the first martial arts school and Pei Kwang were. Don't get too proud, it's just a dual bloodline. Although it's powerful, it can't be considered extraordinary, Pei Kwang said with a smile. Principal, I won't. Emo-chen replied casually but suddenly froze. Dual bloodline? Emo-chen looked at Pei Kwang in surprise. Seemingly satisfied with Emo-chan's reaction, Pei Kwang smiled proudly. You little brat, do you think you hit it well? In fact, I noticed it the moment you made your move on the battlefield. You little brat, besides the indestructible bloodline, you have another bloodline. The expression on Emo-chan's face was quite remarkable at that moment. Principal, you truly are impressive. Emo-chen showed an admiring expression. Hearing this, Pei Kwang became even prouder. Experience is key. My insight is well known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. How could I not understand your mere dual bloodline? M.O. Chen held back his laughter. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, Pei Kwang said proactively. Besides the ghostly axe martial arts and the dual bloodline, there's one more thing I need to inform you about. What is it? The freshman competition. Pei Kwang's expression turned serious. The freshman competition isn't supposed to be held until 3 months after school starts, right? M.O. Chen looked at Pei Kwang in confusion. So early to notify? They were special recruits who entered the school early, and there were still 4 to 5 months until the freshman competition. No, the date has been changed. Pei Kwang shook his head. This time, the beast tide in the Demon City Abyss is too unusual, and when the beast tide erupted in the Demon City Abyss, other major war zones also experienced beast tides. It's just that they weren't as fierce as here in the Demon City. The simultaneous outbreak of beast tides is definitely not a coincidence. The alien beasts will definitely make a big move, Pei Kwang said solemnly. Besides the alien beasts, we humans also have some situations, Pei Kwang added but did not elaborate. We old fellows estimate that it won't be long before the world will face a dramatic change. To better cope with future changes, we have decided to advance all plans. The Ministry of Education has already received a joint letter from me and the principals of other universities in the Dragon Kingdom, and the notice for an early start to the school year should come out in the next couple of days. Of course, I'm not telling you this just to inform you early. What I want to tell you is that this freshman competition is very important and the rewards for the first place are exceptionally generous. But the competition will also be extremely fierce. Don't think that just because you have a dual bloodline, you're strong. The scope of participants in this freshman competition has expanded. In addition to major universities, martial arts schools from all over the country and some children from prominent families will also participate. This will be a grand event for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Just among those with a dual bloodline who are the same age as you, I know of 3. Furthermore, at this point Pei Kwang deliberately paused for effect. Furthermore, there are those who have already returned to their ancestral bloodline once. Reversion? M.O. Chen was genuinely taken aback this time. That's right. With so many people in the Dragon Kingdom, it's not surprising to see a genius among geniuses, Pei Kwang said, patting M.O. Chen on the shoulder. You must not slack off during this time, train hard, and strive to get into the top 10, preferably the top 5. Pei Kwang had an encouraging expression. Principal, can't I aim for first place? M.O. Chen looked at Principal Pei Kwang, his eyes sincere. Having such thoughts is a good thing. However, you still underestimate the difficulty of this new student competition. This time, because the reward for first place is too generous, many hidden families' disciples are coming out, not to mention those legendary old monsters will also have their disciples participate. Speaking of this, Pei Kwang felt a bit emotional. Those old monsters are all quite wealthy and are willing to invest heavily in training their disciples. If you can defeat them and secure a spot in the top 5, it would be a glory for my first martial school. M.O. Chen, you must believe in yourself, don't be discouraged. Pei Kwang encouraged M.O. Chen again. M.O. Chen. Alright, I won't say much more about the new student competition. Saying too much might discourage you. The task system in your communicator has been activated. During this time, take on some tasks. If you want to quickly break through your strength, the best way is to delve into the underground and engage in real combat, Pei Kwang said. Upon hearing this, M.O. Chen opened his communicator and found that there indeed was a task system added. Soon after, M.O. Chen left the principal's office. On the way, M.O. Chen began to fiddle with this task system. He discovered that he could not accept tasks on the system. The system could only record the images or progress of completed tasks. Additionally, in the wilderness, in case of emergencies, urgent tasks could be issued through the task system. People within a radius of several dozen miles would receive notifications from the task system. As for the rewards for the tasks, they were determined by the person issuing the task. Forget it, I'll head to the Martial Extreme Tower first. M.O. Chen changed direction and walked towards the Martial Extreme Tower. The first martial school covered a large area, but no building was taller than the Martial Extreme Tower. Entering the familiar hall, M.O. Chen went to the side of the hall and took the elevator upstairs. The hall of the Martial Extreme Tower could teleport to the underground. The Martial Extreme Tower had a total of 6 floors. Aside from the first floor hall, the first 4 floors were for accepting tasks. The 6th floor was a training room. It was said to be specially built to absorb the energy from the strange magnetic field of the underground. As for what this training room could do, M.O. Chen did not have the authority to know yet. The elevator arrived at the 2nd floor and a spacious task hall appeared before M.O. Chen. At this time, it was almost noon, just in time for lunch. However, there were still a dozen people at the task station on the 2nd floor submitting tasks. Some directly placed a bloody beast's head on the task station. Others input a separate video into the task station. M.O. Chen even saw someone struggling to place a black stone the size of a grinding wheel on the task station. Above the task station was a huge display screen. It showed hundreds of tasks. M.O. Chen glanced over and found that the highest level tasks only required peak battle sect strength. If completed in a team, the requirements would be even lower. After a quick look, M.O. Chen felt that the rewards for these tasks were somewhat low. Let's check the next floor. Emo-chan walked to the elevator entrance, scanned his communicator, and prepared to take the elevator upstairs. Boom! Suddenly, a large iron rod with a diameter of half a meter fell abruptly from the elevator door. After awakening the nine-nether body, Emo-chan's senses had become extremely sharp. He took half a step back to avoid the iron rod. But what surprised Emo-chan was that the iron rod did not come crashing down. Instead, it stopped right above his head. At that moment, Emo-chan noticed a big man next to the elevator entrance holding the iron rod. The man had a bushy beard and extremely exaggerated arm muscles. What was most striking was that the man had no legs. He was sitting in a wheelchair. "Newbie on your first mission can't go upstairs," the big man said, moving his arm, causing the half-meter thick iron rod to thud down beside his wheelchair. "If you want to go upstairs to take on missions, you need to reach 1,000 points in your task score," the big man continued. "Moreover, these tasks are specifically filtered by the system, exclusively provided to the First Martial Arts Academy. Each task is not simple. Kid, don't be overconfident. Some tasks, if failed, can cost you your life," the big man said with a serious expression. Emo-chan felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. "Alright, thank you, uncle. I'll wait a few days before going up." Emo-chan shook his head and walked towards the task machine. He didn't expect that the First Martial Arts Academy had such rules. However, it seemed quite reasonable. Before this, he indeed had not done any tasks and was unaware of their difficulty. Emo-chan thought to himself as he began browsing the task list. However, many tasks had too few contribution points. Emo-chan was too lazy to flip through them one by one and directly scrolled to the top task on the interface. Pick 10 Sleep Star Grass, reward 1,000 points? This one's good. Emo-chan picked up the communicator without hesitation, scanned it, and accepted the task. He lost interest in the subsequent tasks because the second one only offered 300 points. "Kid, don't you check clearly before accepting a task?" Just as Emo-chan was happily putting away the communicator, a deep voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Damn! Emo-chan was startled. Turning around, he saw the bushy-bearded man had somehow appeared behind him. "Uncle, I don't have that kind of hobby." Emo-chan took 2 steps back, looking at the bushy-bearded man with a strange expression. Hearing Emo-chan's words, Seongbo's forehead twitched with black lines. "I'm the administrator of this floor. It's my duty to inform you rookies about some precautions." Seongbo held back his anger. "Oh, sorry." Hearing Emo-chan's insincere apology, Seongbo rolled his eyes at him and said, "The top-ranked task, picking 10 Sleep Star Grass, has been posted here for over a year. Since it was released, and not a single person has completed it. Sleep Star Grass itself won't harm anyone, and there are no powerful beasts guarding it. However, it has a strong hypnotic effect. As soon as you get close to it, you will be hypnotized, and once hypnotized, you will fall into a deep sleep, lasting from 5 days to as long as half a month. Moreover, the picked Sleep Star Grass can only be preserved for 3 days. There was a guy who, like you, didn't look carefully before accepting the task, and he was put to sleep back and forth by the Sleep Star Grass, waking up and sleeping again, wasting half a year. Is it that bad?" Emo-chan was a bit surprised. "So, don't be overconfident," Seongbo warned. Thanks for the reminder." Emo-chan nodded seriously. Seeing Emo-chan's attitude, Seongbo felt somewhat satisfied, not having wasted his breath. But then Emo-chan turned to walk towards the exit. Seongbo was taken aback for a moment, then veins popped on his forehead. "Kid, stop right there." Emo-chan halted, turned around, and looked at Seongbo in confusion. "Is there anything else? Didn't I make it clear enough? You still want to take that task?" "Yes," Emo-chan nodded, looking completely honest. At this moment, Seongbo's hand unconsciously tightened around the iron rod. "You quickly withdraw the task for me." Seongbo was so angry that his nose was almost smoking. Emo-chan was not one to have a good temper either. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" "You." The veins on Seongbo's hand gripping the iron rod bulged. "You brat, don't regret it." Seongbo held back and still did not make a move. After retiring from the military, Seongbo was assigned here as a task administrator. However, because he had taught a lesson to a few disrespectful students, his bonus at the first martial school had already been deducted for several months. So, he had to endure. With a cold snort, Seongbo slammed the iron rod on the ground, then the wheelchair turned away. Out of sight, out of mind. Anyway, this kid would eventually regret it. The people around who came to take or submit tasks all witnessed the scene. After Emo-chan left, they began to discuss. Did this guy just activate his task privileges? He doesn't even know the great name of teacher Seongbo? He even dares to say he's teaching me how to do my job? I really admire him. How impressive he is now. How awkward it will be when he comes back to withdraw the task. Emo-chan had just come out of the Wuji Tower when his communicator buzzed. Looking at it, it was a call from Tu Jiao. "Emo-chan, the 10,000 points reward for being first in the special training has been sent to you. As for how to distribute it, you 3 can discuss it among yourselves." Hearing this, Emo-chan felt a surge of joy. 10,000 points. Additionally, you Performed very well during the beast tied in the underground cave, so the school has specially approved an extra 10,000 points for you. Thank you, teacher too. Mo Chen felt delighted. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to come find me. Tu Jiao said lightly before hanging up. Mo Chen couldn't wait to check his points. The number 20,000 was prominently displayed in Mo Chen's account at the first martial school. The school is great. He had only been at the first martial school for a few days and had already earned nearly 200,000. Thinking of this, Mo Chen sent a video invitation to Wang Meng and Mina. Soon, the two accepted. Wang Meng's hair was disheveled, wearing glasses, yawning continuously. Mina had her hair tied in a small ponytail, wearing a loose nightgown, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Although the nightgown was loose, the key points were still prominent. Mina, hello. Mo Chen waved at Mina. Hello, Mo Chen. Mina smiled sweetly and waved back at Mo Chen. Due to the large movement, she unconsciously swayed a bit. Hey, Mo Chen, what exactly do you want? Hurry up, I still want to sleep. Wang Meng rubbed his eyes, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. Mo Chen shifted his gaze away from Mina. I have good news to tell you too. What good news? Mina's beautiful eyes widened, and her little face couldn't help but lean closer to the communicator. Stop keeping us in suspense, just say it. Wang Meng was impatient. First, take a look at your accounts. Mo Chen said lightly. Upon hearing this, the two immediately checked their accounts. Wow, 3,003 points. Mina exclaimed. The reward for being first in the special training has been issued? Wang Meng's sleepy eyes suddenly opened wide. That's right, just now, the points for being first were transferred to my account, and as the captain, I distributed them to you too. Mo Chen said proudly, tilting his head. However, contrary to his expectations, words of gratitude did not come. It was only then that Mo Chen noticed that both Mina and Wang Meng were silent. Mo Chen, being able to get first this time, actually, Mina and I didn't contribute much, you don't have to split the points with us. Wang Meng said seriously. Upon hearing this, Mina nodded repeatedly. Mo Chen, just give me 1,000 points, that's enough. I'll return the rest to you right away. Seeing the reactions of the two, Mo Chen smiled. Don't be polite with me here. This is our first collaboration, and as the captain, I have absolute distribution rights. Whatever I say is how many points you get. Moreover, I'm about to go into the underground to complete a mission, and then there will be more points credited. As for you two, you still don't have the authority to take on missions, and you haven't had points for a long time. You really need these points. At this, Wang Meng and Mina were somewhat moved. And you two are really too weak. Very weak. If you don't use points to improve your strength, I won't be able to carry you too. Mo Chen suddenly complained. Mina and Wang Meng were stunned. Alright, I still have to go to the training hall, so I won't chat anymore. Before the two could react, Mo Chen hung up. After hanging up the phone, a smile appeared on Mo Chen's face. Mo Chen didn't think of himself as a generous person. But friends are rare. Mina and Wang Meng were not bad to him, otherwise they would have reported him for killing Jiang Zijing and Jin Guangsun long ago, instead of hiding with him to share the responsibility. When it comes to enemies, Mo Chen only has one word: kill. Kill them all. But when it comes to friends, being a little generous is fine. In this era, there are many who want to eat you alive. But those who truly care for you and are willing to take risks to help you are pitifully few. Arriving at the training hall, Mo Chen directly rented a training room for 300 points an hour. In this training room, gravity can be adjusted. With my strength, adjusting to 10 times gravity shouldn't be too much, right? Mo Chen set the gravity chamber to the highest level. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure came crashing down. Bang! Mo Chen was directly pressed to the ground. Is this really that exaggerated? Under 10 times gravity, Mo Chen found it hard to even speak. However, soon, a faint golden light began to emanate from his body. Once he completely transformed into an indestructible body, Mo Chen stood up from the ground. This is just right, it feels very strenuous, but it's not unbearable. Mo Chen nodded, then took out the skill book given by the principal. Ghost Axe. This Ghost Axe only has 3 forms. The first form, Ghost Splitter. According to the description in the book, Mo Chen began to circulate the bloodline power in his body in a specific way. Whoosh! The heavy mountain-splitting axe was raised above his head by Mo Chen, then instantly chopped down. Dong! The mountain-splitting axe heavily struck the ground. Mo Chen suddenly noticed something was off. The chop just now only produced a faint sound of wind. It should be noted that previously, when Mo Chen swung the mountain-splitting axe, it would produce a huge whistling sound full of might. If I have such an effect on the first try, then once I master it, won't it make no sound at all? Mo Chen suddenly thought. In that case, wouldn't it be very convenient for ambushes in the future? With one chop, the opponent wouldn't even hear a sound before it was over. This martial skill is very suitable for one-on-one combat. So, Mo Chen went to the gravity training room and practiced the ghost chop frantically. After more than half an hour, he was drenched in sweat. He exhaled deeply, his arm muscles bulging as he lifted the heavy mountain axe above his head and then brought it down with a heavy chop. In the air, there was not a sound, not even a hint of airflow disturbance. Boom! Finally, the mountain axe struck the floor, causing the entire gravity room to tremble violently. I've finally mastered it. Emo-chan leaned on the axe with one hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the other. After resting for a few minutes, he began practicing the second move of the ghost axe, Ghost Toothpick. Compared to the ghost chop, the ghost toothpick was more suited for frontal combat. However, the ghost toothpick did not use the axe blade to attack, but rather the axe handle. During a fight, one would suddenly turn the axe around and sweep the handle across the opponent's face. Unexpected attack, combined with the weight of the axe, could carve a bloody gash across the entire face. I suppose this counts as leaving the opponent with a complete corpse, Emo-chan said with satisfaction. Soon, he mastered this move as well. The final move, Ghost Turn, Emo-chan practiced even faster. To execute this move, one had to rely entirely on their own formidable physical strength. Typically, when launching an attack, especially with a heavy weapon like a giant axe, one must swing back to gather strength and then swing forward with force. However, the ghost turn reversed this. While swinging back, one would suddenly twist their body, facing the enemy with their back. The giant axe, which had already been swung behind, would then chop down towards the enemy. Of course, to achieve the element of surprise, it wasn't just about the movement. One also had to channel the bloodline power within their body to coordinate with the technique. Otherwise, the three moves of the ghost axe would become nothing more than three ordinary strikes. After 2 full hours of gravity training, Emo-chan finally emerged. This was the first time he felt a bit of soreness in his muscles. However, under the powerful self-healing ability of his indestructible body, the discomfort in his muscles was gradually fading. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As soon as he stepped out of the training room, Emo-chan's stomach growled. At that moment, he remembered that he hadn't eaten anything since returning to the dormitory to rest yesterday. There was no dining area in the training hall, but each floor had a row of vending machines that offered specialized high-energy food. Emo-chan bought 10 packs in one go, spending over 200 points. There's even combat gear for sale? Emo-chan noticed that one of the vending machines had various equipment. Just in time, he needed a set of combat gear. The battle armor he had bought earlier had long since shattered, and his combat gear had also been torn during fights. Moreover, every time Emo-chan activated his bloodline, his body would swell, especially his upper body. His lower body could barely hold up with a pair of compression pants, but the upper body was a different story. It was impossible to consume a set of combat gear every time he transformed, right? Without combat gear, Emo-chan couldn't possibly wear ordinary clothes every time he went on a mission or into the underground. While eating the high-energy food, Emo-chan browsed through the various equipment on the vending machine screen. This one looks good. Finally, Emo-chan found a combat suit that suited him. The entire suit was streamlined, with specialized blue energy storage panels on both sides of the waist, capable of self-cleaning and providing heating and cooling effects. If the body suddenly expanded several times while wearing the combat suit, the magnetic strips on the shoulders would automatically loosen. Then, the entire suit would retract into the belt. Once the body returned to normal, pressing a button on the belt would cause the combat suit to pop back out. Emo-chan speculated that this combat suit was specifically designed for superhuman bloodlines like his, which underwent significant changes in size. After paying 500 points, a cylindrical container rolled out from the vending machine, finishing the last few bags of high-energy food. Emo-chan went to the designated changing room to put on his combat suit. The black, streamlined combat suit perfectly showcased Emo-chan's muscles, which were chiseled like a blade. Maybe I should add a cape, Emo-chan said, satisfied as he looked in the mirror. After leaving the changing room, Emo-chan headed towards the public training area. He was pleased with the upper body fit, but whether it would hold up in actual combat remained to be seen. At that moment, in the public training area of about 500 to 600 square meters, 5 or 6 people were using the equipment to train. These individuals were either testing new gear or assessing the power of their martial skills. In the training area, there was a wall specifically designed to test strength. No matter how much force was applied, it would only leave dents on the wall. The deeper the dent, the stronger the force. Of course, weapons could also be used. However, Emo-chan noticed that it was clearly marked that only weapons below the heavenly grade were allowed. Additionally, the user's strength was limited to below the Battle Emperor realm. Seeing this wall, Emo-chan couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the First Martial Arts Academy. They had built a wall from materials that even a battle king couldn't destroy with bare hands, placing it in the public training area for students to use. Thinking of this, Emo-chan felt a surge of excitement. After swiping his communicator at the entrance, his name appeared on the training area's large screen. Once inside, Emo-chan set down his belongings and walked straight towards the wall. At that moment, 2 people were furiously attacking the wall. Emo-chan stood by, waiting for his turn. A few minutes later, the 2, drenched in sweat, stepped down. Just as Emo-chan was about to approach, suddenly 2 others rushed out from the side, directly cutting in line and taking their place at the wall. Jumping the queue? Emo-chan frowned. Are you the Emo-chan who ranks 25th on the testing leaderboard? A faint voice suddenly came from behind Emo-chan. He turned to see a tall, slightly thin man staring at him. At the same time, Mo-chen noticed that the two who had cut in line were now looking at him with smiles on their faces. At this point, Mo-chen understood that they were deliberately trying to provoke him. And you are? Mo-chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the man. Humph. You pushed Tian-gu off the leaderboard and you pretend not to know? What a show, said the person who had cut in line earlier. Oh, Mo-chen replied, glancing mockingly at the tall man. A waste who isn't even on the leaderboard is worth my attention? Shut up. Tian-gu is already at the peak of the battle sect. You, a newcomer, dare to insult Tian-gu? The earlier Q jumper continued. Zhang Yuntian raised a hand, signaling the other not to speak further. Then, Zhang Yuntian slowly stepped forward, standing in front of Mo-chen. With cold eyes fixed on Mo-chen, he said flatly, the scoring basis for the testing leaderboard is based on the ratio of your current strength to your physical fitness, not absolute strength. Even a battle king cannot make the list if their physical fitness does not exceed that of most battle kings of the same rank. Do you understand? I understand, Mo-chen replied, a smile spreading across his face. You really are a waste. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yuntian and his two little brothers were stunned. Not only that, but the other onlookers in the training area were also taken aback. However, these onlookers who love to stir up trouble quickly began to discuss, what, is this new student seeking death? It's been a long time since I've seen such a tough new student. Just entered the school and they really think they're the chosen one, that no one else is a match for them? Zhang Yuntian's ability is invincible at the same level. This new student is probably going to hit a wall today. Very well, you are the first new student to dare to confront me. Zhang Yuntian smiled instead of getting angry, and a faint electric light began to flicker in his eyes. Wait, you misunderstood. Mo-chen suddenly said. Zhang Yuntian frowned. The group of onlookers around them showed strange expressions upon seeing this scene. This kid, could it be that he wants to back down? Someone speculated. At this moment, Mo-chen explained to Zhang Yuntian with a serious face, you really misunderstood. Just now, I wasn't confronting you, I was insulting you, calling you a waste who can't even make it onto the testing leaderboard. Do you understand now? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Zhang Yuntian showed expressions of surprise. Zhang Yuntian was actually insulted twice in a row? Very well, you want to die, I'll grant you that. Zhang Yuntian's anger reached its peak. Zizizizi, countless purple electric arcs erupted from Zhang Yuntian's body. His eyes turned into two balls of purple light. Zizizizi, the purple electric arcs danced wildly, beginning to spread outwards. The onlookers, along with Zhang Yuntian's two little brothers, hurriedly dodged far away. S-rank elemental purple thunder bloodline. Someone revealed the origin of Zhang Yuntian's bloodline. Another thunder? Mo-chen frowned. Previously, at the first high school, that arrogant Chu Kuang also had a lightning bloodline. However, Chu Kuang's lightning was far inferior to Zhang Yuntian's. Zhang Yuntian's lightning exhibited a strange purple hue. Mo-chen had not yet come into contact with it, but the indestructible body bloodline within him reflexively activated. This indicated that Zhang Yuntian's lightning was very dangerous. In the next moment, Zhang Yuntian suddenly opened his large hand and reached out to grab Mo-chen. Boom! The violent purple thunder exploded, instantly enveloping Mo-chen's entire body. It's over. I didn't even know to dodge. Zhang Yuntian's purple thunder not only causes physical harm but also inflicts mental pain. From a distance, someone explained. Everyone's expression turned serious upon seeing Zhang Yuntian's purple thunder. If they faced Zhang Yuntian, they probably wouldn't be able to come up with any countermeasures against this purple thunder for a while. If they were like Mo-chen, who was immediately engulfed by the violent purple thunder, they would have no power to resist at all. At that moment, Zhang Yuntian suddenly noticed something was off, because Mo-chen, who was enveloped by the purple thunder, was continuously rising in height. Not fainting? Zhang Yuntian frowned. His purple thunder would inflict double damage on flesh and blood, and the accompanying mental attack would cause unbearable pain. Basically, someone of the same level would be in unbearable pain after being hit a few times by his purple thunder and would faint directly. Yet this Mo-chen seemed to be fine. At this moment, Mo-chen was shrouded in dazzling purple thunder, making it impossible for Zhang Yuntian to see his appearance and thus unable to judge Mo-chen's condition. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. A fierce look flashed in Zhang Yuntian's eyes, and the purple thunder swirling around his body exploded. Die! Boom! The violent lightning instantly gathered and then struck Mo-chen. Not good. The onlookers, who had just been watching the show, now showed expressions of shock. Because Zhang Yuntian was using all his strength, this new student might be in life-threatening danger. One person wanted to step forward to stop him, but as soon as he took a step, bang! A purple lightning bolt exploded beneath his feet. Dare to insult me. Today, I must cripple this kid. No one is allowed to interfere. Zhang Yuntian's voice rang out. At this moment, Zhang Yuntian was continuously releasing lightning from his body. The purple lightning enveloping Mo-chen had already formed a giant lightning cocoon over 4 meters high. Bang! 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 The lights in the training area finally couldn't withstand the released lightning and were destroyed. At this moment, the huge lightning Cocoon and Zhang Yuntian, who was radiating violent purple lightning, became the only source of light. Quick, go notify the teachers in the training hall. Seeing that Zhang Yuntian had no intention of stopping, the onlookers became anxious. M.O. Chen was a new student who had just entered the school a few days ago. A lesson would be fine, but to cripple him was a bit too much. Boom! Suddenly, the middle of the 4-meter-high lightning cocoon exploded. A muscular, light golden arm with fierce black tattoos reached out from within. Then, another arm also emerged. The two large hands tore violently to the sides. Crash! The purple lightning cocoon instantly exploded. Mo Chen, over 4 meters tall and surrounded by swirling black mist, appeared before everyone. Mo Chen's image stunned everyone. The person who had just wanted to call the teacher now widened his eyes and stood frozen in place. After tearing open the lightning cocoon, Mo Chen looked at Zhang Yuntian. Your attack is too weak. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian's face once again showed anger, looking for death. With a roar, the purple lightning around Zhang Yuntian instantly gathered into a long spear. Thunder Spear. The spear, glowing with dazzling purple light, shot directly towards Mo Chen's left eye. After all, Zhang Yuntian was a sophomore with rich combat experience. He immediately saw that Mo Chen's bloodline was related to body enhancement. Therefore, he abandoned his previous attack method and concentrated all the lightning for a direct strike at the vital point. But, bang! Mo Chen's large palm casually slapped, and the thunder spear instantly exploded. Seeing his strongest attack shattered by Mo Chen with a single slap, Zhang Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief. Too weak. After shattering the thunder spear, Mo Chen stepped towards Zhang Yuntian. Whoosh! The figure of Zhang Yuntian, surrounded by electric light, flickered and appeared in midair, instantly dodging Mo Chen's step. Bang! But the next moment, Mo Chen's massive fist came crashing down. Zhang Yuntian didn't have time to dodge this blow and was sent flying as a mere afterimage. Boom! Zhang Yuntian crashed into the testing wall of the training area. Thud! Almost simultaneously, the over 4-meter-tall Mo Chen appeared next to the testing wall. Just as Zhang Yuntian's body was about to slide down from the wall, boom! Mo Chen's massive fist came crashing down. A large dent appeared in the wall. Crack! Crack! The sound of crisp bone fractures echoed from within Zhang Yuntian's body. I said you're trash, and you are trash. Mo Chen grabbed Zhang Yuntian, lifting his feet with his large hand, swinging him around, and then smashing him down. Bang! The bricks exploded. Zhang Yuntian was directly smashed into the ground. The floor of the training room was not made of the same material as the testing wall. Therefore, this time, a large dent was directly smashed into the ground. Put! Zhang Yuntian, with only faint electric light flickering on his body, lay in the pit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Yuntian glared at Mo Chen with hatred. But as soon as he uttered a word, Mo Chen stepped on his head. Thud! The entire floor of the training hall shook violently. Mo Chen, standing 4 meters tall, lifted his foot. Zhang Yuntian, who was in the pit, had been completely stomped into the ground, and at the same time, he had lost all consciousness. Weak electric arcs flickered around Zhang Yuntian's head. Are you instinctively gathering your bloodline power to protect your head? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. Whoosh! He stomped down again. This time, Mo Chen still aimed for Zhang Yuntian's head. He intended to crush Zhang Yuntian's head directly. Whoosh! A whistling sound rang out. At this moment, the onlookers, illuminated by the faint light coming from outside the training area, looked on in horror at this scene. The new student Mo Chen was really going to kill the sophomore Zhang Yuntian? But just then, Mo Chen's foot, which was forcefully descending, suddenly stopped half a meter above the ground. Boom! A shockwave exploded beneath Mo Chen's foot, sweeping outwards. Mo Chen looked down at his feet. He saw a black figure standing at the edge of the pit. The black figure held a long spear in his hand. At that moment, the spear's shaft was propping up Mo Chen's foot. A long spear was holding up his foot? Mo Chen's gaze turned wary as he looked at the figure. From the black figure, Mo Chen sensed a presence that was not weaker than his own. Are you trying to protect him? Mo Chen still kept his foot raised, locked in a standoff with the black figure. The black figure did not speak but turned the long spear in his hand. Bang! Mo Chen's foot, which was originally aimed at Zhang Yuntian's head, changed direction and stomped down with a crash. At the edge of the pit, the black figure had already retracted the spear, resting it behind him. Only then did Mo Chen see that this was a man clad in black armor. Aside from a somewhat square jaw, he could not make out the man's features at all. A waist not worth my protection, the black figure replied. Oh, Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. Then why do you stop me? A waste not worth you wasting a month of your time, the black figure replied. A month? Hearing this, Mo Chen was somewhat puzzled. The first martial school does not stop students from fighting each other. In fact, it encourages it, but killing someone is a different matter. The black figure spoke calmly. Standing 2 meters tall in front of the over 4 meter tall Mo Chen, he did not lose an ounce of momentum. Killing someone in the martial school will get you taken away by the school's law enforcement team for investigation and rigorous interrogation. By the time they fully investigate and decide to let you go, it will have been nearly a month. Wasting a month of time for a waste is not worth it. The black figure shook his head. After hearing this, Emo-chen frowned and looked at Zhang Yuntian, who lay unconscious in the pit. To kill? Or not to kill? After a moment, Emo-chen made his decision. He stomped forcefully on the ground. Dong! The ground shook violently, causing the unconscious Zhang Yuntian to bounce up. Pa! Emo-chen's large hand grabbed Zhang Yuntian. This time, the black figure did not stop Emo-chen. The words that needed to be said had already been said. If Emo-chen insisted on killing Zhang Yuntian, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Emo-chen glanced at the unconscious Zhang Yuntian and swung his arm back. Bang! The already unconscious Zhang Yuntian crashed against the testing wall. A deep dent appeared on the wall. Then, Zhang Yuntian fell to the ground like a broken sack. Emo-chen no longer paid attention to Zhang Yuntian, retracting his bloodline power and returning to his normal size. Who are you? Emo-chen looked at the man in black armor before him. Tian Chang, the man replied. Why did you remind me? Emo-chen asked. He had never heard of this powerful presence, Tian Chang. Emo-chen did not believe that the other party was trying to stop him. Out of goodwill, consider it the next move in the game. Soon, you and I may have the opportunity to collaborate, Tian Chang replied. What collaboration? Emo-chen frowned. You will only be qualified to know once you enter the top 10 of this new student competition, Tian Chang continued in a calm tone. Top 10? You underestimate me, Emo-chen scoffed. Tian Chang's attitude annoyed him. What does it mean that he is the only one qualified? Are you really that impressive? No, it is you who underestimate this new student competition, Tian Chang replied, still calm. Then, Tian Chang turned and walked away. However, he did not head out of the training area, but instead walked deeper into the dark training zone. The sound of his footsteps grew fainter until, finally, both his footsteps and silhouette disappeared into the darkness. Bang! In the training area, several emergency lights lit up, illuminating the entire space. Emo-chen looked in the direction Tian Chang had gone and found no trace of anyone playing tricks. Emo-chen frowned and then walked out of the training area. Having just sparred with Zhang Yuntian, he had tested his combat suit. Emo-chen was very satisfied with the combat suit. It truly lived up to the reputation of the first martial arts school. As Emo-chen approached, the crowd gathered at the entrance quickly dispersed. Eyes filled with fear, envy, and disdain were all directed at Emo-chen. Emo-chen ignored them and directly exited the training area. As for Zhang Yuntian, Emo-chen had held back a bit at the end, which could be considered sparing his life. Whether he could recover was no longer Emo-chen's concern. After leaving the training hall, Emo-chen wasted no time and went straight to the lobby on the first floor of the martial arts tower, then teleported into the underground cave, 30 kilometers away from the first martial art school in the magical urban area. Inside a high-end Western restaurant, Gu Bingmei, wearing a black crop top and tight black jeans, rested one hand on her chin while stirring her coffee with the other. Next to her was Gu Bingwan, dressed in a fitted white long dress. Gu Bingwan had a dignified demeanor, unlike Gu Bingmei's casualness, and she sat with her legs straightened and spread apart. In the restaurant, many men in suits couldn't help but cast their gazes over. Some even approached to strike up a conversation. However, under Gu Bingwan's cold gaze, they all awkwardly retreated. At that moment, a tall man with meticulously styled hair entered the restaurant, accompanied by 2 black bodyguards. As soon as he entered, he spotted Gu Bingwan and Gu Bingmei. Smiling, he waved at the 2 women and walked over. Bingmei, sorry to keep you waiting, the man said as he took off his suit and sat down with a smile. At this time, he was wearing a black shirt with gold patterns on the cuffs and collar, looking quite affluent. Especially paired with his handsome appearance, he was undoubtedly a wealthy young master. Gue hi. You're late. Bingwan and I hate people who don't keep their promises, Gu Bingmei said directly as soon as she arrived. Gue Hai smiled lightly at her words and explained, I couldn't help it. I didn't expect that after so many years, the infrastructure in Longwei is still so backward. It really disappoints me. In Europe, some large cities have already popularized aerial roadways, so there's no need to worry about traffic jams. However, no matter what, I was still late, and here, I apologize to both of you. Seeing Gue Hai's gentlemanly demeanor, Gu Bingmei felt disgusted, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. If you have something to say, just say it. Bingwan and I are very busy. Gue Hai smiled and then snapped his fingers towards the table. Waiter? The waiter, who had been paying attention to their table, immediately walked over with a smile. Hello, sir, what can I do for you? Bingmei, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll order first and we can talk while we eat. Gue Hai flipped through the menu while saying. Then, Gue Hai ordered a few dishes. This restaurant is actually rated the highest Western restaurant in the Magic City. It's really disappointing. Gue Hai shook his head inside. When I have time, I'll take you to a truly top-notch Western restaurant in Europe. That's what Western cuisine is all about. Gue Hai, we have no interest in Western food. Just get to the point. If you don't hurry up, I'm leaving with Bingwan. Gu Bingmei said impatiently, pretending to pull Gu Bingwan away. Seeing this, Gu Hai was not in a hurry and calmly said, the matter of the marriage contract must be addressed in advance. Hearing this, Gu Bingmei sat down again. This time, before she could speak, Gu Bingwan opened her mouth. Previously, our families agreed that we would discuss the marriage contract after I become a battle king. Gu Bingwan's voice was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Gu Hai smiled and said, that was an agreement made before either of us awakened our bloodlines, but now, I have awakened my Gue family's Xian Shui bloodline. As he said this, Gu Hai displayed a rather proud expression. Moreover, unexpectedly, my Xian Shui bloodline has awakened to a very high degree, high enough that in 2 or 3 years, I will be able to return to my ancestral form. Upon hearing this, Gu Bingmei's heart tightened. Gu Hai's bloodline awakening was actually this strong? Additionally, my family has agreed to utilize most of their resources to cultivate me. In 2 or 3 years, no, it should be even shorter, perhaps just 1 or 2 years, I will be able to become a battle king with ancestral return. Gu Hai smiled faintly, revealing a look of pride. And you two will still have to stay at the first martial school for 4 years. During these 4 years, you will basically only be able to rely on the resources provided by the first martial school for your cultivation. By the time you graduate in 4 years and become battle kings, I fear I will already be a battle emperor. Once I become a battle emperor, the level of life will undergo a qualitative change, and at that point, having offspring will be extremely difficult. If I cannot have offspring to leave behind a powerful lineage for my Gue family, then this marriage contract will be meaningless. Gu Hai clasped his hands together on the table, smiling as he looked at Gu Bingwan and Gu Bingmei. Gu Bingwan still wore a cold expression, showing no emotion. Meanwhile, Gu Bingmei furrowed her brows, looking somewhat agitated, because what Gu Hai said was the truth. Becoming a battle emperor would lead to a fundamental change in the level of life, to the point where one could even be said to no longer be human. A battle emperor and those at the battle king level and below would experience a kind of reproductive isolation, making it nearly impossible to have offspring. No way. Gu Bingmei suddenly spoke up. You, like us, have only just awakened your bloodline. Not long ago. How could you possibly have tested your bloodline awakening degree so quickly? How could you even predict the time of your ancestral return? As soon as Gu Bingmei said this, Gu Bingwan also looked at Gu Hai. Before the age of 18, it was impossible to awaken a bloodline. This was a lesson learned by countless human sages. So far, no one had broken this rule. After awakening a bloodline, it took 1 month to half a year to familiarize oneself and stabilize the power of the bloodline. Only then could an accurate test of the bloodline awakening degree be conducted. Gu Hai was the same age as Gu Bingwan, with his birthday being just a day later. Gu Bingwan hadn't even had the chance to undergo a bloodline awakening degree test, so how could Gu Hai have tested everything? Gu Hai, under the scrutiny of Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, shook his head and said helplessly, the Dragon Kingdom is really too backward. Even in bloodline research, it lags far behind the European continent. In fact, over there in Europe, they have already introduced bloodline catalysis agents. For just a few million, you can catalyze your bloodline in advance. Of course, there are side effects. However, spending a few million more to buy a neutralizing agent will solve that. Seeing Gu Bingmei show a look of surprise, Gu Hai was quite pleased. Bingwan. Gu Hai looked at Gu Bingwan. If you agree to fulfill our marriage contract now, I can take you to the European continent. There are the world's top bloodline research institutions. And you can also purchase the latest bloodline catalysis agents. This is much better than your step-by-step cultivation at the first martial school. If your bloodline awakening degree is high, I can also apply to my family for some resources to be allocated to you. In about 2 years, you could reach the battle emperor level. Seeing Gu Bingwan remain unmoved, Gu Hai continued, believe me, staying in the backward dragon kingdom will delay your future. Europe, that's where we geniuses should go. And at this point, Gu Hai glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and continued, moreover, the dragon kingdom is about to become unstable. We can't stay in a place like this any longer. Gu Bingmei felt quite displeased upon hearing Gu Hai's words and spoke up. Hey, Gu Hai, what are you talking about? The dragon kingdom. Before she could finish, Gu Bingwan interrupted her directly. Gu Bingwan looked at Gu Hai with a cold gaze and said in a flat tone, everything will proceed according to our original agreement. We won't discuss the engagement until I become a war king. After saying this, Gu Bingwan stood up and said goodbye. Then she walked out. Gu Bingmei hurriedly chased after her. Gu Hai, who had been wearing a faint smile, now had a serious expression on his face. I'll give you 3 months, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. After the Dragon Kingdom's freshman competition in 3 months, I will return to Europe. When I get back, even if you regret it, it won't. Gu Hai suddenly stopped, because Gu Bingwan completely ignored him and walked straight out of the restaurant. Sir, your food has arrived. At that moment, a dedicated server came over with a tray. Gu Hai maintained a stern face, picked up his knife and fork, and began to eat. He elegantly speared a piece of foie gras and brought it to his mouth. After chewing a few times, he spat it out. You can never truly enjoy Western cuisine. Here, in the depths of the wilderness in a cave, Mo-chan raised his wrist and looked at the communicator. It showed that he was 150 miles away from the defense line. After leaving the defense line, Mo-chan had ventured deep and arrived. Here, if he encountered an attack here, the defense line would not be able to provide support in time. Within the defense line, a search team would be dispatched every week to delve into the wilderness and search for those who sent out distress signals. Of course, in most cases, what the search team found were corpses. Sometimes, there were simply no remains left. According to the map, the sleep stargrass is 50 miles to the southwest, but I have to pass through a small area that is the habitat of the white-winged bats. Mo-chan pulled up the map on the communicator and began to examine it. Within a 200-mile radius of the defense line, beast kings could not appear. This was an agreement reached between the strong among humans and the alien beasts. Mo-chan had thought that after the last beast died, the alien beasts would no longer adhere to the agreement. However, within the defense line, Fan Wu told him that the wilderness had returned to its original state, allowing for deeper exploration and various tasks to be completed. Moreover, the instructions regarding the wilderness were confirmed by Pei Kwang, the principal of the first martial arts school, along with the principals of 3 other universities in the magic capital. Although Mo-chan did not know why they were so certain, the 4 War Emperor level experts would not deceive them. After browsing the map several times and memorizing some details, Mo-chan prepared to set off, passing through the habitat of the white-winged bats to collect the sleep star grass. As for the system's task of killing the White Fox King, Mo-chan had no leads for now. He would have to see how things went at that time. Crack! Just then, a light sound came from Mo-chan's left side. Ha! Mo-chan instantly became alert, gripping the mountain axe tightly. The bloodline power within him began to operate, ready to explode at a moment's notice if needed. Brother, don't be impulsive. A man in battle armor raised his hands and stepped out from behind a tree. Brother, we are also here in the wilderness to complete a task, and we just happened to pass by here with no ill intentions. The man raised his hands, revealing a friendly smile. Not malicious? Mo-chan raised an eyebrow. Then tell them to put down their crossbows. Mo-chan looked at the 2 men flanking the man. The man was taken aback by Mo-chan's words and then showed an embarrassed expression. You two, put down the crossbows. After saying this, 2 tall men stepped out from the shadows behind the trees. Both of them held alloy crossbows and wore gray combat uniforms. The color of these clothes provided excellent camouflage in the wilderness of the cave. As long as they stood in a poorly lit area, they would be hard to identify. Due to the special magnetic field in the cave, most electronic devices were unusable, let alone infrared night vision goggles. Therefore, this kind of clothing was extremely practical in the cave wilderness. Crack! Crack! The sound of fallen leaves being stepped on echoed. A girl in pink battle armor with green hair also walked out. The girl's outfit was markedly different from the 3 men. To put it simply, one was very high-end and the other was very rustic. Mo-chan looked at the man in front of him with confusion. The man smiled and said, I am Ji Chang and these 2 are Ji Wei and Ji Chao. They are my younger brothers. After introducing the 3 of them, Ji Chang continued with a smile. As for this one, she is Lu Wanxiu. Miss Lu, she is a student at the War God Academy. This brother, you must also be a student of a martial arts school, right? Ji Chang then looked at Mo-chan and asked. Yes. Mo-chan nodded. I am from Magic City University. Upon hearing that Mo-chan was from Magic City University, Ji Chang and the others visibly relaxed. Little brother, you are also here for a mission, right? Would you like to team up with us? Ji Chang had a simple expression on his face. Although the 3 of us are not as strong as those from martial arts schools, we have been wilderness hunters for 7 or 8 years and are very familiar with this area. Working together, we can avoid a lot of dangers in advance, Ji Chang explained. They are quite nice. Teaming up for missions is indeed much safer, Lu Wanxiu said at that moment. Although Lu Wanxiu's appearance could not compare to the Gu sisters or Mina, her skin was exceptionally fair. Like milk. My mission is to go to the white-winged bats. Are you going that way? Mo-chan asked. Of course, he could not reveal the details of his mission to these people he had just met. Are you going directly from the southwest? Ji Chang, with a simple expression, asked after. Hearing this, Mo-chan nodded. I suggest you take the west route and go around because it seems that a beast king is about to appear in the white-winged bat herd and the entire herd is very agitated. As long as you get within 10 miles of their territory, these white-winged bats will attack and may even pursue for several miles, Ji Chang explained. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan frowned. Don't worry, little brother, we are definitely not bad people. We are excellent members of the Magic City Hunter Association. At this moment, Ji Wei, who had been holding the ally crossbow, walked over and took out a small booklet from his waist pocket. Ji Wei looked very similar to his brother Ji Chang, but his demeanor was quite different. Ji Chang appeared honest and simple, while Ji Wei had a fierce look, sporting a big beard and a nasty scar on his neck. As for Ji Chao, he was about the same age as Mo Chen, had dark circles under his eyes, and looked very unenergetic. Yes, little brother, I was reckless, here is my identification. Ji Chang then reacted and quickly took out his identification. Seeing this, Ji Chao also took out his identification. Mo Chen looked at the Hunter Association membership cards in the hands of the three and then reached out to take their cards. Ji Chang, Ji Wei, Ji Chao? My communicator can scan identification information and verify its authenticity, Mo Chen said as he pointed the communicator's display on his wrist at the three people's documents. This function was something Wang Meng had told Mo Chen about. He never expected to use it at this moment. You are from the first martial arts school, right? At this moment, the green-haired Lu Wanqiu spoke up. First martial arts school? Ji Chang and the others looked at Mo Chen in surprise. His communicator is a custom model specifically for the first martial arts school. Only people from the first martial arts school can use it and it can't be bought outside. Lu Wanqiu said. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the communicator finished scanning the three people's documents. Mo Chen also saw the information on their documents. There were no issues, they were indeed excellent members of the Hunter Association and there were no negative records. No problem, let's team up. Mo Chen returned the documents to the three. Although Ji Chang and the others were not very strong, they were wilderness hunters, extremely familiar with this area, and had rich experience. Mo Chen decided to team up with them. For now, planning to act alone after understanding the situation in the surrounding area. If you don't trust us, I advise you not to join our team. Lu Wanqiu spoke again. Mo Chen looked at Lu Wanqiu in confusion. Lu Wanqiu, dressed in pink battle armor, snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and said, I already said they are good people and can team up, yet you still don't believe it and insist on checking documents. Moreover, you initially deceived us by saying you were a student from Magic City University. Your behavior is quite off-putting. Hearing Lu Wanqiu's words, Mo Chen was dumbfounded. Ji Chao and the others said nothing. What was wrong with this woman? Isn't caution necessary in the wilderness? What if you have ulterior motives and are bad people? How can I not be cautious? After being confused, Mo Chen replied, Can't you tell if someone is a bad person? Do you think someone like brother Ji Chao would be a bad person? If we really wanted to harm you, we would have acted directly just now. Why would we explain so much to you? Lu Wanqiu said seriously. I think it's you who has a guilty conscience, which is why you're so defensive. Lu Wanqiu continued. Mo Chen was speechless. This woman was too self-centered, wasn't she? Ladies and gentlemen, stop arguing, stop arguing. Harmony is precious. We came to the wilderness to complete a mission, not to quarrel. The more people we have, the more strength we have, which increases our chances of survival in the wilderness. Ji Chang quickly stepped forward to mediate. Ji Wei and Ji Chao also moved to Lu Wanqiu's side to persuade her. For the sake of brother Ji Chao and the others, I won't hold it against you for now, Lu Wanqiu said coldly. At this moment, Mo Chen really wanted to say, Are you out of your mind? But before he could speak, Ji Chang came over with a smile. Little brother, don't be angry, we are now a team and need to unite, Ji Chang said with a silly grin. By the way, little brother, you haven't told us your name yet? Ji Chang asked again. Subsequently, Mo Chen joined Ji Chang and his group. Coincidentally, the mission location they were heading to was in the same direction as Mo Chen. On the way, Mo Chen asked Ji Chang many questions about the wilderness, the surrounding terrain, and the distribution of beast groups. It must be said that Ji Chang and the others had rich experience, they could answer all of Mo Chen's questions. Later, Ji Chang even gave Mo Chen an internal map of the Hunter Association. This map detailed the surrounding situation, even marking the underground. Seeing Mo Chen continuously asking Ji Chang questions, Lu Wanqiu couldn't help but snort coldly. Miss Lu, are you hungry? These are wild fruits I specially picked. Next to her, Ji Chao suddenly patted Lu Wanqiu's shoulder. Ji Chao held up a few red, round fruits that looked like marbles in his palms. Fire crystal fruit? Lu Wanqiu was a bit surprised. Thank you, brother Ji Chao. Lu Wanqiu smiled as she took the fruit. By the way, Miss Lu, you finished your pure water, right? I still have some here. On the other side, Ji Wei unfastened the water pouch from his waist and handed it to Lu Wanqiu. Brother Ji Wei, aren't you going to drink? Lu Wanqiu looked at Ji Wei in surprise. I'm not thirsty, besides, you're a girl, it's our duty to take care of you. Ji Wei smiled. Then thank you very much. Lu Wanqiu took the water pouch. Brother Ji Wei, brother Ji Chao, you are really nice. After Lu Wanqiu finished speaking, she began to taste the berries, occasionally making cute expressions of delight. It's really delicious. Lu Wanqiu closed her eyes, looking as if she was savoring it. At that moment, Ji Wei and Ji Chao quickly exchanged glances. And Ji Chao even made a gesture. Ji Wei nodded at Ji Chao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the wind began to blow through the forest. Hearing the sound of the wind, Mo Chen immediately stopped in his tracks. Almost simultaneously, Ji Chao and the others also halted, revealing wary expressions. What's wrong? Lu Wanqiu looked at the three with some confusion. The wind feels off, Ji Chang said with a serious expression. There's a bloody smell in the wind, and that foul stench, Ji Chang continued. This smell, it should be from a beast slave. The tall and imposing Ji Wei took down the alloy crossbow from his back, scanning the surroundings. Beast slave? Both Mo Chen and Lu Wanqiu were taken aback. Beast slaves are an extremely disgusting existence for humans. They are traitors to humanity. After the nuclear war ended, caves leading to unknown places began to appear. Newly evolving humans were attacked by strange beasts. At first, humans had no power to resist, but gradually, with the emergence of evolved strong individuals, the strange beasts were repelled and withdrew from human cities. Undoubtedly, those human sages who risked their lives to fend off the strange beasts are heroes of all humanity. However, a portion of the evolved individuals, on the contrary, they believed that the strength of the strange beasts was too great and endless. Humans could never be a match for the strange beasts. So, this group surrendered. They chose to submit to those powerful strange beasts and became their slaves. Some strange beasts that reached the war emperor level were as intelligent as humans. They accepted the surrender of these evolved individuals, allowing them to infiltrate human cities. And when the beast tide erupted, they would suddenly turn against them, destroying the city's defenses. The emergence of these beast slaves caused heavy losses for humanity for a long time. Until later, with the arrival of the era of evolution, more and more human strong individuals appeared. These beast slaves became less effective. However, the rulers among the strange beasts did not directly abandon them but instead kept them in captivity. After all, humans are more agile and easier to command than strange beasts. Under long-term captivity, these beast slaves also adopted some of the strange beasts' habits, becoming bloodthirsty and fond of attacking humans. Mo Chen clearly remembered that in the posts about beast slaves on the first martial school forum, one thing was mentioned: kill. When encountering beast slaves, kill them directly. Never let sympathy overwhelm you, thinking they are also human. Beast slaves have no human emotions. Moreover, major research institutions have studied beast slaves and found that no matter what method was used, they could not be restored to normal humans. Drawing the mountain axe from his back, Mo Chen's arm muscles bulged as he gripped the axe handle tightly. Ji Chang noticed Mo Chen's movement and glanced at the mountain axe in his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow pounced from the side. Swish, swish, swish. Ji Wei's alloy crossbow instantly fired 5 or 6 bolts. However, the shadow was extremely agile, twisting its body and limbs into strange positions to evade the bolts. Not good, this beast slave has the strength of a war sect, Ji Wei exclaimed, pulling out a short stick from his waist. With a flick of his hand, the stick instantly extended 4 times its length. An alloy long stick was now in Ji Wei's grip. Ji Chao drew a long sword, while Lu Wanqiu also pulled out a slender sword from her pink sheath. Only Ji Chang was empty-handed, without any weapon. Bang! Ji Wei's alloy long stick slammed down hard. The shadow let out a cry of pain as it was smashed into the ground. But when Ji Wei swung the long stick to strike again, the shadow suddenly sprang up from his hands were extremely long, hanging down from his shoulders almost to his calves. Moreover, his arms and legs were covered in thick black hair, resembling a gorilla. However, his face, neck, and chest were no different from those of a normal human. So this is a beast slave, Mo Chen thought to himself. This was the first time he had seen a beast slave. Whoosh! At that moment, another shadow pounced. This time, the shadow was aimed at Ji Chao. Ji Chao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold glint. Clang! He swung his sword, striking the shadow. Put! Blood, thick and pungent, sprayed from the shadow's body. Ji Chao swung his sword again, a wave of cold air shooting out, hitting the shadow. Bang! The shadow was sent flying, crashing into a tree. It turned out that this beast slave was a child, his face contorted in extreme pain. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hand covered in black hair reached out from behind the tree, grabbing the beast slave child. It seems this group of beast slaves isn't very strong. As long as we don't get injured after a few waves of their attacks, they'll retreat on their own. The experienced Ji Chang spoke at this moment. Mo Chen nodded in agreement. What Ji Chang said was just as he had seen on the forum. Beast slaves were extremely cunning and never fought head-on. Once a few waves of attacks proved ineffective, they would quickly leave. Then, the beast slaves launched 2 more waves of attacks against Mo Chen and the others. Lu Wanqiu and Ji Chang also took action. Mo Chen noticed that when Lu Wanqiu attacked, the slender sword in her hand emitted a dazzling white light. Meanwhile, Ji Chang's hands turned into black metal. However, Mo Chen noticed that even though Ji Chang's hands had transformed into metal, after a few exchanges with the beast slaves, they were covered in various scratches. This reminded Mo Chen of Jiang Zijing, who could turn his into cold-blooded? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. You say I'm cold-blooded for killing a beast slave? Mo Chen thought that this Lu Wanqiu really had a problem with her head. What's wrong with beast slaves? Aren't they lives too? Besides, just now, she was a female beast slave, and when she knelt down, she was crying. Are you blind? Didn't you see? Lu Wanqiu was extremely angry. Then next time a beast slave attacks you, you can choose not to retaliate. After Mo Chen finished speaking, he directly walked aside to wipe his axe. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with such a brainless person. Miss Lu, Brother Mo was just acting in self-defense, nothing more. The honest Ji Chang stepped forward to advise. Self-defense? That beast slave had one of her hands chopped off. She was already kneeling and begging for mercy, and you didn't see that, did you? Ji Chao's attempt to persuade only made Lu Wanqiu even angrier. In that case, if you think he did the right thing, I will withdraw from this team. If you think he did wrong, then let him go, and the four of us will continue as a team. Lu Wanqiu coldly pointed at Mo Chen and said. Upon hearing this, Ji Chao and the others felt a headache coming on. After a round of persuasion, Lu Wanqiu still insisted on making them choose one. Finally, after a long discussion, Ji Chao and the others made a decision. Brother Mo, I'm really sorry. The honest Ji Chao rubbed his hands and walked over to Mo Chen. Miss Lu was the first to team up with us, and since she's a girl, we are not very at ease with her. Ji Chao said somewhat awkwardly. Mo Chen put away his axe, slung it on his back, and said, It's fine, I can manage on my own. Ji Chao glanced at the axe on Mo Chen's back, smiled, and patted Mo Chen's shoulder, saying, Brother Mo, I'm really sorry. This is the beast-repelling powder we made ourselves. Ji Chao said as he handed a grey cloth bag to Mo Chen. After the beast-repelling powder is sprinkled, the exotic beasts will instinctively avoid the smell. It's very useful when they take a break during their journey. However, be careful, the effect of the beast-repelling powder only lasts for 3 hours. After 3 hours, once the smell dissipates, it won't be effective anymore. Ji Chao explained with a smile. Not far away, Lu Wanqiu saw this scene and couldn't help but snort coldly. Why are you being so nice to that cold-blooded guy? Thank you. Mo Chen accepted the beast-repelling powder and then turned to walk deeper into the forest. Anyway, he had already understood the situation in the surrounding dozens of miles, and with the map given by Ji Chao and the others, it was not inconvenient to act alone. After Mo Chen's figure, with the axe on his back, completely disappeared among the trees, Ji Chao and the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Wanqiu did not notice. Miss Lu, let's go. Ji Chao turned around and smiled at Lu Wanqiu. Lu Wanqiu nodded. Then, Ji Chao and the others continued to move forward in the wilderness with Lu Wanqiu. Apart from the initial wave of beast slave attacks, they did not encounter any other attacks on the way. Occasionally, 1 or 2 exotic beasts appeared, but they were killed with the skilled cooperation of Ji Chang and the others. Along the way, Lu Wanqiu also collected some spiritual herbs to use for tasks when they returned to school. Miss Lu, let's take a break here and eat something, Ji Chao suggested as he led everyone to a smooth giant rock. Okay. Lu Wanqiu smiled and nodded. Throughout the journey, Lu Wanqiu had been taken care of by Ji Chao and the others, and with Mo Chen not in the team, Lu Wanqiu was in a very good mood. Miss Lu, you and Ji Wei wait here, and Ji Chang and I will go hunt an exotic beast to eat, Ji Chang said. Due to the influence of the special magnetic field energy in the wilderness of the cave, most exotic beasts were inedible. Only experienced wilderness hunters like Ji Chang could distinguish which exotic beasts were safe to eat. Well, you guys go ahead, be careful. Lu Wanqiu nodded. She had already trusted Ji Chang and the others very much. So, Ji Chang and Ji Chao left the place. 2 miles away, Ji Chang and Ji Chao stopped. The honest-looking Ji Chang grabbed Ji Chao by the collar and slammed him against a tree with a thud. Chao, I warned you, don't go crazy. If you can't control that thing, I'll cut it off for you. Ji Chang blared fiercely at Ji Chao. Ji Chao, with dark circles under his eyes, quickly explained, Changgu, I haven't played with a woman for 3 days, I really can't hold it anymore, you have to understand me. Besides, this Lu Wanqiu is just a sophomore, she looks spoiled and has no guard up at all, she won't notice a thing. And, Changgu, don't you want to have some fun with the female students from the War God Academy? Lu Wanqiu's skin is so fair, once she takes off her battle armor, the 3 of us, heh. As he said this, a lewd smile appeared on Ji Chao's face. Hearing this, Ji Chang helplessly let go of Ji Chao. We're here to make money, this time, consider yourself lucky that Mo Chen left early. If he hadn't, we would have to deal with him. When Mo Chen was mentioned, Ji Chang's tone was quite cautious. Don't worry, Changgu, that Mo Chen has left, right? Ji Chao laughed. Then how much drug did you put in, are you sure the dosage is enough? Ji Chang frowned at Ji Chao. The 3 of them were indeed wilderness hunters. But they didn't make money by hunting exotic beasts. They specialized in robbing solitary travelers who ventured deep into the wilderness. To ensure safety and avoid encountering powerful solitary travelers, they usually pretended to be friendly and teamed up with others. Naturally, those who were strong wouldn't team up with them. Only those who were about as strong as them or weaker would team up with them. This way, they could accurately filter out their targets for robbery. Lu Wanqiu was targeted in this way. Along the way, the 3 of them were probing Lu Wanqiu for information and learned that this was her first time venturing deep into the wilderness alone. Previously, she had always entered the wilderness under the protection of teachers or senior students. She had basically no experience in the wilderness. Moreover, Lu Wanqiu was from the War God Academy in Magic City, and the equipment she carried was very valuable. The 3 of them had long wanted to make a move on Lu Wanqiu. The Reason they hadn't acted sooner was to let Lu Wanqiu completely lower her guard. Enough. Absolutely enough. I've put drugs in every fire crystal fruit. Even if she's a dinosaur, she'll still be knocked out by my drugs. As he said this, Ji Chao looked at his watch. It's about time for the drug to take effect. Changge, let's hurry back. We can't let that kid Wei take advantage. Ji Chao was a bit anxious. Ji Chang frowned at this. Ji Chao's only flaw was his lust. If that Mo Chen hadn't left the team and at this moment Lu Wanqiu's drug took effect, they would have to deal with Mo Chen. Let's go back first. Ji Chang nodded. Remember, this is a one-time thing. Ji Chang added. Got it. Ji Chao nodded and the two quickly returned along the same path. Soon, they were back at the big rock. Away. Seeing a pile of Lu Wanqiu's clothes nearby, Ji Chao exclaimed. Don't worry, I haven't started yet. Away laughed. Lu Wanqiu's clothes, backpack, and pink armor and long sword were all laid out on the rock. These items were to be sold by Ji Chang and the others, and they would make at least hundreds of thousands. Then I won't be polite, Ji Chao said, hurriedly unbuckling his belt. Wait. Ji Chang suddenly spoke up. Ji Chao, who had just unbuckled his belt halfway, froze and turned his head in confusion to look at Ji Chang. Brother. Chang, do you want to go first? Ji Chang glanced at Ji Chao impatiently and took out a metal syringe from his backpack. Let's collect his blood and spinal fluid samples first. After all, she has an A-level bloodline, Ji Chang said. The awakening of bloodlines granted humans immense power, and for centuries, countless organizations and individuals have been conducting bloodline research to uncover its secrets. To carry out such research, a large number of bloodline gene samples are needed. Official institutions that take the matter seriously naturally have legitimate channels to obtain samples. However, for some illegal organizations and individuals, acquiring gene samples can be quite difficult. In the black market, gene samples generally have a high value. For an A-level bloodline like Lu Wanqiu's, a single gene sample can sell for over 500,000. Collecting 3 gene samples from one person is about the limit. Essentially, once 3 samples are collected, that person is nearly dead. Brother Chang, just collect 1 sample first. After I'm done with Wei, you can collect the rest. I don't want to play with a corpse. Ji Chao, who had already unbuckled his belt halfway, hurriedly said. Ji Chang felt a bit helpless. Fine. Saying that, Ji Chang flipped a smooth Lu Wanqiu over. The alloy syringe needle plunged into Lu Wanqiu's spine. In her unconscious state, Lu Wanqiu's body involuntarily twitched. Looking at Lu Wanqiu's fair and tender back, Ji Chao swallowed hard. After a few seconds, Ji Chang opened the syringe and directly took out the sealed blood and gene samples. You two, hurry up. Ji Chang frowned and said. Okay, Brother Chang. Ji Chao laughed happily. Unbuckling his belt, Ji Chao flipped Lu Wanqiu over. With a sly grin, Ji Chao pounced directly. You really are a beast. Seeing Ji Chao's impatient demeanor, Ji Wei scolded with a laugh. Just as Ji Chao pounced, he suddenly let out a scream. Damn, is it that exaggerated? Keep it down. Don't attract the beasts. Ji Wei scolded, kicking Ji Chao in the butt. It hurts. Ji Chao cried out as he crawled off Lu Wanqiu. Only then did Ji Wei and Ji Chang see that a large patch of skin was missing from Ji Chao's front. It looked as if it had been burned off, with bright red flesh exposed to the air. Buzz. Suddenly, a strong white light began to emanate from Lu Wanqiu. The 3 of them felt a sharp pain in their eyes and instinctively closed them. Not good. Ji Wei, take action. Ji Chang suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Ji Wei immediately drew out the iron rod from his waist, shook it vigorously, and then swung it towards Lu Wanqiu's head. Bang! A muffled sound. I missed. Ji Wei exclaimed in frustration. The white light from Lu Wanqiu was too intense, he couldn't open his eyes at all and could only swing based on his memory. Ji Chang, upon hearing this, closed his eyes and charged directly towards Lu Wanqiu's position. His hands turned into pitch black metal, and Ji Chang's fist came crashing down. Boom! After Ji Chang threw a punch, his clothes were instantly scorched to ashes by the white light. At the same time, Ji Chang felt a sharp pain in his fist. Damn! How can her light transformation bloodline be like this? Ji Chang couldn't help but curse. Earlier on the way, he had specifically asked Lu Wanqiu about her bloodline. Lu Wanqiu had told them that her bloodline was an A-level superhuman light transformation bloodline, and anything it touched would emit dazzling white light. Under the enhancement of the white light, the speed and power of objects could increase by up to 3 times, and when the target being attacked came into contact with the white light, it would also have a burning effect. In simple terms, it was akin to a supportive bloodline. As a result, unexpectedly, such a situation would occur now. Throw something at her. Ji Wei suddenly reacted. So, Ji Chang, Ji Wei, and Ji Chao began to pick up stones from the ground and throw them at Lu Wanqiu. The sound of thuds echoed continuously. However, it seemed that Lu Wanqiu was not injured. On the contrary, the light surrounding her grew stronger and stronger. More than 10 miles away, Mo Chen, who was over 2 meters tall and had activated his indestructible body, saw the dazzling white light. What is that? Mo Chen frowned. Bang! The head of the python that Emo-chen had squeezed in his hand was crushed. The python's body coiled tightly around Emo-chen's arm. Even in death it clung on. With a forceful motion of his arm, Emo-chen's muscles bulged. Bang bang bang. The snake's body, tightly wrapped around his arm, burst apart inch by inch. Let's go take a look. Shaking off the blood on his hands, Emo-chen picked up the package on the ground and rushed towards the direction of the white light. That white light just now looked very similar to the one emanating from Lu Wanxiu. Of course, Emo-chen was not going there to support Lu Wanxiu and Ji Chang. He was going to settle the score with Ji Chang, because the detailed map Ji Chang gave him was fake. After parting ways, Emo-chen followed the map and found that the number of exotic beasts along the way was increasing. It was completely different from what was marked on the map. It wasn't until he encountered that black python with the strength of a battle sect that Emo-chen was completely sure he had been deceived. After 2 minutes, the white light surrounding Lu Wanxiu finally faded. At this moment, Lu Wanxiu also woke up. When she saw her body stripped bare and the clothes and pink battle armor laid out on the large stone beside her, even Lu Wanxiu, no matter how foolish, understood what had happened. She's awake, make a move. Ji Chang shouted as he heard the voice. Although the light had faded, the vision of the three of them had not fully recovered. Hearing this, Lu Wanxiu was immediately frightened and hurriedly crawled up from the ground, running outside. Chase! We can't let her escape. Ji Chang shouted urgently. If Lu Wanxiu really escaped, then the three of them would be finished, absolutely wanted. From then on, being wanted would mean they could no longer enter major cities like Magic City and would have to stay in those abandoned cities where black markets were located. If that happened, they could forget about continuing in this line of work. Ji Wei and Ji Chao also understood the stakes, their eyes stinging with tears as they chased after her. Especially Ji Chao, who sprayed pain relief spray on himself while running. Due to their vision not fully recovering, Ji Wei and Ji Chao accidentally crashed into a tree. Having just woken up, Lu Wanxiu, feeling weak and powerless, managed to run quite far. However, soon, both Ji Wei and Ji Chao's vision recovered. Ji Wei also gathered his things and chased after her. Damn it, that little bitch! Ji Chao grimaced in pain. The milky white-skinned, completely naked Lu Wanxiu was running for her life. At this moment, she regretted it to the utmost. She shouldn't have trusted them. Thus, Lu Wanxiu ran ahead while Ji Chang and the others chased behind. As an A-grade bloodline, Lu Wanxiu's physical fitness was not bad and she was running faster and faster. But this was the wilderness. Lu Wanxiu was no match for the experienced Ji Chang and his companions. After running for more than 10 miles, Lu Wanxiu felt exhausted. Suddenly, she saw a figure ahead. Like grasping at a lifeline, Lu Wanxiu hurriedly shouted, "Help! Help!" Driven by her survival instinct, Lu Wanxiu burst forth with several times her speed and ran directly to the figure. "Help me! They want to kill me. I'm a sophomore at the Battle God Academy," Lu Wanxiu said hurriedly. The figure did not speak. The shadows of the trees swayed. The light from 9 moons poured down from the sky, casting a glow on the figure below. Lu Wanxiu was momentarily stunned, because the person before her was Emo-chen. "It's you." The expression on Lu Wanxiu's face was quite remarkable at that moment. Emo-chen glanced coldly at Lu Wanxiu, then took down the axe from his back and tossed his backpack aside. Dozens of meters away, Ji Chang and the others had already caught up. "It's that kid," Ji Wei whispered. They had witnessed Emo-chen's ruthless methods during the beast slave attack and were quite wary of him. "Let's kill them together. We absolutely cannot let them return alive." A sinister look appeared on Ji Chang's face and his hands began to turn pitch black. Ji Wei also drew out an iron rod, his body gradually becoming hunched, with leopard pattern fur emerging on his skin. Ji Chao's eyes emitted a faint green light and invisible mental waves surrounded his body. Seeing the movements of the three, Emo-chen grinned and tightened his grip on the axe. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white figure flickered behind Emo-chen. It was Lu Wanxiu, her body smooth and glistening as she grabbed Emo-chen's backpack and ran. Not a single good man. A bunch of disgusting murderers just happened to run into this cold-blooded guy, Lu Wanxiu thought to herself as she sprinted. Her long, white legs unleashed an astonishing speed. But, whoosh! A whistling sound suddenly rang in Lu Wanxiu's ears. Put! Lu Wanxiu felt a chill in her left arm, warm blood splattering on the left side of her face. Instinctively glancing, Lu Wanxiu then saw that her left arm, connected to her shoulder, had been cleaved off. Thud! The rapidly spinning axe was embedded in a tree. Without her left arm, Lu Wanxiu lost her balance while running and fell to the ground. Whoosh! A shadow flashed and appeared before Lu Wanxiu. Lying on the ground, her face covered in blood, Lu Wanxiu looked up and saw Emo-chen's indifferent face. "Did you take my things with my permission?" Under the cold gaze of Emo-chen, Lu Wanxiu felt a chill rising from the depths of her heart. Clap! 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 "Brother Emo, well done." At this moment, Ji Chang, who had rushed over, clapped his hands and smiled at Emo-chen. At the same time, Ji Chang revealed his signature honest smile. "This Lu Wanxiu also stole our things, that's why we chased her," Ji Chang said with a smile. Beside him, Ji-wei and Ji-chao spread out to the sides, subtly surrounding Emo-chen. Oh? Emo-chen raised an eyebrow. She stole something? Yes. I didn't expect that a student from the War God Academy would have dirty hands. I really didn't see that coming. Ji-chang showed a look of regret. She's naked, with nothing on. Horror. Emo-chen spoke up. Ji-chang was momentarily stunned. I feel like you guys are the ones who robbed her, Emo-chen said. Ji-chang scratched his head awkwardly and said, Brother Emo, you misunderstood. It's not like that. Buzz. Suddenly, an invisible mental wave surged towards Emo-chen. The air to Emo-chen's right visibly distorted. And Ji-chao was right next to Emo-chen. Make a move. Ji-chao shouted urgently. He endured the intense pain and released a mental attack while Emo-chen was unprepared. Next time, with Emo-chen on guard, it would be very difficult for him to unleash such a mental attack again. Moreover, Emo-chen still didn't have that axe in hand. This was a perfect opportunity. Ji-chang and the others had no idea how many times they had killed and robbed, and before Ji-chao could speak, the two moved. Ji-chao's mental attack could briefly incapacitate someone. This was the best opportunity for Ji-chang and Ji-wei. After all, students from the first martial school all had S-class bloodlines. If they faced each other head-on, they might not even be a match. Even if they could win, it would be hard to stop the other from escaping. Unless they set a trap in advance. Boom! Ji-wei charged forward first. His hands and feet had already transformed into beast claws, and his face had turned into that of a leopard. Ji-wei swung the iron rod in his hand down towards Emo-chen with all his might, the end of the rod bending in the air due to the immense force. At the same time, Ji-chang, with his fists darkened and significantly enlarged, also rushed over. The iron rod smashed down towards Emo-chen's crown. Ji-chang's fists aimed at Emo-chen's chest. Bang! The rod struck Emo-chen's head first, the tremendous force resonating, and the end of the rod instantly exploded. Seeing this scene, Ji-wei's eyes widened, because he saw that Emo-chen's head was unharmed. Bang! A muffled sound. At this moment, Ji-chang's fist hit Emo-chen. Ji-chang looked at Emo-chen in disbelief. He saw that Emo-chen had protected his face with his arms, blocking Ji-chang's incoming punch. And Emo-chen's arms bore not a single red mark. This scene stunned Ji-chang and Ji-wei. Their all-out attack had actually failed to injure the opponent? Emo-chen lowered his arms and looked coldly at Ji-chang. You are too weak. As soon as the words fell, huff, a wave of heat surged from Emo-chen's body, turning into a hot wind sweeping around. Emo-chen's skin turned golden, his muscles bulged, and his body rapidly grew taller. In the shocked eyes of Ji-chang and Ji-wei, Emo-chen's body continued to rise to 4 meters. On his light golden skin, strange black tattoos emerged, his fingernails turned black and elongated, and 2 curved sharp horns sprouted from his forehead. A circle of black mist surrounded his body, the complete form of the 9 nether body. Deep in the wilderness, Emo-chen wanted to end the fight quickly. Seeing Emo-chen towering over 4 meters high, resembling a demon god, Ji-chao was horrified to the extreme. Before he could finish his words, Ji-chao suddenly vanished from the spot. The next moment, boom! A few meters away, Ji-chao crashed into a 2-meter-wide tree, smashing into the bushes. Emo-chen retracted his hand and looked at the remaining Ji-chao and Ji-chang. Was that you who ambushed me just now? Emo-chen's gaze fell on Ji-chao as a low voice echoed. Just as he managed to say a word, Emo-chen kicked Ji-chao as if playing soccer. A massive shadow of his foot appeared in the air. Bang! Ji-chao's body exploded into a mist of blood. Only a head remained, spinning high into the air. Put! Ji-chao's head was impaled on a branch in midair. The head swayed a few times on the branch before finally coming to a stop. Gulp! Seeing Ji-chao's gruesome death, Ji-wei swallowed hard and then turned to flee. Emo-chen turned around, looking at the fleeing Ji-wei. Boom! The ground beneath Emo-chen exploded, and the towering figure of Emo-chen vanished from the spot. After running a distance, Ji-wei heard no sound behind him and couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. Gone? Seeing Emo-chen's figure disappear, Ji-wei's heart trembled. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ji-wei felt a cold wind blowing from the front. At that moment, an intense sense of danger surged within him. This feeling warned him that moving forward would mean death. Ji-wei forced himself to stop and stood still. At that moment, he realized that a massive shadow had appeared in front of him without him noticing. Simultaneously, Ji-wei felt a sudden chill on his forehead. Instinctively, he looked up. Ji-wei saw Emo-chen, over 4 meters tall, squatting in front of him, one of his fingernails pressed against Ji-wei's forehead. Emo-chen's fingernail was a full 20 centimeters long, pitch black, narrow, and sharp. Cold sweat broke out all over Ji-wei's body, and he trembled uncontrollably. Spare me. Ji-wei gasped for breath. Spare you? Emo-chen smiled faintly. Impossible. After saying that, Emo-chen's finger began to bend against Ji-wei's forehead, then flicked. Whoosh! A sharp force shot out from his fingertip. Ji-wei's brow and the flesh and bone above it instantly vanished. It was as if a groove had been opened directly above his head. Ji-wei's eyes widened, and then his body fell backward. Bang! Ji-wei was completely silent. After dealing with Ji-wei, Emo-chen moved and appeared in the nearby bushes. Ji Chang, who had been knocked away by Emo-chan, now had both arms shattered, white bone shards piercing through flesh. Boom! Ji Chang suddenly saw darkness before him as Emo-chan's massive body landed in front of him. I have a few questions for you, Emo-chan said. I'll tell you. Ji Chang hurriedly replied. Having witnessed Emo-chan's terrifying power, Ji Chang was completely scared out of his wits. Emo-chan said nothing and stepped down towards Ji Chang. Crack! Ji Chang's legs were crushed under Emo-chan's foot. Seeing his legs turned into meat paste, Ji Chang screamed in agony. You. Ji Chang, drenched in sweat from the pain, looked up at Emo-chan. He wanted to say, you haven't even asked yet, why did you attack? You gave me a fake map, so I'll collect some interest first. I really have the map. Ji Chang cried out in pain. It's in that bundle. Ji Chang pointed to the large bag he had thrown on the ground not far away, which contained not only the gear of Lu Wanqiu but also some of Ji Chang and his companions' belongings. Emo-chan's figure flickered, and in the next moment he appeared in front of Ji Chang again. With a tug of his two fingers, Ji Chang's bundle was torn open and various items fell out. Among them was a map. This is the complete map, Ji Chang hurriedly said. Emo-chan unfolded the map and glanced at the information on it. Aside from the terrain markings being the same, everything else was different from the previous map. According to the instructions on this map, you will definitely be able to find what you want. Seeing Emo-chan seriously studying the map, Ji Chang quickly explained. After carefully scanning it, Emo-chan memorized the general content of the map. Then, Emo-chan noticed the pile of items that had fallen from the bag, including a small cloth pouch filled with powder. This powder was the same as the beast-repelling powder Ji Chang had given him earlier. Does the beast-repelling powder you gave me really repel beasts? Emo-chan asked, looking at Ji Chang, who was half leaning against the bushes. Yes, absolutely, I'm not lying to you, Ji Chang replied, with a terrified expression, as if afraid that Emo-chan would annihilate him if he displeased him. Oh, then let me try sprinkling it on you, Emo-chan said, opening the pouch and preparing to pour the beast-repelling powder over Ji Chang. Ji Chang's expression changed drastically and he exclaimed, No, brother Emo, I was wrong. Didn't you say this is beast-repelling powder? Why are you scared now? Emo-chan looked at Ji Chang. Ji Chang's eyes darted, unable to meet Emo-chan's gaze. This is actually beast-attracting powder. Once its scent spreads, the exotic beasts will become extremely excited and aggressive, and they will come chasing after the scent of the beast-attracting powder. Ji Chang confessed as he saw that Emo-chan really intended to sprinkle this powder on him. By the way, is there really a beast king among the white-winged bat beast group? Emo-chan asked again. No, the white-winged bats have never had a beast king. Brother Emo, I'm sorry, I lied to you. I said that just to get you to team up with us, Ji Chang said with a mournful expression. At that moment he regretted it to the extreme. He should never have provoked this calamity. Subsequently, Emo-chan asked Ji Chang several questions about the nearby exotic beast groups, to which Ji Chang answered truthfully. Brother Mo, I've told you everything you need to know. Can you let me go? I'm begging you, look at my hands and legs, they're all useless. Ji Chang pleaded. If his hands and feet weren't incapacitated, he might have even knelt down to Emo-chan and begged. It's not impossible, Emo-chan said lightly, and at the same time, his body began to shrink, gradually returning to its normal size. Once he returned to his original state, the powerful sense of oppression from Emo-chan disappeared, and Ji Chang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Mo, how about this? You let me stay here and let me fend for myself. After all, I can't escape like this. If I die, then I deserve it. If I happen to survive, it means it's heaven's arrangement. What do you think? Seeing Emo-chan relent and return to his original state, Ji Chang felt a glimmer of hope. Not bad, give it a try, Emo-chan nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Ji Chang's heart dropped. Brother Mo, if you let me go, even if I'm killed by the exotic beasts, it won't be your concern anymore, and you'll have one less life on your hands. Ji Chang continued to persuade him. Alright, let's do it this way, Emo-chan said lightly. Then with a swish, he disappeared from the spot, taking the pouch of beast-attracting powder with him. Hundreds of meters away, Emo-chan's figure appeared, carrying the mountain-splitting axe on his back. Seeing Emo-chan's silhouette disappear into the forest, Ji Chang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Leaning against the bushes, Ji Chang rested for a moment, observing his surroundings. Ji Chang suddenly noticed that not far away, the bare-bodied Lu Wanqiu, missing half an arm, had woken up and was crawling on the ground. However, based on Ji Chang's years of experience, he judged that Lu Wanqiu had lost too much blood and probably wouldn't last long. Fortunately, I used my bloodline power to seal the blood vessels in my hands and feet in time, otherwise I would have bled out too, Ji Chang muttered to himself. Then, Ji Chang looked at his own shattered hands and feet. His legs had been crushed by Emo-chan's kick, completely turned to mush and pressed into the soil. In comparison, his hands were in much better condition, with only his forearms shattered. Ji Chang began to use his abilities, and the crushed arms gradually turned black. At the same time, the broken arms were slowly regenerating. When he activated his bloodline power, his arms not only became as strong as iron but their recovery rate also increased. it could be amplified by up to 10 times. Ji Chang's hands and feet gradually began to recover, especially his arms, which were almost fully restored. This had only been a few minutes. Seeing his recovering hands, Ji Chang felt very pleased. That kid is probably new to school and hasn't spent much time in the wilderness. He was easily tricked by me. A smile appeared on Ji Chang's face. He estimated that in about 10 more minutes his legs would recover significantly, and by then he could barely walk with the help of his arms. Suddenly, Ji Chang felt darkness before his eyes. Looking up, he saw Mo-Chen, over 2 meters tall, activating his indestructible body. Bloodline. Ji Chang was stunned. Didn't you leave? Ji Chang exclaimed inwardly. Did you not say there was no Beast King at the White-Winged Bats? Why does your map indicate there is a Beast King? Mo-Chan unfolded the map in front of Ji Chang. Cold sweat instantly poured down Ji Chang's forehead. This, I must have remembered it wrong. Brother Mo, I was too nervous at the time. There is indeed a Beast King at the White-Winged Bats, and it has existed for several years. Ji Chang forced a smile. Mo-Chen, over 2 meters tall, with skin that glimmered a light gold and muscles bulging all over, crouched down and stared at Ji Chang, speaking in a deep voice. Are you lying to me? This map is actually fake? Under Mo-Chen's gaze, Ji Chang felt as if he were being targeted by a Beast King, and even breathing became difficult. Gulp. Ji Chang swallowed hard. The map is actually fake. Ji Chang finally confessed. To prevent the map from falling into others' hands, we specifically printed an extra layer on the map. You just need to tear off the surface layer. Ji Chang said. Ripping sound. Mo-Chen indeed peeled off a layer from the map. Ji Chang forced to smile. Ripping sound. Then, Mo-Chen peeled off another layer. The smile on Ji Chang's face froze. Mo-Chen frowned slightly and looked up at Ji Chang. It's 2 layers. I remembered it wrong. I really remembered it wrong. Ji Chang hurriedly said. Having long engaged in the practice of luring teams and then killing them for loot, Ji Chang had almost developed a habit of lying in front of outsiders. If it weren't for this, the 3 of them wouldn't have been able to operate for so many years without incident. Mo-Chen continued to stare at Ji Chang. Really? It's really just 2 layers. Brother Mo, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, try it. It definitely won't come off. Ji Chang felt a bit on the verge of collapse. Then how come the information on it is different from what you told me before? Mo-Chen asked. After inquiring about the situation of the White-Winged Bat Beast group, Mo-Chen also asked Ji Chang about several other exotic beasts in the vicinity. As a result, the 2-layered map he had uncovered was completely mismatched. Brother Mo, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was lying to you before. This map is the most accurate. There's absolutely no problem. You can go verify it. Ji Chang cried out. This time, he was speaking the truth. All right. Mo-Chen stood up and rolled up the map. But how did your hands recover? Mo-Chen suddenly said. Ji Chang was taken aback. With a whoosh, whoosh, 2 axes swung down and Ji Chang felt a cool breeze pass over his cheeks. Thud, thud. The 2 arms, which had already mostly recovered, fell to the ground. All right, and the legs. Mo-Chen stepped down. Boom. With a loud explosion, Ji Chang's 2 legs burst into a cloud of blood mist. That should do it. Mo-Chen nodded, and with a flash, he disappeared. Ji Chang, pale-faced, widened his eyes and leaned against the bushes. His bloodline ability could restore injured limbs, but with his hands and feet gone, how could he recover? Ji Chang felt an extreme sense of despair. No, there's still hope. Not far from here, there's a hunter supply point. The supplies there can keep me alive for 3 days, as long as I can hold on until the Hunter Association people arrive. As long as I can live, I can take my revenge. Ji Chang suddenly burst forth with a strong will to survive, especially when he saw Lu Wanqiu not far away, still crawling out bit by bit. Thinking this, Ji Chang suddenly twisted his head and let his body fall to the ground, then used the curling force of his abdomen to slowly wriggle forward. Just like that, after wriggling for a while, Ji Chang had crawled out 5 or 6 meters. Boom! Suddenly, Ji Chang felt his head hit a rock. Ji Chang felt strange. He had clearly seen that there were no rocks ahead. Looking up, Ji Chang saw Mo-Chen, who was over 2 meters tall. Ji Chang immediately felt dizzy. How was he still here? Ji Chang roared in his heart. Thud! Something fell from Mo-Chen's hand and landed on Ji Chang's head. Shaking his head vigorously, Ji Chang threw the object off. Looking at it, it was a gray cloth bag. Why did it look somewhat familiar? Ji Chang felt puzzled. In the next moment, a flash of lightning crossed Ji Chang's mind. This is the bag for holding beast-attracting powder. Why is it empty? Ji Chang shouted. There were too few exotic beasts nearby, so I had to run 10 miles away to lure them over. Mo-Chen said. Hearing this, Ji Chang's eyes widened. He understood that Mo-Chen had left earlier not to let him go, but to spread the beast-attracting powder. Mo-Chen had never intended to let him go. Mo-Chen was playing him. Why are you doing this? Ji Chang looked at Mo-Chen in despair. If I hadn't left you a way out from the beginning, could I have gotten these things out of you? Mo Chen looked down at Ji Chang, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he continued. Besides, it's quite interesting this way. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Ji Chang felt a chill in his heart. It's over. This time it's completely over. As despair filled Ji Chang's heart, Mo Chen walked behind Lu Wanqiu. At this moment, Lu Wanqiu had lost an arm and was crawling on the ground, struggling to move forward. Mo Chen bent down, his large hand reaching out. With a palm the size of a fan, he directly grabbed Lu Wanqiu by the back of her head, lifting her entire body up. He turned her wrist, forcing Lu Wanqiu to face him. You monster, you better kill me. Lu Wanqiu blared at Mo Chen with a face full of grief and anger. Kill you? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. If you don't kill me, when I return to the War God Academy, I will definitely expose your evil deeds to the public. Lu Wanqiu cried out in a piercing voice. Hearing Lu Wanqiu's words, Mo Chen couldn't help but wonder if her brain had mutated. How could someone be so foolish? Rustle, rustle. At that moment, a sudden rustling sound echoed through the wild forest. A foul, fishy wind wafted over. Smelling this odor, Mo Chen was somewhat surprised. This stench was familiar to him. It was the beast slaves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the forest, dozens of dark shadows darted back and forth, surrounding Mo Chen from a distance. Seeing these beast slaves appear, a smile spread across Mo Chen's face. Weren't you sympathetic to the beast slave I killed before? Just right, try begging for mercy and see if they will let you go. As soon as Mo Chen finished speaking, a series of screams erupted. Ah, ah, ah. Ji Chang screamed in agony. Two beast slaves that had leaped down from the trees grabbed him. The sharp claws of the two beast slaves directly tore open Ji Chang's chest and abdomen. Seeing Mo Chen look over, the two beast slaves paused, revealing a wary expression. However, seeing that Mo Chen made no move, the two beast slaves quickly grabbed Ji Chang and climbed up the tree. Ah, ah, save me! Ji Chang screamed. Crack! One of the beast slaves skillfully twisted Ji Chang's neck with one hand. Splash! A large amount of blood poured down from the tree. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wanqiu was completely stunned. Although Mo Chen's earlier actions were brutal, the speed had somewhat diluted the bloodiness of the scene. Now, the two beast slaves were slowly gnawing at Ji Chang's body on the tree. This bloody sight completely exceeded Lu Wanqiu's psychological tolerance. Lu Wanqiu just opened her mouth when Mo Chen smiled. Whoosh! Mo Chen swung his arm back and then forward, throwing Lu Wanqiu, who was caught in his palm, out. The direction she was thrown was right towards the two beast slaves gnawing at Ji Chang. No! Lu Wanqiu cried out in despair. However, before Lu Wanqiu could reach the two beast slaves, two of them leaped from the tree and pounced on her in midair. Lu Wanqiu, having lost too much blood, no longer had the strength to activate her bloodline power. Only a faint glow emanated from her body. Lu Wanqiu's bare body was torn by the claws of the beast slaves. After grabbing Lu Wanqiu, the two beast slaves fell to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like poking a hornet's nest, the surrounding beast slaves surged over. A total of 7 or 8 beast slaves extended their claws, continuously tearing at Lu Wanqiu's body, ripping away her fair skin in strips. Ah! Ah! Lu Wanqiu screamed. Boom! The ground shook as Mo Chen landed in front of a group of beast slaves. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Mo Chen, the beast slaves scattered in all directions. On the ground, Lu Wanqiu's milky white skin had been torn away for the most part, resembling a garment full of patches, looking exceptionally tragic. Leaning down, Mo Chen grabbed Lu Wanqiu by the head and lifted her up. Why don't you beg for mercy? Mo Chen sneered coldly. Lu Wanqiu struggled to open her eyes, looking at Mo Chen, her gaze filled with resentment. I hate you. You cold-blooded bastard, you will definitely die a terrible death. Lu Wanqiu cursed. Hearing her words, Mo Chen said nothing, his large hand directly slapped against a nearby tree trunk. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and her head vanished. Without a trace. Thud! The headless body fell to the ground. The warm flow gushing from the neck stained the brown earth deeper and darker. Hopeless. Mo Chen clapped his hands. His body returned to its normal size. At this moment, besides a dozen beast slaves, other strange beasts were also attracted by the beast lure powder. Looking around, Mo Chen found a direction with fewer strange beasts, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Half a minute later, several miles away, Mo Chen stopped. After resting for half an hour, he turned back. The strange beasts and beast slaves were already gone. Seeing the chaotic ground, with no trace left of Ji Chang and the others or Lu Wanqiu's corpse, Mo Chen felt relieved. Without any traces, no one would trace it back to him. And the strange beasts were the best helpers in cleaning up the evidence. A group of strange beasts rampaged through, destroying all traces at the scene, and there were also some remains of strange beasts on the ground, likely killed during the struggle. This made the scene even messier. After circling around a few times to ensure there were no traces that could lead back to him, Mo Chen left the place. Being cautious is never wrong. Even though I was acting in self-defense, Mo Chen thought to himself. Following the direction on the map, Mo-chan ran for more than 10 miles, and finally arrived at the location of the white-winged bat beast group. The map clearly marked the presence of a beast king among the white-winged bats. Mo-chan had witnessed the power of the white fox king, who could withstand even the frenzied attacks of the slaughtering beast. If he encountered a beast king alone, Mo-chan was confident he could retreat unscathed. However, directly barging into their lair, Mo-chan was not so sure. According to the map, the entire white-winged bat group consisted of 100,000 white-winged bats. Therefore, he planned to avoid provoking the white-winged bats for the time being. After confirming the location of the sleeping star grass, Mo-chan found a route that could bypass the white-winged bat group. This route required passing through a canyon. After determining the path, Mo-chan began to move quickly through the wilderness. Mo-chan suddenly stopped. He noticed that the 9 moons above had dimmed. As the moons darkened, the already dimly lit forest became pitch black. Mo-chan frowned and continued on his way. He couldn't linger here, as it was not far from the white-winged bat group. In the dark forest, various strange cries occasionally echoed. Hearing these sounds, Mo-chan felt a bit irritated. However, due to the darkness of the forest, his speed was significantly reduced. Rustle! Suddenly, a sound of flapping wings broke out. Caw-caw-caw, an ear-piercing screech rang out. Mo-chan turned around and saw a large group of bats with wings, glowing white, flying towards him. White-winged bats. Mo-chan frowned. With the sky darkening, the white-winged bats must have come out to hunt. White-winged bats had almost no vision and relied entirely on echolocation. Knowing he couldn't escape a biological sonar of the white-winged bats, Mo-chan took down the mountain axe from his back. The individual strength of the white-winged bats was not strong. In front of him was a group of nearly 100 or 200, and for Mo-chan, killing them all in a short time was not difficult. Whoosh! Another flurry of wing beats sounded. This time, it came from the other side. The white-winged bats emitted a luminous white glow from their wings, illuminating the forest as they passed. Seeing this, Mo-chan silently put away his mountain-splitting axe and began to run wildly. Because this time, the swarm of white-winged bats was so numerous that Mo-chan couldn't even count them. At least 5,000 or 6,000. Caw-caw-caw, the swarm of white-winged bats spotted Mo-chan and flapped their broad wings, flying towards him. Mo-chan frowned, activated his indestructible bloodline, and his body glowed golden, becoming taller. Bang 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 bang! Without dodging the dense trees, Mo-chan crashed directly into them. One tree after another exploded, momentarily blocking the large group of white-winged bats behind him. In the dim forest, Mo-chan ran wildly, encountering many strange beasts along the way. However, before he could make a move, these beasts, upon seeing the large swarm of white-winged bats in the sky, turned and fled. Unfortunately, these beasts were not as fast as Mo-chan. Behind him, the screams of the beasts echoed, and when Mo-chan looked back, he saw a large group of white-winged bats lifting a 3-meter-long leopard into the air. With a whoosh, the bats swarmed together, and the next moment, a white, skeletal frame fell from the sky. Seeing this, Mo-chan frowned. There were just too many white-winged bats. So, he continued to run at full speed. Just like that, Mo-chan ran for over 10 miles. However, what frustrated him was that the entire swarm of white-winged bats was still chasing after him. Damn! Is this ever going to end? Mo-chan cursed and ran even faster. While running, he unfolded a map to determine his route. Mo-chan did not want to finally shake off the white-winged bats only to stumble into another beast's territory. Is that the place where the sleep star grass grows ahead? Mo-chan's heart stirred as he saw the marked location. On the map, the sleep star grass grows in a valley. To enter the valley, one must pass through a narrow canyon. This canyon was the best way to shake off the white-winged bats. The difficulty with the white-winged bats was their overwhelming numbers. The narrow canyon could effectively neutralize their advantage. With a plan in mind, Mo-chan exerted all his strength and ran even faster. He didn't know if it was because he was getting closer to the sleep star grass, but he hadn't encountered any strange beasts along the way. However, the swarm of white-winged bats chasing him seemed to be getting more frantic. The screeching sounds echoed incessantly, extremely grating, and the flying speed of the entire swarm increased significantly. After running for more than 10 minutes, Mo-chan finally saw the canyon right ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged into the canyon entrance. The entire canyon had only a small point at the top that let in a bit of light. Inside, it was even darker than the forest. Not long after Mo-chan rushed into the canyon, some of the frenzied white-winged bats followed him in. However, due to the narrow entrance and the fast-flying speed of the bats, a large portion of them got stuck outside. Bang! 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 These white-winged bats, unable to dodge, crashed directly into the stone walls, turning into a mushy mess. After several hundred white-winged bats crashed to their deaths, the ones behind slowed down. Outside the canyon, a large group of white-winged bats lined up, slowly filtering into the canyon. Boom! Bang! Occasionally, explosive sounds echoed from within the canyon. Mo-chan, over 2 meters tall, found it somewhat inconvenient to move in this narrow valley. In some places, it was hard to squeeze through. But Mo-chan ignored this, forcing his way through, and the stones blocking his path were smashed apart. After running like this for several hundred meters, the front suddenly brightened and Emo-chan burst out. As soon as he emerged, he was stunned, because the sight before him was simply breathtaking. The sleep star grass bloomed all over the mountains. Each plant emitted a faint blue light resembling starlight. Everywhere he looked, it was like starlight. In that moment, Emo-chan felt as if he were not in a valley, but in the midst of a galaxy. At that moment, he heard the screeching sounds coming from behind him. Emo-chan took off his mountain axe and ran a few steps into the valley. Suddenly, an indescribable wave of fatigue washed over him. Not good. Thud. Emo-chan knelt on one knee, his hands resting on the mountain axe, barely holding himself up. At that moment, he felt as if his eyelids were weighed down by dumbbells too heavy to lift. Is this the power of the sleep star grass? Emo-chan thought to himself, his mind slowing down considerably. He was still several meters away from the vast expanse of sleep star grass ahead. Even before getting close, he was already knocked down by the strong hypnotic effect of the sleep star grass. How could he complete the task now? While he could still hold on, Emo-chan hurriedly held his breath, trying to close the pores on his body. Before coming here, Emo-chan had also researched some information about the sleep star grass. However, due to the scarcity of its harvesting and the fact that researchers often fell asleep while studying it, there was very little information available. He couldn't find any professional data, he only saw a few hypotheses about the strong hypnotic effect of the sleep star grass on the forum of the first martial arts school. The first hypothesis was that the sleep star grass secretes a special hypnotic substance that floats in the air, and breathing it in or having it seep through the pores would induce hypnosis. No, it shouldn't be this. Emo-chan shook his head with difficulty, denying this hypothesis, because holding his breath and closing his pores had no effect at all. Instead, his drowsiness was growing stronger. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, behind Emo-chan, the sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed. He turned around to see the white-winged bats rushing out from the canyon, and before they could fly over, they all fell from the air one by one. The white-winged bats that fell to the ground immediately folded their wings and lay down, their fierce mouths slowly opening and closing, and they actually fell asleep. Right there, where they fell, they lay for a while? This thought suddenly popped into Emo-chan's mind. Shaking his head, he realized that he was so drowsy that his thoughts were becoming unclear. Leaning on the handle of his axe, Emo-chan struggled to stand up, then closed his eyes. The second hypothesis was that the hypnotic effect of the sleep star grass came from the faint glow it emitted. This glow might consist of a special spectrum, and just seeing it would induce hypnosis. Just as he closed his eyes, bang! Emo-chan slapped himself. I'm an idiot. The white-winged bats don't have vision, yet they were hypnotized too? Emo-chan shook his head, turned around, and prepared to walk out. Besides the first two hypotheses, there was a third. The sleep star grass contained a special energy that could radiate out in a manner similar to radiation. Therefore, as long as one stayed away from a certain range of the sleep star grass, they would not be affected. Or wear protective clothing. The radiation-proof protective clothing was not just heavy, moreover, this was a cave with a special magnetic field, and ordinary radiation protection was ineffective. The first martial arts school had custom-made it, and it wasn't cheap. Why am I getting sleepier and sleepier? Emo-chan felt he could barely walk steadily. He slapped himself several times, but the drowsiness was still hard to resist. No, I can't sleep. Shaking his head vigorously, just before he was about to fall, Missouri-chan activated the bloodline of the nine-nether body with all his might. His body quickly rose to 4 meters, his muscles swelling once again, and black, fierce tattoos appeared. The spikes on his back and the horns on his forehead also emerged. Circles of black energy swirled around Emo-chan's body. Boom! The ground shook as Emo-chan, now over 4 meters tall, fell down. Pat, pat, pat. Outside the canyon, white-winged bats kept flying in. However, each one only flew a short distance before crashing to the ground, falling asleep immediately. Only a few slightly larger white-winged bats managed to fly a bit farther. Yet, in the end, they too fell with a thud, landing on the ground. 5 minutes later, the valley was densely covered with white-winged bats lying everywhere. Only a small number of them sensed danger and stopped just before entering the valley. Caw caw caw. These white-winged bats emitted strange cries, seemingly trying to wake their companions, but those bats remained sound asleep. Eventually, these white-winged bats left. Emo-chan opened his sleepy eyes and saw a white expanse before him. In the next moment, Emo-chan jolted awake, sitting up from the ground. How long did I sleep? Emo-chan quickly checked his communicator. After confirming the time twice, he finally felt relieved. Thankfully, he had only slept for 5 minutes. Wait a minute, why am I not sleepy anymore? Emo-chan suddenly had a thought. At this moment, he felt completely awake. Could it be because he had transformed into the complete form of the nine-nether body, allowing him to resist the effects of the sleep star grass? With this speculation in mind, Emo-chan stood up and walked towards a patch of sleep star grass not far away. 1 step, 2 steps. Emo-chan was very cautious. He didn't want to fall asleep again without knowing it like before. After several dozen seconds, Emo-chan finally reached the sleep star grass. A bit drowsy, but still manageable. However, I feel weak all over. Emo-chan carefully sensed the condition of his body. This sleep star grass was indeed strange. Even with the active skill of the 9 Nether Awakening that could restore stamina, he still felt utterly fatigued. After standing in the patch of sleep star grass for about 3 minutes, Emo-chan immediately retreated. He rested more than 10 minutes away, about 7 or 8 meters from the sleep star grass, before he felt all drowsiness dissipate. That feeling of weakness was also gone. With the powerful physique of the 9 Nether body, I have at most 1 minute to harvest the sleep star grass, which is enough. Emo-chan thought to himself. 10 stalks of sleep star grass in 1 minute was completely doable. In fact, Emo-chan felt he could gather even more. However, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at the white-winged bats lying on the ground. Sound asleep. A smile crept onto Emo-chan's face. Evolution points delivered right to his door, he wouldn't pass them up. Then, the 4-meter-tall Emo-chan began to run at the mouth of the valley. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the white-winged bats, still in their dreams, were crushed into pulp under Emo-chan's large feet. Ding! Evolution point plus 100. Ding! Evolution point plus 100. A series of notification sounds rang out. After reverting to the 9 Nether body, the evolution points required for Emo-chan to upgrade his awakening level had increased nearly tenfold compared to when he had the indestructible body. Now, his awakening level was still 2/10, but his evolution points had reached 25800/30,000. He only needed another 4,200 points to level up again. Last time, if it hadn't been for the Beast Tide, which allowed him to kill a large wave of enemies, Emo-chan estimated his awakening level would still be 1/10. Unfortunately, Beast Tides didn't happen every day. During that wave, Emo-chan's awakening level not only rose to level 2 but he also accumulated 23,300 evolution points, killing Ji Chang and his 2 companions as well as Lu Wanqiu earned him 1,500 evolution points. Among them, Ji Chang was worth 400, Ji Wei and Ji Chao were each 300, and Lu Wanqiu was worth 500 points. Lu Wanqiu's strength was actually similar to Ji Chang's, but since she had an A-grade bloodline, she was relatively more valuable. Plus, having just crushed 10 white-winged bats, that was another 1,000 points. Sigh, this speed is really too slow. Emo-chan sighed and quickened his pace. Puff 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 puff. The white-winged bat offered no resistance and was crushed to death by Emo-chan. Finally, a glow of upgrade light appeared, visible only to Emo-chan. He immediately stopped to check the system panel. Host, Emo-chan bloodline, 9 Nether body bloodline, 3/10, ability, indestructible body, passive skill, when attacked. Strength, resilience, endurance, and self-healing increase by 500%. 9 Nether strength, 3 out of 10, passive skill, can unleash incredible power. 9 Nether immortality, 3/10, passive skill, when receiving a heavy blow, has a certain probability to be immune to the attack. Immunity probability increases with the severity of the attack up to 99%. 9 Nether awakening, 3/10, active skill, activates the 9 Nether bloodline. When both feet touch the ground, stamina recovers at a rate of 3% per second. Injury recovery depends on severity. Martial skills, Bull Demon Fist, 2nd level, Bull Demon Top Heaven, 8 Sound Fist, 3rd level, items, Mountain Cleaving. Axe evolution points, 0/40,000 luck value. For aside from the 1% increase in recovery speed from 9 Nether awakening, nothing else had changed. It's been a long time since I last drew a lottery, Emo-chan thought to himself upon seeing the luck value at the bottom. Although I managed to awaken my bloodline and reach nearly the peak of the battle sect in about half a month, relying solely on my own efforts and the system's trivial help, it wouldn't hurt to draw a lottery occasionally. In fact, ever since he first drew the mountain cleaving axe, Emo-chan had been wanting to draw again. However, the mountain cleaving axe was already quite valuable. If he drew something else precious, with his meager strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep it. Emo-chan was reckless in battle, but he wasn't foolish. So, I'm actually afraid of accidentally drawing a divine artifact or something that would bring me trouble, not because I'm worried about not winning. Emo-chan was very confident. After all, he had only spent 5 evolution points to draw the mountain cleaving axe, a high-grade earth weapon. It seems like the influence of the sleep star grass on me has decreased. Just as Emo-chan was thinking, he suddenly felt much more alert. The higher the awakening degree, the better I can resist the strange hypnosis of the sleep star grass. Emo-chan gathered his thoughts, no longer thinking about other matters, and began to stomp around the valley again. Puff 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 puff. A few minutes later, Emo-chan stopped. The ground was covered with the corpses of white-winged bats. In total, there were over 700. This provided Emo-chan with more than 70,000 evolution points. Now, Emo-chan's bloodline awakening degree had reached 4 out of 10. The progress of evolution points was 30,000/50,000. He had gathered more than half in one go. Clearly, there were 7 or 8,000 chasing after me, so why are there only this few that came in? Emo-chan frowned, still somewhat dissatisfied. However, the white-winged bats that had come in were clearly much larger than the ordinary ones, and their strength was roughly at the battle general level. If only the entire white-winged bat herd could be lured over. Mo-chan thought to himself. Suddenly, Mo-chan noticed the ground beneath his feet starting to writhe. He saw white roots emerging from the ground like little worms. In just a few breaths, the entire ground was covered with white roots. A few seconds later, the white roots retracted into the soil, disappearing from sight. And on the ground, the corpses of the white-winged bats also vanished. The ground returned to its original state, with only a few deep footprints left by Mo-chan, showing no difference from when he first entered. Mo-chan turned back to look at the sleepstar grass that covered the entire valley. He noticed that the starlight emitted by the sleepstar grass seemed to have become a bit brighter. The roots that had just emerged must belong to this sleepstar grass. Mo-chan deduced in his heart. Taking a cautious step back, Mo-chan began to check the system. He was about to start the lottery. My luck has always been pretty good. Mo-chan directly deducted 100 evolution points. Start the lottery. Ding. Luck value plus 100. Just 100 evolution points. Mo-chan smiled and paid another 100 evolution points. Ding. Luck value plus 100. Hey, Mo-chan paid another 100 evolution points. Ding. Luck value plus 100. It's only 300 evolution points, just enough to crush 3 white-winged bats. Mo-chan didn't think much of it. 1,000 evolution points. Let's do 1,000 consecutive draws. Mo-chan angrily charged 1,000 evolution points. Ding. Luck value plus 998. Seeing that the luck value decreased by 2 points, Mo-chan's expression changed. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn a pack of way-long spicy strips. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn a pack of way-long spicy strips. Mo-chan. For the first time, Mo-chan felt that this system was unreliable. Taking the spicy strips out of the system space, Mo-chan found that they were still in small packs. Bang! Bang! 2 packs of spicy strips were directly crushed, and Mo-chan stuffed them into his mouth in one go. Let's go again. Then, Mo-chan charged another 1,000 points in anger. 5 minutes later, Mo-chan's eyes were already a bit red. From the beginning until now, he had spent 6,000 evolution points. Aside from over 5,000 luck points, the rest was just a pile of spicy strips. Oh right, there were also a few packs of kissing barbecue. In between, Mo-chan suspected that this lottery mechanism was based on the number of draws. So, Mo-chan experimented with charging 10 points at a time, 100 points at a time, 5 points at a time, and 1 point at a time. But it was all useless. Mo-chan let out a long breath. To draw, you have to smile while drawing. Mo-chan wore a faint smile on his face. No matter if I get good stuff or not, this is the last time. 1,000 points. Ding. Luck value plus 998. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an upgrade card. Hearing this unfamiliar prompt sound, Mo-chan was stunned for a moment, then he was so excited he wanted to jump up. Finally drew something useful. Finally not those damn spicy strips anymore. Eagerly taking out the upgrade card, Mo-chan checked its function. Upgrade card can infinitely increase the level of bloodline awakening. Seeing the description of the upgrade card, Mo-chan smiled happily. Just these 2 upgrade cards were worth tens of thousands of evolution points. Since it can be upgraded infinitely, I should save it for later. Mo-chan thought to himself. Using the upgrade card now would definitely not be cost effective. The higher the bloodline awakening level, the more evolution points are needed. According to the current trend, level 8 and 9 would probably require tens of thousands of evolution points. Having drawn such a good thing as an upgrade card, I should celebrate and draw a few more times. Mo-chan happily opened the lottery interface. However, Mo-chan found that the accumulated luck value from his previous draws had already turned to 0. 10 minutes later, Mo-chan's eyes turned a bit red again. In the system panel, Mo-chan's luck value had become 3,000 points. Yes, Mo-chan spent 3,000 evolution points and didn't draw anything. Not even a pack of spicy strips. Aside from the change in luck value, Mo-chan's evolution points also changed to 20,000/50,000. 10,000 evolution points just disappeared like that. Not a loss. No matter what, 2 upgrade cards are worth it. Thinking of this, Mo-chan felt much better inside. With another 20,000 evolution points, should I draw one last time? Suddenly, this thought popped into Mo-chan's mind. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. The strength I have today is all due to my own hard work and a little help from the system. How can I rely on something as elusive as a lottery to become stronger? Mo-chan reflected in his heart. In the end, Mo-chan secretly made up his mind. From now on, every day, only 3 draws. Morning, noon, and night 3 times each. Each time, a maximum of 1,000 evolution points. Aside from that, never draw more. Start collecting sleepstar grass. Mo-chan pulled out a bag made of special material from his combat suit. This bag would harden upon sudden external impact, protecting the items inside from damage. Of course, the force it could withstand was quite limited. Approaching the patch of sleepstar grass, Mo-chan reached out and yanked 7 or 8 stalks of sleep star grass were pulled up directly. The moment he touched the sleep star grass, a strong wave of drowsiness surged over him. Whoosh! However, at that moment, the black mist swirling around Emo-chan's body began to slowly rotate, dispelling some of the drowsiness. Taking advantage of his ability to resist the drowsiness, Emo-chan quickly yanked 3 more times. After those 3 pulls, even the 9-nether body found it hard to endure. Emo-chan hurriedly moved away, tossed the bag aside, and with a thud, fell to the ground and fell asleep. 3 minutes later, Emo-chan woke up. Picking up the bag, he looked inside and saw that the leaves of the sleep star grass had curled up and the star-shaped flowers had closed. In this form, the sleep star grass still emitted a faint hypnotic energy, but it had no effect on Emo-chan at all. Then, Emo-chan yanked 2 more times, collecting a total of 70 stalks of sleep star grass. For the task, 10 stalks are enough, the rest can be sold on the forum. Emo-chan happily put the bag into his backpack. Then, he stepped out towards the valley. Due to the narrowness of the canyon, his over 4-meter-tall 9-nether body form could not pass through. Emo-chan had no choice but to transform into an indestructible body. Exiting the canyon, Emo-chan saw many corpses of white-winged bats along the way. Most of these white-winged bats had died from crashing into the rock walls. Emo-chan shook his head. What a pity, so many evolution points. If only he could collect them. They could also be used for a lottery. As he left the canyon, Emo-chan noticed several more dead white-winged bats on the rock walls outside. No wonder there were only over 700 that entered the canyon in the end. Looking towards the distant forest, Emo-chan furrowed his brows tightly. He saw a large area of white fluorescence dancing above the forest not far away. That was a swarm of white-winged bats. If he returned the same way now, he would encounter these white-winged bats again. Forget it, I'll visit the White Fox King first, and when I come back, I'll see if the white-winged bats are still there. Emo-chan took out the map from his pocket. The White Fox King's lair was conveniently not far from this canyon. The system had given him a task to kill the White Fox King, with a deadline of 10 days, and 3 days had already passed. However, Emo-chan did not believe he could kill the White Fox King before facing the Beast King. After all, the White Fox King was considered a very formidable existence among the Beast Kings. After roughly planning his route and a few escape routes, Emo-chan put away the map. With a movement, he dashed westward. Half an hour later, Emo-chan arrived outside the White Fox King's lair. The lair was located on a green earthen mound. At the upper part of the mound, there was a huge cave entrance. Around the entrance, a dozen white foxes of varying sizes were playing. Bang bang bang! A white ball rolled out from the cave entrance. A group of white foxes excitedly howled and rushed over. The white ball was suddenly sent flying into the air, and several white foxes jumped up, competing for it in mid-air. Not far away, Emo-chan, who had returned to his normal size and was crouching in the bushes, watched the scene with a somber expression. Because that white ball was a human skull. Bang bang bang! Several more skulls rolled out from the cave. Among them, 2 skulls were only half the size of a normal skull. They were children's skulls. Emo-chan was extremely certain in his heart. At the cave entrance, a dozen white foxes excitedly chased after these skulls, playing with them. Emo-chan observed for quite a while in the bushes, where a group of more than a dozen white foxes were playing at the entrance of the den of the White Fox King. The White Fox King had not shown himself. At this moment, Emo-chan was downwind, and those white foxes could not smell his presence. If he stayed any longer, the wind might change, and it would be troublesome if those white foxes discovered him. So, Emo-chan decided to withdraw. After all, this could be considered as scouting the area. As for killing the White Fox King, Emo-chan had never considered it. Compared to the system's tasks, his own life was far more important. Just as Emo-chan was about to leave, suddenly, the group of frolicking white foxes all stopped and quietly looked towards the den entrance. Then, a large fox with yellow and white fur walked out. The large fox seemed a bit tired and lay down on the ground as it reached the entrance. A group of white foxes affectionately surrounded it. The White Fox King, Emo-chan thought to himself. Although a large part of its fur color had changed, that sharp fox face, along with one pink and one green eye, Emo-chan would never mistake. Emo-chan tried to suppress his aura, slowing his heartbeat, and began to observe. The last time the White Fox King had only been hit by 2 Jiao's punch, and only the area where the fist struck had turned a charred yellow. But now, half of the White Fox King's body had turned yellow. There was definitely something wrong. After observing for a while, apart from looking a bit tired, the White Fox King did not show any other abnormalities. Emo-chan continued to lie in the bushes, carefully watching. Finally, 10 minutes later, the White Fox King coughed. The sound of the White Fox King's cough was like that of an old man, muffled and slightly hoarse. A few drops of black blood were coughed out by the White Fox King, landing on the ground in front of him. The few white foxes in front immediately scattered. The black blood hit the ground, igniting flames that scorched a large patch of grass. Seeing this scene, Emo-chan's gaze sharpened. 2 Jiao's punch had severely injured the White Fox King, leaving it still unhealed. Moreover, it seemed that the White Fox King's injury had worsened. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Emo-chan's heart stirred. Whoosh! At that moment, a gust of wind blew, rustling the entire bush. Crack! The sound of breaking branches echoed. The White Fox King, lying on the ground, looked over, its gaze landing on the patch of bushes where Emo-chan had been. However, Emo-chan's figure had already vanished. The White Fox King turned its head, wiped its mouth with its front paw like a human, and then turned back into the den. After emerging from the bushes, Emo-chan dashed back to the valley where the waking grass grew. He surveyed the rock wall on the inner side of the valley, leaped up, and began to climb. He climbed until he was more than 5 meters off the ground before stopping. Grasping a protruding rock with one hand, Emo-chan reached behind him with the other to retrieve his mountain axe. Then, he swung the mountain axe against the rock wall. Clang! 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 The hard rock wall sparked with flying sparks. After a few seconds, a barely sufficient platform for Emo-chan to stand on was chiseled out. After clearing the stone debris from the ground, Emo-chan climbed onto the stone platform and crouched there. At this moment, Emo-chan was on the right side of the rock wall at the valley entrance. If someone were to walk in from the outside, they would definitely not see him. Only after fully entering could they discover Emo-chan. Emo-chan gripped a mountain axe and began to wait. 1 minute, 5 minutes, until 10 minutes had passed. At the valley entrance, a rustling sound came. Emo-chan unconsciously tightened his hands, the veins on his forearms and the back of his hands bulging. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white shadow darted in from the valley entrance. Emo-chan did not move. He saw that this white shadow, after darting into the valley entrance, stumbled a few steps and then fell to the ground, fast asleep as if drunk. The corner of Emo-chan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. It was a monkey covered in white fur. While this monkey was asleep at the entrance, a white fox quietly walked in, taking careful steps. The white fox did not fully reveal itself, only its head peeked out. The white fox cautiously looked around the valley, as if searching for something. After scanning the area, the white fox saw nothing in the valley. So, it couldn't help but take another step forward. Now, most of its body was out. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded above the white fox. Startled, the white fox's fur stood on end. But before it could make any move, thud! The mountain-splitting axe fell, splitting the white fox's head in half. Emo-chan landed on the ground, his swollen arms began to return to their original state. The ghostly cleave is indeed useful. Emo-chan was very satisfied. If it weren't for the noise he would make jumping down from the air, Emo-chan estimated that with this ghostly cleave, he could have killed the white fox before it even reacted. Killing this white fox earned Emo-chan 700 evolution points. Based on the upgrade points, Emo-chan estimated that this white fox should be at the mid or high level of the battle sect. This was about what Emo-chan had initially predicted. In fact, when Emo-chan left the thicket not far from the White Fox King's lair, he had guessed that the White Fox King would send beasts to chase him. Beasts, upon reaching the Beast King realm, can gain intelligence. However, most of that intelligence isn't very high. But foxes are inherently cunning, and the White Fox King is even more so. At that time, the White Fox King did not immediately send beasts to chase him, probably to let Emo-chan lower his guard, and then the White Fox King would send beasts to track him. Being human, he would definitely leave a scent along the way. The pursuing beasts could easily find him by following the scent trail. So, Emo-chan went straight back to the valley and immediately ambushed himself on the rock wall. However, the white fox beast that chased after him wasn't foolish either. It actually sent a monkey to scout the way. If it weren't for the monkey moving too quickly, Emo-chan would have almost made a move. The white fox, living in this area, definitely couldn't be unaware of the valley's strangeness. When the pursuing beasts discovered the valley ahead, they would definitely be cautious and could not possibly rush in so quickly. Otherwise, they would end up like that white monkey, which barely took a few steps before dying in its sleep. Compared to Emo-chan, the pursuing white fox's abilities were still far too lacking. Just then, white roots began to emerge from the ground beneath the white fox. Seeing this, Emo-chan quickly grabbed the white fox's corpse. The emerging roots suddenly stopped, as if stunned. Emo-chan threw the mountain-splitting axe. Thud! The sleeping white monkey was killed by the axe. The stopped roots retracted into the ground. In a short while, the white monkey's body was completely entangled by the roots. A few seconds later, the roots shrank back into the soil, and the white monkey's corpse disappeared without a trace. To be safe, Emo-chan retreated to the valley's entrance and then began to skin the white fox. Before long, the entire skin of the white fox was peeled off by Emo-chan. He threw the corpse into the valley, and from the ground, Emo-chan found some sand and dirt to start cleaning the bloodied side of the fox skin. After rubbing the sand for a while, Emo-chan finally cleaned the blood off the fox skin. Then, he draped the fox skin over himself. The fox skin carried the scent of the white fox, which could mask Emo-chan's own scent. Rubbing off the blood was to ensure that the fox skin had no bloody smell, because beasts are even more sensitive to the smell of blood than to the scent of humans. After putting on the fox fur, Emo-chan left the valley. He glanced at the group of white-winged bats not far away, which were still circling above the forest. Emo-chan estimated that there seemed to be even more white-winged bats. They probably won't return to their nests until it gets light. Emo-chan shook his head and walked towards the lair of the White Fox King. After a few minutes, Emo-chan arrived outside the lair of the White Fox King. seeing that there wasn't a single white fox. At the entrance, Emo-chan frowned. Had all the white foxes gone back to rest? Or had the White Fox King deliberately sent them back to the lair? Emo-chan couldn't quite figure it out. But since he was already here, he couldn't just wander around outside and leave. At the very least, he had to take a look inside the White Fox King's lair before leaving. So, Emo-chan, draped in the fox fur, dashed into the cave. As soon as he entered, a strong, pungent smell assaulted him, nearly making him faint. What a strong stench! Emo-chan covered his nose and began to walk deeper into the cave. The White Fox King and those white foxes were not very large, but the entire cave was extremely spacious. At a height of 1 meter 80, Emo-chan didn't even have to bend down while walking inside. Before long, Emo-chan came to a fork in the path. Ahead was still a wide opening, but the side path was considerably narrower. Emo-chan chose not to continue forward but turned into the side path. After walking for a short while, he heard a series of fox calls coming from within. Pressing his body against the rock wall, Emo-chan peeked inside. He saw a fox den made of dry grass, along with a lot of human clothing and armor piled up at the back of the cave. In the middle of the cave, there were luminous stones emitting a faint white light. A few small foxes were playing and rolling around in the den. These foxes were quite small and likely not very strong. Emo-chan reached for the mountain axe at his back. The speed of the white fox beasts was very fast. He had to resolve this quickly. Moreover, he couldn't let the white foxes make any distress calls. Otherwise, all the white foxes in the lair would come over. Thinking of this, Emo-chan frowned. Because the difficulty was too great. He was still 10 steps away from the fox den. No matter how fast he was, these foxes would react. They wouldn't be able to escape, but they could definitely call out 1 or 2 times before he killed them. Various thoughts flashed through Emo-chan's mind. Suddenly, another white fox looked over towards Emo-chan's hiding spot. This fox called out while stepping closer. The other foxes in the den continued to play. As this fox called out, it slowly walked up to Emo-chan's side. When it saw Emo-chan's feet, the white fox paused for a moment, then a fierce expression appeared on its elongated fox face and its sharp teeth bared. Just as this white fox was about to attack Emo-chan, suddenly, its body went limp, collapsing to the ground, and it began to sleep soundly. The few white foxes that were playing in the den noticed the situation and stopped. Then, these foxes also came over and, like the first white fox, collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Emo-chan stepped out from the shadows of the rock wall. He bent down and pulled out a sleep star grass that was wedged in a rock crevice. At that moment, the sleep star grass was in full bloom, but as soon as Emo-chan pulled it out, the leaves immediately curled up and the star-shaped flowers closed. This was the peculiar nature of the sleep star grass. As long as it was replanted in the soil, the sleep star grass would bloom again. Earlier, Emo-chan had intended to throw the sleep star grass into the fox den. Unexpectedly, a little fox had discovered him early and walked over. So, Emo-chan took the opportunity to plant the sleep star grass back into the rock crevice. Fortunately, even rooted in the crevices of the rocks, the dreaming star grass can still bloom. Emo-chan was too lazy to take out his mountain axe and simply stomped down a few times. Bang! 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 These white fox beasts exploded one after another. Ding! Evolution points plus 120. Ding! Evolution points plus 120. This time, Emo-chan killed a total of 7 white foxes, earning 840 evolution points. Compared to the white-winged bats, it was only 20 points higher. However, these 7 white foxes were not even at the level of a battle general. Emo-chan speculated that it must be due to their bloodline that made these white foxes more valuable than those white-winged bats. After leaving the fox den, Emo-chan returned to the main path. Along the way, he encountered several forks. Without a moment's hesitation, Emo-chan ventured into these forks. Just like before, each of these forks had a fox den. The deeper he went into the main path, the stronger the white fox beasts became. In the end, Emo-chan didn't dare to go too far inside. He could only plant the dreaming star grass outside in advance and create a bit of noise. The white foxes that heard the commotion would come out, hypnotized by the dreaming star grass. The dreaming star grass is really useful. Emo-chan pulled up the dreaming star grass and casually used his mountain axe to smash a few white foxes at the battle sec level. This was the 7th fox den. The first 6 fox dens combined had provided Emo-chan with over 7,000 evolution points, and these 5 battle sec level white foxes had a total of 3,000 points. Checking the system panel, the 7 fox dens totaled 10,010 points. After leaving this fox den, Emo-chan continued to delve deeper. He walked for several minutes without encountering any forks. Seeing this, Emo-chan took down his mountain axe, his muscles tensed. The absence of forks indicated that he was about to reach the den of the White Fox King. Emo-chan was ready to unleash his bloodline power at any moment, transforming into the complete form of the 9 nether body. But for now, he could only continue in a normal human state. Activating his bloodline would make his aura too obvious. The white fox skin could barely cover his body. Once he transformed into a height of over 2 meters and 4 meters, it would be completely insufficient. Out of caution, Emo-chan slowed his pace. 5 minutes later, he felt the surroundings growing increasingly hot. Mo Chen frowned. This scorching aura was very similar to Tu Jiao's. Continuing forward, a very spacious area suddenly appeared ahead. Mo Chen quickly stopped and leaned against the rock wall. Peeking inside with one eye, he saw a massive white fox 5 meters long lying on a black rock. It's the White Fox King. Mo Chen's heart stirred. He recognized the half-burnt yellow fur of the White Fox King. At this moment, the White Fox King seemed to be asleep. Mo Chen did not act rashly and began to observe. During the beast tide and while scouting earlier, Mo Chen had seen that the White Fox King was about the same size as an ordinary white fox beast. He had thought that was what the White Fox King looked like. But now, it seemed that this was the true form of the White Fox King. After observing for a while, the fur on the White Fox King's body expanded rhythmically with its breathing. However, the breath exhaled from the White Fox's mouth was exceptionally hot, scorching the rock wall several meters away until it turned bright red. Mo Chen deduced that it must have been Tu Jiao's punch that left terrifying heat energy within the White Fox's body. That heat energy had not been resolved even until now. Hence, the White Fox's injuries had worsened, turning half of its body a charred yellow. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Mo Chen suddenly felt a stir in his heart. He had found a way to complete the task of killing the White Fox King. At the same time, in a forest several dozen miles away from here, 3 individuals dressed in military green armor, with long swords strapped to their backs, were hastily making their way through the wilderness. After a short distance, the person at the front suddenly raised a hand to signal. The two behind immediately stopped. Here, we have the scent we need to track. The mask opened, revealing a middle-aged man with a serious expression. He crouched down and pinched some dirt from the ground. The other two also removed their masks and stood behind him. They were a man and a woman, both looking to be around 30, significantly younger than the leading man. Xiaoyu, the tracking device, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Jiang. Xiaoyu immediately unfastened a metal box from her armor. The box opened, revealing a transparent cylindrical object. In the center of this cylinder was a red crystal the size of a fingernail. Inside the cave, due to the special magnetic field, electronic devices could not be used. Even firearms would occasionally malfunction. Therefore, no one would carry firearms or explosives in the cave. It was better to carry a few alloy machetes instead. However, there was one exception: crystal-powered machines. The power source for these machines came from crystals mined deep within the cave. Perhaps because the crystals originated from the cave, crystal-powered machines were unaffected by the cave's magnetic field. These crystals were worth their weight in gold. Using crystals as an energy source was extremely expensive. The small tracking device before them was worth nearly 10 million. After taking out the tracking device, the middle-aged man set it on the ground and rotated it a few times. Buzz! A circle of red light was released from the device, slowly sweeping across the ground. Finally, a circle with a diameter of over 40 meters appeared on the ground, centered around the tracking device. A few seconds later, all the released light suddenly shrank back into the device. The middle-aged man picked up the tracking device. The red crystal inside dimmed slightly. Above the tracking device, a red arrow appeared. It's still in the wilderness, the middle-aged man said solemnly. Jiang, Xiong, check the map for any exotic beasts in this direction. Yes. The young man behind him immediately pulled out a map and began to examine it. As the three continued to run in the direction indicated by the tracking device at the first martial arts school in the dormitory area. Mom, that's the dormitory where Mo Chen lives. Jiang Ziwei pointed at the villa where Mo Chen resided. Beside Jiang Ziwei stood a middle-aged woman in a black long dress, her well-maintained skin giving her a cold demeanor as she gazed at the villa. You two, go into the villa and search, Wang Yinglian said. Yes, ma'am. 2 burly men in black suits walked directly toward the villa where Mo Chen was. On the first floor, Wang Meng, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Wang Meng frowned, not going to open the door, but instead adjusted his glasses and dialed Tu Jiao's number. The two outside knocked for quite a while, but no one came to open the door. Just break the door down. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame, Wang Yinglian said coldly, arms crossed. The two burly men exchanged glances. This was the first martial arts school, reputedly the top university in the Dragon Kingdom. If they broke the door here, it would probably. If you can't do it, then don't show your faces in front of me again, get lost, Wang Yinglian said aggressively as the two hesitated. Hearing this, the two gritted their teeth and bang, the door shattered into pieces. However, these fragments did not scatter but froze in midair. The two were taken aback. Then, the suspended fragments gathered together, forming a wooden ball about the size of a basketball. Bang! The wooden ball smashed onto the ground, creating a pit in the floor. This is our dormitory. According to the rules of the First Martial Arts Academy, no one is allowed to intrude without permission, Wang Meng said sternly as he walked out of the bedroom. The two burly men frowned upon seeing Wang Meng, but instead of acknowledging him, they headed straight upstairs. Wang Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. The two men walking upstairs suddenly felt their feet trip. Bang! Bang! Losing their balance, they fell down the stairs. Both of them had beast bloodlines, and as they fell, they activated their bloodline power, increasing their physical strength and sustaining no injuries. "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business," one of them said coldly, his eyes glowing with a faint green light and his mouth elongated and protruding, resembling that of a wolf. Wang Mang remained silent, a massive mental force surging from within him. His body floated up and his clothes billowed as if caught in a wind. Outside the villa, Jiang Ziwei whispered a few words into Wang Yinglian's ear. "This kid is very likely an accomplice in Zijing's death. You can take action without hesitation," Wang Yinglian shouted. Upon hearing this, the two burly men no longer hesitated and charged forward. Their limbs transformed into wolf forms, becoming two afterimages as they rushed towards Wang Mang. Bang! Bang! Two explosive sounds echoed. Just as the two burly men had charged halfway, they were suddenly struck by an inexplicable force and sent flying. Wang Mang stood expressionless in place, his face showing no change. However, sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. The two burly men, tumbling in the air, released their force and landed steadily on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two transformed into afterimages again, rushing towards Wang Mang. This time, they did not charge straight at him but took a wide arc to approach him. These two had rich combat experience. After just a few exchanges, they had determined that Wang Mang possessed a superhuman mental bloodline. The opponent could use mental power to block them both. Therefore, they decided to split up and attack Wang Mang. Sensing their intentions, Wang Mang's expression remained unchanged as he gathered his mental power to both sides of his body. Both men were at the mid-level of the battle sect and their bloodlines were definitely not S-rank. With Wang Mang's current strength, it would be tough to take on one, let alone two. However, Wang Mang still appeared confident. After all, he had an S-rank bloodline. Wang Mang was very confident in his bloodline power. He was certain that his mental barrier could completely withstand their attacks. Just then, a red line shot out from a villa located 2 or 3 miles away where the teacher's dormitory was situated. Whoosh! The red line traversed through the martial arts academy, instantly covering a distance of 3 miles. At that moment, the two burly men approached Wang Mang from the left and right. Just as Wang Mang was about to activate his mental power, he suddenly felt a wave of heat rush towards him. Then, a slender figure appeared before him. Dressed only in fitted shorts and a sports bra, Tu Jiao stood in front of Wang Mang. Tu Jiao had no expression, and with both hands, she reached out to the sides. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two wolf claws were precisely caught in her hands. "Teacher?" Seeing Tu Jiao's slender waist, straight legs, and taut chest, Wang Mang let out a gasp. "Ah! Ah!" Almost simultaneously, 2 screams rang out. A burnt smell filled the air. The 2 wolf claws held by Tu Jiao were reduced to ashes. The 2 burly men screamed as they fell to the ground. Tu Jiao glanced indifferently at the 2 writhing in pain on the ground, then kicked out twice. Bang! Bang! The 2 burly men were kicked away effortlessly by Tu Jiao like 2 balls. Bang! The 2 men landed right in front of Wang Yinglian. Wang Yinglian's expression darkened. Tu Jiao was slapping her face. "Tu Jiao, these 2 are from my Yuzhou Wilderness Combat Camp." Before Wang Yinglian could finish her sentence, a gust of hot wind rushed towards her. In the blink of an eye, Tu Jiao, who had been standing in front of Wang Mang, appeared before Wang Yinglian. "Who let you in?" Tu Jiao interrupted her directly. "What? Is the first martial school a forbidden place? Can't I come in?" Wang Yinglian raised an eyebrow. This Tu Jiao, not only had she incapacitated her 2 men in front of her, but she also had the audacity to act so arrogantly towards her. "My daughter, Jiang Zijing, died just a few days after coming to school, and your school hasn't given me an explanation. Is it wrong for me to come to the school to investigate?" Wang Yinglian continued. "Are you saying that the first martial school is so overbearing that I can't even come when my daughter has died?" The more Wang Yinglian spoke, the more agitated she became. Slap! A crisp sound echoed. 5 red marks appeared on Wang Yinglian's face. "I'll ask you one more time, who let you?" Tu Jiao's tone was icy. Wang Yinglian was stunned. Tu Jiao actually dared to hit her? Throughout her life, even her parents and husband had never dared to hit her, yet a teacher from a school had the audacity to slap her? At this moment, more than a dozen students had gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Being slapped in front of so many people, Wang Yinglian's face was completely humiliated. "Bitch, you're looking for death." A wave of cold air surged from Wang Yinglian and a layer of white fluff appeared on her skin. However, slap! Tu Jiao had her hand around Wang Yinglian's throat. "Dare to make a move in the first martial school, I can kill you directly." Tu Jiao's gaze calmly met Wang Yinglian's eyes. Just a second ago, Wang Yinglian had been filled with rage, but now it felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Because Tu Jiao's eyes told her that Tu Jiao really dared to kill her. The reason Wang Yinglian had been so fearless earlier was partly due to her identity as the wife of the Yuzhou region's defense army commander. Secondly, it was because of Jiang Zijing's death. Jiang Zijing had died during special training at the first martial school, and she felt that the school must be in the wrong and wouldn't dare to do anything to her. But unexpectedly, this Tu Jiao acted without hesitation. She threatened to kill Tu Jiao. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Principal Pei? Tu Jiao looked towards the building where the principal's office was located. Pei Kuangren had not appeared, but his voice was clear. Principal Pei, you need to control your people. She injured my 2 subordinates and even threatened to kill me. Wang Yinglian hurriedly complained. However, Pei Kuang did not respond to her. Just throw them out, don't kill anyone. In the martial school, Pei Kuang's voice rang out again. Okay. Tu Jiao nodded. Half a minute later, Wang Yinglian and the 2 burly men were thrown out of the first martial school's gates. After dealing with Wang Yinglian and the others, Tu Jiao went to Wang Meng's dormitory. You weren't hurt, were you? Tu Jiao asked. At this moment, Tu Jiao had changed into a pair of camouflage pants and put on a jacket. Wang Meng felt a bit regretful, but on the surface he smiled and said, I'm fine, thank you, teacher. Tu Jiao nodded and then left the dormitory. Wang Meng watched until Tu Jiao's figure disappeared from view before he let out a sigh of relief. That Emochen guy. Wang Meng felt a bit frustrated. He never expected the Jiang family would come knocking directly. Although he didn't know why Wang Yinglian wanted someone to break into Emochen's dormitory, he was certain he couldn't let them succeed. After all, when Jiang Zijing died, he and Emochen were on the same team. If they really found out something, it would be troublesome. He opened his communicator and quickly typed out a brief explanation of the whole situation, then sent it to Emochen. After waiting for a while and seeing that the message was still marked as unread, Wang Meng sighed and put away the communicator. That Emochen guy must still be deep in the underground. At this moment, in the lair of the White Fox King, Emochen was carefully planting the sleepstar grass from his bag into the ground. Before long, the dozens of sleepstar grass he had picked were sparsely filling the passage in front of him. To avoid waking the White Fox King, Emochen was draped in fox fur, moving lightly, and was still over 20 meters away from the White Fox King. These sleepstar grass might not be enough. Emochen frowned as he looked at the empty bag. The key to whether he could kill the White Fox King lay in these sleepstar grass. If the powerful hypnotic effect of the sleepstar grass could work on the White Fox King, then this system task would be secured. However, before planting the sleepstar grass in front of the White Fox King, Emochen couldn't afford to wake him. Otherwise, even if the sleepstar grass could take effect, with the strength of the White Fox King, he could still injure Emochen before falling asleep. I need to be more cautious. Emochen quietly retreated, and only after leaving the White Fox King's lair did he start to run wildly. Soon, he rushed back to the valley where the sleepstar grass grew. Half an hour later, Emochen had 7 or 8 bags hanging from his back. In the valley, the patch of sleepstar grass that sparkled like a galaxy had been significantly thinned out by Emochen. With 8 bags hanging from him, even though the sleepstar grass would close up once removed from the soil, combined, their hypnotic effect was still considerable. When Emochen transformed into the indestructible form, he felt waves of drowsiness wash over him. After quickly running out of the canyon, he transformed into the 9 nether form. In this form, all his drowsiness vanished. As he left the canyon, Emochen instinctively glanced at the white-winged bat beast swarm circling above the forest not far away. Is someone attacking them? Emochen was a bit surprised. He saw that the large number of white-winged bats circling above the forest had split into 3 groups, continuously charging down into the forest below. It would be best to take care of all the white-winged bats, that way it will be easier for me to return. Emochen shook his head and continued towards the White Fox King's lair. Upon entering the lair, Emochen immediately transformed into the indestructible form, and cautiously advanced deeper into the cave. If the White Fox King woke up while he was gone and discovered the patch of sleepstar grass, Emochen would have to change his plan. A few minutes later, Emochen saw the White Fox King still fast asleep. Fortunately, still asleep. Emochen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the White Fox King's injuries were more severe than he had imagined, otherwise he wouldn't have gone back and forth twice without being discovered, especially being so close. Leaning against the rock wall, Emochen observed for a while, confirming that the White Fox King wasn't pretending to be asleep before opening the bag. While the White Fox King was in deep slumber, Emochen bent down repeatedly in front of him, diligently sowing the sleepstar grass. To prevent his breath from leaking, Emochen wrapped himself in fox fur. He even made a simple fox fur mask. After all, having killed so many white fox beasts, he had plenty of fox fur. After half an hour of busy work, Emochen planted a bed of sleeping star grass 2 meters in front of the large stone where the White Fox King lay. If he planted any further, he would likely be detected by the White Fox King. Carefully stepping out from the cluster of sleeping star grass, Emochen stretched his back, picked up the mountain axe leaning against the rock wall, and activated the bloodline of the 9 nether body. Like being inflated, Emochen's body rapidly expanded. A few seconds later, holding the mountain axe, Emochen stood in the cave like a demon god. Hey, White Fox King, it's time to wake up. Emochen's deep and heavy voice echoed in the cave like a thunderclap. Time to get up. Get up. Here it comes. It's. Emo-chan's voice echoed in the cave, shaking the rock walls with a buzzing sound. Whoosh! The White Fox King opened its eyes. The long, narrow fox face turned towards Emo-chan, its pink and translucent green pupils staring at him. Upon seeing Emo-chan appear before it, the White Fox King displayed a look of astonishment on its fox face. Then, the White Fox King noticed the large expanse of sleepstar grass in front of it. The White Fox King was instantly even more shocked. To completely block the White Fox King's path, Emo-chan had planted sleepstar grass not only on the ground but even on the rock wall 2 meters above the ground. The White Fox King cautiously stood up from the black stone, shrinking back against the rock wall behind it. Seeing the White Fox King cowering, Emo-chan burst into laughter. White Fox King, as the Beast King, you shamelessly ambushed me, a battle sect member, on the battlefield. And now, I stand right in front of you, yet you dare not make a move. Useless. Truly useless. Emo-chan mocked loudly. The White Fox King's peculiar eyes fixed on Emo-chan, showing no expression whatsoever. Useless? Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. Then take a look at this and see if it's useless. Emo-chan's lips curled into a grin, revealing white teeth. Then, he kicked out. A white fox's corpse was sent flying by Emo-chan's kick, crashing against the rock wall beside the White Fox King with a loud thud. The force of Emo-chan's kick was immense, directly turning the white fox into a pulp. Howl. The White Fox King bared its teeth at Emo-chan, its eyes filled with rage. Indeed, beasts don't understand human language, they must rely on action. Emo-chan laughed and kicked again. Bang! Another white fox corpse exploded against the wall. The White Fox King braced its massive body on the ground, trembling. It's fine, you don't need to get angry, after all, they were already killed by me and feel no pain. Emo-chan sneered, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for triggering the passive ability of the 9 nether immortality on the battlefield last time, Emo-chan would have surely been severely injured by the White Fox King. Therefore, he felt no sympathy for the White Fox King. With another kick, 3 white fox corpses flew up from the ground, crashing against the wall and exploding into 3 piles of flesh. Finally, the White Fox King could no longer hold back, moving its limbs and leaping down from the black stone. Emo-chan instantly retracted his mocking expression, his muscles tensed, and he looked at the White Fox King with a serious gaze. Whoosh! Suddenly, the White Fox King, which had just dashed out, abruptly stopped, raising a cloud of dust with its front paws. Emo-chan frowned upon seeing this, because the White Fox King had just stopped right in front of the sleepstar grass. Looking at the sleepstar grass that had suddenly appeared in its den, the naturally cautious White Fox King still halted. No, I can't keep dragging this out, I must act before it gets too late. Emo-chan's heart stirred. Delays could lead to changes. Emo-chan did not want to waste time. With the White Fox King like this, after all, they were deep in the wilderness. Beasts roamed freely, and besides the White Fox King, there were other beast kings as well. Thinking of this, Emo-chan laughed heartily and walked towards the White Fox King. Ha, since you don't dare to come over, I'll just come over and kill you. Emo-chan stepped directly into the thicket of sleepstar grass. His strides were large, and in just a few steps, he was less than 2 meters away from the White Fox King. The White Fox King took half a step back, its eyes fixed intently on Emo-chan. At the same time, a hint of confusion flashed in the White Fox King's eyes, as if humanized. Why was Emo-chan not afraid of the sleepstar grass? Whoosh! Emo-chan wasted no time, standing in the thicket of sleepstar grass, and directly swung an axe down at the White Fox King. The White Fox King had already been forced to the back by the sleepstar grass, and with its massive body, it could not dodge Emo-chan's axe. Buzz! But in the next moment, 2 beams of light shot from the White Fox King's eyes, directly attacking Emo-chan's face. Again with this move, Emo-chan instinctively raised his arm to block his face. Boom! 2 explosive sounds erupted simultaneously in the cave. Emo-chan's mountain-splitting axe struck the back of the White Fox King, while the 2 beams of light shot from the White Fox King's eyes slammed into Emo-chan's hand. Thud! Thud! Emo-chan took 2 steps back, crushing some dream star grass underfoot. Glancing at his arm, Emo-chan frowned. He discovered that his arm had been pierced by those 2 beams of light, leaving 2 large holes. He could even see the bone inside. Emo-chan's expression darkened. The Beast King, indeed, was the Beast King. There was still a significant gap between him and the Beast King. However, the White Fox King was also not unscathed from Emo-chan's axe, staggering back a step. Emo-chan shook his arm, which had 2 large holes in it. Under the active skill of the 9 nether awakening, the blood holes on his arm visibly shrank. A few seconds later, the blood holes had completely disappeared. Come again. Emo-chan grinned, swinging the mountain-splitting axe toward the White Fox King. This time, the White Fox King did not use the same move again but instead pushed off with its hind legs, standing upright, and slammed its front paws onto Emo-chan's axe. Bang! Emo-chan felt a tremendous force coming from the axe, causing his body to involuntarily sway to the side. Steadying himself, Emo-chan looked at the White Fox King. He saw the White Fox King's fox face showing a mocking expression toward him. Laughing at me? Emo-chan felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. When he transformed into the indestructible body and the 9 nether body, he realized he was particularly easy to provoke. However, Emo-chan did not suppress his anger but chose to unleash it completely. Die for me, Emo-chan roared, raising his arms and swinging the mountain-splitting axe down at the White Fox King. Boom! The black stone on the White Fox King's body exploded under the strike. The entire cave shook violently and a pile of stones fell from the ceiling. Ha! Emo-chan stared at the black stone that had shattered in half, stunned. Where's the White Fox King? Whoosh! Suddenly, Emo-chan heard a gust of wind behind him. A sneak attack? Emo-chan did not swing the mountain-splitting axe at such a close distance. It was too slow. Emo-chan turned and elbowed backward. Bang! A shockwave erupted as the White Fox King's claws struck Emo-chan's elbow. Emo-chan's arm, as thick as a tree trunk, cracked with a sound of breaking bones. He stepped back 2 paces. The White Fox King landed among the Dreamstar grass flowers. At that moment, the White Fox King's fox face still bore a mocking expression. It seemed to say, how could a mere battle-sect warrior like you dare to kill me? Crack! Emo-chan shook his arm, the bone in his elbow rapidly healing. At the same time, a smile spread across Emo-chan's face. White Fox King, you've finally fallen into my trap. The White Fox King ignored Emo-chan's words and took a step forward, preparing to attack him. In its view, Emo-chan had been in the Dreamstar grass for so long without any issues. That meant the Dreamstar grass must be fake. After all, Emo-chan was only at the battle-sect level. So when it had just dodged Emo-chan's axe, it had leaped into the flower patch. Now it seemed, indeed, this Star grass. The White Fox King shook its head vigorously. Its vision suddenly became blurry. Its limbs began to feel weak and powerless. Bang! The White Fox King collapsed to the ground. After the White Fox King fell, his eyes did not close but instead stared directly at Emo-chan. Emo-chan naturally understood the White Fox King's meaning. The other party was puzzled as to why the Sleepstar grass had no effect on Emo-chan. At this moment, seeing the White Fox King lying on the ground, Emo-chan did not act immediately but stepped back, retreating to the large stone that had broken into 2 pieces. Having stayed in such a dense patch of Sleepstar grass for so long, even Emo-chan was starting to struggle. After leaving the flower patch, Emo-chan rested for a few minutes and the drowsiness completely disappeared. Only then did Emo-chan pick up the mountain-cleaving axe and look at the White Fox King lying on the ground. One must admit, the Beast King was indeed formidable. The White Fox King had been lying there for so long, yet his eyes remained open, not falling asleep. But what use was that? Emo-chan's lips curled up as he raised the axe and walked towards the back of the White Fox King. The White Fox King was incredibly cunning. Although he appeared to have lost his ability to move, if he suddenly sprang up to attack Emo-chan, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Emo-chan directly circled to the back of the White Fox King. For Emo-chan, the only real threat from the White Fox King was those eyes. Now that he stood behind, even if the White Fox King wanted to plot against him, he had no way to do so. Even if he could turn his head, Emo-chan would be able to react in time. Without a moment's hesitation, Emo-chan swung the axe down. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The axe struck directly at the White Fox King's lower back. However, this blow did not cut through the White Fox King's fur. In fact, Emo-chan felt that the axe didn't even injure the other party's bones. Such high defense. Emo-chan raised an eyebrow and continued to swing the axe. Since the White Fox King couldn't move now, Emo-chan acted without any reservations. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds resonated within the cave. After delivering a series of over 10 strikes, a crackling sound came from the White Fox King's lower back. It was visibly clear that a chunk had caved in. Emo-chan stepped back from the Sleepstar grass flower patch, sat on the black stone to rest for a moment, then rushed back in, swinging the axe to continue chopping. Half a minute later, crack! Another chunk caved in at the White Fox King's lower back. Emo-chan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Beast King truly lived up to his title, lying still and letting himself be chopped at so many times. He still hadn't been killed. Chopping with the axe isn't satisfying. I still need to use my fists. Emo-chan tossed the mountain-cleaving axe aside and directly mounted the White Fox King. The bones in the back half of the White Fox King's body had been shattered by the axe, and even if he still had the strength to resist, it was useless. Emo-chan grabbed the fur on the White Fox King's forehead with one hand and slammed down with the other. Boom! The ground shook violently. Not bad luck. I triggered the 9 nether strength on the first hit. Emo-chan looked at the White Fox King and saw a trickle of blood oozing from his mouth. The 9 nether strength was indeed effective. Emo-chan's eyes narrowed, and his massive fists rained down like a torrential storm. Bang 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 bang! A series of explosive sounds erupted. Occasionally, 1 or 2 loud booms could be heard. That was the sound caused by triggering the 9 nether strength. Die! 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 With each punch, Emo-chan's strikes became increasingly ferocious. The black energy swirling around his body also grew thicker. However, Emo-chan, focused on swinging his fists, did not notice the change in the black energy. Minutes passed, and the ground beneath the White Fox King's head had already cracked. After 10 minutes, a large pit, forcibly created by Emo-chan's fists, appeared in the cave. After 20 minutes, the black energy surrounding Emo-chan suddenly transformed into black flames, enveloping his entire body. At that moment, Emo-chan felt that the power and momentum of his body had reached their peak. Die! With a furious roar, Emo-chan's fist slammed down. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. A strange humming sound arose. 8-sound fist, 4-fold sound. Boom! The entire cave shook violently and a shockwave radiated from Emo-chan's fist, sweeping outwards. In the cave, the ground was overturned and the large black stone, split into 2 pieces, shattered into countless fragments under the impact of the energy wave. Ding! Evolution points plus 30,000. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, fragments of stone were swept up by the airwave, shooting out and embedding directly into the rock wall. Hoo! Emo-chan sat on the White Fox King's back, panting heavily. This was the first time Emo-chan felt physically exhausted in the 9 nether body state. At this moment, the White Fox King's head had already been smashed to pieces by Emo-chan. Even if the White Fox King had strong vitality, it was impossible for it to revive. Emo-chan continued to maintain the 9 nether body form, staying in place for half a minute until the 9 nether immortality restored his stamina. After returning to his normal form, Emo-chan did not rush to deal with the White Fox King but instead checked the system panel, because the mission was complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Emo-chan directly ignored this prompt. The most important thing was the rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Bloodline Peak experience cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 chance to draw the White Fox King's talent. Seeing these 2 rewards, Emo-chan was a bit dazed. Peak experience card? Emo-chan immediately took out 2 cards from the system space. Bloodline Peak experience card after use can maintain peak bloodline strength for half an hour with no side effects after the effect ends. Seeing the card's description, Emo-chan was quite satisfied. After all, his current bloodline awakening level was only 4 and he would have to wait until it reached 10 to unleash the peak strength of the 9 nether body bloodline. However, this peak experience card, like the upgrade card, can be more effective the later it is used. The bloodline peak experience card did not restrict the bloodline. If Emo-chan underwent ancestral return again later, possessing a second ancestral return bloodline, using this kind of peak experience card could unleash a power that would be earth-shattering. This kind of thing is quite good for saving one's life, Emo-chan thought to himself. Although he had killed the White Fox King with his bare hands, Emo-chan was well aware that there was still a significant gap between him and the top experts of the War King. With the peak experience card, Emo-chan estimated that he might be able to unleash the strength of a war emperor. After putting away the peak experience card, Emo-chan looked at the second reward. Drawing the White Fox King's talent? Emo-chan frowned. He was not clear about the White Fox King's talent. Were those 1 red and 1 emerald green eyeballs considered a talent? This reward seems a bit dubious, Emo-chan thought to himself, but in the end he chose to accept the reward. Please place your hand on the White Fox King's body. The system prompt sounded. Emo-chan squatted down and placed his hand on the White Fox King's back. Extraction begins. The host can stop at any time. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Emo-chan felt several strange energies continuously circulating in the palm of his hand resting on the White Fox King's back. Emo-chan's strength was not high, and he did not know much about the White Fox King, let alone understand the other party's talent. After feeling for a while, Emo-chan suddenly spoke. Stop. Ding. Talent extraction completed. Please check. Host. As the system's voice sounded, a white light orb appeared in Emo-chan's palm. Fox Concealment Technique, a talent born from the King of the Extraordinary Beast, the White Fox, capable of reducing one's presence. The introduction of the talent was very simple, summed up in 1 sentence. Reduce presence? After reading the introduction, Emo-chan frowned. He suddenly recalled the time on the battlefield when he was resisting the Beast Tide and the White Fox King had suddenly appeared on his mountain splitter axe. Logically speaking, with Emo-chan's strength, such an oversight shouldn't have happened. Moreover, the mountain splitter axe had been swinging right in front of him. How could he not see something added to it? If it weren't for Fan Wu reminding him at that moment, he probably wouldn't have even known when the White Fox King launched an attack. If I have the Fox Concealment Technique talent, wouldn't it be very convenient for me to sneak attack and knock someone out? Emo-chan's expression was somewhat strange. He was clearly following the tank warrior route, yet he had inadvertently learned a set of assassin skills. With the Ghost Axe combined with the Fox Concealment Technique, Emo-chan believed that very few people could withstand it, unless they discovered him in advance. After understanding the intricacies, Emo-chan directly learned the Fox Concealment Technique talent. A faint white light instantly enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, Emo-chan felt that his already sharp senses had become even sharper. Not only that, but his control over his entire body's muscles had also improved significantly. Emo-chan's heart stirred. Buzz, a faint white light surged from within Emo-chan, enveloping his entire body. Emo-chan took a step forward, making no sound and leaking no breath. Fox Concealment Technique. Emo-chan had just activated the Fox Concealment Technique talent. He walked back and forth in the cave a few times, feeling as if he were in another space. However, since he was the only one in the cave, it Was difficult to verify how effective the fox concealment technique really was. After retracting the fox concealment technique, talent Emochan checked the system panel. Host Emochan bloodline 9 nether body bloodline 5/10 abilities indestructible body passive skill when attacked strength resilience endurance and self-healing increase by 500%. 9 nether strength 5 out of 10 passive skill capable of unleashing incredible strength. 9 nether immortality 5 out of 10 passive skill when receiving a heavy blow has a certain probability to be immune to the attack. Immunity probability increases with the severity of the attack up to 99%. 9 nether awakening 5/10 active skill activates the 9 nether bloodline, restores stamina at a rate of 5% per second when both feet touch the ground. Recovery of injuries depends on severity. Fox concealment technique 9 out of 10, a talent born from the king of the extraordinary beast, the white fox, capable of reducing one's presence. Martial skills Bull Demon Fist 2nd level, Bull Demon Top Heaven 8 Sound Fist 4th level. Ghost Axe 3 styles items Mountain Splitter Axe upgrade card X2 Bloodline Peak experience card X2 evolution points 10710/60,000 luck value 104 after killing the White Fox King. Emochan gained 30,000 evolution points, which allowed him to level up directly. Other active and passive skills also leveled up alongside. The 8 Sound Fist has also been upgraded to the 4th level. This surprised Emochan a bit. His last strike had reached its peak in momentum and power, naturally resulting in the 4th level of the 8 Sound Fist. The fox concealment technique has reached level 9? Seeing the level of the fox concealment technique, Emochan was somewhat astonished. However, he quickly understood. The talent drawn by the system must be the complete talent from the White Fox King. This White Fox King had already cultivated the fox concealment technique to level 9, just a step away from max level. Emochan didn't expect the system to be so straightforward, extracting the talent and presenting it intact. This made Emochan somewhat eager to see what the effect of the fox concealment technique would be at max level. After checking the system panel, Emochan's gaze fell on the White Fox King. As the Beast King, the White Fox King was worth a lot. Of course, the most valuable part was the White Fox King's fur. Picking up the mountain axe, Emochan began to skin the White Fox King. However, the White Fox King's skin was tough, and Emochan exerted a great deal of effort just to barely cut a slit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Emochan continued his work. Meanwhile, outside the canyon leading to the Sleeping Star Grass Valley, Zhang Hongwu, Zhang Xiaoyu, and Zhang Xiong stood at the entrance, looking somewhat disheveled. The three of them were covered in bloodstains on their military green battle armor, especially Zhang Xiong, whose armor was stained with dried blood and had several damaged areas. Breathing heavily, Zhang Xiong took out a tracking device from his ally backpack. Uncle Hongwu, the tracker shows 2 directions. One is the canyon in front of us, and the other is to the west. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwu looked towards the canyon. Since we're already here, let's go in and take a look. After saying this, Zhang Hongwu swiftly drew an alloy long knife from behind him. Zhang Xiong and Zhang Xiaoyu also drew their long knives from their armor. Stay close. Zhang Hongwu charged into the canyon. A minute later, the three stopped at the canyon's entrance. Seeing the scene before them, they were all shocked. Is this the legendary Sleeping Star Grass? Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Hongwu looked around warily. However, the valley appeared completely normal. Uncle Hongwu, should I go ahead and scout the path? Zhang Xiong volunteered to step forward, but Zhang Hongwu reached out to stop him. No, Zhang Hongwu said sternly. Zhang Xiong and Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Hongwu in confusion. Clearly, the valley looked safe at first glance. Did you not see the corpses of the white-winged bats that crashed into the rock walls at the very outer edge of the canyon when we came in? Moreover, there are also many white-winged bats that died crashing into the rock walls inside the canyon, Zhang Hongwu said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiong and Zhang Xiaoyu realized the gravity of the situation. They had just fought their way through a swarm of white-winged bats. In the forest, the white-winged bats were fierce and would pursue their prey without fear of death. With so many white-winged bats dead in the canyon, it was impossible for there to be none left in the valley. This valley is problematic. Zhang Xiong, check the tracker again, Zhang Hongwu said with a serious expression. Zhang Xiong complied and took out the tracking device to check. One of the arrows had already disappeared. Uncle Hongwu, the tracker shows only one direction now, Zhang Xiong reported. That means the target has been here for a long time but has already left, Zhang Hongwu said solemnly. The tracking device could trace the path of the target's aura. However, it wouldn't show every single place the target had passed. That would be too inefficient. The tracker would only prioritize the 2 locations with the strongest auras. If the target were still in this valley, the arrow on the tracker wouldn't have disappeared. Instead, it would be fluctuating wildly. It seems that Kid has gone in another direction. Let's go. Zhang Hongwu glanced warily at the valley of Sleeping Star Grass, which sparkled like a galaxy, and then quickly left. Once out of the canyon, the 3 of them headed west. To the west was the lair of the White Fox King. The target locked by the tracker was none other than Emochan. The Jiang family was not considered a major family, but they had operated the Yuzhou Wilderness Battle Camp for many years, making them a local power. It was a rare occasion for the family to produce two S-class bloodlines, and the Jiang family members were very pleased. Moreover, they used connections to get Jiang Zijing and Jiang Ziwei into the first martial school. However, unexpectedly, one of the two, whom the Jiang family had high hopes for, died just a week after entering the school. And it was a mysterious death. There wasn't even a corpse. So, the Jiang family began to investigate this matter privately. In the end, they set their sights on Mo Chen. According to Jiang Ziwei, his sister, Jiang Zijing died because she was chasing Mo Chen. However, Mo Chen was completely unharmed, while his sister was the one who died. Regardless of whether Mo Chen was the murderer or not, the Jiang family needed to control him and extract relevant information from him. Of course, with the first martial arts school style of operation, it was impossible to hand over their own student. Therefore, the Jiang family split into two groups. Jiang Zijing's mother, Wang Yinglian, went directly to the martial arts school to pressure the administration. Meanwhile, their second uncle, Zhang Hangu, personally led a team into the cave to find Mo Chen, who was on a mission, and secretly took him away. Originally, Zhang Hangu thought he would quickly find Mo Chen. After all, no matter how talented Mo Chen was, he was just a student who had recently enrolled. Even if he could enter the cave to complete a mission, he definitely wouldn't go deep inside. However, unexpectedly, they ended up chasing deep into the wilderness. Even those experienced wilderness hunters rarely ventured this far. But since they had come this far, Zhang Hangu naturally couldn't retreat halfway. Doing so would not only invite ridicule but also leave him unable to face the Jiang family. As these thoughts flashed through Zhang Hongwu's mind, he hurried on. Soon, the three of them arrived outside the lair of the White Fox King. Zhang Xiong unfolded the map, glanced at the cave on the nearby mound, and then looked back at the map. After repeating this several times, Zhang Xiong's expression turned grim as he said to Zhang Hangu, "Uncle Hangu, that is the lair of the White Fox King, the ruler among the..." Hearing this, Zhang Hangu furrowed his brows tightly. Could it be that Mo Chen has been captured by the White Fox King? Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but interject at this moment. It's very possible, Zhang Hangu said, looking at the cave entrance with a heavy voice. If Mo Chen had really been captured by the White Fox King, then he was definitely in grave danger, with a high probability of dying at the hands of the White Fox King. In that case, his personal descent into the cave would have been in vain. A crucial lead in the death of Jiang Zijing would thus be severed. So, Uncle Hanwu, what should we do now? Jiang Xiaoyu asked. Let's wait here. For a while, Zhang Hongwu's face looked somewhat grim. In fact, he knew very well that if Mo Chen had truly been captured by the White Fox King, waiting here would be of no use. Unless they directly entered the lair of the White Fox King. But doing so would be akin to seeking death. The White Fox King was no ordinary beast king. The reason he was still waiting was that Zhang Hangu felt a bit unwilling. They were so close to finding that kid, yet unexpectedly he was in the lair of the White Fox King. Meanwhile, deep within the lair of the White Fox King, Mo Chen was sweating profusely as he completely skinned the White Fox King. I'm exhausted. Mo Chen sat on the ground, holding the fox skin. Ha? Why? Do the White Fox King's eyeballs still glow on their own? Mo Chen suddenly noticed that one of the White Fox King's pink eyeballs and the other greenish one were emitting a faint light. So, Mo Chen directly gouged out both of the White Fox King's eyeballs. They must be worth a lot. Mo Chen raised the two eyeballs and examined them for a while. Suddenly, Mo Chen saw something flashing behind him in the reflection on the surface of the eyeballs. Turning his head, Mo Chen saw that the pile of black stones had turned into fragments. The black stones looked ordinary. If there was anything special about them, it was just that they were blacker than usual. Not finding anything, Mo Chen looked back at the eyeballs. As a result, he saw something flashing behind him again. This time, Mo Chen confirmed that it was the fragments of the pile of black stones that were shimmering. Turning around, Mo Chen directly picked up his axe and began to dig through the pile of rubble. Ding! Suddenly, the axe blade struck something, producing a clear and crisp sound. Mo Chen reached out and pulled out a black crystal stone about the thickness of his thumb from the pile of black stones. A faint energy was emanating from the black crystal. A crystal? Mo Chen exclaimed. Crystals in the cave were very valuable, especially those with special properties. Mo Chen had never seen a crystal before, so he couldn't determine what level this crystal was. After putting away the crystal, Mo Chen worked even harder with the axe. A few minutes later, he found another one. To ensure he didn't miss any, Mo Chen smashed all the black fragments into stone powder and even chiseled the ground beneath the black stones. However, he still couldn't find any more crystals. It would be great if I could find 10 or 8 more. Mo Chen shook his head regretfully, preparing to put away the sleepstar grass. As a result, when Mo Chen turned around, he discovered that the body of the White Fox King had actually disappeared. There was nothing else in the cave. The body of the White Fox King must have been devoured by the sleepstar grass. Mo Chen was startled. This sleepstar grass was too strange. It had digested the Beast King's body in such a short time. Fortunately, the sleep star grass did not attack living beings, otherwise, who could escape? Mo-chan felt that the sleep star grass, which had brightened significantly, should be pulled up and put into his bag. After he finished picking, 7 or 8 bags were already full. Looking at the pile of loot, Mo-chan felt a bit troubled. There was too much stuff, and it was hard to carry. Especially that fox fur, it was too big. To know, the White Fox King's entire body was 5 meters long, and even rolled up, the fur was taller than a person. Let's see if the system space can hold it. Mo-chan picked up a bag full of sleeping stargrass and tried to put it into the system space. Non-system items cannot be placed in the system space. The failure prompt sounded. Does the system not have a separate storage space? Mo-chan complained casually. Ding! Does the host want to activate the storage space? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. There really is this function? Mo-chan was a bit surprised and then chose to activate it. Activating storage space requires the payment of 10,000 evolution points. Do you wish to pay? Although 10,000 evolution points was a lot, having a storage space was incredibly convenient. So, Mo-chan chose to pay without hesitation. The evolution points instantly changed from 10,710 to 710. A vague space appeared before Mo-chan. He estimated it to be about the size of a 5 square meter bathroom. This space was more than enough to fit all these things. So, Mo-chan stuffed the sleeping stargrass and the White Fox King's fur inside. After packing everything, Mo-chan clapped his hands and walked out of the cave with the mountain axe on his back. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Jang Han-gu, who had been waiting for more than half an hour, was getting a bit impatient. Forget it, let's leave first and come back with a specialized crystal energy detector. Jang Han-gu's face looked grim. Returning empty-handed was indeed a bit embarrassing. Jiang Xiong and Jiang Xiaoyu both nodded in agreement. Staying in one place for too long made the scent and aura stronger, making it easier for the beasts in the wilderness to detect them. Thus, Jang Han-gu led the 3 of them away. Before long, the 3 returned to the edge of the forest. Not far away, a large group of white-winged bats was still circling above the forest. The white glow emitted by the white-winged bat's wings illuminated the dim forest as if it were daytime. Prepare for battle. Jang Han-gu drew a metal long knife from behind his battle armor. The white-winged bats relied on sonar-like vibrations to sense their surroundings. To get back through the forest, they couldn't avoid the white-winged bats' detection. Therefore, the only way was to fight their way out. You two, stay behind me and don't fall behind, Jang Han-gu said in a deep voice, and the next moment, the visor of his battle armor opened. Buzz! 2 dazzling red lasers shot out from Jang Han-gu's eyes. Not far away, a large number of white-winged bats in the air were instantly swept away. The white-winged bat swarm was thrown into chaos. Go! Jang Han-gu, holding the metal long knife, turned into a shadow and rushed out. Jiang Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiong followed closely behind. At that moment, Mo-chan leisurely walked out of the cave. Breathing in the fresh air outside, which had no trace of the previous stench, Mo-chan felt incredibly refreshed and couldn't help but stretch. Looking at his communicator, Mo-chan realized he had been in the cave for more than 2 days. It's time to go back and report the task. Mo-chan left the cave and walked towards the forest. Jang Han-gu and the 2 others were like 3 drops of water falling into the boiling oil. The white-winged bat swarm instantly became frenzied, each white-winged bat howling as they dove towards the forest below. Whoosh! However, before most of the white-winged bats could reach Jang Han-gu and the others, they were sliced in half by the lasers emitted from Jang Han-gu's eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiong stood on either side, guarding Jang Han-gu. If any white-winged bats managed to escape the lasers and get close, the 2 would swiftly strike them down. Moreover, each time it was a single strike, never wasting an ounce of effort. With Jang Han-gu's lasers clearing the way, the trio advanced rapidly. Crash! Just as they had passed through the middle of the beast swarm and were about to break free, a sudden sound of flapping wings echoed. Hearing this sound, the 3 were startled. Above them were white-winged bats, so hearing the sound of flapping wings was normal. But this sound drowned out all the other white-winged bats. Jiang Han-gu looked up and saw a white-winged bat the size of a calf, with broad wings. Caw-caw-caw! This enormous white-winged bat emitted a strange shriek. The white-winged bat swarm, which had been scattered by Jiang Han-gu and the others, suddenly gathered together. Then, the white-winged bats above the trio dove down in a line, one after another. Is it the Beast King? Feeling the aura released by the massive white-winged bat, Jiang Xiong's voice trembled slightly. No, he is not the Beast King. He merely has the potential to become one. Jiang Han-gu denied. We cannot let our guard down. Although he is not the Beast King, with this creature here, the white-winged bat swarm will be even harder to deal with. Jiang Hong's expression darkened as he looked at the giant bat in the sky. Buzz! In the next moment, 2 lasers shot out from Jiang Hong's eyes. However, the white-winged bat the size of a calf reacted instantly. With a flash of its wings, it vanished into thin air. Bang! Bang! 2 ordinary white-winged bats behind this giant bat exploded into clouds of blood mist. This creature is even more troublesome than I imagined. Jiang Hong's face was as dark as water. Caw caw. Caw, the shrill cry rang out as the massive white-winged bat appeared behind Zhang Hongwu and the others. Zhang Hongwu turned his head and shot out lasers from his eyes again. The white-winged bat flapped its wings and disappeared once more. This time, Zhang Hongwu did not retract the lasers even as the opponent escaped. Instead, he roared and the lasers in his eyes became incredibly fierce. Then, Zhang Hongwu shouted angrily and began to shoot at the sky. Countless white-winged bats were blasted apart by the lasers. In an instant, blood rained down over the forest. Zhang Hongwu turned around, forcefully reducing the dense swarm of white-winged bats above the forest by a large chunk. Go! Zhang Hongwu retracted the light, grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiong and dashed forward. Uncle Hongwu, your eyes? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly noticed that the skin around Zhang Hongwu's eyes was burned, becoming a bloody mess. Jiang Hongwu said nothing and continued to run forward. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Xiaoyu, pear blossom needles ahead. As soon as Zhang Hongwu's voice fell, steel needles flew up around Jiang Xiaoyu's body. Whoosh! The dense steel needles vanished. Ahead, a large group of white-winged bats suddenly charged out. However, before they could pounce on the trio, they were pierced through by countless steel needles. Seeing this, Jiang Xiong lightly tapped his toes and leaped 5 or 6 meters forward, then swung the alloy long knife in his hand. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the alloy long knife struck the ground. The ground exploded, and a shockwave sent dirt flying forward. What kind of ability is this? Not far away, with his arms crossed and leaning against a tree trunk, Emo-chen frowned while eating a pack of spicy strips. Shortly after coming out of the White Fox King's lair, Emo-chen saw 3 people fighting against a group of white-winged bat beasts. With 3 people leading the way, Emo-chen was naturally very willing to follow. However, to avoid being affected, Emo-chen used the fox concealment technique and kept his distance from the 3. After observing for a while, Emo-chen had almost become familiar with Zhang Hongwu and Jiang Xiaoyu's bloodline abilities. One emitted high-temperature lasers from his eyes, while the other could manipulate objects using mental power. Based on the power they displayed when using their bloodline abilities, Emo-chen guessed they were likely A-grade bloodlines. As for Jiang Xiong's bloodline ability, Emo-chen had followed them for a while but couldn't discern anything. Looking up at the group of white-winged bat beasts above, Emo-chen realized they were about to leave the range of the beasts. Zhang Hongwu, Jiang Xiaoyu, and Jiang Xiong continued to push forward. It had to be said that the cooperation among the 3 was extremely tacit. Not a single white-winged bat approached them despite their large numbers. This kind of cooperation seems like that of an army, Emo-chen pondered. Previously, during the underground beast tide, Emo-chen had witnessed the combat methods of the underground army. The way Zhang Hongwu and the others fought together was very similar to that of the underground army. The other side likely has a military background, Emo-chen speculated in his heart. Thus, Emo-chen, relying on the fox concealment technique, followed closely behind the 3. Zhang Hongwu and the others struggled and stumbled out of the encirclement of the beasts. Meanwhile, Emo-chen effortlessly followed them out. Free riding is truly enjoyable. Emo-chen continued to follow behind the 3, preparing to exit the wilderness this way. Uncle Hongwu, is your eye okay? Jiang Xiong asked with concern as he stepped forward. It's fine, I'll just get some ointment when I get back, Zhang Hongwu replied with a serious face. It's a pity we couldn't find. Just as Zhang Hongwu was about to continue, Jiang Xiong suddenly interrupted him. Then, in front of Zhang Hongwu, Jiang Xiong directly pulled something out of his alloy backpack and handed it to Zhang Hongwu. Uncle Hongwu, this is a special ointment. If you apply a bit, it will heal faster, Jiang Xiong said. Upon seeing the item in his hand, Zhang Hongwu was stunned. Even Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. However, after a moment, Zhang Hongwu turned to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I remember you also brought ointment. Why don't you take it out for me? The area of my burn is a bit large. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. Oh, right. I brought it. I'll get it out right away. Jiang Xiaoyu replied hurriedly. Emo-chen, who was following behind, felt a bit curious upon hearing their conversation. However, he didn't want to walk directly in front of them yet, as he was unsure how strong the fox concealment technique really was. Would he be discovered if he approached them directly? Uncle Hongwu, here you go. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu handed the item she took from the alloy backpack to Zhang Hongwu. Okay, I'll give it a try. Zhang Hongwu nodded. Suddenly, Zhang Hongwu turned to the side and threw a round ball forward and backward. The 2 thrown balls emitted red and blue light, quickly flying away. Emo-chen, who was following behind, stopped in his tracks. What does this mean? Just as this thought emerged in his mind, one of the balls thrown towards Emo-chen suddenly made a turn and flew straight at him. Discovered? Emo-chen was somewhat surprised. Whoosh! At the same time, the other ball also changed direction and flew towards Emo-chen. The 2 balls moved at incredible speed, transforming into red and blue beams of light, rushing towards Emo-chen. Emo-chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a half step back, preparing to take action. However, the two spheres flying straight towards Emo-chan suddenly veered off to the side. Before Emo-chan could comprehend what was happening with the two spheres, one of them suddenly shot out a blue beam of light, striking the other sphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two spheres began to spin rapidly around Emo-chan. Before he could make a move, he found himself tightly bound by the blue light. High technology? Emo-chan looked at the two spheres hovering on his shoulders with confusion. Emo-chan, it really is you. Jiang Hongwu's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Emo-chan looked at him in confusion. Do we know each other? We don't know you, but we know Jiang Zijing. Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward, speaking proudly. Unexpectedly, when they thought they couldn't catch Emo-chan and had given up, he suddenly appeared, walking right into their trap. Just now, Jiang Xiong had deliberately interrupted Jiang Hongwu because he had noticed the movement of the tracking device. Then, Jiang Xiong pretended to give Jiang Hongwu ointment, passing the tracking device into his hand. Upon seeing the constantly moving arrow on the tracking device, Jiang Hongwu realized Emo-chan must be nearby, but they didn't know exactly where he was. If they acted rashly and scared him away, it would be troublesome. After all, the fact that Emo-chan could follow them without being detected meant he definitely had means to deceive their senses. So, Jiang Hongwu hinted to Jiang Xiaoyu to take out the capture device. The capture device could detect living beings within a 5-meter radius. Jiang Hongwu threw two capture devices forward and backward, and as they flew, they would locate Emo-chan's position. Of course, this capture device could be used in the cave because it was powered by crystal energy. Jiang Zijing? Hearing the mention, Emo-chan was a bit bewildered. He killed one and now attracted a whole nest? What is your relationship with Jiang Zijing? Emo-chan asked. We, of course. Jiang Xiaoyu began to smirk, but Jiang Hongwu interrupted her. Don't waste time with him, take him away. Jiang Hongwu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiong walked directly towards Emo-chan. Jiang Xiaoyu controlled the capture device, and the light ropes from the two devices suddenly tightened, constricting Emo-chan. At the same time, the capture device floated, lifting Emo-chan's body off the ground. Emo-chan frowned and exerted force with his arms. The blue light ropes binding him suddenly sparked with electricity, crackling loudly. Don't waste your effort, this is a high-level capture device. Even a peak battle-sect beast can't break free from it, let alone you? Jiang Xiong sneered. Emo-chan ignored him and looked at Jiang Hongwu, who was at the front. Jiang Zijing died in the beast tide, it has nothing to do with me. Do you really need to come and capture me? Emo-chan asked. Without fully understanding the situation, he didn't want to act just yet. Before Jiang Hongwu could speak, Jiang Xiaoyu coldly snorted and said, has nothing to do with you? You can deceive the school teachers, but you can't fool us. With Zijing's abilities, how could she not escape the beast tide? Do you think you're very clever? Jiang Xiong said, coldly from the side. Whether it has anything to do with you, you'll find out when you get to the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Hongwu spoke up. Oh, Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. Uninformed. When the time comes, we'll take you back to the Jiang family and let the family check your memories, won't we know then? Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed. Check memories? Emo-chan frowned slightly. Within the Jiang family, there are people with the ability to check memories. Previously, Emo-chan had heard about such abilities. However, checking memories would cause damage to the subject's brain, unless the examiner's bloodline level was S rank. If the Jiang family really had such a person, they wouldn't be staying there, they would have long been recruited by the intelligence organizations of Longwei. As far as I know, checking memories causes damage to the brain, Emo-chan said solemnly. As long as we can find out the cause of Zijing's death, what does a little damage matter? Jiang Hongwu, walking in front, said lightly. Kid, you've made us suffer so much, we have to make you suffer a bit too. And if you really killed Zijing, your family would execute you. Jiang Xiong on Emo-chan's right sneered. Your Jiang family is truly overbearing, Emo-chan said helplessly. Why do you have so much to say? Jiang Xiaoyu said impatiently, drawing a metal whip from her battle armor, poised to strike Emo-chan. If I'm innocent and you take me back like this, wouldn't that be an undeserved disaster? Emo-chan ignored Jiang Xiaoyu and continued speaking to Jiang Hongwu. Hearing Emo-chan's words, Jiang Hongwu stopped, turned around, and looked at Emo-chan. In this era, strength is the only way. Although you are S-class, unfortunately, you have only awakened for less than a month. A weakling like you is destined to be at the mercy of others, do you understand? After Jiang Hongwu finished speaking, he ignored Emo-chan and continued walking forward. I understand the reasoning, Emo-chan shook his head and sighed. But why? Do you think I'm weak? Shut up. Jiang Xiaoyu was getting impatient and lashed the whip towards Emo-chan's mouth. Crack. The whip struck Emo-chan's face. However, there was not a single mark on Emo-chan's face. Emo-chan bit down on the end of the whip, grinning widely, revealing a set of white teeth as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu. You! Jiang Xiaoyu was both shocked and angry, her arm exerting force to pull the whip back. Crack! The metal whip was bitten in half by Emo-chan. Looking for death. Jiang Xiong sensed something was wrong and swung his combined long knife directly at Emo-chan. Emo-chan grinned, still maintaining his smile. Just before the metal long knife struck, Emo-chan exerted force with both arms. The blue light ropes binding his body exploded. Two spherical capture devices also burst apart with a bang. Like an inflatable object, Emo-chan's body rapidly expanded, instantly growing to 4 meters tall. Golden skin, black airy tattoos, and muscles that seemed ready to explode at any moment. Whoosh! A cold aura instantly swept around. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Xiong's metal long knife struck Emo-chan's thigh, producing a sound of metal clashing. Jiang Xiong was dumbfounded. How did Emo-chen, who was just at their mercy a moment ago, suddenly transform into this terrifying figure? The knife couldn't even cut through? At this moment, Emo-chen, in his complete nether form, still wore a faint smile. However, in this form, his smile looked like a grimace. Have you ever thought about it? A deep, heavy voice echoed like the beating of war drums. The true weaklings are you. As soon as Emo-chen's words fell, he suddenly punched towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu was already stunned by Emo-chen's transformation, and she had no time to react to this punch. Xiaoyu, looking for death. Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hongwu both acted instantly. Boom! A massive fist smashed down, and Jiang Xiaoyu was directly driven into the ground. The shockwave rolled, and countless dirt flew. Buzz! Two blazing red lasers suddenly shot towards Emo-chen's head. Emo-chen waved his hand, pulling out a mountain-cleaving axe from the system space, blocking it in front of him. Where did that axe come from? Seeing the mountain-cleaving axe suddenly appear in Emo-chen's hand, Jiang Hongwu was taken aback. At that moment, Emo-chen raised the fist that had smashed into the ground. Jiang Xiaoyu lay in the pit, her battle armor already shattered, and her body unable to move. Stop him! Jiang Hongwu shouted. In alarm as he saw Emo-chen raise his fist again. Whoosh! Jiang Xiong leaped onto Emo-chen's shoulder as if he weighed nothing. Suppress! Jiang Xiong shouted angrily. In an instant, Emo-chen felt Jiang Xiong on his shoulder become incredibly heavy. The weight suddenly increased by thousands of tons. And it was still increasing. Crack, crack, crack. Emo-chen's body was pressed down, making cracking sounds, and his feet sank into the ground. Stop me? Emo-chen's eyes revealed a fierce light as his raised fist came crashing down again. Boom! The ground shook violently. Jiang Xiaoyu, whose armor was already shattered, was directly turned into a puddle of flesh. Blood and flesh splattered out along with the dirt, propelled by the rising shockwave. Xiaoyu! Jiang Xiong exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. She is already gone. Emo-chen raised his fist, blood and mud mixed together on it. Die for me! Seeing the pit on the ground, smashed by Emo-chen, now only filled with broken flesh and dirt, Jiang Xiong was filled with rage. Boom! In an instant, the weight pressing down on Emo-chen's shoulder from Jiang Xiong suddenly increased. It almost doubled in a second. Within a few breaths, Jiang Xiong's weight on Emo-chen's shoulder had reached 10,000 tons. Emo-chen's shoulder was tilted under the pressure, and his feet sank deeper. Poof! However, Emo-chen was not injured. Instead, Jiang Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood. So, your bloodline power is to change your own weight. Emo-chen turned to look at Jiang Xiong and grinned. Jiang Xiong said nothing, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Emo-chen. His bloodline power could indeed change his own weight. This ability often had unexpected effects in battle. However, the weight Jiang Xiong's body could increase was limited. If it exceeded that limit, his body would collapse under the load. And now, his body was already showing signs of collapse. Buzz! At that moment, Jiang Hongwu, who had rushed to Emo-chen's left side, unleashed a blazing laser from his eyes again. With Jiang Xiong pressing down on Emo-chen's shoulder, he couldn't move to dodge. So, Emo-chen had no choice but to switch the mountain axe to his other hand, blocking it in front of him to shield against the laser. But Jiang Hongwu reacted extremely quickly. As soon as Emo-chen brought out the mountain axe to defend, Jiang Hongwu immediately changed direction and circled behind Emo-chen. From behind, Emo-chen could not accurately block Jiang Hongwu's attack with the axe. Emo-chen frowned, shaking his shoulder forcefully, trying to throw Jiang Xiong off. But the weight pressing down on Emo-chen's shoulder increased. Again! Emo-chen's shoulder only shook slightly, and with a bang, his right knee slammed into the ground. Uncle Hongwu! Jiang Xiong shouted, his mouth full of blood. The sudden increase in weight was too much for even his battle armor to withstand, causing it to explode from the inside out. Hearing this, Jiang Hongwu understood the moment had come, immediately standing firm, and the blazing red laser shot out, instantly hitting Emo-chen's back. Bang! Emo-chen leaned forward, the mountain axe propping against the ground. If the axe hadn't been there, he would have fallen. With Jiang Xiong's strange ability, if Emo-chen fell, he would likely be crushed to the ground. Buzz! The laser in Jiang Hongwu's eyes did not stop, continuously bombarding Emo-chen's back. Emo-chen's back began to show obvious wounds. You guys? At this moment, one hand propped on the mountain axe, Emo-chen knelt on one knee and spoke. As he spoke, the swirling black energy around him began to surge violently. A terrifying aura emanated from Emo-chen. Feeling this aura, Jiang Xiong's heart trembled, and he shouted, "Shut up!" Crack, crack, crack. Emo-chan's right knee, kneeling on the ground, began to rise little by little, gradually lifting off the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Xiong was immediately shocked, disregarding his internal injuries, and crazily increased his own weight again. But Emo-chen still continued to lift his right knee bit by bit. Uncle Hangwu! Jiang Xiong shouted. Buzz! Jiang Hangwu pushed off the ground, leaning forward, and the laser in his eyes suddenly thickened by a factor of 2. Hiss! 2 patches of skin on Mo Chen's back had already been burned away. However, the powerful recovery from the awakening of the 9 hells kept healing the wounds on his back. Under the combined assault of Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hangwu, Mo Chen stood upright once more. Jiang Xiong looked at Mo Chen in disbelief. His weight was now approaching 100,000 tons. Why can Mo Chen still stand up? And standing behind Mo Chen, with laser beams in his eyes that never stopped, Jiang Hangwu was even more shocked than Jiang Xiong. His lasers had hardly caused any harm to Mo Chen. After fighting for so long, Mo Chen had only a little skin broken on his back. This guy, did he really awaken his bloodline less than a month ago? What kind of S-class bloodline could be this terrifying? Roar! Before Jiang Hangwu could continue to be astonished, Mo Chen let out a furious roar, and the black gas surrounding his body suddenly ignited, transforming into black flames. The black flames soared into the sky, instantly freezing everything around Mo Chen. Jiang Xiong, still in shock, was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Bang! Mo Chen smashed Jiang Xiong, who was on his shoulder, and then turned around, his gaze fixed on Jiang Hangwu. You are really too weak. Mo Chen walked forward against Jiang Hongwu's 2 laser beams. Boom! Boom! With each step Mo Chen took, the ground trembled. In just 3 steps, Mo Chen had crossed 10 meters. At this point, Jiang Hangwu had already realized that his bloodline power could not inflict any harm on Mo Chen. Withdrawing the lasers from his eyes, Jiang Hongwu's figure flickered. Now you want to escape? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow and swung the mountain-splitting axe in his hand with force. Bang! The moment Jiang Hangwu turned into an afterimage, he was struck by the back of the axe. Bang 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 bang! A series of explosive sounds erupted as Jiang Hangwu crashed into several trees before finally stopping. Boom! Mo Chen, over 4 meters tall, descended from the sky, landing in front of Jiang Hangwu. Weaklings are destined to be slaughtered. Mo Chen looked down at Jiang Hangwu with a cold gaze. This was what Jiang Hangwu had said to Mo Chen earlier, and Mo Chen returned it word for word. Put! Jiang Hangwu, with all his bones broken, spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some internal organ fragments. Jiang Hangwu looked up, his gaze towards Mo Chen, filled with a hint of unwillingness. Bang! Mo Chen reached out his large hand, grabbed Jiang Hongwu's head, and lifted him up. Go back and tell the Jiang family that Jiang Zijing's death has nothing to do with me, Mo Chen said, looking straight at Jiang Hangwu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hangwu was momentarily stunned. Enduring the pain in his insides, Jiang Hangwu asked, You won't kill me? Not killing you, but letting you go back with a message, understand? I understand. Jiang Hangwu replied weakly, but countless thoughts flashed through his mind. As long as you understand. Mo Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile. In the next moment, Mo Chen's hand suddenly exerted force. Bang! Like a watermelon exploding, juice splattered everywhere. Jiang Hongwu's headless body fell to the ground. Looking at Jiang Hongwu's corpse, a hint of mockery appeared in Mo Chen's eyes. Those who looked down on him had not ended well. Letting a tiger return to the mountain was not Mo Chen's style. Moreover, Jiang Hangwu must have some means of saving his life. Mo Chen's body returned to its normal size as he walked to Jiang Hongwu's corpse. He peeled off Jiang Hongwu's battle armor and found a transparent tubular object the thickness of a finger. Inside, 2 distinct liquids, red and blue, were clearly visible. Mo Chen gently shook it, and a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from within. Mo Chen quickly stopped. If this thing really explodes, even if I am a 9-nether body, I would probably suffer serious injuries. After carefully putting this object into his storage space, Mo Chen continued to search the corpse. After searching for half a day, apart from that tubular object earlier, Mo Chen did not find anything else of value. Penny pincher. Mo Chen disdainfully threw Jiang Hongwu's headless corpse into the pit. This time, the Jiang family could track him down with the tracking device, and if he didn't clean up these bodies, the Jiang family would likely come looking for trouble. I am not a bloodthirsty person. Every time I act, it is out of necessity. Mo Chen shook his head and sighed as he sprinkled the last bit of beast-attracting powder into the pit. In the pit, besides Jiang Hongwu's corpse, there were also fragments of Jiang Xiang's body and the flesh of Jiang Xiaoyu mixed with the dirt. After finishing with the beast-attracting powder, Mo Chen used the fox concealment technique and hid in a tree several dozen meters away. Soon, a large number of strange beasts were attracted by the powder. Under the effect of the powder, these beasts almost plowed through the entire pit and the surrounding area. The traces of the previous battle were also destroyed by these beasts. Seeing this, Mo Chen walked contentedly towards the military camp in the underground cave. On the way, Mo Chen began to reflect. His previous combat experience mostly came from fighting strange beasts. Therefore, in battles against them, Mo Chen could swim like a fish in water. However, this time, against the much weaker Jiang Hangwu and Jiang Xiong, he was actually suppressed for more than 10 seconds due to their cooperation. Fortunately, there weren't many of them. If there had been more, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave them all behind. It seems I must engage in more combat with others in the future to accumulate experience. With this thought, Emo-chan suddenly remembered the upcoming Dragon Kingdom freshman competition. During the competition, he would definitely face other freshmen who had awakened powerful bloodlines. However, for the time being, Emo-chan couldn't find a way to gain combat experience. What if, in the future, I encounter enemies, I don't kill them first? Emo-chan considered seriously. In Magic City, in the city center, at the Jinuang restaurant. In the private room number 10, Wang Yinglian sat in a chair with a gloomy expression. Next to her sat Jiang Ziwei, who also looked unhappy. In front of so many people at school, his mother was thrown out by Tu Jiao. This made Jiang Ziwei feel utterly humiliated. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. A tall, imposing young man walked in. I am Jin Guanyao, the young man said, then directly sat down opposite Wang Yinglian and Jiang Ziwei. I presume you are Wang Yinglian? Seeing that neither Wang Yinglian nor Jiang Ziwei spoke, Jin Guanyao took the initiative to speak. The Jin family's demeanor is indeed grand. It was agreed that you would come to the school to investigate with me, yet only my Jiang family members arrived. Wang Yinglian said coldly. The only ones who have lost face are my Jiang family. You all are just fine, arriving leisurely at this time. Are you here specifically to watch our joke? Wang Yinglian's tone was extremely dissatisfied. Because of the deaths of Jin Guangsan and Jiang Zijing, when the first martial arts school notified them, they only mentioned that they died in the Beast Tide. Apart from the 4 words died in the Beast Tide, there was no other explanation. Or rather, the first martial arts school looked down on explaining to them. Naturally, both the Jin and Jiang families were dissatisfied with such an outcome. So, the two families agreed to come to the first martial arts school together to demand an explanation from the school. However, Wang Yinglian did not expect that the other party would actually stand her up. Having arrived at the first martial arts school first, she certainly couldn't just wait patiently for the Jin family to show up. Therefore, she had Jiang Ziwei take her and the Jiang family members into the school. Wang Yinglian planned to send someone to search Emo-chan's dormitory to see if they could find any clues. As for Emo-chan going down to the underground cave, she already knew about it. There were also people in the Jiang family specifically sent to the underground cave to look for Emo-chan. Originally, the plan was like this. But unexpectedly, the first martial arts school was so overbearing that despicable woman, Tu Jiao, actually threw her out. Fortunately, the first martial arts school is in the suburbs, and not many people saw her in such a sorry state. Otherwise, she would have lost all face. The investigation you mentioned, does it mean forcibly breaking into the first martial arts school and clashing with its teachers? Jin Guanyao looked at Wang Yinglian with a half smile. You. Wang Yinglian's expression turned cold. And in the end, you were thrown out? At this point, a faint smile appeared on Jin Guanyao's face. To Wang Yinglian, this smile was undoubtedly mocking her. Ha! A chill radiated from Wang Yinglian. The temperature in the room dropped instantly. If you're here to mock me, you can leave. Wang Yinglian issued an eviction order. Oh? Jin Guanyao raised an eyebrow, a dazzling golden light beginning to emanate from him. Reign in your A-level bloodline ability, Jin Guanyao said lightly. I am S-level. Jin Guanyao reiterated. At this, Wang Yinglian lost her temper. What exactly does your Jin family want? Wang Yinglian glared at him through gritted teeth. Of course, we want to investigate the cause of Jin Guangsan's death, Jin Guanyao replied calmly. But not with your methods. Before Wang Yinglian could speak, Jin Guanyao interrupted her. Your methods, to put it bluntly, are too foolish. Jin Guanyao said directly, ignoring Wang Yinglian's reaction. Your Jiang family has stayed in Yuzhou too long and has forgotten the might of the first martial arts school, haven't you? The first martial arts school is most famous, aside from the 4 generals who founded it, for the large number of top experts within. To put it bluntly, if you anger the first martial arts school, any one of their experts could wipe out your Jiang family. My Jin family may have the strength to resist, but if another expert from the first martial arts school takes action against my Jin family, we still wouldn't be able to withstand it. As he said this, Jin Guanyao's expression became serious. Hearing this, Wang Yinglian felt a wave of fear in her heart, but on the surface, she still showed no sign of fear and instead impatiently asked, what exactly do you want to say? Stop beating around the bush. Jin Guanyao took a transparent USB drive from his pocket and placed it on the table. Here is all the information regarding the investigation into the deaths of Jin Guangsan, Jiang Zijing, and their team members by the first martial arts school. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinglian showed a look of surprise and instinctively reached out to take it. Buzz! A blinding golden light lit up on Jin Guanyao's hand, causing Wang Yinglian's palm to sting. She withdrew her hand, looking at Jin Guanyao with hostility. On the surface, the first martial arts school only gave us 4 words of explanation, but in reality, they have investigated from start to finish. However, they still haven't found anything. Jin Guanyao said. If they haven't found anything, what does it mean for you to present this information? Wang Yinglian frowned. Hearing this, Jin Guanyao smiled. It seems you're not that foolish after all. The first martial arts school hasn't found anything, but within this information, there are issues with those 2 people in Jiang Zijing's team. Jin Guangyao said with a smile. What issues? Jiang Ziwei, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. After Jiang Zijing's death, Jiang Ziwei also went to find the two surviving team members. However, they always evaded his questions, never answering him directly. After questioning them for a long time, Jiang Ziwei only learned that Jiang Zijing died during the Beast Tide. This was the same explanation given by the first martial arts school. Later, when Jiang Ziwei went to find these two again, they deliberately hid from him. Jiang Ziwei felt something was off, but he didn't think much of it. He believed it was possible that these two didn't want to get involved in this matter. At that moment, Jin Guangyao directly stated that the two had issues, which made Jiang Ziwei feel as if he had grasped a clue. Seeing Jiang Ziwei's strong reaction, Jin Guangyao glanced at him and smiled faintly, saying, the two surviving team members, when questioned by the first martial arts school, expressed a strong intention to evade responsibility. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziwei frowned. Because, in their subconscious, they believed that Jiang Zijing died because she blocked the Beast Tide for them. Jin Guangyao continued. Could they be lying? Wang Yinglian asked with a frown. Hearing this, Jin Guangyao scoffed, growing increasingly dismissive of Wang Yinglian. The one questioning at the first martial arts school is Wu Qi. Do you think those two could lie? At the mention of Wu Qi, Wang Yinglian trembled slightly. The illusion. Demon Wu Qi. Once, during a massive beast tide outbreak in the underground of Magic City, he single-handedly killed 100,000 beasts in an instant. That battle made the world aware of Wu Qi's terror. Since that battle, those with mental abilities among the superhuman bloodlines began to receive unprecedented attention. Then, could it be that Zijing's death really has nothing to do with Emochen? Wang Yinglian couldn't help but say, even if there's no direct connection, Emochen must pay the price. Jin Guangyao snorted coldly and suddenly said, before entering the underground special training, Huangsan and Emochen had a conflict. At the start of the special training, Huangsan led the team in pursuit of Emochen. As a result, Emochen returned unscathed, and I heard he achieved great merit during the Beast Tide. However, Huangsan and his team died in the Beast Tide. No matter what, Emochen must pay the price. As Jin Guangyao spoke, his expression became somewhat ferocious, and a faint golden light glimmered beneath his skin, as if it were about to pierce through from within. Indeed, even if Zijing died in the Beast Tide, Emochen is not without responsibility, Wang Yinglian said solemnly. Of course, her statement was based on the assumption that Emochen had no background. If Emochen were from a prominent family or a certain power, Wang Yinglian would naturally not have said this. You can take the materials back and look at them slowly. Jin Guangyao pushed a transparent USB drive in front of Wang Yinglian and Jiang Ziwei, then stood up, adjusted his suit, and said, as for what happens next, my Jin family has its own plans, and will not cooperate with you. Also, today, I do not want anyone else to know about our meeting in the private room. As he said this, a faint golden light shone in his eyes, revealing his threatening intent without any concealment. Seeing this, Wang Yinglian wanted to explode but held back. Jin Guangyao smiled faintly and turned to leave the private room. This Jin Guangyao is really too arrogant. Wang Yinglian slammed the table in anger. Bang! The wooden table instantly shattered into ice crystals. She had been domineering in Yuzhou, but unexpectedly, during this trip to Magic City, she had endured so much humiliation. Beside her, Jiang Ziwei tightly gripped a USB drive, remaining silent. Outside the entrance of the Jinhuan Hotel, Jin Guangyao got into a crystal energy hover car. Young master, did you reach an agreement so quickly? The middle-aged man in the driver's seat looked at Jin Guangyao with some surprise. Jin Guangyao did not speak, but instead pulled out a half-smoked cigar from the drawer of the passenger seat. Buzz! A dazzling golden light flickered at Jin Guanyao's fingertips, and the cigar was instantly ignited. He took a deep breath, exhaling the smoke before finally speaking. The woman from the Jiang family is too foolish. Collaborating with her will ruin this matter. But, young master, isn't that the result you want? The middle-aged man chuckled. Hearing this, Jin Guangyao also smiled. Indeed, it is. The Jin family, a powerful clan with the bloodline of Jin Guan, produces several S-class bloodline warriors in each generation. The position of the family head is chosen from among these S-class warriors. With Jin Guangsan dead, everyone in the Jin family, except for his direct relatives, was quite pleased. After all, there was one less competitor. Jin Guangyao was sent to investigate Jin Guangsan's death, but he certainly would not put in much effort. It would be best if this matter could be dragged out until it fizzled out, or if he could find a way to eliminate Jin Guangchen as well. However, killing Jin Guangchen would be too difficult and would easily expose him. Therefore, Jin Guangyao planned to brush this matter aside. With that foolish woman Wang Yinglian stirring things up, it would be easy to muddle through. However, compared to resolving this matter quickly, I dislike collaborating with fools even more, Jin Guangyao continued. So, young master, what is the next step? The middle-aged man asked. As for Jin Guangsan's matter, let's leave it at that. Let the Jiang family deal with it. I've given all the hints I needed to, and it's up to them to figure out how much they can understand. Jin Guangyao said, taking another deep puff from the cigar. The focus now is on the freshman competition. This year's freshman competition will be very interesting. At this, a faint cold smile appeared on Jin Guanyao's face. Meanwhile, at the first martial arts school in the martial arts tower, in the lobby on the first floor, a somewhat strange figure attracted everyone's attention. It was Mo Chen, covered in blood and with disheveled hair, holding a bundle of fox fur. At the same time, he had 7 or 8 large bags hanging from him and an axe strapped to his back. Make way, fully armed. Mo Chen squeezed into the elevator. Ugh, the few people in the elevator nearly fainted from the smell emanating from Mo Chen. Hey, brother, you go ahead. The people in the elevator hurriedly escaped as if avoiding a plague. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mo Chen smiled and reached out to pull the speaker back into the elevator. Wow, brother. The speaker quickly held his breath. However, the scent from Mo Chen, which had been tainted in the White Fox King's lair, seemed to have a life of its own, constantly invading this person's nostrils. Ding dong. The elevator arrived at the second floor and Mo Chen stepped out. Thank you. Mo Chen smiled at the people in the elevator. But that person darted out immediately. Ha, aren't you going to the 5th floor? Mo Chen looked at him in confusion. Just taking a walk first, the person replied with a grimace. Mo Chen left, but the smell in the elevator lingered. After saying goodbye to that person, Mo Chen quickly walked towards the task handover location. After coming out of the underground, Mo Chen felt extremely relaxed and was much friendlier towards others. He guessed it might be because he had escaped the magnetic field of the underground. In the task hall on the 2nd floor, everyone who was handing over tasks noticed Mo Chen. At that moment, Mo Chen was like a walking mosquito repellent, and the people in the hall were like mosquitoes. Wherever Mo Chen went, the people would scatter. When he reached the task handover device, several people still in line hurriedly fled. Thank you. Mo Chen smiled as he stood in front of the device, placing the communicator on it. Ding. The communication device has excessive magnetic loss and will be read after repair. A pop-up appeared on the instrument. Below the pop-up, there was a progress bar. The communication device, strictly speaking, is also an electronic instrument, but its casing is made of a special magnet that can reduce the influence of the underground magnetic field to a certain extent. Therefore, it is quite simple to destroy the communication device in the underground, just damage the casing. However, after staying in the underground for a long time, the magnetism of the casing can also be damaged or even become ineffective. Thus, after spending a long time underground, it is necessary to perform magnetic repairs on the communication device upon returning. Bang! The ground shook. A thick iron rod stood beside Mo Chen. Looks like you've had quite a bit of trouble, huh? Xiong Bo, sitting in a wheelchair, appeared next to Mo Chen. Seeing the suddenly appearing Xiong Bo, Mo Chen was taken aback for a moment. Last time, Mo Chen hadn't noticed. But this time, Mo Chen sensed something was off. With his current strength, he couldn't even tell when Xiong Bo had appeared next to him. Moreover, Xiong Bo was holding such a thick iron rod. This Xiong Bo was not simple. Hey, kid, are you dumb? Xiong Bo frowned, looking at the dazed Mo Chen with confusion. Mo Chen came to his senses and said, I had a bit of a hard time. Mo Chen recalled the battle with the White Fox King, where his arm bones had broken, although he recovered a few seconds later. Stubborn, Xiong Bo said dismissively. He had seen many students who were stubborn even after suffering losses. Wait a minute, when you withdraw from the task, don't click confirm right away. I'll give you admin privileges so you won't lose points, Xiong Bo added. Hearing this, Mo Chen was taken aback and looked at Xiong Bo. What do you mean? Just do as I say. If the task isn't completed and you withdraw, you'll lose 100 points, Xiong Bo said impatiently. As soon as Xiong Bo finished speaking, a prompt popped up on the task submission machine indicating that the repair was complete. Just click the withdraw task button, Xiong Bo said, pointing at the screen of the device. Mo Chen then clicked submit. Xiong Bo was stunned for a moment, veins popping on his forehead. You little brat. Before he could finish, Mo Chen suddenly took out a bag and pulled out 10 Sleepstar grass, placing them on the machine's tray. The tray retracted, and a few seconds later, a prompt indicating task completion appeared. 1,000 points have been credited, please check. Mo Chen directly entered his account in the machine to check, and sure enough, 1,000 points had been credited. You really completed the task? Xiong Bo was now dumbfounded. This kid looked fierce. How could he have completed such a difficult task? It was known that this task had been hanging in the hall for a long time, and no one had completed it. Even upperclassmen had come to take on this task. Without exception, they all failed. Ha! Mo Chen, who was about to leave with his communicator, suddenly exclaimed. Why has this task appeared again? The machine displayed the task to collect 10 Sleepstar grass again. This means that the person who issued this task has a demand for Sleepstar grass that far exceeds 10, so after the task is completed, it can refresh immediately, Xiong Bo explained to Mo Chen. So that's how it is. Mo Chen understood. By the way, how did you manage to complete the sleep? Xiong Bo just started to speak when his eyes widened, because Mo Chen had accepted the task again. Hey, you little brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? After accepting the task, you need to go to the underground cave immediately, or you won't have enough time for the task, Xiong Bo said angrily. Hearing Xiongbo's words, Emochan turned his head and said, Teacher Xiong, be quiet. You're distracting me from submitting the task. After saying that, Emochan took out another 10 sleep star grass from the bag in front of Xiongbo and placed them in the tray. Xiongbo was dumbfounded. There's more? What shocked Xiongbo even more was that after Emochan submitted this task, he accepted the task again. This time, he only took out 5 sleep star grass from the bag. Seeing this, Xiongbo wanted to remind Emochan, but then he thought of something and quickly shut his mouth. He resolutely decided not to speak again. Emochan took off a bag from his body and pulled out another 5 sleep star grass from it. Where did this kid get so much sleep star grass? Could it really be that he picked them himself? Xiongbo was shocked. But what shocked Xiongbo even more was that Emochan accepted the task again. After submitting 30 sleep star grass, Emochan took out another 10. Just like that, Xiongbo stared wide-eyed as Emochan accepted tasks, submitted tasks, and accepted tasks again. Finally, when Emochan submitted his 10th task, it disappeared. Is that it? Emochan frowned. He still had 50 sleep star grasses. What a pity. Seeing the look of regret on Emochan's face, Xiongbo's expression became somewhat strange. You don't still have sleep star grasses, do you? How many did you pick? None left. Really none? Emochan shook his head in denial. Hearing this, Xiongbo glanced at the 3 bags still hanging on Emochan and expressed disbelief. Those are other things, Emochan explained. In reality, the bags contained the sleep star grasses. Xiongbo rolled his eyes at Emochan but didn't dwell on the issue, saying, to be honest, you're the most outrageous freshman I've ever seen. Xiongbo's tone was somewhat emotional. Kid, when you go back, plan your points well, make sure to spend them wisely. The freshman competition is about to start, and the fastest way to improve your strength is to accumulate combat experience. Thank you, Teacher Xiong, Emochan said gratefully. This Xiongbo, aside from his temper, was actually quite nice. Just a moment ago, he thought he was going to withdraw a task, and he was kind enough to help him avoid losing those 100 points. Sitting in his wheelchair, Xiongbo smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said nothing more. By the way, Teacher Xiong, which floor is the Beast King task on? The moment before, Xiongbo had a calm smile, but he nearly toppled out of his wheelchair. What are you talking about? Xiongbo's big eyes, like copper bells, stared straight at Emochan. I asked which floor the Beast King task is on. Emochan repeated. For a moment, Xiongbo felt his mind was a bit slow to process. It's on the 5th floor. Xiongbo finally replied truthfully. Okay, thanks, Teacher Xiong. I'll find you for a drink another day. After saying that, Emochan turned and walked towards the elevator going upstairs. This kid, he can't be thinking of taking the task to kill the Beast King, right? Watching Emochan's back, Xiongbo speculated. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Even powerful warriors wouldn't dare take on the task to kill the Beast King. This kid, with just the strength of a battle sect, couldn't possibly take on such a task. Wouldn't that be asking for death? Thinking of this, Xiongbo shook his head with a smile. This kid had really shocked him, making his thoughts a bit absurd. Teacher Xiong, please open the access to the exchange treasury. Not long after Emochan entered the elevator, a staff member from the task hall approached with a phone in hand. However, as soon as he got close, the staff member made a face as if he was about to vomit. What is that smell? Ugh. Only then did Xiongbo realize that he had been tainted by Emochan's stench. He had been so angry and shocked earlier that he hadn't noticed. Xiongbo's face immediately darkened. Bring me the phone. The staff member, upon hearing this, pinched his nose and handed the phone to Xiongbo. Although he could no longer smell the stench, the odor was still eye-watering. Xiongbo, with a dark expression, quickly pressed a few numbers. The task hall on the first 3 floors of the Martial Extreme Tower was managed by Xiongbo, while the back 2 floors were managed by someone else. The access to the exchange treasury was in the hands of both individuals, and to open it, both had to input their respective passwords. So it's that group of guys back, that's why old Dai opened the treasury? As he tossed the phone to the staff member, Xiongbo casually asked. The staff member nodded, tears in his eyes. The group of guys has been out for about a month. Xiongbo frowned. Completing the task in a month, their speed is getting faster and faster. Wuji Tower, 5th floor. Here, one can receive the highest level tasks from the First Martial Arts Academy. Going up further, there are the specialized training rooms of Wuji Tower, and without specific contribution points, the cost for the training room on the 6th floor is as high as 10,000 points per hour. At this moment, at the task handover area on the 5th floor, 5 men and women dressed in tattered battle armor, exuding a prison-like aura, were standing there. The task handover area on the 5th floor is different from the other 3 floors. It is managed by dedicated personnel, not machines. Old Dai, why hasn't the treasury opened yet? The leading handsome man with white hair and a long knife on his back said impatiently. Chuba, don't rush, I can open it as soon as Xiongbo inputs the password, replied an elderly man with a thin frame and reading glasses. Upon hearing this, Chuba fell silent, but his expression grew even more impatient. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed in the task hall. A figure dressed in black battle armor, draped in a black cloak and carrying a black spear approached. Tian Chang? Seeing the other person coming, Chuba raised an eyebrow. The First Martial Arts Academy, 4th year, has 3 recognized powerhouses: knife, gun, and lotus. The knife refers to Chuba, known as the Mad Blade. With his wild blade, even the Beast King must avoid its edge. The gun refers to Tian Chang, who wielded a black gun and once stood out in the freshman competition, taking 2nd place. Chuba was 3rd. The 1st place was the lotus among the knife, gun, and lotus Manhwa. However, Manhwa has rarely appeared in public, although she is considered the strongest among the 3. Yet, few mention her. 3 years have passed since the freshman competition, and Chuba has been training frantically, constantly pushing his limits between life and death. He believes his strength has long surpassed Tian Chang, even Manhwa. But for 3 years he has had no opportunity to prove himself. Manhwa is another story. After the freshman competition, almost no one has seen her, although Manhwa is still at the First Martial Arts Academy. As for Tian Chang, his movements are mysterious. His unique bloodline ability makes it nearly impossible to track him. Chuba wants to challenge him, but he never gets the chance. Tian Chang, it seems your strength hasn't changed much, Chuba sneered, looking at Tian Chang. Not interested in fighting you, Tian Chang replied, cutting Chuba off. Tian Chang didn't even glance at Chuba, walking straight to Old Dai, taking out a jade token. Training room, 3 points. Upon hearing this, Old Dai said nothing and directly placed the jade token on the sensor. It's been deducted, there's just one training room available. Old Dai returned the jade token to Tian Chang. Tian Chang put away the token and walked towards the upper floors. Throughout, he didn't look at Chuba. Even once. Chuba's expression darkened. This Tian Chang always refuses him whenever he wants to find an opportunity to challenge him. Moreover, he always says he's not interested. He doesn't take Chuba seriously at all. Hey, Tian Chang, I heard you're planning to team up with a freshman? At this moment, a teammate beside Chuba spoke up. This teammate was tall, muscular, and had red dreadlocks. He was his teammate, Yen Hu. Tian Chang, who was walking upstairs, stopped upon hearing this. Seeing his words had an effect, Yen Hu grinned and said, I mean, Tian Chang, are you crazy to find a freshman as a partner? You should look for Brother Ba, he will definitely help you. If that doesn't work, Yen Hu, can too. Tian Chang turned his head to look at Yen Hu. Flame Tiger grinned and said, are all of you from the heavenly family this flustered? As soon as these words were spoken, a cold light shot from Tian Chang's eyes. Whoosh! Unbeknownst to Wen, the long spear behind Tian Chang appeared in his hand. In a flicker of movement, Tian Chang lunged forward with the spear towards Flame Tiger. Humph! I've long been fed up with you. Flame Tiger snorted coldly, flames bursting from his nostrils. Alright. At that moment, Old Dai at the counter spoke up. He waved his hand. Whoosh! A gust of fresh wind blew between Flame Tiger and Tian Chang. The flames that had just ignited on Flame Tiger were instantly extinguished. The terrifying killing intent emanating from Tian Chang also dissipated into nothingness. With this move, Old Dai had subdued both Flame Tiger and Tian Chang. What? You dare to attack my team member but not face me? Chuba glared at Tian Chang with a dark expression. Tian Chang said nothing, sheathed his spear, and continued walking upstairs. Tian Chang, just wait, time will prove that your choice is wrong. Relying on a kid who hasn't even awakened his bloodline for a month, you'll eventually realize just how foolish you are now. Chuba continued. Tian Chang still ignored him, his figure disappearing upstairs. Alright, the treasury is now open, here are the evolution crystals you wanted. Old Dai reached behind the wall and took out a box, placing it on the counter. Thank you, Old Dai. Chuba respectfully accepted the box. Previously, he thought Old Dai was just an ordinary employee of the First Martial School. But just now, Old Dai had effortlessly neutralized the bloodline powers of both Flame Tiger and Tian Chang. This ability made Chuba realize that Old Dai was definitely someone of great significance. Next time you come, just notify me earlier. Old Dai waved his hand and said. Chuba nodded. What's that smell? Suddenly, Flame Tiger frowned. It smells like a fox's musk. Flame Tiger covered his nose. At that moment, Chuba and the others noticed Mo Chen walking out of the elevator. However, upon seeing Mo Chen's blood-soaked and disheveled appearance, Flame Tiger burst into laughter. Where did this kid come from? With this little strength, he dares to come to the 5th floor? Did he take a wrong turn? Don't mind him, let's go back and use the evolution crystals. Chuba glanced at Mo Chen and continued towards the elevator. However, before Chuba could finish his sentence, he stopped, because he saw that Mo Chen had actually activated the task-accepting machine. Hey, kid, you can only accept tasks on here if you have the strength of a battle king. Flame Tiger frowned and reminded him. Just as he finished speaking, a voice from the machine announced that the task had been accepted. Doesn't know the meaning of death. Flame Tiger shook his head, too lazy to care about him. Chuba frowned and continued towards the elevator. In their eyes, he was just a fool who was desperate to break through quickly. At the First Martial School, although everyone awakened with S-rank bloodlines, there were still differences in talent. Some exceptionally gifted individuals would see their strength soar within half a year of attending school, while others, even after a year at the First Martial School, would progress very slowly. Faced with the various Special training at the first martial school. Such individuals were destined to be eliminated. They would either die in training or drop out. Of course, some chose to take on exceptionally difficult tasks, hoping to stimulate their bloodline powers and enhance their strength under life and death crises. But such individuals often met a more tragic end. At this moment, Emo-chan was seen as one of those people in their eyes. Entering the elevator, the doors slowly closed. Under the indifferent gazes of Chu, Ba and Flame Tiger, Emo-chan walked towards Old Dai's position. In the final moment before the elevator doors closed, Emo-chan slammed the rolled-up fox skin onto the counter. "I've come to report my mission. I killed the White Fox King," Emo-chan said. Bang! The elevator door, about to close, was stopped by a hand. The one who intervened was Chu Ba. Emo-chan ignored the commotion on the other side of the hall and looked at the stunned Old Dai. Hey, I'm here to submit my task." Emo-chan called out a few times. It was only then that Dai Anjuan snapped back to reality and looked at the disheveled Emo-chan at the counter. Did you really kill the White Fox King all by yourself?" Dai Anjuan suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Emo-chan nodded. "Yes, I killed it. This is the White Fox King's pelt that I skinned. Shouldn't you give me the reward points now? I need to verify if this is really the White Fox King's pelt." Dai Anjuan prepared to reach for the large roll of fox skin on the counter. When submitting a Beast King task, to prove that one killed the Beast King, one must present the Beast Core or an important part of the Beast King's body. If neither is available, a complete recording of the kill can also serve as proof. Something like a fox pelt is already sufficient proof. It's not like the White Fox King just lay there and let you skin it. "Alright." Emo-chan nodded and waited quietly. However, at that moment, footsteps approached from behind. A red-haired Yen who walked over. "Hey, kid, are you just bragging? You actually killed the White Fox King?" Yen who scrutinized Emo-chan from head to toe. Emo-chan did not exude the unique aura of a battle king. "Just lucky, I guess." Emo-chan was in a good mood and didn't mind Yen whose attitude. "With your strength? Even if the White Fox King was gravely injured and dying in front of you, you wouldn't be able to break through its defenses." Yen who looked incredulous. The White Fox King was among the top beast kings in the underground of Magic City. Once, Shuba's team had taken on the task of killing the White Fox King, but the White Fox King was too cunning and had the innate ability to hide its aura. Once it couldn't win, it would hide, making it impossible to find. So, Shuba ultimately gave up on the task of killing the White Fox King. As a result, who would have thought that a kid with only the strength of a battle sect would actually complete the task? This was absolutely impossible. This was the first thought that popped into Yen Hu's mind. "Hey kid, do you know what the punishment is for deceiving the school to claim rewards?" Yen Hu sneered at Emo-chan. "None of your business," Emo-chan replied bluntly. "You're asking for it." The hot-tempered Yen Hu let out 2 jets of crimson flames from his nostrils. "Am I looking for you?" Emo-chan shot back. Yen Hu was furious, and Emo-chan was even more furious. Yen Hu was completely enraged. Now, and with a roar, flames erupted from his body as he stepped forward. "Yen Hu!" Shuba called out to stop him, but he didn't make any move to actually intervene. Emo-chan refused to back down and stepped forward as well, almost nose to nose with Yen Hu. At the same time, a faint golden hue began to emanate from Emo-chan's skin. "Young man, don't be so hot-headed." Just then, Old Dai's calm voice rang out. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through, causing the bloodline powers of both Emo-chan and Yen Hu to dissipate simultaneously. Yen Hu had already witnessed Old Dai's methods, so his reaction was normal. But Emo-chan was taken aback. What kind of technique was this? "Alright, the inspection is complete. This is indeed the pelt of the White Fox King." Old Dai continued. Upon hearing this, Shuba, Yen Hu, and the other 3 team members were all stunned. It really was the pelt of the White Fox King? Yen Hu looked at Emo-chan, who was still staring at him in disbelief. Suddenly, Yen Hu sensed a strong, pungent odor coming from Emo-chan. "Damn, it stinks." Yen Hu immediately covered his nose. However, even though he couldn't smell it anymore, the odor still wafted over, making Yen Hu's eyes water. "Crying?" Emo-chan frowned and looked at Yen Hu. "It's so baffling." Emo-chan furrowed his brow, turned around, and looked at Old Dai at the counter. "Bring your communicator over. I'll have the system transfer the rewards to you," Old Dai said with a smile. Emo-chan nodded and placed the communicator on the counter. "This kid seems a bit off." Yen Hu wiped his tears and looked seriously at Emo-chan at the counter. "Let's go, the evolution crystal has been out for a while, don't delay," Shuba said. Although Yen Hu still wanted to trouble Emo-chan, he thought the evolution crystal was more important. So he finally walked towards the elevator with Shuba and the others. "Oh, you are Emo-chan?" Old Dai exclaimed upon seeing the information on the communicator. "Emo-chan? He is Emo-chan?" At this moment Yen Hu and the others also heard Old Dai's exclamation. Just now, they were mocking Tian Chang for desperately seeking help, actually collaborating with a freshman. They didn't expect that this freshman had completed the task of killing the White Fox King. Entering the elevator, Chuba turned around and took a deep look at Mo-Chen before the elevator doors closed. Alright, 30,000 points have been credited to your account along with 3 contribution points. Old Dai returned the communicator to Mo-Chen. Only 30,000 points? Mo-Chen frowned. Isn't the reward for killing the White Fox King 50,000? Take a closer look at the task. It states that to receive 50,000 points, you must kill the White Fox King and provide the Beast Core, and the Beast Core must be submitted separately for settlement. Old Dai said, with a smile. Beast Core? I didn't see any Beast Core? Mo-Chen's frown deepened. You brat, be content. This White Fox King was injured by Tu Jiao, right? Old Dai said. Tu Jiao's punch shattered the Beast Core of this White Fox King, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to pick up the scraps. Old Dai sat back in his rattan chair and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Mo-Chen finally understood and said, but you deducted half of my contribution. Points. Old Dai stroked his beard and replied lightly, everything has to be deducted. Originally, the points would also be halved, but since you are a freshman, I gave you an extra 5,000. Mo-Chen felt a bit gloomy. So, will you buy this fox skin? Mo-Chen pointed to a roll of fox skin on the counter. We will buy it, but half of the fox skin is burned yellow, the quality is poor, so I can only give you 3,000 points. Old Dai said. Slowly. 3,000 points? Mo-Chen looked at Old Dai suspiciously. This old guy isn't trying to cheat me, is he? This fox skin has defensive power comparable to Earth-level armor and you only offer 3,000 points? Mo-Chen probed. At most 3,005, it can't be higher. Old Dai replied. 4,000. That's my final offer. Mo-Chen said. 4,000 is a loss for the school. Old Dai glanced at Mo-Chen. 4,000 is my bottom line. Mo-Chen replied seriously. Then it's 4,000. Old Dai said, standing up to grab the fox skin. Slap. Mo-Chen opened Old Dai's hand. Not selling anymore. I'm posting it on the school forum. Mo-Chen said directly. Old Dai was taken aback. You brat, how dare you go back on your word? While talking to Old Dai, Mo-Chen had already posted on the forum. To Mo-Chen's surprise, many people expressed interest in buying. A large portion of the IDs were clearly female. Mo-Chen immediately replied, stating that the starting price for the White Fox King skin was 4,000 points. Immediately, someone raised the bid by 500 points. Hey, kid, are you even listening to me? Old Dai's expression turned ugly. What I just said is that 4,000 is my bottom line, but that doesn't mean I will sell it for 4,000. Mo-Chen replied. Old Dai was stunned again. Playing word games with himself? Someone on the forum has made a deal. I'm not selling anymore. Mo-Chen said, reaching out to take back the fox fur. Wait. Dai Anjuan grabbed the other end of the fox fur. How much is he offering? Dai Anjuan asked. Mo-Chen glanced at the price displayed on the communicator. 5,500 points. 7,500. Mo-Chen quoted directly. 7,500? Is someone really buying? Dai Anjuan seemed a bit skeptical. Actually it's 7,000. I secretly added 500, Mo-Chen said, scratching his head a bit embarrassed. In that case, I'll offer 7,000. Just sell it to me directly. I'm representing the school and I'll transfer the points to you immediately. Old Dai said straightforwardly. This isn't good, right? I already promised the other party. Mo-Chen showed a troubled expression. What's wrong with that? Old Dai snatched the fox fur. Your account has already been recorded. I'll transfer it to you right now. Without giving Mo-Chen a chance to argue, Old Dai was about to make the transfer. Wait. Mo-Chen interrupted Old Dai. Old Dai thought Mo-Chen was going to back out again, but saw Mo-Chen awkwardly take something out from his body. A translucent green orb. This is the eyeball of the White Fox King. How many points do you think it's worth? Mo-Chen placed the translucent green eyeball on the counter. Old Dai's eyes lit up at the sight of the green orb, but he quickly composed himself. What about the other one? Old Dai asked with a calm expression. Just this one, Mo-Chen replied. Hearing this, Old Dai furrowed his brows, a troubled look appearing on his face. This one eyeball, I really can't give you a price. Old Dai said as he stroked his beard. Considering you're a newcomer, I'll give you a bit more, 2,000 points. What are you doing? Before Dai Anjuan could finish his sentence, he saw Mo-Chen typing away on the virtual interface projected by his communicator. I'm posting it on the forum to sell, Mo-Chen replied. What forum? The young people these days? Dai Anjuan felt a headache coming on. He wanted to negotiate the price, but once Mo-Chen posted it on the forum, wouldn't the real price be revealed? 3,000. I'll offer 3,000. Quickly take down the post. Dai Anjuan hurriedly said. All right. Mo-Chen deleted the post and closed the forum. Taking the eyeball from Mo-Chen's hand, Dai Anjuan began to calculate. In total, it's 10,000 points. Wait. Mo-Chen interrupted Dai Anjuan. It's 13,000. There's another one here. In Dai Anjuan's surprised gaze, Mo-Chen pulled out another eyeball of the White Fox King. This one was pink. Dai Anjuan stared blankly at the eyeball in Mo-Chen's hand, then looked at Mo-Chen. Are you messing with me? No, Mo-Chen replied, looking puzzled. Didn't you say there was only one? At this moment, Dai Anjuan felt a surge of anger. Yes, there's only one green one, Mo-Chen replied as if it were obvious. Dai Anjuan felt his blood pressure rising. It's a total of 13,000. Mo-Chen grinned as he placed the other pink eyeball into Dai Anjuan's hand. Dai Anjuan had the impulse to throw the thing in his hand away and give Mo-Chen a beating. However, in the end, he held back, completed the transaction, and tossed a jade token to Mo-Chen. This records your contribution points. With contribution points, you can go to the 6th level to cultivate. Mo-Chen took the jade token and saw 3 small black dots on the pristine white surface. Old Dai, what exactly is the 6th level? Mo-Chen leaned over the counter and asked. You'll know if you go take a look yourself. Dai Anjuan turned his head, not even glancing at Mo-Chen. He was still angry. Those 2 eyeballs could have been his for 5,000, but he got tricked by Mo-Chen thinking there was only one, so he ended up offering a higher price. This was the first time in all his years guarding the Martial Extreme Tower that he had suffered such a loss at the hands of a newcomer. Old Dai, I'm just asking for your opinion, right? It costs 1 contribution point to go up there, Mo-Chen said with a smile, placing a sleep star grass in front of Dai Anjuan. Take it away. I'm off work, no exchanges today. Dai Anjuan replied angrily without even looking. No, this is a gift for you. Mo-Chen smiled. Humph, you think a small thing can buy me off? Dai Anjuan snorted coldly. You think of me as... Dai Anjuan glanced over as he spoke. Sleep star grass? Dai Anjuan was taken aback. Sleep star grass was extremely rare. It was practically non-existent in the market. This sleep star grass is your reward for your hard work, old Dai, Mo-Chen replied with a smile. You're too inconsiderate. Although Dai Anjuan scolded, he had a smile on his face as he put the sleep star grass into his pocket. He wanted to take this rare item home to plant and study it. The 6th level is a cultivation space, Dai Anjuan began to explain. Unlike those cultivation rooms, the time flow in the cultivation space is different from the outside, and it's exceptionally sturdy. Unless you have the strength of a battle emperor, you can't destroy the cultivation space. Additionally, in the cultivation space, you can also battle against the martial arts imprints left by experts who have previously entered the space. The cultivation space is almost the safest and fastest way to enhance your strength aside from the evolution crystal. Hearing this, Mo-Chen was very tempted. What he lacked the most right now was time and experience. The cultivation space on the 6th level of the Martial Extreme Tower was just what he needed. By the way, what is the evolution crystal? Mo-Chen suddenly remembered another thing that old Dai had mentioned. Upon hearing this, old Dai directly took out a transparent tablet from under the counter and placed it in front of Mo-Chen. The tablet lit up, displaying various items that could be exchanged for points. Old Dai swiped his hand across the screen and a black crystal appeared on the display. Is this the evolution crystal? Mo-Chen stared at the tablet with a somewhat strange expression. Yes, this is a regular evolution crystal. After use, it can enhance the corresponding bloodline awakening degree and also grant new bloodline abilities, old Dai continued to explain. For example, if you have the Superman-type Indestructible body bloodline and the evolution crystal enhances the body, it will resonate with your bloodline and increase the awakening degree. If the evolution crystal enhances firepower, using it will give you a certain chance to gain fire-related abilities. Of course, the other abilities obtained from the evolution crystal are quite weak. Initially, they are roughly equivalent to the power of an E-rank warrior's bloodline. However, that said, having one more ability means one more means of survival, and later, if you find similar evolution crystals, you can further enhance the abilities you gain. At this point, old Dai exited the interface of the evolution crystal on the tablet. For now, don't think about this. The evolution crystal requires 100,000 points to exchange, and it's best used when your bloodline awakening degree is hard to improve. You haven't awakened for long and still have great potential, so you don't need this for now, old Dai reminded. Mo-Chen nodded in agreement. His view was the same. As long as he worked hard to cultivate, with a little help from the system, improving his awakening degree wouldn't be difficult, and there was no need to spend so many points to exchange for an evolution crystal. By the way, old Dai, is this an evolution crystal? Mo-Chen said as he took out 2 black elongated crystals from his pocket. Evolution crystals aren't that easy to. Dai Anjuan's words halted midway. His gaze was now fixed on the 2 crystals in Mo-Chen's hand. Wait a moment. Let me get something to test it. Dai Anjuan clicked on his communicator and a wall behind the counter opened, revealing a device that looked like a microscope. Dai Anjuan put on a pair of black gloves, took the 2 crystals from Mo-Chen and placed them into the device. After a while, colorful stripes of varying lengths appeared on the display screen of the device. Mo-Chen speculated that these colorful stripes were the energy spectrum of the crystals. Dai Anjuan stared at the colorful stripes for a while before turning around and saying to Mo-Chen, these 2 are low-grade yellow evolution crystals, which can enhance the awakening degree related to mental power. Just low-grade? Mo-Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with the result. Hearing this, Dai Anjuan felt an impulse to hit Mo-Chen. Even if they are low-grade, they are still very valuable. These two are a bit small. One is worth about 80,000 points, Dai Anjuan instinctively estimated. Hey, I'm not selling these, Mo Chen quickly said. Humph. Dai Anjuan snorted coldly, took the evolution crystals off the machine and returned them to Mo Chen. By the way, where did you get these? Dai Anjuan asked curiously. In the lair of the White Fox King, there was a big black stone and the White Fox King was lying on it sleeping. I smashed the stone and found the crystals, Mo Chen said without hiding anything. No wonder. Old Dai showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder what? Mo Chen looked at Old Dai in confusion. The White Fox King wasn't very strong a couple of years ago, just a bit stronger than an ordinary beast king, but for some reason, in these past 2 years, the White Fox King's strength has increased rapidly. His 2 eyeballs have changed in these 2 years. Ever since the color of his eyeballs changed, he has been able to use strange mental attacks. Previously, the White Fox King was at most just physically strong and had a talent for hiding his aura, which wasn't much. It seems that the White Fox King's change is due to these 2 evolution crystals. At this point, Old Dai showed a look of regret. What? A pity. If the White Fox King hadn't absorbed other evolution powers, these 2 crystals would probably be of high yellow grade. Hearing this, Mo Chen didn't think much of it. After all, it was something he picked up for free. Then, Mo Chen continued to ask Dai Anjuan about the methods of using evolution crystals. He also presented a sleep star grass and borrowed a specialized crystal resonator from Old Dai to release the energy inside the crystals. After that, Mo Chen left the Martial Extreme Tower feeling quite satisfied. This trip to the underground cave had caused his points to soar from 12,000 to 65,000. Over 40,000 of that came from the White Fox King. On the way back, Mo Chen began browsing the shopping interface of the first martial school. As long as he had enough points, he could exchange for various items. Of course, some things that were too expensive or special still had to be obtained from Old Dai at the Martial Extreme Tower. Thus, Mo Chen walked back to the dormitory. When he saw the villa's front door, Mo Chen suddenly stopped. Why has the door changed? Mo Chen was a bit puzzled. If it weren't for the sign saying number 69, he would have almost thought he had taken a wrong turn. Wang Mang is such a restless guy, he even dismantled the house. Mo Chen walked into the villa. Wang Mang was floating in the air, sitting cross-legged. Mo Chen, you finally came back? Wang Mang opened his eyes and saw the disheveled Mo Chen. By the way, did you see the message I sent you on the communicator? Wang Mang asked. Haven't had the chance yet, Mo Chen replied. Then you, ugh, what is that smell? Wang Mang caught a whiff of a pungent odor and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. Is it that exaggerated? I'll go wash up first. Mo Chen frowned and went upstairs. After taking off his combat suit, Mo Chen entered the bathroom and started showering. He also washed the mountain-splitting axe. After about 10 minutes, Mo Chen walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. By the way, the combat suit needs to be washed. Mo Chen saw the dirty combat suit lying on the floor and reached down to pick it up. Ugh, so stinky. Mo Chen felt a pungent smell invade his nostrils. Dormitory number 69, first floor. Mo Chen carefully closed the doors and windows, making sure no one was watching. Are you stealing something? Wang Mang adjusted his glasses, looking at Mo Chen in confusion. Hee, let me show you something good. Mo Chen smiled mysteriously. What is it? Wang Mang was also a bit curious. It couldn't be something unhealthy, right? Then, Mo Chen pulled out the resonator from his bag. Crystal resonator? What do you need this for? Wang Mang was stunned when he saw what Mo Chen was holding. You recognize this? Mo Chen was a bit surprised. Wang Mang rolled his eyes at Mo Chen. It's not some secret weapon. Then do you know what this is? Mo Chen smiled mysteriously and pulled out 2 black crystals from his bag. This is? Looking at what Mo Chen was holding, Wang Mang frowned. Holy crap! Evolution crystals. Where did you steal these from? Wang Mang exclaimed. Shoo! Lower your voice. Mo Chen quickly reminded Wang Mang. This is what I got from the White Fox King's lair. Mo Chen explained the matter of the evolution crystal to Wang Mang. According to Old Dai, this evolution crystal is too small, just enough for 2 people to use. Just right, your ability is mental manifestation. Using this can enhance your bloodline awakening. If we use it together, I will gain abilities related to mental power and you will enhance your awakening. There's one left, I will use it with Mina. I will gain a second ability and Mina will enhance her awakening. Mo Chen said, having already arranged the rest. However, after Mo Chen finished speaking, he noticed that Wang Mang did not seem very happy or excited. Instead, he was staring at him with a serious expression. What's wrong? Mo Chen asked curiously. Are you sure you want to share this with me and Mina? Wang Mang asked. Of course, you and Mina are my teammates. I must enhance your strength, Mo Chen said as if it were a matter of course. Wang Mang felt a bit moved. What if in the future, during a mission, you guys hold me back? Mo Chen continued. Wang Mang put away his feelings of being touched. Hurry up and use it, stop rambling. Before Wang Mang could finish, Mo Chen inserted a crystal into the resonance device. Activating the resonance device, an invisible energy emanated from it. A few seconds later, the black crystal began to vibrate, and circles of black ripples spread from the crystal. Seeing this, Mo Chen and Wang Mang immediately sat cross-legged and began to stimulate the bloodline power within them. After a while, Mo Chen suddenly felt a strange energy enter his body. It's here. Mo Chen's heart stirred. According to Old Dai, this was a sign that the ability was about to be unlocked. If this energy completely stayed in his body infused with the original bloodline power, he would gain a new ability. All along, Mo Chen's attack methods had been close combat, crushing with strength. If he could gain 2 more abilities related to mental power, it would greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. It would be great if he could get an ability like Mina's, then he wouldn't have to keep killing people to silence them. Mo Chen was thinking this in his heart. Crack! A crisp sound. The crystal inserted into the resonance device suddenly cracked open. The circles of black ripples emanating from the crystal also disappeared. No, it's gone? Mo Chen was stunned. At this moment, Wang Mang's eyes shone with brilliance. As expected of the evolution crystal, I feel like my strength has doubled. Wang Mang exclaimed. Mo Chen frowned. The energy that had entered his body was slowly dissipating. You didn't gain an ability? Wang Mang asked. Mo Chen nodded. Although Old Dai had told him there was a certain failure rate, knowing he had failed still left Mo Chen feeling displeased. Let's do it again. While that energy in my body hasn't completely dissipated, Mo Chen said, inserting another crystal into the resonance device. Buzz circles of black ripples were released again. Seeing this, Wang Mang felt the urge to stimulate his bloodline power again. A few minutes later, another wave of energy completely entered Mo Chen's body. This energy fused with the remaining bit from before, becoming significantly stronger. However, the bloodline within Mo Chen's body was also more repelled by this energy. No, it must fuse. Mo Chen frowned and forcibly suppressed the bloodline power. After a dozen seconds, crack! This crystal also cracked open, and Mo Chen stood up suddenly. I succeeded! Mo Chen exclaimed happily. At the same time, Mo Chen glanced at the system panel and found that behind the ability section he had gained an additional ability, Mental Strike. Psychic Pain Strike, a psychic attack that can cause intense pain to the target? Seeing the system's note, Mo Chen frowned. This description is too perfunctory, right? Psychic Pain Strike? At this moment, Wang Mang, who was glowing faintly all over, spoke up. The 2 evolution crystals had significantly increased Wang Mang's bloodline awakening level. You know about Psychic Pain Strike? Mo Chen looked at Wang Mang. I've heard of it. It seems to be a very ordinary psychic attack skill, Wang Mang said, raising his wrist and starting to tap on the communicator. Mo Chen saw that Wang Mang had actually built a dedicated database. After searching in the database for a while, Wang Mang found information related to Psychic Pain Strike. How is it? Mo Chen asked impatiently. It's a fairly standard psychic attack skill, causing very limited damage to the enemy, but it can produce intense pain, Wang Mang read from the data. Is there anything else? Mo Chen asked. What Wang Mang said was basically no different from the introduction on the system panel. Yes, Wang Mang adjusted his glasses. The pain caused by Psychic Pain Strike is associated with the body. It's physical pain, not mental pain. Moreover, the specific pain caused by each person who masters the Psychic Pain Strike ability is different. You only know after actually using it, Wang Mang continued. Hearing this, Mo Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Mang. You get out. Wang Mang was taken aback for a moment but quickly realized Mo Chen wanted to use him for an experiment. Good brother. Mo Chen stood up, smiling at Wang Mang. Without saying a word, Wang Mang returned to his room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Heartless. Mo Chen shook his head and put away the resonator that was placed in the middle of the living room. This is a good thing, it can't be lost. Just as he finished putting things away, Wang Mang's bedroom door opened. Have you come to a decision? Mo Chen looked up at Wang Mang. However, at that moment, Wang Mang's face was pale, filled with horror. What's wrong? Mo Chen noticed something was off with Wang Mang's expression. There is a powerful energy. It's approaching. No, it's already at the door. As soon as Wang Mang finished speaking, Mo Chen felt a terrifying pressure coming from the doorway. Crack! The wooden floor beneath Mo Chen's feet split open. Mo Chen's skin began to turn golden. The indestructible body bloodline instinctively activated. But the next moment, the pressure vanished instantly. Bang! 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 There was a knocking sound. Mo Chen turned his head to glance at the door, then looked back at Wang Mang. Wang Mang, whose forehead was already covered in sweat, shook his head at Mo Chen. Bang bang bang! The knocking sound came again. Open the door. At this moment, a faint female voice rang out. Mo Chen was momentarily stunned. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Boom! The next moment, the villa's door exploded open. The newly installed wooden door was blown into pieces in midair, and then each piece turned into smaller fragments. The fragments into fine dust, and the dust into even smaller particles. In the end, the entire exploded wooden door vanished into thin air. Tap, tap. A tall figure stepped into the room. Meng, Yao, Jie? Mo Chen was stunned. Why? Haven't you opened the door for so long? Meng Wuyo said as she walked up to Mo Chen. With purple hair and dark purple lips, beneath the purple crystal breastplate was a flat, fair abdomen with a crystal navel piercing at the belly button. Below, she had a pair of long, straight, muscular legs that were stunningly beautiful. Meng Jia, why are you here? Mo Chen looked at Meng Wuyo in surprise. Wang Meng, standing at the doorway, was so shocked to hear Mo Chen call Meng Wuyo Meng Jia that his jaw nearly hit the ground. Meng Wuyo walked over to the sofa and plopped down. Long legs intertwined, Meng Wuyo crossed her legs, tossed her hair, and looked at Mo Chen, saying, "The sleep star grass, did you pick it?" Mo Chen, upon hearing this, nodded blankly. "Is there more?" Meng Wuyo asked. "Yes." Mo Chen did not hide it. "Sister Meng, that mission, was it issued by you?" Mo Chen inquired. "It was issued by me," Meng Wuyo replied. "The sleep star grass can enhance my bloodline power and increase the awakening degree of my bloodline, but the power of the sleep star grass is too strong. Only someone at the battle emperor level can barely withstand that energy. I can't pick more than a few at a time," Meng Wuyo explained. "Whatever you have left, give it all to me. I need it to break through to battle emperor," Meng Wuyo said. "There should be about 50, Mo Chen replied honestly. "So many?" Meng Wuyo raised her purple brows in surprise. "Then bring them all to me," Meng Wuyo said lightly. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen immediately ran upstairs and brought down several bags containing the sleep star grass. Meng Wuyo extended her long, fair hand to take the bags. "Oh, it really is the same," she said, opening a bag and looking surprised. "Did your sleep star grass just devour the corpse of a beast king?" Meng Wuyo looked up at Mo Chen. "It devoured the corpse of a white fox king," Mo Chen replied honestly. Meng Wuyo's eyes sparkled like purple crystals, brilliant and transparent, and Mo Chen couldn't help but look at her a few more times. "Then I suppose giving you 10,000 points is still a bargain for you." Seemingly in a good mood, Meng Wuyo spoke more than usual. "Give me your jade token," Meng Wuyo suddenly said. "Oh, okay." Mo Chen, coming back to his senses while gazing into Meng Wuyo's eyes, took out his jade token that recorded contribution points. Meng Wuyo also took out a jade token. It was covered in small black dots. Mo Chen's jade token had only 3 pitiful little black dots. "I'll just give you 10 points directly." With a wave of her hand, 10 little black dots appeared on Mo Chen's jade token. 10 contribution points. Sister Meng is generous. If it weren't for Wang Meng watching, Mo Chen would have shouted it out loud. "All right." Meng Wuyo tossed the jade token back to Mo Chen. "I'm going to go into seclusion. If anyone bullies you, let me know." Meng Wuyo walked to the villa door. "Oh, and this." Meng Wuyo snapped her fingers. The wooden door that had just disappeared instantly reformed in the air, and the next second, the wooden door appeared intact at the entrance. It looked exactly the same as before. Seeing this, Mo Chen suddenly remembered something and hurriedly chased outside. "Sister Meng, you haven't left your contact information." He opened the door, only to find that Meng Wuyo had already vanished. Mo Chen felt a bit regretful. "How did you get to know the goddess?" At that moment, Wang Meng suddenly appeared on Mo Chen's right side like a ghost. "Previously in Yuzhou, it was Sister Meng who recruited me to the school," Mo Chen explained. After hearing this, Wang Meng looked at Mo Chen with a face full of resentment. "You guy, how can you have such good luck? What's wrong? Is Sister Meng really that amazing?" Mo Chen was a bit confused seeing Wang Meng's expression. Meng Shen is the #1 genius of the first martial school. She became a battle king in just half a year after entering the school. Moreover, Meng Shen's bloodline power is extremely formidable. When she just became a battle king, she challenged all the battle king experts from the 4 major martial schools. Except for a draw with a guy from Jisha Academy, she has never lost a match. Wang Meng said with admiration. "Is Sister Meng really that powerful?" Mo Chen was taken aback. "Wait, if Sister Meng became a war king in just half a year, why hasn't she become a war emperor yet?" Mo Chen asked in confusion. Hearing this, Wang Meng shot Mo Chen a glance. "Do you think becoming a war emperor is as easy as getting a cabbage?" To become a war emperor, the awakening of one's bloodline must be extremely high, and the power of the bloodline must also be at its peak. Otherwise, if the war emperor fails to break through the heavenly barrier, their bloodline will be damaged, and it will take at least 7 or 8 years to recover, Wang Meng explained. So, experts at the war king level usually accumulate experience for over a decade before daring to challenge the war emperor. And true geniuses might even wait until their bloodline returns to its ancestral form before attempting to become a war emperor. Our vice principal Pei Kuang accumulated experience for decades and only succeeded in breaking through to war emperor about 10 years ago. Sister Meng graduated just 2 years ago and dares to challenge the war emperor. It's just too outrageous. Wang Meng couldn't help but exclaim. "When I challenge the war emperor, you'll know what it means to be even more outrageous." Mo Chen thought to himself. By the way, Sister Meng, what exactly is her bloodline? How is her strength so formidable? Mo Chen suddenly asked. S-class superhuman nightmare. Demon bloodline. Wang Meng's expression suddenly became serious. Meng Shen comes from the mysterious Meng family, and the entire Meng family possesses the nightmare demon bloodline. The top expert in the senior class, Manhwa, also hails from the Meng family. They all have the same bloodline? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. He thought the awakening of bloodlines was random. Yes, they have the same bloodline, but their abilities manifest differently. For example, Meng Lian is said to be able to materialize a white lotus that directly attacks the mind. Meng Shen's ability is even more terrifying. She can turn imagined things into reality, and the stronger the enemy perceives her, the stronger her power becomes. Wang Meng explained. Then can't I just think of her as weak? Emo-chan said. Wang Meng rolled his eyes at Emo-chan. Can you really do that? Emo-chan was taken aback. He indeed couldn't do that. The strength of Meng Wuyo was evident, and that was a fact. Besides, even if Meng Shen doesn't use that bloodline power, her own formidable mental strength would be enough to crush you, Wang Meng said. Thinking about it this way, it really is quite impressive. Emo-chan absent-mindedly stroked his chin and said, by the way, is the family behind Jin Guangsan also all of that golden light bloodline? Emo-chan suddenly remembered and asked. Yes, Wang Meng nodded in response, but their specific abilities still differ. For instance, Jin Guangshan's golden light has explosive properties that can enhance attack power. His brother, Jin Guangshan's golden light bloodline enhances physical attributes and overall combat power, similar to your indestructible body. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan nodded. So, bloodlines can actually be inherited. Jin Guangsan and the others should be considered second-generation bloodline users? By the way, Emo-chan, give me your bank account number. While Emo-chan was pondering, Wang Meng suddenly spoke up. What? Are you borrowing money? Emo-chan looked at Wang Meng. I'm giving you money. Wang Meng said irritably. You let me use 2 evolution crystals, so I need to report to my family and then transfer the money to you, Wang Meng explained. So polite? Emo-chan laughed. It's not my money nor my parents' money, it's the family's money. If you don't want it, I'll just apply for it and transfer it to my own account. Wang Meng rolled his eyes at Emo-chan. Of course I want it. How? Could I not? Emo-chan immediately sent his bank account number to Wang Meng. Then, Emo-chan went upstairs. Lying on his bed, Emo-chan recalled the terrifying pressure when Meng Wuyo appeared. Emo-chan believed that it wouldn't be long before he could possess strength equal to Meng Wuyo. No, he should surpass Meng Wuyo's strength. First, let's set a small goal, cultivate to become a war emperor. Emo-chan sat up in bed, full of fighting spirit, then opened the communicator and started chatting with Mina. After chatting cheerfully for a while, Emo-chan mentioned the evolution crystal. It's fine, next time you find an evolution crystal, just let me use it with you, Mina replied, sending a head pat emoji, omega, omega? Okay. Next time I find an evolution crystal, I'll let you use it, not Wang Meng. After chatting a bit more, Emo-chan jumped off the bed, changed into his combat uniform, slung the mountain axe over his back and prepared to head to the training hall. According to the principal, the Dragon Country freshman competition was going to be held early. It shouldn't be long now. During this time, Emo-chan planned to find ways to improve his practical combat skills, especially in fighting against others. And this mental strike, I need to find a way to test its specific effects. Emo-chan pondered as he left the dormitory and walked towards the training hall. Just as he reached the entrance of the training hall, he saw a large group of people storming out, filled with anger. Emo-chan instinctively tensed up, ready to take action. Damn it, so arrogant, let's kill him. We must take him down today. Daring to challenge the first martial school, he doesn't know what he's getting into. These people cursed as they passed by Emo-chan. It turned out they weren't looking for trouble with him. Hey, bro, what's going on? Emo-chan grabbed the arm of a muscular man. The man frowned and pulled his arm, trying to break free. However, his arm didn't budge at all, as if it were welded in place. The man exerted more force, and layers of golden scales appeared on his arm. Yet, he still couldn't move. The man looked at Emo-chan, who was half his size, with suspicion. Come on, tell me, Emo-chan shrugged. Someone came to challenge us. A sophomore from the War God Academy, claiming he wants to fight all the sophomores from the Magic City universities. The muscular man said, getting a bit angry. Just when our best sophomores went into the second level of the dungeon to complete a mission, there aren't many strong sophomores left. This kid specifically chose this time to challenge us. I won't talk to you anymore, I need to go teach that guy a lesson. The man said, moving forward, forgetting that Emo-chan was still holding his arm, almost causing him to fall. Seeing this, Emo-chan quickly let go. I'll go take a look too. Watching others fight might help him learn some experience, Emo-chan thought. At the front gate of the first martial school, a man in a black trench coat with an afro stood there arrogantly. On the ground lay 5 sophomore students from the first martial school, sprawled out. 1. Challenging 5. Is there anyone else? Bu Fan shouted. Behind Bu Fan, a group of students from the War God Academy immediately applauded. As expected of our War God Academy's prodigy, Senior Bu Fan. Turns out the first martial school isn't as legendary as they say. No joke, Senior Bu Fan is the top sophomore in all of Magic City. Hearing these words from the War God Academy students, a few students from the first martial school were furious and immediately stood up. However, Bu Fan quickly took a few steps back. Hey, You guys are juniors trying to bully the younger ones? Bu Fan said. If the sophomores from the first martial school can't win, you call in the upperclassmen? How shameless. Can't play, the first martial school can't play. I'll do it. At that moment, a furious roar erupted. The muscular man who had been grabbed by Emo-chan jumped out from the crowd. Bang! The man landed in front of Bu Fan. At this moment, the great Han, clad in golden scales, had a thick tail dragging behind him and his hands had transformed into clawed paws covered in scales. State your name. At this moment, Bu Fan stood still, his trenchcoat billowing in the wind stirred up by the giant's fall. In this pose, he truly looked like a master. First martial arts school, sophomore Eugene. Eugene said coldly. I suggest you all come at me together. At least let me have a bit of an experience of challenging the dojo. Bu Fan glanced sideways at Eugene and replied. I'm enough on my own. Eugene's angry voice rang out. In the next moment, Eugene's figure vanished. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. Suddenly, Eugene appeared next to Bu Fan and his long tail, adorned with golden scales, swept directly towards Bu Fan's head. So fast! Someone from the first martial arts school exclaimed upon seeing Eugene make his move. Emo-chan also stood among the crowd, observing the two in the arena. Just a little trick. Bu Fan had one hand in his pocket while the other casually lifted to the side of his head. Crack! With a loud bang, Eugene's whistling tail was blocked by Bu Fan. At that moment, Eugene's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. Bu Fan, what is happening? His tail! Someone from the first martial arts school exclaimed. In the crowd, Emo-chan's eyes narrowed upon seeing Eugene's tail. Eugene's tail was split? At the end of Eugene's long tail, a large gash had opened, revealing the bone inside. What kind of technique is this? Emo-chan was somewhat astonished. What's wrong? Not coming at me? Bu Fan stood in place, slowly walking towards Eugene. At this moment, Eugene's face was as dark as water. He hadn't expected that his violent strike would be easily blocked by the opponent, and it had even left his tail severely injured. Eugene, be careful, this guy has the bloodline of spatial power. The person who had just been knocked down by Bu Fan spoke up to warn him. Spatial power? Emo-chan frowned slightly. Space, as an ethereal existence, any ability related to space is incredibly powerful. He didn't expect that this Bu Fan actually possessed the bloodline of spatial power. What aspect of spatial power does Bu Fan's ability involve? Emo-chan speculated as he looked at the wound on Eugene's tail. At that moment, Eugene took a few steps back as Bu Fan slowly approached him. Although Bu Fan made no attacking gestures, he gave Eugene a very dangerous feeling. If you keep retreating, you'll end up back at school, Bu Fan said with a faint smile. Just then, Eugene suddenly raised both hands high. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of golden lights shot out from Eugene, enveloping Bu Fan's entire body. These golden lights were the scales on Bu Fan's hands. Is that all? Bu Fan sneered, and with his left hand, he punched forward. Crack! Like shattering glass, cracks appeared in the space before Bu Fan. The golden scales shooting towards Bu Fan were instantly frozen in space. Crash! The space shattered, and the scales were instantly torn apart. However, the shattered space almost immediately restored itself. What other tricks do you have? Let me see them, Bu Fan said lightly. At this moment, his right hand was still in his pocket. Eugene's expression was extremely grim. The opponent's ability was simply his nemesis. No, it should be the nemesis of all bloodlines with close combat strength. Not only could the opponent shatter space to nullify power, but they could also inflict damage on objects that came into contact with the shattered space. It should be known that the strangling force of shattered space is incredibly strong. Only the top experts among the War Kings would venture into spatial power. This Bu Fan was difficult to deal with. What's wrong? Aren't you going to make a move? Bu Fan sneered. If you don't make a move, then I will. After saying this, Bu Fan stepped forward. I give up. Seeing Bu Fan about to make a move, Eugene immediately called out his surrender. Since he was no match for Bu Fan, it was better to admit defeat early to avoid humiliation. Too late. However, Bu Fan completely ignored Eugene's surrender and directly threw a punch towards him. Crack! A fissure appeared in the air like lightning, instantly manifesting right in front of Bu Fan. This fissure was aimed at Bu Fan's chest. Bu Fan was taken aback and quickly crossed his arms to shield his chest. Boom! With a loud explosion, Eugene's arms broke and his body was sent flying, landing inside the gate of the first martial arts school. Whoosh! A figure jumped up from the crowd and caught Eugene steadily. The one who acted was Emo-chan. Thanks, brother, I can stand up by myself. After they landed, Eugene, pale and sweating from the pain, said in a deep voice. Even with his arms broken, Eugene didn't let out a single cry or show any sign of pain. What a man! Emo-chan let go of Eugene as he requested. Hey, you little guy over there, who told you to interfere? At this moment, Bu Fan at the school gate spoke lightly. You sneak attacked and you still have the nerve to say that to me? Emo-chan shot back directly. Sneak attack? Nonsense! Hearing Emo-chan accuse him of sneak attacking, Bu Fan became a bit angry. It was clearly a sneak attack. Just now, Eugene had already surrendered and wasn't prepared to fight yet. You still chose to strike, catching him off guard. What else could it be if not a sneak attack? Mo-chan retorted. Bu-fan was momentarily stunned by the words. I attacked from the front, how can that be considered a sneak attack? You are sneak attacking. We all saw it, stop trying to argue. Mo-chan firmly insisted on the accusation. The people from the first martial arts school also reacted at this moment, starting to blame Bu-fan for the sneak attack. The people from the War God Academy, behind Bu-fan, of course, were not convinced and began to argue as well. Both sides were young, and as they argued, the insults became harsher. Bu-fan was furious and stomped his foot. Boom! Countless spatial fissures spread from under Bu-fan's feet, instantly shattering the ground at the entrance of the first martial arts school. The people from both the first martial arts school and the War God Academy paused at the sound. You little brat, come out here. Do you dare? Bu-fan pointed at Mo-chan and said. Mo-chan frowned at the sight. He didn't like being pointed at. What do you want me to do? Mo-chan stepped forward. One move. Bu-fan held up one finger. With one move, I can make you unable to get up. Bu-fan blared at Mo-chan, feeling extremely angry. He had challenged so many universities in Magic City, and this was the first time he was accused. You want to fight me? Mo-chan raised an eyebrow. What, are you scared? If you're scared, you can surrender. I promise I won't lay a hand on you. Bu-fan looked at Mo-chan with a cold smile. No way. Mo-chan refused. Hearing Mo-chan's words, Bu-fan hadn't spoken yet, but the group from the War God Academy behind him started to mock. Oh, I thought you were so impressive, but you don't even dare to fight brother Fan? Ah, this is the first time I've seen someone so brazenly avoid a fight. Mo-chan ignored those people and continued. I am from the first martial arts school, a freshman, so of course I can't fight. You, a sophomore. Do you want to bully the weak? When Mo-chan mentioned bullying the weak, several juniors and seniors from the first martial arts school stepped forward. Previously, Bu-fan had challenged the sophomores, so they didn't want to intervene. But if Bu-fan dared to attack Mo-chan, they would definitely not hesitate for a moment. Hearing Mo-chan's words, Bu-fan frowned. This kid actually dared to play tricks on him? Kai Jing, come out and help me teach this kid a lesson. Bu-fan suddenly shouted. As soon as the words fell, a somewhat frail-looking boy stepped out from the crowd of the War God Academy. Kai Jing is also a freshman. Are you still going to avoid the battle? Bu-fan said with a cold smile as he looked at Mo-chan. Mo-chan listened and began to size up the seemingly frail boy in front of him. No problem. Mo-chan replied confidently. The aura fluctuations from the other party were at most that of a battle sect. As long as he wasn't a battle king, wasn't he easy to handle? Kai Jing, Battle God Academy in Magic City, S-class superhuman with a twisted force field bloodline just like Bu-fan, is a core seat of the Battle God Academy. Suddenly, Wang Meng's voice echoed in Mo-chan's mind. Mo-chan turned to look into the crowd. Sure enough, Wang Meng was standing at the edge of the crowd. Nodding at Mo-chan, Wang Meng's voice continued in Mo-chan's mind. Aside from the first martial school, the four major martial schools and universities in the Magic City area, it's hard to recruit S-class bloodline students. However, if they are recruited, they will be trained as seed players and various resources will not be spared. So, some people choose these more ordinary universities instead of the hard to make a name for themselves first martial school. Mo-chan understood upon hearing this. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Remember, don't engage Kai Jing head-on. His twisted force field is very strong and can distort a certain amount of power, redirecting it to attack you, and it's not a fixed direction. Wang Meng continued. Okay. Mo-chan replied in his mind. Looking at the frail, cold-eyed Kai Jing in front of him, Mo-chan grinned and said, I accept your challenge. Kai Jing, go for it. Bu-fan stood there, nodding at Kai Jing. The cold-eyed Kai Jing's figure flashed and rushed towards Mo-chan. Trying to close the distance proactively? Mo-chan immediately saw through the other party's intentions. They wanted to force him into a direct confrontation to use the twisted force field. Mo-chan took a few steps back. If you back up any further, you'll be stepping into the school. Bu-fan's cold laughter rang out. Even when Bu-fan was arrogant before, he never recklessly stepped into the first martial school's gates. The first martial school strictly forbids outsiders from intruding. If Bu-fan stepped into the school, those teachers who had long disliked him would have a reason to take action. And if someone engaged Bu-fan and retreated into the school, it would be no different from admitting defeat. Mo-chan ignored Bu-fan and continued to back away. He wasn't trying to create distance from Kai Jing, he was looking for an opportunity to test his new ability. Kai Jing's speed was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mo-chan. Kai Jing swung a punch at Mo-chan's head. An invisible, twisted energy swirled around Kai Jing's fist. Mo-chan's eyes narrowed, the opportunity had come. Mental strike. Buzz. The invisible mental force shot towards Kai Jing like a sharp spike. Kai Jing, expressionless and cold-eyed, suddenly changed his face as he was about to punch Mo-chan. The next moment, Kai Jing stumbled and fell to the ground. So effective? Took him down directly? Mo-chan looked at Kai Jing and once again unleashed a mental strike. Kai Jing's face turned red and his body curled up like a shrimp. Is it making his stomach hurt? Mo-chan frowned at Kai Jing's reaction. His mental strike was making someone's stomach hurt? It didn't seem that powerful. With this thought in mind, Emo-chan unleashed another mental strike at Kai-jing. Kai-jing's head jerked back, his mouth opened, making sounds of Then, to everyone's astonishment, Kai-jing directly fainted. Immediately, someone from the Battle God Academy rushed out to help Kai-jing. The person specifically treating Bufan used their abilities to check Kai-jing's body. Kai-jing seems to be uninjured, the healer explained to Bufan with a puzzled expression. Not only the people from the Battle God Academy but even those from the first martial school were equally bewildered. Emo-chan stood still, not making a move. And aside from a slight fluctuation of mental power, there was no other activity. As a result, this Kai-jing just fainted like that? What exactly did you do to Kai-jing? Bufan turned his head, his expression dark as he looked at Emo-chan. If you want to know, you can try, Emo-chan said indifferently. However, I must warn you, don't be as weak as that Kai-jing, otherwise, the next one lying on the ground will be you. Emo-chan continued. Seeing Emo-chan's indifferent demeanor, Bufan's anger flared up. Don't think you can leave today without telling me what you did to Kai-jing. With a cold snort, cracks began to appear in the space around Bufan. In the next moment, Bufan suddenly appeared beside Emo-chan without any warning. Be careful. This move from Bufan was truly unexpected. Even the senior students from the first martial arts school couldn't react in time. By the time they did, Bufan's hand was already reaching for Emo-chan's shoulder. Bufan, are you seeking death? Let go. The terrifying bloodline power erupted, and several senior students from the first martial arts school rushed over. But in the next moment, Bufan, along with them, froze. Because Bufan had grabbed nothing. Emo-chan had appeared 3 meters away from Bufan. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. You're trying to sneak attack again, Emo-chan said. Just now, he had instantly used the fox concealment technique combined with his own speed to dodge. Bufan maintained a serious expression without speaking and moved to attack Emo-chan again. Are you planning to challenge me? Emo-chan looked at Bufan with a cold smile. That's right. I challenge you, but no one can interfere. Bufan's face also revealed a cold smile. This kid was too despicable. Today he must pay the price. And by the way, he must explain what he did to Kai-jing. Cracks reappeared around Bufan's body and he instantly vanished. Emo-chan stood still, not moving. In the next moment, Bufan appeared behind Emo-chan. Seeing this move from Bufan, many people from the first martial arts school showed serious expressions. It turned out that Bufan hadn't used his full strength during the previous fight. At the same time, several seniors were already prepared to intervene and save Emo-chan at any moment. Mental strike. As Bufan attacked Emo-chan, Emo-chan directly unleashed a mental strike. Bufan's outstretched hand instantly froze in midair. At the same time, Bufan's legs suddenly tightened, clamping together, and his body bent over. Bufan took a few steps back, looking at Emo-chan in shock. Emo-chan turned around, coldly smiling at Bufan, then unleashed another mental strike. Bufan let out a soul-piercing scream, his legs clamping even tighter. At the same time, Bufan could no longer hold back and covered his groin with both hands. Seeing this, Emo-chan was momentarily stunned. Isn't it a stomach ache? Emo-chan thought and unleashed another mental strike on Bufan. This time, Bufan jumped up in pain, even tears streaming down his face. So, my mental strike is the pain of a man. Emo-chan finally understood the effect of his mental strike. Emo-chan stopped using the mental strike and after a few seconds, Bufan recovered. At this moment, Bufan looked at Emo-chan, his eyes blazing with fury. You are shameless, using such despicable means. Bufan shouted angrily. Even if you win against me, I won't admit it. Unless you fight me up close. Do you dare? Close combat? Hearing Bufan's request, Emo-chan looked at him with a strange expression. Why would he think like that? Bufan, wait. At that moment, the person treating Kai-jing behind Bufan spoke up. You wait for me. Bufan frowned at Emo-chan, then turned around and walked back. What is it? Hurry up and say it. Bufan asked with a frown. That kid is using some kind of mental attack which causes pain to the nerves, but he won't be injured. The person whispered in Bufan's ear. So that's how it is. Bufan suddenly understood. As long as I temporarily block the nerves below, there won't be any pain, the person said again. Then hurry up and do it. Bufan said impatiently. Just now, he was too embarrassed, he had to regain his dignity. Otherwise, he, the top student of the second year in the Magic City, would become a joke. Soon, the person used bloodline power to temporarily block the nerves in Bufan's lower region. Kid, you're dead. Bufan turned around and laughed. This time, I won't ask you to fight me up close, you can continue using your shameless abilities. Bufan said, throwing a punch at Emo-chan from a distance. Crack! A large spatial rift appeared. Bufan's punch was fueled by anger. Emo-chan raised an eyebrow and launched a mental attack at Bufan. Bufan instinctively tightened his legs, then felt a cool breeze pass under him. He felt nothing. Ha ha ha, you're dead. As Bufan spoke, the large spatial rift had already struck in front of Emo-chan. No use? Emo-chan frowned and looked at the person behind Bufan. It must be his doing. Mo-chen, be careful. At this moment, the people from the first martial school saw that Mo-chen had not moved and quickly reminded him. Mo-chen casually raised his hand to block in front of him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Mo-chen took half a step back. Shaking his now golden arm, Mo-chen saw a shallow blood mark appear on his arm. It seemed that Bufan's attack had some merit, as it had actually caused an injury. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood mark disappeared. The people from the first martial school and the War God Academy were surprised to see that Mo-chen was unscathed. But just then, the space behind Mo-chen suddenly shattered, and Bufan appeared behind him without warning. This time, let's see if you can dodge. Bufan sneered, and directly slapped towards Mo-chen's head. Crack, crack, crack. As Bufan's palm came down, the space it touched instantly shattered, about to imprint on Mo-chen's head in the blink of an eye. Slap. A crisp sound. Bufan's wrist was caught. So quick to react? Bufan was momentarily stunned. He saw that Mo-chen had turned around at some point and reached out to grab his wrist. Not only Bufan, but the people from the first martial school and the War God Academy were also shocked. Mo-chen's speed had reached a level that most people couldn't even see clearly. You just said you wanted to fight me up close? Mo-chen raised an eyebrow and his body began to swell. Like being inflated, Mo-chen's body quickly grew to over 2 meters tall, with light golden skin and muscles that seemed ready to burst, transforming the originally somewhat lean Mo-chen into a muscular tank. Humph! Stop pretending. Bufan snorted coldly, and the space around his arm began to shatter. Give me. Just as a cold smile appeared on Bufan's face, he suddenly lifted off the ground. Because Mo-chen's body was still expanding, his stature was still rising, and Mo-chen had not let go of Bufan's wrist. So, Bufan was also lifted up. Whoosh! Mo-chen, over 4 meters tall, appeared before everyone. His skin, a mix of black and gold, was adorned with terrifying tattoos, sharp horns on his forehead, and bony spikes piercing through the skin along his spine. Surrounding his body was a swirling mass of black energy. At that moment, Mo-chen looked like a demon god, and in his hand, Bufan was held like a chick. Mo-chen's appearance stunned everyone around him. Even Bufan was frightened by the terrifying aura emanating from Mo-chen. However, Bufan quickly regained his composure. With a whoosh, the power of his bloodline surged, and the space around Bufan's arm exploded. The violent spatial force poured out, directly attacking the hand that Mo-chen was using to hold him. Clang! 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 The spatial force clashed against Mo-chen's hand, sparking bursts of fire. No, it's impossible. Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Mo-chen's hand, which was larger than his own head. Just now, he had unleashed all his strength with the bloodline power. The spatial force that erupted in that instant could even shred low-grade Earth-level alloys. Are you just scratching an itch? Mo-chen raised his arm, bringing Bufan in front of him. Bufan said nothing, a hint of ferocity on his face, and directly punched towards Mo-chen's face. Whoosh! A large area of space shattered in front of Mo-chen, and the violent spatial force instantly struck his face. Then, the shattered space vanished. Mo-chen's face remained unscathed. He didn't even blink. Is that all? Mo-chen raised an eyebrow. You're looking for death. After being humiliated by Mo-chen again, Bufan's face turned red with anger. This time, Bufan prepared to strike with all his might. Even if it meant exceeding his limits, he would severely injure his opponent. But before he could make a move, Mo-chen lifted Bufan and swung him towards the ground. Boom! Bufan crashed into the ground, and the already shattered surface exploded under Mo-chen's terrifying strength. The shockwave swept out, and debris flew in all directions. The people from the first martial school and the War God Academy quickly retreated. As the dust settled, Bufan lay in a pit 2 meters deep. You are definitely dead. Bufan raised his head to look at Mo-chen, his eyes already turning crimson. He was filled with murderous intent. Although that last blow was terrifying, he had used the power of spatial shattering to negate the force upon impact with the ground. Therefore, Bufan was not injured. And now was his moment to counterattack. Rumble. Mo-chen's massive foot suddenly stomped down. Boom! The ground shook violently and another shockwave swept out. The dust that had just settled was once again kicked up. Mo-chen lifted his foot. The pit was now half a meter deeper. Bufan lay in the pit, still uninjured. He raised his head, his eyes practically spitting fire. You are finished. You are completely finished. Bufan growled like an enraged lion. Rumble. Mo-chen stomped down again. Boom, 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 boom. He stomped 4 times in quick succession before finally stopping. In the pit, Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of it was forced out by Mo-chen's stomps, and half was from the shockwave. Still not hurt? Are you from the cockroach bloodline? Mo-chen looked at Bufan with a strange expression. Then, Bufan felt a shadow loom over him as Mo-chen's large foot came crashing down again. Boom, 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 boom. Like a pile driver, Mo-chen's foot, as thick as a pillar, transformed into an afterimage, crazily stomping down. The people from the first martial school were so shocked they couldn't speak. Meanwhile, some had already begun to feel sympathy for Bufan. On the side of the War God Academy, no one dared to step forward to stop Mo-chen. Just kidding, Bufan was beaten like a dog. What good would it do if they rushed up? Lying on the ground to block Mo-chan's feet? Bang 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 bang. Mo-chan continued to stomp on Bufan in the pit. After more than a minute, Mo-chan finally stopped. Many people looked at Mo-chan with strange expressions. Isn't he tired from stomping for so long? On the side of the War God Academy, the man who had treated Kai Jing rushed into the pit. At this moment, Bufan's clothes had been completely stomped to shreds by Mo-chan, leaving only a tattered pair of pants. All of Bufan's limbs were broken. Even though his spatial bloodline could use the power of spatial fragmentation to counteract the force of Mo-chan's stomps, it was impossible to accurately negate every single one. Moreover, with Mo-chan continuously stomping for a minute, he had stomped down hundreds of times. Bufan's bloodline power could not support him in continuously fragmenting space like that. The man quickly placed his hand on Bufan's chest, carefully sensing his internal organs. A few seconds later, the man breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bufan's internal organs were only lightly injured and not severely harmed. Compared to treating internal organs, treating bones and muscles was obviously much simpler, and he felt more confident. Thinking this, the man was about to use his bloodline power to treat Bufan. However, just as he was about to act, Mo-chan reached out and pulled him up. What do you want? The man looked at Mo-chan in a bit of a panic. His bloodline power was for healing, and he had almost no combat ability. If Mo-chan wanted to attack him, he would be finished. Mo-chan said nothing, his body began to shrink, then returned to its original form. The man who had been lifted by Mo-chan now stood in front of him. Heal me, Mo-chan said. Heal you? The man looked at Mo-chan in surprise. Where are you injured? The man asked nervously. Mo-chan looked completely fine. In fact, he felt that Mo-chan looked even better than when he first stood up. If he wasn't injured, how could he heal him? Could it be that Mo-chan was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? The man kept overthinking this. Mo-chan pointed to his right foot. Your foot is injured? The man asked, puzzled. Mo-chan shook his head and said, not injured, it's numb. I stomped too much just now, my leg is a bit numb, you help me treat it. The man was momentarily stunned. What the hell, his leg is numb, you don't want to treat it? Mo-chan raised an eyebrow at him. The man immediately shivered and quickly replied, I'll treat it. Then, under the strange gazes of the crowd, the man publicly began to treat Mo-chan's numb leg. Just like that, after treating for 20 minutes, the man's bloodline power was almost completely exhausted before Mo-chan called a stop. Alright, you can go treat Bufan now, don't let him die in front of our school. Mo-chan pointed to Bufan, who was lying in the pit, unconscious. By the way, the ground of the school was smashed open by Bufan first, so you should ask him for the repair costs. Mo-chan suddenly remembered and added, Put. At this moment, Bufan in the pit spat out a mouthful of black blood. He was pretending to be unconscious, because being beaten like this by Mo-chan was just too embarrassing. But he didn't expect Mo-chan to be so shameless, even asking him to pay for the repairs. How shameless. What are you standing there for? You've already spat blood, hurry up and treat him. Mo-chan patted the man's forehead, signaling him to go down into the pit. To treat Bufan. My bloodline power was just used to treat your numb leg, it's all used up, I can only wait 5 hours to recover. The man said, somewhat speechless. Put. At this moment, Bufan in the pit spat out another mouthful of black blood. Get him out, hurry and carry him away, don't let him die here. Mo-chan said quickly to the man. Then, the people from the War God Academy hurriedly moved Bufan out of the pit. In the middle of it all, in his anxiety, he accidentally knocked Bufan's head against the stone with a thud. Pretending to be unconscious, Bufan could only endure the pain without crying out. Bufan was carried away, and the people from the War God Academy left in a dejected manner. The people from the first martial school, however, approached Mo-chan enthusiastically. Brother Mo-chan, thank you so much. The now human-shaped Eugene clasped his fists towards Mo-chan. That Bufan will definitely not dare to act so arrogantly again in the future. Claiming to be the best in his second year, yet he was defeated by our special enrollment student. What a disgrace. Brother Mo-chan, well done. I've never liked that Bufan. If I weren't a third-year student, I would have gone to take him down this morning. People around began to engage in conversation. At that moment, Mo-chan felt completely integrated into the environment of the first martial school. This sense of collective identity was something Mo-chan had never experienced before. After Bufan was carried back to the War God Academy, the news that Bufan, who claimed to be the best in his second year in Magic City, was defeated by a special enrollment student who had been in the first martial school for less than a month spread rapidly throughout all the universities in the Magic City area. It even reached universities in other regions. In no time, many people became curious about this Mo-chan. Mo-chan is awesome. No wonder he's my son. He didn't let his dad down. In Yuzhou, in a 100 square meter bedroom, Wu Yong, lying on a 30 square meter bed, jumped up happily upon seeing the news on his phone. Son, did you just call me? Outside the room, Wu Tao, dressed in a suit, walked into the bedroom with a puzzled expression. No, I was calling my son, Wu Yong said happily while looking at his phone. Hearing this, Wu Tao grunted and turned to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, Wu Tao suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Wu Yong. You brat, really have no respect. Looks like I haven't taught you a lesson in a long time. As he spoke, Wu Tao pulled out his belt. In the previous second, Wu Yong had been grinning at his phone, but now his face turned pale with fear. Dad, what are you doing? No. Then, the villa echoed with Wu Yong's screams. After the news of Mo Chen defeating Bu Fan spread, many second-year students in the Magic City universities expressed their desire to challenge Bu Fan. They believed that Mo Chen could defeat Bu Fan, simply because his bloodline power happened to restrain Bu Fan's. After all, Mo Chen had only awakened his bloodline for a month. Just a month, how much could he grow? If they defeated Mo Chen, wouldn't that indirectly wash away the shame of being defeated by Bu Fan? However, among these second-year students challenging Mo Chen, none were from the War God Academy. Both the War God Academy and the First Martial School tacitly refrained from releasing the footage of Mo Chen's battle with Bu Fan. Therefore, many people began to inquire about Mo Chen, wanting to know what kind of bloodline he possessed. Yet, the protagonist of this incident, Mo Chen, had cut off contact with the outside world. In the Martial Extreme Tower, on the 6th floor, in the training space, Mo Chen looked at the hundreds of light orbs floating on the wall and frowned. These are the martial arts imprints left by the experts of the First Martial School? That's right, these are the martial arts imprints left by the masters of the First Martial Arts School throughout the ages. Old Dai's voice sounded from the side. There are a total of 296. Only those truly exceptional talents can leave their imprints. Kid, if you're not convinced, you can give it a try and see if you can defeat them and leave your own imprint. While stroking his beard, Old Dai smiled at Mo Chen. Old Dai, are you trying to set me up? Mo Chen looked at Dai Anjuan suspiciously. The masters who can leave imprints must have strength that exceeds that of a war king. How can I, a war sect contestant, compare to them? Hearing Mo Chen say he wanted to set him up, Dai Anjuan was immediately furious, blowing his beard and glaring. You brat, I'm also a teacher at the school, okay? How could I set you up? All the martial arts imprints left by those stronger than you will automatically lower their strength according to yours when they fight you, understand? Upon hearing Dai Anjuan's words, Mo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it really that good? What he needed most right now was combat. If he went to the training hall to fight with his peers or second-year students, it wouldn't be of much use. Once he activated the 9 nether body, how many could be his opponents? Moreover, during regular sparring, everyone would intentionally hold back. Otherwise, if someone got injured, they would have to rest for several days. That would waste even more time. However, don't think you've already won. Their strength may be lowered, but their experience and combat skills will not be. Dai Anjuan said. Don't worry, Old Dai, just wait and see me leave my martial arts imprint. Mo Chen said confidently. Hearing this, Dai Anjuan didn't say anything more. Once Mo Chen truly tried, he would know. According to the rules, 1 contribution point allows you to stay in the training space for 10 days. You can adjust the time flow rate at the control panel, but I suggest you set it to a maximum of 3 times. Additionally, the training space can increase gravity, simulate various environments, and even heal you. However, once the energy runs out, you'll need to recharge. Dai Anjuan said as he handed Mo Chen's jade token back. Originally, the jade token had 13 points, but now it only had 12. Thank you, Old Dai. Mo Chen expressed his gratitude. Originally, Old Dai could have directly deducted Mo Chen's contribution points on the 5th floor. However, Old Dai said it was Mo Chen's first time in the training space and that there were many things he didn't understand, so he specifically came up to explain. Alright, don't be overconfident. The simulations in the martial arts space are very realistic. Old Dai finally reminded Mo Chen. Okay. Mo Chen nodded. Then, Old Dai walked out and closed the door to the training space. As soon as the door to the training space closed, Mo Chen felt the surrounding space change. Is the space expanding? Mo Chen looked around in confusion. After a few breaths, the expanding space came to a stop. Mo Chen looked around and found that the entire space had become extremely vast. It was even larger than Wu Yong's big villa. Right, let me get familiar with the control panel first. Mo Chen moved and appeared at the stone control panel. A transparent menu appeared on the stone slab. It had various options. You can even order takeout? Mo Chen was a bit surprised. However, the most functions available were still related to combat and training. Mo Chen clicked on the option for simulating environments. Underground volcano? Mo Chen was a bit curious and clicked on it. Buzz. The entire space began to change and the temperature rose sharply. Whoosh. A scorching wind rushed towards him and Mo Chen felt like his eyebrows were about to catch fire. Crack. A lump of magma fell from above and landed on the ground. Mo Chen slightly turned his body to avoid being splashed. Looking up, he saw that the training space above had turned into black rocks, with fiery red magma flowing continuously within. So real. Mo Chen exclaimed. Then, Mo Chen tried out other environments. A few minutes later, he was almost familiar with the functions above. After that, Emo-chan stepped down from the control platform and looked at the martial arts imprints floating above the training space. These martial arts imprints varied in size. Some were pitch black, while others were dazzlingly bright. According to Old Dai, these were all left by the strong ones from the first martial school. Emo-chan suddenly had a thought. Let's see if I can find Dream Sister. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a colorful light group flew out from among the more than 1,000 light groups. Is this Dream Sisters? Emo-chan looked in surprise at the light group drifting towards him. Do you wish to initiate combat? A faint female voice echoed in the training space. Emo-chan knew this was the artificial intelligence controlling the training space. Yes, Emo-chan confirmed. Buzz. In the next moment, a beam of light fell on the colorful light group. Dream Woyo, wearing metallic chest armor, knee-high boots, and carrying a 2-meter-long sword on her back, appeared before Emo-chan. At that moment, Dream Woyo looked no different from when Emo-chan had seen her before, except that her purple hair was now tied in a ponytail. Right, and she didn't have a belly button piercing. Emo-chan suddenly noticed a detail. 30 seconds, combat ends, my time is very limited. At this moment, Dream Woyo spoke up. So real? Emo-chan was momentarily stunned. Not only did she have the same appearance and aura, but even her manner of speaking was the same. Emo-chan felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Dream Sister, we. Before Emo-chan could finish his sentence, buzz. A purple mental torrent descended from the sky, instantly striking Emo-chan's head. A sharp pain surged, and Emo-chan felt as if countless long swords were slicing through his brain. Amidst the intense pain, Emo-chan's body began to change, bloodline power surging. The outcome is decided. You lost. However, before Emo-chan's bloodline power could fully activate, the female voice in the training space rang out. Dream Woyo in front of Emo-chan transformed back into a colorful light group. Emo-chan, who had only partially transformed, was instantly stunned. Is that it? I lost? In the next moment, a beam of light fell in the training space, and Emo-chan felt the intense pain in his head vanish without a trace. Artificial intelligence idiot. Emo-chan couldn't help but curse. After assessment, the level of injury to your brain has reached a warning threshold. Continuing combat will cause irreversible damage. It seemed that the artificial intelligence controlling the training space had heard Emo-chan's curse and proactively explained. So that's how it is. Emo-chan frowned. Let's go again. Then, Emo-chan began to fight Dream Woyo once more. This time, Emo-chan was prepared and directly transformed into the complete form of the 9-nether body. Dream Woyo, die! Emo-chan shouted, throwing a punch at Dream Woyo. After all, this one in front of him was fake, and no one else would know, so Emo-chan shouted casually. The wind stirred, and the purple ponytail of Mang Woyo was lifted. Mang Woyo's expression remained calm as she took a half step back and threw a punch at Emo-chan. However, at this moment, Mang Woyo was significantly smaller than Emo-chan, making her appear somewhat comical. A sinister smile appeared on Emo-chan's face. It seemed that even though they were both at the same battle realm, Sister Mang was not his match. Boom! But when Mang Woyo fully unleashed her punch, Emo-chan was stunned. Behind Mang Woyo, a transparent purple figure emerged. This figure resembled Mang Woyo but was magnified several times, looking no different from the over 4-meter-tall Emo-chan. Bang! Their fists collided, and Emo-chan felt a terrifying force explode on his fist. This is absurd? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. But soon, a fierce battle intent ignited in his chest. This was exactly what he wanted, an equal match. Die! With a roar, Emo-chan's massive fist rained down like a storm, wildly striking at the transparent Mang Woyo. Bang 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 bang! A series of explosive sounds erupted. Under Emo-chan's frenzied assault, the transparent figure of Mang Woyo did not retreat even a bit. Emo-chan was truly shocked this time. Sister Mang's bloodline power wasn't cheating, was it? The moment this thought popped into Emo-chan's mind, his offensive slightly slowed. But just that slight hesitation allowed the transparent figure of Mang Woyo, condensed from her bloodline power, to suddenly unleash a punch. Buzz 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 buzz, a strange quadruple sound rang out. Mang Woyo's fist instantly struck Emo-chan's chest. The violent force directly sent Emo-chan's body flying. However, Emo-chan's physical strength was extremely high. Although the power of this punch was terrifying, it did not cause him significant harm. 1 minute and a half. Mang Woyo said. As she spoke, the massive figure behind her punched at Emo-chan, who was still in midair. Buzz 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 buzz. Buzz, the air trembled, and the special sound of the 8-sound fist rang out. 6-fold sound. Emo-chan's heart sank. Bang! The next moment, the fist smashed into Emo-chan's body. The transparent figure shattered with a crash. And Emo-chan, with a loud thud, crashed into the wall of the training space. Emo-chan looked down at his chest. There was a deep fist imprint, more than 10 centimeters indented. Just a little more, and it would have hit his heart. The outcome is decided, you lost. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed in the training space. I lost just like that? Emo-chan frowned but quickly understood. After all, this was the judgment of the artificial intelligence, and it couldn't perfectly replicate the combat scenario. If it were a real battle, he had the passive ability of the 9 Nether Undying, which could immunize him to fatal attacks to some extent. Standing on the ground, Emo-chan used 9 Nether Awakening to recover from his injuries while beams of light fell within the training space to heal him. This way, the energy consumed by the training space was significantly reduced. At the same time, Emo-chan suspected that this training space probably didn't truly exist on the 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower. Otherwise, why could he use 9 Nether Awakening? The condition for using 9 Nether Awakening was to have both feet touching the ground. After his injuries healed, Emo-chan began to fight again. This time, he still chose Meng Wuyao's martial arts imprint. Meng Wuyao, die for me. Emo-chan immediately unleashed the 8 sound fist. The strange buzzing sound echoed throughout the training space. 1 minute later, bang! The 9 Nether form of Emo-chan crashed into the wall of the training space. The outcome is decided, you lost. Again! Emo-chan shouted loudly. 2 minutes later, the outcome is decided, you lost. 2 minutes later, the outcome is decided, you lost. The outcome is decided. You lost. You lost. You lost. Lost. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed continuously. Emo-chan was defeated by Meng Wuyo time and again. In the end, Emo-chan didn't even know how many times he had been defeated by Meng Wuyo. How many times did I lose? After being defeated by Meng Wuyo once more, Emo-chan asked the artificial intelligence. 48 times, the artificial intelligence replied. So many times? Emo-chan frowned. It seemed that his combat experience was severely lacking. After all, it had only been a month since he awakened his bloodline, and the battles he had experienced were few and far between. Moreover, most of them were victories achieved through absolute strength. Let's switch to another opponent. Emo-chan decided not to fight Meng Wuyo's martial arts imprint for now. The battles ended too quickly, and he hadn't learned much from them. Thus, Emo-chan began to select from the martial arts wills again. This aura feels somewhat familiar? Emo-chan spotted a pitch-black martial arts imprint. The imprint flew down from above. Start the battle. The moment Emo-chan uttered these 4 words, he transformed into the complete form of the 9 Nether body. The pitch-black martial arts imprint turned into a figure clad in black armor, completely wrapped up, with a long spear on its back. It was indeed Tian Chang. Emo-chan still had a deep impression of how Tian Chang had blocked his kick with a long spear last time. Whoosh! Emo-chan swung the mountain-splitting axe down at the opponent. The tall Tian Chang held the long spear, slightly turned his body, and sharply thrust the spear tip upward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The axe blade of the mountain-splitting axe was struck by the spear tip. Then, the spear shaft bent, instantly dodging the axe blade, and with a crack, it slammed against the body of the mountain-splitting axe. A tremendous force surged in, but it still couldn't stop Emo-chan's axe from coming down. Boom! The mountain-splitting axe struck the ground beside Tian Chang. A bit impressive. Emo-chan frowned. He hadn't expected the opponent to deflect his strike in such a manner. However, the mountain-splitting axe in his hand was simulated from the training space, not his own. Otherwise, Tian Chang's long spear would have shattered upon contact with a low-grade heavenly mountain-splitting axe. Then, Emo-chan engaged in fierce combat with Tian Chang. 10 minutes later, the tip of Tian Chang's spear pierced Emo-chan's throat. Although it didn't break the skin, the penetrating force of the spear still shattered Emo-chan's throat bone. Almost simultaneously, Emo-chan's mountain-splitting axe cleaved Tian Chang in half. The outcome is decided, you lost. The voice of the artificial intelligence rang out. It should be that he attacked me first, which is why I was deemed to have lost, Emo-chan thought to himself. He didn't complain and fought against Tian Chang's martial arts imprint again. He came here to gain practical combat experience. At the same time, to save time, Emo-chan accelerated the flow of time in the training space by 3 times. While only a day had passed outside, 3 days had already passed inside. Next, in several battles with Tian Chang, the long spear always struck first, hitting Emo-chan's vital points. In the 9th match, Tian Chang's long spear flicked and once again aimed for Emo-chan's throat. Emo-chan's eyes flashed with fierce light. He opened his mouth and bit down directly on the spear tip. Tian Chang was momentarily stunned, seemingly surprised that Emo-chan had blocked his attack in this manner. With a twist of his arm, the long spear aimed to crush Emo-chan's teeth. Whoosh! The mountain-splitting axe silently cleaved down, splitting Tian Chang's body in half. The ghostly cleave succeeded. The outcome is decided, you won. Finally, after numerous defeats, he welcomed his first victory. In order to ensure that his victory over Tian Chang was not just a stroke of luck, Emo-chan fought against Tian Chang's martial arts imprints several more times. Generally, he won more than he lost. It seems my combat experience is indeed improving. Emo-chan was very satisfied with his progress. Then, Emo-chan chose the martial arts imprint of Meng Wuyo. 3 minutes later, the outcome is decided, you lost. Emo-chan stood up from the ground, shook his head. Let's leave the big boss for later. Emo-chan began to choose other martial arts imprints. This time, he chose Tian Chang's rival, the Mad Blade Chuba. Unlike Tian Chang's meticulous fighting style, Chuba's combat method was like a raging storm, relentless and unyielding. Emo-chan's style was somewhat similar. Therefore, the battle between Emo-chan and Chuba was essentially a clash of 2 titans. 2 minutes later, boom! Emo-chan's body crashed against the wall of the training space. The mountain-splitting axe simulated by the training space also exploded with a loud bang. Trash, Shuba said coldly while his long knife remained intact. This guy's martial arts imprint is really annoying. Emo-chan frowned and began to heal. At the same time, Emo-chan started to reflect. With weapons of the same strength, the opponents remained unharmed while his exploded. Emo-chan recalled how Chuba's momentum had grown stronger with each attack, becoming more ferocious as if it were stacking up. Maybe I should change my strategy, Emo-chan pondered. Thus, in the subsequent battles with Chuba, Emo-chan continuously employed various martial techniques and abilities instead of just clashing head-on with Chuba. However, Chuba's attack range was too vast. Even when Emo-chan used the fox concealment technique, he would still be swept in. Nevertheless, Emo-chan kept trying. Gradually, the duration of Emo-chan's battles with Chuba grew longer. In the end, after half an hour, there was still no clear winner. The fox concealment technique is indeed useful. Emo-chan discovered that whenever Chuba's blade aura surged, it would lock onto him. Therefore, before Chuba's blade aura changed, he would use the fox concealment technique. If he couldn't be locked onto, it would be difficult for the blade aura to be unleashed, and at that moment, Emo-chan would unleash a frenzied attack to suppress Chuba. However, with Chuba's strength, after being suppressed for a moment, he would quickly turn the situation around. After losing 20 matches in a row, Emo-chan, relying on the fox concealment technique, successfully ambushed Chuba. Whoosh! The mountain-splitting axe silently appeared behind Chuba and cleaved him in two. The outcome is decided, you win. The voice of the artificial intelligence rang out. Then, Emo-chan repeatedly experimented with this combat method relying on the fox concealment technique. Immersed in battle, he lost track of time until a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Fox concealment technique proficiency is full, level up, current level 10/10, fox concealment. Technique is maxed out, cannot be further improved. Ding! Mental strike proficiency is full, level up, current level 2 out of 100. These two sudden prompts left Emo-chan momentarily stunned. Boom! A flame surged from the opposite side, hitting Emo-chan, and he lost. However, Emo-chan did not care and instead looked at his system panel. Host, Emo-chan Bloodline, 9 Nether Body Bloodline, 5 out of 10, Ability, Indestructible. Body, passive skill, when attacked, strength, resilience, endurance, and self-healing increase by 500%. 9 Nether Strength, 5 out of 10, passive skill, can unleash incredible power. 9 Nether Immortality. 5 out of 10, passive skill, when receiving a heavy blow, has a certain probability to be immune to the attack. Immunity probability increases with the severity of the attack, up to 99%. 9 Nether Awakening. 5 out of 10, active skill, activates the 9 Nether Bloodline. When both feet touch the ground, stamina recovers at a rate of 5% per second. Injury recovery depends on severity. Fox concealment technique. 10 out of 10, a talent born from the king among the extraordinary beast white foxes, can reduce one's presence. Mental pain strike, 2 out of 100, mental attack, can cause intense pain to the target. Martial skills, bull. Demon Fist, 2nd level, Bull Demon Top Heaven, 8 Sound Fist, 4th level, Ghost Axe, 3 styles, items, Mountain Opening Axe Upgrade Card X2 Bloodline Peak Experience Card X2 Evolution Points. 10710/60,000 luck value, 104 mental pain strike, a total of 100 levels? Emo-chan doubted his eyes. Could it be that mental pain strike is so ordinary that it has so many levels? Emo-chan couldn't help but think. If that's the case, what would a 100-level mental pain strike be like? On Kai Jing and that Bufan, Emo-chan's mental pain strike had already dealt fatal blows to them. If it reached the maximum level, what kind of pain would it be? Emo-chan stroked his chin. If that's really the case, this mental pain strike has great potential. Emo-chan revealed a mischievous smile. In fact, during battles with these martial arts imprints, Emo-chan's mental pain strike had hardly any effect, because those who left martial arts imprints all had ways to deal with mental attacks. The intensity of the mental pain strike was not high. They could easily resist it, rendering the mental pain strike ineffective. Thus, in a single battle, Emo-chan would use dozens of mental pain strikes. Of course, using it too much would consume a lot of mental energy, affecting his combat state. Let's try the fox concealment technique first. Emo-chan temporarily set aside the mental pain strike and began to use the fox concealment technique. Let's see what's different about this max-level fox concealment technique. Whoosh! A faint light emerged around Emo-chan's body, and then Emo-chan's body disappeared. Completely vanished? Emo-chan looked at his arms and legs. Previously, when Emo-chan used the fox concealment technique, it only made his aura disappear, making it easy for others to overlook him. But now, he had actually become invisible. Moreover, when Emo-chan looked around, he found that it seemed as if there was a thin veil separating him from the surroundings. It was as if he was in another space. Of course, this was just a kind of illusion for Emo-chan. He could still fully interact with the things around him. Interesting. Let me see how it performs in battle. Emo-chan immediately couldn't wait to start a fight. 3 days later, the artificial intelligence in the training space reminded Emo-chan that time was up. Emo-chan immediately took out the Jade token and renewed for another 10 days. 15 days later, Emo-chan emerged from the training space. 15 days had passed outside while Emo-chan had spent nearly 45 days inside. If possible, Emo-chan would have liked to stay even longer. However, the artificial intelligence in the training space reminded him that he had to come out, because the first martial arts school had officially started. All universities in the Dragon Country had advanced their schedules. The first martial arts school was no exception. Originally, they were supposed to wait another month for the summer vacation to end before starting school. Just as he stepped out of the training space, Emo-chan ran into Tian Chang, who had also just come out of the training space. Tian Chang was in the cultivation space right next to him. Chong Machin nodded and Tian Chang went downstairs. This guy, just like his martial arts imprint, doesn't like to talk, Machin muttered as he also went downstairs. When he reached the 5th floor, Dai Anjuan saw Machin coming down and called out to him. However, soon after, Dai Anjuan's brows furrowed. Machin, come here for a moment, Dai Anjuan said. Old Dai, what's wrong? Machin walked over. Are you about to break through to the War King level? Dai Anjuan stared at Machin with a serious expression. War King? Hearing what old Dai said, Emo-chan was taken aback. I'm not very clear about it, Emo-chan replied honestly. Previously, Emo-chan had been promoted from Battle General to Battle Sect mainly due to the increase in his bloodline awakening in a return to his ancestral traits. Is the promotion from Battle Sect to War King also an increase in power? Emo-chan asked. If that were the case, he felt he should be becoming a Battle Sect soon. Your strength has increased too quickly, and there are many aspects of the bloodline that I haven't had the chance to teach you, old Dai said while operating a tablet. I've sent you all the school materials, you can study them slowly when you get back. Old Dai put down the tablet and looked at Emo-chan, continuing, the transition from Battle Sect to War King is not just a simple increase in power, but rather the application of bloodline power. The progression from an ordinary warrior to a battle general and then to a battle sect is purely an increase in strength. So the higher the bloodline level, the shorter the time it takes to cultivate to battle sect. Hearing old Dai's words, Emo-chan nodded in agreement, because he was just like that. However, to become a war king, one must achieve a meticulous level of control over their bloodline power. Old Dai said. Emo-chan looked at old Dai in confusion. Meticulous level, the simplest standard, is to unleash all the bloodline power within you. Old Dai explained. Unleash all? Emo-chan was even more puzzled. I often unleash all my bloodline power, but I'm not a war king, Emo-chan couldn't help but say. Hearing Emo-chan's words, Dai Anjuan shook his head. No, using all your strength is not the same as unleashing all your bloodline power. To put it simply, bloodline power is like the muscles on your body. When your bloodline level increases, it's like your muscles getting bigger, but if you only know one straight punch, even if you use all your strength, the power of that punch will still be very limited. However, if you learn the 8 sounds fist and can call upon the strength of all your muscles with the same straight punch and the same size muscles, how many times more power will you generate? Upon hearing this, Emo-chan began to understand. Old Dai, you mean to say that I activate my bloodline power every time, but I haven't controlled every bit of it? Old Dai nodded at this. That's right. However, before that, there's a prerequisite. Your bloodline power must be rich enough. If it's just a wisp of bloodline power, no matter how well you control it, you can't be a war king. At this point, old Dai looked at Emo-chan. Your bloodline power is very rich. In just 1 month, you've touched the threshold of war king. All of this is thanks to my own efforts, Emo-chan said, with a serious expression. Old Dai looked at Emo-chan with a somewhat speechless gaze. Just 1 month, how much more could you possibly strive for? What I want to tell you is not this. I want to inform you that to ascend to War King, you must suppress yourself. Dai Anjuan said to Emo-chan with a serious expression. Why? Emo-chan looked at Dai Anjuan in confusion. He wanted to become a war emperor sooner, so why suppress bloodline awakening? Dai Anjuan said seriously. The amount of bloodline power is quantity, while the bloodline awakening is quality. Your control over bloodline power has probably improved during battles, and you'll soon reach the meticulous level. However, after reaching the meticulous level, improving bloodline awakening will become very difficult. To sweep through the same tier war kings, you must continuously enhance your bloodline awakening until you can no longer suppress it. Dai Anjuan's expression grew increasingly serious. Emo-chan was very talented, and he was somewhat worried that Emo-chan would be too eager for advancement in realms. Emo-chan found this statement a bit strange. For others, improving bloodline awakening was difficult, but he had a system. As long as he killed alien beasts, he could gain evolution points without any worries. Why is it so difficult to increase the awakening level of the bloodline after becoming a war king? Emo-chan asked. This is a complex explanation. Simply put, it's similar to human development. Before you have mastered precise control, your bloodline is like that of a child and can still develop. But once you master precise control, your bloodline comes of age, and development slows down after that, old Dai patiently explained. Emo-chan nodded, somewhat understanding. I didn't expect there to be so many intricacies within the bloodline, but all I want is to level up mindlessly. Emo-chan thought to himself. After thanking old Dai, Mo-chan pondered as he walked back to the dormitory. Having experienced 2 surprise attacks from Gu Bingmei, Mo-chan used the fox concealment technique as he approached the dormitory. With the full-level fox concealment technique, Mo-chan silently opened the door, then went upstairs and entered his room. After searching for a while, Mo-chan confirmed that Gu Bingmei had not come. Feeling a bit disappointed, Mo-chan withdrew the fox concealment technique. After a quick shower, Mo-chan checked the messages on his communicator. In the training space, the communicator could receive messages from the outside, but at that time, Mo-chan was engrossed in battle and had no time to check. Moreover, time in the training space was precious, and Mo-chan didn't want to waste it. Mo-chan, you're back? Wang Mang asked as he entered the villa from downstairs. What's up? Mo-chan replied. The family has already transferred the money to your account, Wang Mang said as he walked up the stairs. Really? Mo-chan felt compelled to check his bank account. Sure enough, there were many more zeros. So many zeros that Mo-chan felt a bit dizzy. It's a total of 200 million, right? Wang Mang asked. What the hell? Mo-chan jumped up from the bed. 200 million? Mo-chan looked at Wang Mang in disbelief. The evolution crystal is worth that much on the market. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses. Originally, the family didn't believe me, so I made a special trip back to show them my bloodline power. Additionally, I subtly hinted at your relationship with the dream god, and that's how the higher-ups agreed to give you 200 million, Wang Mang said. Calmly, Mo-chan calmed down a bit but couldn't help but try transferring money to Wu Yong's account. He transferred $1. Then, that string of zeros suddenly turned into nines. Only then did Mo-chan completely believe it. After calming his emotions, Mo-chan looked at Wang Mang. Your trip back for the money probably wasn't that easy, was it? Just a little trouble, nothing to mention, Wang Mang said, pretending to adjust his glasses. Good brother. Mo-chan walked up to Wang Mang and enthusiastically extended his hand. Then, he ruffled Wang Mang's hair. From now on, you are my second son. Mo-chan laughed. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang's face immediately darkened. But he couldn't help but ask, who was the first son? Yuzhou, Wu Family Manor. Wu Yong was holding his phone, playing a game called Dungeon Glory. Bang! The crystal on Wu Yong's side exploded. Wu Yong immediately added one of his teammates and started to vent. What the hell is this jungler doing? Can't support at all. Just knows how to farm the jungle from start to finish. I've never begged anyone in my life, but I'm begging you to uninstall the game, you noob. Just as he was getting into it, Wu Yong realized he had been blocked by the other party. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated with a text message. $1 transferred into my mobile bank? Wu Yong frowned. I'm a rich second generation. Who transferred me $1? Wu Yong checked the transaction record and saw that familiar bank account. My son actually knows how to show filial piety. Wu Yong was a bit puzzled. Son, are you calling me? At that moment, Wu Yong's father, Wu Tao, appeared at the door. Wu Yong was about to speak, but then held back. Dad, I want to earn money to honor you. Wu Yong shouted. Hearing Wu Yong's words, Wu Tao smiled. Good son. However, your talent is higher than your father's. Just leave the money-making to me and you focus on your training, Wu Tao said with a smile. Okay, Dad. Wu Yong replied. Seeing Wu Tao's figure disappear from the doorway, Wu Yong wiped his sweat. That was close. By the way, school starts tomorrow. Let's see if I can arrange to meet Mo-chan. Wu Yong revealed a mischievous smile and then sent a message to Mo-chan. In the villa, Mo-chan was a bit surprised to see Wu Yong's message. This guy actually got into Magic City University? No need to be surprised. I didn't perform well in the college entrance exam this time. Otherwise, I might have gotten into the top martial arts school. It seemed that Wu Yong knew Mo-chan would be surprised, so he sent the message without waiting for Mo-chan to ask. Then, Mo-chan discussed with Wu Yong about getting together. However, due to the special training that new students at Magic City University had to start immediately after reporting, Wu Yong didn't know when he would have time. I'll contact you then. I can take on some tasks outside the underground cave so I can leave the school, Mo-chan replied. After chatting for a while longer, Wu Yong began to pack his things, preparing to take a car to Magic City. After relaxing for a bit back at the villa, Mo-chan felt a bit tired. Previously, in the training space, he had been either fighting or healing, with his nerves always tense. Now that he relaxed, Mo-chan fell asleep immediately. He slept until the next morning. In half an hour, it's the opening ceremony. Downstairs, Wang Mang said when he heard Mo-chan getting up. After a quick wash, Mo-chan and Wang Mang left the dormitory. The villa area by the lake was home to special recruits, while some nearby villa areas housed second and third-year students. Not far from this villa area were several high-rise buildings where students who had been admitted through the college entrance exam lived. Actually, the top martial arts school could build a large number of villas as new student dormitories, but it is said that this was a requirement left by one of the founders to motivate those ordinary students, Wang Mang said, adjusting his glasses. Mo-chan nodded in response. Since he entered the top martial arts school. Emo-chan felt that the competitive atmosphere was extremely strong. The school also encouraged this atmosphere. Emo-chan chatted with Wang Mang as they walked out of the dormitory area. Emo-chan? You are Emo-chan? Hello, Emo-chan. Ha, Emo-chan. You did well before. On the way, many people recognized Emo-chan and greeted him enthusiastically. Emo-chan nodded in response. You are now a celebrity. Wang Mang said beside him. You need to get used to it. Soon, I will shake the world. Emo-chan replied. Wang Mang immediately rolled his eyes. Be careful, it is said that someone in the black market is already offering a high price to obtain your genetic and bloodline samples. Wang Mang reminded him, using mental energy to communicate. Emo-chan frowned upon hearing this. However, being famous has its advantages. Those who want to cause you trouble will have to hold back. Wang Mang continued, using mental energy, while gesturing towards a person not far away. Emo-chan followed Wang Mang's gaze. Jin Guangchen? Emo-chan recognized the person. You can defeat a strong opponent like Bu Fan, so Jin Guangchen won't dare to trouble you in the future. Additionally, the Jiang family and the Jin family are still investigating that matter. They have already suspected Mina. Wang Mang continued. Will Mina be in danger? Emo-chan frowned. No. Wang Mang adjusted his glasses, revealing a proud expression. The memories of Jiang Zijing's 2 team members were modified according to what I said. Logically, there won't be any errors, and their guilt will make them avoid this issue. Hearing this, Emo-chan looked at Wang Mang with a somewhat strange expression. I think I should take you with me when I go out in the future, Emo-chan said seriously. Why? Wang Mang was taken aback for a moment. I handle the killing and you handle the cleanup. Emo-chan looked at Wang Mang with a solemn expression. Get lost. The opening ceremony was held in the special training ground of the First Martial Arts School. Except for those on missions outside, all students and staff were required to attend. In addition to the more than 200 special recruits like Emo-chan, there were another 800 freshmen at the First Martial Arts School. So many S-class bloodlines? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. The larger the population base, the easier it is to produce S-class bloodlines. However, there are also differences in strength among S-class bloodlines. Those who were specially recruited basically belonged to the top tier of S-class bloodlines. Wang Mang said. At this moment, he and Emo-chan were already standing in the special recruits line. The nominal vice principal, Pei Quan, was floating in the air, speaking with a serious expression. Emo-chan turned to look at the upperclassmen's line. The second year students were about half as many as the first-year students, and there were even fewer third and fourth-year students. Especially in the fourth year, Emo-chan glanced over and saw only about 30 people. Among them were those wearing tattered battle armor who had just returned from a mission in the underground cave. In midair, Pei Quang's speech was nearing its end. This year is the most special year. Both the internal and external environments will undergo dramatic changes. You, especially the freshmen, must grow up as quickly as possible, Pei Quang said with a serious expression. Only by growing quickly can you survive the trials that are coming. Pei Quang continued. Suddenly, a stir arose among the new students below. They had just arrived at the school for a day or two, and now Pei Quang was saying such things, leaving many surprised and frightened. However, the special recruits and upperclassmen had little reaction. Additionally, the freshman competition will begin in a month. Compared to previous years, this time it has been moved up by more than 2 months. And the competition will be exceptionally fierce. However, the rewards for the freshman competition will also be greater. In previous years, only the first place could receive rewards, but this year, those in the top 20 will receive rewards, and those in the top 10 will receive even more. Those in the top 100 will also receive rewards. Moreover, the First Martial Arts School will allocate a large portion of resources to train you, Pei Quang said, nodding to an assistant not far away. Bang! A light screen suddenly appeared. In front of Pei Quang, the screen displayed 3 long black rectangular blocks. These are the 3 most prestigious rankings of the First Martial Arts School. The first is the testing ranking. As long as you enter the testing room in the training hall, you can get a score. The score on the testing ranking does not reflect absolute strength but rather the degree of match between your current strength and physical fitness. As long as you surpass most people of the same level, you can achieve a high score even if you are just a small battle general. As soon as Pei Quang finished speaking, the testing ranking was fully displayed. The new students immediately looked over with curiosity. The second is the First Martial Arts School points ranking. Pei Quang continued. The points ranking is the total number of points you earn from completing tasks. There is an overall ranking that covers the points of all students across all grades for this semester, as well as sub-rankings for each grade. The rankings are updated once a month, and the one who takes first place can earn 5 contribution points. After Pei Quang finished speaking, the second ranking was also revealed. The third ranking is also the one with the highest rewards, the Martial Extreme ranking. This time, before Pei Quang could finish his sentence, the Martial Extreme ranking was fully displayed. The Martial Extreme ranking is a feature exclusive to the 6th level of the Martial Extreme Tower, scored based on the number of wins. Starting this semester, everyone will have one opportunity every day to enter the training space for a challenge. If you win, it won't count against your chances. If you lose, you'll have to come back the next day. After Pei Kwang finished speaking, the senior students who had shown no reaction before now revealed looks of surprise. They could actually challenge for free every day? As seniors, they naturally understood how expensive it was to enter the cultivation space. To gain access, one had to complete some special and dangerous tasks. Otherwise, to obtain contribution points, one would have to pay a hefty price to transfer them from others. And now, it was surprisingly open for free, allowing challenges once a day? Many 3rd and 4th year students showed eager expressions. In midair, Pei Kwang saw the reactions below and nodded in satisfaction. The reward for being first on the martial arts leaderboard is a high-grade Earth-level evolution crystal. Pei Kwang continued. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. A high-grade Earth level? Additionally, regarding other information about the leaderboard, the Academic Affairs Office will make a special announcement after the ceremony, and you can check it yourself. At this point, Pei Kwang deliberately paused before continuing. Everyone, this is the first martial arts school, a legend among all universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Many globally renowned experts have emerged from the first martial arts school, and I believe that soon you will reach the same heights. So, take advantage of this moment and cultivate like crazy. After Pei Kwang finished speaking, many felt a surge of excitement, especially the new students who had just entered the school a few days ago. Alright, the opening ceremony is now concluded, Pei Kwang announced at last. As soon as the ceremony ended, many rushed towards the training hall while others headed towards the Martial Extreme Tower. Emo-chan, aren't you going? Wang Mang couldn't help but ask when he saw Emo-chan unmoved, competing for the leaderboard. Isn't about getting there early, Emo-chan replied nonchalantly. Wang Mang looked at Emo-chan in confusion. What's wrong? Emo-chan felt a bit uncomfortable under Wang Mang's gaze. I thought you only had muscles in your head, but it turns out you can think too, Wang Mang said. Shut up, my son. Emo-chan reached out and ruffled Wang Mang's hair. The two started to playfully tussle. Emo-chan, Wang Mang. At that moment, a sweet voice rang out. Mina, with her tan skin and short hair, walked over with a smile. Mina, long time no see, Emo-chan greeted her with a smile. Wang Mang quickly tidied his hair. Aren't you all going to compete for the leaderboard? Mina asked as she approached. No need, it's the end of the month, and the leaderboard will reset soon, so it wouldn't matter if we went, Wang Mang replied. Reset? How come I didn't know? Mina's little head was full of question marks. The Academic Affairs Office just released an announcement. Wang Mang patiently explained. Seeing this, Emo-chan felt speechless. If he didn't know, this guy would definitely mock him mercilessly. The three of them chatted as they walked towards the dormitory. Wang Mang and Emo-chan even invited Mina to sit in their dorm. To Emo-chan's surprise, Wang Mang actually took out his snacks to share with Mina. He had been living with Wang Mang for over half a month, and this guy had never shared snacks before. Just in time, I'm a bit hungry too. Emo-chan snatched the bag of chips that Wang Mang had just opened. Hey, Emo-chan, it seems like many people are discussing you on the forum, Mina suddenly said. Emo-chan and Wang Mang immediately checked their communicators. It turned out that Emo-chan had ranked 30th on the testing leaderboard. This was the best result among freshmen and surpassed most upperclassmen. When did you get on the leaderboard? Wang Mang looked at Emo-chan in confusion. I went to the testing room once before, but I ranked over 30 and my score isn't that good, Emo-chan said. Wang Mang rolled his eyes at Emo-chan. And on the points leaderboard, Emo-chan, you're ranked 11th. Mina exclaimed, her little hand covering her astonished chest. With over 73,000 points, Emo-chan, how did you do it? Mina turned to look at Emo-chan with wide, surprised eyes. I killed the White Fox King and completed the task of the Sleeping Star Grass 10 times. Emo-chan explained briefly, recounting his experience of completing the task in the underground cave. After all, Mina was not a stranger. Mina was even more surprised after hearing this. Isn't that too dangerous? It's fine, Emo-chan shrugged. It was dangerous for others, but not for him. With so many points, you can choose to exchange for some equipment or martial skills that suit you, which will not only enhance your strength but also help you compete for the rankings. This time, the first martial school really invested a lot. The rewards are too generous, Wang Mang said. I was thinking the same, Emo-chan nodded. He had weapons, and he didn't need other equipment for now, as he could take a hit. He just needed to see if there were any martial skills suitable for him. After chatting for a while, Mina stood up, preparing to return to the dormitory. After walking Mina part of the way, Emo-chan turned towards the Martial Extreme Tower. Today, the Martial Extreme Tower was bustling with the influx of new students, and the elevator was unusually crowded. Emo-chan had no choice but to take the stairs. As he reached the second floor, he heard the roar of Xiong Bono. New students cannot take tasks on the second floor or above. Hurry up and withdraw from the task. This task takes 2 months and you can't complete it. And can you do some proper research before taking the task? That's a task only the peak of the battle sect can complete. Withdraw it. Otherwise, I'll smash you with a stick. For a moment, Xiongbo's roar drowned out the voices of hundreds of new students in the hall. Seeing this, Emo-chen felt compelled to head upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Emo-chen went directly to Dai Anjuan's counter. Old Dai, I want to ask you what I should exchange for with my current points. Emo-chen asked directly without beating around the bush. Dai Anjuan, sitting in a recliner, stroked his beard and said slowly, 2 choices. Weapons and martial skills. These 2 things can immediately enhance your strength. Emo-chen nodded at this. So, do you have any recommended martial skills? A mountain opening axe was already enough for Emo-chen. The cheapest heavenly grade weapon in the first martial school's storeroom was a flying knife, costing 100,000 points. Even if Emo-chen spent all his points, he couldn't afford this cheapest item. Oh, old Dai stood up, picked up the tablet on the counter, and said, tell me about your abilities. So, Emo-chen told old Dai about the characteristics of his 9 nether body movement martial skills. Old Dai concluded immediately after hearing this. Given your current situation, body movement martial skills are the most suitable for you. Saying this, old Dai handed the tablet to Emo-chen. The first martial school has a total of 80 S-grade body movement martial skills, of which you can afford only 50. Among these 50, the one most suitable for you is this Wind Thunder Decision. Wind Thunder Decision? Emo-chen opened the interface. In fact, he had seen this technique in the first martial school's mall before. At that time, he had only skimmed through the introduction. Now that old Dai mentioned it, Emo-chen began to examine it carefully. After a moment, Emo-chen frowned and looked at old Dai. Old Dai, this body movement seems to be not very fast. I want a martial skill that can instantly appear 100 meters away. Emo-chen's idea was to cultivate such a fast martial skill combined with his fox concealment technique and ghost axe to instantly kill enemies. At that time, with his explosive power and speed, wouldn't he be invincible? No. Dai Anjuan shook his head. With your current strength, you could easily kill it in one strike. In a direct confrontation, the opponent absolutely cannot defeat you. And if you can't defeat it head-on, a sneak attack will be difficult to execute as well. The martial arts techniques for movement for you right now are most useful for pursuit and escape. That kind of explosive power is very taxing on your bloodline energy, and it's also hard to maintain. There must be intervals in between. Overall, this Wind Thunder technique is the most suitable for you. The Wind Thunder technique isn't fast, but it can build momentum. As long as your bloodline energy is sufficiently robust, your speed can continuously increase, making it perfect for pursuit and escape. Moreover, the Wind Thunder technique has a tremendous presence when used, which aligns well with your fighting style. Dai Anjuan explained patiently. Alright then, I'll exchange for the Wind Thunder technique. Emo-chen made his decision. He still had 65,000 points left unspent. 60,000. Dai Anjuan smiled as he handed the tablet to Emo-chen, allowing him to input his password. Emo-chen had been here before, so his information was already recorded. He just needed to enter the password. Can't you give a discount? Emo-chen felt a bit pain seeing the 60,000 figure. You can pay in installments, old Dai said with a smile. Really? Emo-chen was a bit surprised. But there will be a 30% interest. Old Dai replied. Here's the installment application. Old Dai said as he prepared to pull up a form. No, I'll pay directly. Emo-chen quickly refused. 30% interest? Isn't that usury? After paying the points, the complete information for the Wind Thunder technique was sent to Emo-chen's communicator. What a pity. I was so close to defeating that weakest martial imprint. I couldn't do it. I only lasted 10 seconds before being defeated. That feeling of being instantly killed is too real. I'm still scared. Just then, several new students came down from upstairs discussing excitedly. Emo-chen felt curious upon hearing this. The weakest martial imprint? After spending 45 days in the training space, Emo-chen had yet to face the weakest martial imprint. He had only sought out warriors at the king level. I'll go up and give it a try. Since he was already here, it wouldn't take much time to test it out. After saying a word to old Dai, Emo-chen went upstairs. At this moment, it had just passed 12 o'clock and the 3 major leaderboards reset simultaneously. Emo-chen opened his communicator and glanced at the leaderboard. He found that names immediately appeared on the testing leaderboard. However, they were mostly first-year students. The upperclassmen hadn't tested yet, so their names didn't show. On the testing leaderboard, the names of these first-year students quickly began to change. Some were being pushed down continuously. While Emo-chen waited in line outside the training space, he checked the leaderboard. Why are they all in the 60s? Emo-chen felt the scores were a bit low. The first place on the testing leaderboard was also changing constantly. After a few seconds, a name suddenly dropped into first place on the testing leaderboard. Bai Long, 89 points. It's this guy. Emo-chen recalled Bai Long, who had temporarily taken the lead over him in the cave. Once Bai Long took first place, that position didn't change. However, the names below continued to shift, indicating that others were testing continuously. Student, it's your turn. At this moment, someone behind him in line reminded him. So soon? Emo-chan put away his communicator. He remembered there were still 10 people ahead of him. It hadn't even been a minute and these people were losing too quickly. Then, Emo-chan smoothly entered the training space. I choose the weakest martial imprint, Emo-chan said as soon as he entered. Okay. The voice of artificial intelligence sounded. A chilling martial arts imprint flew down. The martial arts imprint transformed into a man clad in ice armor. Weakling, I give you the chance. The opponent had just begun to speak. Boom! Emo-chan's bloodline power erupted violently, instantly transforming into the nine nether form, and he smashed down with a punch. Bang! The man's figure dispersed, reforming into a mass of martial will. The outcome is decided, you win. Shall we continue to the next match? Continue, Emo-chan replied without hesitation. He didn't even withdraw the nine nether form. Squeak! A sharp cry rang out. A massive blue eagle swooped down towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan's eyes narrowed slightly. He took half a step back, then gathered his strength and punched upwards. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of 4 overlapping tones erupted. The shockwave from his punch instantly struck the giant eagle. At the moment of impact, Emo-chan hardly paused and punched again. Bull demon rising to the heavens. Moo! This punch directly pierced through the giant eagle's body. In the past, when Emo-chan executed these two moves, there would be a few seconds of interval in between. However, after spending so many days in the training space, Emo-chan's combo was incredibly smooth and his timing was impeccable. Continue to the next match, Emo-chan said. At this moment, outside the training space, the person standing behind Emo-chan was feeling a bit frustrated. Has it been 5 minutes already? Why isn't the opponent out yet? Is he just running in circles with that ice-armored martial arts imprint? Someone speculated. That can't be, the ice armor's movement speed isn't fast. But to keep running for so long, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to hold on, right? The people outside the training space continued to wait. Half an hour passed. The new students were gradually becoming impatient. Come on, this guy is dragging it out too much. It's been half an hour. Is it really necessary? If he can't win, just give up. Why drag it out? Many began to complain. Is it possible that he's been on a winning streak? Suddenly someone spoke up. Everyone was taken aback. However, someone quickly laughed and said, how is that possible? Winning against one ice armor is already incredible. Can he really keep winning? That would mean he's invincible at the same level. If he can keep winning, I'll eat the leather shoes off your feet. An hour later, inside the training space, boom! A loud explosion. Emo-chan's mountain-splitting axe shattered, and in front of him, a man with 6 arms growing from his ribs had his head severed. The figure dissipated, reforming into a martial arts imprint. Not continuing. Facing the artificial intelligence's question, Emo-chan shook his head. This was the 10th one. At first, he won quite easily, but as it went on, the time needed to defeat the opponent increased exponentially. Defeating the last one took Emo-chan a full 20 minutes. In the end, Emo-chan still exchanged injuries, allowing the artificial intelligence to determine the opponent lost before he won. After his injuries were healed, Emo-chan exited the training space. You finally came out. Many people immediately surrounded him. I say, brother, how did you last so long? Can you really keep dodging the ice armor's attacks? Yes, brother, share your experience. How do you deal with that ice armor? Faced with the barrage of questions from these new students, Emo-chan was a bit dazed. Ice armor? I don't know what attacks he has. I just punched him and blew him up. Hearing this, the new students were stunned. No, I mean brother, we're all new students, don't pretend. Before he could finish, Emo-chan swiped the communicator outside the training space. Beep. A red 10 appeared on the display screen at the entrance of the training space. Now, everyone saw it. Holy crap, 10 points? Can't be, I must be seeing things. This isn't 1.0, is it? How is this possible? Suddenly, the new students all widened their eyes and looked at Emo-chan. You have to know, on the Martial Extreme rankings, everyone's score was still 0. And now, out of nowhere, someone had a score of 10. Meanwhile, Emo-chan quickly put away his communicator and slipped away. The remaining group of new students was still in a daze. Lu Wujiang, where did you go? Suddenly someone shouted. Emo-chan broke the 0 record and quickly ascended to the top of the Martial Extreme rankings with a 10-point advantage. The news spread among the new students. Not only the newcomers but even the older students were extremely surprised. They had all entered the training space to some extent and had faced those martial arts imprints. Therefore, they were very clear about how difficult it was to defeat a martial arts imprint, even the weaker ones at the bottom of the rankings. Moreover, Emo-chan had won 10 consecutive matches. Following the incident with Bufan, Emo-chan became famous once again. Dragon brother, you're still in first place on the testing rankings. The second place only has 80 points. Outside the training hall, a few people said to the white-haired by long did not respond but stared at the martial extreme rankings on the communicator. His expression was somewhat grim. Last time, during the special training in the cave, this guy Mo-chen had stormed into the battlefield, killed quite a few alien beasts, and snatched away his first place in special training. Bai Long was very unhappy. He felt that with the full eruption of his dragon bloodline, he would definitely not lose to Mo-chen. In addition to the special training, Mo-chen's recent victory over Bufan had also greatly boosted his reputation. At that time, Bai Long was buried in training in the gravity room of the training hall. In his view, he had missed another opportunity to make a name for himself and prove himself. Clearly, he was not weaker than Mo-chen, yet now when others mentioned the freshman, it was only Mo-chen. Bai Long was not convinced. The 3 rankings announced this time excited Bai Long. An opportunity to prove himself had come. However, unexpectedly, just as he secured first place on the testing rankings, Mo-chen had taken first place on the more difficult martial extreme rankings. Dragon brother, are you okay? Someone noticed Bai Long's strange expression and asked. Go to the martial extreme tower, Bai Long said in a deep voice. Dragon brother, it's almost 2 o'clock. Yes, Dragon brother, let's wait until tomorrow to rest before discussing it. Competing for the rankings doesn't matter at this moment, the two beside him advised. Bai Long kept a stern face, said nothing, and walked straight towards the martial extreme tower. At that moment, Mo-chen arrived at the training hall. He was not here specifically to boost his score on the testing rankings. Mo-chen wanted to practice the newly acquired S-rank martial skill, Wind Thunder Decision. With a month left until the freshman competition, he had to make the most of this time. Mo-chen planned to complete his martial skill training, then take on missions and enter the cave to fight. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he would be promoted to a battle king. He also didn't want to suppress himself as Dai Anjuan suggested. Therefore, Mo-chen thought about killing more alien beasts and earning more evolution points to increase his bloodline awakening level before his promotion. Entering the training room, Mo-chen found that there weren't many people in front of the testing room. Many had tried several times and found that their scores couldn't improve at all, and due to a decline in their condition, their scores were even lower in subsequent tests. Then I'll just test casually. Mo-chen walked to an empty testing room, swiped his communicator, and entered the testing room. The testing items were very simple. The first item was speed. On a black track, Mo-chen restrained his bloodline power and ran purely with his physical body. If he activated his bloodline power or if there was too much energy from the bloodline power while running, the test would be deemed invalid. Whoosh! Mo-chen instantly dashed out 5 meters, and the track began to roll quickly. Gradually, the speed of the track increased, and in the end, Mo-chen returned to the starting point. Speed 60 meters per second. Not bad, 3 times better than last time. Then, Mo-chen walked to the large cauldron specifically for testing strength. Half squatting, he wrapped his arms around the cauldron and began to exert force. Mo-chen could now be said to have the strength of a peak battle sect, yet he still couldn't lift the cauldron. Strength, left arm 150 tons, right arm 150 tons. Seeing this data, Mo-chen frowned. His speed had increased threefold, but his strength had only increased by 50 tons compared to last time, which was just half. Mo-chen was somewhat dissatisfied with this result. However, he began to suspect whether he had maxed out his strength from the very beginning, which might explain the slow improvement. While pondering this, Mo-chen stood in front of the agility testing device, a 3-meter-high perforated board. The board would shoot out slime, and Mo-chen needed to dodge it. The countdown began, and the transparent slime sprayed out. Mo-chen's figure flickered as he quickly dodged. 3 seconds later, he was drenched. Agility 60. Seeing this score, Mo-chen was even more dissatisfied. Last time, he had scored 55. How could he have only improved so little? After rinsing himself off, Mo-chen walked to the machine displaying the leaderboard and clicked the question mark on the screen. May I ask, what is your question? A voice identical to the artificial intelligence in the training space responded. Mo-chen immediately voiced his doubts. The test score will match your current strength. It is a relative value, not an absolute value. Upon hearing this, Mo-chen nodded. No. How do you know my strength? Big data analysis calculated based on real-time feedback data from the communicator. The AI replied truthfully. What if I take off the communicator? Mo-chen's mind stirred, and he asked. Strength data must be updated. Before testing, the AI responded. Hearing this, Mo-chen dismissed the idea of exploiting a bug. Then what is my strength data? Mo-chen suddenly became curious. Sorry, you do not have permission to view it. Then who can see it? Can the principal? No, the database uses full chain encryption and individual data cannot be viewed. The AI replied again. Mo-chen felt relieved upon hearing this. It seemed he didn't have to worry about his privacy being leaked. After asking his questions, Mo-chen checked his test score. Overall score 91, 2 points higher than Bai Long. As soon as Mo-chen's name appeared, it pushed Bai Long down the leaderboard. Hee, just stay immediately below me. Mo-chen chuckled mischievously and left the testing room, casually finding a gravity room to begin practicing the Wind Thunder Decision. On the 6th floor of the martial arts tower, Bai Long came out 10 minutes after entering the training space. Brother Long, you. Seeing Bai Long's somewhat gloomy expression, those who wanted to speak immediately shut their mouths. Nearby, the others who had come with Bai Long also dared not say a word. Bai Long ignored them and swiped his communicator. A big 0 was displayed. Clearly, Bai Long had not defeated the weakest ice armor. With a dark expression, Bai Long habitually refreshed the leaderboard. Suddenly, Bai Long's expression changed. He discovered that he had been pushed down from the top of the leaderboard. The one who pushed him down was Mo-chen. The people around saw Bai Long's face and knew he was probably very angry at that moment. However, to their surprise, Bai Long quickly calmed down. My score is low because I am not as skilled. I still have a month, and I will definitely surpass him, Bai Long said firmly. Meanwhile, the news of Mo-chen holding the top spot in both rankings quickly spread throughout the school. After the awakening of their bloodlines, their physiques would enhance, allowing them to recover energy after just 2 or 3 hours of sleep. So even though it was already early morning, most students at the first martial arts school were aware of this matter. Now, some of the older students couldn't sit still. 91 points. Even among the older students, that was an extremely high score. Many senior students who originally planned to wait a few more days before heading to the testing room rushed there upon seeing Mo-chen rise to the top of the leaderboard. However, by the next morning, Mo-chen still held the first position. Aside from Mo-chen and Bai Long, the entire testing leaderboard's top 20 were all seniors, with no freshmen able to break through. Fortunately, the seniors didn't feel too embarrassed, as a junior suddenly appeared at the top of the points leaderboard in the morning. Wu Hong, 30,000 points. Mo-chen was somewhat surprised when he saw the freshly updated leaderboard. According to the information released by the First Martial Arts Academy's academic office, points from tasks completed before the leaderboard was published would not be counted. This meant that only points from tasks completed after the leaderboard was released yesterday would count. A 30,000 point task? This guy must have killed a beast king, right? Mo-chen thought, frowning as he stood at the school gate. This time, he had taken on 3 tasks. Each of these tasks had a significant point reward, nearly 1,000 points each. Of course, given Mo-chen's current strength, he could easily take on tasks with even higher rewards. Mo-chen mainly wanted to meet up with his close friend Wu Yong. These 3 tasks did not require him to go into the underground caves. Moreover, with the task system upgraded, tasks could now be accepted via the communicator. It would be convenient to take on other tasks later. However, settling tasks and withdrawing from tasks still required entering the Martial Extreme Tower. While waiting for the bus, Mo-chen browsed the forum of the First Martial Arts Academy. Many posts were about Wu Hong. Wu Hong is truly a task fanatic. In just one day, he earned 30,000 points. With Wu Hong around, no one can take the top spot on the points leaderboard. Come, betting post. By the end of the month, will Wu Hong's points exceed 100,000? After skimming through these posts, Mo-chen had a rough understanding of this guy named Wu Hong. Wu Hong, a junior at the First Martial Arts Academy, Beast System S rank, Tyrannosaurus bloodline. Wu Hong loved taking on tasks. Even before the leaderboard was released, he could earn hundreds of thousands of points in a year just from completing tasks. Such point earning tasks were unmatched even by those seniors in their 4th year. After reading these posts, Mo-chen couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. This was too crazy. Did Wu Hong not need to spend time training? While he was thinking this, a bus came to a stop. Mo-chen got on and paid. Many people on the bus were staring at him. Hey, little brother, are you a student of the First Martial Arts Academy? Someone asked Mo-chen enviously. I'm not. My sister got into the First Martial Arts Academy, and I'm here to see her, Mo-chen replied with an embarrassed smile. Oh, so it's your sister. Then you can rely on her in the future. The person who spoke first continued. Although there was nothing wrong with what he said, Mo-chen could clearly feel the other person's expression becoming much colder. The passengers who had previously looked at him with envy also withdrew their gazes. Seeing this, Mo-chen said nothing. All 3 of his tasks were in the abandoned city outside of Magic City. To prevent any unexpected situations, Mo-chen planned to keep his identity hidden for now. He was still wearing clothes he brought from Yuzhou, with his combat uniform underneath. His axe and other items were stored in the system's storage space. Even his communicator was tucked away in his pocket. At that moment, Mo-chen looked like an ordinary young man, except for his slightly muscular build. This was unavoidable. Ever since Mo-chen awakened the indestructible body bloodline, he had been gaining muscle even while sleeping and doing nothing. The bus traveled quickly, and since the First Martial Arts Academy was in the suburbs, Mo-chen soon arrived at his destination, abandoned City number 9 in Magic City. Jumping off the vehicle, a street bustling with people, yet appearing somewhat old and worn, came into view before Mo-chen. This was the abandoned City number 9. The abandoned city was a unique product formed after the eruption of the underground caverns. Originally, these abandoned cities were part of large metropolises. However, with the outbreak of the beast tide, many areas fell. To more effectively resist the invasion of the alien beasts and reduce the pressure on defenses, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom ordered the abandonment of certain cities and a contraction of the defensive line. Thus, these cities were left behind. Later, as humanity counterattacked, several entrances to the underground caverns were secured by humans. These once abandoned cities saw people moving back in. Although the core urban area was safe, with specialized high walls, the cost of living was also high. For those with lower bloodline levels, moving to the abandoned city could actually lead to a better life. Emo-chen walked to a corner, took out his communicator, and began to check the details of his mission. This time, his task was to dismantle an underground research facility. This facility frequently captured ordinary people in the abandoned city for experiments. Their experimental content was somewhat insane, implanting alien beast bloodlines into human bodies. The population flow in the abandoned city was immense, with dozens of people going missing every day, hardly noticed by the authorities. However, just last month, a patrol team from the Demon City discovered a massive burial pit in the wilderness, not far from several abandoned cities. Inside were all the people who had died from failed experiments. After the patrol team made the discovery, they immediately launched an investigation into the surrounding abandoned cities. In the end, they determined the approximate location of the research facility and gathered some information. However, there were 3 martial arts masters inside the facility, along with an unknown number of modified humans. The experts in the patrol team were somewhat insufficient, making it temporarily impossible to eliminate this research facility. This task is a bit troublesome. Emo-chan rubbed his chin deep in thought. Because outside the research facility, the guards were strict, and once there was any disturbance, the other side would destroy the evidence and escape through a secret passage. Just as Emo-chen was seriously contemplating, 2 people approached from behind him. One of them quickly darted behind Emo-chen and covered his eyes with a hand. "Hee hee, old classmate, guess who I am?" the person laughed. The other person crouched down and slipped a mechanical clip into Emo-chen's pocket. Emo-chen's communicator was caught by the clip. "Old classmate, you wouldn't have forgotten me, right? I even made you stand in punishment before." The other continued, trying to distract Emo-chen. "Of course I remember." Emo-chen grinned, revealing a set of big white teeth. Crack! Emo-chen's hand grabbed the person's forearm. At that moment, his communicator was almost pulled out. "I told you, how could you possibly forget me?" Just as the person began to speak, there was a loud crack and his forearm was crushed by Emo-chen. White bone shards pierced through flesh, leaving only a bit of skin connecting the middle of the forearm. "Ah!" The person immediately screamed and stumbled back. The other person, still crouched with the clip, had not reacted yet. A large hand landed on his head. When he looked up, he saw Emo-chen smiling at him. "Brother, I..." Before he could finish his sentence, Emo-chen's hand suddenly pressed down hard. Bang! The person's head was directly pressed into the ground. Debris flew everywhere. The cement floor was smashed into a pit. Night fell. The once bustling number 9 ruins became desolate in the evening. On the streets, apart from a few hurried pedestrians skirting the walls, there was hardly anyone to be seen. Outside, the occasional roar of beasts made the entire number 9 ruins feel even more eerie. Outside an abandoned school, 2 people clutching long bags crept into the schoolyard. After tossing the long bags onto the ground, they stood there waiting. After a few minutes, a shadow emerged from a dark corner of the playground. "Are you here to deliver?" The shadow, over 2 meters tall, loomed over the 2, exuding a strong sense of intimidation. "Why yes." One of them stammered. One had a bandage wrapped around his head, while the other had his arm in a cast. "I don't remember you 2 being part of the delivery crew," the shadow said in a deep voice. "We're from Brother Joe's crew. Brother told us you could sell piglets here, so we thought we could make some money." The one with the cast quickly explained. The shadow remained silent, suddenly reaching out and tearing off the bandage from the other person's head. "Ouch!" the man cried out. His swollen forehead, marked with bruises, was starkly illuminated by the moonlight. The shadow then turned to the speaker. Don't. I have a comminuted fracture in my arm, I can't take it off," he said, backing away. The shadow stared at him, saying nothing. Seeing this, the man gritted his teeth and cautiously began to unwrap the cast a little. "Look, it's all wounds inside." The shadow still did not speak. "Arrow, you might as well take it all off," the other person said, picking up the bandage and rewrapping it around his head. At this, Arrow had no choice but to remove the entire cast. The shadow inspected for a while before nodding. Then, he walked over to the long bags. With a rip, the bag was torn open, revealing a boy's face. It was Emo-chen. Arrow and the other man grew tense upon seeing Emo-chen. In fact, they had been coerced by him to come here. They usually only engaged in petty theft, but unexpectedly encountered someone as ruthless as Emo-chen. Not only had they been taught a lesson, but Mo-chen had also forced them to sell him. They had heard of this place, rumored to be a trading ground for piglets. Although they usually did no good, they still lacked the courage to sell piglets. If caught by the patrol, it would mean death. Good quality. The shadow scanned Emo-chen from head to toe, then pulled out a metal syringe from his pocket. "We've already knocked him out," Arrow said quickly as he saw the shadow preparing to inject Emo-chen. "Don't you understand the rules of delivery?" The shadow turned back, coldly looking at the two. The two immediately fell silent, helplessly watching as the shadow plunged the syringe into Emo-chen. Crack! The needle bent as it pierced Emo-chan's skin. This is still a person with a very high bloodline level? The shadow was somewhat surprised and turned to look at Eru and the other man. Of course. Just look at how injured we are. How could the piglet we brought be subpar? Eru quickly replied, thinking on his feet. Very well, this piglet is worth what I collect in 10 days. The shadow discarded the syringe, standing up with satisfaction. Here's your payment, 200,000. In the future, if you have piglets of this quality, remember to find me. As he spoke, the shadow handed Eru a transparent bank card. This card has no password, but you must transfer the money out within a day, otherwise it will become invalid. The shadow finished speaking and directly lifted Emo-chan from the bag, heading towards the corner where he had just appeared. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the two, the shadow and Emo-chan vanished. The two exchanged glances. Should we leave first? Then, the two ran out of the school as fast as they could. Once they reached their rental apartment, they dared to stop and catch their breath. Did you see that? Who said to the other person, a bit scared. See what? The other asked. That guy who collects pigs. When he gave us the card, his hand was a tiger's claw. Who was very frightened. Maybe that was his way of activating his bloodline power, the other replied. But what about his face? I saw that his face was covered in black scales like a fish. Who said again. At this moment, the other person also remembered that when his bandage was torn off, he vaguely saw the other person's hand, which looked like an eagle's claw. Meanwhile, Emo-chan was placed on a small cart. Slightly opening his eyelids, Emo-chan saw that around him, there were several unconscious people being roughly thrown onto the shelves. This is a high-level bloodline user. Please send him directly to the professor's laboratory, the earlier shadow said to a man in a white coat and mask. Under the bright lights, Emo-chan finally saw the strange appearance of the other person. It looked like it was made up of several different exotic beasts. Looks like I've come to the right place, Emo-chan thought to himself, continuing to pretend to be unconscious. After teaching Erhu and the other person a lesson, Emo-chan came up with this plan to sneak into the research institute. If he had barged in, he would have likely startled the snake in the grass. The professor they mentioned seems to hold a high position. First, I need to deal with him, then take out a few experts in the institute, and finally wipe out the entire research institute. Emo-chan began to calculate in his mind. At this moment, Emo-chan was pushed into an elevator. The elevator quickly descended and soon came to a stop. Although his eyes were closed, Emo-chan could still clearly feel the surrounding environment becoming much brighter. There were also many sounds of people coming and going. He even heard the sound of knives cutting through flesh and the blood oozing out. I want this body, someone shouted as Emo-chan was pushed out of the elevator. No, this one is mine. You two, stop arguing. Just right, my experimental subject died and he is perfect for me. A few people said as they moved forward to fight over it. This is a high-level bloodline, specifically for the professor's experiment. Are you sure you still want it? The person pushing the cart said coldly. At this, the three people immediately dared not speak again. It seemed they were quite afraid of this person called the professor. Next, this person smoothly pushed Emo-chan into a laboratory. As soon as they entered the laboratory, a strong smell of blood wafted in. Emo-chan even caught a whiff of the peculiar stench from the beast slaves. Professor, this is a high-level bloodline, I specially found it for you, the person pushing the cart said as he entered. Oh, a surprised voice came from above the laboratory. Then, Emo-chan heard a sound of flesh writhing, approaching him. Who? A wave of foul, hot air rushed towards Emo-chan's face. Emo-chan felt a massive figure standing in front of him, blocking the light from the ceiling. Slap! A sticky substance fell onto Emo-chan. Indeed, it's a top-tier bloodline. A somewhat perverse voice rang out, and then the sticky substance detached from Emo-chan. The person who brought Emo-chan here was pleased to hear this. As long as the professor likes this specimen, I will definitely find a way to get more for him. The professor responded. However, next time you bring in a specimen, you must conduct a strict check. He hasn't fainted at all. The professor's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Emo-chan's heart sank. He had been seen through. Since the other party had said so, there was no need to continue pretending. Emo-chan opened his eyes and sat up directly from the small cart. The person who had pushed him in was startled by this. Kid, you're the student here to carry out a mission, right? The professor looked at Emo-chan calmly, seemingly unconcerned that Emo-chan would resist. Only then did Emo-chan see the professor's true appearance. The other person looked completely normal, just a chubby middle-aged man with glasses. However, behind him was a massive, writhing mass of flesh. The flesh was over 3 meters tall, fully exposed to the air, its bright red surface trembling continuously. You are Wang Shou, the actual owner of this research institute? Emo-chan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. The information sent from the patrol team in Magic City was incomplete, lacking even the professor's image. Emo-chan's judgment was merely a guess. But upon hearing Emo-chan's words, the other party was somewhat surprised. You actually know my name? Interesting. A smile appeared on Wang Shou's face. Whoosh! At that moment, the person who had pushed Emo-chan into the laboratory made a move. As the other Party acted. Emo-chan's legs suddenly exerted force. Boom! The entire small cart was crushed flat. Whoosh! A cold wind blew over Emo-chan's head. Emo-chan reached out and grabbed the other person's arm. Emo-chan's arm exerted force, his muscles bulging instantly. Bang! Emo-chan executed a shoulder throw, slamming the other person onto the floor in front of him. When he saw the other person's appearance, Emo-chan was somewhat surprised, because the other person's appearance was too strange. Except for the head, the rest of the body had completely transformed into a mutant beast. Moreover, it was a patchwork of various mutant beasts. He was created? Emo-chan speculated in his heart. At that moment, the modified person who had been thrown to the ground suddenly twisted. Crack! The arm that Emo-chan was holding twisted off at the shoulder. The modified person seized the opportunity to escape, glaring fiercely at Emo-chan as he lunged at him. The other party's mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Alright, don't hurt my experimental subject. Just then, Wang Shou, who had been silent, spoke up. From the massive flesh behind him, a large hand composed of blood and flesh suddenly shot out. The large hand moved quickly, reaching the modified person in an instant. The modified person had been on guard against Emo-chan and completely did not expect the professor behind him to attack. Slap! The large hand grabbed him, and before the modified person could scream, the flesh on the hand writhed and wrapped around him in the blink of an eye. After struggling for a few seconds, the modified person fell silent. A few seconds later, the large hand retracted, merging back into the mass of flesh. The modified person had vanished without a trace. Very good. I haven't had an S-class bloodline specimen in a long time. Wang Shou kept sizing up Emo-chan, his tone very excited. Hearing this, Emo-chan raised an eyebrow and stood up from the ground. Hand over all the data and the list of researchers from your institute to me, and I guarantee you'll be left with a whole corpse, Emo-chan said directly. Wang Shou was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a reaction from Emo-chan. There was not a hint of fear, but instead, he was threatening him? This was his research institute. Interesting. It's the first time I've seen such a cocky kid, Wang Shou sneered, and at the same time, a 3-meter-high mass of flesh behind him suddenly extended a bloody spike towards Emo-chan. The spike moved at incredible speed, reaching Emo-chan in the blink of an eye. Bang! Emo-chan reached out and directly shattered the spike. High-level battle sect? Wang Shou quickly assessed Emo-chan's strength and hurriedly retreated. Whoosh! At that moment, Emo-chan's body began to swell, his skin turning golden and his height rising to over 2 meters. A gust of hot wind swept outwards from Emo-chan. At this moment, Emo-chan had activated the complete form of the indestructible body bloodline. Meanwhile, Wang Shou, with a plop, lay down into the mass of flesh. Very good. Very good. So it's the indestructible body bloodline. The professor's excited voice came from within the flesh. With you here, my research will definitely advance further. Just as the professor finished speaking, boom, Emo-chan's fist struck the mass of flesh. The immense force caused the surface of the flesh to explode, sending countless chunks flying. Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. His punch had only left a shallow mark on the surface of the flesh. Moreover, that shallow mark was rapidly healing. Useless, unless you're of the elemental type, you can't harm my plant body at all. Wang Shou's voice came from within the flesh. Is that so? Emo-chan waved his hand and pulled out the mountain-cleaving axe from the system space. Boom! The mountain-cleaving axe whistled as it swung down towards the mass of flesh before him. Put! A long gash was cleaved open by the axe. Where did you get that weapon? Wang Shou's voice was somewhat panicked. The mass of flesh began to retreat, trying to distance itself from Emo-chan. But Emo-chan's movements were even faster. In the state of the indestructible body, Emo-chan was like a muscular tank, and the mountain-cleaving axe was swung with such speed that it left after images. Swish, swish, swish. Several axe strikes fell, chopping the flesh into dozens of pieces. Wang Shou's figure emerged from the mass of flesh, looking somewhat flustered. He hurriedly manipulated the flesh to wrap around himself. Slap! A golden hand plunged into the flesh, grabbing Wang Shou by the head. Have his arm swallowed! Wang Shou shouted urgently. In the next moment, the flesh surrounding the golden arm instantly transformed into countless blood-red serrated edges, beginning to frantically shred the arm. Clang! 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 But what left Wang Shou in despair was that sparks erupted from Emo-chan's arm, and the blood-red serrated edges were shattered. Are you just tickling me? Emo-chan exerted a slight force with his arm, the muscles bulging, and all the blood-red serrated edges burst apart. Wang Shou was pulled out of the flesh by Emo-chan, who stood before him, muscular and exuding a terrifying aura. Wang Shou's heart trembled. How high is your awakening degree? Wang Shou asked, his voice trembling. Emo-chan did not answer but coldly said, do you remember what I told you earlier? Wang Shou recalled Emo-chan's demand for all the data from the research institute. No, I can't give you the data. Slap! Before Wang Shou could finish, Emo-chan slapped him, distorting his face. The data isn't with me, it's in a lower-level database guarded by half-beast soldiers. Wang Shou hurriedly said. Slap! Emo-chan slapped him again. What are half-beast soldiers? He's just like the employee who pushed you in earlier. Wang Shou replied. Slap. Wang Shou received another slap. Aren't you the head of the research institute? Why is the information so far away? After receiving 3 slaps from Emo-chan, Wang Shou was almost in tears. I'm not the head of the research institute. I just manage the entire experimental team. The institute is run by a master. Wang Shou finished speaking and, before Emo-chan could strike again, continued to explain. I'm not familiar with that person. I only know that his strength is very strong and he shouldn't be a battle king expert. Bang! In the next moment, Wang Shou's head was directly crushed by Emo-chan's palm. Shaking his hand, Emo-chan looked towards the laboratory door. That Wang Shou had somehow notified the people outside the laboratory. Now, dozens of people had gathered at the entrance. Since they were already here, there was no need to continue entangling with Wang Shou. Outside the laboratory door, a group of half-beast soldiers, clad in battle armor with human heads but limbs clearly made from spliced exotic beasts, quietly approached the lab. The 2 leading half-beast soldiers reached the entrance and signaled to those behind them. The other half-beast soldiers continued to follow. The 2 pressed against the laboratory door, trying to listen for any sounds inside. Meanwhile, a staff member in a white lab coat walked to the door, preparing to input the password. The 2 half-beast soldiers listened intently for a long time but heard nothing. They exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the professor had subdued that person? Suddenly, a loud explosion. It sounded as if there were powerful explosives inside, and the 2 metal doors flew open with a bang. Bang! Bang! The 2 half-beast soldiers pressed against the door were instantly turned to mush by the tremendous force. Boom! The heavy door continued to fly forward. In front of the laboratory, 2 door panels carved out 2 bloody trenches. At that moment, Emo-chan stepped out, carrying an axe on his shoulder, swaggering confidently. As he exited the lab, he swung his other hand into the air. Whoosh! 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 Some metal vessels he had found in the laboratory shot out, smashing all the surrounding cameras. At this time, a few half-beast soldiers who had narrowly avoided the door panel attack charged at Emo-chan. Without even looking at them, Emo-chan swung the mountain axe in his hand. Splat! 3 half-beast soldiers were directly cut in half. Emo-chan swung the mountain axe back. Bang! 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 The heavy axe, combined with Emo-chan's immense strength, smashed several more half-beast soldiers to pieces. Glancing at the system prompt, Emo-chan discovered that these half-beast soldiers had only 300 evolution points each, equivalent to ordinary battle-level exotic beasts. So few evolution points, what a waste of time. Emo-chan stopped, gripping the axe handle with both hands, then raised it high above his head. His arm muscles tightened suddenly and the thick veins bulged. Then, Emo-chan swung down fiercely. Boom! The entire research facility shook violently. With this axe strike, Emo-chan split the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed and Emo-chan, along with the half-beast soldiers around him, fell into the layer below. This layer was very cold, surrounded by various frozen exotic beast corpses. Looks like the data vault is still below. Emo-chan raised the axe again and struck the ground. Boom! The 5 or 6 meter thick ground was directly cleaved open, and Emo-chan fell down once more. The half-beast soldiers who had not yet steadied themselves also fell along. This time, Emo-chan landed directly on and crushed a shelf storing hard drives. This should be it. Emo-chan waved his hand, picked up several hard drives from the ground and threw them out. Bang! 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 One by one, the cameras were smashed. Only then did Emo-chan begin to store these hard drives in his storage space. At the same time, he occasionally swung the mountain axe to bisect the charging half-beast soldiers. The entire research facility was continuously flooded with half-beast soldiers pouring into the lowest layer. Meanwhile, in the number 9 Wasteland City, not far from the abandoned school, there was a tall building. The entire building had become dilapidated, with a large part of the middle even empty, as if a massive object had crashed into it. At this moment, on the rooftop of the tall building, 2 men in black stood atop. One of the men in black put away his tablet. That kid from the first martial arts school is very alert. He destroyed all the cameras. This man said. Beside him, the other one sneered. What does it matter how alert he is? It's still a dead end. Anyway, this research facility is going to be destroyed. He's actually doing us a favor. This person said, looking at the man beside him, and smiled. You wouldn't want to part with this research institute, would you? After all, it was founded by you. If they say to destroy it, can you really accept that? Hearing this, the previously silent man in black remained expressionless and replied calmly, there's nothing to be unwilling about, everything is for the beast god. The man beside him let out a cold laugh. I hope what you say is true. Then, both of them disappeared from the rooftop at the same time. Meanwhile, Emo-chan had almost swept through the most important data in the database. Although the mission requirements of the first martial arts school did not specify finding the research institute's data, Emo-chan estimated that taking these things out should also earn him quite a few points. This was something old Dai had told him. If he rigidly followed the mission requirements, the points he would earn would be very limited. After the sweep, Emo-chan discovered that hundreds of half-beast soldiers had already rushed into the entire database. So many. Have come just in time. Emo-chan grinned, revealing a smile. The surrounding half-beast soldiers, seeing Emo-chan's smile, all stepped back in fear. Emo-chan, however, took a step forward. Wind and thunder decision. With a low shout, Emo-chan transformed into a shadow and charged out. Boom! A sound like thunder erupted. All the half-beast soldiers blocking Emo-chan's path were blown apart. Seconds later, Emo-chan stopped. At this moment, he stood before a pillar over 2 meters thick. He swung the mountain-splitting axe in a half-circle and struck the pillar directly. Bang! The concrete and steel exploded, splattering in all directions. Instantly, another large group of half-beast soldiers perished. Emo-chan's figure flickered again, appearing in front of another pillar. Bang! The pillar exploded. Emo-chan repeated his previous technique, and in less than 10 seconds, 8 pillars in the database were shattered. Finally, Emo-chan stood before the 9th and last pillar. Without a moment's hesitation, he smashed this pillar as well. With this strike, the entire floor lost its support and the ceiling above collapsed directly. Boom! Hundreds of half-beast soldiers were crushed into meat patties. Not only the research institute and the abandoned school above, but the entire number 9 ruined city also shook violently. Many people were awakened from their dreams thinking an earthquake had occurred. However, they were puzzled because there was no earthquake warning. The two who had not fallen asleep, Eru and his companion, suddenly jumped out of bed. Eru, it seems like something's happening at the school. Let's go take a look. As the two stepped out the door, boom! A loud noise shook the entire number 9 ruined city again. This time, both of them were stunned. Just moments ago, they were uncertain, but this time, they heard it clearly. The sound was coming from the direction of the school. Maybe we shouldn't go. Arrow swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Let's wait until dawn and take a car to number 6 ruined city, his companion said. Just as the words left his mouth, boom! This time, the sound was even louder than the previous two, and the ground shook even more violently. The two felt as if they could barely stand. Meanwhile, at the location of the abandoned school, the original school had vanished into thin air, leaving only a massive pit several hundred meters in diameter. In the pit, one could see only half of the abandoned teaching building and part of the playground. Dust flying up from the pit slowly settled. Bang! A golden figure suddenly burst out from a pile of dirt and stones, landing on the edge of the pit. Shaking off the dust from his body, Emo-chan looked at the pit behind him. Let the patrol team deal with the aftermath. After all, he had completed his mission. By the way, he also got the Research Institute's data. Well done. Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Emo-chan frowned slightly and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a man in black with his arms crossed, hovering in mid-air, looking down at Emo-chan. But you should die, another voice rang out. Another man in black descended from the air, hovering in mid-air, looking at Emo-chan. Who are you? Emo-chan asked, his gaze wary as he looked at the two. Who are we to you? Does it even matter? Anyway, you're already a dead man. The shadowy figure behind Emo-chan said ominously. I remember, I shouldn't have provoked you. Emo-chan frowned at the two. Could it be that this underground research facility belongs to you too? Emo-chan speculated. The shadowy figure coldly pointed at the black-clad man in front of Emo-chan and laughed. No, the research facility is his. However, we were originally going to deal with this facility anyway, and coincidentally, we can use this soon-to-be abandoned facility to lure out some annoying lackeys. Hearing this, Emo-chan's heart sank. Something was off. The other party mentioned luring out the officials. Did they already know that the underground research facility had been discovered? At that moment, Emo-chan recalled the information provided by the patrol team. It mentioned very little about the specifics of the research facility, especially some key information. For example, those hundreds of half-beast soldiers, and this black-clad man who originally managed the facility. From the aura emanating from the other party, he should be at the peak of the battle sect. Emo-chan guessed that the other party was probably not a battle king expert. However, even if he wasn't a battle king, with the strength of a peak battle sect, he far exceeded the difficulty of this task. If someone else had taken the task and seen the details, they definitely wouldn't think this research facility was that formidable. Once the task was accepted, death was certain. The patrol team wouldn't issue a task without fully understanding the situation, otherwise, wouldn't that be sending people to their deaths? Moreover, the school side definitely wouldn't agree to it. So why was this situation occurring now? Emo-chan's mind raced. Whoosh! Just then, the shadowy figure behind Emo-chan flashed and directly struck a claw at Emo-chan's back. Clang! The sharp claws, resembling eagle talons, collided with Emo-chan's skin, sparking a shower of sparks. This kid is a bit tough, the shadowy figure said, somewhat surprised. However, as he spoke, he had already appeared 10 meters away from Emo-chan. It was then that Emo-chan noticed that the other party had 2 pairs of transparent wings, thin as cicada wings, rapidly flapping on his back. Such wings were typically found only on insect-type beasts. But just now, the other party's hand was clearly in the shape of an eagle claw. Another modified half-beast soldier? Emo-chan stared intently at the other party. He hated sneak attacks the most, so he would be the first to kill him. You talk too much. The other black-clad man who had said little flashed, and the next moment a fist slammed into Emo-chan's chest. Emo-chan noticed that the other party's fist was still a human hand, but the power was surprisingly great. Boom! With a loud bang, Emo-chan vanished from the spot. Rumble! The next moment, a cloud of dust erupted from the ruins of the school and research facility below. Emo-chan was blasted into a pit by the other party's strike. Number 19, don't kill this kid, I still want to have some fun. As the shadowy figure's voice fell, he was sent flying into the pit. Just as Emo-chan, lying among the rubble, was about to get up, the eagle claw, glinting with cold light, came down to grab him. Oomph! A cold light flashed in Emo-chan's eyes as he directly threw a punch. Bull Demon Top. Bang! A tremendous force surged out, directly smashing into the eagle claw. The shadowy figure was immediately sent staggering back. However, after retreating more than 10 meters, the shadowy figure stopped. Due to the powerful flapping of his wings, the dust in the hundreds of meters deep pit was stirred up. Again. The people from the patrol team are coming. Number 30, don't delay. The somewhat quiet number 19 spoke up. All right, number 30 said with some regret. This kid's physical body is a bit strong. You hold him down and I'll kill him directly. Number 30 said. Number 19 nodded, then flew above the big pit. Emo-chan had just stood up from the ruins when he saw the other party tear open the shirt at his chest. Under the cold moonlight, Emo-chan saw that this guy had a beast's face on his chest. Having killed quite a few white-winged bats in the underground caves, Emo-chan immediately recognized it. It was a bat's face. The bat's face was the size of an adult head, and as number 19 tore open his shirt, the bat opened its eyes. Scarlet light shone from the bat's eyes, and then the bat opened its mouth. Squeak! A piercing scream rang out. Boom! Emo-chan felt an overwhelming force suddenly press down on his entire body. The surrounding rubble was crushed and exploded under this pressure, turning into stone powder. This ability is really convenient. The sinister number 30 licked his lips, and two pairs of transparent wings on his back fluttered. Whoosh! This person appeared behind Emo-chan, and a pair of eagle claws reached directly for Emo-chan's spine. He intended to rip Emo-chan's spine out. At that moment, Emo-chan, under the influence of the soundwave force, was bent over, looking as if he could hardly move. However, just as the eagle claws were about to grab him, Emo-chan suddenly turned around and reached for the other party's arm. Number 30 was startled by Emo-chan's movement, and his wings flapped wildly, instantly appearing 5 meters away. Emo-chan missed his grab. Interesting. Number 30 sneered, his wings flapping furiously. Whoosh! In the next moment, he appeared at Emo-chan's side, his eagle claws reaching for Emo-chan's cheek. Emo-chan raised his arm to block the claw, but the other party instantly appeared on Emo-chan's other side. After several consecutive strikes, red marks appeared on Emo-chan's arms and back. Don't delay any longer. Above the pit, number 19 was getting impatient. Although with number 30's speed, it had only taken less than 10 seconds. All right. Number 30 sneered, looking in Emo-chan's direction. Kid, consider yourself lucky, I can give you a quick death. As he spoke, both of his hands had completely transformed into beast-like claws, growing several times larger. Die. Whoosh! Number 30's wings flapped wildly, and without leaving a shadow, he instantly appeared in front of Emo-chan. The massive eagle claw, accompanied by a blade of wind, reached for Emo-chan's head. Slap! Emo-chan's hand grabbed the wrist of the eagle claw. Bent over, Emo-chan stood up from the ground. You! Number 30 looked at Emo-chan in disbelief, his wings vibrating at an even faster rate. But he still couldn't break free from Emo-chan's grip. Flying around, is it really that interesting? Emo-chan raised his head to look at him. Then, in the terrified gaze of number 30, Emo-chan's body suddenly expanded and grew taller. Black tattoos appeared on the surface of his skin. Poo 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 poo. Bone spurs pierced through the skin behind his spine. Two curved sharp horns also emerged from Emo-chan's forehead. Number 19. Number 30, sensing the terrifying aura from Emo-chan, screamed in panic. In fact, without him saying it, number 19 had already made his move. Squeak! The bat face in his chest let out an even more piercing shriek. This time, the sound waves turned into a tangible force, enveloping Emo-chan in circles. The black mist swirling around Emo-chan's body pressed tightly against him under the pressure of the sound waves. Yet, Emo-chan still stood straight. Bang 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 bang! The ruins and buildings around Emo-chan were all crushed and exploded into stone powder. Even the steel turned to dust. Moreover, the freshly exploded powder could not rise even a bit under the suppression of the sound waves. The ground around Emo-chan kept lowering, and Emo-chan still held tightly onto number 30. Slap! Emo-chan's other hand reached out and grabbed one of number 30's legs. I ask you, is it interesting? Emo-chan spoke again. His deep voice resonated like the beating of war drums. Number 30 had not finished speaking when Emo-chan grabbed the other person's arm with one hand and their leg with the other. Like performing a chest expansion exercise, he suddenly yanked Put. The lower half of the other person was directly torn off. Mo Chen held the upper half and forcefully threw it towards number 19 in the sky. He hid his strength. Number 19 was surprised, not understanding why Mo Chen didn't strike at first. As this thought flashed through his mind, number 19's movements were quick, the originally wide-ranging sound waves instantly converged. Number 30, thrown by Mo Chen, was directly blown apart into a mass of flesh by the sound wave. Under the moonlight in the abandoned school, a mass of blood and flesh spread out like a red umbrella. However, before the blood and flesh could fully disperse, number 19 used sound waves to blast it apart. In the next moment, number 19's pupils suddenly constricted, because he realized that Mo Chen below had vanished. Clap! A large hand, black and gold intertwined, appeared from behind number 19 and covered his head. Number 19's body trembled, instinctively wanting to dodge. However, he felt the large hand's 5 fingers tighten, sharp nails pressing against the area around his skull. At that moment, the sound waves released by the bat face in number 19's chest stopped. Number 19 fell into the pit with Mo Chen. Boom! Dust and smoke rose, and Mo Chen stood on a pillar. With a twist of his wrist, number 19, who had his back to Mo Chen, was now face to face with him. Number 19's heart stirred, and he was about to release sound waves. Put. Mo Chen's other hand plunged into his chest. The sharp nails easily pierced through flesh and bone. With a forceful dig, rip, a bat face, along with a lot of blood and flesh, was brutally yanked out from number 19's chest by Mo Chen. Slap! The bloody bat face was thrown to the ground by Mo Chen. Number 19 stared at Mo Chen with a pale face. Have the pain receptors been removed too? Seeing the other party show no sign of pain, Mo Chen speculated. In the 9-number wasteland, do you have any other accomplices? Mo Chen asked straightforwardly. In fact, the reason he had feigned weakness earlier was that he thought the other party had accomplices. What if he killed these two in one go and scared off their companions? Mo Chen didn't want to be targeted by a strange and bizarre organization. Accomplices? Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, number 19 was momentarily stunned. Then, he quickly realized. So the other party had been hiding their strength because of this. No, in the 9-number wasteland, it's just the two of us. Number 19 replied. Truthfully, what exactly is your organization? Mo Chen asked his second question of doubt. But this time, number 19 fell silent. Not going to say? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, preparing to make this guy suffer a bit. Bang! But the next moment, a faint explosion sound was heard. The heart in number 19's chest exploded directly. His body twitched a few times and then he fell silent. Casually tossing aside the corpse, Mo Chen released the 9-nether body form. Although he had easily killed 2 people, Mo Chen felt no joy. A half-beast cyborg that couldn't even be considered human had decisively ended his own life to keep the organization's secrets. An organization capable of cultivating such individuals would definitely not be simple. This mission seems a bit troublesome. Then, Mo Chen sent the footage of his battle and a summary of this mission to Old Dai. Old Dai was a clever person, and Mo Chen planned to consult him. 5 minutes later, Old Dai sent a message. The message was simple, just 6 words: quickly leave the scene. When he received the message, Mo Chen had just exited the 9-number wasteland. Looks like I was overly cautious? Mo Chen muttered as he headed towards the 8-number wasteland. First, he needed to find a place to rest. The next day, in Magic City, South City Gate District, dressed in combat gear with a mountain axe on his back, Mo Chen stopped in front of a large gate. Next to the gate hung a brass signboard on which the words Magic City Patrol Division were written in black. Then, Mo Chen stepped inside. Although the patrol division had just started work, there were already many people queuing inside. Some were reporting missing relatives in the city, while others were seeking compensation for houses collapsed by strange beasts. Mo Chen even saw a noblewoman asking the patrol division staff to help her find her dog. Sir, you are a martial artist, right? Just as Mo Chen was about to walk to the ticket machine to take a number, a staff member suddenly stepped forward to stop him. What's the matter? Mo Chen looked at the other person in confusion. Anyone could tell he was a martial artist from his attire. Martial artists don't need to queue. We have a dedicated service for martial artists. This way, please. The other party replied politely. Oh, okay. Mo Chen then remembered that becoming a martial artist comes with many privileges. He hadn't quite gotten used to it yet. The staff took Mo Chen to a dedicated service area and asked him to show his identification to get a number. There were 5 counters at the martial artist service area, and at that moment, none of them had anyone at them. Mo Chen took a number and walked directly to counter number 1. I'm here to find the director of your patrol department to inquire about the mission related to the research institute. By the way, I am a student of the first martial arts school. Mo Chen suddenly remembered and added. The staff member, who was about to brush Mo Chen off, immediately smiled upon hearing he was a student of the first martial arts school. Please wait a moment. I'll call the director's office to make an appointment for you. After saying that, the staff picked up the phone and dialed the office. After a while, the staff hung up the phone and took out a form, handing it to Emo-chen. "Hello, I have made an appointment for you. Please, fill out this form. The office needs to register." "I have to fill out a form." Emo-chen frowned, finding it troublesome. However, he didn't say much and obediently started filling it out. The form had many blank spaces, and Emo-chen filled in his name and gender in order. At the end, there was a section for the appointment time. "When is the appointment?" Emo-chen looked up and asked. "The 3rd of next month," the staff replied. "Next month?" Emo-chen was taken aback. "This month just started, and I have to wait 2 months to see your director? By then, the freshman competition would be over." The staff showed an apologetic smile. "Sorry, our director went on a business trip the day before yesterday and won't be back until the end of the month." Emo-chen was somewhat speechless. "I need to see your director immediately." "Forget it. Who is in charge of your patrol department now?" Emo-chen asked directly. "It's Deputy Director Luo Jinfu." "Alright, make an appointment for me with your deputy director," Emo-chen said. However, seeing the other party was about to hand him another form to fill out, Emo-chen quickly said, "Wait, just tell me where Luo Jinfu's office is and I'll go myself." If he obediently filled out the form, he might end up waiting a few more days. "The deputy director is in room 307 on the 3rd floor, but he might be in a meeting right now," the staff replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Emo-chen stood up directly. "Sir, wait a moment, please rate my service by pressing the red button if you are satisfied." In the patrol department building, room 307 on the 3rd floor, Luo Jinfu looked at the stack of documents in front of him, his brows tightly furrowed. "These guys are too reckless. I have to help them clean up their mess again." Luo Jinfu's expression was grim. "Knock knock knock." At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Luo Jinfu maintained his expression, covering a document with another. Emo-chen walked in at that moment. While Luo Jinfu discreetly put away the document, he sized up Emo-chen. "This young brother is a student of the martial arts school, right?" Luo Jinfu said with a friendly smile, showing no hint of being a deputy director. Emo-chen nodded and boldly sat down. "Director Luo, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to see the mission files related to the number 9 Research Institute," Emo-chen stated directly. Hearing Emo-chen's words, Luo Jinfu's heart sank, but on the surface he still smiled kindly. "Young brother, according to regulations, mission files are not allowed to be viewed by external personnel. I've already completed the mission. Last night, I destroyed the entire Research Institute, killing a total of 271 half-beast soldiers." Emo-chen didn't give Luo Jinfu a chance to evade. Hearing this, Luo Jinfu was taken aback for a moment, then still replied with a warm smile, "Since it's the little brother who completed the task, it makes sense to take a look at the task file." As he spoke, Luo Jinfu picked up the phone beside him. "I'll contact the database right away." The call didn't go through. "I guess the people over at the database are busy organizing and didn't hear the phone ring. So, little brother, leave your contact information, and once I have someone find the file, I'll get in touch with you." Luo Jinfu smiled as he pushed a pen and a piece of paper in front of Emo-chen. Bang! Emo-chen slammed his palm on the table, shattering the pen. Luo Jinfu's gaze sharpened. "Director Luo, I want to see the task file right now. Just give me a proof and I'll go get it myself." Emo-chen stared at Luo Jinfu, his eyes blazing. Luo Jinfu squinted slightly and looked at Emo-chen. "Little brother, this does not comply with our regulations, and I have already made an exception by having the database provide you with the information," Luo Jinfu said, his tone clearly less amiable than before. In fact, it was somewhat cold. "There are significant issues with the Research Institute's mission, and I must see the mission files." Emo-chen frowned and said, "Oh?" Luo Jinfu showed a look of surprise and asked, "What issues? Can you tell me, little brother?" "I will naturally inform you after I finish reviewing the mission files." Emo-chen's tone became firm. Luo Jinfu's attitude was very off. If he was approachable, there would be no need to refuse him now. And if he was strictly following protocol, he wouldn't have acted so cooperative just moments ago. Considering the situation with the Research Institute's mission, Emo-chen suspected that there was something fishy going on. "Little brother, this is the patrol department, not some other place." Seeing that Emo-chen was uncooperative, Luo Jinfu's tone turned severe. "You must have taken the mission from the martial arts school. Didn't your school teach you to cooperate with government departments?" Luo Jinfu said. Having held a high position for a long time, Luo Jinfu naturally spoke with an air of authority. Of course, it was of no use to Emo-chen. "Sorry, but no, they really didn't." Emo-chen stood up. "Today, I must see the files for the number 9 Abandoned City Research Institute mission." After saying this, Emo-chen headed for the door. In fact, Emo-chen hadn't initially planned to come to the patrol department early in the morning to check the files. He had intended to wait until the first martial arts school finished their investigation before finding a time to come by. However, Old Dai had urged him to take a look at the mission files. While the news of the mission's completion hadn't been reported yet, it must be said that Old Dai had a keen eye. There was indeed a problem here. As a martial arts school student, bringing weapons into my office is one thing, but you even dare to threaten me here. Today, I must take down this madman. Just as Emo-chen reached the door, Luo Zhenfu suddenly shouted. Emo-chen turned to look at Luo Zhenfu, only to see him still sitting there without any movement. However, Emo-chen noticed that Luo Zhenfu's face looked frighteningly pale. Was it because the matter was about to be exposed, making him nervous? Tap tap tap. At that moment, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the office. Emo-chen opened the door and saw over 50 fully armed patrol team members rushing towards him from both sides of the corridor. Emo-chan's gaze turned cold as he scanned the automatic rifles in their hands. Those rifles were specifically designed to deal with martial artists. They were equipped with piercing rounds made from special metals found in the underground. Not only could they suppress bloodline power, but they also contained special toxins that could paralyze the entire body. The more a martial artist activated their bloodline, the faster the toxin spread throughout their body. You planned this all along? Emo-chan retreated into the office and turned to look at Luo Zhenfu. This guy had quietly notified the patrol team while he was smiling. Moreover, he had specifically equipped them with piercing rounds. Piercing rounds were expensive and were only used against martial artists of general level strength or higher. Young man, think more before you act, Luo Zhenfu said with a cold smile on his face. Just relying on passion won't accomplish much. Luo Zhenfu opened a drawer and took out a lighter and a cigarette. Click. He lit the cigarette and was about to take a puff. Boom. With a loud explosion, the desk in front of Luo Zhenfu was split in half. The cigarette in his hand was reduced to just a butt held between his fingers. Luo Zhenfu was momentarily stunned, then looked at Emo-chan. At this moment, Emo-chen had the mountain axe resting on his shoulder, looking coldly at Luo Zhenfu. Luo Zhenfu frowned. How did that axe come down just now? Why didn't he notice it? Not wanting to dwell on the question, Luo Zhenfu stood up directly from his chair. Just promoted to the battle sect? Your strength is indeed impressive, but having just this level of power is not enough. After Luo Zhenfu finished speaking, he activated his bloodline. Whoosh! Pressure belonging to the mid-stage of the battle sect was released. At the same time, with a bang, the door was kicked open by the patrolling team members rushing in from outside. In an instant, the dark muzzles of guns were all aimed at Emo-chen. Take him down immediately. This person dares to act recklessly in my patrol division and even attack me. He is a criminal, Luo Zhenfu said directly. He didn't care whether this kid had any background, daring to cause trouble. In the patrol division, no matter what, he was absolutely in the right. Moreover, the other party had noticed some things they shouldn't have. If these matters were exposed, he, as the deputy director, would undoubtedly be doomed. Therefore, this kid had to be eliminated. Of course, to avoid being caught, he, as the deputy director, would not take action himself. The other party could only die in the conflict with the patrol team members. If a few more patrol team members died, that would be even better. As these thoughts flashed through Luo Zhenfu's mind, the patrol team members opened fire. Bang 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 bang. The distinctive sound of piercing bullets rang out. The chair Emo-chen had just been sitting on was instantly shattered into pieces. However, Emo-chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Luo Zhenfu's heart sank. Where did he go? Did he vanish into thin air using his bloodline power? Slap. At that moment, a hand landed on Luo Zhenfu's shoulder. Luo Zhenfu was startled and turned to see it was Emo-chen. At this moment, Emo-chen's mouth curled into a wicked smile. You want me dead? Sorry, you won't live to see it. As soon as Emo-chen's words fell, he suddenly exerted force with his palm. The strength in Emo-chen's arm exceeded 100 tons, and his grip was no less. Thousands of pounds of force were directly pressed onto Luo Zhenfu's shoulder. Luo Zhenfu's shoulder made cracking sounds, but it neither deformed nor shattered. Now, it was Emo-chen's turn to be surprised. This guy is so tough? You, in fierce resistance, nearly destroyed the entire office, and all the patrol team members were killed under your fierce resistance. Meanwhile, I managed to survive by a stroke of luck and conveniently shot you dead. A cold smile appeared on Luo Zhenfu's face. Then, Emo-chen saw Luo Zhenfu's eyes suddenly turn, becoming vertical pupils, like a snake. At this moment, the patrol team members who rushed into the room were somewhat taken aback. Emo-chen had suddenly disappeared right under their noses without warning. What did the deputy director's earlier words mean? Put. A sharp spike pierced through Luo Zhenfu's shoulder, hitting Emo-chen's palm. This spike came unexpectedly, but Emo-chen's reaction was incredibly quick. He instantly activated his bloodline, and his palm transformed into gold. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted. He. Luo Zhenfu let out a strange laugh, his teeth turning into a row of sharp fangs, and a tongue covered in fine barbs extended from his mouth. You are also a half-beast soldier? Emo-chen finally understood. No wonder this guy wants to cover up the research institute's affairs. It turns out he is a beast soldier. The deputy director of the patrol department in the Demon City is a beast soldier. If this gets out, not many people will believe it. Put. Spikes continued to emerge from Luo Zhenfu's body. These densely packed spikes covered Luo Zhenfu all over. Whoosh! Luo Zhenfu's palm, covered in spikes, reached out directly towards Emo-chen. Emo-chen sensed something was off with these spikes and did not use his hand to catch them. Instead, he swung the mountain axe in his hand. Bang! The mountain axe in Luo Zhenfu's hand bounced off simultaneously. Emo-chan was a bit surprised. His strength was considered quite strong among those of the same rank. Yet this Luo Zhenfu actually had such strong power. Could this be the advantage of beast soldiers? While thinking this, Emo-chan continued to retreat. At this moment, every patrol team member who rushed into the office was somewhat at a loss. They clearly remembered that Director Luo Zhenfu was of the A-grade beast-type scale snake bloodline. How could he have turned into this monstrous form? Moreover, they also noticed that Luo Zhenfu's feet had transformed into huge cat claws, each step leaving deep grooves in the ground. And what Director Luo just said was he planning to silence them all. As the patrol team members were momentarily unsure of what to do, Emo-chan continued to retreat while dodging Luo Zhenfu's attacks. Although Luo Zhenfu was fast, Emo-chan, who had undergone a retrogression once, reacted even faster. Almost as soon as the opponent made a move, Emo-chan predicted the attack. This was also thanks to the countless challenges he faced in the martial extreme tower, where his combat experience skyrocketed after being beaten dozens of times. With a slight tilt of his body, Emo-chan narrowly dodged the opponent's palm. But then, hissing, suddenly the spikes on Luo Zhenfu's palm exploded. Dozens of spikes shot out in an instant. Emo-chan swung the mountain axe to block, and a series of clanging sounds rang out as he deflected the spikes. However, some patrol team members were affected. Those who were hit let out a cry of agony, and their bodies quickly turned into pus and blood. The other patrol team members were frightened and rushed out of the office. Luo Zhenfu did not stop but continued to attack Emo-chan. As Luo Zhenfu's movements grew faster, the skin on his body began to fall off. Even the skin on his face peeled away in one whole piece. As the facial skin fell, a cat-like face covered in spikes was revealed. Emo-chan glanced at the fallen human skin on the ground and noticed that there were very few bloodstains on it. This guy had always been wearing human skin? Hide? Still hiding? Do you think I'm the only one in the entire patrol department? Luo Zhenfu said. Crash! Shards of the window shattered and a long shadow shot in, directly charging at Emo-chan. Emo-chan swung the mountain axe, smashing the opponent away. Whoosh! Just then, countless blood and flesh tentacles shot in from outside the office door, instantly attacking Emo-chan. Emo-chan had just swung an axe and was still on guard against that shadow. That didn't seem human, completely unaware of these strange blood and flesh tentacles. These slender blood and flesh tentacles had a highly adhesive slime. As soon as they touched Emo-chan, they stuck to him. At the same time, a hissing sound came from Emo-chan's skin. Although it didn't hurt, there was a slightly burning and itchy sensation coming from the points of contact. These tentacles are poisonous. Emo-chan's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly yanked his left side. Boom! A bright red, adult-sized fleshworm was pulled out from the corridor by Emo-chan. This fleshworm was made up of several segments, lacking facial features. Only the front segment had a large mouth full of teeth wide open. Those slender blood and flesh tentacles were spewing out from this large mouth. Slap! With a loud bang, Emo-chan felt a tremendous force strike his back, causing him to stagger forward. Turning around, he saw the shadow that had just broken through the window. The shadow looked much more normal now. Its body still retained human features, but there was a scorpion tail protruding from its backside. Luo Zhenfu seized the opportunity, his large, spiked hand grabbing Emo-chan's throat directly. Emo-chan's mountain axe had yet to swing, when suddenly, the scorpion tail whipped out and struck the back of his hand. While it didn't make him drop the axe, it prevented him from swinging it. Kid, do you think you're very clever? Luo Zhenfu grinned widely, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Is it just the three of you? Emo-chan looked at Luo Zhenfu with an expression of calm. Seeing that Emo-chan showed no sign of panic, Luo Zhenfu's gaze turned even colder. 3 is enough. With that, Luo Zhenfu tightened his grip on Emo-chan's throat. Then, Luo Zhenfu's hand was forced open. Emo-chan's body began to swell and rise. His neck grew so thick that Luo Zhenfu couldn't hold on. Bang! Luo Zhenfu's palm was pushed away. At that moment, Emo-chan had activated the complete form of the 9 nether body. With his head touching the ceiling, Emo-chan looked down at Luo Zhenfu. I've always thought I was quite clever. With that, Emo-chan swung his left arm, and the blood and flesh tendrils that had wrapped around his arm were all snapped. Emo-chan punched down at Luo Zhenfu like a whack-a-mole. Boom! The entire patrol building shook. Emo-chan's punch smashed through the floor, sending Luo Zhenfu crashing into the second floor. The people on the second floor had already evacuated. Upon hearing the commotion above, after being punched by Emo-chan, Luo Zhenfu felt his head buzzing. Pretty tough? Seeing that Luo Zhenfu had not sustained any injuries, Emo-chan raised an eyebrow and swung his mountain axe. Crack! The scorpion tail lashed out with a loud bang. Emo-chan's eyes widened and his left hand reached out. Bang! The scorpion tail struck Emo-chan's palm, producing a sound akin to an explosion. This demonstrated the power of that tail strike. Emo-chan took the hit, his palm grabbing the scorpion tail while his other hand swung the axe down. Thud! The man's body was split in half at the waist. The mountain axe struck the ground, cracking the floor. After killing one beastman soldier, Emo-chan swung the Axe again, the back of the axe smashing down on Luo Zhenfu. Bang! Luo Zhenfu let out a scream, his body flying sideways. Bang 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 bang! He crashed through 4 walls in succession, finally landing in a pile of documents. However, even after such a heavy blow, Luo Zhenfu's body showed no obvious signs of injury. Having instantly dealt with 2 of them, the remaining large flesh worm wriggled its body and began to flee at an incredible speed. Emo-chan stepped out to chase after it. After killing the Beastman soldier with the scorpion tail, he had directly gained 3,000 evolution points. The large flesh worm would surely yield a good amount too. As the large flesh worm wriggled, it had hundreds of thin, fleshy legs moving beneath it, making it as swift as lightning. At this moment, Emo-chan didn't hold back, directly activating the Wind Thunder technique, and with a loud boom, he burst out of the building. You dare? Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from above. A man, covered in golden fur, exuding a powerful aura, descended from the sky. Boom! The terrifying pressure descended, and Emo-chan felt himself suddenly weighed down, the ground beneath him cracking as his foot sank into the floor. Bold rogue, how dare you commit murder in the patrol office? You deserve death, the newcomer shouted. Emo-chan looked at him with a serious expression. Although he didn't recognize the man, the aura he released was unmistakable. The other party was a War King expert. A figure with golden hair stood before him, his beard and hair all bristled. The aura belonging to a War King was released, not only suppressing Emo-chan but also rendering the large meatworm that had just escaped the building immobile. Who are you? Emo-chan asked, his gaze wary. The timing of this arrival was too coincidental. Humph. I should be asking you who you are. How dare you commit murder in my patrol division? The middle-aged man with golden hair snorted coldly as he landed on the ground. Are you the director of the patrol division? Emo-chan furrowed his brow, guessing the man's identity. In the entire patrol division, who else could be a master of the War King besides the director? Indeed. I am Lu Qingming, the director of the patrol division. The golden-haired man declared loudly, then walked towards Emo-chan. He glanced at the large meatworm on the ground, which was being suppressed by his aura, and his expression turned serious. Where did you get this thing? Lu Qingming looked at Emo-chan, once again releasing his pressure. However, this time, it was specifically aimed at Emo-chan. Crack! Emo-chan's feet sank further into the ground. Are you also a half-beast soldier? Emo-chan stared calmly at him, one hand tightly clenched, as if resisting with all his might. In reality, he was already holding a peak experience card in his hand. If Lu Qingming dared to attack him, Emo-chan would not hesitate to use the peak experience card. Half-beast soldier? Hearing Emo-chan's words, Lu Qingming frowned. Is this also a half-beast soldier? Lu Qingming's gaze shifted to the large meatworm on the ground. Emo-chan watched Lu Qingming, noting the changes in his expression, and said, I'm not sure about him, but the 2 inside the room are. Moreover, one of them is your patrol division's deputy director, Luo Zhenfu. As soon as Emo-chan said this, many onlookers outside the patrol division building showed puzzled expressions. They did not know what a half-beast soldier was. However, some people appeared very surprised. Clearly, they understood the implications of half-beast soldiers. As the director of the patrol division, Lu Qingming could not possibly be unaware of half-beast soldiers. Humph! You're spouting nonsense! Lu Qingming shouted sharply. You can commit murder here, but how dare you slander my deputy director? Lu Qingming questioned, concentrating all his pressure on Emo-chan. However, aside from slightly bending his knees, Emo-chan showed no other reaction. Whether it's slander or not, if I bring Luo Zhenfu out, you'll know. Emo-chan sneered at Lu Qingming. This Lu Qingming seemed to be unaware of the situation, but since he still maintained this attitude, it was somewhat intriguing. At this moment, Lu Qingming felt uncertain upon hearing Emo-chan's words. Could this kid be telling the truth? If what he said was true, and Luo Zhenfu was indeed a half-beast soldier, he would definitely face consequences from above. Meanwhile, Emo-chan braced against Lu Qingming's pressure and turned to walk towards the patrol division building. Stop! Lu Qingming quickly called out to Emo-chan. You actually want to escape? Before Emo-chan could speak, Lu Qingming acted directly. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he would subdue this kid first. If it turned out to be true, with so many people from the patrol division around, if Luo Zhenfu was seen, he wouldn't be able to cover it up. With a movement, Lu Qingming activated his bloodline, his face transforming into that of a lion, and his massive lion paw, carrying a fierce wind, struck towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan, with his back to Lu Qingming, felt the attack and his eyes flashed with cold light. This bastard actually dared to strike at him. In the next moment, Emo-chan was about to use the peak experience card in his hand. Whoosh! A wave of scorching air surged wildly from outside the patrol division's entrance. In that moment, everyone in the patrol division felt as if they were in a furnace. Who? Lu Qingming, who was directly confronting Emo-chan, was startled. The next moment, a fiery red figure appeared before him. Hiss! The figure, all in red like a branding iron, was Tu Jiao, who reached out and grabbed Lu Qingming's claw. Tu Jiao? Seeing the fiery figure before him, Lu Qingming's heart trembled. However, he quickly shouted, because the claw that Tu Jiao had grasped was emitting a burnt smell. Tu Jiao, let go, quickly let go, it's burning. Lu Qingming hurriedly called. Out. Tu Jiao coldly released her grip. Lu Qingming quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Tu Jiao. His lion claw was already scorched on one side. Who gave you the guts to touch a student of my first martial school? Tu Jiao coldly looked at Lu Qingming. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Lu Qingming quickly explained. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can save that for the inspection division to explain. At that moment, a magnetic voice sounded from outside the door. Lu Qingming turned to look and saw a man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant appearance walking in. As this man entered, everyone from the patrol division outside the building froze in place as if time had stopped. Wang Boyang? Why are you here too? Lu Qingming suddenly felt a headache. Wang Boyang was also a teacher at the first martial school, a master of the War King level, sharing an office with Tu Jiao. I'm here, of course, because of Mo Chen's matter, Wang Boyang said with a smile. Mo Chen? Lu Qingming was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Mo Chen is him? Lu Qingming turned back to look at Mo Chen, but as soon as he turned, he saw that Mo Chen had somehow appeared behind him. Whoosh! At the same time, the axe in Mo Chen's hand swung towards him at an angle. I've been patient for a long time, Mo Chen said coldly. You! Lu Qingming was taken aback. Bang! Lu Qingming was struck by the axe, his body flying out. Boom! Lu Qingming crashed through a wall. Tu Jiao and Wang Boyang were both stunned. Just now, their attention had been focused on Lu Qingming, wary of him suddenly attacking and then escaping. They never expected that Mo Chen had silently approached Lu Qingming, and even struck him with an axe. How did this kid manage to do that without being noticed? Both of them thought simultaneously. Boom! At that moment, a pile of rubble exploded and Lu Qingming charged out from within. You are going too far. Lu Qingming glared angrily at Mo Chen, his golden fur rising due to the bloodline power he was releasing. He, a master of the War King level, was actually ambushed by a student of the War Sect? Moreover, his arm was injured. Mo Chen's axe had left a bloody gash on his arm. Do you still want to make a move? Tu Jiao raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, her body beginning to emit a red glow. Lu Qingming's breath hitched as he noticed that Wang Boyang, not far away, was smiling at him. He could barely handle Tu Jiao alone, and now with Wang Boyang, Lu Qingming ultimately held back, casting a hostile glance at Mo Chen and said, What on earth is going on here? Is what that kid said true? Inside the patrol division building, Mo Chen, accompanied by Tu Jiao, Wang Boyang, and Lu Qingming, approached Luo Jinfu's position. It is indeed a modified half-beast soldier, Tu Jiao nodded. But that doesn't prove he is Luo Jinfu. Lu Qingming muttered, somewhat unwilling. Other physiological features can be altered, but the iris cannot be changed. A quick test will reveal the truth. Then, Tu Jiao took out something resembling a flashlight and shone it into the eyes of the unconscious Luo Jinfu. Immediately, Luo Jinfu's identity was confirmed. Tu Jiao and Wang Boyang turned to look at Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming's face turned pale. Deputy Director Luo Jinfu was indeed a half-beast soldier. If this matter reached the inspection division, he could forget about keeping his position as director. Director Lu, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the second level of the abyss, Wang Boyang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, a layer of fine sweat broke out on Lu Qingming's forehead. As an official, if there was serious dereliction of duty, one would have to descend into the abyss to atone for their mistakes. And as a master of the War King, Lu Qingming would be entering the second level of the abyss. Last year during the report in Magic City, several of Lu Qingming's friends were sent to the abyss. They returned in less than 2 months. However, what came back were their ashes. Teacher Tu, and Wang. Teacher Wang, about this matter, Lu Qingming stammered, wiping his sweat continuously. Mo Chen watched from the side, somewhat curious. Wasn't it just going to the abyss? Why did Lu Qingming look so flustered? We are not from the inspection division, nor do we have the obligation to report what happened here to them, Wang Boyang spoke up at this moment. Lu Qingming felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. However, as a freshman, Mo Chen almost died on a mission due to issues with the patrol division, and nearly got killed in the patrol division building by the deputy director who had already become a half-beast soldier. I wonder if the inspection division would care about such matters, Wang Boyang said with a smile. Mo Chen, hearing this, instantly understood. At such a time, one should hit the opponent hard. Teacher Wang, I think, regardless of whether the inspection division cares or not, we should report this. It is our responsibility and obligation. Although I am just a freshman, I should contribute my insignificant part to the stability of society, Mo Chen added. Just a moment ago, when Tu Jiao and Wang Boyang were not present, this guy was really going to make a move against him. For those who wanted to harm him, Mo Chen believed the best way was to eliminate them. However, the opponent held a high position and was a master of the War King, making it somewhat troublesome to kill him. So, feeling a bit indignant, Mo Chen had just used the fox concealment technique to launch a sneak attack. Now, he wanted to extort the opponent heavily, make them bleed. After hearing this, Lu Qingming looked at Mo Chen, then at Wang Boyang. Wang Boyang still wore a refined smile. Then Lu Qingming turned to Tu Jiao. We are Extorting you, Tu Jiao said directly. Mo Chen and Wang Boyang nearly stumbled at such directness. But remember, you are doing this voluntarily, Tu Jiao added. Lu Qingming fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied, fine. You set the terms. 100 million. 200 million. Wang Boyang and Tu Jiao spoke simultaneously. 100 million was Wang Boyang's offer, while 200 million was Tu Jiao's. Upon hearing this amount, Lu Qingming didn't seem to react much, but Mo Chen was dumbfounded at that moment. He had thought a few tens of millions would be good enough. Instead, Tu Jiao opened with 200 million. Indeed, he still had too thin a skin. Then, let's set a middle number. 150 million, of course, that's 75 million for each of us, Wang Boyang said with a smile. By the way, there's also Mo Chen, you need to compensate him as well, after all, he suffered the greatest loss, facing life-threatening situations twice. Wang Boyang pointed at Mo Chen again. Lu Qingming felt like cursing. This kid was in danger? He just got hit by an axe and it still hurt and was bleeding. In the end, Lu Qingming agreed. He didn't have time to haggle. The commotion here would soon be known to others. At this moment, Wang Boyang's bloodline power was still maintaining and those outside were still immobilized. Therefore, Lu Qingming wasn't worried about this matter being leaked by the patrol department's people. I don't have much cash, but I have a property worth 100 million under my name. I can transfer it to you. Lu Qingming said with a dark face, addressing Mo Chen. Mo Chen didn't respond but looked at Wang Boyang. Wang Boyang nodded at Mo Chen. So, Mo Chen replied, alright. Since Wang Boyang said it was fine, he didn't want to push too hard. If he forced the other party too much, he might end up with nothing. Subsequently, Lu Qingming killed the big meat worm and Lu Ojianfu in front of Mo Chen and the others. Come, quickly take their heads and send them to the laboratory. After killing the two, Lu Qingming immediately had his trusted aides take away the heads of the two men and that scorpion-tailed man killed by Mo Chen with specialized equipment. Mo Chen was puzzled by this scene. The half-beast soldiers are not just modified in their bodies but also in their brains. It's basically impossible to get relevant information from them. So, it's better to take their brains away and directly use machines to read the information. It's actually more efficient, Wang Boyang explained to Mo Chen. Mo Chen nodded, feeling extremely shocked. Such methods actually existed. After handling these matters, Lu Qingming had Wang Boyang retract his powers. Instantly, the people who had been immobilized just a second ago returned to normal the next second. Ha! Why is the director over there? Am I seeing things? Is my watch broken? How has it been 10 minutes? I feel like my head was hit by a rock. Who did that? Lu Qingming sent Tu Jiao, Wang Boyang, and Mo Chen to the entrance of the patrol department. Remember, you are doing this voluntarily. Before leaving, Tu Jiao said coldly. Tu Jiao's words made Lu Qingming's heart ache again. Yes, I am doing this voluntarily, Lu Qingming replied helplessly. There was no way around it, after all, the issue arose from him. Then, the three left the patrol department. Teacher 2, how did you come over? On the way back to the martial arts school, Mo Chen couldn't help but ask. Old Dai notified us, Tu Jiao replied indifferently. How do you know Old Dai? I see he seems to care about you, Wang Boyang asked Mo Chen with a smile. It should be out of a talent appreciation, Mo Chen replied. However, in his heart, Mo Chen thought that his sleep-stark grass was indeed not given in vain. Talent appreciation? Wang Boyang frowned, seeming a bit skeptical. By the way, when I came to the patrol department this morning, the staff said Lu Qingming was on a business trip and wouldn't return until a month later. Why did he suddenly appear today? Mo Chen suddenly remembered and asked. Wang Boyang chuckled a couple of times and said if an ordinary person looks for him, he would naturally be on a business trip, but if we or the inspection department's people look for him, he would definitely appear immediately. Mo Chen understood. Upon hearing this time, the Research Institute's mission will upgrade your status at the martial arts school and the reward will change from 1,000 points to 3,000 points. Tu Jiao, with a cold expression, suddenly spoke up. In the outskirts of the Magic City, on a desolate mountain, Mo Chen used a mountain axe to carve out a large pit in the rock wall, then landed on top of it. The entire rock wall was already stained red with blood. Several pangolin corpses, about the size of calves, lay at the mountain's peak. Following the cliff down, Mo Chen picked a blood-red flower about 10 meters from the summit. This was the item for the second task, the rock blood flower. 1,000 points in the bag. Mo Chen leaned against the rock wall, gazing at the distant wilderness. The mountain breeze blew in, making Mo Chen feel inexplicably refreshed. After completing the first task, Mo Chen not only earned 3,000 points, but his bloodline awakening level also increased by 1. Of course, the main reason was that those 200 or so half-beast soldiers provided him with nearly 60,000 evolution points. Host, Mo Chen bloodline, 9 nether body bloodline, 6 out of 10, abilities, indestructible body, passive skill, when attacked, strength, resilience, endurance, and self-healing. Increased by 500%. 9 nether strength, 6 out of 10, passive skill, can unleash incredible power. 9 nether immortality, 6 out of 10, passive skill, when receiving a heavy blow, has a certain probability to be immune to the attack. Immunity probability increases with the severity of the attack, up to 99%. 9 Nether Awakening, 6 out of 10, active skill, triggers. The 9 Nether Bloodline restores stamina at a rate of 6% per second when both feet touch the ground. Recovery of injuries depends on severity. Fox Concealment Technique, 10 out of 10. A talent born from the king among the white foxes can reduce one's presence. Mental Pain Strike, 2 out of 100. Mental Attack can cause intense pain to the target. Martial Skills. Bull Demon Fist, 2nd level. Bull Demon Top Heaven, 8 Sound Fist, 4th level. Ghost Axe, 3 styles. Items. Mountain Axe Upgrade. Card X2 Bloodline Peak Experience. Card X2 Evolution Points, 13701/70,000 luck value, 104. After the Bloodline Awakening level increased again, Emo-chan felt that his strength had not improved significantly. At the same time, Emo-chan also sensed that he was just one step away from a transformation in power. This final step was to enter the realm of the War King. After completing these 3 tasks, I won't take on any more tasks for now. I'll go into seclusion and break through to the War King before coming out, Emo-chan thought as he looked at the vast wilderness in the distance. At the same time, Emo-chan glanced at his luck value, feeling a bit restless. Previously, he had promised to draw once in the morning, noon, and evening, but he had resisted and not drawn. Now that his Bloodline Awakening level had increased by 1, it was time to reward himself with a few draws. A smile appeared on Emo-chan's face. Ding! Luck value plus 100. Ding! Luck value plus 1000. Ding! Luck value plus 1. Plus 1. Plus 1. Plus 1. After spending all 3,000 evolution points, the smile on Emo-chan's face had vanished. Over 3,000 evolution points and not a single win. I draw. Times in percent U and #at. If I draw again, I'm a dog. Emo-chan cursed as he descended the mountain. The third task, to capture a Fire Essence Ant Queen, was just nearby. Emo-chan planned to complete it together and then return to school. Rushing down the desolate mountain, Emo-chan arrived at the entrance of the Fire Essence Ant Nest. Fire Essence ants are one of the few native beasts on Earth that have mutated due to radiation. Most of the other native beasts were eaten by the cave beasts after emerging from the caves. A small portion interbred with the cave beasts, forming new species. However, the strongest still remained the beasts inside the caves. Fire Essence ants are about the same size as normal ants, but their entire bodies are fiery red, and when attacked, they spray high-temperature liquid from their rear, capable of melting even steel surfaces. In front of Emo-chan was a round opening resembling a sewer. A line of fire ants, big and small, queued up at the cave entrance, coming in and out in an orderly fashion. Emo-chan put away his combat suit and walked towards the cave entrance bareskinned. These fire ants couldn't break through the defense of his indestructible body. However, if his armor were to be bitten by hundreds or thousands of fire ants, it could be damaged. As Emo-chan approached the cave entrance 5 meters away, fire ants immediately began to shake their antennae and charged at him. These fire ants climbed up Emo-chan's legs, then raised their rear ends and sprayed out a high-temperature liquid with a sour smell. He ignored these little ants. Emo-chan activated the bloodline of his indestructible body and jumped directly into the cave entrance. Whoosh! Emo-chan fell directly into the cave and then stopped. I didn't expect it to be a bit smaller inside. Emo-chan was somewhat speechless. His muscles were too large and he got stuck at the entrance. With a powerful tug of his arms, the stones on the inner wall of the entrance were crushed by Emo-chan's immense strength, and many fire ants were also crushed to death. Thus, while Emo-chan widened the entrance, he delved deeper into the ant nest. Finally, wrapped in a layer of fire ants, Emo-chan found the plump, white ant queen that looked like a caterpillar. He placed the ant queen into a special container, then swung the mountain-splitting axe in his hand. Boom! The ground exploded, and the golden Missouri-chan leaped up from underground, crashing down with a thud. If he hadn't been worried about killing the ant queen, he would have destroyed the entire ant nest by now. Thud! 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 Just as he shook off the fire ants on him, a loud noise came from a distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, Emo-chan saw a bald, muscular man riding on a giant wolf that was 5 to 6 meters long. The giant wolf ran wildly, trying to shake off the muscular man. However, the muscular man held tightly onto the fur around its neck. Put! The muscular man plunged a dagger into the wolf's abdomen. The giant wolf yelped in pain, losing its balance and falling to the ground. However, it landed on its back. The muscular man immediately let go and pulled out the dagger, landing on the ground. A terror wolf? Given its size, it should be at the peak of the battle sect. Emo-chan looked over with interest. The other party was still 700 or 800 meters away, and Emo-chan wasn't afraid of being affected. But the next moment, the giant wolf exhaled a blast of cold air. The ground froze and exploded wherever the cold air passed. No, that's a terror wolf king. Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. Only a beast king terror wolf would have such elemental attack methods. At this moment, Emo-chan looked at the muscular man. Could he handle this beast king? Clang! Just then, a golden light flew out from behind the muscular man. It was a broad-backed golden knife. With the golden knife in hand, dark red scales appeared on the muscular man's arms. Whoosh! The golden blade energy erupted. The terror wolf king seemed to fear this blade energy and quickly dodged. The muscular man seized this opportunity to close the distance with the Terror Wolf King. The Terror Wolf King's movements were clearly a bit frantic. Each time the golden knife fell, it left a shocking scar on the Terror Wolf King. Finally, the muscular man seized the opportunity, and while the Terror Wolf King was defending against the golden knife, he clawed out. Put! The muscular man dug into the wolf's chest, and with a pop, a bright red heart was pulled out, then slowly stopped beating. Emo-chen felt a chill in his heart upon seeing this scene. He had torn open the Terror Wolf King's defense with his bare hands. In that instant, the man's palm had transformed into a three-fingered claw. It looked like it might be the bloodline of a beast-type bird. The muscular man didn't care that Emo-chen was watching. He directly skinned the Terror Wolf King in front of him and extracted the beast core from its body. After putting away these items, he walked towards Emo-chen. Emo-chen immediately became alert. The muscular man stopped when he was 3 meters away from Emo-chen. "You must be Emo-chen," he said. Emo-chen was taken aback. "Who are you?" "I'm Wu Hong, currently a junior." The muscular man smiled. "You are Wu Hong?" Emo-chen was somewhat surprised. "Isn't he the famous task fanatic? What a coincidence to run into him here. You've completed your task too, right? We can go back together. I happen to have a car," Wu Hong invited. "You even prepared a car?" Emo-chen didn't expect that. In the wilderness, starting a car makes noise, which can easily attract beasts or even trigger a beast tide. "Yeah." Wu Hong nodded. "With a car, the round trip is faster, saving task time." Hearing this, Emo-chen didn't know what else to say. So, he walked with Wu Hong towards the place where Wu Hong parked. Along the way, Emo-chen exchanged some task experiences with Wu Hong. As expected of a task fanatic, every preparation was aimed at completing tasks. He only selected tasks with the highest cost-performance ratio. The time spent on the road, the reward points, and any additional rewards during the task. He would calculate all of them before accepting a task. Then, he would choose the best task based on the overall assessment. Even after completing the task, he would have already calculated the time spent on the road and any potential accidents. This way of doing things was completely at odds with Wu Hong's muscular, rough exterior. "Aren't you tired doing this?" Emo-chen couldn't help but ask. "If I can spend less time and earn more points." "Of course, I'm not tired," Wu Hong replied with a smile, pressing the accelerator to shake off the dozen or so beasts chasing behind. Emo-chen glanced at the beasts in the rearview mirror and asked, "Why did you come looking for me? With your precise timing for completing tasks, there's no need to waste time on me, right?" Emo-chen believed that someone like Wu Hong, who only had tasks in his eyes, wouldn't waste time on socializing. Moreover, with one more person, the axe would slow down the car. Hearing Emo-chen's words, Wu Hong chuckled and said, "I have my eye on you." "What?" Emo-chen immediately felt goosebumps all over. At that moment, he had an impulse to jump out of the car. "I think you would be a good partner for me to complete tasks with," Wu Hong continued. Upon hearing this, Emo-chen finally relaxed. "Next time you speak, just say it all at once, otherwise, it can be misunderstood." Emo-chen was somewhat speechless. "But my current strength is still far from yours. Why would you invite me to complete tasks together?" Emo-chen returned to the main topic, puzzled. "Because our fighting styles are similar, and I really need someone to cover me in close combat. Originally, I wanted to find someone from the elemental system to cooperate with, but they were all snatched away by other teams long ago. As for those who actively wanted to cooperate with me, I didn't think much of them. As for your strength, I don't see it as a problem. You can even kill the White Fox King, which at least shows you have the strength to withstand a Beast King head-on. As long as you can take a hit or two, that would be the biggest help to me." Emo-chen wanted to roll his eyes upon hearing this. Did Wu Hong see him as a meat shield? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, your strength should be on the verge of breaking through to the Beast King level. Are you planning to continue suppressing it to increase your bloodline awakening? Emo-chen felt there was something more to Wu Hong's words and asked, "Why can't you continue to suppress it? Wouldn't it be better to enhance your awakening and then advance to Beast King?" "No." Wu Hong shook his head. "When your control over the bloodline power reaches the threshold of the Beast King, it means that your bloodline power is very difficult to enhance further. Moreover, the resources needed to enhance the bloodline awakening level are not trivial. If you have no one supporting you from behind, providing you with ample resources, this process will undoubtedly take a long time. While you continue to endure and raise your bloodline awakening level, some people have already become battle kings for several years. They can kill beast kings and harvest more resources. A step slow means every step is slow. When you can no longer wait and choose to break through to battle king, the efforts you made before will have been in vain. In terms of spirit and will, you are already a step behind them. In the path of martial arts bloodlines, the further you go, the more important spirit and will become. Moreover, the higher the bloodline awakening level, the higher the quality of the bloodline power you control. The difficulty of reaching the micro level becomes greater. It's not uncommon to forcibly suppress and raise the bloodline awakening level, only to find that you cannot advance to battle king. Spirit? Will? Emo-chen frowned. He had never heard anyone mention these things before. Of course, it could also be that he hadn't paid much attention. After all, he had a system. I broke through to Battle King when my bloodline awakening level was at 30%. Generally speaking, 30% is a bit low. Many people in the first martial arts school choose to break through at 50%. Don't underestimate that 20% difference they spend 2 to 3 years on that. Among my peers, a few guys recently advanced to Battle King and they all did so at 70% awakening level. And now, I am already a high-level Battle King with my bloodline awakening level raised to 70%, Wu Hong said proudly. At this moment, Mo Chen suddenly thought of Meng Wuyo. Meng Wuyo's strength was so formidable that he couldn't defeat her at his current level. By the way, what's the situation with Sister Meng? Mo Chen asked. Sister Meng? Wu Hong looked at Mo Chen in confusion. I mean Meng Wuyo, Mo Chen replied casually. Hearing this, Wu Hong looked at Mo Chen in astonishment. What's wrong? Mo Chen asked, puzzled. You've only been at school for a month and you've already latched onto the thigh of the goddess Meng. Wu Hong looked at Mo Chen with a complex expression. The goddess Meng took a year to break through to Battle King. Originally, she could have broken through in half a year after enrolling because her bloodline awakening level reached 80% by the end of her first semester. But she waited another semester. Wu Hong sighed at this point. In the second semester of her first year, the goddess Meng broke through her bloodline limit and directly returned to her ancestral form, becoming a return to ancestry Battle King. In her first year after breaking through to Battle King, the goddess Meng advanced to high-level Battle King. From her second to fourth year, her bloodline after returning to ancestry reached 90%. It's said that she could have broken through to Battle Emperor later, but Wu Hong couldn't help but sigh again. She returned to her ancestral form again, twice returning to ancestry? Mo Chen was taken aback. Yes, Wu Hong nodded. Although it's just a rumor, the goddess Meng's strength is outrageous. She sweeps through her peers, and no one can defeat her, not even those returned to ancestry Battle Kings like her. Moreover, the goddess Meng reached high-level Battle King in her first year. It's unreasonable for her to be stuck for so many years at Battle Emperor. Alas, that's true talent. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach that level, Wu Hong said with a sense of lament. After hearing Wu Hong's words, Mo Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He could advance so quickly because he had a system. What about Meng Wuyo? Did she also have some kind of cheat? No, why did I say also? Mo Chen muttered softly. Mo Chen sat in Wu Hong's car and arrived at the city gate of the Magic City. Inside the city gate, there was a dedicated parking lot, and Wu Hong had prepared a flashy sports car. Mo Chen didn't ask why. After all, it was definitely to save time. A little over 10 minutes later, Mo Chen returned to school. On the task board, there are a few interesting freshmen. On the way to the Wu Ji Tower to submit tasks, Wu Hong glanced at the points leaderboard and said with a smile. Hearing this, Mo Chen also opened his communicator to check the 3 leaderboards. He had been too busy these past few days to pay much attention to them. First, he looked at the testing leaderboard and found that his name had been pushed down. He was now ranked 10th, with mostly 3rd and 4th year students ahead of him and only 2 2nd year students. Mo Chen didn't care much about this leaderboard. As long as he improved his bloodline awakening, his physical strength would increase significantly and getting to first place wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he still had 2 upgrade cards stored in the system space. You have 40,000 points? Mo Chen was a bit surprised to see Wu Hong ranked first on the points leaderboard. In just 2 days, he had gained another 10,000 points? Don't be fooled by how quickly I earn points. My bloodline power consumption is quite severe. I'll need to rest for half a month before I can take on more tasks, Wu Hong replied with a smile. Half a month? You would rest for that long? Mo Chen looked at Wu Hong suspiciously. This guy calculated every extra minute spent driving. How could he possibly spend so much time resting? Of course, even though I'm a task fanatic, I'm not a fool who would risk my life recklessly. At this, Wu Hong scoffed and said, many people in school think that way about me, but I don't need to care about their opinions. In the past few days, I've taken on tasks continuously and have killed 2 Beast Kings, which has severely drained my bloodline power. I will only take on tasks again when I'm back at my peak state. On one hand, it ensures I'm well prepared to face dangers. On the other hand, it's the only way to maximize the potential of my bloodline. After listening, Mo Chen pondered. Indeed, there was something to Wu Hong, the task fanatic, being able to survive until now. At that moment, the two walked into the Wu Ji Tower lobby. Mo Chen glanced at the Wu Ji leaderboard. His name was now in second place. First was a 4th year student, Tian Shang, with 36 victories. Seeing this number, Mo Chen was a bit surprised. The scores in the Wu Ji Tower do not accumulate against the same opponent. If you defeat the weakest martial arts imprint, defeating it again later does not count for points. This had already been tried by someone. Otherwise, if one could just defeat the last few martial arts imprints on the Wu Ji Tower leaderboard, wouldn't they earn guaranteed points every day? After a month, they would have over 100 points. Such loopholes would never be allowed by the top martial arts school. Besides Tian Shang, the top 10 scores were all 5 or 6 victories. The third place had 7 victories. Once I cultivate to the Battle King level and achieve micro-level control over my bloodline power, I will definitely be able to easily defeat other Battle Kings of the same level. However, when Emo-chan thought of Manhwa, his heart trembled. Certain memories began to surface. Wu Hong and Emo-chan swaggered into the elevator on the side of the lobby. They went to the 5th floor to submit tasks. Emo-chan saw many new students excitedly lining up outside the Wuji Tower. The long line even extended to the 5th floor. It's only the 5th day and the competition on the leaderboard is already so fierce. I wonder what it will be like by the end of the month, someone said expectantly. Yeah, it's too intense. At the start, they left me behind by dozens of times. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to them. However, some people were more pessimistic. Don't worry, we're all making progress. Just because you run fast at the beginning doesn't mean you can run far later, a freshman said. As soon as these words were spoken, many new students nodded in agreement. That's right, look at that Emo-chan. He stole the spotlight on the first day, taking first place in 2 rankings. But now, his name is already far behind. Another person chimed in. Indeed. Emo-chan's scores haven't been updated in the past few days. He must be off doing tasks. When he comes back, he'll find he's been pushed down. Hearing these words, Emo-chan naturally had no reaction. His goal was to secure first place in all 3 rankings before the final list was set. Charging for the rankings at this time would just be a waste of time. Alright, goodbye, old die. In front of Emo-chan, Wu Hong had already completed his task and was heading to the 6th floor with a jade token recording his contribution points. Wu Hong's score has been updated. Damn, he gained another 40,000. Someone exclaimed. 80,000? Isn't he from the beast system with the Tyrannosaurus bloodline? Can this Tyrannosaurus bloodline clone itself? I only have 800. He has 80,000. While these people were in shock, Wu Hong walked past them with a calm expression and entered a training room. Old Dai, thanks for your help last time. Emo-chan took out the task items and thanked Old Dai. Just a small favor. Old Dai waved his hand and began counting Emo-chan's task items. Oh, this fire Essence and Queen is just in its spawning period. You can add another 200 points. Old Dai said in surprise. In the end, when the calculations were done, Emo-chan's 2 tasks, which originally totaled 2,000, yielded 2,500 points. Adding the 3-fold increase from the previous Research Institute task, Emo-chan now had a total of 5,500 points on the leaderboard. Just enough to place him in 10th position. You brat, are you unhappy that your points are accumulating too slowly? Dai Anjuan, behind the counter, said lightly upon seeing Emo-chan's expression. Emo-chan nodded in response. Old Dai, I know Wu Hong is an exception, but the people ahead of me can't all be like him, right? How did they get so many points? Emo-chan was a bit puzzled. If it weren't for the 3-fold increase from the Research Institute task, he probably wouldn't even be in the top 10. Have you turned your brain into muscle too? Dai Anjuan chuckled at Emo-chan's words. They completed tasks in teams. 5 people in a team can finish 10 tasks in a day. How many can you do in a day? Completing 10, but the points have to be divided, right? If 5 people split it, there won't be much left for each. Emo-chan frowned. According to the rules of the first martial arts school, team members must receive at least 30% of the points. This time, the rewards for the leaderboard are quite generous, and many people have teamed up for this reward. In a 5-person team, if 4 people take the minimum distribution, 1 person can get 88% of the points. Completing 10 tasks in a day is equivalent to that person finishing 9 tasks alone. Do you think their points won't be high? Dai Anjuan explained, though his tone was somewhat disdainful. It seemed he looked down on those who obtained points in this way. Emo-chan wasn't foolish. After Dai Anjuan's explanation, he understood completely. Strictly speaking, this method couldn't be considered cheating. Those team members receiving the minimum points were certainly not helping for free. Outside of the tasks, they must have received other compensations. However, each time they could yield hundreds of points. The cost for those boosting their scores was undoubtedly not small. You brat, if you want to score points, you can do it this way, otherwise, you really can't compare to those people, Dai Anjuan reminded. Emo-chan shook his head upon hearing this. Too troublesome. I'll just kill a few Beast Kings when the time comes. Do you think Beast Kings are like cabbages, that you can just kill them whenever you want? Dai Anjuan shot Emo-chan a glare. After that, Emo-chan bid farewell to Dai Anjuan and returned to his dormitory. After completing these 3 tasks, Emo-chan temporarily decided not to take on any more missions. He wanted to enter seclusion to cultivate, and if the timing was right, he planned to break through to the War King level. Before that, he still needed to see his eldest son, Wu Yong. He made a call, and after a long while, the other side finally picked up. Wu Yong, panting on the other end, said, "What's up, Emo-chan? I'm busy right now." Just as Wu Yong finished speaking, a woman's delicate voice came through the phone. So annoying. So exciting. You've soaked me all over. Hearing these voices, Emo-chan was almost petrified. Has this guy really let loose since starting college? Aren't you finishing your special training today? Let's find a place to eat in the afternoon, Mo. Chen said. Okay, things are a bit intense over here. I'll send you the location for dinner later. With that, Wu Yong hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, Mo Chen shook his head. Wu Yong was really carefree. However, Mo Chen himself wasn't in the mood for such things at the moment. His small goal, becoming the War Emperor, had not yet been achieved. Quietly cultivate, then become the War Emperor, stunning everyone. Meanwhile, at Magic City University, on the artificial beach on campus, Wu Yong was wildly spraying water with a water gun, making whoosh-whoosh sounds with his mouth. On the beach, many girls, dressed lightly, screamed as they were sprayed by Wu Yong. He. Wu Yong felt quite pleased. Wu Yong, you got my clothes all wet. You owe me. A tall girl with fair skin pouted and grabbed Wu Yong's arm. How do I owe you? Wu Yong couldn't help but glance at the wet spot on her clothes. You come with me, let's talk outside the school. I know a nice 5-star hotel. The girl's face turned a bit red. Wu Yong was stunned by her words, seemingly unable to believe. Seeing his reaction, the girl's face turned even redder. They were in the same class, and Wu Yong was tall and humorous. Many girls in the class had a crush on him. In this era, due to the long lifespan of warriors and the open nature of relationships, the girl's behavior was considered normal. Get your hands off. In the next moment, Wu Yong suddenly shook off the girl's hand. Are you trying to scam me? Wu Yong looked at her warily. A piece of clothing only costs a few hundred, but a night at a 5-star hotel in Magic City costs over 5,000. Do you think I'm an idiot? Although I'm a rich second generation and very wealthy, I'm not stupid, Wu Yong said proudly. The girl was taken aback. You better watch yourself. Without waiting for her to finish, Wu Yong took his water gun and walked away. That guy Mo Chen has been scamming me since childhood. I've long developed skills to avoid scams. Want to trick me? Out of money? No way. Wu Yong walked down the road with a smug smile. However, he didn't know that from then on he had lost his right to choose a partner for the next 4 years of college. In the afternoon, nearing dusk, Mo Chen arrived at the city center. In front of him stood a building with over 100 floors. In this era, constructing a building wasn't difficult. The challenge was maintaining it. There were also exotic beasts in the high altitudes. Although this was Magic City, exotic beasts occasionally fell from the sky to attack high-rises. However, most exotic beasts were killed by the city's aerial defense system before they got close. The type of building in front of him could easily become a target for large flying exotic beasts. Even if they were shot down in advance, the falling bodies of the flying beasts could cause significant damage to the building. Maintaining such a building required dozens of battle sect experts to keep watch at all times, along with 1 or 2 battle king experts stationed there. Living in such a building meant safety was guaranteed. Of course, the property prices here were frighteningly high. The apartment that Lu Qingming, the director of the Magic City Patrol, gifted to Mo Chen was located here. After presenting his identification, Mo Chen entered the building, took the elevator, and arrived at the 48th floor. His apartment was number 4801. This building was constructed extremely solidly, with doors over 3 meters high and half a meter thick. After scanning his ID, Mo Chen directly entered the room. The entire room was about 200 square meters. The floor was covered with a type of stone that could only be found in underground caves, resembling marble. However, this stone could maintain a constant temperature, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer, making it a material particularly favored by the wealthy. The room was already furnished. Mo Chen noticed that even daily necessities were provided. Moreover, these items looked like they had just been placed there not long ago. Lu Qingming is quite attentive, Mo Chen thought to himself. However, he still remembered the incident when Lu Qingming wanted to take action against him. Once he became a war king, should he find an opportunity to deal with the other party? That seemed a bit ungracious, didn't it? Mo Chen unconsciously pondered as he walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Standing in front of the window and looking out, he could see most of the Magic City. The extravagant life of the rich. Mo Chen couldn't help but exclaim. However, he wouldn't be able to stay in this house for long. He still had to spend most of his time at school. The school had various necessary resources, and there was also space for cultivation. If one wanted to build such a thing personally, probably not many could afford it. After wandering around the room and carefully checking some corners, Mo Chen was surprised to find 2 cameras. One was hidden in a spotlight, and the other was concealed in a painting. It seems Lu Qingming really can't be left alive. A cold smile appeared on Mo Chen's face as he crushed the 2 cameras with a snap. After finishing the room inspection, Mo Chen checked the time. There were still a few minutes until his appointment with Wu Yong. He sent Wu Yong a message, opened the door, and prepared to go out. Just as he closed the door, Mo Chen's brows furrowed. There was killing intent. And not just one. Click. Suddenly, a door beside him opened, and a figure stepped out. Why is it so cold? The person who had just walked out shivered. Wu Yong? Mo Chen looked over in surprise. Mo Chen? Wu Yong was equally surprised. Damn, Mo Chen, you're not stalking me, are you? Wu Yong instinctively said. Someone just gifted me a house and I came to take a look, Mo-chan replied. You scared me, I thought you were a pervert. Woo Young breathed a sigh of relief. What are you doing here? Mo-chan asked. My dad called me yesterday and said he remembered there was another house in the Magic City, so he wanted me to come take a look. If it's still good, he'll give it to me, if not, he'll sell it. Woo Young said casually, as if discussing something trivial. Mo-chan felt an impulse to punch Woo Young. But just then, a group of men in black suddenly appeared on both sides of the hallway. These men were all masked, exuding the aura of peak battle sect warriors. The men in black said nothing, silently walking towards Mo-chan. Damn, they can't be here to kidnap me, right? Then ask my dad for ransom? Woo Young exclaimed, ready to retreat into the room. Mo-chan grabbed Woo Young. They're here for me, you hide behind me, Mo-chan said with a serious expression. He could clearly sense that 20 sources of killing intent were all aimed at him. I'm from the elemental bloodline, my combat power is pretty strong too, you know? Woo Young said somewhat unwillingly. But the next moment, Mo-chan's body shot up to 4 meters, his skin adorned with black and gold tattoos and bone spikes piercing through his back. His fingernails also turned long and pitch black. Of course, the most striking was Mo-chan's exaggerated muscles, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Woo Young looked up, opened his mouth, and finally said, then you go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! 2 powerful sound waves simultaneously surged from both sides of the hallway. The floor tiles in the corridor shattered, and Mo-chan was directly caught in the middle of the 2 sound waves. Glancing to both sides, Mo-chan noticed that each of the men in black had a bat face on their chests. More half-beast soldiers. It was clear that the force behind the half-beast soldiers had learned from previous lessons. This time, they sent out 20 half-beast soldiers at the peak of the battle sect in one go. Although individually, they were still not as strong as the 19th one that Mo-chan encountered in the number 9 ruined city. Dealing with 20 of them was not going to be easy for Mo-chan. The 20 sound waves continuously erupted, firmly suppressing Mo-chan. Then, the half-beast soldiers on both sides slowly approached him. Mo-chan, are you okay? Seeing Mo-chan standing still without any movement, Woo Young felt a bit worried. He thought that with Mo-chan's newfound strength he would soon unleash a massacre. However, to his surprise, there was no movement at all. Woo Young was anxious, but at that moment he had no way to help. Although he was not targeted by the 20 half-beast soldiers, he was still slightly affected, and under the sound waves he couldn't move. Even the power of his bloodline within him was suppressed, unable to be activated even a little. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. The 20 half-beast soldiers were getting closer to Mo-chan. 3 meters. Boom! As if prearranged, the bat faces on the chests of the 20 half-beast soldiers all erupted. A sound wave twice as strong as before surged out in an instant. The black mist swirling around Mo-chan's body was directly pressed against him. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath Mo-chan's feet began to crack. Meanwhile, Woo Young, who was slightly affected, had blood already flowing from his ears. Damn it, I might as well hide in a room. Woo Young crouched down, his hands pressed against the ground. He felt like his head was about to explode from the sound waves. Ah, Mo-chan, hurry up and make a move. My head is really going to burst. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, 3 explosive sounds rang out. Mo-chan, who had been completely still, suddenly made a move, smashing the heads of 3 half-beast soldiers with a single palm. Blood splattered, hitting the walls and Woo Young's face. With a powerful strike, Mo-chan's mind moved, and the mountain-splitting axe appeared in his hand from the system space. In the narrow corridor, the half-beast soldiers could only retreat to avoid the axe. However, Mo-chan had already closed the distance with them, and the timing of the axe's appearance was unexpected. Swish, swish. Like cutting wheat, 4 half-beast soldiers were bisected. The remaining 3 half-beast soldiers, stunned, were directly smashed into the wall by Mo-chan swinging the back of the axe. After dealing with the half-beast soldiers on this side, Mo-chan swung the axe in his hand and threw it towards the other side of the corridor. Swish! The flying mountain-splitting axe took 3 of them away. Mo-chan's leg muscles bulged suddenly. Boom! The ground, now devoid of tiles, exploded again. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Wind and thunder decision. Mo-chan spread his arms and struck at the remaining 7 half-beast soldiers. The first 2 half-beast soldiers exploded into blood mist upon contact with Mo-chan's fist. 9 nether strange power. The remaining 5 half-beast soldiers were slightly luckier, but they were still sent flying and crashed to the ground. Boom! Mo-chan's figure flashed again. In Woo Young's astonished gaze, Mo-chan grabbed the heads of these half-beast soldiers. Directly, due to the excessive force, a few heads were pulled off along with the entire spine. The entire battle ended in less than 30 seconds. Panting, Mo-chan said to Woo Young, "You can go inside and wait now." In this tall building, the 9 Nether Awakening couldn't be used, and physical recovery wasn't that fast. This was also why Mo-chan initially appeared to be suppressed by the opponent. If he had shown his strength right away, the half-beast soldiers might have fled. In this complex structure, pursuing them would be very inconvenient. If the other party has other ambushes, it would be even more troublesome. Wu Yong, pale-faced, crawled up from the ground and quickly ran into the house. Soon, the sound of vomiting came from inside. Mo Chen returned to his original state, took out several refrigerated boxes from the system space, and began to pack the intact heads of the beast soldiers inside. Last time, while at the patrol office, Mo Chen was inspired. He specifically went back to prepare these refrigerated boxes for fresh brains. He didn't expect they would actually come in handy. While packing the heads, Mo Chen dialed Tu Zhao's phone and briefly reported the situation here. "Wait for me. I'll be there in 5 minutes," Tu Zhao said seriously before hanging up. "I didn't expect to feel a bit carsick. I couldn't help but vomit just now." At this moment, Wu Yong, whose complexion had returned to normal, casually walked out of the house. "Really? Come help me pack these brains," Mo Chen said. Wu Yong immediately covered his mouth and ran back into the house. 3 minutes later, Tu Zhao arrived. Besides Tu Zhao, Pei Kuang also came. "Principal?" Mo Chen was somewhat surprised. Could such a small matter alarm the principal? Pei Kuang said nothing but looked sternly at the bodies of the beast soldiers on the ground. "So rampant," Pei Kuang said angrily, a terrifying wave of energy emanating from him. "How many years has it been since someone dared to harm my first martial arts school students in the Magic City district?" Tu Zhao immediately notified that old guy the mayor, let him mobilize manpower to cooperate with the first martial arts school and fully investigate the beast soldier matter. Pei Kuang ordered. Mo Chen was taken aback. Did a few beast soldier riffraff really warrant such a big response? As if sensing Mo Chen's confusion, Pei Kuang said with a serious face, "The disciples recruited by the first martial arts school all have exceptional talents. If they had died in the underground caves, we wouldn't have much to say. But this kind of despicable ambush and assassination, we absolutely cannot tolerate. This is the Magic City, where even strange beasts are hard to find. The other party dares to openly send 20 strange beasts to attack you. For us, this is an extremely serious provocation. Moreover, if it had been someone else, they might have died." Pei Kuang grew angrier as he spoke. On one hand, it was the forces behind these beast soldiers that dared to commit murder in the city. On the other hand, how did these so-called beast soldiers manage to infiltrate the city? The entire building had dedicated personnel guarding it. The attack on Mo Chen involved even more behind-the-scenes issues. "Humph." Pei Kuang snorted coldly, releasing a stream of blue and red flames from his nostrils. "My first martial arts school has been too low-key. For too long, some guys are about to forget the reputation of my first martial arts school." Anger flickered in Pei Kuang's eyes. Subsequently, the personnel from the first martial arts school arrived and cleaned up the scene, and Mo Chen handed over the heads he had packed in the refrigerated boxes. Although he had packed them, Mo Chen had no means to analyze the information in the heads. After dealing with the matter here, Tu Zhao gave Mo Chen a signal transmitter. "During this time, it's best for you to stay at the martial arts school. If you must go out, remember to carry this signal transmitter with you. Once pressed, a Battle King expert will appear to rescue you immediately," Tu Zhao instructed Mo Chen seriously. Mo Chen nodded in response. That day, throughout the Magic City, the heads of several major departments were restless because of the mad dog Pei Kuang. A large-scale operation to eradicate the beast soldiers swept across the entire Magic City. Magic City, deep in the wilderness, inside a mountain resembling a volcano. A dozen men in black hurriedly walked towards the interior of the mountain. The entire mountain had been completely hollowed out. Every few meters, there would be another person dressed in black standing there. In addition, there were occasionally figures in red. Soon, these men in black arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. Above them, the hollowed-out mountain peak cast a few beams of moonlight. The moonlight fell perfectly on a massive stone chair. A humanoid creature covered in fine silver scales was sitting on it. This creature had a body and limbs similar to a human, except for the fine scales. However, its head was grotesque, with a mouth that resembled a bug, divided into several layers, each layer lined with circular teeth. It had no nose, and its 2 eyes were merely black beads, making it impossible to determine if it had vision. Most bizarre of all were the worm-like appendages on its head, resembling hair. These worms hung down from its head, cascading around it. At that moment, the few men in black who had rushed in immediately knelt down. "Lord Beast God Guard," one of the men in black spoke. "What is the situation in Magic City?" A deep voice echoed. However, this voice was not spoken aloud but transmitted through mental energy. "Report, Lord Beast God Guard. In Magic City, a sudden and frenzied purge operation has begun, and all the half-beast soldiers hiding in Magic City are now gone." The half-beast soldier who spoke lowered his head in response. "Oh, how did you return?" the humanoid creature known as the Beast God Guard asked. "We received the news in advance and happened to be not far from the city gate, so we escaped early." The half-beast soldier replied truthfully. "Why did Magic City suddenly launch a purge operation?" the Beast God Guard continued to ask, his voice devoid of any emotion. "It's like this. One of our research facilities was discovered by a freshman from the First Martial Arts Academy." The half-beast soldier then recounted the entire sequence of events. "So it was because of a mere freshman human?" The Beast God Guard's tone revealed disdain. "I have been dispatched to the surface for 3 years, and now, because of a small matter, my 3 years of effort have been ruined. The beast god guard stood up from the stone chair. The first martial arts academy is overbearing, but as the guard of the beast god, I cannot swallow this anger. As he spoke, tiny red dots appeared between his pitch-black eyes. Lord Beast God Guard, do you mean to? Hearing the words, the half-beast soldier who had been keeping his head down couldn't help but look up and ask, kill that student named Mo-chan. Under the leadership of the beast god, the first martial arts academy will eventually be wiped out. This time, let the people of the first martial arts academy learn a lesson. You cannot act against the people of the first martial arts academy at will, but my half-beast soldiers under the beast god are not to be trifled with. At the moment Mo-chan was placed on the beast god guard's kill list, he had already returned to the first martial arts academy. After returning, Mo-chan dove straight into the training space. The attack by the half-beast soldiers in the building had instilled a sense of urgency in him. This time, there were 20 half-beast soldiers. What about next time? 100 half-beast soldiers? Or perhaps they would directly send out half-beast soldiers of the War King level? The first martial arts academy was protecting him. However, Mo-chan disliked the feeling of his life being in someone else's hands. Want to kill me first? Then I'll blow you up. Triple time flow. After entering the training space, Mo-chan immediately began to adjust the time flow. Glancing at the system panel, Mo-chan roughly understood his current situation. His bloodline awakening level has already risen to level 6. To advance from level 6 to level 7, he needs 70,000 evolution points. Last time, in the research institute, killing those 200 half-beast soldiers allowed Mo-chan to level up. And this time, during the attack on the building, those 20 peak battle sect half-beast soldiers each provided 500 evolution points, excluding the small change from the lottery. Mo-chan now has a total of 20,000 evolution points, still short by 50,000. Mo-chan can't wait to gather these 50,000 evolution points. Of course, Mo-chan won't use those two precious upgrade cards right now. The urgent task is to first break through to Battle King, gain powerful strength, and then earn evolution points to increase his bloodline awakening level. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether the evolution points required to increase my bloodline awakening level will also increase with each level after I become a Battle King. Mo-chan thought to himself. However, even so, he still needs to be promoted to Battle King first. Opening the communicator, Mo-chan called up the information he had collected in advance regarding the promotion to Battle King. Mo-chan even spent 5,000 points to buy the experience notes of outstanding students and teachers from the first martial arts school store. Flipping through the directory, he was surprised to find the experience notes of Manhwa. He quickly turned to that page. I broke through to Battle King because I simply couldn't suppress it anymore, and then I broke through. So, my experience is to not suppress your bloodline. Mo-chan? He decisively flipped back to the directory. Mo-chan glanced again and saw the experience notes of Tu Jiao. He had a deep impression of this cold-faced female instructor, especially her displayed combat power, which was very strong. However, Tu Jiao was not the top S-level bloodline, but an A-level bloodline. Mo-chan was a bit curious, so he flipped to Tu Jiao's notes and began to read carefully. Fortunately, Tu Jiao's notes were very detailed, recording various methods to achieve subtle control and some points to pay attention to. After reading Tu Jiao's notes, Mo-chan felt a bit enlightened. Then, he began to read the entire notebook from start to finish. He also referred to the materials he bought from that guy selling information on the forum. As Mo-chan read, he tried to stimulate his own bloodline. Thus, Mo-chan became immersed in it, forgetting the time. It wasn't until the artificial intelligence reminded him to renew his subscription that Mo-chan realized that 3 days had already passed in the training space. Closing the reading interface, Mo-chan stood up and then chose a martial arts imprint. After reading so many notes, Mo-chan discovered that the best time to break through to Battle King is during combat. During battle, one's mental will rises to its peak, and at the moment of advancing to Battle King, a portion of the bloodline power will boil. Some people, at the moment of becoming Battle King, increased their bloodline awakening level. Mo-chan speculated that Meng Wuyo must have been the same. Otherwise, why would she cultivate so quickly? The martial arts imprint flew down, and Mo-chan activated the Joyo bloodline, starting the battle. In the training space, Mo-chan tirelessly fought against the martial arts imprint, trying to break through the last layer and step into the realm of the War King. 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. Mo-chan was still battling in the training space. At this time, a piece of news shocked everyone at the first martial arts school. From all over the country, countless martial arts schools and training halls sent first-year students and disciples to challenge the first martial arts school. Just the name First Martial Arts School made other schools and training halls quite displeased. Moreover, over the years, everyone who had emerged from the first martial arts school had become a prominent figure in the Dragon Kingdom. The first martial arts school was synonymous with strength. No school could surpass it. However, in this world, no one was willing to be suppressed, especially before truly witnessing the opponent's strength. Therefore, many people from all over the country came to challenge the first martial arts school. There were even bolder challengers who first aimed at the 4 major martial arts schools before taking on the first martial arts school, wanting to trample all of Dragon Kingdom's top institutions underfoot. Of course, those who came to challenge were all first-year freshmen. The freshman competition was about to begin, with just over 20 days left. During these days, various schools opened up their resources to support their students' training. However, relying solely on resources to build strength would not look so good when they faced each other on the arena. When blades truly met, the best way to solve this problem was through real combat. A martial artist must constantly fight. If they could defeat the talented students from various schools before the freshman competition, they would not only accumulate a wealth of rare combat experience but also cultivate an unstoppable martial will. With this invincible will, winning during the freshman competition would become much easier. Are these people ever going to stop? They shout every day about beating our first martial arts school. It's really speechless. Yesterday, a few from Magic City University came over and didn't even last a single move against Bai Long before losing. I feel like these guys are deliberately coming to disturb us, making it hard for us to train properly. On the 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower, first-year students lined up to challenge the martial arts imprint, chatting idly. Just then, a hissing sound came from the opening of the training room door at the front of the line. Bai Long, dressed in white with white hair, even his eyebrows were white, walked out of the training room. At the same time, as he emerged, his score on the Martial Extreme ranking was also refreshed. 8 points. In recent days, the scores on the Martial Extreme ranking had risen high due to the participation of 3rd and 4th year students. However, even so, Bai Long still ranked in the top 10. 8 points? Bai Long won twice today? The entire line stirred upon seeing Bai Long's refreshed score. It should be noted that among them, many couldn't even defeat the weakest ice armor martial arts imprint. Bai Long walked past the line with an arrogant expression. 8 points, although lower than Mo Chen, I am improving every day. Surpassing Mo Chen is just a matter of time. Bai Long thought to himself. Mo Chen's score had remained at 10 points these days. In Bai Long's view, Mo Chen had hit a bottleneck, but he himself was still progressing. Because Bai Long had been showing off at school, his family had also sent plenty of resources. Bai Long's strength had been advancing rapidly these days. Even his score on the testing list had risen to 93. After this score was released, even many 3rd and 4th year students were shocked. Moreover, it was a full 2 points higher than Mo Chen. Previously, Mo Chen had surpassed Bai Long by 2 points. Now, Bai Long had overtaken him by 2 points. A momentary lead doesn't mean anything. The one who laughs last laughs best. Bai Long walked out of the Martial Extreme Tower, looking at the rising sun outside, a smile appearing on his lips. This future surely belongs to me, Bai Long. Magic City University. Wu Yong, who had just finished his morning exercise, exited the school. Recently, after the incident with the Beastman attack, Wu Yong no longer dared to return there. After learning about this, Wu Yong's father immediately bought him a new house. At the same time, Wu Yong's father, Wu Tao, solemnly advised him, "You must cling tightly to Mo Chen's thigh." Humph. I, Wu Yong, will never be weaker than anyone in my life. Thinking of his father's words, Wu Yong sat in the sports car and snorted coldly. However, the image of Mo Chen, towering over 4 meters like a demon king, flashed in his mind. It's only natural that my son is stronger than me, Wu Yong added in his heart. Nevertheless, a smile appeared on Wu Yong's face. He was genuinely happy for Mo Chen. This kid, who had tricked him into treating him since childhood, he thought he would have to protect Mo Chen for a lifetime. As a result, once Mo Chen entered the martial arts school, his strength had become so formidable. He was already at the peak of the battle sect, and it wouldn't be long before he became a battle king. Once he became a battle king, Mo Chen would belong to an entirely different class of people. Seeing my son succeed brings me great comfort, Wu Yong said with a smile. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a red object suddenly fell from the sky and smashed onto the hood of the sports car. Wu Yong reacted quickly and immediately slammed on the brakes. The front of the sports car was already crushed. Damn it, my half a month's allowance is gone, Wu Yong exclaimed. However, his hand reached for the signal transmitter located beneath the steering wheel. Last time Mo Chen was attacked, Wu Yong had kept an eye out. Moreover, the red object that had just fallen was nowhere to be seen. After pressing the signal transmitter, Wu Yong immediately opened his communicator to call the school. But he found that his communicator had no signal. Wu Yong's heart sank. This was the Magic City, one of the most developed cities in the Dragon Kingdom. How could there be no signal? Swish, swish. At that moment, 2 red figures appeared beside the sports car. The figures were dressed in bright red robes, completely wrapped up, revealing only a pair of eyes. Boom! The 2 of them struck simultaneously, directly tearing the door of the sports car off. Wu Yong activated his bloodline power, and orange flames immediately surged out. Slap! The red-clad person standing on the left side of the sports car slapped Wu Yong's face. Instantly, Wu Yong felt his head buzzing and nearly fainted. The flames in his hand also extinguished. In the next moment, the red-clad person reached out, grabbed Wu Yong's shoulder, and yanked him hard. They directly pulled Wu Yong out of the seat. Who are you? Are you trying to kidnap me for ransom? Wu Yong shouted. Bang! The back of Wu Yong's head was struck and he fainted immediately. Then, the two red-clad figures grabbed Wu Yong and leaped into the air, transforming into two red after-images that flew into the sky. As the two red figures left, a large number of black-clad individuals surged out around them. In 10 seconds, they dismantled the entire sports car. After ensuring that no trace was left, they finally departed. Once they left, the signal in the area returned to normal. Wu Yong had a dream. In the dream, there were girls everywhere. Moreover, these girls insisted on dragging him into embarrassing situations. There were mature women with long legs, cute little girls, and even a little dodgy with a fox tail. Additionally, there were also beautiful blondes with blue eyes. Wu Yong was very conflicted. I'm not an easy person, so at most 3 at a time. Wu Yong said seriously, staring at the dozens of girls in front of him. Then, he began to make his selections. After going back and forth for a long time, the girls were about to leave, and only then did Wu Yong choose 3. Now. Wu Yong took the hand of a little girl and looked at her swimsuit, revealing a lecherous smile. Slap! But the next moment, the little girl turned around and slapped Wu Yong. Wu Yong was stunned. Slap! The little dodgy next to him also slapped Wu Yong. You still play this? Wu Yong was surprised but also a bit excited. How about I take the lead? Wu Yong was eager to try. Slap! 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 Though little girl and little dodgy said nothing, continuously slapping Wu Yong's face. After several slaps, Wu Yong finally felt the pain was unbearable. His body trembled violently and he suddenly woke up. In front of him was a man with evenly distributed black spots on his face. The man's pupils were vertical like a snake's. Finally awake, the man panted. He had slapped the other person dozens of times to wake him up. At this moment, Wu Yong came to his senses. It was you who kidnapped me? Clang! As soon as Wu Yong finished speaking, a short knife was pressed against his throat. You do as I say. If you make 1 mistake, you'll get 1 stab. If you make 2 mistakes, you'll get 2 stabs. If you're slow, that's also 1 stab. Understand? Wu Yong swallowed hard. I understand. First, unlock the communicator. The man with the black spots handed Wu Yong his communicator. Wu Yong hesitated a bit but immediately felt the short knife press a little harder against his throat. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Wu Yong quickly unlocked the communicator. Then, he saw the man directly open the communicators list in front of him and find Emo-chen. Wu Yong's pupils shrank. The reason they had captured him was for Emo-chen. The communicator dialed Emo-chen's number. However, after waiting for a while, Emo-chen did not answer. The man with the black spots dialed again. Emo-chen still did not answer. After trying 5 times, Emo-chen still did not pick up. The man with the black spots grew impatient. He directly edited a text message telling Emo-chen that Wu Yong had been kidnapped and that if he wanted to save him, he should come to the Hat Mountain outside the north gate of the number 1 abandoned city. Come on, say something. The man pressed the recording button and handed the communicator to Wu Yong. Emo-chen, don't come. Wu Yong shouted hurriedly. Bang! The man with the black spots kicked Wu Yong in the chest. Wu Yong cried out in pain as his body slammed heavily against the rock wall. The man coldly glanced at Wu Yong, then sent the text message. Cough cough cough. Wu Yong slumped to the ground, covering his chest, coughing up a bit of blood. It's a beastman soldier. They actually dare to act. Wu Yong's eyes were filled with shock. To avoid revealing his changing expression, Wu Yong lowered his head, not daring to look up. Just now, when the man kicked him, Wu Yong saw very clearly that the man's foot had transformed into an elephant's leg, but the man's eyes were clearly snake-like. The only beings that could possess such contradictory features were beastman soldiers, and beastman soldiers had clearly been eradicated by the first martial arts school's principal, Pei Quang, who had mobilized personnel from various departments in the Magic City. He never expected that they would dare to act again. What did that guy Emo-chen do to offend this group of lunatics? Wu Yong couldn't help but think. Emo-chen, you must not come. You must not come. At the same time, Wu Yong was praying in his heart, hoping that Emo-chen would not come over. It was obvious that this was a trap. Last time, the opponent sent out 20 peak battle sect half-beast soldiers and still couldn't take down Emo-chen. This time, they definitely sent more and stronger people. If Emo-chen comes here, it's death. While Wu Yong was thinking about this, he also hoped that the school would discover his situation soon. Meanwhile, at the first martial school in the Martial Extreme Tower in the training space, Emo-chen, transformed into the complete form of the 9 nether body, had black gas swirling violently around him. Boom! In the next moment, this black gas suddenly turned into black flames. Bull Demon, rise to the heavens! With a roar, Emo-chen slammed his fists towards the Dreamless Demon, which was several times larger than him. The Dreamless Demon's fists also came crashing down. Bang! Purple and black energy waves spread wildly from the point of contact between Emo-chen and the Dreamless Demon. Emo-chan's entire body was engulfed in black flames, his eyes fixed fiercely on the Dreamless Demon. The energy from both of them was continuously clashing. Even though Emo-chan had awakened the 9 nether and his stamina was constantly recovering, he still couldn't withstand such an astonishing drain. But Emo-chan did not stop. At this moment he had only one thought: fight. Even if it meant death, he had to defeat the opponent in front of him. At this moment, Emo-chan's bloodline power was pushed to the limit and Indomitable while extracting the last bit of bloodline strength. Suddenly, Emo-chan felt that his bull demon fist, operating along a special path, underwent a transformation. The technique, which was about to exhaust him, unexpectedly generated a tremendous force under the influence of his will. The third style of the bull demon fist, Bull Demon Invincible. Emo-chan's body trembled violently and the strength in his fists was reborn. In a daze, Emo-chan saw a gigantic demon bull in the world, its body sinking into a quagmire, continuously descending. No matter how this demon bull struggled, it still sank deeper, and at the last moment, the demon bull roared, trying to thrust its horns towards the sky, delivering one final blow. Crash! The figure of the dreamless demon shattered. The outcome is decided, you win. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed. A healing light descended from the training space. Emo-chan stood in place, still maintaining the 9 nether body form without moving. At that moment, he not only comprehended the third style of the Bull Demon Fist, Bull Demon Invincible, but his bloodline also entered a micro-level control. At this moment, Emo-chan felt that his consciousness could control every bit of bloodline power throughout his body. It turned out that within him, the vast and thick bloodline power, at this moment, seemed to have been liberated, completely released. Emo-chan's body rose again. Poof poof poof. 2 rows of slanted bone spurs sprouted simultaneously from both sides of the spines behind him. His hair also grew rapidly, covering most of his back in just a few breaths. Ah! Emo-chan threw his head back and roared. Poof! His teeth doubled in length, long and sharp. A small horn that had sprouted from his forehead suddenly shot out a large section, forming a complete pair of horns. Boom! Boom! Emo-chan took 2 steps, and the entire training space trembled. He raised his hand, his arm now twice as thick, the interlacing veins looking as if they were about to burst from the muscles. Mirror! I want a mirror! His voice had become deeper than before, echoing throughout the training space. Inside the training space, the artificial intelligence immediately conjured a large mirror. Looking into the mirror, Emo-chan finally saw the complete changes on his body. In addition to his muscles growing larger, his physique had also become more massive. He was 4 meters tall before, but now he stood a full 10 meters high. With a sudden forceful grip of his hands, a sonic boom erupted. Boom! Emo-chan swung a punch, striking the air, producing a sound like an explosion. At that moment, Emo-chan finally confirmed it. He had become a war king. Who? Emo-chan let out a long breath. Becoming a battle king meant that, for the time being, no one could threaten him. Habitually, he glanced at the system panel. Emo-chan discovered that his bloodline awakening level had actually risen by 1. It upgraded from 6 out of 10 to 7 out of 10. As expected, the things mentioned in those experience notes are useful. Emo-chan felt a surge of joy in his heart. This way, he saved almost 50,000 evolution points. Thinking of evolution points, Emo-chan immediately looked at the bottom of the system panel. Evolution points, 20,000/80,000. Seeing this number, Emo-chan breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, his biggest worry was that after he was promoted to Battle King, the evolution points required for each level up would also increase. But now it seemed that the system was not affected by Emo-chan's promotion to Battle King. Or rather, the system's evaluation standard was solely based on bloodline awakening level. Emo-chan retracted the complete form of the 9 nether body, returning to his normal size. However, Emo-chan noticed that after returning to normal size, his height had increased quite a bit, from 1 meter 80 to 1 meter 90. His muscles had also increased, but the dimensions were not exaggerated. One could only see the difference when he took off his clothes. I won't turn into a muscle monster, will I? Emo-chan muttered, then checked his communicator. These past few days, he had devoted himself entirely to breaking through to Battle King without resting for a moment, let alone checking the communicator. Messages scrolled by, and a few minutes later, Emo-chan saw a text from Wu Yong. Why is my son sending me a message? Emo-chan opened the message. After a few seconds, Emo-chan's expression darkened. The text said that Wu Yong had been kidnapped. If he wanted Wu Yong to live, he had to go to Hat Mountain outside the abandoned city of Magic Capital Number 1. And this message was received yesterday. At the end of the message, there was also a voice note, which Emo-chan clicked to play. Emo-chan, don't come over. Wu Yong's voice of panic rang out. Bang! The next moment, a sound of a body being kicked came through. Then, the voice note ended. Emo-chan stood in place, silent for a moment. After a while, a fierce light appeared in Emo-chan's eyes. Dare to touch my brother. No matter who you are, you all must die. Emo-chan gritted his teeth, and the terrifying aura belonging to a Battle King erupted, sweeping around him. Fortunately, the space in the training room was incredibly solid. If it were an ordinary training room, Emo-chan's outburst would have directly destroyed the training space. Open the door, I want to go out. Emo-chan said with a stern face. You currently have 28 hours of available balance. If you leave early, the paid fees will be deducted and reset to 0. Open the door. I don't want those points. Emo-chan said in a deep voice, directly interrupting the artificial intelligence. Just wasting a bit of contribution points. In Emo-chan's heart, 10,000 contribution points were not worth more than Wu Yong. Contribution points can be earned again. But if Wu Yong died, Emo-chan would regret it for a lifetime. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower, a group of students waiting in line were, as usual, discussing non-stop. The 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower had almost become an information exchange station for these people. The people from the 4 major martial schools haven't arrived yet, but the 4 suddenly emerged masters, and none of our freshmen can defeat them, someone said in a frustrated tone. Humph. Don't talk nonsense. What? Do you mean we can't defeat them? Our grade still has many experts who haven't made a move. They can't be bothered with these people. Look at Emo-chan and Bai Long. Have they made a move? Someone immediately retorted. Indeed, the truly strong ones in our grade are very low-key. They might be somewhere earning points or training right now. Bai Long just came back and accepted their challenge. Suddenly, someone looking at the messages on the communicator exclaimed. As soon as these words were spoken, others began checking their own communicators. The White Dragon has indeed made a move. Great. Those 4 guys were too arrogant. Finally, someone is going to teach them a lesson. The White Dragon is now on the Martial Extreme rankings, already with 9 points. Just 1 point away from Emo-chan. With the White Dragon taking action, it's absolutely foolproof. If it weren't for the fact that it's my turn. Soon, I go to the training hall right now to see how the White Dragon beats those guys. The crowd in line was somewhat excited. In recent days, there had been too many challengers coming to the first martial school. The mentor of the first martial school, Wang Boyang, thought of a solution. Let those who want to challenge the first martial school compete among themselves first, select the strongest few, and then come to challenge the students of the first martial school. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed in at all. After all, there were too many people, over 300 freshmen from all over the country, looking to challenge the students of the first martial school. Anyway, if they lost, it wouldn't be embarrassing. If they won, they would truly become famous. Wang Boyang's decision left these challengers' plans in vain. Although they all condemned the first martial school's approach, in the end, they still determined 4 strongest individuals. These 4 gained the qualification to enter the first martial school and set up a challenge platform in front of the training hall to challenge the freshmen of the first martial school. Inside the first martial school, some freshmen, unaware of their own limits, directly went up on stage, only to lose dozens of times. Not a single person won. Now, all the freshmen felt embarrassed. Especially those 4. Not only were they strong fighters, but they also had sharp tongues. Some freshmen, after being insulted a few times, couldn't take it and charged up. In the end, they just ended up giving the opponents more victories. Now that the White Dragon had returned from a mission, it was finally time to teach these ignorant guys a lesson. Everyone felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Finally, they could vent their frustrations. The White Dragon often appeared in front of everyone and had already become a recognized strong figure among the freshmen. Wait, the White Dragon seems to be injured? Isn't it very disadvantageous to go on stage while injured? Some people watching the live video feed from in front of the training hall suddenly became worried. It seems those guys said something too harsh. The White Dragon just returned to school and hadn't even come to report before getting provoked and fighting with them. Brother Long is very strong. Even if he's injured, he can still easily beat those guys. The crowd kept discussing, and the entire 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower was in an uproar. Hiss. A hissing sound was heard. The door to the training room where Emo-chan was located opened. Emo-chan, with flames of anger burning in his eyes, walked out of the training room, showing no signs of concealing his Battle King aura. Buzz. A terrifying pressure surged out, and on the 6th floor, everyone instantly felt their bodies tense up. It was as if a massive stone weighing 10,000 pounds was pressing down on their chests, making it extremely difficult to breathe. What was happening? The freshmen on the 6th floor were all dumbfounded at this moment. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Daeonjuan, who was dozing off in a recliner behind the counter, suddenly opened his eyes. This aura, is it that kid Mo? Daeonjuan frowned. The next moment, Daeonjuan activated his bloodline power. The Battle King pressure released by Emo-chan on the 6th floor instantly dissipated. Mo kid, tone down your pressure a bit, otherwise, it would be troublesome if you give these little guys psychological trauma. Daeonjuan's voice abruptly echoed in Emo-chan's mind. Emo-chan silently nodded, and his entire figure transformed into a shadow, disappearing from the spot. Without greeting Daeonjuan, Emo-chan directly exited the Martial Extreme Tower. This kid, could it be that he's encountered some trouble? Daeonjuan wondered. Could it be that something really happened? Last time, I clearly told this guy not to rush into breaking through to the War King. Daeonjuan's brows furrowed even deeper. He suddenly felt a bit worried about Emo-chan. He decided that when Emo-chan came over next time, he would ask him properly. Meanwhile, outside the training hall, Bang! Bai Long executed the dragon tail move directly, knocking a boy who was shining with a black metallic luster off the stage. Good. Comfortable. Ah, hey you trash. This is what you get for being so arrogant before. Students from the first martial arts school cheered around the ring. The boy who was kicked off the stage, named Heyu, snorted coldly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as expected from Bai Long. I know I'm not his opponent, but before this I had already defeated 25 people from the first martial arts school. Bai Long is not trash, but you guys are. Heyu mocked them directly. You three, do you still want to go up? On the stage, Bai Long, whose face was somewhat pale, coldly scanned the other three below. At this moment, blood had already begun to seep from his waist. This was not an injury he sustained from fighting Heyu, but rather from an encounter with a beast king while completing a mission in the wilderness where he had been injured while escaping. At that time, the beast king had struck him with a paw on his waist. Bai Long's waist had been torn, but thanks to the powerful recovery ability of the Flood Dragon bloodline, his wound had healed. However, when he had just attacked Heyu, the wound had torn a little. Bai Long, you're injured, aren't you going to heal? If we win against you, wouldn't that be unfair? A boy in ancient attire, with long hair and waving a folding fan, said slowly. A loss is a loss, a win is a win, there are no excuses. Bai Long said proudly. Good. Then let me have Su Xiaofeng. Experience your strength. The boy in ancient attire laughed and prepared to go on stage. Wait. Heyu suddenly spoke up, stopping. Su Xiaofeng. What is it? Su Xiaofeng looked at Heyu in confusion. The four of them had been challenging the first-year students of the first martial arts school together these past few days, and their relationship was quite good. Heyu stepped forward and whispered a few words in Su Xiaofeng's ear. Okay. A smile appeared on Su Xiaofeng's face as he looked at Bai Long. Then, Su Xiaofeng stepped onto the stage. As soon as he got on the stage, Bai Long's figure flashed, launching a storm-like attack towards him. Bai Long was of the S-rank Flood Dragon bloodline, with a powerful physique, especially his hands, which transformed into dragon claws during an attack, increasing his strength several times. Even Heyu, who also had an S-rank bloodline of the Black Gold type, could not withstand Bai Long's violent assault. Want to end the fight quickly? Su Xiaofeng realized Bai Long's intention as soon as he made a move. At the same time, Su Xiaofeng recalled Heiyu's words. A cold smile appeared on his face as he lightly stepped back to create distance. However, Bai Long's speed was even faster. Suddenly, Su Xiaofeng waved the folding fan in his hand, and two pale green wind blades shot directly towards Bai Long's waist. Under normal circumstances, Bai Long would not have cared about these two wind blades. At most, they would just leave a couple of cuts. When he sustained such minor injuries, his opponent would have already been defeated by him. But Bai Long's waist had just been injured, and if the wind blades hit him, the injury would worsen. With no choice, Bai Long immediately stopped and dodged the two wind blades. As a result, the moment he halted, Su Xiaofeng frantically urged the power of his bloodline. Swish, 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 swish. Countless wind blades surged out, densely packed, all targeting Bai Long's waist. Bai Long's expression changed as he looked down at Heyu. It was definitely this guy who had just informed Su Xiaofeng. At this moment, Bai Long and Su Xiaofeng stood at opposite ends of the stage. Su Xiaofeng relied on his bloodline power to continuously wear down the white dragon from a distance. Under normal circumstances, this distance would not be a problem for the white dragon at all. However, now, every time he moved forward, the opponent would unleash a barrage of wind blades aimed directly at his waist. The white dragon turned sideways, protecting his injured waist on the inside, defending against the wind blade attacks. At this moment, Su Xiaofeng's forehead was already covered in beads of sweat. With such an explosive effort, his bloodline power was beginning to falter. In the end, however, it was the white dragon who couldn't hold on first. He stumbled and fell to the ground below the arena. Swish! Su Xiaofeng opened his fan and waved it slowly, smiling as he said, "Thank you for the match." As soon as Su Xiaofeng finished speaking, the students from the first martial arts school below the stage began to curse. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. You specifically targeted the white dragon's injured area. You are truly despicable. Ah, this is infuriating. What are you all shouting about? Didn't the white dragon himself say that losing is losing and winning is winning? If you're not satisfied, come up and challenge him. You're all so angry, but you can't win. Just shut up. Heyu stepped forward and directly mocked them. Below the stage, the white dragon covered his waist and the blood seeping out increased. However, the white dragon said nothing. Losing is losing. That's how the white dragon felt inside. It wasn't just words. White dragon, I want to challenge you. Do you dare? At that moment, a woman dressed in a tight black leather outfit with prominent curves stepped out from Su Xiaofeng's team. This woman wore heavy makeup with dark eyeshadow around her eyes, making her appear much more mature than the other female students around her. Shu Xia, you clearly saw that the white dragon was injured, yet you still come up to challenge? Exactly, are you all this shameless? Faced with the students from the first martial Art school questioning her. Zhu Xia simply raised her hands high, revealing her slender waist, and then stretched lazily. I'm challenging the white dragon. What does it have to do with you? If the white dragon doesn't accept, I won't force him. After saying this, Zhu Xia turned her gaze to the white dragon, a playful smile on her face. The white dragon, at this moment, wore a serious expression. He was proud. Even before awakening his bloodline, he was like this. Therefore, even though the opponent was clearly using provocation, his pride wouldn't allow him to refuse the challenge. Activating his bloodline power, the white dragon exerted force with his legs and stepped onto the arena. However, as soon as he stood on the stage, Zhu Xia immediately activated all her bloodline power, transforming into a massive black spider. Puff, puff, puff. Countless black and white spider silk strands shot towards the white dragon's waist. Zhu Xia possessed an S-rank beast-type insect bloodline. The dark spider and her silk contained deadly poison. The white dragon was injured now and absolutely could not come into contact with this stuff. But the opponent unleashed a large amount of spider silk right from the start. Anger flashed across the white dragon's face and he was forced to jump off the arena. If he hadn't jumped, he wouldn't have been able to evade all that spider silk. Ha, white dragon, you lost. Again. Heiyu laughed heartily. The frustration of being kicked off the arena by the white dragon earlier had completely vanished. Hee, that was an easy win. Zhu Xia smiled, returning to her normal form. White dragon, I am willing to fight you fairly. How about it? At this moment, the last person from Heiyu's side stepped forward and spoke. This person had a cold expression, dressed in white, with a chilling aura surrounding him. Hearing this, the people from the first martial arts school were furious. The white dragon was injured like this, and you still have the nerve to say you want to fight him fairly? Do you have no shame? Across from him, the one who spoke was named Nyahan, the strongest among the four of Heiyu. When fighting against the students of the first martial school, Nyahan had never fully unleashed his bloodline. Therefore, it was impossible to determine what kind of bloodline he possessed. However, many speculated that Nyahan was likely an elemental bloodline, related to ice abilities. Bai Long fixed his gaze on Nyahan in the distance, gritted his teeth, and stepped onto the stage. After 3 consecutive battles, his wounds had already torn open significantly and were slowly healing. However, his opponent showed no signs of giving him a moment's respite. The humiliation of today, I will repay double in the future. Bai Long roared in his heart. At the same time, the name Mo Chen inexplicably surfaced in his mind. If Mo Chen were here, that guy would definitely be able to crush them. Just as he was thinking this, Bai Long suddenly saw a figure rushing towards him from not far away. Mo Chen? Bai Long was taken aback. This guy looked so anxious. Was he coming to support him? When Bai Long saw Mo Chen, many others also noticed him. After all, it was hard not to attract attention when Mo Chen was the only one running around. It really is Mo Chen. Mo Chen is here. Someone shouted excitedly. On the Martial Extreme rankings, Mo Chen had scored 10 points, ranking first among the freshmen. And the Martial Extreme rankings assessed practical combat ability. Mo Chen's perfect score meant his combat skills were definitely not weak. Mo Chen here. Mo Chen, come teach them a lesson. Mo Chen. The students of the first martial school shouted in unison. At this moment, the 3 from Heiyu also saw Mo Chen. Is that Mo Chen? Heiyu frowned as he looked at the approaching Mo Chen. In fact, aside from boosting their records, Heiyu and the others had another major goal in coming to the first martial school: to defeat Mo Chen. Because Mo Chen had previously defeated the genius student Bufan from the War God Academy, he had already gained fame before they arrived. Before coming to the first martial school, they had spent a considerable amount of resources to obtain information about Mo Chen's bloodline from Bufan, gaining a rough understanding of some characteristics of Mo Chen's bloodline. Just in time. Heiyu suddenly laughed. Today, we not only want to win against Bai Long, but we will also defeat Mo Chen and completely trample the first martial school underfoot. As Heiyu boasted, he slyly included we, since he had just lost to Bai Long. However, Su Xiaofeng, Zhu Xia, and Nyahan's expressions turned somewhat unpleasant. Trampling the first martial school underfoot? That was too arrogant. Wasn't it clearly opposing the first martial school? What a fool Heiyu was. But they indeed yearned for a battle with Mo Chen. As Mo Chen drew closer, Heiyu stepped forward, blocking Mo Chen's path. Mo Chen, I challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Heiyu shouted loudly. Mo Chen, who was rushing forward, glanced at him and then walked past him. He was in a hurry to save Wu Yong and had no time to deal with these insignificant people. Heiyu was stunned. By the time he turned around, Mo Chen was already several dozen meters away. Ignoring me? Heiyu's expression darkened. Mo Chen, why not stop for a moment? As Heiyu's face grew grim, Su Xiaofeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Mo Chen. What do you want? Mo Chen frowned as he looked at her. Su Xiaofeng slowly waved her fan, smiling lightly, and said, I want to challenge you. Please come to the ring and fight with me. To which Mo Chen replied with only one word, get lost. After saying that, Mo Chen continued to walk forward. At this moment, all Mo Chen could think about was how to save Wu Yong. He absolutely could not let Wu Yong be in danger. In that text message, the other party had threatened him, saying that if he dared to tell a third person about this matter, Wu Yong would die immediately. Emo-chan had no doubt about that. The other party was able to kidnap Wu Yong in the Magic City area, so finding out this news would probably not be difficult. Hey, aren't you being too arrogant? Heiyu activated his bloodline power and rushed to Emo-chan's side. Emo-chan, little brother, you're so arrogant. Yet you don't dare to accept our challenge? Shu Xia appeared next to Emo-chan without him noticing. Whoosh! A gust of cold air blew by, and Nyahan appeared on Emo-chan's other side. At this moment, Heiyu, Su Xiaofeng, Ju Xia, and Nyahan had surrounded Emo-chan perfectly. Emo-chan frowned, get lost. I don't have time today. As soon as he said this, even the four who often mocked the first martial school had somewhat unsightly expressions. Your time is precious, isn't our time valuable too? Heiyu retorted. At this point, a playful expression appeared on Heiyu's face as he said, we're challenging you, you aren't scared, are you? No way, right? If it's true, just admit defeat now, and I can let you go. Before Heiyu could finish his sentence, a massive fist came crashing down on him. Boom! Heiyu's head was directly smashed into the ground, countless bricks and stones flying out. And Emo-chan, who knew when, appeared next to Heiyu. You talk too much. Emo-chan, half squatting, withdrew his fist and stood up from the ground. At this moment, Heiyu's head was buried in the ground, half of his face deformed, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his body twitching as he fainted. Seeing this scene, the remaining three were dumbfounded. In the distance, Bai Long and the students of the first martial school also looked at Emo-chan in astonishment. How is his speed so fast? Bai Long's eyes widened, looking at Emo-chan in disbelief. Just now, Emo-chan's punch, Heiyu couldn't dodge, and Bai Long estimated that he wouldn't be able to dodge it either. When did Emo-chan become this strong? Hey, what you're doing is a sneak attack, it doesn't count as a win. Su Xiaofeng frowned, looking at Emo-chan. Shu Xia and Nyahan also watched Emo-chan warily, taking up fighting stances. Emo-chan couldn't be bothered with them and continued walking towards the school gate. Stop! Shu Xia was the first to strike, shooting out black and white spider silk from her hands. Snap! The spider silk stuck to Emo-chan's back. Since you sneak attacked Heiyu, it's only fair for the three of us to team up against you, Shu Xia said with a cold smile. Just now, Emo-chan's move had already made her realize that she was definitely not Emo-chan's opponent. So, she wanted to team up to deal with Emo-chan. Once Shu Xia spoke, Su Xiaofeng and Nyahan understood as well. The two of them tacitly activated all their bloodline power. A wind blade over a meter long, shimmering with a green hue, almost solidifying, shot towards Emo-chan. And Nyahan, with his entire body filled with icy power, swung a massive cold air sword down at Emo-chan. At this moment, Emo-chan stood still with a serious expression. To prevent Emo-chan from dodging the attack, Ju Xia transformed into a completely black dark spider, spraying more black and white spider silk to entangle Emo-chan. The wind blade and ice sword fell simultaneously. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded. Dust and smoke rose, engulfing Emo-chan's figure. The ground around Emo-chan was completely turned over. Heiyu, whose head was buried in the ground, was directly blown away, crashing into the greenery. A smile appeared on Su Xiaofeng's face. Emo-chan, no matter how strong he was, after taking this full force strike, would probably be seriously injured. Moreover, there was still Nyahan attacking. Not far away, Bai Long and others from the First Martial Arts Academy were all looking angrily in this direction. These three guys, unable to defeat Emo-chan, actually teamed up. How shameless. Some students who had long been displeased with Heiyu's four members immediately activated their bloodline powers, ready to rush in and fight. Whoosh! A gust of fresh wind blew by. The dust cleared. A tall black shadow emerged from within. 3 rows of fierce bone spines protruded from its back. Long black hair covered most of its back and circles of black mist swirled around its body. This is... Su Xiaofeng's smile froze. Emo-chan, over 4 meters tall and with bulging muscles, appeared before everyone. However, neither Su Xiaofeng's desperate wind blade nor Nyahan's strike could inflict any harm on Emo-chan. Only Ju Xia's black and white spider silk remained stuck to Emo-chan's back. I told you, I don't have time. A deep, heavy voice, like a war drum, resonated. Why won't you listen? After Emo-chan finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Xiaofeng. Su Xiaofeng's expression changed drastically, a sense of unprecedented danger surged in her heart. In that moment, under Emo-chan's gaze, Su Xiaofeng felt every hair on her body stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaofeng activated all her bloodline power and began to retreat. However, at the same time Su Xiaofeng moved, Emo-chan also moved. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder erupted. In the next moment, Emo-chan's large hand directly grasped Su Xiaofeng's entire face. Su Xiaofeng trembled, not daring to move an inch. Shu Xia and Nyahan, witnessing this scene, were completely dumbfounded. What happened? How did Su Xiaofeng get taken down in an instant? Didn't she know to dodge? Crack crack crack. Emo-chan's grip tightened, and Su Xiaofeng's skull emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache. Su Xiaofeng screamed in agony, but since her entire face was covered by Emo-chan's hand, the scream did not fully escape. Not good. Shu Xia saw that Emo-chan had truly turned murderous, and she opened her mouth to spit out. More black and white spider silk towards Mo Chen. Nyahan also activated the remaining bloodline power, unleashing an even more terrifying ice sword strike. Mo Chen halted, casually waving his right hand. Bang! The ice sword exploded. Snap! The spider silk wrapped around Mo Chen. Mo Chen ignored it and threw Su Xiaofeng down to the ground. Boom! The ground shook and Su Xiaofeng was smashed into the earth. Standing up, Mo Chen turned to glance at Zhu Xia, then grabbed the spider silk. Hiss hiss hiss. As his palm made contact with the highly toxic spider silk, white smoke began to rise. However, this level of poison had no effect on Mo Chen at all. The corrosion from the poison was not faster than his own recovery. With a strong tug, Zhu Xia, transformed into a dark spider, frantically scratched the ground with several of her legs. Trouble! Mo Chen's figure moved, and with a bang, he appeared in front of Zhu Xia. 1 foot stomped. Down. Bang! A large pit appeared in the ground, and Zhu Xia instantly lost her form. Mo Chen happened to be standing on Zhu Xia's chest. Lifting his foot, Mo Chen kicked at Zhu Xia's waist. Boom! Zhu Xia flew out, directly plowing a trench into the ground before rolling into the green belt. At this moment, 3 of the 4 from Heiyu were directly killed by Mo Chen. The remaining Nyahan had already fled 100 meters away. Nyahan's face was grim. He did not expect Mo Chen to be this strong. Even with 4 people teaming up, they couldn't defeat him. Moreover, Mo Chen's attacks were excessively brutal. Seeing Heiyu's miserable state, Nyahan even doubted whether Heiyu had been killed by Mo Chen. As these thoughts surged in Nyahan's mind, he was running away frantically. He had previously exerted all his strength but was unable to inflict any harm on Mo Chen. Not to mention now, with only a little of his bloodline power left. Boom! While running, Nyahan heard a familiar thunderous sound behind him. Then, he felt a tremendous force strike his back. Bang! Nyahan turned into an afterimage and flew out, crashing against the wall of a teaching building with a loud thud. Just as Nyahan hit the wall, he hadn't made any move yet. Bang! A massive force struck his head. Mo Chen, who stood over 4 meters tall, withdrew his fist from the wall, bringing out a pile of cement debris. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone at the first martial school, Mo Chen's figure flickered and disappeared. The scene was left with the 4 barely alive members of Heiyu and the dumbfounded crowd. Is it over? Someone broke the silence and spoke. The whole process didn't even take a minute, right? From Heiyu stopping Mo Chen to Mo Chen making his move, it actually only took a little over 40 seconds. That is Mo Chen's temper really. That explosive? His strength is just too formidable. Who can compete with him? While everyone was discussing, Bai Long remained silent. Others might not have noticed, but Bai Long was very clear. Mo Chen was definitely no longer at the level of a battle sect. He had already become a battle king. Just over a month after awakening his bloodline, has he come this far? Bai Long felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep up with the others' pace. No, I still have a chance. I can't just fall into despair. But soon, Bai Long perked up. Having such a formidable rival on the path of life is a great fortune, only then will I dare not to rest for a moment. With this thought, a fighting spirit emerged in Bai Long's eyes. In half a month, the freshman competition will be here. I still have a chance. With this in mind, Bai Long immediately headed towards the Martial Extreme Tower. He needed to submit his task and quickly adjust his body to continue his training. Meanwhile, under a tree a few hundred meters away from the arena, a red-haired Yen who crossed his arms and frowned. This kid becoming a battle king so quickly is a bit absurd. Next to Yenhu, Chuba said coldly, with his talent, breaking through to battle king this early is truly foolish. Yenhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, since he can break through to battle king, it shows that his bloodline awakening is quite high. He could have endured for another 6 months. As he said this, a smile appeared on Yenhu's face. I remember I broke through to battle king in my 2nd semester of my 1st year, but I endured for a year, allowing my bloodline to revert once before advancing to battle king. This kid, in pursuit of training speed, has prematurely exhausted his potential. I wonder what expression Tian Chang would have if he knew about this. At the same time, Mo Chen, who was the subject of everyone's discussion, arrived at the school gate. Since he hadn't bought a car, it was too late to prepare now. Seeing a white convertible supercar, Mo Chen jumped right in. Crack! He yanked out the panel under the steering wheel and the 2 ignition wires sparked successfully. V-room. The sports car sped out of the open garage. Martial Extreme Tower, 2nd floor, task hall. Just as Bai Long was about to submit his task, he received a text message on his communicator. Parking fee automatically deducted? Bai Long frowned. Hasn't my car been parked in the garage all along? Why is there a parking fee now? Mo Chen drove his car, speeding towards the southern city gate of the Magic City. While driving, he took out his communicator and dialed Wu Yong's number. As soon as the call connected, Wu Yong picked up. I'm on my way, Mo Chen said in a deep voice. Okay, a gloomy voice replied on the other end. But I want to hear Wu Yong's voice to make sure he's okay. Mo Chen continued. Without waiting for a response, he added, if I don't hear Wu Yong's voice, I won't come. On the other end, it seemed they considered for a few seconds before replying. Alright, Then, Emo-chan heard Woo-yeon's voice. Emo-chan, it's me, Woo-yeon. Woo-yeon, how are you? Are you hurt? Emo-chan suppressed his anger and asked. I'm fine, I didn't get hurt. Woo-yeon's tone was as nonchalant as usual. Hearing this, Emo-chan felt a lot more at ease. Emo-chan, don't come here, it's a trap. They've ambushed a lot of people, some in black clothes and some in red. Before Woo-yeon could finish, Emo-chan heard a loud slap. Shut up. A scolding voice came from the other end. You all, just wait for me. The fury in Emo-chan's eyes was about to explode. We. The gloomy voice on the other end just started. Emo-chan, you don't need to come. I don't want to drag you down. Woo-yeon shouted. Holding the communicator, a man with a face full of dark spots was about to scold Woo-yeon. Suddenly, he saw a dazzling orange light glowing from Woo-yeon's chest. This kid is going to activate his bloodline power to self-destruct. The man with dark spots panicked at the sight. Stop, you stop right now. The man was both shocked and angry. What's going on? What happened? On the other end of the line, Emo-chan, who was in the car, felt anxious upon hearing the commotion. But the other side had already hung up. Bang! Emo-chan slammed his fist on the steering wheel. At this moment, Emo-chan's eyes were slightly red. Woo-yeon, you better not get into trouble. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower, just as Bai Long walked up preparing to queue for the training space, his communicator kept popping up messages showing that he had been penalized for speeding. Bai Long? Wasn't my car parked at school? Is the traffic system in the Magic City malfunctioning? Bai Long was a bit confused and wanted to go down to check on his car. What? Emo-chan actually got 30 points? Suddenly, a gasp was heard. When did this happen? Just 10 minutes ago. I didn't pay attention at the time, but I subconsciously checked the Martial Extreme rankings like usual and suddenly saw Emo-chan's name appear in second place. Did Emo-chan cheat? 30 matches? How did he win that? While Bai Long was puzzled about how he lost driving points, he was also surprised to hear the discussions around him and quickly opened the Martial Extreme rankings. Wait a minute, Emo-chan was at 10 points before. How did he get to 30 points now? Right, I remember clearly. I specifically checked this morning and saw it was 10. Someone suddenly noticed something was off. Are you all stupid? Emo-chan's previous score didn't change, which means he hasn't come to the training space, so gaining 20 points at once means he won 20 matches in one go. Someone explained. As soon as this was said, the noisy 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower quieted down significantly. Winning 20 matches at once? Those who had entered the training space and challenged the Martial Dao imprint knew very well what that meant. In reality, Emo-chan did not win 20 matches at once. Instead, it was the total number of matches he had won in the training space over the past few days. Because he had been in the training space and hadn't come out, his score had not been counted on the Martial Extreme ranking. It was only after Emo-chan emerged from the training space that his score was finally recorded. At this moment, Bai Long's face turned a bit pale again. Emo-chan, speeding along, was not targeted by the patrols of the Demon City due to his identity as a student of the first martial school. However, along the way, he still received quite a few warnings. Emo-chan ignored them, driving his white sports car straight out of the southern city gate of Demon City. Number 1 abandoned city, Hat Mountain. It was said that before the nuclear war that changed the course of humanity, it was a mining site. The interior of the mine had been hollowed out. Being outside Number 1 abandoned city, a large number of exotic beasts gathered there, making it a well-known beast den. The first martial school had several missions related to the beast den at Hat Mountain. The one who kidnapped Woo-yeon was definitely human, and the place where they arranged to meet Emo-chan was a beast den. Emo-chan had already guessed who had kidnapped Woo-yeon. Half-beast soldiers. It was that group of half-beast soldiers. It was one thing for them to target him, but they even dared to kidnap his friend to threaten him? In his heart, Emo-chan had already decided to uproot the organization behind these half-beast soldiers, to directly annihilate the forces behind the half-beast soldiers. V-room. The engine roared, and the white convertible sports car kicked up a cloud of dust in the wilderness. In the past, such a loud engine roar would attract a large group of surrounding exotic beast packs to chase after. But today, Emo-chan had driven deep into the wilderness, yet not a single exotic beast followed. In fact, Emo-chan hadn't seen any exotic beasts along the way. Something was off. There must be a trap set up ahead. The white sports car continued to speed, and Emo-chan secretly activated his bloodline power, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The moment there was any sign of movement, he would be able to react immediately. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the ground in front of the car exploded without warning. Bang! 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 More bombs detonated, and the once smooth ground instantly became pockmarked. The white sports car was flipped over by the impact of the explosions, rolling away with a crash. Hundreds of meters away from the explosion zone, Emo-chan, with golden skin and bulging muscles, supported himself on one hand. So, they were all hiding underground. Emo-chan's hand on the ground began to grow larger, and black, sinister tattoos emerged on his light golden skin. At the same time, his entire body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, Emo-chan grew to over 4 meters tall. Clenching his fists tightly, he raised his arms above his head. The muscles in Emo-chan's arms tensed, and then he slammed down heavily. Boom! A terrifying force of over 100 tons erupted. The hard ground rippled like the surface of water. Bang 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 bang! A series of explosions sent several black figures flying out from the tremendous force. Emo-chan stood up, and dozens of black figures fell like raindrops. These shadows landed on the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Ding! Evolution points plus 10,000. Emo-chan glanced at the black figures on the ground. Sure enough, they were all half-beast soldiers. Puff! A sound of jetting air was heard. Hundreds of meters away, a black dot appeared, trailing white smoke. RPG? Half-beast soldiers can use firearms? Emo-chan was momentarily stunned as the rocket's warhead appeared right in front of him. Snap! A large hand covered in black floral patterns reached out, and Emo-chan grabbed the warhead. Boom! The warhead exploded. Flames and shockwaves burst forth. Behind Emo-chan, his long hair, which covered most of his back, flew wildly. Puff! 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 5 more white smoke trails rose from the ground in the distance. Another 5 RPGs. Emo-chan calmly watched the incoming rockets. His leg muscles began to tense. In the next moment, boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and Emo-chan charged forward. The 5 rockets were already flying at high speed, and with this, Emo-chan closed the distance. In an instant, the 5 rockets struck Emo-chan. Boom 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 boom. Flames erupted, but Emo-chan's figure showed no sign of stopping as he continued to rush forward. In a trench, several half-beast soldiers had not yet had time to reload their launchers when Emo-chan appeared before them. Thud! Thud! He stomped twice into the trench, and several half-beast soldiers were directly crushed into a pulp. After dealing with these half-beast soldiers, Emo-chan did not pause for a moment and continued to sprint forward. And before Emo-chan, 1,000 meters away, was Hat Mountain. With the enhancement of the wind thunder technique in his bloodline, Emo-chan covered the 1,000-meter distance in just 5 seconds. Along the way, no half-beast soldiers appeared to block him. Standing before the 3-meter-high entrance of Hat Mountain, Emo-chan looked inside. Dozens of powerful auras locked onto him. Taking a few steps forward, Emo-chan's figure was swallowed by the dark entrance. Whoosh! In the darkness, dozens of figures dressed in black rushed towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan did not resist at all, his fists directly smashing towards the source of the attacking sounds. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds echoed, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Emo-chan followed up with 2 kicks. Crack! Bang! Scalding blood splattered in the dark passage, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. Clang! Put! Thud! At this moment, the attacks from other half-beast soldiers landed on Emo-chan. However, Emo-chan suffered not a single injury. Emo-chan closed his eyes and then opened them again. Instantly, the world before him turned a deep red, but Emo-chan could see the entire situation in the passage very clearly. Humph! With a cold snort, Emo-chan threw a punch. Bang! A half-beast soldier's head was directly smashed to pieces. At the same time, Emo-chan waved his hand and slashed to the side. A half-beast soldier who had just leaped down from the top of the passage was directly struck by Emo-chan's palm on the neck. Crack! This half-beast soldier's head bent at a 90-degree angle, his ear pressed against his shoulder, crashing into the rock wall. Just like that, without any defense, Emo-chan pushed through, killing all the black-clad half-beast soldiers in the entire passage. Inside Hat Mountain, in a vast underground space, a man with a face full of black spots looked nervously at the passage. Then, he glanced at Wu Yong, who was tied to a stone pillar. Earlier, Wu Yong had gathered all his bloodline power, trying to explode it within himself to commit suicide. He almost succeeded, but fortunately, the man with black spots, in a moment of panic, punched Wu Yong in the chest, causing the bloodline power he had painstakingly gathered to dissipate. That was how Wu Yong failed. The man with black spots wiped the sweat from his forehead. This Emo-chan was even stronger and more violent than he had anticipated. He definitely was not a match for him. However, it was not he who would deal with Emo-chan, but those red-clad half-beast soldiers. These half-beast soldiers not only possessed peak battle sect strength but were also modified to be extremely suitable for combat. Even among peak battle sects, other half-beast soldiers could not compete with these red-clad half-beast soldiers. If these red-clad half-beast soldiers could not handle Emo-chan, there were still the Beast God Guards. The Beast God Guards had told the man with black spots that if they could not subdue Emo-chan, he would take action in the end. And before that, the Beast God Guards would not intervene, as they were mainly on guard against other hidden human experts. The man with black spots did not believe that Emo-chan would really not inform the school's teachers about this matter. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Emo-chan should possess peak battle sect power. A peak battle sect entering Hat Mountain, let alone saving someone, it was questionable whether he could survive. Get ready, we are about to make our move. The man with black spots rushed towards several red-clad half-beast soldiers and said, while drawing a short knife and pressing it against Wu Yong's neck. At this moment, Wu Yong, having been drugged, felt weak and limp all over, unable to even lift his tongue. Clop, clop, the sound of footsteps echoed. The over 4-meter tall Emochan stepped on the dark red blood on the ground and walked out from the passage. "Make your move," the man with black spots shouted immediately. 8 red-clad, half-beast soldiers attacked simultaneously. A terrifying force erupted, instantly enveloping Emochan. Upon seeing Wu Yong tied to a pillar, Emochan's eyes narrowed and a fierce light shot from his gaze. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Emochan instantly vanished from his spot. "Not good," the man with black spots exclaimed, and with a swift motion he slashed the short knife towards Wu Yong's neck. Crash! The man with black spots slammed against the rock wall. Seeing Emochan appear before him, the man with black spots widened his eyes. How could Emochan be so fast? Put! Emochan withdrew his bloodied hand. The man with black spots felt a chill in his abdomen. Looking down, he discovered that his entire abdomen had been pierced through, leaving only a pile of mangled flesh. Bang! The man with black spots had his head pressed against the rock wall and was crushed. The other 8 red-clad half-beast soldiers had reacted and surrounded Emochan again. At this moment, Emochan had his back against a rock wall with 8 red-clad half-beast soldiers in front of him, leaving him no way to escape. Glancing at Wu Yong's position, Emochan found that Wu Yong had already fallen unconscious. Seeing that Wu Yong was temporarily safe, Emochan spread his arms and twisted his neck. Then, in the astonished eyes of the 8 half-beast soldiers, Emochan's already over 4-meter tall body grew even taller. This time, he reached a height of 6 meters before stopping. "Quick, make your move!" Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Emochan, the faces of the 8 half-beast soldiers changed instantly, and they launched an attack on Emochan. Emochan raised an eyebrow and suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. A massive shockwave surged forth, causing the 8 half-beast soldiers to jump up. Before they could land, Emochan stomped down. Crack! One half-beast soldier felt a darkness above his head and was crushed into a pulp. Boom! The next moment, Emochan punched the ground. The ground shattered, and a red-clad half-beast soldier was struck, instantly turning into a pile of flesh, leaving no body behind. In front of the 6-meter-tall, War King-level Emochan, these red-clad half-beast soldiers had no power to resist at all. Seconds later, the underground space was filled with 6 more piles of minced meat. After dealing with these foes, Emochan walked over to Wu Yong and freed him from the stone pillar. Then, Emochan placed Wu Yong in a corner that was less likely to be affected. After doing all this, Emochan looked up at the dark ceiling of the underground space. "Oh," a voice echoed softly, resonating throughout the underground space. "You actually managed to find me?" A humanoid creature covered in fine silver scales, with arms crossed, slowly descended from above. "Beast God Guard, you will surely die today." Emochan stared at the Beast God Guard, flames igniting in his eyes. The Beast God Guard's strange face showed no expression, but his voice conveyed disdain. "Do you think becoming a War King makes you formidable?" The Beast God Guard lowered his altitude again and flew in front of Emochan. 2 eyes, as dark as black pearls, fixed on Emochan. "In my eyes, a War King is nothing but a weakling." The distance was so close that Emochan clearly saw the other person's face, which had a mouth resembling an insect's mandibles. A circle of circular serrations grew within the other's mouth. "So damn ugly." Emochan cursed, and with a loud bang he swung a fist towards the other's face. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The Beast God Guard, floating in the air, reached out a hand and caught Emochan's fist. The layer of fine silver scales on the Beast God Guard's arm rippled like water. Emochan's gaze sharpened. He wasn't surprised that the other had blocked this punch, but the key was how easily the other had done it. The floating body hadn't even moved an inch. Stronger than an ordinary battle king by quite a bit. The voice of the Beast God Guard echoed throughout the underground space. At that moment, the scales on the Beast God Guard's arm began to ripple again, but this time it was different. The direction of the rippling scales was the opposite of before. Boom! Emochan felt a tremendous force impact his fist. He took half a step back. "If this is all the strength you have, then I'm very disappointed," the Beast God Guard continued. "Because a normal battle king causing my years of planning in the demon city to go to waste, that's something too embarrassing to admit," the Beast God Guard went on. "You talk too much." Buzz Emochan's arm muscles bulged as he threw another punch at the other's face. As he threw this punch, 4 faint buzzing sounds rang out. The fourfold sound of the 8-sound fist. The Beast God Guard extended his hand again to block. He didn't take Emochan's move seriously at all. However, as soon as his palm made contact with Emochan's punch, the scales on the Beast God Guard's arm surged. The Beast God Guard was somewhat surprised. This punch actually had such strong power? Whoosh! At that moment of surprise, Emochan swung the mountain-cleaving axe down towards the Beast God Guard's head. The ghost axe's ghostly cleave. Where did that axe come from? The Beast God Guard was even more surprised. With his modified powerful features, he hadn't even noticed the axe coming down. At this moment, the mountain-cleaving axe was only half a meter from his head. It was too late to dodge. The Beast God Guard tilted his head. Boom! The forceful mountain-cleaving axe smashed directly onto the Beast God Guard's shoulder. Sparks flew, and the floating Beast God Guard was slammed down to the ground. At this time, Emochan's height was over 6 meters, while the Beast Godguard was only 3 meters tall at most. When he hit the ground, the Beast Godguard was immediately at a disadvantage against Emo-chen. Whoosh! Emo-chen swung the axe down again towards the Beast Godguard. Clang! The Beast Godguard raised his hand and pinched the axe blade. The blade rubbed against the Beast Godguard's fingers, creating sparks. Very good. It seems your strength is even greater than I expected. The Beast Godguard sneered. Now, the battle is interesting. The Beast Godguard continued. He wasn't worried about stalling for time. When Emo-chen had barged into Hat Mountain, he had already scouted the surrounding area for 100 miles and found no trace of any other human experts. The few battle emperors from the Demon City hadn't shown up either. This indicated that Emo-chen really hadn't notified the school. Since that was the case, he could slowly torture this little guy in front of him. If that mad dog from the first martial school knew that his prized student was being tortured by him, he wondered what his reaction would be. He would probably be furious, right? If it weren't for the modifications to his mouth, the Beast Godguard's face would likely have shown a cold smile by now. But just then, the Beast Godguard's palm was cut open by the axe blade. Dark red blood with a strong fishy smell seeped from the wound. Swish! The Beast Godguardian's figure flashed and appeared at the other end of the underground space. Looking at his own palm, the Beast Godguardian felt a bit puzzled. He was actually injured? Emo-chen coldly glanced at the opponent, unleashed the Wind Thunder technique, and with a loud bang, continued to attack. Just now, when the mountain-cleaving axe struck the opponent, Emo-chen hadn't used any special techniques. It was purely because the mountain-cleaving axe was a heavenly-grade weapon. No matter how strong this Beast Godguardian was, he was just a war king. Could he withstand a heavenly-grade weapon? Whoosh! 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 The heavy mountain-cleaving axe felt weightless in Emo-chen's hands as it crazily hacked at the Beast Godguardian. The Beast Godguardian blocked a few strikes, and dozens of small scales were shattered by the mountain-cleaving axe. You actually have a heavenly-grade weapon? The Beast Godguardian looked at the mountain-cleaving axe in Emo-chen's hand in surprise. An unexpected gain. I didn't expect to get a heavenly-grade weapon. The Beast Godguardian's eyes, as black as beads, fixated on Emo-chen's mountain-cleaving axe. Whoosh! In the next moment, Emo-chen's mountain-cleaving axe came crashing down. Whoosh! A flash of silver light, and the Beast Godguardian appeared behind Emo-chen. Bang! A punch struck the left side of Emo-chen's back, right where his heart was. This strike was incredibly fast, and even Emo-chen couldn't react in time. Emo-chen staggered forward 2 steps, then turned his head to coldly look at the Beast Godguardian. Oh, not injured? It seems that just 3 parts of my strength are not enough. As the Beast Godguardian muttered to himself, the axe in Emo-chen's hand swung horizontally. Whoosh! The Beast Godguardian vanished, and the next moment he stood on the edge of Emo-chen's axe. I'm starting to get a bit curious about what bloodline you possess. The Beast Godguardian's voice rang out again. Emo-chen reached out to grab. Whoosh! The Beast Godguardian vanished once more. Your strength is strong, but your speed is lacking. The Beast Godguardian appeared to Emo-chen's left, arms crossed, commenting, Are you toying with me? Emo-chen frowned, a surge of anger burning in his chest. If you have any abilities, show them, otherwise you won't have the chance later. As the Beast Godguardian spoke, the worm-like hair on his head was slowly writhing. Emo-chen looked at the Beast Godguardian and activated the Wind Thunder technique. Boom! Emo-chen and the Beast Godguardian's figures disappeared simultaneously. In the next moment, the Beast Godguardian appeared at Emo-chen's original position. Meanwhile, Emo-chen had only charged halfway out. However, Emo-chen did not stop but continued to use the Wind Thunder technique to turn and run. The initial speed of the Wind Thunder technique was slow, but it excelled in building momentum. As long as it could be sustained, both speed and power would continue to increase. Of course, the premise was that your body and bloodline power could withstand it. Emo-chen had the 9 Nether Awakening, allowing his strength to continuously recover, enabling him to keep using the Wind Thunder technique. If it were an ordinary bloodline, they would probably run out of stamina in about 20 seconds and would need to take a break. Boom! 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 In the underground space, the sound of thunder grew louder and the speed of Emo-chen and the Beast Godguardian drew closer. The bloodline power is very thick, indeed, a good seed. The Beast Godguardian dodged while commenting. No wonder that Mad Dog was so angry, it makes some sense. Boom! A large hand with black and gold patterns slammed into the Beast Godguardian's chest. The Beast Godguardian's body shook and the fine scales rippled like water, trying to shake off Emo-chen's hand. But in that instant, Emo-chen's palm suddenly doubled in size. Originally, Emo-chen's hand was pressing against his chest. Now, it had directly grabbed his entire upper body. Boom! The Beast Godguardian was grabbed by Emo-chen and smashed into the rock wall. Whoosh! A cold breath swept around and Emo-chen lifted the Beast Godguardian. At this moment, Emo-chen's body had grown to 10 meters tall and the aura of a war king was released without any concealment. Finally, I've caught you. The deep and heavy sound, like the beating of war drums, echoed. Emo-chan's lips curled up, revealing a set of sharp, elongated fangs. Without waiting for a response, Emo-chan grabbed the beast godguard and smashed it crazily against the ground. Boom! A terrifying force of over 1,000 tons exploded. The ground of the underground space instantly shattered. The fine scales on the beast guard surged wildly. Emo-chan roared, pressing down hard on the opponent while his other hand clenched into a fist and smashed down. Bang! The Hat Mountain, towering hundreds of meters high, trembled violently. Countless rocks rolled down from the mountain, colliding and exploding in the process. Bang! In the underground space, Emo-chan smashed down again. The mountain trembled once more. However, this time, Emo-chan hit nothing. Surprised to see that the beast godguard he had pinned down had vanished, Emo-chan was taken aback. Poof! Not far away, the ground exploded and the beast godguard reappeared. At this moment, the beast godguard's scales were surging rhythmically and its worm-like hair stood upright, twisting upwards. From now on, you will witness the power of the ultimate war king, the beast godguard's voice rang out. Then, the scales on its chest bulged as if something alive was struggling inside. Poof! In the next moment, the beast godguard's chest burst open and a head resembling a locust emerged. The beast godguard twisted its entire body, which had originally resembled a human, now contorting and deforming. Boom! In the next moment, the beast godguard flew out. Emo-chan, over 10 meters tall, appeared where the beast godguard had originally been. Do you think I would watch you complete your transformation? As soon as Emo-chan's words fell, with a loud bang, he charged into the rock wall. Bang bang bang! Fist-sized blows rained down furiously. The beast godguard, in the midst of its transformation, had no power to fight back. Yet, despite Emo-chan's punches landing on the opponent, he couldn't deal a heavy blow. At this moment, Emo-chan felt as if his fists were striking against dozens of layers of leather, thick and unyielding. Roar! Roar! Emo-chan roared, his fists smashing out like a machine gun. The entire Hat Mountain shook violently. Within the rock wall, the beast godguard was being driven deeper and deeper, struggling to retaliate under Emo-chan's torrential barrage of fists. A spiny limb was just raised when it was smashed into the rock wall. Boom 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 boom. Explosive sounds echoed continuously. Under the awakening ability of the nine Nether, Emo-chan was tireless, outputting crazily. Looking for death, the beast godguard let out an angry roar, but it was soon drowned out by the explosive sounds generated by Emo-chan's fists. Although most of Emo-chan's punches did not cause serious injuries, occasionally he triggered the passive ability of the nine Nether's strange power. Even without an increase in strength, a strange force would surge into the opponent's body, causing the beast godguard's internal organs to ache violently. 1 minute later, Emo-chan was still frantically pounding away, and on the beast godguard, several areas had already cracked open. These surface injuries actually had limited damage to the beast godguard. However, the occasional activation of the nine Nether's strange power had already begun to crack the beast godguard's internal organs. Ah! The beast godguard roared in anger, but as soon as it opened its mouth, Emo-chan's fist, the size of a wheel, smashed down. Another minute passed. Emo-chan had no idea how deep he had driven the beast godguard into the rock wall. 1 mile outside Hat Mountain, the ground suddenly shook and the stones on the ground were jolted up half a meter high. Gradually, the frequency of the tremors increased and a layer of fine dust was shaken up from the ground. Boom! Suddenly, the ground exploded. A silver figure flew out from the depths of the earth. In midair, the beast godguard, with its body cracked all over, struggled to unfold its membranous wings. Boom! In the next moment, Emo-chan, over 10 meters tall and surrounded by black mist, burst out from the ground, leaping into the air. Whoosh! The mountain-splitting axe reappeared in Emo-chan's hand, swinging directly towards the beast godguard. Looking for death. Roar! The beast godguard let out a furious howl, its locust-like head emitting a sharp shriek, several sharp limbs extending out to block the way. Boom! The beast godguard transformed into a silver flash and smashed into the ground. Thud! The 10-meter-tall Emo-chan landed, standing in front of the beast godguard. Why does this kid look like he's not tired at all? Seeing Emo-chan brimming with energy and showing no signs of fatigue, the beast godguard began to doubt whether it was really Emo-chan who had just attacked. Boom! Before he could think further, Emo-chan's mountain-splitting axe came crashing down again. The beast godguard's figure flickered, barely dodging it. Is this the ultimate beast king? Emo-chan grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The beast godguard panted heavily, its wings vibrating behind it, cold eyes fixed on Emo-chan. Seeing this, Emo-chan extended his hand and beckoned the beast godguard with a finger. The beast godguard, who had been completely suppressed and beaten for over 2 minutes, could no longer hold back. Whoosh! A silver line flashed through the air, and in an instant, the beast godguard crossed hundreds of meters, appearing right in front of Emo-chan. Sharp limbs swung, directly slicing open dozens of wounds on Emo-chan's chest and abdomen. The speed was so fast that Emo-chan couldn't defend himself in time. Slap! Emo-chan reached out with both hands, gripping the beast godguard's head tightly. With its mouth full of sharp teeth wide open, Emo-chan said, "You've fallen for my trick." The beast godguard was incredibly fast, and if it had truly wanted to escape, Emo-chan wouldn't have been able to catch up. The Wind Thunder decision could continuously increase speed, but it couldn't allow Emo-chan to fly. With 10 fingers gripping the beast godguard's head, Emo-chan's arms formed a bow shape. Crack crack crack. A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. Squeak. A piercing shriek erupted, and Emo-chan's long hair hanging down his back was blown up. However, the strength in Emo-chan's hands did not lessen. He continued to exert force. The beast godguard frantically swung its limbs, striking Emo-chan's arms. The sharp limbs cut into the muscles of Emo-chan's arms, leaving behind bloody wounds. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these wounds began to heal. Meanwhile, the beast godguard's head started to deform little by little. "If you want to kill me, then you die with me." "Ah!" the beast godguard roared, and, without warning, 2 beams of crimson light shot from its eyes. Boom! The beast godguard's sudden attack caught Emo-chan off guard. The beams struck Emo-chan's head directly. Emo-chan's head snapped back, and black smoke began to rise from his face. A second later, with a whoosh, Emo-chan tilted his head back. On his forehead, near the 2 curved horns, 2 circular wounds appeared. The flesh had completely vanished, revealing white bone. Emo-chan grinned, his brows furrowing tightly. "You damn well hurt me." His arms suddenly swelled, veins bulging, even the veins on each finger were protruding. Emo-chan's elongated nails dug into the beast godguard's head. The beast godguard let out a piercing shriek, its 8 limbs flailing wildly, leaving bloody marks on Emo-chan's arms. "Ah! Ah!" Emo-chan roared twice, his long hair rising without wind, and the circles of black energy swirling around his body ignited. With a bang, crack, the beast godguard's locust-like head was directly crushed. Green liquid splattered everywhere. The entire head of the beast godguard was left with just 2 flat pieces of skin. Put! Emo-chan forcefully yanked, tearing the face connected to the neck clean off. Thud! The heavy body of the beast godguard crashed to the ground. Emo-chan waved his hand, and the mountain-splitting axe appeared in his grasp. With 1 foot on the beast godguard's corpse, Emo-chan raised the axe. This action was not out of anger. Rather, he had not received a prompt for evolution points. This indicated that the beast godguard was not dead. The bloodline fully opened, and after fighting for so long, Emo-chan finally defeated the beast godguard. If he counted the evolution points, Emo-chan estimated it would be several tens of thousands, definitely higher than the white fox king he had killed before. However, the evolution points did not appear. Emo-chan did not think it was a problem with the system. Puff! The mountain-splitting axe bisected the beast godguard's body. Emo-chan noticed that a strong life force was still emanating from the upper half of the opponent's body. With another swing of the axe, the upper half of the beast godguard was split open. A crystal resembling a piece of water crystal appeared in the beast godguard's chest. Buzz! The crystal suddenly emitted a colorful glow. Under the illumination of this crystal's light, Emo-chan felt refreshed all over. But soon, the black flames burning around Emo-chan suddenly surged, seemingly resisting this colorful light. "Is this the beast core?" Emo-chan bent down and pinched the beast core with his thick fingers. Emo-chan, put it down quickly. At that moment, a red and blue flame shot towards him like a meteor from the direction of magic. "City Principal?" Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that he was surprised why the principal came, but rather that he was astonished at how quickly the principal arrived. In fact, when he entered the underground space of Hat Mountain, Emo-chan had contacted the principal using a communicator. However, the signal in the underground space was blocked, and the message had not gone out at all. It was only when Emo-chan burst out of the ground that the message was successfully sent. As for when the principal would see it and when he could arrive, Emo-chan was not sure. Informing the principal was just a precaution. If another beast godguard showed up, it would be much more difficult for Emo-chan to deal with it. Just a beast godguard alone, Emo-chan did not want to waste his precious peak experience card. "Put it down. Quickly put down the beast core." Amidst the red and blue flames, the principal's dog had emerged, shouting. Although Emo-chan did not understand what it meant, he immediately reacted and threw away the beast core. However, he was still a step too late. At the moment the beast core left his hand, it emitted a blinding light. "Is it going to explode?" Emo-chan immediately retreated. Boom! A deep, low bass sound echoed. A terrifying will descended in an instant. Under this will, one of Emo-chan's knees smashed into the ground. At the same time, Emo-chan supported himself with both hands on the ground. The black flames that had been burning just a second ago were extinguished, transforming back into wisps of black gas. However, this black gas clung tightly to Emo-chan's body. Boom! The same deep bass sound rang out again. An extreme sense of danger surged into Emo-chan's heart. Instinctively, Emo-chan looked up at the sky. He saw a white light piercing through the clouds, descending towards him. Staring at this white light, Emo-chan, in a daze, saw a huge shadow. Surrounding the shadow were planets. Was the shadow as huge as the planets? This thought flashed through Emo-chan's mind. Beast God! At that moment, the principal Pei Kwang's voice suddenly rang out. An angry dog bark echoed. and Pei Kwang's 3 dog heads spewed out scorching flames. The 3 flames converged, forming a red and blue fireball. As soon as the fireball appeared, it illuminated the ground for miles around in red and blue. In an instant, the fireball collided with the white light descending towards Mo Chen. Buzz, a circular energy wave spread in the high sky. In the blink of an eye, that energy wave appeared above Magic City. At this moment, all the precision electronic instruments in Magic City malfunctioned simultaneously. A howl resembling a dog's cry rang out as Pei Kwang, transformed into a 3-headed dog, fell to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Principal, are you okay? Mo Chen struggled to stand up from the ground, his body already drenched in sweat. He put away the peak experience card in his hand and walked towards Pei Kwang. Pei Kwang had already transformed into human form and stood up by himself. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Pei Kwang said calmly, "It's nothing, I just lost my strength for a moment." Hearing this, Mo Chen nodded, then pointed to the beast core beside the corpse of the beast god guard, which had been broken into 2 pieces and was a dull gray color, and asked, "Principal, what was that thing just now?" Pei Kwang remained silent. Mo Chen turned his head in confusion. Upon looking, he noticed that a trace of blood had dripped from the corner of Pei Kwang's mouth without him realizing it. "Principal, are you injured internally?" Mo Chen was somewhat surprised. "No, just a minor injury." Pei Kwang opened his mouth and blood gushed out, soaking his shirt. "Principal, I have healing medicine here, you should take some." Mo Chen hurriedly pulled out a crushed pill from the pocket of his combat suit. "A minor injury, it's nothing." Pei Kwang raised his hand to stop Mo Chen. Mo Chen swallowed hard, glanced at the pool of blood on the ground, and then looked at the calm and composed Principal Pei Kwang. That thing just now was indeed a beast core. Before Mo Chen could speak, Pei Kwang said directly, "If it were an ordinary beast core, it would be fine for you to hold it. In fact, because of the pure power contained within the beast core, after refining, it could even be used as evolution crystal. But the beast core of the beast god guard cannot be touched." "Beast god guard?" Mo Chen looked at Pei Kwang in confusion. Although he had fought that thing for a long time, he still didn't know what it was. Pei Kwang nodded and continued, "The beast god guard is a warrior personally trained by the beast god. In essence, they are not much different from half-beast soldiers, but their strength is significantly greater. Generally speaking, unless it's a Battle King expert who is half a step into the threshold of the Battle Emperor, human Battle Kings are basically no match for the Beast God Guard. Is it because their physical strength is too high to be fought against?" Mo Chen said instinctively. Hearing this, Pei Kwang looked deeply at Mo Chen. "So it turns out, this Beast God Guard was indeed killed by you." Mo Chen realized he had let something slip and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Actually, I used a secret method to overdraw my potential, and now my internal organs are almost shattered. I need at least a few years to recuperate." Pei Kwang continued to stare at Mo Chen, while another trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Cough cough. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Pei Kwang continued to explain, "Ordinary half-beast soldiers are actually created by these beast god guards. The things you created in the research institute while carrying out missions in number 9 abandoned city cannot even be called half-beast soldiers. These beast god guards are made by the beast god as the vanguard for the beast god's expansion of power." At this point, Pei Kwang paused for a moment and continued, "Originally, these beast god guards mainly operated in the wilderness and the second layer of the underground caves. But unexpectedly, one of the beast god guards was active right under the nose of Magic City. This time, the higher-ups of Magic City must take action." As he said this, a cold light flashed in Pei Kwang's eyes. "What is this beast god, Principal?" Mo Chen asked curiously. Hearing Mo Chen's words, the principal was startled. "Don't talk nonsense, the beast god is not just anything. The beast god is essentially the strongest among the commanding billions of, with power comparable to the peak human warriors," the principal explained. Mo Chen frowned upon hearing this. "The strongest among humans is not the War Emperor, there are higher realms beyond the War Emperor. It seems reasonable that there are even stronger existences among, otherwise would have been completely exterminated by humans long ago. However, the level of the beast god seems too outrageous. He had only killed a beast god guard and now the beast god wants to take action against him?" Pei Kwang noticed the doubts in Mo Chen's heart and sneered, saying, "You can't use human thinking to understand these. For the beast god, every beast god guard he creates is like his offspring. Each beast god guard's beast core carries the beast god's mark. If a beast god guard is killed, whoever touches the beast core will be locked onto by the beast god's will, and then the beast god will strike from afar." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's frown deepened. Could his peak experience card withstand a distant strike from the beast god? It should be possible, right? Mo Chen looked at the corpse of the beast god guard. "Kid, don't worry, the beast god can't strike without limits. The strong among us humans will also restrain him." Pei Kwang thought Mo Chen was feeling apprehensive and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Due to the force of the action, blood spilled from the corner of Pei Kwang's mouth again. "Principal, I have one last question." Mo Chen turned his head and looked seriously at Pei Kwang. "Why does this kid have so many questions?" Pei Kwang cursed inwardly. If it weren't for maintaining his image in front of the students, he would have already collapsed on the ground. No problem, just ask, Pei Kuang said with a smile that appeared from the caves. So why does the beast god's attack come from the sky? Mo Chen asked. Hearing Mo Chen's question, Pei Kuang was momentarily stunned. This time, Pei Kuang did not answer immediately but fell silent for a few seconds before shaking his head at Mo Chen. This matter you'll understand when your strength reaches the War Emperor level. It's not the time for you to know yet, Pei Kuang replied. Mo Chen wanted to ask again, but seeing Pei Kuang's unwillingness to elaborate, he swallowed his question back. Then, Pei Kuang notified the school's teachers to come quickly. Be careful, first stop that group from Magic City. We can't let them come over, Pei Kuang said seriously on the phone. After hanging up, Pei Kuang saw Mo Chen still standing nearby. Mo Chen, you haven't been hurt, so you should head back to school first, Pei Kuang said. If you stay here, it will attract unnecessary attention, Pei Kuang added. Okay. Mo Chen nodded, feeling that the principal's words made sense. Entering the interior of Hat Mountain, Mo Chen found Wu Yong, who was still unconscious. Since the subsequent battles occurred outside Hat Mountain, Wu Yong was not affected. Then, Mo Chen used the Wind Thunder technique and with a loud bang, rushed towards the direction of Magic City. This kid still has the energy to use the Wind Thunder technique? Pei Kuang was very puzzled. Seeing Mo Chen go far away, Pei Kuang let out a sigh and sat down directly. A strike from the beast god is no joke, although he blocked that move, he was also seriously injured. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder rang out. Then Pei Kuang saw Mo Chen return carrying Wu Yong, appearing beside him. Principal, are you tired? Why are you sitting on the ground? Mo Chen asked. I'm studying the corpse of this beast god guard, Pei Kuang said as he picked up a piece of flesh from the ground. He casually turned the piece of meat over, pretending to really be studying it. Which part is this? Why does it look so strange? Pei Kuang frowned. This is half of the beast god guard's face and the side of its head, which I flattened and then tore off, Mo Chen said truthfully. Pei Kuang silently put the piece of meat down again. By the way, why are you back? Pei Kuang stood up very naturally. Oh, I forgot something, Mo Chen said, placing Wu Yong on the ground and then picking up the mountain axe on his back, swinging it down with a single chop. Pei Kuang looked at Mo Chen in confusion. Thud. The upper body of the beast god guard was split open by the axe. Pei Kuang was full of questions. Thud. Mo Chen swung down the axe again. Next, under Pei Kuang's puzzled gaze, Mo Chen nearly chopped the beast god guard's corpse into pieces. Finally, Mo Chen stopped, satisfied. Alright, principal, goodbye. Mo Chen shouldered the mountain axe, carried Wu Yong, and with a bang, rushed towards the demon city. This kid, does he have some psychological issues? Pei Kuang looked at Mo Chen's back with some concern. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, who was running quickly, had a smile on his face. The reason he returned was that he realized the evolution point prompt for killing the beast god guard had not appeared yet. Even if it was just a little, the system would notify him. If this situation occurred, it could only mean that the beast god guard was not completely dead. Mo Chen couldn't understand how the beast god guard, having been chopped into so many pieces, was still alive. So, he had to come back and chop the beast god guard's body into bits. It was only just now that he finally received the system prompt. A full 90,000 evolution points. Before entering Hat Mountain, Mo Chen had killed half-beast soldiers in the wilderness and earned 10,000 evolution points. In the passage, he gained another 20,000 evolution points. The 8 red-clothed half-beast soldiers and the man with a face full of black spots provided 9,000 evolution points. Adding the original 20,000 evolution points, Mo Chen now had 59,000 evolution points. The system panel displayed 59,000/80,000 and just now, that beast god guard provided 90,000 evolution points. These 90,000 evolution points directly leveled Mo Chen up. The Bloodline Awakening degree increased from 7/10 to August 10th. Now, on Mo Chen's system panel, the evolution points changed to 69,000/90,000, just over 20,000 evolution points left, and my bloodline can reach level 9. Mo Chen thought to himself. Now he was a war king, killing a beast king could easily yield 30 to 40,000 evolution points. In just a few days, he could reach the maximum awakening level. This time when I go back, I won't go into seclusion. I'll take on a few more tasks and get my awakening level up to max as soon as possible. Mo Chen had already made plans in his heart. Suddenly, Mo Chen heard a snoring sound beside him. Turning his head, he saw Wu Yong snoring away. This guy really has a big heart. Mo Chen shook his head in speechlessness. Wu Yong had a dream. It was the same scene again, with dozens of beautiful women surrounding him. Every single one wanted to have intimate relations with him. I'm not choosing anymore, just you three, come with me. Wu Yong eagerly grabbed a young loli, a tall, long-legged mature woman, and a little dodgy with a foxtail. Last time, the good deed hadn't been completed before he woke up, which made Wu Yong very frustrated. So, this time, Wu Yong didn't dawdle. Pulling the 3 women, Wu Yong ran towards the nearest room. Master, slow down, you're making little dodgy's head spin. Little dodgy's soft, sweet voice rang out. Wu Yong swallowed and replied, it's okay, we'll be there soon, and it's not shaking at all. As soon as Wu Yong finished speaking, the road started to shake. And it was bumpy. What's going on? Wu Yong was a bit dumbfounded. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Today, even if Jesus comes, I'm going to get this good deed done. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, pulled the 3 women, and sped up. But the road became bumpier and bumpier, so much so that Wu Yong even felt like he couldn't stand steadily. Wu Yong refused to give up, directly half-squatting and pulling the 3 women forward. Just as they were about to reach the room, suddenly the world spun upside down. Thud! Emo-chan threw Wu Yong, whom he had been carrying on his shoulder, directly onto the car seat. This time, Emo-chan had swiped his card and bought a car directly. Getting into the driver's seat, Emo-chan closed the car door and started the engine. Turning his head, Emo-chan found that Wu Yong had opened his eyes and was staring straight at him. "Holy crap, you're awake, you scared me," Emo-chan exclaimed. "Why did you wake me up so quickly?" Wu Yong looked at Emo-chan with a hint of resentment. Emo-chan was a bit bewildered. "Hey, I saved you, why are you looking at me like that?" Wu Yong didn't speak, still looking at Emo-chan with resentment. Wu Yong's gaze made Emo-chan's teeth itch, wanting to beat him up. "Alright, do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Emo-chan suddenly said. Wu Yong still looked at Emo-chan with resentment. "The man with the black spots on his face, you know him, right? When you were drugged and unconscious?" Emo-chan said this, then patted Wu Yong's shoulder with some sympathy. "Don't worry, that man is dead now. No one else in this world knows that you were." Emo-chan stopped mid-sentence. Wu Yong was instantly stunned. I was, what?" Wu Yong's lips trembled slightly. "Feel carefully, does your butt feel a little sore and swollen?" Emo-chan had a look of not wanting to see it. Wu Yong subconsciously felt it, and indeed it did. Wu Yong felt like crying. He was actually put in the driver's seat. Emo-chan finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Wu Yong was startled for a moment, looked at Emo-chan, and then reacted. "You wicked son! How dare you deceive your father!" Wu Yong immediately reached out to grab Emo-chan. The two wrestled in the car for a while. "Ha ha ha, you actually believed it." Emo-chan held his stomach, laughing non-stop. Wu Yong's face was very dark at this moment. "Why does my butt really feel a little sore and swollen?" Wu Yong asked. "Nonsense, you were tied up like a zongzi. The rope was so tight, how could it not be sore and swollen?" Emo-chan said with a smile. "Wicked son, I'll strangle you." In the end, Emo-chan didn't send Wu Yong to the hospital. Because Mota University has its own campus hospital and it's specifically for martial artists, much better than hospitals outside the school. "Emo-chan, next time, seriously, don't come and save me." As the car was about to reach Mota University, Wu Yong suddenly said. "Okay," Emo-chan replied flatly. Wu Yong was a bit speechless. "I'm serious." "I was answering you seriously too," Emo-chan said sincerely as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong rolled his eyes at Emo-chan. The car arrived at the Magic City Wu University and Wu Yong got out. "Bye, let's keep in touch when we have time." Wu Yong waved at Emo-chan. Emo-chan nodded and drove away. This guy Emo-chan really. Watching the car disappear at the intersection, Wu Yong shook his head helplessly and walked towards the school gate. However, at that moment, a smile couldn't help but rise at the corner of Wu Yong's mouth, revealing a happy expression. On the road, Emo-chan, who was driving, also wore a similar smile. A few minutes later, Emo-chan drove to the first martial arts school. In the garage, Bai Long was wandering around in confusion. Seeing Missouri-chan park the car and get out, Bai Long couldn't help but ask, "Emo-chan, have you seen my car?" "No," Emo-chan shook his head. Innocently. "And I don't know your car, how could I have seen it?" Emo-chan felt a bit puzzled and then walked into the school. "That's strange, where on earth did my car go?" Bai Long's white eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Back at school, the first thing Emo-chan did was to submit a task. Of course, he hadn't taken any tasks before this. However, as long as one killed extremely powerful exotic beasts, they could earn points. Emo-chan walked to Dai Anjuan's counter, excitedly grabbing Dai Anjuan, who was dozing in a rocking chair. Old Dai, I'm here to submit a task. Get your paws off me." Dai Anjuan impatiently swatted Emo-chan's hand away. "It seems you haven't taken any tasks, right?" Dai Anjuan skillfully checked the task backend and found that Emo-chan hadn't taken any tasks. "No, I killed a beast god guard," Emo-chan replied. "Oh, a beast god guard, that counts for points," Dai Anjuan said while pulling up the settlement interface, but before he could finish he was stunned. "What? A beast god guard?" A deep thunderous voice suddenly rang in Emo-chan's ear. "Damn!" Emo-chan was startled, and when he looked, he saw Xiong Bo, sitting in a wheelchair and holding an iron rod, had appeared next to him without him noticing. How did I not sense him approaching even after becoming a battle king? Emo-chan was taken aback. "You brat, are you bragging?" Dai Anjuan frowned at Emo-chan. "Or did you make a mistake? Do you know what a beast god guard is? In the Battle King realm, it's almost impossible for anyone to kill a beast god guard. Moreover, you just advanced to Battle King a few days ago," Dai Anjuan said emphatically. Hearing this, Xiong Bo opened his mouth to speak but decisively shut it again, recalling the previous events. How could I be mistaken? I have the video, and the principal can also verify this," Emo-chan said, uploading the video from his communicator. Then, Xiong Bo and old Dai leaned together to watch the battle footage. Of course, Emo-chan didn't upload the entire video, focusing instead on the segment where he killed the Beast God Guard. You brat. Old Dai's face turned a bit red. You really are quite surprising. Blushing, Old Dai settled the points for Mo-chen. This time, Mo-chen directly earned 100,000 points. Instantly, on the leaderboard, Mo-chen shot up to the first position, just surpassing the task maniac Wu Hong. Additionally, he received an extra 20 contribution points. So many? Mo-chen was very surprised. If you had seen the battles between the Beast God Guard and other battle kings, you would understand. Old Dai looked at Mo-chen with some exasperation. What did this guy eat to be able to kill a Beast God Guard? That thing is usually only taken down by a battle emperor. Alright, pay attention to the points, don't spend them recklessly. Old Dai finished operating on the tablet. Mo-chen opened the communicator to check his account. He had previously spent 60,000 on the Wind Thunder technique, leaving him with 5,000. Adding the 6,005 from 3 previous tasks, he had a total of 10,500. This time, with an additional 100,000 points, Mo-chen's account at the martial arts school suddenly became 111,500. Are you worried about me? Seeing Mo-chen check his account, Old Dai's face darkened a bit. No, I was just afraid you might give me too much. Old Dai. Mo-chen laughed. 100,000 points, so exhilarating. With so many points, what should he buy? You need to change your communicator. Beside him, Xiongbo spoke up. Hearing this, Mo-chen noticed that there were a few cracks on the surface of his communicator. Can it still be used? Mo-chen looked at the communicator and found it still functional. Slap. Dai Anjuan placed a box on the counter. The most valuable part of a communicator is its magnetic protective shell, otherwise it will malfunction in the underground caves. Now that your strength has risen to the Battle King level, your aura during combat is too strong and could damage the communicator. So, I suggest you switch to a crystal energy communicator. Dai Anjuan handed the box to Mo-chen. This isn't too expensive, right? Mo-chen looked at Dai Anjuan suspiciously, not opening it immediately. It's reasonable, about 1,000 points. Dai Anjuan replied. So expensive? Mo-chen frowned. The crystal energy communicator won't be affected by geomagnetic interference, and when paired with crystal energy equipment, it allows for remote control, Xiongbo said. Hearing Xiongbo's words, Mo-chen immediately recalled the encounter with Zhang Hangu and his companions in the underground cave. They had used crystal energy equipment to find him. After returning from the cave, Mo-chen had checked the prices of crystal energy equipment. The ones sold outside started at 1 million. Even within the first martial arts school, they cost over 10,000 points, barely lower than outside. Alright, I'll buy it. Mo-chen picked up the box and opened it. A semicircular transparent crystal lay quietly inside the box. This is the crystal energy communicator? Mo-chen was a bit surprised. No wonder it was a high-end item worth 1,000 points. It was made much better than the one issued by the school. He put the crystal energy communicator on his wrist. A flash of light flickered, and part of the crystal energy communicator merged into Mo-chen's skin. No need to re-enter the information, just place your old communicator on top and it will work, Dai Anjuan reminded. Seeing Mo-chen's cautious demeanor, Dai Anjuan found it amusing. This kid already had 100,000 points and was still so careful with a communicator. After the data was transferred, Mo-chen discovered that he could activate the crystal energy communicator with just a thought. It was much more advanced than the previous one. Thanks, Old Dai. Mo-chen said with a smile. If there's nothing else, you can go. I'm very busy. Dai Anjuan waved his hand. Then, Mo-chen headed towards the training space on the 6th floor. This time, Mo-chen did not choose to spend contribution points to enter the training space but instead queued up to use the free challenge opportunity available each day. Mo-chen? Seeing Mo-chen in line, the people around were quite surprised. Those in front of Mo-chen quickly stepped aside. The news of Mo-chen beating up Pu and his 3 companions had spread throughout the school. Everyone knew that Mo-chen was incredibly strong and that he seemed to have a bad temper. Moreover, Mo-chen had just suddenly gained 100,000 points, leaping to first place on the leaderboard, surpassing the task fanatic Wu Hong. Who would dare to provoke such a fierce character? Are they letting me cut in line? Mo-chen was a bit surprised. Just then, a hissing sound was heard, and the door to the training room opened. A figure clad in black armor, with their face completely concealed, walked out from within. Senior Tianchang is out, someone exclaimed. Tianchang was a very low-key person, rarely making appearances. However, ever since the first martial arts academy released this ranking list, Tianchang's name had spread among the new students. 36 points. First on the martial extreme ranking. Mo-chen. Under the gaze of many admiring eyes, Tianchang looked at Mo-chen with some surprise. I came to check the martial extreme ranking. Mo-chen replied. I was too busy with training and tasks before, so I didn't have time to score points, Mo-chen explained further. Upon hearing this, the surrounding freshmen, along with some sophomores, felt their eyelids twitch. You already have 30 points. How can you still say you didn't have time to score points? You go in first, I'll find you later, I have something to discuss. Tianchang nodded at Mo Chun. Okay. Then, Mo Chun stepped into the training space. The people around were astonished at this scene, especially the freshmen. They were all freshmen too, yet Mo Chun was so familiar with Senior Tianchang. Senior Tianchang's points have increased again, someone suddenly exclaimed. Just now, their attention was on Tianchang and Mo Chun, and they hadn't noticed the ranking list. As soon as this was said, someone immediately opened the martial extreme ranking. Increased by 2 points? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The martial extreme ranking becomes increasingly difficult as it progresses. The first martial arts academy recruits only S-class bloodlines every year, all of whom are genius-level talents. Among these geniuses, there are various prodigies and monsters. Generation after generation, the strongest among them have left their martial arts imprints in the martial extreme tower. They represent invincibility at the same level. How easy is it to defeat such opponents? Keep in mind, many people are still stuck at the weakest ice armor imprint. What do you think? How many points can Mo Chun score this time? Someone suddenly asked. 5 points, maybe. Someone guessed. 5 points is exaggerated. The martial arts imprints at the back of the martial extreme ranking get harder and harder. I think 1 or 2 points would be impressive. That's true. Look at Senior Tianchang. After all this time, he only gained 2 points in his next challenge. As soon as this was said, Tianchang turned to look at the speaker. As Senior Tianchang is already very impressive. I think this time, the first place on the martial extreme ranking must belong to Senior Tianchang, the speaker said, blushing. Tianchang withdrew his gaze. However, speaking of which, based on Mo Chen's progress speed, he should only gain 2 points at most. 3 points would be the best. To cover up the embarrassment, the person spoke. Again, changing the topic. The people around nodded in agreement with his statement. In the martial extreme ranking, every point gained is a significant improvement. Because the martial extreme ranking is just too difficult. For them, being able to score more than 3 points is already quite impressive. Whoosh! A hissing sound was heard as Mo Chen walked out of the training space. So fast? The people on the 6th floor were taken aback when they saw Mo Chen come out. So fast, he shouldn't have scored many points, right? As everyone thought. They looked up at the display screen on the training room door. 5 points. What the hell? The person who had been stared at by Tianchang exclaimed. How did you come out so quickly? Tianchang looked at the approaching Mo Chen with confusion. In such a short time, if Mo Chen could score 5 points, it meant he had crushed the previous martial arts imprints. Even if he was to lose on the 5th one, it should have taken several minutes of fighting. It couldn't be that he lost immediately. Just a little unexpected incident, Mo Chen shrugged. In fact, the reason he came out so quickly was that he had floated through. After easily winning 5 matches, Mo Chen felt capable again, and directly skipped over the previous 10 or so martial arts marks, choosing the one closest to the front, Manhwa. Then, he came out. Is that so? Tianchang nodded, not thinking much of it. By the way, what do you need from me? Mo Chen asked. Wu Hong will be out soon. Let's wait for him to discuss it together, Tianchang said. Mainly because Mo Chen had come out too quickly, just a few minutes. According to Tianchang's original estimate, Wu Hong would have come out first. Now it had turned into Tianchang and Mo Chen waiting for Wu Hong. After waiting for 10 minutes, Wu Hong also came out of the training space. Seeing Mo Chen and Tianchang waiting outside, Wu Hong was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly reacted. You want Mo Chen to come with us? Wu Hong looked at Tianchang. Tianchang nodded. Time is a bit tight, let's discuss the specifics on the way. Alright. Wu Hong nodded and walked outside. Tianchang followed him. Wait, what do you need me for? Mo Chen hurriedly grabbed the two of them. We're going to Bagua City, Wu Hong said with a smile. Bagua City is a ruin on the 2nd level of the underground where exotic beasts are rampant, but it produces the precious Inji flower. One of these, if sold outside, is worth 100 million, Tianchang explained. 100 million? Mo Chen was somewhat surprised. 100 million is just an estimate. In reality, you can't even buy it for that. The Inji flower can assist warriors in breaking through to the Battle King level, allowing them to achieve subtle control over their bloodline ahead of time. Such a thing is too wasteful to sell, it's better to trade it for something else. Wu Hong laughed. Breaking through to Battle King also requires assistance? Mo Chen asked in confusion. Hearing this, the smile on Wu Hong's face disappeared. You brat. This mission is a collaboration between me, Wu Hong, and 2 people from Magic City University because only the 4 of us know the location of the Inji flower. However, there are a large number of exotic beasts around the Inji flower, including a few beast kings. Once we get close to the Inji flower, the surrounding exotic beasts will sense it and launch a frenzied attack. Therefore, someone must be there to fend off the exotic beasts while we pick the Inji flower. Tianchang spoke at this moment. Then why did you come to me? Mo Chen looked at the two of them in confusion. He had just returned to school and was pulled away by them. He wanted to rest for a day or two. At school. If it weren't for Emo-chan being somewhat familiar with Tian Chang and Wu Hong, he might have thought they had some special ulterior motive. I've seen your battle footage. Your bloodline is very suitable for fending off exotic beasts. I believe you alone can withstand the exotic beasts that would take two of us to handle. Wu Hong looked at Emo-chan and grinned. You're treating me like a meat shield? Emo-chan's expression darkened a bit. We don't trust the people from Magic City University. If you're with us, they won't dare to act recklessly while we pick the Inji flower. Tian Chang suddenly spoke. Also, don't worry, this time your reward will be the same as the other three of us. There are a total of 10 Inji flowers, 2 for each person, more than enough. Tian Chang continued. After Tian Chang finished speaking, Wu Hong smiled at Emo-chan. He knew that Emo-chan, deep down, was just as much of a task enthusiast as he was. Sure enough, Emo-chan was somewhat tempted. Upon hearing this, 2 Inji flowers meant 200 million. At least 200 million. Alright, Emo-chan no longer hesitated. Tian Chang and Wu Hong were both battle kings, and if they dared to go there, it certainly wouldn't be particularly dangerous for him. But I have one more question, Emo-chan said. Ask away, both Tian Chang and I will answer. Wu Hong smiled. What is the second level of the underground? Upon hearing Emo-chan's question, Wu Hong stumbled and nearly fell. Wu Hong glanced at Emo-chan, still somewhat doubtful. Was this kid, who knew nothing, really suitable to go with them to pick the Inji flower? Sighing, Wu Hong began to explain. The underground actually has a total of 7 levels, and the area gets smaller the further down you go. The first 3 levels are where exotic beasts reside. The lower you go, the stronger the exotic beasts become. However, after these 3 levels, the other 4 levels are places that even exotic beasts do not easily venture into, where there are all sorts of strange things. Of course, there are also astonishing adventures to be had there. One of the 4 generals of the nation, the Dragon General, once fell into a cavern below the 3rd level, and everyone thought he was dead. However, after a year, the Dragon General emerged. Before falling into the cavern, he hadn't even reached full bloodline awakening. As a result, when he came out, he had returned to his ancestral form 4 times and possessed the true body of a dragon. At this point, Wu Hong felt a bit emotional. Each of the 4 generals has a legendary experience. After hearing this, Emo-chan furrowed his brows. A year to return to ancestral form 4 times? Did this Dragon General also have some sort of cheat? One dreamless demon was already strong enough. Unexpectedly, the Dragon General was this powerful, too. However, Emo-chan wasn't anxious. While others relied on cheats, he relied on his own efforts to achieve his current strength. Of course, there was also a little help from the system. Hey, Emo-chan, get in the car. What are you daydreaming about? Wu Hong called out. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan looked at Wu Hong with a serious expression and said, I was thinking, this world is too unfriendly to people like me who work hard. Wu Hong, driving the car, the 3 of them left the city of Magic Capital directly. The cavern is too vast to reach a designated location. You must enter through a specific entrance. This time, we are entering the cavern at the outskirts of Magic Capital at the 3rd Army's garrison. Wu Hong explained in the car. Our collaborators are Wang Yanmei and Lu Gang from Magic Capital Martial University. Both of them are at the peak of the Battle King level. Wang Yanmei is an S-class elemental type with a platinum bloodline, while Lu Gang is an A-class beast type with a berserk gorilla bloodline. You need to pay attention to Wang Yanmei. This girl ranked 3rd in the national freshman competition during her first year, defeating many experts from the top martial school. So impressive? Emo-chan was a bit surprised. A student from Magic Capital University actually defeated many geniuses from the top martial school and secured 3rd place. I thought the top spots in the freshman competition were monopolized by the top martial school. Emo-chan muttered. How could that be? Do you think all the geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom came to the top martial school? In reality, many geniuses have been lured away by other schools and forces with generous offers. And some have gone directly to study at martial schools in the European continent. As Wu Hong said this, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Getting off track, just remember to be cautious of Wang Yanmei. After I returned from Tianchang last time, I believed that Wang Yanmei was not as simple as she appeared, Wu Hong said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan nodded. What about Lu Gang? Just a brainless brute, no need to pay too much attention to him, Wu Hong scoffed. Emo-chan nodded, silently remembering Wu Hong's words. 20 minutes later, the car stopped outside the 3rd Army's garrison. After showing their student identification, the 3 of them entered the garrison. The entrance to the cavern is in the very center of the garrison. Not only us, but other schools and wilderness hunters from society will also enter the cavern through the garrison. The 3rd Army occasionally sends people down to clear out the exotic beasts at the cavern entrance, so it's relatively safe here. On the way to the cavern entrance, Wu Hong explained. 3 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the cavern entrance. A massive circular opening, about 100 meters wide, appeared on the ground. Around the opening, there were only a few scattered patrolling soldiers. However, Emo-Chen felt that not far away in the tents, the aura of Battle Kings occasionally emanated. Roughly estimating, Emo-Chen discovered that there were at least 20 Battle Kings nearby. At this moment, at the entrance, a woman in a blue and white combat uniform and a man over 2 meters tall with dark skin and a strong build were waiting. Tianchang, Wu Hong, over here. The woman in the blue and white combat uniform waved to Tianchang and the others. She is Wang Yanmei, Wu Hong said. Emo-Chen nodded and glanced at Wang Yanmei. She wasn't particularly stunning, but she looked very pure, like the girl next door. Her figure wasn't anything special, with some curves, and she was relatively slim. In any case, there was nothing particularly eye-catching about her. On the other hand, Lu Gang, who was next to Wang Yanmei, had dark skin and a muscular build, looking like a big gorilla. Tianchang, Wu Hong, you two are late, Lu Gang said somewhat unhappily. I brought a helper with Tianchang and we were delayed on the way. Wu Hong pointed at Emo-Chen. This little guy? Lu Gang frowned and glanced at Emo-Chen. If his strength is too weak, he can't share in the distribution of the Inji flower like us, Lu Gang said bluntly. Weak in strength? Wu Hong, with his muscular build, raised an eyebrow upon hearing Lu Gang's words. This guy, Emo-Chen, had managed to score 10 points on the martial arts ranking even before becoming a battle king. Now that he had become a battle king, his strength in battles of the same rank would likely be even greater. Hey, kid, introduce yourself. Lu Gang frowned at Emo-Chen. My name is Emo-Chen, Emo-Chen replied. Casually. Emo-Chun. Lu Gang rubbed his shiny bald head, a bit puzzled. He felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. You're the one who defeated Bufan, the freshman? At that moment, Wang Yanmei looked at Emo-Chen in surprise. What, you're just a freshman? Lu Gang showed a dissatisfied expression. Wu Hong, Tianchang, you two guys are deliberately looking for such a burden to share the Inji flower? You talk too much, Emo-Chen said impatiently before Wu Hong and Tianchang could respond. What did you say? Lu Gang frowned at Emo-Chen. Stop dragging it out like a woman, my time is precious and I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't want to, just get lost and the three of us will go collect the Inji flower. Emo-Chen shot back directly. Kid, are you getting a bit too bold? Lu Gang looked at Emo-Chen, somewhat angry. How could he be scolded by a freshman? Sister Mei, is it too much for me to teach this guy a lesson? Emo-Chen looked at Wang Yanmei and said. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanmei looked at Emo-Chen with surprise in her eyes. Humph, are the freshmen of the first martial school this arrogant now? Lu Gang snorted, his nostrils flaring as he clapped his big hands together. He could no longer hold back his urge to strike. Since Sister Mei didn't say anything, it means you agree, Emo-Chen said, then turned to Lu Gang. Wu Hong, Tianchang, you two don't interfere, this is this kid's. Before he could finish, Lu Gang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his groin that shot straight to his soul. Lu Gang's legs instinctively tightened and a layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Meanwhile, Emo-Chen silently stared at him. Mental strike, mental strike, mental strike, mental strike. Without any pause, Emo-Chen continuously unleashed his mental strike. It should be noted that his mental strike was already at level 2. Lu Gang, caught off guard, had no idea that Emo-Chen had such a method. In an instant, Lu Gang felt darkness closing in on him. Alright, let's not waste time, Wang Yanmei suddenly spoke, waving her hand at Emo-Chen. Whoosh! A Battle King's aura was released, instantly blocking Emo-Chen's mental strike. Emo-Chen was a bit surprised. Although his mental strike wasn't very strong, the opponent had blocked it so quickly. At this moment, Lu Gang had already regained his composure. You're looking for death. Lu Gang glared at Emo-Chen, veins bulging on his forehead. Enough, Lu Gang. Wang Yanmei intervened. I trust Wu Hong and Tian Chang's judgment, and Emo-Chen is already a battle king, he won't hold us back. Wang Yanmei advised. Battle king? Lu Gang was somewhat surprised. Emo-Chen was also a bit taken aback. When he came here, Emo-Chen had deliberately used the fox concealment technique to hide his aura. That's why Lu Gang initially thought he wasn't strong. Even when Lu Gang wanted to fight him, Emo-Chen hadn't used his battle king techniques, but instead relied on mental strike. But how did Wang Yanmei see through it? Emo-Chen recalled what Wu Hong and Tianchang had said earlier. This Wang Yanmei was indeed not simple. Under Wang Yanmei's persuasion, Lu Gang found it hard to act out. For Yanmei's sake, I'll spare you for now. After saying that, Lu Gang ignored Emo-Chen. Let's go, we've already wasted a few minutes. At this moment, Tianchang also spoke. Then, the four of them walked towards the entrance of the cave. Emo-Chen walked behind Lu Gang and secretly cast a mental strike on him. However, Lu Gang showed no reaction. He must be using a special method to resist mental attacks, Emo-Chen thought to himself. A warrior like him surely has ways to counter mental attacks. Otherwise, if he encounters someone who can use mental power, wouldn't he have no chance of winning? Emo-Chen had previously learned that the official store of the first martial school sold special techniques. Techniques that could resist common mental attacks like mental strikes only required 1 or 2,000 points. It seems I need to upgrade my mental strike, otherwise it won't be effective against high-level combatants. Emo-Chen calculated in his mind. Fortunately, this mental strike has 100 levels. He hadn't even reached level 10 yet. 100-level mental strike would probably be something few could withstand. As Emo-chan thought this, he continued to cast mental strikes at Lu Gang. Lu Gang had a strong vitality and was constantly operating a technique to resist mental attacks. This technique was of a high grade and could even withstand the mental power of a warrior. Therefore, Emo-chan's mental strikes had little effect on him. By using this rope, we can slide down directly to the cave, Wang Yanmei said, pulling a rope next to the cave entrance. Of course, this was mainly directed at Emo-chan. The other three had no idea how many times they had gone down from here. Emo-chan nodded and then grabbed the rope. Tian Chang and Wu Hong also held onto the rope. Then, the four of them jumped down. Whoosh! Below them was pitch black, with only the sound of the wind whistling in their ears. After more than 30 seconds, Emo-chan saw a glimmer of light below. They continued to slide down for more than 30 meters before landing on the ground. Looking around, Emo-chan found that this place was similar to the square beneath the martial extreme tower of the first martial school. However, it was more chaotic and dirtier here. Let's go, Wang Yanmei said as she walked ahead. This place is different from the cave of the first martial school. Over there, due to unified management, everything is more regulated. Many wilderness hunters prefer to go to the first martial school. But correspondingly, the management fees there are also high. Entering the cave from there costs 2,000, and when you come out, there is a 2% tax on your earnings, Wang Yanmei explained, as she walked in front. Of course, students from the first martial school themselves do not collect taxes. Anyway, the points you earn will be spent at the school. Besides that, there's one more thing. Here, it's relatively free. Many things can be legal in the cave. Wang Yanmei spoke somewhat ambiguously. However, Emo-chan understood her meaning. Aren't we under the Third Army? Don't they care? Emo-chan asked. Hearing Emo-chan's words, Wang Yanmei smiled. Indeed, a newcomer knows nothing. Lu Gang scoffed and said, the Third Army is a specialized combat force directly managed by the Longdu Military Department. All weapons and equipment, as well as various supplies, are provided at the highest specifications. For the people of the Third Army, there is only one thing they need to do, fight. As for other matters, they won't care at all and have no interest. As long as you don't threaten the safety of the entrance, even if you kill someone in front of them, the Third Army won't care. When he mentioned killing in front of them, Lu Gang smiled maliciously at Emo-chan. Emo-chan stroked his chin. In such a chaotic place, he really liked it. However, we also need to be careful. There are people here who harbor resentment towards us social martial artists from martial arts schools, Wang Yanmei said. Indeed, we must be cautious. Tian Chang, who spoke little, suddenly chimed in. Many social martial artists believe that we students from martial arts schools are a privileged class, like flowers in a greenhouse. If they entered martial arts schools, they would develop better. Moreover, staying in an environment like the cave for too long can lead to psychological issues. Many social martial artists think that it is our privileged class that has taken their resources. Tian Chang continued to explain. Many newcomers, upon entering the Third Army's base in the cave, would often fall victim to the malicious hands of these social martial artists. Emo-chan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Kid, when you encounter such people later, don't hesitate to use lethal force, otherwise you'll only harm yourself. Lu Gang turned his head and said coldly to Emo-chan. Emo-chan ignored Lu Gang and silently cast a mental attack on him. However, Lu Gang was very cautious and was continuously operating a technique to defend against mental attacks. Emo-chan's mental attacks had no effect. Emo-chan didn't mind much, after all, he considered it a way to increase his proficiency, and perhaps with more use he could even level up. It should be noted that his mental attack had a total of 100 levels to upgrade. Thus, Emo-chan kept casting mental attacks on Lu Gang while following Wang Yanmei and Lu Gang into the cave. After passing through a corridor over 20 meters wide, the five of them arrived at the cave. At a glance, the ground was wet and covered in black mud. Many ragged wilderness hunters dragged the corpses of exotic beasts towards the corridor. Emo-chan saw that near the corridor, there were even some rotting exotic beast corpses thrown on the ground. Whenever someone passed by the corpses, a swarm of flies would rise with a buzz. This place was too dirty and chaotic. Emo-chan frowned. Wang Yanmei looked at her energy communicator and said, we need to advance about 30 kilometers to find the entrance specifically leading to the second layer of the cave. Just as Wang Yanmei was speaking, a group of wilderness hunters walked towards them. Although Wang Yanmei was not particularly beautiful, she was still decent looking, plus her slim figure made her quite attractive to these guys who had been in the cave for 10 days or half a month without seeing a woman. Student girl, after we complete the mission, come play with me. A thin young man with sunken eyes whistled at Wang Yanmei and even reached down to adjust his pants. Wang Yanmei frowned. The group of wilderness hunters around the young man burst into laughter. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Gang's figure disappeared. A large hand covered in black fur grabbed the young man's neck. Crash! The surrounding wilderness hunters immediately drew their weapons, aiming them at Lu Gang. Anyone who dares to move will die. Lu Gang glared at the crowd. Under Lu Gang's gaze, the wild hunters immediately dared not move. Then, Lu Gang looked at the young man he had grabbed. You really deserve to die for disrespecting Yan Mei. Lu Gang grinned, baring his teeth. I was wrong. Spare me. Please, my lord, spare me. The young man was so frightened by the aura of the War King emanating from Lu Gang that he was on the verge of tears. Crack! Lu Gang's hand tightened, directly crushing the young man's neck. Then, as if tossing away garbage, he casually threw him aside. The young man's body flew out several dozen meters and then, with a thud, landed among a pile of beast carcasses. A swarm of flies rose like a black net and then quickly fell back down. Lu Gang clapped his hands, a smile appearing on his face. Get lost, he shouted at the remaining people, and those wild hunters who had just been about to attack Lu Gang turned and fled. Survival of the fittest, that's the law of the cave. Lu Gang sneered. The weak can only tuck their tails between their legs. If you're weak and still dare to act tough. At this point, Lu Gang turned his head to deliberately look at Mo Chen and continued, in the end, when you die, you won't even know how you died. Do you have any nonsense to say? Can you just say it all at once? Blabbering, your bloodline ability isn't just talking too much, is it? Mo Chen said, somewhat speechless. This Lu Gang really thought he could bully him? Seeing that Mo Chen dared to retort, Lu Gang was about to explode again. Lu Gang. However, Wang Yanmei spoke up first, stopping Lu Gang. Seeing that Wang Yanmei was somewhat displeased, Lu Gang quickly smiled and said, Yan Mei, I won't make a move. I was angry because that kid just disrespected you. Please don't be mad. In the end, Lu Gang promised not to hold it against Mo Chen, and only then did Wang Yanmei nod. A sycophant? Mo Chen found it somewhat amusing. No wonder this guy got so angry when he was retorted. However, in his heart, Mo Chen had already noted several points against Lu Gang. Find an opportunity to get rid of him. After exiting the outer area of the passage, the five of them entered the wilderness. The environment here was somewhat harsher than the wilderness in the cave beneath the first martial arts school. The trees were tall and dense, the ground was soft and wet, and stepping down would sink into the mud. Therefore, Mo Chen and the others had to step on tree stumps or leap from tree trunks to navigate through the forest. Once in the wilderness, Wang Yanmei and Lu Gang unleashed the speed of the War King, transforming into two shadowy figures racing ahead. Mo Chen and the others closely followed behind. It was unclear if they were testing Mo Chen, but Wang Yanmei and Lu Gang's speed kept increasing. Tian Chang and Wu Hong, following behind them, felt no pressure. For Mo Chen, this level of speed was completely manageable. However, Mo Chen did not pay attention to the actions of Wang Yanmei and Lu Gang, instead continuously observing his surroundings. Just a few miles into the wilderness, Mo Chen witnessed several instances of murder and dismemberment. Even as they passed by, those involved did not stop. It seemed they were already accustomed to it, or perhaps they knew that Mo Chen and the others would not interfere. After seeing such scenes, Mo Chen felt that he should come here often to take on tasks in the future. Otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of time each time to destroy the evidence. After running for more than 10 minutes, they finally reached the entrance to the second level of the cave. To Mo Chen's surprise, the entrance was actually a well. The well had a diameter of about 3 meters, and a faint light was emanating from within, looking rather unthreatening. This light is energy emanating from the second level of the cave. The brighter the light, the deeper the cave goes, Wu Hong explained. Since entering the cave, Wu Hong had become taciturn, and his entire aura had grown more reserved and profound. Besides the entrance to the second level, does the first level of the cave also have entrances to other levels? Mo Chen was somewhat surprised. Yes, but very few. While Wu Hong was speaking, Wang Yanmei and Lu Gang had already jumped into the well. Let's go. After Wu Hong finished speaking, he jumped in as well, with Tian Chang following closely behind. Mo Chen followed the two and jumped in as well. Bathed in a faint white light, Mo Chen felt his body plummeting downwards. However, there was no sound of wind in his ears. The figures of Lu Gang and Wang Yanmei quickly vanished from Mo Chen's sight. At that moment, Tian Chang reached back to grip a long spear strapped to his back, while Wu Hong held onto the hilt of the knife at his waist. Seeing this, Mo Chen mimicked them and grasped the handle of the axe behind him. Since he had to follow their movements, Mo Chen had not stored the axe in the system space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain it. When he took it out, bang, 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 Mo Chen followed Tian Chang and Wu Hong as they landed on the ground. At the moment of landing, Mo Chen felt a bit dazed, but he quickly regained his senses. When he came to, he noticed Lu Gang had somehow appeared behind him, only 5 or 6 meters away. Lu Gang was surprised to see Mo Chen suddenly turn around and stare at him. The magnetic field on the second level of the cave was much stronger than on the first level. Even a battle king would feel dazed upon entering for the first time. Yet, Mo Chen's recovery speed was surprisingly similar to that of Tian Chang and Wu Hong. Damn it, that bastard. Mo Chen cursed inwardly. Lu Gang definitely had no good intentions. While thinking this, Mo Chen launched a few mental attacks at Lu Gang. This time, Lu Gang did not activate the defensive technique against mental attacks, so he was caught off guard. His legs tightened and his body involuntarily bent. Lu Gang glared fiercely at Mo Chen, but couldn't utter a word. Wu Hong and Tian Chang stood beside Mo Chen, expressionlessly looking at Lu Gang. Enough! Wang Yanmei suddenly spoke, releasing her Battle King aura, which blocked Mo Chen's mental attack. This is the second level of the cave. Everyone calm down. Wang Yanmei's tone was somewhat impatient. Seeing that Wang Yanmei was genuinely angry, Lu Gang became anxious. After glaring at Mo Chen a few times, he began to speak nicely next to Wang Yanmei. Be careful of Lu Gang, he might try to attack you later. At that point, it won't just be a minor scuffle. Tian Chang's cold voice echoed in Mo Chen's mind. Watch out for Lu Gang, this guy will definitely look for an opportunity to deal with you, whether to weaken our strength or to reduce the number of people sharing the benefits, he will attack you. Wu Hong's voice also rang in Mo Chen's mind. Hearing this, Mo Chen frowned and mentally asked the two, can't I just kill him? Tian Chang and Wu Hong, who had been walking beside Mo Chen with calm expressions, simultaneously turned to look at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Mo Chen asked in confusion. Tian Chang and Wu Hong did not respond and turned back, not replying to Mo Chen again. Mo Chen was left with a head full of questions. Can't I kill Lu Gang? Surely, incapacitating him would be fine? After all, Lu Gang wanted to harm me. If I kill him first or incapacitate him, it would be purely self-defense. While Mo Chen was lost in thought, Lu Gang, walking ahead, discreetly glanced back at him. Mo Chen frowned. He was looking at me, which meant he still harbored resentment. If he had resentment, he definitely wanted to harm me. In the second level of the cave, to harm me was tantamount to wanting to kill me. I don't want to die. For self-defense, I must take him out first. Mo Chen thought. Seriously. Walking ahead, Lu Gang, who was contemplating finding an opportunity to make Mo Chen suffer, was unaware that Mo Chen had already devised several ways for him to die. Lu Gang shivered slightly, feeling a chill. Instantly, he looked around warily. Be careful, I sense powerful beasts watching us, Lu Gang said in a low voice. Wang Yanmei, Wu Hong, and Tian Chang all tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. Mo Chen was also vigilantly observing his surroundings. Thus, the five of them remained extremely alert along the way. Whenever a strange beast appeared within 100 meters, it would be instantly targeted and turned into mush by the combined fire of the five. However, Mo Chen felt somewhat frustrated. Wu Hong and Tian Chang had extensive experience in killing strange beasts, often delivering fatal blows. As a result, Mo Chen always missed out on the kills. After all, kills meant evolution points. Mo Chen had completely figured out the system's judgment mechanism. If he delivered the final blow himself, or if he dealt over 80% of the damage to a target that was then killed by someone else, it would still count as his points. Of course, Mo Chen preferred the former method. It required little effort and still earned him evolution points. Along the way, they encountered several strange beasts again. After a few attempts to secure kills, Mo Chen gave up. Tian Chang and Wu Hong were just too good at stealing kills. After running for a while in the second level of the cave, Mo Chen noticed that his stamina consumption was several times that of the first level. Let's stop and recover our stamina. Wang Yanmei suddenly waved her hand to signal. So, the five of them stopped and began to rest. In the second level of the cave, the magnetic field is chaotic, which increases the consumption of stamina and bloodline power. Battles in the second level of the cave must not be prolonged, even if you are confident you can kill the opponent. However, as long as the battle lasts more than 5 minutes, or your bloodline power is reduced to half, do not hesitate, just leave. Wu Hong said while drinking an energy drink. Mo Chen nodded but didn't pay much attention. In the past, he hadn't felt that the 9 Nether awakening had a particularly significant effect. But now, in the environment of the second level of the cave, it was very effective. Mo Chen's bloodline awakening level had now reached 8/10, and the 9 Nether awakening restored 8% of his stamina per second. After standing for a while, in less than half a minute, Mo Chen's stamina was restored. Boom! Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Tian Chang, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, moved and quickly leaped to the top of a tree over 10 meters high. 3 mud swamp rats, all at the Beast King level, are rushing this way. They must have heard our footsteps, Tian Chang said calmly, then jumped down from the tree. Hearing that there were only 3 Beast Kings, Lu Gang seemed somewhat uninterested. The mud swamp rats don't have anything valuable on them. According to our previous agreement, you, Wu Hong, and I will each take 1, Tian Chang said indifferently. Isn't there a newly promoted Battle King here? Just right, let him give it a try, and let me see how powerful this genius, who just entered the first martial school a month ago, really is. Lu Gang looked at Mo Chen with interest. Tian Chang and Wu Hong also turned to look at Mo Chen. I have no problem, Mo Chen said as he took down the mountain axe from his back. Boom! The next moment, the shaking ground suddenly surged, and 3 shadows the size of calves charged towards the group. Boom! Tian Chang's spear shook, resembling a black dragon, and let out a roar. Wu Hong drew his alloy long knife, quickly rising in stature, transforming into a half-dragon form. As for Mo Chen, he transformed into a figure over 4 meters tall, his muscles bulging, exuding immense strength. Seeing Mo Chen's form, Wang Yanmei was somewhat surprised. This bloodline seems unfamiliar. Just as Wang Yanmei was puzzled about what Mo Chen's bloodline was, the 3 of them charged out. As soon as Mo Chen engaged, he unleashed all his power in this form, swinging the mountain axe to create an afterimage. Slash. One mud swamp rat was directly cleaved in half by Mo Chen. Evolution points plus 10,000. Boom. The momentum of this axe remained undiminished, finally striking the ground and creating a crack several meters long. As Tianchang and Wu Hong were finishing their battle, their fighting styles appeared quite similar. Both pushed back the attacks of the Swamp Rat King at the first opportunity, then dealt heavy blows to each other. Wait, let me kill it. Seeing that the two swamp rats were not yet dead, Mo Chen quickly called out. Oh, Wu Hong looked a bit puzzled. However, since Mo Chen had spoken, Wu Hong drew his alloy long knife and kicked one of the swamp rats in midair. The swamp rat flew towards Mo Chen. With a slash, Mo Chen split it in half. Evolution points plus 10,000. Here. Seeing this, Tianchang shook his spear, and the still-living swamp rat also flew towards Mo Chen. Good. Mo Chen moved and struck at this swamp rat. The two swamp rats provided him with 20,000 evolution points, and with the original 69,000/90,000, he was just 1,000 points away from leveling up again. But just as Mo Chen was about to kill this swamp rat, boom! A shadow crashed into the swamp rat. The swamp rat instantly turned into a shower of blood. Ah, killing the Beast King feels really good, Lu Gang said as he landed, laughing and looking at Mo Chen with a teasing gaze. Mo Chen wore a stern expression and said nothing. What's wrong? Not happy? Lu Gang raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't know why Mo Chen insisted on being the one to kill the swamp rat, as long as he could annoy this kid, that was enough. So, Lu Gang suddenly jumped out, killing the nearly dying swamp rat before Mo Chen could. Now, it seemed he had achieved his goal. Seeing Mo Chen's serious face, Lu Gang felt quite pleased. Alright, our stamina has mostly recovered, let's continue towards Bagua City, Wang Yanmei said. Okay, let's go. Lu Gang smiled at Mo Chen and then followed behind Wang Yanmei. Mo Chen still wore a serious expression and said nothing. Tian Chang walked over and patted Mo Chen on the shoulder. Wu Hong also shook his head at Mo Chen. Why didn't you let me kill him? Mo Chen questioned the two in his mind. It hadn't been long since he had just advanced to a Battle King, and he hadn't had the chance to learn any Battle King techniques yet. He naturally hadn't learned any mental communication techniques. The reason he could communicate with the two was that just a moment ago, Tian Chang and Wu Hong had hurriedly spoken to stop him. Otherwise, with Mo Chen's temper, he would have already clashed with Lu Gang by now. It's too early, Tian Chang's voice echoed in Mo Chen's mind. Once we get the Inji flower, Wu Hong and I will help you kill Lu Gang. Tian Chang added. At the same time, Wu Hong's voice also rang in Mo Chen's mind. This place is active with exotic beasts, with hundreds of beast kings. If you engage Lu Gang, it will surely attract these beast kings, severely affecting our exploration plan for Bagua City. Also, after we pick the Inji flower, I will help you kill Lu Gang. Wu Hong promised as well. Just now, both Wu Hong and Tian Chang had clearly seen the killing intent in Mo Chen's eyes. In their view, delaying the Inji flower matter for Lu Gang was simply not worth it. At this moment, Mo Chen felt very frustrated. His killing intent towards Lu Gang grew stronger. He was just 1,000 points away from leveling up his bloodline. Awakening. And Lu Gang had to come and annoy him at this time. I don't need your help to kill Lu Gang. When I make my move, you just need to keep Wang Yanmei under control. Mo Chen said in a deep voice. Alright, Tian Chang immediately replied. No problem, Wu Hong said, somewhat surprised, glancing at Mo Chen. Mo Chen was so confident that he could kill Lu Gang alone? It should be noted that Lu Gang was an A-class beast system with the bloodline of a raging gorilla, incredibly strong, tough-skinned, and very troublesome to fight. Moreover, sometimes, if he couldn't win, he was particularly good at running away. I'll wait until Mo Chen realizes he can't handle Lu Gang alone before I step in to help, Wu Hong thought to himself. While the three of them were secretly communicating, Wang Yanmei and Lu Gang were also conversing mentally. Don't provoke that Mo Chen anymore, his bloodline is strange. Wang Yanmei warned. Moreover, I feel that just now, Mo Chen didn't use his full strength, his power is likely higher than we expected. Wang Yanmei's tone was very serious. Yanmei, don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on this kid, Lu Gang smiled at Wang Yanmei. But in reality, Lu Gang completely dismissed Mo Chen. What a joke, the other party was just a kid who had recently awakened his bloodline, relying on that little talent. How strong could he really be? He was already at the late stage of Battle King. Besides, Lu Gang had the raging gorilla bloodline, which was notoriously hard to deal with. How could he be afraid of the other party? If this got out, he would probably be ridiculed by those competitors pursuing Wang Yanmei. If I show overwhelming strength, Yanmei will probably look at my wild gorilla bloodline with new eyes, Lu Gang thought with some pride. At Magic City University, many people pursued Wang Yanmei. Lu Gang was one of them, and he was the one who got closest to Wang Yanmei. Of course, this was not due to his charm, but rather his thick skin. He always stuck around to go on missions with Wang Yanmei, and over time, they became familiar with each other. The Inji flower was also something he discovered with Wang Yanmei while on a mission in Bagua City. Unfortunately, those two guys, Tian Chang and Wu Hong, happened to be nearby. If it were someone else, he and Wang Yanmei would have definitely silenced them. After all, the Inji flower was too valuable. Emo-chan and his group of 5, each with their own thoughts, continued on their way. Finally, after 20 minutes of running, they reached the outskirts of Bagua City. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Emo-chan looked down at the vast valley below, where the city shaped like a bagua lay, and couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. The entire Bagua City was built from massive stones. Not only did it resemble a bagua, but every road in the city was intricately divided. At a glance, the whole Bagua City looked more like an extremely precise instrument. This city was built by the beasts? Emo-chan couldn't help but ask. No, Wang Yanmei shook her head. This is a relic from the underground, not built by the beasts. Even among the beasts, including the War King, their intelligence is not very high, and it is absolutely impossible for them to build such a city. Moreover, according to scholars' findings, this city once had its own specially created script. The complexity of these characters far exceeds that of our human writing. Hearing Wang Yanmei's words, Emo-chan nodded. Beasts, after all, had no writing, their communication relied entirely on roars. Now, the entire Bagua City is controlled by 3 beast emperors. Among them, 2 beast emperors are located in the central and northern parts, and they are both in a deep sleep. Unless special means are used, it is generally very difficult to wake them up. The third one is in the west. This beast emperor wakes up irregularly and can easily be awakened by other beasts. The Inji flower we are here to collect is within his territory. Wang Yanmei continued to explain to Emo-chan. Yanmei, why are you explaining so much to him? Lu Gang said somewhat impatiently. Anyway, kid, just remember to follow us closely, don't fall behind, and do whatever we tell you, got it? Lu Gang looked at Emo-chan. Emo-chan ignored Lu Gang, who was destined to die, and instead asked Wang Yanmei, if we resolve the battle quickly, won't that wake the Beast Emperor? Wang Yanmei, surprised by his question, nodded and said, that's indeed the case, and it takes time for the opponent to wake up, about a minute. So, once we wake him up, we must evacuate Bagua City within a minute. At this point, Wang Yanmei fiddled with the crystal energy communicator on her wrist and said, the entire Bagua City is interconnected, and the roads are extremely complex. Here is the map of the part we are about to pass through, and I have marked several escape routes on it that can help us escape at the fastest speed. As soon as Wang Yanmei said this, the others opened their crystal energy communicators to check. Even Lu Gang only received this map now. Emo-chan frowned at the map. Ever since that time in the underground when he was tricked several times by a guy named Ji Chang, Emo-chan had been very wary of maps given by outsiders. He glanced at it briefly and then stopped looking further. Inside the Bagua City, Emo-chan and his 4 companions walked silently on the huge blue stone slabs. Ahead, a strong stench from a strange beast hit them. Tian Chang and Wang Yanmei, who were at the front, suddenly stopped. Tian Chang, clad in black armor, raised his hand. Emo-chan, Wu Hong, and Lu Gang behind him immediately halted. There's movement. Tian Chang's voice echoed in the minds of the 3. At once, Wang Yanmei lightly tapped her feet and leaped onto the high wall beside the passage. Like the ground, the high wall of the passage was also made of these massive blue stone slabs. Moreover, the strength of these blue stone slabs was exceptionally high. Emo-chan had secretly tested it and found that even with his mountain-splitting axe, he could only leave a shallow mark. Emo-chan estimated that even if he swung down with all his might, he would probably only be able to chip off a small piece. Wang Yanmei crouched on the high wall, gazing into the distance, then turned her head and nodded at Tian Chang. Prepare. Tian Chang's voice rang out in the minds of the 3 again. Emo-chan and Wu Hong tightened their grips on their weapons. However, Lu Gang was empty-handed. In fact, Lu Gang had a half-meter-long short stick strapped to his back. Emo-chan guessed that this short stick could be extended. But at this moment, Lu Gang was very confident and didn't bother to take out a weapon. As his body grew taller, black fur quickly appeared on Lu Gang's arms. Wu Hong frowned and glanced at Lu Gang. Lu Gang raised his arm, smirking as he showcased his biceps to Wu Hong. Wu Hong ignored Lu Gang and looked ahead instead. Due to the unique structure of Bagua City, sounds easily transmitted within, alarming the strange beasts inside. The more beasts that came, the greater the commotion would be, and if that beast emperor were to awaken, it would be troublesome. Therefore, as they made their way into Bagua City, Emo-chan and his 4 companions did not speak a word. They even deliberately lowered their footsteps. There are 20 red-scaled snakes, all of them at the Beast King level. Wang Yanmei's voice suddenly echoed in the minds of Emo-chan and the others. 20 Beast Kings? Hearing this, Emo-chan was taken aback. Whether outside or on the first level of the underground cave, encountering a Beast King was not that easy. Some groups of strange beasts hadn't even given birth to their own Beast King yet. And now, there were suddenly 20 all Beast Kings? Rustle, rustle. Just as Emo-chan was astonished, a sound of friction came from ahead, along with a strong stench. Emo-chan tightened his grip on the mountain-splitting axe, his gaze serious as he stared ahead. Fighting in Bagua City had the greatest advantage for Emo-chan and his companions. The environment was relatively uniform. The ground was paved with this exceptionally hard blue stone slab, making it impossible to burrow underground or break in from below. On both sides there were also high walls, unless one jumped over from the other side. In a forest in the wilderness, it wouldn't be surprising if a strange beast suddenly leaped out from the trees during a battle. Moreover, in the wilderness, dense woods served as natural sound barriers, requiring constant vigilance on both sides during combat. But here, there was no need to worry. With high walls surrounding them, any movement could be heard immediately. At this moment, in the field of vision ahead, a group of red-scaled snakes, each 3 to 4 meters long, with fiery red scales and fleshy horns on their heads, appeared. The red-scaled snakes, upon seeing Mo Chen and the others, drooled with their mouths open. Whoosh! Tian Chang, wielding a spear, instantly transformed into a shadow and charged out. Whoosh! A red-scaled snake was lifted into the air, and before its body even landed, Tian Chang had already pierced its head with a single thrust. At the same time, Mo Chen and Wu Hong also charged out. Following the tactics already assigned on the way, Tian Chang and Lu Gang positioned themselves one in front and one behind to prevent any strange beasts from escaping. Meanwhile, Mo Chen and Wu Hong fought in the middle. This distribution does not involve anyone being at a disadvantage. In the middle of the battle, they will face the siege of multiple alien beasts, and sealing off both sides means facing the frenzied attacks of the alien beasts when they break through. For Mo Chen, the only trouble is that during the fight he cannot make too much noise. Mo Chen's usual combat style is extremely wild. Now, he must try to restrain himself, otherwise, if he makes too much noise and alerts other alien beasts, it would be counterproductive. Activating the bloodline of the 9 nether body, Mo Chen's height shot up to 6 meters. His body, swollen as if it were about to explode with muscle, caught the attention of Wu Hong, who was also 6 meters tall. Lu Gang raised an eyebrow at Mo Chen's appearance. His own bloodline, the Mad Gorilla, is renowned for its robust physique and strength. Yet this Mo Chen's appearance is even more exaggerated? At this moment, Wang Yanmei, who was half squatting on the high wall, also curiously looked at Mo Chen after he activated his bloodline transformation, a subtle light flickering in her eyes. Smack! Mo Chen slapped his arm, directly turning a red scale serpent king that had bitten his arm into a pulp. Ding! Evolution points plus 10,000. Receiving the system prompt, Mo Chen had accumulated 89,000/90,000 evolution points, and with this additional 10,000, he finally broke through. A golden light, visible only to Mo Chen, rose from within him. The awakening degree of his bloodline directly increased to 9 out of 10. In an instant, Mo Chen felt his strength surge significantly. Gripping the red scale serpent king with his left hand, he unconsciously increased his strength. Bang! The tail of the red scale serpent king was crushed by Mo Chen's grip. With only a portion of the serpent left, it writhed in pain and instantly turned its head, biting down on Mo Chen's palm. Crack! The venomous fangs shattered. The serpent writhed in agony. Bang! Mo Chen stomped down, crushing the serpent's head. Ding! Evolution points plus 10,000. Thud! A barely alive red scale serpent king was suddenly thrown in front of Mo Chen. It was thrown by Wu Hong. Nodding at Mo Chen, Wu Hong continued to swing his alloy long knife, killing the red scale serpent. That Wu Hong guy is pretty good. Mo Chen stomped down, exploding the red scale serpent. However, Wu Hong couldn't always leave the serpent for Mo Chen to kill. Sometimes he struck too hard and unintentionally killed the serpent. But overall, he had thrown 3 serpents to Mo Chen. Adding the 5 that Mo Chen had killed himself, he had a total of 80,000 evolution points. Thud! Tian Chang's spear pinned a red scale serpent trying to escape from the wall. This was the last serpent trying to break through on his side. The battle was basically over. Only Lu Gang's side had just encountered 5 red scale serpents trying to break through. Together. Grab your weapon, Wu Hong whispered. No need, I can handle it completely, Lu Gang said dismissively, swinging his large hand covered in black fur, directly sending 2 red scale serpents flying into the wall. One of the red scale serpents was instantly turned into minced meat. The other red scale serpent simply collapsed. Puff! Puff! Lu Gang, with a malicious sense of humor, stuffed his large handful of black fur into the mouths of the other 2 red scale serpents, twisting his fist and directly crushing their heads. For the last remaining red scale serpent, Lu Gang grabbed its head with one hand and its tail with the other, pulling hard. Crack! The serpent's body snapped in 2, and Lu Gang stomped down on the serpent's head. Dealing with such low-level creatures doesn't even require weapons, Lu Gang said somewhat proudly. Not good. One is getting away. Tian Chang suddenly spoke up. They saw that the red scale serpent, which had been sent flying by Lu Gang and had crashed into the wall, was quickly crawling out along the edge of the wall. This caught everyone off guard. Quick, chase it! Wang Yanmei shouted softly from the high wall. Once an exotic beast escapes, it will notify other exotic beasts and even disturb the beast king that often awakens. Whoosh! A whistling sound erupted as a black spear brushed past Lu Gang. Thud! The equally dark spearhead was driven into the head of the crimson scale serpent king. The serpent's body thrashed wildly for a moment before falling completely silent. Tianshan walked towards the position of the black spear, preparing to retrieve it. However, Lu Gang's figure flashed, taking a step ahead to pull out the black spear. "You almost hurt me just now." Lu Gang turned around, his face serious, looking at Tianchang. "Give me back the gun." Tianchang looked calmly at Lu Gang. Mo Chen and Wu Hong stood beside Tianchang, one on each side. Lu Gang. Wang Yanmei jumped down from the high wall and shook her head at Lu Gang. Lu Gang was unlikely to listen to others. But if Wang Yanmei spoke, he generally wouldn't refuse. "Humph." Lu Gang snorted coldly and directly threw Tianchang's black gun to the ground. Bang! The long gun bounced twice after hitting the ground. Boom! A large wave of black energy suddenly erupted around Tianchang's body. Terrifying energy fluctuations radiated from it. Everyone present, except for Mo Chen, felt a tightness in their hearts. "Tianchang, don't be impulsive." Wang Yanmei quickly picked up the long gun from the ground and handed it to Tianchang. "The Inji flower is very important and must not be lost," Wang Yanmei said to Tianchang in a deep voice. However, as she spoke, Wang Yanmei's entire body had already turned platinum. If Tianchang made a move, she would definitely act to stop him immediately. Tianchang took the black gun, and all the black energy that was radiating from him was drawn back into his body. "This is the last time," Tianchang said coldly, then continued to walk forward. Mo Chen and Wu Hong followed him. "Yanmei, that kid Tianchang definitely didn't mean it. I think he just wanted to find a chance to take me out." Lu Gang quickly transmitted his thoughts to Wang Yanmei. Wang Yanmei was too lazy to respond to Lu Gang and quickly walked to the front of the group. Lu Gang's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Regaining formation, Lu Gang walked beside Mo Chen and Wu Hong. Glancing at Mo Chen, a glint of cold light appeared in Lu Gang's eyes. He had to retaliate for that earlier insult. At this moment, Mo Chen did not notice that Lu Gang was staring at him. Most of his attention was focused on the system panel. His bloodline awakening level was 9 out of 10. He had just leveled up not long ago, and from the battle with the red-scaled snakes he had gained 80,000 evolution points. Now, his evolution points had reached a staggering 89,000/100,000. He was just 1,100 points away from maxing out his bloodline awakening level. "I didn't expect leveling up in a team would be so fast." Mo Chen was pleasantly surprised by his leveling speed. However, he also estimated that if he were alone, dealing with so many red-scaled snakes would still take a lot of effort. Moreover, he couldn't kill all 20 red-scaled snake kings. If he could escape just one, he would have to run for his life. With his current strength, he was no match for the Beast King. "Looks like I need to hang out more with Tianchang and Wu Hong in the future," Mo Chen thought to himself. That as long as he got enough K-heads, evolution points would not be a problem at all. But the number of Beast Kings in the second layer of the cave is high, yet the evolution points are not as high as those in the first layer. Mo Chen recalled the White Fox King he had killed before, which had given him a full 30,000 evolution points. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a sound of snake bodies scraping against the ground came from around the corner ahead. Wang Yanmei's expression changed. Instantly, Tianchang, Wu Hong, and even Lu Gang, who had just been very arrogant, all picked up their weapons. "Mo Chen, stand with me later and learn my fighting style." Wu Hong's serious voice suddenly echoed in Mo Chen's mind. "Aren't we facing red-scaled snakes?" Mo Chen was somewhat confused. "No, it's the snake people who are several times more troublesome than the red-scaled snakes. They aren't much stronger than the red-scaled snakes, but they can use weapons," Wu Hong explained. Mo Chen felt a bit dazed. Beasts can use weapons? Just as this absurd thought popped into his mind, a group of upright snake people with their upper bodies clad in armor appeared before Mo Chen and the others around the corner. Moreover, these snake people had 2 arms covered in scales and hands with flesh between their fingers. Even more bizarrely, they were holding long forks. Naga? Mo Chen immediately recalled the monster images that often appeared in games back on Earth before his transmigration. Whoosh! Tianchang and Wang Yanmei were the first to launch an attack. A group of a group of snake people were flicking their tongues and wielding their weapons, directly charging at Tianchang and Wang Yanmei. What left Mo Chen dumbfounded was that these snake people, using long forks, actually had some techniques and routines. "Be careful, these snake people unleash strange shockwaves when using their weapons, we mustn't engage them head-on." Wu Hong's voice echoed in Mo Chen's mind. Mo Chen saw Wu Hong charge directly at a snake person, his alloy long knife slashing down at the opponent. The snake person raised its long fork to block. However, Wu Hong's strike suddenly shifted, slicing down along the fork's handle. Put! A finger from the snake person's meaty hand was severed. Wu Hong scored a hit, but what puzzled Mo Chen was that Wu Hong did not pursue the attack. Instead, he instantly dodged and created distance. Hiss! The snake person opened its mouth wide and sprayed a cloud of green smoke. "The smoke is highly toxic, do not come into contact." Wu Hong's voice rang out again. After the smoke was released, Wu Hong kicked off the wall, his long knife sweeping up and slicing along the snake person's shoulder and ear. Sparks flew, and a deep gash appeared on the side of the snake person's head. Seeing this, Mo Chen frowned. he realized that the layer of armor was not something the snake person wore but was actually grown directly on its body. Moreover, although Wu Hong's alloy long knife was not a heavenly grade weapon, the side of the opponent's head was not a particularly strong defensive area. Yet, that strike from Wu Hong only resulted in a wound. I wonder if they can withstand my mountain-splitting axe, Mo Chen suddenly thought. At that moment, several snake people noticed Mo Chen and immediately twisted their serpentine bodies, charging at him. Whoosh! Mo Chen suddenly grew over 6 meters tall. Faced with the attacking snake people, he dared not relax for a moment. Remember my fighting style. Wu Hong, having finally killed that snake person, transmitted a message to Mo Chen. Mo Chen nodded, and with a whoosh, he swung his mountain-splitting axe horizontally at two snake people. The two snake people immediately raised their long forks to block. Mo Chen's gaze sharpened, ready to deflect the mountain-splitting axe. But as soon as the axe made contact with the long fork, crack! The long fork shattered, and the mountain-splitting axe directly cleaved into the snake person's chest. Put! The snake person's chest was split open, and the upper body tilted before it fell to the ground. The momentum of the mountain-splitting axe remained unyielding, striking at the nearby snake person. The long fork in that snake person's hand also instantly shattered. However, it twisted its body rapidly, barely avoiding the axe, leaving only a 1 centimeter deep cut on its chest. Mo Chen was momentarily stunned. No way, how could they be so fragile? Wu Hong had clearly struggled earlier. Thinking this, Mo Chen looked towards Wu Hong, but he had already turned his back, fighting another snake person. Hiss! As Mo Chen stepped forward, a large cloud of green smoke was sprayed from the mouth of the snake below, hitting his face. Mo Chen! Wu Hong, who was keeping a close watch on Mo Chen's battle, immediately changed his expression. Kicking away a snake person, Wu Hong rushed towards Mo Chen. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing, Mo Chen waved his palm, as wide as a small dining table, to fan away the green smoke. Why does it smell so bad? He muttered in disgust, then swung his axe down. Put! The snake person that spewed toxic mist was directly cleaved in half. Just a few meters out, Wu Hong saw this scene and silently stopped. Mo Chen, on the other hand, turned his head and looked at Wu Hong with confusion. That gaze clearly asked, "It doesn't seem as exaggerated as you said, does it?" Wu Hong turned around and continued to fight fiercely with another snake person. Mo Chen swung his mountain axe and charged directly into a group of snake people. These snake people couldn't even break through his defenses, and the toxic mist that Wu Hong and the others were wary of had no effect on Mo Chen. However, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Mo Chen. Thud! Thud! Mo Chen swung the mountain axe in his hand like a windmill, and any snake person that came into contact with it was either dead or severely injured. Soon, the battle on Mo Chen's side came to an end. The ground was littered with the broken limbs of snake people, and Mo Chen was splattered with quite a bit of their blood. Meanwhile, Wang Yanmei, Tian Shang, Wu Hong, and Lu Gang were still engaged in a fierce struggle with the snake person. Taking advantage of this moment, Mo Chen checked his system panel. After killing 6 snake people, Mo Chen had earned a total of 90,000 contribution points. According to the previous system's procedures, Mo Chen should have reached full awakening level by now. However, his bloodline awakening level had not upgraded. The system panel strangely displayed evolution points 179000/100000. Bloodline awakening level still at 9 out of 10. However, there was a plus sign after the bloodline awakening level. Mo Chen tried to touch the plus sign with his mind, and immediately a system prompt popped up. After reaching full bloodline awakening level, there will be a chance for ancestral return. Would you like to start now? Mo Chen immediately chose no. The feeling of his last ancestral return was still fresh in his memory. Moreover, during the return, he would unconsciously release bloodline aura. Mo Chen did not want outsiders to see his changes. Besides, this was the Bagua city with 3 beast emperors. If one of them was startled, it would be troublesome. I'll wait until I return and enter the cultivation space before the ancestral return. Mo Chen made up his mind. At this moment, Tian Chang and the others also finished their battle. Except for Lu Gang, Tian Chang, Wang Yanmei, and Wu Hong all looked at Mo Chen with complex expressions. What's wrong? Mo Chen looked at the 3 with confusion. You really are lucky. Lu Gang, who was standing behind Mo Chen, said quietly. You're only a freshman and already have a heavenly grade weapon, and your body has a high resistance to toxins, making you a natural nemesis for these snake people. Lu Gang said while staring at the mountain axe in Mo Chen's hand. He hadn't paid much attention to this axe before. After all, how good could a weapon used by a freshman be? But after seeing Mo Chen split a snake person with one blow, he realized that the axe in Mo Chen's hand was actually a heavenly grade weapon. Lu Gang, who was already in his 4th year, hadn't even gotten his hands on a heavenly grade weapon. What? Do you want it? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow at Lu Gang. Then go ask Sister Meng for it. Sister Meng? Lu Gang was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted. Meng Wuyo. This heavenly grade weapon was actually given by Meng Wuyo. Instantly, Lu Gang felt even more jealous. He had been pursuing Wang Yanmei for so long and had gained nothing, while this kid had managed to connect with a prodigy like Meng Wuyo, and even got a heavenly grade weapon. Humph. I hope you can keep being this lucky. Lu Gang sneered as he glanced at the mountain axe in Mo Chen's hand. This kind of axe was heavy and sharp, perfect for him to use when he transformed into a berserk gorilla. After that, everyone took a moment to rest and continued heading towards the direction of the Een Extreme Flower. Mo Chen, is that axe really a gift from the god of dreams? On the way, Wu Hong couldn't help but ask Mo Chen telepathically. You can go ask Sister Meng. Mo Chen's words choked Wu Hong back. How do you know the dream god? Why did the dream god give you a battle axe? What did the dream god say to you? Wu Hong came at him with a barrage of questions. Could it be that you have feelings for Sister Dream? Mo Chen looked at Wu Hong suspiciously. No, I just purely admire strong people. Wu Hong insisted, patting his chest as he transmitted his thoughts to Mo Chen. Mo Chen rolled his eyes at Wu Hong. Why did Meng Wuyo give you a heavenly weapon? What did she say to you? Just as he shook off Wu Hong, the voice of Tian Chang echoed in Mo Chen's mind. Mo Chen turned his head in surprise to look at Tian Chang. No way, you two. Under Wang Yanmei's guidance, Mo Chen and the others passed through a complex passage and finally were about to reach the place where the Inji flower was located. Before they reached the blooming area of the Inji flower, a thin layer of black ice appeared on the ground paved with blue stone slabs. Be careful to activate your bloodline power to resist the cold air beneath your feet, otherwise the cold air will unknowingly invade your body and affect the flow of your qi and blood. If you encounter any danger, even a slight delay in the flow of qi and blood could be disastrous. Wu Hong's serious voice rang in Mo Chen's mind. Really? Mo Chen frowned. At this moment, a stream of cold air was continuously flowing into Mo Chen's body from beneath his feet. Mo Chen felt his whole body relax, and even his spirit improved. Ding! Evolution points plus 100. Ding! Evolution points plus 100. Just then, the system prompt sounded. It could actually increase evolution points? Mo Chen was somewhat surprised. So, he stopped circulating his qi and blood to resist the cold air invading from beneath his feet. Why not earn evolution points just by standing? Wu Hong glanced at the delighted Mo Chen and felt relieved. This kid Mo Chen must be happy because the method I told him to resist the cold air worked. The scene of Mo Chen fighting the Snake Man had left Wu Hong astonished. He felt like he had wasted years of cultivation. Fortunately, Mo Chen also had to use his energy to resist the cold air. It seemed that Mo Chen's bloodline wasn't invincible. Just as this thought flashed through Wu Hong's mind, Wang Yanmei, who was walking in front, suddenly raised her hand and gestured to the people behind. Everyone immediately stopped. Wang Yanmei crouched down, frowning as she looked at the ground in front of her. Someone passed by before us. The footprints haven't completely disappeared, which means the other party left less than 5 minutes ago. Wang Yanmei's voice echoed in everyone's minds. That shouldn't be, they only left 5 minutes before us. If there was a battle, we should have heard something. Moreover, the path to the Inji flower is the safest one we are taking. The other paths are occupied by hundreds of exotic beasts. If they pass through, we definitely would have heard something. Lu Gang said, puzzled. Wang Yanmei stood up, and after a few seconds of silence, she spoke. Maybe they found another safe route. Bagua City is interconnected, and they could have easily circled around from another direction. Upon hearing Wang Yanmei's explanation, the expressions of the other three, except for Mo Chen, became serious. Then let's speed up, Tian Chang said seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Except for Wang Yanmei, everyone tightened their grip on their weapons and activated their bloodline power. If they encountered the enemy, a fierce battle was inevitable. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Mo Chen and the others quickly rushed towards the place where the Inji flower was growing. After a few seconds, they arrived at the location of the Inji flower. The flower grew on a high platform about 3 to 4 meters tall, with steps leading up to it. However, the surrounding steps were thickly frozen. No one? Lu Gang looked at the empty platform, somewhat puzzled. This place only had the passage behind them as an entrance, with no other exits, unless they climbed over the surrounding high walls. But due to the growth of the Inji flower, the surrounding high walls were frozen solid. It would be difficult to even find a foothold, let alone climb. Behind us, Tian Chang suddenly spoke. In the next moment, he transformed into a shadow and dashed towards the back of the platform. Wang Yanmei's entire body glowed with a platinum color. The ice beneath her feet exploded, and she vanished from her spot. Just as they moved, the people hiding behind the platform struck. Buzz, buzz. 2 dazzling lasers shot out from behind the platform. Tian Chang and Wang Yanmei flickered and dodged directly. Buzz, buzz. But just as they dodged, 2 more lasers shot towards them. So fast? Mo Chen, seeing this scene from a distance, was slightly surprised. Energy. Attacks with such destructive power usually required some cooldown time. At that moment, suddenly, 2 figures in black robes rushed out from behind the platform. As soon as the 2 black-robed figures appeared, they spread their palms towards Wang Yanmei and Tian Chang. Buzz. 2 lasers shot from their palms, one to the left and one to the right, aimed at Wang Yanmei and Tian Chang. Now, Mo Chen, Wu Hong, and Lu Gang were all stunned. If the two people hiding behind the platform had used identical laser attacks, it could still be explained, as their bloodlines might be very similar. But now, two more people using the exact same laser attacks appeared. That was strange. Bloodlines being similar was already extremely rare, and now, four people with similar bloodlines appeared? That was an extraordinary coincidence. Moreover, the laser attacks from these two newcomers were almost indistinguishable from the previous ones. This meant they likely shared the same bloodline. They are very likely not human. Wu Hong frowned and looked ahead. Tian, Chang and Wang Yanmei had extensive combat experience. As soon as the two lasers were unleashed, they immediately dodged. Their swift movements stunned the opponents. The two who had been hiding behind the platform stepped out, raising their hands, palms aimed at Tian Chang and Wang Yanmei. Buzz! Two white lasers lit up simultaneously, shooting towards Tian Chang and Wang Yanmei. However, Tian Chang and Wang Yanmei were even faster. Put! Tian Chang's figure flickered, and he thrust his spear into the opponent's forehead. Crack! Wang Yanmei, glowing with a platinum hue, directly broke the opponent's wrist. Seeing this, the other two immediately abandoned their companions and ran towards the exit. Humph! Lu Gang snorted coldly, instantly transforming into a raging ape, his legs leaping up fiercely. Boom! Lu Gang landed in front of one of the black-robed figures, shattering ice chunks that splattered onto the opponent's robe. Meanwhile, Emo Chen threw his mountain-splitting axe. Rumble! The axe blade sliced into the thick, solid ice of the wall, perfectly blocking the path of the other black-robed figure. Whoosh! Emo Chen, over 6 meters tall with bulging muscles, appeared before the other figure. Suddenly, Emo Chen sensed that the circle of black energy swirling around his body began to fluctuate. Without warning, the figure in the black robe before him subtly glanced at Emo Chen's side. Something was off. Relying on his instincts, Emo Chen reached out and grabbed to the side. Rip! A piece of black cloth appeared out of nowhere, torn off by Emo Chen's sharp nails. There was someone else. Buzz! The black-robed figure in front of Emo Chen raised both hands, and two blinding beams of white light struck directly at Emo Chen's face. Hiss! Hiss! The high temperature from the lasers burned Emo Chen's skin, causing it to redden. Emo Chen slapped his hand down, a palm the size of a small dining table, and with a whoosh, he struck the opponent, whose figure instantly vanished from the spot. Clap! In the next moment, the opponent appeared against the wall, and under the tremendous force, was smashed into a puddle of flesh. Pulling out the mountain-splitting axe, Emo Chen dashed toward the exit. That invisible person must have run toward the exit. Bang! 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 Emo Chen, over 6 meters tall, took a few strides and appeared at the entrance, smashing the mountain-splitting axe down onto the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, the ice surface shattered, sending countless fragments flying. Are you crazy? Lu Gang, transformed into a raging gorilla, rushed over using both hands and feet. Emo Chen scanned his surroundings and noticed that the air near the exit wall twisted slightly, as if an invisible barrier was blocking the shattered ice. Another person got away, Emo Chen said in a deep voice, directly chasing after them. The other party, realizing Emo Chen was in pursuit, immediately began to run, their transparent figure crunching on the broken ice beneath. Lu Gang, rushing over, was momentarily stunned, hesitating whether to chase after them. He turned his head and glanced at Wang Yanmei, who slightly shook her head at him. Then I'll wait here for this kid to come back. Lu Gang snorted coldly. They were about to harvest the Inji flower, and if he chased out alone, it would be difficult for Wang Yanmei to withstand the combined forces of Tian Chang and Wu Hong. So, he decided to stay here for now. Tian Chang and Wang Yanmei checked the high platform beneath the Inji flower, ensuring no one was hiding before both ascended the platform. There were a total of 10 Inji flowers, just enough for each of them to take two. Tian Chang and Wang Yanmei exchanged glances, then began to harvest. Below, Wu Hong looked up at the platform, then turned to the exit. Mo. Chen, just don't run too far and get lost. Bagua City was located deep in the second level of the underground, with a powerful magnetic field. Even the crystal energy communicator could only maintain communication within a few hundred meters, and beyond that, it was useless. At this moment, Emo Chen ran wildly and finally caught up with the other party at a corner. The figure flickered in and out of visibility, and Emo Chen directly unleashed an 8-sound fist. Whoosh! The fist's force stirred up a strong wind. Emo Chen noticed the air near the wall twisting. Whoosh! In the next moment, the mountain-splitting axe swung down. At that moment, the opponent finally stopped hiding, revealing a black robe with dazzling lasers emitted from both hands. However, these lasers were directed upward. Seeing this, Emo Chen's heart sank. The other party was trying to attract other beasts in Bagua City. With a flash, Emo Chen appeared in front of the opponent, a large hand adorned with black and gold tattoos directly clamping down on them. The two beams of laser struck Emo Chen's palm, stirring up a wave of black energy. Emo Chen pressed down hard with his palm. Bang! The black-robed figure was crushed into a pulp by Emo Chen. This is too weak. Emo Chen lifted his hand, shaking off the bits of flesh stuck to it. This black-robed person was not even at the level of a battle king. With such strength, they dared to invade Bagua City? Moreover, what's outrageous is that the other party actually found the place where the Inji peanut grows unscathed. How did they manage that? Emo-chen instinctively crouched down and began to search the corpse. The four black-robed figures just now were clearly covering this person's retreat. Their identity and status must be quite high, and they might have something valuable on them. With black, elongated nails, he rummaged through a pile of minced flesh for a while and surprisingly found something. A black and gold magic cube. Emo-chen scraped his sharp, narrow black nails against the magic cube a few times. A few sparks flew out. However, the black gold magic cube remained intact. Emo-chen picked it up, bit down on it a few times, producing a cracking sound. When he took it away, there were still no marks left on the black gold magic cube. So sturdy, it must be a good thing. Emo-chen stored the black gold magic cube in the system space and then turned to head back. He would study it properly after returning to the martial arts school. At that moment, on the high platform where the Inji flower grew, Wang Yanmei and Tian Chang jumped down simultaneously. Both held 5 Inji flowers in their hands. The Inji flower was entirely black, and its petals occasionally emitted waves of extremely low-temperature black mist. According to our original agreement, the 5 of us will each take 2 flowers, Wu Hong said directly. Wang Yanmei nodded and handed the extra flower in her hand to Wu Hong. Wait! Lu Gang suddenly reached out to block Wang Yanmei. What do you mean? Wu Hong frowned at Lu Gang. At this moment, Tian Chang, who also had 5 Inji flowers in his hand, frowned at Lu Gang as well. If Lu Gang dared to go against the agreement, Tian Chang and Wu Hong would definitely strike him down in an instant. Lu Gang grinned and said that Emo-chen hasn't returned yet. What if he ran into some trouble? If he's dead, then I think we don't need to divide that extra flower. Hearing Lu Gang's words, both Tian Chang and Wu Hong frowned. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the 4 of them immediately looked toward the exit. They saw that Emo-chen had appeared at the exit at some point. I'm alive and well, so hand over that remaining Inji flower, Emo-chen said with a cold smile as he walked up to Lu Gang. Seeing Emo-chen appear, Lu Gang was somewhat surprised. He had just glanced at the exit and hadn't seen anyone. Where did this kid suddenly come from? Since Emo-chen is back, let's divide the Inji flowers, Wang Yanmei said. Lu Gang wanted to say something else, but after glancing at Wang Yanmei, he closed his mouth. Thus, Wang Yanmei took out the extra Inji flower from her hand. In the end, each of them received 2 Inji flowers. Once they had the Inji flowers, Emo-chen used a special box to turn them around and then packed them into a special bag. Hey, Emo-chen, when you were chasing that cloaked person who could turn invisible, did you find anything? Show us, Lu Gang suddenly asked, feeling a bit displeased at Emo-chen's cheerful demeanor. Emo-chen is not an official team member. Even if he found something, it belongs to him. Wu Hong immediately stood up upon hearing Lu Gang's words. Why are you so worked up? I just want Emo-chen to show us what he found, Lu Gang grinned. But everyone knew that this guy definitely had bad intentions. Seeing this, Tian Chang also stood up. The 4 people with the same bloodline were clearly covering for the person who could turn invisible to escape. That person likely carried something important. Wait, Emo-chen suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at him. I didn't find anything, Emo-chen shrugged. Nothing? Lu Gang frowned at Emo-chen. I'm wearing combat gear, it's so close-fitting that even if I had something on me, you wouldn't be able to see it, right? I even borrowed the box for the Inji flowers from Wu Hong, Emo-chen said with a sincere expression. Really nothing? Lu Gang scrutinized Emo-chen suspiciously. No way, I need to search you, Lu Gang suddenly said, reaching out his large hand toward Emo-chen. Meanwhile, Wang Yanmei activated her bloodline at the first moment, her whole body turning platinum as she attacked Tian Chang and Wu Hong. Faced with the sudden onslaught from the opponent, Emo-chen and the others were momentarily stunned. Originally, their plan was to get the Inji flower and then kill. Emo-chen would deal with Lu Gang, while Tian Chang and Wu Hong would hold off Wang Yanmei. However, they never expected the other side to strike first. Bang! Emo-chen grabbed Lu Gang's hand, his body quickly rising to 6 meters. His muscles bulged high, with 2 sharp horns on his forehead, 3 rows of bone spurs along his back, and long hair covering most of his back. Transform? I can do that too. Lu Gang grinned, his body rapidly growing taller, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gorilla over 6 meters high. Except for his hands, feet, and face, thick black fur covered Lu Gang's entire body, as if he had been smeared with a layer of black oil. Boom! The transformed Lu Gang punched Emo-chen in the chest. Emo-chen took half a step back and then punched back. Rumble! This punch struck Lu Gang's head, triggering the power of the 9 nether. Lu Gang's towering body flew out, crashing onto the high platform. Crash! Lu Gang's hands gripped the platform, preventing him from rolling off. With a powerful push, Lu Gang landed with a thud right on top of the platform. Your strength seems quite formidable. No wonder you're the genius favored by Manhwa. Lu Gang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, a cold smile spreading across his gorilla face. At that moment, Wang Yanmei, who was holding off Tian Chang and Wu Hong alone, looked somewhat grim. Mo Chen's strength was clearly much greater than Lu Gang's. Continuing to hold on like this was completely meaningless. Lu Gang, wait for me to unleash my bloodline. Power to attract the beasts in Bagua City, then we can escape together. Wang Yanmei transmitted her voice to Lu Gang while dodging Tianchang and Wu Hong's attacks. She had a platinum bloodline with a very high awakening degree, allowing her to transform into platinum during battle, giving her extremely high defense. Thus, she could temporarily withstand the combined assault of Tianchang and Wu Hong. However, over time, she could no longer endure their attacks. Lu Gang? Wang Yanmei felt a bit anxious when Lu Gang did not respond. She called out to him several times, but Lu Gang remained silent. Meanwhile, Lu Gang was directly clashing with Mo Chen. Both were bloodlines that excelled in physical combat, creating a tremendous commotion as they fought. Bang! Lu Gang swung his arms, striking Mo Chen's shoulder. Mo Chen lifted a leg and with a loud bang, kicked Lu Gang away. At the moment he kicked Lu Gang, Mo Chen unleashed the Wind Thunder Decision, appearing behind Lu Gang with a rumble. Then, the blood vessels under his right arm's skin suddenly swelled and his already bulging muscles swelled even more. Buzz the air vibrated and a strange humming sound arose. 8-sound fist. Fourfold sound. While Lu Gang was still flying backward in midair, he heard the unusual sound coming from behind and had yet to react. Thud. Mo Chen's fist struck directly against Lu Gang's back. The thick black fur on Lu Gang's back rippled like water. And at Lu Gang's chest, a fist-shaped bulge suddenly appeared. In midair, Lu Gang's eyes widened and with a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lu Gang transformed into a shadow, flying out at an even faster speed. Boom! Lu Gang crashed into the high wall, the immense force creating a small dent in it. Mo Chen took down the mountain axe from his back, unleashing the Wind Thunder technique, and with a thunderous sound, charged at Lu Gang. Mo Chen had endured Lu Gang for a long time. Today, he must die. He. Sitting on the ground, leaning against the high wall, blood spilling from his mouth, Lu Gang began to laugh, and his laughter grew louder. Eventually, Lu Gang's entire body shook with his laughter. Mo Chen's expression remained unchanged as he appeared before Lu Gang, bringing the mountain axe down upon him. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of flame erupted from Lu Gang's body. The tremendous shockwave and scorching heat instantly swept outwards. Mo Chen did not expect his opponent to have such a trick, and his axe strike went awry. Boom! An even larger ball of flame exploded from Lu Gang's body. Boom! This time, the force was even greater. The heat wave generated by the explosion surged outward, affecting Wang Yanmei, Tianchang, and Wu Hong, who were fighting dozens of meters away. Under this heat wave, the three of them were pushed back slightly. They immediately stopped fighting, steadied themselves, and looked towards Lu Gang. Mo Chen moved the axe blocking his path and looked ahead. He saw that the Lu Gang, who had just been beaten into submission, was now exuding an extremely fierce aura. At the same time, Lu Gang's body radiated intense heat, vaporizing the black ice formed by the surrounding Inji flowers over many years. Moreover, Lu Gang's originally 6-meter-tall body shot up to 8 meters. His eyes turned fiery red, as if magma flowed within, and his entire body, apart from the dense black fur, sparkled with flickering sparks. Even his hairless palms seemed to have extremely hot magma flowing beneath the skin. Roar! Lu Gang let out a furious roar and then slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! A ring of flames erupted from where his fist met the ground. As he lifted his fist, a series of spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. Wu Hong, Tianchang, and Wang Yanmei were all taken aback by this scene. The entire Bagua city was built from this blue stone, which was extremely difficult to destroy. Of course, with the strength of Tianchang and the others as battle kings, they could still damage a piece of blue stone when unleashing their full power. But Lu Gang had just casually smashed down and created a ring of cracks. What kind of terrifying power could achieve that? My strength, Lu Gang spoke, mockingly looking at Mo Chen, who was a head shorter than him. Do you feel it? After saying this, Lu Gang clenched his fist tightly. Boom! The scorching air surged outward. Others think I, Lu Gang, am a brute, a mindless person. But that's just a trick I use to deceive you fools. In fact, I have already returned to my ancestral roots. From the bloodline of the Mad Gorilla, I have transformed into the explosive Mad Gorilla. As an A-class, I am already ahead of US class. In front of me, you, and you. Lu Gang's thick, black fingers pointed at Mo Chen. Have no capital for arrogance. At this point, Lu Gang spread his arms wide, looking at Mo Chen with a cold smile. Enjoy this feeling of despair, for this will be the last experience of your life. After saying this, Lu Gang took a step forward. Boom! Lu Gang's figure vanished, and countless sparks appeared in the air. Mo Chen, run! Do not fight him. Wu Hong and Tianchang transmitted their thoughts to Mo Chen almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, Wang Yanmei looked at Lu Gang with a hint of surprise. This guy she had always looked down upon actually hid such a powerful card. The flame burst wild ape? When did he return to his ancestral form? Boom! Lu Gang, transformed into the flame burst wild ape, appeared directly in front of Mo Chen, his fist smashing towards Mo Chen's chest. After transforming and returning to his ancestral form, Lu Gang's strength increased several times. Coupled with the flame burst ability of the flame burst wild ape, his lethality surged. Emo-Chen crossed his arms to block his chest. Bang! Emo-Chen's feet pushed against the ground and his whole body slid back, gliding for over 10 meters before finally stopping. The spot on his arm where Lu Gang struck was slightly charred. However, with Emo-Chen's powerful recovery ability from the 9 nether body, the injury on his arm healed within seconds. Bang! 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 With a slow and steady pace, Lu Gang approached Emo-Chen with a cold smile on his face. Block? Let's see how many you can block. With a cold laugh, Lu Gang raised his arm, his palm instantly turning fiery red, then he swung it towards Emo-Chen. Boom! A massive fireball exploded, almost engulfing half the area. Tian Chang and Wu Hong immediately abandoned Wang Yanmei and rushed towards Emo-Chen's position. Whoosh! But in the next moment, an extremely cold aura swept out. Under this chill, the flames were instantly extinguished. Emo-Chen's figure emerged. He grasped Lu Gang's wrist with one hand and then his 6-meter-tall body began to rise. In just a few breaths, Emo-Chen surpassed Lu Gang, who was over 8 meters tall. Finally, he stopped at 10 meters. At this moment, Emo-Chen's head was as high as a tall wall. Sinister black gold tattoos covered his body with muscles that seemed to be squeezed together. Did you enjoy it just now? Emo-Chen spoke, his deep voice resonating, revealing a set of long, sharp teeth. Lu Gang did not respond but stared blankly at Emo-Chen. What is this situation? How can this kid's size still grow? Was he suppressing his strength all along? Various speculations floated in Lu Gang's mind. Not talking? Emo-Chen raised an eyebrow and the hand gripping Lu Gang's wrist began to exert force. The 9 nether monster's strength was triggered. Crack! Lu Gang's wrist was directly crushed to pieces. With a sinister smile, Emo-Chen twisted hard, tearing the flesh and skin connected to the wrist and palm apart. Rip! Lu Gang let out a scream as the large hand covered in black hair was forcibly ripped off by Emo-Chen. Just now, slapping me was also quite enjoyable, right? Emo-Chen spoke again, his massive palm coming down directly. Boom! Emo-Chen slapped Lu Gang to the ground. Roar! Lu Gang roared in anger, pushing himself off the ground with one hand and leaping towards Emo-Chen. But just as he took off, the mountain-splitting axe in Emo-Chen's hand swung towards him. The mountain-splitting axe was a heavenly-grade weapon. If it struck, even if Lu Gang had returned to his ancestral form, he would be split in half. In the face of life and death, Lu Gang twisted his body in mid-air, narrowly avoiding the axe blade. Boom! However, under Emo-Chen's immense strength, the axe that had just been swung around changed direction and smashed back. Bang! Lu Gang turned into an afterimage, crashing heavily against the high wall. The high wall was extremely hard, and Lu Gang's impact left the entire wall covered in cracked patterns. Boom! Before Lu Gang could even fall from the high wall, Emo-Chen's figure suddenly flashed and a punch struck directly at the back of Lu Gang's head. Lu Gang's head was smashed into the wall a bit. Emo-Chen withdrew his fist. Boom! Another punch struck the back of Lu Gang's head. Boom 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 boom. A series of over a dozen punches relentlessly pounded Lu Gang's skull. Lu Gang's entire head had already sunk completely into the wall. With sharp fingers gripping the back of Lu Gang's head, Emo-Chen pulled him out. With a twist of his wrist, Lu Gang was facing Emo-Chen. At this moment, Lu Gang's face had nearly turned flat. His nasal bone and the teeth he had spat out were all shattered. Not far away, Tian Chang and Wu Hong exchanged glances upon witnessing this scene. They had just intended to help Emo-Chen. Unexpectedly, Emo-Chen had transformed into a 10-meter giant, instantly crushing Lu Gang. As they looked at each other, their eyes were filled with confusion, as if they were both asking, "Why didn't you say Emo-Chen was this strong earlier?" Emo-Chen, wait. At that moment, Wang Yanmei, who had been mostly silent, stepped forward. "Let Lu Gang go this time," Wang Yanmei said directly. "Don't worry, I will compensate you. I will give you all the Inji flowers from Lu Gang." Emo-Chen turned his head to look at Wang Yanmei. "Why are you speaking up for Lu Gang?" Emo-Chen asked directly. "After all, Lu Gang is my classmate. If he dies, I won't be able to explain it at school and it will also affect my reputation." Wang Yanmei looked calmly at Emo-Chen. If Lu Gang's bloodline hadn't reverted, Wang Yanmei wouldn't have stood up for him at all. In fact, what Wang Yanmei valued was Lu Gang's utility. Lu Gang, as her pursuer, was surprisingly stronger than many S-class geniuses. Such a person, if utilized well, could have a significant impact. Moreover, saving Lu Gang this time would surely make him grateful to her, making him more devoted. That's why Wang Yanmei would speak up for Lu Gang. "What if I don't?" Emo-Chen said in a deep voice, his gaze cold as he looked at Wang Yanmei. "If you kill Lu Gang, you won't pay any price for now, but the Martial University of Magic City will definitely investigate you. In the future, they will be able to target you in many matters, which means you will be at odds with the entire Martial University of Magic City." Wang Yanmei replied calmly, but she hadn't finished speaking. Boom! Emo-Chen's thigh, as thick as a pillar, suddenly kicked out. Wang Yanmei, caught off guard, was hit by Emo-Chen and transformed into a silver shadow, flying away. Bang! Wang Yanmei finally crashed against the high wall. The ground in front of her was marked by 2 grooves made by her feet. Cough cough. Wang Yanmei coughed twice and her usually expressionless face revealed an angry look. "You actually dared to lay a hand on me?" Wang Yanmei raised her head, glaring angrily at Mo Chen. Just as she lifted her head, she saw a shadow looming over her. Boom! Mo Chen's foot directly landed on her. Removing his foot, Mo Chen looked at Wang Yanmei, who was lying on the ground, and said, "I hate it when others threaten me. If you don't want me to kill Lu Gang, then I will," Mo Chen said, directly throwing the barely conscious Lu Gang onto the ground. Wang Yanmei had already gotten up from the ground, her figure flickering as she distanced herself from Mo Chen. Bang! One foot stepped on Lu Gang's back. Mo Chen leaned down, extending his sharp fingers to slice open the skin on Lu Gang's neck. Mo Chen, you will pay for what you did today. Wang Yanmei looked coldly at Mo Chen. Boom! What responded to her was a rapidly spinning mountain-cleaving axe. Wang Yanmei moved somewhat stiffly, narrowly avoiding the axe. After taking those 2 hits from Mo Chen, she still felt intense pain in her internal organs. "Remember, this is the consequence of threatening me." Mo Chen let out a sinister laugh, his 5 fingers digging into Lu Gang's neck, gripping tightly, and then he yanked hard. Crash! A bloody spine was forcefully pulled out from the back of Lu Gang's neck by Mo Chen. The spine was still steaming, and Mo Chen casually threw it, directly smashing it towards Wang Yanmei. Wang Yanmei's figure flickered and she dodged. Meanwhile, Lu Gang, after having his spine pulled out by Mo Chen, rapidly shrank in size, becoming normal within seconds. Wang Yanmei's face was exceptionally grim at this moment. Not only had she been beaten by Mo Chen twice, but he had also killed Lu Gang, whom she wanted to save, right in front of her. Woo woo! Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed. Wu Hong's expression changed and he immediately dropped to the ground. Not good. A large group of beasts is rushing from the center of Bagua City. They must have heard the commotion from your battle with Lu Gang earlier, Wu Hong said to Mo Chen. With such a large-scale beast tide, the Beast Emperor must have been awakened, so we have 1 minute to escape Bagua City, Tian Chang said calmly, then looked at Mo Chen. At this moment, both he and Wu Hong were clearly seeking Mo Chen's opinion. Mo Chen turned his head to look at Wang Yanmei. "Hand over the extreme flowers on you and I can let you go." Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Wang Yanmei was momentarily stunned. "If you don't let me go, you won't be able to escape either." Wang Yanmei glared at Mo Chen with a dark expression. She realized she had completely underestimated Mo Chen, not only in combat power but also in ruthlessness. Even at this moment, he was still fixated on the 2 extreme flowers on her. Mo Chen, we don't have much time left, Wu Hong reminded. "You two go ahead, I'll catch up soon," Mo Chen replied, but his eyes remained fixed on Wang Yanmei. Wu Hong wanted to say something, but Tian Chang shook his head at him. "All right." Wu Hong gritted his teeth and said directly, "We'll go first, you hurry." After saying that, Wu Hong and Tian Chang dashed out. "Mo Chen, do you really want to perish together with me?" Wang Yanmei coldly looked at Mo Chen. After Wu Hong and Tian Chang left, she became even calmer. "You can try." Mo Chen took a step forward, his massive 10-meter-tall figure bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure to Wang Yanmei. Boom boom boom. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. The group of strange beasts rushing from the center of Bagua City was almost there. Mo Chen and Wang Yanmei continued to stare at each other. "I'll give you 5 seconds. Mo Chen, somewhat impatient, walked to the wall, pulled out his mountain-splitting axe, and then casually picked up the box containing the extreme flowers from Lu Gang's body. Due to the intense battle, one of the boxes had already shattered, and the extreme flowers inside were destroyed. 5, 4, 3. Mo Chen began to count down, approaching Wang Yanmei with the axe in hand. "Here." In the end, Wang Yanmei still threw down the 2 boxes she had on her. Mo Chen picked up the boxes, opened them to check, and said, "You can leave now." After saying that, Wang Yanmei transformed into a shadow and left directly. "If it weren't for the beasts coming, I really would want to take her down. She must have a lot of good stuff on her." Mo Chen stored all the extreme flowers in the system warehouse, then restored his size to 4 meters. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded as Mo Chen unleashed the wind thunder technique and began to flee. Boom! 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 The ground trembled more violently and the powerful aura of the Beast King was rapidly approaching. Wang Yanmei glanced at Mo Chen's departing figure, leaped up and directly jumped onto the high wall, then ran towards the direction of the approaching beast. At this moment, Mo Chen continuously activated the wind thunder technique, his speed increasing rapidly. Following the route recorded in his mind, Mo Chen rushed towards the outskirts of Bagua City. Whoosh! Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. From above, one could see a corner of Bagua City where a circle of blue energy ripples swept outwards, instantly passing over the entire Bagua City. Bang! Under the impact of this energy ripple, Mo Chen stumbled and fell to one knee on the ground. The Beast Emperor is about to awaken. Mo Chen quickly stood up and continued to activate the wind thunder technique to escape. Meanwhile, Wu Hong and Tian Chang were also swept by this energy. They did not possess Mo Chen's powerful physique and were directly knocked into the air by the energy, crashing against the wall. The two stood up from the ground and continued to run forward. Having escaped early, they were about to exit Bagua City. Will Mo Chen make it in time? Wu Hong asked worriedly as he ran. He should be fine. Wang Yanmei wouldn't dare to tangle with Emochen for long, Tian Chang replied, though he too was somewhat concerned about Emochen. After running for a while, the exit of Bagua City appeared before Tian Chang and Wu Hong. No! Wu Hong suddenly stopped. I'm a bit uneasy. I need to go back and check. It's been 5 seconds since that energy impact. I still have over 50 seconds. If I don't find Emochen in 30 seconds, I'll come out. Wu Hong said solemnly. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled thunder sounded behind them. Wu Hong and Tian Chang immediately turned around and saw Emochen, over 4 meters tall, running wildly. Run! There are hundreds of beast kings behind us. Boom! Mo. Chen turned into a blur, disappearing beside them, the gust of wind he created causing both of them to stagger. Go! Tian Chang urged the dazed Wu Hong. Wu Hong finally reacted and hurriedly followed. Boom! 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 Hundreds of beast kings charged out from the passage behind them. Seeing this, Wu Hong and Tian Chang quickened their pace again. Soon, they burst out of Bagua City. However, to their surprise, those hundreds of beasts also charged out. What's going on? Aren't the beasts in Bagua City supposed to stay inside? Wu Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that we angered them by picking the extreme flower? Wu Hong speculated. However, he didn't dwell on it, as a group of beast kings was still chasing them. You guys hurry up. Mo Chen, already hundreds of meters ahead of Wu Hong and Tian Chang, shouted back at them. With Mo Chen's powerful bloodline strength and his continuously recovering stamina, the momentum of the wind thunder technique reached a terrifying level. Not only was he running faster, but the gusts of wind he generated could even plow the ground. This caused a trench nearly half a meter deep to form behind him wherever he passed. Damn it, how is this kid getting faster and faster? Wu Hong gasped as he ran, seeing Emochen getting further away and couldn't help but curse. Isn't he tired from running so fast? He had just been worried about Emochen. Whoosh in Bagua City, the terrifying aura and energy surged again like a tide. In an instant, this energy tide swept over the entire Bagua City. The group of beasts behind Wu Hong and Tian Chang was directly thrown into disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Hong and Tian Chang quickly distanced themselves from the beasts behind them. After running several hundred meters, the beasts that had been closely pursuing them began to retreat. Wu Hong and Tian Chang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the situation. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded and a strong wind rushed in, making it hard for Wu Hong to keep his eyes open. What's going on? Why aren't those beasts chasing us? Emochen asked, puzzled. Wu Hong rolled his eyes at Emochen. You ran so fast that the beasts couldn't catch up to you. What are you worried about? Under normal circumstances, the beasts in Bagua City wouldn't leave its boundaries. It's quite unusual for so many to come out at once, Tian Chang began to explain. Hearing this, Emochen suddenly remembered the black gold cube. However, that thing was taken from humans, so it shouldn't have anything to do with this group of beasts. Whoosh inside Bagua City, there was another commotion and a wave of energy stronger than the previous two surged out. The three of them were caught off guard and were directly overturned by this wave of energy. At the same time, an invisible pressure enveloped them, and Emochen felt that the bloodline power in his body was sluggish. The beast Emperor has awakened. Wu Hong's face turned pale as he looked towards Bagua City. Rumble. The ground shook, and a massive figure, hundreds of meters tall, rose from Bagua City. It was a giant snake. The giant snake was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see its exact form. We're too close to Bagua City. We need to move further away. Wu Hong struggled to speak, but before he could finish, a loud bang sounded nearby. Then he saw Emochen's figure quickly retreating. Behind Emochen was Tian Chang, clad in black armor. Damn it! Wu Hong exerted his legs against the pressure and ran out as well. After running for over 10 miles, Emochen finally stopped when he could no longer feel the pressure from the Beast Emperor. Looking back towards Bagua City, he found that he could no longer see it. However, the massive figure of the Beast Emperor was still very clear. Why did you run so fast? Wu Hong panted as he approached. Next to him, Tian Chang's face was covered, making it hard to tell, but the armor on his chest was rising and falling, clearly also out of breath. Didn't you say to go further away? Emochen retorted. Wu Hong was taken aback. Further away, and you ran over 10 miles in 10 minutes? Wu Hong felt that Emochen's thought process was a bit different from ordinary people. After resting for a while, the three of them had mostly recovered their strength. In fact, Emochen had recovered in less than a minute. They rested a bit longer just to be considerate of Wu Hong and Tian Chang. Since we're already on the second level, let's kill a few beast kings. While we're at it, Emochen suddenly suggested. That works. Wu Hong looked at Emochen in surprise. He thought that Emochen, being here for the first time, would want to go back immediately. After all, the magnetic field on the second level was much stronger than the first, and the beasts on the second level were extremely powerful. Staying here was doubly dangerous compared to the first level. Subsequently, Wu Hong and Tian Chang led Emochen to several relatively safe spots to hunt beasts. However, after visiting 5 places, In a row, they encountered no beasts at all. In fact, they didn't see a single beast on the way there. It should be because the beast Emperor has awakened. All the beasts on the second level are hiding under his pressure, Tian Chang explained solemnly. If that's the case, let's come back another day, Wu Hong sighed helplessly. Mo Chen nodded in agreement. The three then returned to the spot where they had fallen from the first level to the second. Looking up, they could see a hole emitting white light above them. Just stand directly under the hole and a beam of light will soon guide you up. As Wu Hong explained to Mo Chen, he stood at the bottom of the cave entrance. Buzz, a beam of white light descended, enveloping Wu Hong's entire body, and then his body began to float towards the cave entrance, ultimately disappearing completely. When teleporting, you must remain vigilant. Inside the underground cave, there are many people specifically lying in wait at the wellhead, ready to strike the moment someone teleports in, killing them and taking their equipment and valuables, Tian Chang said, then walked to the bottom of the cave entrance. Soon, Tian Chang was also teleported away. Mo Chen finally stood at the bottom of the cave entrance. The guiding white light fell, and Mo Chen's body soared up once again. Seeing the distant Bagua city, did Wang Yanmei not escape, or is she dead? Suddenly, this thought popped into Mo Chen's mind. The light grew brighter, and Mo Chen felt his body being pulled upward. A few seconds later, he appeared at the wellhead of the first layer of the underground cave's teleportation. However, as soon as he appeared, a strong smell of blood rushed at him. Looking around, he saw 7 or 8 corpses lying next to the wellhead. It's been a long time since I've encountered such people, Wu Hong sneered, taking out a cloth and leisurely wiping his alloy-long knife clean. Glancing at the gruesome corpses on the ground, Mo Chen shook his head. He should have come up first. These were all evolution points. Let's head back to the martial arts school directly. The surrounding area has pretty much been explored by the Third Army, and there's nothing valuable left, not even any stronger exotic beasts, Wu Hong said as he sheathed his alloy-long knife. Mo Chen nodded in agreement. He wanted to return to school as soon as possible to undergo his ancestral return. Now, his evolution points had accumulated to 305,000/100,000. After killing several snake people in one go, Mo Chen's evolution points had reached 179,000. Later, after standing on the ground around the Inji flower for a while, a continuous stream of cold air surged into his feet, directly earning him 1,000 evolution points. Killing 2 black-robed men netted him 5,000 points. Killing Lu Gang directly granted him 20,000 evolution points. Mo Chen estimated that after his ancestral return, with so many evolution points, he should be able to level up again. At the same time, Mo Chen was also looking forward to what bloodline he would transform into after his second ancestral return. The Diamond Indestructible Body Bloodline and the 9 Nether Body Bloodline were both incredibly powerful. Mo Chen hoped for an even more formidable bloodline. It would be best if my muscles got a bit bigger, Mo Chen thought. After exiting the underground cave, the three of them took a car back to school. Meanwhile, in Bagua City, the awakened Beast Emperor, with its massive serpent body towering hundreds of meters high, still stood in Bagua City. Surrounding it were thousands of red-scaled snake kings and snake people, all prostrating on the ground, motionless like statues. Tap, tap, tap. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed. Wang Yanmei, whose entire body shone with a platinum hue, stepped through the prostrating red-scaled snakes and snake people. She walked until she reached a small hill before stopping. This small hill was actually the body of the Snake Emperor coiled up. The hundreds of meters of body stretching above Bagua City was just a small part of the Snake Emperor's body. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew down from the sky, and the Snake Emperor's body began to retract in circles. In the end, the Snake Emperor's snake head, about 50 to 60 meters wide, appeared above Wang Yanmei. Heir of the Beast God, you have come again, an ancient voice sounded. I pay my respects to the Snake Emperor. Wang Yanmei replied, bowing her head. Speak, what is it? The Snake Emperor asked. Great Snake Emperor, may I ask where the Beast God's heart left here by the Beast God is now? Seemingly feeling her tone was a bit too assertive, Wang Yanmei quickly added, according to the instructions given to me by the Beast God's heart has been cultivated and can be retrieved. Whoosh! The enormous snake head of the Snake Emperor lowered, creating a gust of wind. At this moment, the Snake Emperor's head was less than 10 meters away from Wang Yanmei. Wang Yanmei immediately felt as if a ton of heavy stones pressed down on her, and her platinum-colored body began to show cracks. She lowered her head even further. Do not involve me in the conflicts between you heirs of the Beast God, the Snake Emperor said, then raised its massive snake head. Hearing the Snake Emperor's words, Wang Yanmei's heart sank, and she looked up in astonishment at the Snake Emperor, saying, Great Snake Emperor, do you mean the Beast God's heart has already been taken away? After saying this, before Wang Yanmei could ask further, a gust of wind swept up, instantly blowing her away. Wang Yanmei flew out of Bagua City and landed on the ground with a thud. Sitting up, her eyes were filled with disbelief. When she heard the Snake Emperor say that the heart of the Beast God had already been taken, her first reaction was disbelief. However, given the Snake Emperor's status, he would never stoop to lying to her. The reason Wang Yanmei didn't believe it was that the maturation time of the heart of the beast god was fixed. According to her calculations, when she arrived at Bagua City, the heart of the beast god still had half an hour to mature, and it was right in the area where the Inji flower was located. If someone had taken the heart of the beast god, she would definitely have noticed. Thinking of this, Wang Yanmei suddenly remembered the 4 strange humans she encountered at the site where the Inji flower grew, all possessing the same bloodline. Mo-chan. The thing is with Mo-chan. Wang Yanmei snapped back to reality. She had checked all 4 of them and found no heart of the beast god. Only the one who escaped was not checked by her. At that time, only Mo-chan had chased after him. But then Wang Yanmei recalled that when Mo-chan returned, he indeed hadn't brought anything with him. The heart of the beast god was not small. It wouldn't be easy to hide on one's person. Could it be that he hid it somewhere and took it away when he escaped Bagua City? The more Wang Yanmei thought about it, the more convinced she became. Damn it, I was actually extorted by a freshman for 2 Inji flowers, and he even took my heart of the beast god. Wang Yanmei's expression twisted with rage, wishing she could tear Mo-chan apart. Meanwhile, Mo-chan and the others had already arrived at the school. Tian Chang went straight back to the dormitory, saying he wanted to take a shower. Mo-chan and Wu Hong, however, went directly to the Wuji Tower to submit their tasks. After submitting the video of killing the red-scaled snake and the snake people, Wu Hong directly earned 60,000 points. Adding to the previous 80,000, Wu Hong's current points skyrocketed to 150,000. As for Mo-chan, since he had killed more snake people, he earned 90,000 points. Now, the already first-ranked Mo-chan's points became 197,000. He continued to hold steady at the top of the leaderboard. I feel like you should be called the task maniac. Wu Hong looked at Mo-chan in confusion. This guy had only been in the first martial arts school for less than a semester, yet his task points this month surpassed his by so much. By the way, where did those 100,000 points come from? Wu Hong suddenly asked. Mo-chan had been resting and recovering when he submitted his last task. I killed a beast god guard, Mo-chan replied honestly. Ha! Wu Hong looked at Mo-chan with a half-smile. That expression clearly said, do you think I believe you? You two guys, stop hanging around here, it stinks. Old Dai covered his nose, frowning as he spoke to the two. Mo-chan raised his arm and sniffed. Doesn't smell? Do you think it smells? Mo-chan then looked at Wu Hong. No, I didn't smell anything, Wu Hong said, scratching his bald head in confusion. Get lost. You too. Old Dai couldn't help but curse. After returning to the dormitory, Mo-chan saw that Wang Meng was not there, so he didn't bother him. He simply took a shower, ate some high-energy food, and prepared to go to the Wuji Tower. He was going to undergo his second ancestral return. However, just as he was about to leave the dormitory, Tian Chang unexpectedly came to find him. At this moment, Tian Chang was still wearing black armor, but it was not the same set as before. I have something to discuss with you, Tian Chang said. Mo-chan nodded. Come in and talk. Tian Chang walked in and sat up straight on the sofa. I originally planned to wait until you made it into the top 5 of the freshman competition before telling you, but if that doesn't work, the top 10 will do, Tian Chang said. Mo-chan picked up a can of cola from the table, pulled the tab, and replied, so, what is it? Family secret realm. Our Tian family has a separate secret realm space. The environment is similar to a cave, but the area is very small, Tian Chang replied. What? A space? Mo-chan was a bit dumbfounded. Can this thing be privately owned? Tian Chang nodded. The secret realm space was discovered by our Tian family's ancestors. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom rewarded my ancestor for his sacrifices by directly granting ownership of this space to the Tian family. However, it cannot be traded. Gulp. Mo-chan took a sip of cola and continued to listen to Tian Chang. Every 5 years, the outstanding descendants of the Tian family have the opportunity to enter the secret realm space to explore, obtain various treasures, and even evolution crystals. However, there is a special requirement for the secret realm space. Only those with a bone age of 23 years or younger can enter. Moreover, the lower the bone age, the fewer restrictions one faces in the secret realm space. Roughly speaking, only those who have just awakened their bloodline for 2 years are most suitable to enter. At this point, Tian Chang paused, seemingly in thought. There are no monitors in the secret realm space, and the Tian family is a large family with a complex personnel structure. Every time the secret realm space opens, there will be accidents inside, and people end up dying in there. Since many people have not awakened their bloodlines for long, their combat experience is limited, and their strength is not high. Entering there is basically a death sentence. To prevent this from happening, the Tian family added an extra rule. Each outstanding descendant of the Tian family can bring one martial slave. Martial slave? Mo-chan raised an eyebrow. The term carried obvious humiliation. Martial slave is actually what the old folks at home call it. They believe the Tian family's bloodline is noble, and others can only become vassals of the Tian family. So, the helpers they call are referred to as martial slaves. In reality, no one treats their helpers as servants. However, just the term martial slave can make most martial artists refuse the Tian family's invitation. Therefore, finding a truly cooperative helper is also a test for the Tian family's descendants, Tian Chang explained. Hearing this, Mo Chen finally understood Tian Chang's intention. You want me to be your helper and venture into the secret realm space together? Mo Chen asked. Tian Chang nodded. Exactly. As for the rewards, don't worry, the profits we gain in the secret realm space will be split 50-50. If your strength surpasses mine before the secret realm opens, we can even split it 60-40 or 70-30. Really? Mo Chen sat up straight. The secret realm space, where these Tian family descendants fought fiercely, must have plenty of good things. With no background, he could only mix in the caves, lacking the resources of a big family like the Tian family. Tian Chang's move, in Mo Chen's eyes, was like giving him money and resources, and a fair 50-50 split. However, the Tian family was indeed wealthy, actually possessing an entire space. If you feel it's not secure, we can sign a contract, Tian Chang said. Sure. There's a printer in the dormitory, I'll draft a contract right now. Without waiting for Tian Chang to respond, Mo Chen immediately got to work and soon printed out the contract. With a few swift motions, Mo Chen signed his name on both copies of the contract. Here, sign. Mo Chen smiled as he handed the contract to Tian Chang. Tian Chang, from the moment he mentioned signing the contract until now, it had been less than 5 minutes since the two contracts signed by Mo Chen were placed in front of him. Do you think something is wrong? I found the contract template online. If it doesn't work, I can revise it, Mo Chen said. No, it seems quite formal. Tian Chang replied and signed his name. Alright, 2 copies. Keep the contract safe. Mo Chen put away his copy of the contract. As he was seeing Tian Chang out, Mo Chen suddenly remembered to ask, by the way, when will your Tian family's secret realm space open? Tian Chang was taken aback. You agreed without even knowing the time? For a moment, Tian Chang doubted whether coming to find Mo Chen was the right choice. The reason he sought out Mo Chen instead of other classmates from the martial arts school was because he valued Mo Chen's strength and age. There were certainly others in the martial arts school stronger than Mo Chen, but finding someone as young and powerful as him was nearly impossible. Besides that, Tian Chang also valued character. He had heard about the events that occurred in the underground cave and on the special train of the first martial arts school. By collaborating with Mo Chen, at least he didn't have to worry about Mo Chen suddenly turning against him. Such things often happened in past battles for secret realm spaces. This time, while going to pick the Yin Ji flower with Mo Chen and Wu Hong, Tian Chang was also observing Mo Chen to confirm that he was a reliable choice. There's no very precise time, but it should be about 2 months from now, Tian Chang replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen knew it wouldn't affect the freshman competition and nodded. Alright, contact me then. After sending Tian Chang off, Mo Chen returned to his room, donned his combat suit, and prepared some high-energy food. By the way, Mo Chen also checked the Yin Ji flowers stored in the system space. Now, he had 5 Yin Ji flowers. According to the first martial arts school's points system, each flower was worth 1 million points. That was roughly equivalent to 100 million. However, the points earned from the first martial arts school could only be used by oneself. This was likely to prevent students from reselling the Yin Ji flowers for profit, as the school's Yin Ji flowers were actually subsidized by the school. If sold on the black market, Mo Chen checked the forum and found that a single Yin Ji flower could sell for up to 300 million. The average transaction price was around 200 million. This meant he was currently holding 10 billion. Wu Hong advised Mo Chen to sell them if he could, and only use the Yin Ji flowers for points when absolutely necessary. According to the price given by Old Dai, the school's purchase price for a Yin Ji flower was also 1 million points. Of course, points exchanged for specific items would not count towards the leaderboard. Keep 2 for myself, I can sell the remaining 3. Mo Chen pondered while sending messages to a few acquaintances. To Wang Meng, I have Yin Ji flowers. If you want to break through to Battle King, come to me. To Wu Yong, son, I got a few Yin Ji flowers. If you want to break through to Battle King, come to me, and I will definitely reward you. To Mina, hee, I got a lot of Yin Ji flowers. I have an extra one here. Do you want it? I can give it to you, but don't tell Wang Meng. Not long after the message was sent, Mo Chen received replies from the 3 of them. Ha, good son, finally understand how to honor your dad. It was worth all the effort I put into raising you. Just help me keep the stuff safe for now. Don't worry, I won't take long. I'll become the War King soon. This was Wu Yong's reply. Mo Chen smiled at the message and briefly replied with 2 words, silly asterisk dick. Wow, really? Mo Chen, you're so nice. 3, but the Yin Ji flower is very expensive outside. I'll tell my mom to transfer some money to me. I can't take yours for free. Hee. This was Mina's reply. Mo Chen chuckled and replied directly, it's fine, as long as you're happy. On the other end of the communicator, Mina blushed at Mo Chen's message. The communicator vibrated, and at that moment, Wang Meng also replied. How much? Wang Meng's message was very direct. Mo Chen rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone who is very greedy for money? You decide, Mo Chen replied directly. After all, there are only a few people he trusts, just a few Yin Ji flowers. When he finished replying, Mo Chen happened to pass by the training hall. Outside the training hall, a crowd was gathered, gasping in amazement. Ever since Principal Pei Kwang announced the 3 rankings at the opening ceremony, a display screen had been set up outside the training hall to show real-time changes in the rankings. Bai Long is really fierce. Wow, did Bai Long take drugs? Such a high score, even those seniors don't have it, right? You don't understand, the test ranking score is a relative value. It's not that high scores mean high strength. Go away. Lu Wujiang, stop talking nonsense, who doesn't know that? Mo Chen leaned in to take a look and found Bai Long's name prominently displayed in first place. 98 points. Seeing such a high score, Mo Chen was also taken aback. Could it be that Bai Long also cheated? Sigh, here I am, persisting and working hard, forced to compete with a bunch of cheaters. Mo Chen muttered and headed towards the martial tower. He didn't want to go to the training hall to grind the test rankings just yet. He planned to return to his ancestry first. Mo Chen estimated that this time when he returned to his ancestry, his score on the test rankings would definitely be even higher. Moreover, he aimed to take first place. Going at this time might not even allow him to surpass Bai Long's score. At this moment, inside the training hall, Bai Long, dressed in white and looking proud, walked out of the testing room. Outside the testing room, a large crowd had gathered. And aside from a few familiar faces, the rest were there to watch the excitement. Bai Long, how did you achieve such a high score? A freshman in the crowd couldn't help but ask. Bai Long smiled faintly and said, practice, practice. Like crazy, squeeze your potential to the limit, push yourself to the extreme, and then add some auxiliary evolution materials to enhance your awakening, and that's it. Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat speechless. Isn't this just stating the obvious? Everyone knows this is possible, but the problem is that very few can actually do it. So how exactly did you do it? The same freshman asked again. This time, many people perked up. If they trained according to Bai Long's method, perhaps they could significantly improve their bloodline awakening. Every day, stick to extreme training for 20 hours, including 3 hours of basic physical training, 5 hours of combat training, which counts as 1 set. After 2 sets, directly do 4 hours of combat training. Remember, it must be extreme training, ordinary training is useless. Bai Long replied. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Is this training or suicide? Let alone a day, even half a day would be hard to accomplish. Then, Bai Long, is it enough to only rest 3 to 4 hours a day? The previous new student asked with a complex expression. What are we resting for so long? An hour is enough. Bai Long looked a bit puzzled. An hour? Aren't there still 3 hours left? Those 3 hours are for warming up, to prepare for the training ahead, Bai Long replied honestly. Everyone was dumbfounded by this answer. Then, under everyone's gaze, Bai Long left the training hall. Bai Long, you ranked first in the test leaderboard today, let's go out and celebrate. Yeah, you trained so hard before, almost to the point of risking your life. Take this opportunity to rest a bit. I know a good restaurant that specializes in food for martial artists like us. Several of Bai Long's close friends suggested. However, Bai Long shook his head and said, no, I need to take on a mission now and head into the underground right away. I don't have time for anything else. No, Bai Long, why are you pushing yourself so hard? That Mo Chen must be cheating, otherwise how could his strength be so outrageous? Yeah, I heard someone say that Mo Chen seems to have broken through to the War King level. You can't compare yourself to someone like that. 2 friends advised. No. Bai Long stopped in his tracks and looked up at the distant martial extreme tower. I, Bai Long, will never be weaker than anyone in my life, and I am destined not to be second to anyone. Ranking first in the test leaderboard is just the first step I've taken. I thought it was impossible before, but I did it. Next, the martial extreme list in the points list. I still have time, and I will definitely be able to take first place and surpass Mo Chen. He is improving, but I am improving even faster. I believe that by the end of this month, I will definitely surpass him. Bai Long said with great confidence. Taking first place in the points list greatly motivated Bai Long and boosted his confidence. Indeed, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Meanwhile, in the martial extreme tower on the 6th floor, in the training space, Mo Chen looked at the system panel in front of him and roared, level up. Then, the value of his bloodline awakening degree jumped directly from 9/10 to 10/10. Detected that the host's bloodline awakening degree is full, will automatically begin ancestral return. The system prompt sounded, and at the same time, the system panel in front of Mo Chen turned into a pile of garbled text. Is this malfunctioning? Mo Chen frowned. Just as he was about to try to operate it, thud. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and his whole body shook. Thud. The heart beat again, and Mo Chen's entire body turned bright red, as if it had been roasted. His eyes were also filled with red blood vessels. Thud. Thud. Thud thud thud. The force of his heartbeat remained the same, but the speed increased. Mo Chen felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was extremely uncomfortable. He knelt down on the ground. Ah! With a roar, Mo Chen's fist slammed down on the training space floor. Then, his body began to swell, muscles bulging and expanding. Poo poo poo. 3 rows of bone spurs pierced through his skin on his back. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen transformed into a 10-meter-tall complete form. However, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart still remained. Moreover, the speed of his heartbeat was still accelerating. Ah ah. Emo-chen hammered the ground with both hands, his bloodshot eyes wide open, blood-red tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. It was unbearable. Too unbearable. It was so uncomfortable that Emo-chen now desperately wanted to cut open his chest and smash his heart to pieces. Bang! 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 Emo-chen's fists hammered against the ground in rhythm with his heartbeat. The training space was filled with deafening sounds. Of course, outside the training space, everything was as usual on the 6th floor of the Marshall Tower. A large number of new students were still lining up, waiting for their daily chance to enter the training space for free to challenge the martial arts imprint. Meanwhile, not far from the Marshall Tower, in an office building, in a spacious conference room, Pei Kwang sat at the head of the table, with 15 senior school officials seated on either side. The walls of the conference room were lined with various beast head specimens, giving the entire room a somewhat grim atmosphere. If there's anything to report, hurry up and say it, Pei Kwang said directly. He always hated these formal meetings. If it weren't for the regulations left by the 4 founders of the school, he would have cancelled this regular meeting long ago. Recently, there has been a shortage of resources below the working level in the school treasury. With the upcoming new student competition, many new students urgently need these resources to get through the accumulation stage. I hope the principal can allocate more budget for low-level resources. Daeonjuan was the first to speak. Pei Kwang nodded at this and looked across at a plump middle-aged man, Su Waifu, and asked, Su Waifu, is there no problem on the financial side? Su Waifu replied with a smile, no problem, it's just low-level resources, it won't cost much. Pei Kwang nodded again and then looked at Daeonjuan. I'll have Su Waifu transfer the money to you right away, and you can handle the procurement of the resources yourself. Pei Kwang had always trusted Daeonjuan, who had been diligently working at the school since its founding. Is there anything else? Continue, Pei Kwang said directly. Principal Pei Kwang, I want to talk about Emo-chen. A woman wearing black-rimmed glasses, slender but with faint wrinkles on her face, stood up. As soon as this woman appeared, the others in the conference room involuntarily stiffened. Trouble was brewing. Chi Fong was about to stir things up. Emo-chen, what is it? Speak, Pei Kwang said, glancing at Chi Fong with some concern. Chi Fong, as the director of the first martial school, was very strict and also despised killing. She believed that the first martial school was the hope of the entire dragon country, gathering the top students of the country, and should not cultivate mere killing machines with strong combat abilities. Therefore, Chi Fong strongly disliked fighting among students. However, the regulations left by the 4 guardians of the nation at the founding of the school did not prohibit fighting among students. As long as there were no fatalities, open fighting would not be a problem, and only cases resulting in death would be strictly dealt with. Usually, it was very permissive. Logically, Chi Fong should not be well received at the first martial school. Unexpectedly, she managed to rally a small group of senior officials who agreed with her ideology. What troubled Pei Kwang and the others even more was that Chi Fong was also very strong, at the peak of the working level, just a step away from the War Emperor realm. Emo-chen, among this year's new students, has exceptional bloodline talent and strong combat ability, Chi Fong stated earnestly. Pei Kwang, Daeonjuan, and the others nodded in agreement. But Chi Fong's tone suddenly became serious. Emo-chen has significant character issues. First, he offended Jiang Zijing and Jin Guangsan, who died in the Beast Tide. According to the investigation results published by the Martial School, these two should have had a confrontation with Emo-chen before dying in the Beast Tide. Before Chi Fong could finish, Pei Kwang quickly interrupted her. Their deaths in the Beast Tide can be said to be self-inflicted and have little to do with Emo-chen. No, Emo-chen has the opportunity to save them. With his performance facing the Beast Tide on the battlefield, his strength is more than enough to save Jiang Zijing and Jin Guangsan. Chi Fong directly refuted, showing no respect for Pei Kwang. Pei Kwang frowned. Many people also furrowed their brows upon hearing this. You don't need to make such expressions. What comes next is even more serious. Chi Fong's lips curled into a cold smile. 2 weeks ago, Emo-chen had a conflict and fought with Zhang Yuntian in the training hall. As a result, Zhang Yuntian suffered 178 fractures and a ruptured spleen, and he still hasn't recovered. His martial arts path can be said to be completely severed. 4 days ago, Heiyu, Su Xiaofeng, Zhu Xia, and Miahan set up a challenge in front of the school training hall, challenging the students of the first martial arts school. During this, Emo-chen had a conflict with them and ended up severely injuring Heiyu and the others. Among them, the most seriously injured, Heiyu, is still lying in the hospital. Moreover, this incident has left a psychological shadow on the 4 of them, which will likely affect their future progress. At this point, Chi Fong put down the documents in her hand and looked at everyone. Especially the last incident has caused a huge public outcry. Now, many people are using this to attack our first martial arts school for being domineering and overly protective, completely lacking the demeanor of a prestigious school. In Magic City and Imperial Capital, over 50 universities have united to pressure the Ministry of Education of Long Country, demanding compensation from the first martial arts school. If this succeeds, the reputation of the first martial arts school will definitely suffer greatly, and the Ministry of Education will surely publicly cut our resources as a form of punishment. As Chi Fong spoke, Pei Kwang grew somewhat impatient. What exactly do you want to say? Do you want to push Emo-chan out to take the blame? Emo-chan's talent when he grows up will definitely be another monster like Manhwa, far more important than that damn Hayu in those 50 universities. Many people nodded in agreement with Pei Kwang's words. Principal Pei Kwang, I admit what you said is correct. However, Emo-chan himself does have some issues. The reason I bring this up is not to have Emo-chan take the blame, but to have him publicly apologize. Chi Fong said slowly. What does this mean? Dai Anjuan couldn't help but ask. Seeing the usually calm old Dai take the initiative to speak, many people looked at Dai Anjuan in surprise. If Emo-chan publicly apologizes, on one hand, it can quell public opinion, and on the other hand, it can prevent those 50 united universities from finding more points to attack us. Additionally, I have said before, Emo-chan's character is too arrogant and violent, and this incident is just right to help him temper his temperament. His martial arts path will definitely be smoother because of it. Chi Fong continued. Now, many people were swayed by Chi Fong's words. Indeed, just having Emo-chan publicly apologize would incur no loss at all. Just like the neighboring Fusang country, which almost disappeared in a nuclear war, isn't it just apologizing every now and then? Bang! Pei Kwang slammed the table. Suddenly, everyone was startled. No! Pei Kwang stood up, flames of blue and red spewing from his nostrils. Emo-chan did nothing wrong, why should he apologize? They were outmatched and deserved to be beaten. This is absolutely not Emo-chan's fault. My student will never endure this kind of humiliation, even if it's just a formality. Your proposal is not going to pass. After saying this, Pei Kwang snorted coldly. Meeting adjourned. Then, Pei Kwang quickly left the office. After Pei Kwang left the office, the others exchanged glances. Principal Pei has already left, and the meeting can't continue, so let's go, Chi Fong said with an expression as usual, then began to tidy up the documents, her high heels clicking as she left the office. At the same time, a few others followed her out. Let's disperse, everyone, let's disperse, Dai Anjuan said as he picked up his documents and left his seat. One by one, the others left, and the conference room quickly emptied. However, in another small meeting room, Chi Fong and her group gathered again. Pei Kwang's temperament is becoming increasingly unsuitable for being a principal, especially at this sensitive moment when a major change is imminent. I will report the events of today truthfully to the 4 adults, Chi Fong said calmly to the few people at the table. By the way, Chi Fong, how do you plan to resolve the matter with Emo-chan? Pei Kwang disagrees with Emo-chan apologizing, and external public opinion is very unfavorable for the first martial school. Someone asked. Chi Fong nodded, that's true. Currently, the only way to quell public opinion is to have Emo-chan apologize. Since Pei Kwang disagrees, we need to think of another approach. What if Emo-chan takes the initiative to apologize? What can Pei Kwang say then? As she said this, Chi Fong revealed a somewhat proud smile. From what Emo-chan has done, his character doesn't seem like someone who would take the initiative to apologize. The earlier speaker frowned in response. Chi Fong smiled lightly and replied, that's okay, I will persuade him. Moreover, this is also a good opportunity to temper his character. Meanwhile, in the training space, Emo-chan, who had been tortured for more than half an hour, was still frantically pounding the ground. Kneeling on the floor, blood-red sweat streamed down his body, pooling on the ground. Damn it, when is this ancestral return going to end? Emo-chan gripped his hands tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without him noticing. Because this little pain was insignificant compared to the deep, bone-deep pain of the ancestral return. Suddenly, Emo-chan felt his heartbeat return to normal, and the pain in his body quickly receded like a tide. Whew! Emo-chan let out a long breath. At this moment, even his eyelids were drenched in sweat. Dong! Dong dong dong! But the next moment, Emo-chan's heart began to pound violently again. Again? The intense pain struck once more, and Emo-chan felt as if his sharp teeth were about to be crushed. Pooh! Pooh! Suddenly, the muscles on the surface of Emo-chan's body began to swell, as if something was trying to break free from within. Ka ka ka! Emo-chan's body trembled as he realized that the bones throughout his body were starting to grow wildly. His upper and lower body were both elongating, and the rapidly growing spine forced Emo-chan to stand up. The first changes occurred in his legs, which not only grew longer, but also thickened, the muscles in his legs looking like jagged rocks. Originally, 2 of his 5 toes had retracted into the sole, leaving only 3 to continue extending. Moreover, all 3 toes had triangular, black nails. At the same time, Emo-chan's hands, on the outer side of his elbows, had a sharp bone blade piercing through the skin, revealing itself. Additionally, his 5 fingers thickened and lengthened again, each finger covered with a layer of white bony armor. Pooh! The pair of curved sharp horns on Emo-chan's head continued to grow, finally stopping just as the tips of the 2 horns were about to touch. Pooh! Suddenly, a pair of horns sprouted from Emo-chan's forehead. This pair of horns quickly grew to the length of the previous pair from his 9 nether form. Emo-chan touched them, and a faint black lightning flickered, making his hand feel a bit numb. It can still discharge electricity? Emo-chan looked at his palm, which had several blood streaks from the electric shock. Ka ka! Emo-chan's hands trembled, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the area just below his shoulder blades. Pooh! Pooh! Two completely black hands stretched out from within. Emo-chan turned his head to look and found that these two black hands were about the same size as his original arms, except they were entirely black and there was a faint black mist emanating from around the arms. These two arms seemed to have special abilities, Emo-chan estimated in his heart. But just then, a sudden sharp pain shot through his ribs. Are more hands going to grow out? Emo-chan felt a bit of anticipation. However, after 10 seconds of pain, no two black hands broke through. Instead, two rings of black runes formed around his ribs. It was only then that Emo-chan felt the restless power of his bloodline within him completely settle down. Emo-chan immediately urged the artificial intelligence in the training space to conjure a large mirror. Looking in the mirror, Emo-chan could almost see his entire appearance clearly. This time, in his ancestral return, his body had directly transformed to 15 meters tall. The most significant change was his feet, which resembled beast claws with only 3 toes. There was also the pair of black hands emanating mist that had grown from his shoulders, and the 2 pairs of horns on his forehead. A circular pattern resembling flames had appeared on his chest. His back was similar to before, with the only difference being that the bony spikes from his 3 rows of vertebrae had grown longer. With a thought, Emo-chan directly controlled all 4 arms to grip tightly. Bang! 4 explosions sounded simultaneously. Being able to crush the air in an instant, I can blow up an ordinary war king with just one hand. Emo-chan tried swinging his fist again, and a thunderous roar immediately echoed in the training space. In the past, Emo-chan had to exert all his strength to achieve such an effect. Now, he could do it effortlessly. Then, Emo-chan looked at the system panel. Host, Emo-chan Bloodline, Jolie Bloodline Chiyu Body, 1/10, Ability, Indestructible Body, Passive Skill, when attacked, Strength, Toughness, Endurance, and Self-Healing increase by 500%. Joyo Body, Passive Skill, 99% chance to be immune to fatal damage, certain chance to be immune to heavy hits, when feet touch the ground, stamina recovers 10% per second, every 3 attacks, triggers once for great strength, Jolie Battle. Soul, 1/10, Passive Skill, each time attacked, rage accumulates, when rage reaches its limit, triggers Battle Soul, increasing strength, speed, and defense by 100%. Shiyu Devours Heaven, 1 out of 10, Active Skill, Devours blood to enhance one's own strength, Blessing of the Ancestral Witch, Passive Skill, upon being killed, body and head separate no more than 10,000 miles, resurrect after 7 days, unlimited times, Fox. Concealment Technique, 10 out of 10, a talent born from the king among the beastly white foxes, can reduce one's presence. Mental Pain Strike, 2 out of 100, mental attack that can cause intense pain to the target, martial skills. Bull Demon Fist, 2nd level, Bull Demon Tops the Sky, 8 Sound Fist, 4th level, Ghost Axe, 3 styles, items, Mountain Opening Axe Upgrade Card X2 Bloodline Peak Experience Card X2 Evolution Points. 205000/500000 luck value 3805 Chiyu Body? Emo-chan was taken aback. Is this appearance Chiyu? Emo-chan felt a bit confused. According to legend, Chiyu seemed to have a copper head and iron forehead with 3 heads and 6 arms. If another pair of hands grew out, it might look somewhat like that. Emo-chan didn't dwell on this question. After all, Chiyu was a legendary figure and no photos had ever been left behind, so perhaps he looked like this. Moving his body a bit, Emo-chan felt that his movements had become much more agile, completely unaffected by his size. Due to the limited size of the training space, Emo-chan simply tested his speed and felt that it had also improved significantly. It seems to be a comprehensive improvement. Emo-chan posed in front of the mirror, satisfied with his various looks. Compared to before, his muscles had not continued to swell, but they had become much more defined. What used to be a solid mass of muscle was now divided into several distinct sections, looking like twisted steel bars. Next, it's time to test this Chiyu bloodline. Emo-chan put away the mirror filled with fighting spirit and raised his head to gaze at the clusters of martial arts seals floating in the training space. Dream Woyo, come here and die. Emo-chan shouted. In the training space, the martial arts imprint belonging to Mang Wuyo showed no reaction. I want to start the challenge and choose Mang Wuyo's martial arts imprint. Emo-chan suddenly remembered that he hadn't told the artificial intelligence. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial arts imprint belonging to Mang Wuyo flew down and transformed directly into Mang Wuyo's form. Emo-chan instinctively glanced at Mang Wuyo's bare abdomen, noticing there was no navel piercing. Clang! Just as he was distracted, a giant sword made of amethyst came slashing towards Emo-chan. Humph! Emo-chan snorted coldly and stepped forward with his three-toed giant foot. His hand, covered in bone armor, came crashing down. Crash! The amethyst giant sword shattered instantly, and at the same time, Emo-chan stomped towards Mang Wuyo. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. An invisible barrier appeared, blocking Emo-chan's foot. This can block me? Emo-chan frowned. This was his second ancestral return to the Chiyu body, towering at 15 meters, and his strength had increased several times compared to before. Boom! Boom! He stomped twice in succession, and finally, with a crash, the barrier shattered. Emo-chan's foot landed on Mang Wuyo. However, he felt nothing underfoot. His three-toed giant foot passed right through Mang Wuyo's body. Then, Mang Wuyo's form vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a massive Mang Wuyo made entirely of amethyst appeared before Emo-chan. The amethyst Manhwa was as gigantic as Mo Chen, radiating a terrifying pressure. Mo Chen recalled what Wang Meng had told him about Manhwa's bloodline. The more you perceive her strength, the stronger her spirit can manifest. I'll see just how strong you can get. I'm in the Chi-Yu body now. With a roar, Mo Chen swung his forearms and charged at Manhwa. The amethyst form of Manhwa summoned a giant sword out of thin air with a wave of its hand. The giant sword came slicing straight for Mo Chen's neck. Smack! One of Mo Chen's pitch-black hands caught the giant sword directly. Black energy rapidly spread from his palm, covering the entire sword in the blink of an eye. The amethyst Manhwa looked at the giant sword in surprise. Bang! Mo Chen's fist slammed directly into Manhwa's face. Before Manhwa could react, Mo Chen's other two arms came crashing down simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The third strike triggered the 9 nether strength. A crack appeared on Manhwa's face where the fist had struck, with faint black energy seeping through the cracks. That third punch was delivered by Mo Chen's right black hand. After the second ancestral return, all the characteristics of the 9 nether body became passive skills, and the original 9 nether strength, which was randomly triggered, now directly became a third trigger. Bang! 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 Mo Chen unleashed 3 consecutive punches, each one packed with full power. The amethyst Manhwa staggered back 3 steps. Ha ha ha! Seeing that Manhwa had no power to fight back right from the start, Mo Chen laughed heartily and charged forward. His forearms swung wildly. Moreover, Mo Chen noticed that the 2 newly grown black hands had significantly more power when executing martial techniques. Under Mo Chen's frenzied assault, Manhwa kept retreating, unable to defend at all. The forearms allowed Mo Chen's attacks to come without any pause. Smack! Finally, Mo Chen's 2 large hands locked onto Manhwa's arms, while the other 2 black hands grabbed Manhwa's head. Manhwa die. His mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. Crack! Mo Chen crushed the head of the amethyst Manhwa. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After chewing a few times, Manhwa's body disappeared, transforming back into the martial arts imprint and flying back up into the training space. The outcome is decided. You win! Hearing this sound, Mo Chen felt extremely refreshed. Finally, he had defeated the dreamless demon of the King of War Realm. However, Sister Meng hasn't reached the Emperor of War Realm yet, and she left behind the imprint of the King of War Realm. Mo Chen suddenly felt something was off. Artificial intelligence, what exactly is this martial arts imprint that was left behind? Can I leave an imprint of the King of War Realm? Mo Chen asked the artificial intelligence. To leave the current realm's martial arts imprint, you must defeat all martial arts imprints of the same realm. Defeating 50 martial arts imprints of the same realm allows you to leave an imprint of one lower realm. Note that if there are too many martial arts imprints of the same level, the imprints with more losses will be automatically eliminated. Hearing the artificial intelligence's response, Mo Chen was a bit stunned. Defeat all martial arts imprints? Mo Chen counted. There were still 30 martial arts imprints before the dreamless demon. Challenging so many, won't that be a bit of a waste of time? Mo Chen frowned, and at the same time, he had a guess. The dreamless demon should be just one step away from the Emperor of War Realm. Otherwise, if a contestant from the real world with strength higher than the dreamless demon came, the dreamless demon's martial arts imprint would surely fail. Because the martial arts imprints in the training space can adjust their strength downwards, not upwards. Otherwise, if the martial arts imprint of the King of War Realm was left behind and an Emperor of War came to challenge, wouldn't the imprint turn into the strength of the Emperor of War? I wonder if there are any benefits to leaving a martial arts imprint. Why so many people want to leave martial arts imprints? Mo Chen suddenly thought. Rest time is over, would you like to continue the challenge? The voice of the artificial intelligence suddenly rang out. Continue, continue. Mo Chen replied. He was fighting the dreamless demon using the free challenge opportunities provided by the school every day, not the time bought with contribution points. As long as he kept winning, the free time could continue indefinitely. Thus, Mo Chen chose to continue the previous progress in the challenge. Whoosh! A hissing sound echoed. The white-clad Bai Long walked out of the training space. At the same time, the display screen on the door of the training space showed a big 15 consecutive wins. Outside the training space, the crowd waiting in line couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this number. However, when they saw that it was Bai Long who came out, many people's emotions calmed down a bit. So it was that prodigy Bai Long. Brother Long, awesome. Brother Long, it's only been a few days, and you've become even stronger. Amidst the praises, Bai Long nodded and smiled, then walked out of the crowd. As a strong individual and a genius, he would not be swayed by the admiration of those in front of him. His goal was singular, to surpass Mo Chen. After leaving the 6th floor, Bai Long took the elevator directly to the 1st floor and then entered the cave. He had originally come to take on a task, and seeing that there were few people on the 6th floor, he decided to give it a try. He didn't expect to make such great progress. Now, he was only 15 points behind Mo Chen. It seems that it won't be long before I completely surpass Mo Chen. Bai Long's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. Is that the white dragon from your grade? Why is he always grinning foolishly? Is there something wrong with his head? In the cavern square, not far from the White Dragon, a woman dressed in a tight black combat suit with long hair looked curiously at her companion. The speaker was Gu Bingmei. Beside her was Gu Bingwan, who wore a full set of crystal battle armor and had a cold expression. It seems he was stimulated by Emo-chan to become like this, Gu Bingwan said with a faint nod. Emo-chun? Gu Bingmei furrowed her delicate brows tightly. That scoundrel, always up to no good. Hearing this, Gu Bingwan turned her head in surprise to look at Gu Bingmei. I've heard that Emo-chan is quite a rogue, but I'm not sure since I haven't interacted with him much. A faint blush appeared on Gu Bingmei's face. Oh, never mind that, let's check if our equipment is ready. This time, we're going into the second layer of the cavern, where there are beasts at the War King level everywhere. Gu Bingmei quickly changed the subject. Gu Bingwan nodded and began checking the equipment with Gu Bingmei. The two women were strikingly beautiful, with completely contrasting temperaments, attracting many gazes around the cavern square. Almost every man passing by would come over to strike up a conversation, and some bolder ones even directly asked for contact information. Of course, the White Dragon, who was preoccupied with thoughts of surpassing Emo-chan, naturally did not notice Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. In the training space, Emo-chan had won 18 consecutive matches, including the match against Manhwa that made a total of 19. Now, the last opponent in front of Emo-chan was Manhwa. Among the top 3 experts of the first martial arts school, Knife, Gun, Lotus, she was the Lotus. Manhwa had long legs and wore only a thin layer of gauze, but it looked somewhat blurry, with some key areas completely obscured. Moreover, Manhwa kept her eyes tightly closed. Additionally, Manhwa had a slightly baby-faced appearance, looking like a little girl. Without any delay, Emo-chan charged forward and smashed down with 4 fists. Buzz, an illusory shield appeared around Manhwa's body. Lotus, open. Manhwa's small mouth slightly parted, and an ethereal voice echoed throughout the training space. Then, Emo-chan saw a gigantic lotus flower slowly unfolding around Manhwa. Emo-chan, who was originally just inches away from Manhwa, was directly pushed away by this powerful force. Petals of the lotus flower bloomed, and a vast energy swept through. Boom! A heavy bass sound resonated throughout the training space, and a wave of energy surged toward Emo-chan. Emo-chan's 2 giant 3-toed feet firmly gripped the ground, not being blown away. Lotus, fall. The ethereal voice rang out again, and the petals scattered from the lotus seat, then converged into a line, rushing toward Emo-chan. Manhwa still kept her eyes closed, sitting on the lotus platform, while one of her bare, long legs hung down from the platform, suspended in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The flying lotus petals made a sound like metal clashing. What a show! Emo-chan snorted coldly. With so many lotus flowers, could they be more effective than his fists? Facing the incoming lotus petals, Emo-chan smashed down with all 4 fists. Clang, clang, clang. The fists collided with the lotus petals, and sparks flew in the air. The petals that were knocked away quickly circled back and attacked Emo-chan again. These petals left shallow blood marks on Emo-chan's body when they hit him. However, with Emo-chan's terrifying recovery speed, the blood marks disappeared in the blink of an eye. Annoyed by the flying lotus petals, Emo-chan charged straight toward Manhwa, enduring the attacks of numerous petals. His large hand grasped Manhwa's bare long leg as if pinching a toothpick, and then he forcefully slammed her down to the ground. Bang! Manhwa's body exploded into fragments. The outcome is decided. You win! The voice of the artificial intelligence rang out. Although he had won, Emo-chan frowned. This Manhwa was very likely at the Battle Emperor level now. Was it true that all those with the surname Meng had some sort of cheat? Emo-chan couldn't help but think. Among the 3 powerful figures, Dao, Chang, and Lian Tianchang and Chuba were still at the Battle King level, while Manhwa had already become a Battle Emperor. It seems I need to speed up my cultivation. Emo-chan's sharp nails rubbed against his chin, producing a metallic scratching sound. In the end, Emo-chan challenged a martial arts imprint ranked just above Manhwa. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, Emo-chan was ultimately defeated by the opponent's exquisite martial skills. The outcome is decided, you lost. This time, Emo-chan didn't mind much about losing. During the fight, he clearly felt that his strength overwhelmingly crushed the opponent. The opponent was merely more skilled in martial arts. If my strength were doubled, no matter how exquisite his martial skills, it wouldn't matter. Emo-chan thought to himself. Only with enough strength could any martial skill be disregarded. After resting for a while in the cultivation space, Emo-chan came out. Whoosh! As he emerged from the cultivation space, he immediately caught the attention of those nearby. Holy crap! 50 points, someone exclaimed. Now, everyone on the 6th floor knew and turned to look at Emo-chan. I can't believe it, it's really not 05, it's 50. How is this possible? The crowd gasped. Emo-chan, how did you do it? Someone couldn't help but muster the courage to ask Emo-chan. Earlier, there were rumors that Emo-chan had a bad temper, so no new students dared to approach him. Hearing this, Mo-chan smiled and said, hard work and persistence. Upon hearing this, many people fell into thought. After Emo-chan walked away, the person who had asked the question glanced at their own score of only 3 on the martial extreme ranking and suddenly felt a bit disheartened. If those better than me are working harder, then what's the point of my effort? After leaving the 6th floor, Mo Chen went directly to the 5th floor, in front of Dai Anjuan's counter. Today, Dai Anjuan was rarely not dozing off. Instead, he had set up 5 or 6 tablets under the counter, seemingly counting something. Old Dai. Mo Chen grinned as he leaned against the counter. Ask quickly, Dai Anjuan said, his head down, his hands constantly working the keyboard. Seeing old Dai so direct, Mo Chen didn't beat around the bush and asked, Old Dai, I become a battle king, why can't I fly yet? Dai Anjuan was momentarily stunned, just about to speak. Haven't you seen the materials sent by the school? A deep voice sounded beside Mo Chen. Holy crap! Mo Chen jumped in surprise, seeing Xiong Bo, who was in a wheelchair and holding a thick iron rod, suddenly appear next to him. This was unbelievable. Mo Chen thought to himself, having returned to his ancestral form for the second time, how could he not sense Xiong Bo's presence? Could it be that Xiong Bo's bloodline ability was to appear beside others without any warning? After you become a battle king, you need to report to the school, and they will automatically send relevant textbooks along with a reward of 100,000 points, Xiong Bo explained. Is it really that good? Mo Chen immediately began to operate the crystal energy communicator in his hand. To fly, you must let your bloodline reach a boiling state, Old Dai continued while operating the 6 tablets. The micro level is about developing all the bloodline power in your body, and then you can advance to the Battle King level. After advancing to the Battle King level, the control of bloodline power is divided into 3 states: boiling state, fiery feather state, and sky opening state. Among them, reaching the boiling state allows for flight. Hearing what Old Dai said, Mo Chen suddenly remembered that in the cultivation space, the martial arts imprints from battles, aside from those with bloodline powers that inherently had flying abilities, many could not fly. In this regard, you can actually consult Tu Jiao. She is now in the fiery feather state, but she was once known as the number 1 in the boiling state, Old Dai continued. Is Tu Jiao really that powerful? Mo Chen was somewhat taken aback. Of course, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to teach at the first martial arts school with an A-level bloodline qualification. Moreover, Tu Jiao is definitely a practical combat expert with extremely strong fighting abilities. Following her, you can learn a lot, Xiong Bo said. However, the prerequisite is that you don't get trained to the point of mental breakdown. By the way, kid, after you submit your information, the school will grant you higher permissions, allowing you to access more data, and you can also purchase some special items in the store. Additionally, the store has connected to a global trading platform where you can trade, Dai Anjuan suddenly said. Mo Chen knew this was Old Dai's way of reminding him not to misuse his points. Mo Chen took a glance and saw that his submitted information was still under review. I have the authority here, I'll get you approved directly, Dai Anjuan said, as he began to operate the system. According to the usual process, someone will still need to check your bloodline and verify your strength later, Xiong Bo added from the side. Thank you, Old Dai. Mo Chen smiled. Hearing this, Dai Anjuan snorted. You brat, you call me Old Dai when you need something, but when you don't, you just call me Old Dai. Alright, the information has been approved. Mo Chen immediately checked the school store. Some new, more expensive items appeared in his store list. At the same time, there was an entry for the global trading platform. After clicking in, Mo Chen found that the items for sale were extremely rare and precious. However, many items did not have specific prices listed, but rather indicated that they were for trade. Many scarce resources can't necessarily be bought with money, especially items useful for battle kings and battle emperors, which are difficult to value in monetary terms. Therefore, many people put their items up for sale on the global trading platform. But the global trading platform only serves clients at the battle emperor level. Right now, you are using the school's platform. The school connects battle king experts from the martial arts school to the trading platform for free, and you won't be charged any fees for using it, Xiong Bo explained. Is it really that generous? Mo Chen found it hard to believe. The school doesn't take a cut? Seeing Mo Chen's surprised expression, Xiong Bo found it somewhat amusing. Kid, you're already a battle king, why are you still thinking so small? Battle king experts are in high demand. The school does this to attract you. Just the opportunity to trade on the global platform is worth more than many generous offers from various factions. If you go to them, you can only hand your items over to their battle emperors, who will then sell them on the global platform. Mo Chen nodded upon hearing this. It seemed that choosing to come to the first martial arts school was indeed the right decision. By the way, Dai Anjuan suddenly put down his work and looked at Mo Chen with a serious expression. What's wrong, Old Dai? Mo Chen looked at Dai Anjuan in confusion. You should keep a low profile lately. The head of the teaching department, Chi Fong, might cause you some trouble, Old Dai said in a deep voice. The head of the teaching department? I haven't provoked him, have I? Mo Chen frowned. When he was in Yuzhou, because Wu Yong was a rich second generation, the head of the teaching department had never caused Mo Chen any trouble. Why would he offend the other party just by coming to the first martial arts school? Chi Fong, she's also my colleague. I don't want to gossip, but you should know that she disapproves of your style. The new student competition is coming up soon. If you can keep a low profile, you should. With your strength, getting into the top 3 shouldn't be a problem, Old Dai said. Only the top 3? M.O. Chen raised an eyebrow. Dai Anjuan immediately shot Mo Chen a glare. If it weren't for the fact that you killed the beast godguard, even the top 5 would be in doubt. No way, at this age, is there anyone stronger than me? Mo Chen found it hard to believe. Seeing Mo Chen like this, old Dai was a bit angry. Get lost, hurry up. With nothing else to do, Mo Chen bid farewell to Xiongbo and Dai Anjuan. Thanks, old Dai. Before leaving, Mo Chen didn't forget to express his gratitude. By the way, I'll pick more sleep star grass for you this time. Mo Chen added. This kid. Old Dai snorted coldly, but a hint of a smile appeared on his face. After leaving the Martial Extreme Tower, Mo Chen first returned to the dormitory to prepare. Remembering old Dai's words, Mo Chen deliberately chose to take a longer route, passing through the small woods to return to the dormitory. That Chi Fong might very well block him on the way. Would it be fine to take the small path back? Although the small path was much longer, old Dai said to keep a low profile. As Mo Chen thought about this, he checked his energy communicator and began accepting various tasks. There was still more than a week until the freshman competition began, so Mo Chen planned to do some tasks in the underground cave. After picking and choosing, Mo Chen accepted a few tasks from the second level of the underground cave. He directly rejected tasks with too little reward and also avoided those with high rewards but long durations. Among them, Mo Chen accepted a task to collect burning blood grass. Burning blood grass can help experts at the War King level master the boiling state faster. However, with my talent, I shouldn't need such aids. Mo Chen thought as he walked through the small woods. Suddenly, Mo Chen stopped, his gaze alert as he looked around. Who? The bloodline power within Mo Chen began to operate. As soon as the opponent appeared, it would explode instantly. No wonder. You are the best among the freshmen. A faint voice sounded, and Chi Fong, dressed in a suit skirt, black stockings, and high heels, suddenly appeared in front of Mo Chen. Seeing the other party appear before him without any warning, Mo Chen's heart sank. Not good. Mo Chen immediately retreated. He touched a tree that was right behind him and passed through it. Continuing to retreat, Mo Chen's back hit a transparent wall that had a hint of black. Very good, you discovered my space so quickly. Pei Quang values you for a reason, Chi Fong said. However, the more this is the case, the less I can let you go down the wrong path. Chi Fong's expression suddenly became serious. In her hand, a black teaching rod appeared. Today, I must make you recognize your mistakes. Your potential is too great. In the future, you must not only become a powerful killing machine on the battlefield but also a role model for other martial arts school students. I must help you set things right, Chi Fong said as she walked towards Mo Chen. At the same time, Mo Chen realized that his entire body was trapped by the surrounding space, unable to move an inch. Are you out of your mind? Mo Chen cursed directly. This Chi Fong was brainwashing him right from the start. Was she a martial arts school teacher or some kind of cult? Cursing others makes you seem very uncultured. Swish! The teaching rod in Chi Fong's hand swung down. Clearly still 10 meters away from Mo Chen, the rod appeared right next to Mo Chen's face, about to strike him. Boom! A terrifying energy erupted. The space that was imprisoning Mo Chen instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen's height shot up to 15 meters, transforming into the Chi Yu form. Mo Chen lowered his head, with 2 pairs of sharp horns on his forehead and a mouth full of sharp teeth, looking exceptionally fierce. In Chi Fong's astonished gaze, Mo Chen spoke. You really are sick. His deep voice echoed continuously around them. Hearing his own echo, Mo Chen finally confirmed that he had been pulled into a special space by Chi Fong. This space partially overlapped with the real world but could not be touched by reality. Crack! The teaching rod in Chi Fong's hand continued to strike down, appearing right at Mo Chen's face after his transformation. Crack! The rod hit Mo Chen's face without causing any harm. Damn you! Mo Chen cursed, and his three-toed giant foot kicked directly at Chi Fong. The moment Mo Chen's foot made contact with Chi Fong, she vanished. In the next instant, Chi Fong appeared directly in front of Mo Chen's face. Your bad nature is too strong, but I've seen students like you before. Chi Fong floated in the air, calmly looking at Mo Chen. Screw you! With a whoosh, Mo Chen reached out to slap Chi Fong. This Chi Fong had inexplicably appeared to provoke him and was now berating him. Mo Chen had been holding in his anger for a long time. Whoosh! Just before Mo Chen's palm made contact with Chi Fong, she disappeared again. Boom! At the same time, Mo Chen's other hand suddenly punched backward. Chi Fong's figure suddenly materialized right in front of his fist, looking as if he had charged into her. Bang! Chi Fong was hit by Mo Chen's punch and immediately flew backward. However, her figure kept disappearing and reappearing, as if she were traversing different spaces. Thud! Thud! Mo Chen took 2 steps forward. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and Mo Chen vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared behind Chi Fong and threw another punch. This time, Mo Chen used the large black hand from behind his shoulder. The air trembled as his fist moved forward, shaking the space in front of it. Chi Fong, who was flying backward, sensed an extremely terrifying wave coming from behind. Horror! Immediately, she forcibly activated her bloodline power. Crash! The The space in front of Emo-chan's black fist shattered like glass, with fragments of space and shattered spatial power all rushing toward Emo-chan's fist. Emo-chan's fist continued forward, and the space fragments that hit his arm shattered into even smaller pieces. Bang! Finally, Emo-chan's punch landed on Chi-Fong's back. The terrifying force penetrated through Chi-Fong's entire body. The fabric of her front clothing instantly exploded. Even her suit skirt was torn apart in large pieces. With one successful punch, Emo-chan's other black hand from behind his shoulder also swung toward Chi-Fong. If these two punches landed, Chi-Fong would definitely be seriously injured. Earlier, in a moment of urgency, Chi-Fong had unleashed her bloodline power, using the force of the shattered space to counteract part of Emo-chan's punch. But this time, it was too late to shatter the space. However, there was not a hint of panic in Chi-Fong's eyes. As soon as the pitch-black fist touched Chi-Fong's body, she vanished with a whoosh. Boom! Emo-chan's punch hit nothing but air, the sound of the sonic boom amplified several times by the space. Whoosh! Chi-Fong appeared in the air more than 10 meters away. At this moment, apart from her black stockings and high heels, which were still intact, her suit skirt had turned into tattered strips, providing no cover at all. The upper half of Chi-Fong's clothing and her bra had all exploded, and she pressed a piece of torn fabric against her chest with her arm, barely covering herself. At a glance, Chi-Fong's figure was surprisingly good, and her skin was very fair. Emo-chan, you! A teaching rod appeared in Chi-Fong's other hand, pointing at Emo-chan, while her chest heaved with anger. Seeing this, Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. You crazy woman, do you still want to seduce me? Thud. Emo-chan stepped forward, his fists covered in bone armor smashing toward Chi-Fong. Bull Demon Top. A terrifying force erupted, triggering the power of the 9 nether beasts for the third attack. Chi-Fong did not expect that Emo-chan would act without hesitation as soon as he said so. At this moment, Chi-Fong could no longer care about anything else. She released the hand pressed against her chest and pushed forward with both hands. Buzz layers of overlapping space appeared in front of Emo-chan's fists. Emo-chan's lips curled up, and the capillaries in his arm muscles suddenly swelled. Crash! The multiple layers of overlapping space, as if made of paper, were directly shattered by Emo-chan's fists. Chi-Fong did not anticipate that Emo-chan's power was so immense that he instantly broke through her multi-layered spatial defense. Bang! Emo-chan's fists struck directly at Chi-Fong's waist. Whoosh! Hit by the blow, Chi-Fong instantly vanished. Boom! The next moment, Chi-Fong crashed into the spatial wall, landing in a large character shape. Ripples emerged, and the spatial wall trembled incessantly. After taking a few punches from Emo-chan, especially those 2 strikes infused with the power of the 9 nether, Chi-Fong felt her entire body surge with blood, and her internal organs ached unbearably. At this moment, Chi-Fong felt both humiliated and furious, as well as astonished. This Emo-chan had just been promoted to a battle king, hadn't he? Could it be that the school's database was wrong? How could he become so strong right after his promotion? If Chi-Fong had known that Emo-chan could kill the beast godguard right after his promotion, she probably wouldn't have confronted him alone in this small grove. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded. Emo-chan gave Chi-Fong no time to catch her breath and launched another fierce attack. This time, 4 fists were aimed at Chi-Fong. Chi-Fong's eyes widened in shock, and her chest trembled in fear. Old hag, still trying to seduce me? Emo-chan roared, and the power in his fists instantly intensified. Boom! The 4 fists struck where Chi-Fong was standing. Crash! The spatial wall shattered. Emo-chan retracted his fists, only to find that he had not hit Chi-Fong. A glance revealed that Chi-Fong had already appeared dozens of meters away. Emo-chan stepped forward, preparing to charge at Chi-Fong. But just as he took a step, crack! A large area of trees was knocked down by Emo-chan's foot. Emo-chan frowned. They had already returned to the real space, and if the battle continued, the entire school would probably know about it. In that brief moment of distraction, Chi-Fong had already escaped 100 meters away. Humph! Old hag, I'll come back and kill you next time. Looking at Chi-Fong running far away, Emo-chan felt unsatisfied and directly grabbed a tree that he had knocked down, throwing it at Chi-Fong. Boom! Under Emo-chan's immense strength, the 5 or 6 meter tall small tree flew out like a small stone. Bang! The flickering figure of Chi-Fong was directly struck in the lower back, her face turning red as she spat out a mouthful of blood, her figure falling from the air. The small tree continued to fly forward until it reached the edge of the grove before disappearing. Seeing this, Emo-chan finally felt satisfied. Meanwhile, not far from the grove in the dormitory area, Yen, who was speaking seriously with Chu Ba. Captain, it is said that Tian Chang and the others went to Bagua City, which is why they gained so many points. I suspect that Emo-chan's points were intentionally given to him by Tian Chang and the others. The first position on the points leaderboard absolutely cannot be taken by a freshman, Yen, who said with a serious expression. Boom! A 5 or 6 meter long small tree spun and smashed toward Yen, whose head. Yen, who frowned and raised his hand to block. Bang! Flames erupted, and dozens of burning wooden pieces flew in all directions. Damn it, who ambushed me? The hot-tempered Yen Hu, with his red dreadlocks, stood up in an instant. Then he saw Chi Fong with her arms crossed over her chest, wearing only black stockings and high heels. At this moment, Chi Fong's blood surged. Her face was still red, and bruises appeared on her body. Yen Hu was stunned, and Chu Quan was dumbfounded. And Chi Fong, with a swish, disappeared without a trace. Yen Hu rubbed his eyes, turned his head, and looked at Chu Ba with some uncertainty. "Captain, I just didn't." Chu Ba interrupted him directly. "You didn't see wrong, I felt the fluctuation in space." Upon hearing this, Yen Hu swallowed hard, and said, "What is that old witch Chi playing at?" Just as he was saying this, a relaxed Emo-chen hummed a little tune as he walked out of the woods. Yen Hu's eyes widened as he watched Emo-chen walk out of the woods towards the dormitory. It wasn't until Emo-chen's figure disappeared that Yen Hu came back to his senses. "Captain, you still didn't see wrong." "That is Emo-chen," Chu Ba replied with a complex expression. This Emo-chen is quite bold, isn't he? Not even sparing the old witch?" Yen Hu felt his mind was a bit confused. Just now, that Yen Hu and Chu Ba were staring at me. Are they trying to harm me? Emo-chen, who had already walked far away, turned back and glanced warily, finding no one following him, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had just been confronted by the director of education, and he was still a bit sensitive. Chu Ba and Yen Hu definitely have ideas about me. It seems that if I get the chance in the future, I need to fight them so they know I'm not someone to mess with. Emo-chen thought to himself. At this moment, Yen Hu and Chu Ba, who had just regained their senses, were still unaware that they had been noted by Emo-chen. Just now, the old Director Chi seemed to have some bruises on him. Yen Hu swallowed hard and looked at Chu Ba. Chu Ba nodded expressionlessly. This is a bit intense," Yen Hu exclaimed. "By the way, that tree that ambushed me, was it set up by Emo-chen and his group?" Yen Hu suddenly thought. "Let's go, Captain, let's check the small woods," Yen Hu said excitedly. "Quick in and out," Chu Ba frowned and said. Then, Chu Ba and Yen Hu rushed into the woods together. Upon seeing a large area of fallen trees, Yen Hu was taken aback. This is too intense. We were just nearby, how come we didn't hear anything?" Yen Hu wondered. "Hey, Captain, what are you doing over there?" Yen Hu strode over to where Chu Ba was. He saw Chu Ba squatting on the ground, frowning as he stared at a pool of blood. This. Yen Hu was completely dumbfounded. How could there be blood? "I think this situation might not be what we imagined. Emo-chen must have fought with Chi Fong, and Chi Fong got injured." Chu Ba stood up and looked around. Although he deduced this, there were no signs of a fight anywhere nearby. "Come on, Captain." Yen Hu shook his head. Why would the director of education fight with Emo-chen? Is it just because she can't stand him? Yen Hu chuckled mischievously. "I think those two are more like fighting." Yen Hu grinned wickedly. Chu Ba frowned and remained silent. "Captain, if you don't believe me, I'll go find a few other team members to let everyone reason it out. My brain is useful, but it's not as good as everyone brainstorming together." Without waiting for Chu Ba to respond, Yen Hu immediately opened the communicator to notify the other team members. Soon, they all arrived. After Yen Hu vividly described the situation, everyone felt that Yen Hu's deduction was quite correct. The captain is only thinking about fighting and training, so this speculation isn't surprising, one team member said, and the others nodded in agreement. After that, Yen Hu and the others left the small woods. However, this matter, through Yen Hu and a few other team members, began to spread throughout the senior and junior classes and then to the sophomore and freshman classes. "Have you heard? Emo-chen, that freshman king, actually has an affair with our director of education. Seriously, I'm not kidding. A senior from my senior year saw it with his own eyes. They were in the small woods doing that." Chi Fong was completely undressed. "Hey, have you heard? Emo-chen and the director of education are having passionate encounters all over the school. I'm not lying. A fellow townsman told me he saw the director with Emo-chen in the small woods, the teaching building, and even on a boat by the lake." "Wow. I just heard that Emo-chen got the director of education pregnant. It's only been a little over a month. Isn't that too exaggerated? Your news is outdated. It said that Emo-chan and the director of education already have a child, and now it's the second one." The news became more and more outrageous, but many boys believed that Emo-chan was a true warrior. Some people even believed that Emo-chan's rapid improvement in strength is due to the guidance of Director Chi Fong. At this moment, Emo-chan, who was being discussed by everyone, had already left the dormitory and appeared in the underground plaza. Just then, before the communicator completely lost signal, Wang Meng made a video call. "What's up?" Emo-chan answered the call. "Are you going down to the underground again?" Wang Meng was a bit surprised to see Emo-chan's surroundings. "Yeah, I'm planning to get a batch of blood-burning grass." Emo-chen nodded. Wang Meng immediately rolled his eyes. "A single blood-burning grass costs over 100,000 points and you want to get a batch? Does he really think blood-burning grass is like cabbage?" Wang Meng couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation, directly saying, "Emo-chen, I'm looking for you about the ENG flower. There's been a bit of a problem with my family." "What problem?" Emo-chen asked, puzzled. "Last time with the evolution crystal, a bunch of old geezers in the family suspected me. Luckily, my bloodline awakening level increased significantly, which shut them up. Now that I want to buy the ENG flower, those old geezers are causing trouble again, saying they must see the goods before they pay. They originally wanted you to go to the family, but I absolutely refused. In the end, they agreed to come to Longdu to take a look at the ENG flower in your hands. At this point, Wang Meng's expression was somewhat grim. After all, this was an internal family matter and not very honorable. Hearing this, Emo-chan smiled. I thought it was something serious. It's fine, let them come. I don't mind. Emo-chan knew that Wang Meng was worried that his good intentions in providing the ENG flower would be doubted by his family, which would make him uncomfortable. By the way, if your family doesn't agree, I can just give it to you. If you really feel bad about it, you can owe me. Emo-chan laughed. Wang Meng was taken aback by Emo-chan's words. No matter what, you're my second son, I can't be biased. You're the one who is. Before Wang Meng could finish, Emo-chan quickly hung up the call. Little Wang Meng, you still have a long way to go to compete with me. Emo-chan chuckled as he walked towards the entrance of the underground, checking the information about the boiling state on his communicator. The boiling state, as the name suggests, is when one controls the boiling of their bloodline while at the Battle King level. When the bloodline boils throughout the body, it generates buoyancy, allowing for flight. Additionally, during combat, the boiling state can enhance combat power by up to double. The only drawback of the boiling state is the excessive consumption of bloodline power. Because of this, Battle Kings rarely enter the boiling state to fly. Furthermore, since the boiling state requires controlling the boiling of the entire bloodline power, the thicker the bloodline, the harder it is to boil. However, once in the boiling state, the enhancement will be greater. Looking at it this way, it's not that difficult. Emo-chan continued browsing. The information from the first martial school mentioned some methods to enter the boiling state. However, they all required extensive training. To reach the micro level, one must be able to control every strand of bloodline power, and for the boiling state, every strand must boil. The difficulty is several times greater compared to the micro level. According to the methods recommended by the first martial school, Emo-chan must control the boiling of the bloodline power in his legs first, then the upper limbs, followed by the torso and head. This step-by-step method isn't suitable for someone like me. Emo-chan dismissed this idea. However, just as he was about to give up on this method, he noticed a small line of text at the end. It is possible to use blood-burning grass to enhance progress, but excessive use of blood-burning grass will affect the purity of the bloodline and slow down the increase in bloodline awakening level. This aligns with my thoughts, but how much blood-burning grass should I use? 50 stalks? 100 stalks? Emo-chan rubbed his chin, pondering. Emo-chan stopped and immediately sent a message to Tu Jiao. Old Dai seems very knowledgeable. He said Tu Jiao is the first person in the boiling state and might be able to provide me with a lot of experience. Not long after the message was sent, Tu Jiao replied. Emo-chan asked Tu Jiao about the boiling state and the blood-burning grass. First, you don't need to worry about the impact of the blood-burning grass on your bloodline. When entering the blazing feather state, the issue of bloodline purity will be resolved. Second, when entering the boiling state, it's best to control your entire body to enter the boiling states simultaneously. If you go step by step, entering the boiling state part by part may be safe, but the increase in combat power will be weakened. Third, regarding the dosage of blood-burning grass, there is no problem at all, but since blood-burning grass is quite expensive and will also be used when entering the blazing feather state, I suggest you keep 2/3 of it for use during the breakthrough to the blazing feather state. If you don't lack it, then you can use the blood-burning grass without restrictions. Tu Jiao's reply was very concise, and Emo-chan understood it at a glance. Emo-chan took a look at the task he had accepted. Blood-burning grass grows specifically at the edge of the fire crow's nest. Generally, there are only 2 plants in one nest. Blood-burning grass is formed from the blood of the fire crow's chicks that stains the grass at the edge of the nest when they hatch. Seeing this, Emo-chan felt a bit disappointed. If only the blood-burning grass were like the sleeping star grass, it would be great to just pull a large patch. By the way, I should also take a trip to that valley to pick some sleeping star grass. Emo-chan suddenly remembered. Although the sleeping star grass didn't seem that valuable to him now, it was abundant. This time, I'll just pull half a valley's worth. Pulling it all at once isn't conducive to sustainable development. Emo-chan thought as he walked out of the long corridor. Whoosh! The unique scent of the underground rushed towards him. Not far ahead was a long wall winding off to both sides. Emo-chan recalled that the underground of the Third Army's garrison looked completely different from here. The Third Army was mostly stationed above, with not many people arranged below. In contrast, the First Martial School had set up camp directly at the front line of the underground. Watching the disciplined underground troops coming and going around him, Emo-chan remembered the scenes of resisting the beast tied with these soldiers before. Shaking his head and smiling, Emo-chan lowered his head and quickly walked past the military camp area. He didn't want to be recognized by those soldiers. This wasn't the time for reminiscing. After passing through the military camp area, Emo-chan walked directly out of the city wall and then quickly headed towards the valley where the sleeping star grass was located. After a few seconds, having continuously used the Wind Thunder decision, Emo-chan arrived at the area where the white-winged bats were. This time, as soon as Emo-chan released his Battle King aura, the nearby white-winged bats were immediately stunned by his aura, collapsing one by one to the ground. At this point, Emo-chan had completely lost interest in this little experience. He passed through the white-winged bat's habitat without any obstacles and arrived at the valley where the sleeping stargrass was located. When Emo-chan entered the valley, he was dumbfounded, because the sleeping stargrass was gone. The ground beneath his feet was still the same grassland as before. However, the place where the sleeping stargrass used to grow was bare, leaving only reddish-brown soil. How could it be gone? Emo-chan stepped in and found no signs of the sleeping stargrass being pulled up. Besides, with so much sleeping stargrass being pulled up and packed into bags, it would also have a hypnotic effect. With so much sleeping stargrass, even Emo-chan's 9 nether body couldn't handle it, let alone an entire valley's worth of sleeping stargrass. So, it shouldn't be that someone had picked all the sleeping stargrass. Could it be that the sleeping stargrass can run away by itself? Emo-chan scratched his head, feeling quite confused. Then, feeling a bit unwilling, Emo-chan climbed up the rocky wall of the valley, stood at the top, and looked around. If the sleeping stargrass had run away, it shouldn't have gone too far. Fortunately, the surrounding view was excellent and one could see for miles. However, Emo-chan still did not see the sleeping stargrass. This is really strange. Emo-chan finally jumped down from the mountaintop, landing with a thud that created a large pit in the ground. Leaping up from the pit, Emo-chan opened the crystal energy communicator to check the location of the entrance to the second layer of the cave. So far away, over 100 miles? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. No wonder Tian, Chang and Wu Hong did not take the cave on the side of the first martial school last time. Using the Wind Thunder technique, Emo-chan transformed into a shadow and dashed out directly. Meanwhile, in the second layer of the cave, Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan stood in front of a stone door. Behind the stone door was a massive temple, also built of stone, with a rough and primitive design. The wild ancient temple. It is said that this place produces bloodline fruits, which can enhance bloodline awakening levels when consumed. However, those with low bloodline levels must consume the bloodline fruits in moderation. Otherwise, they might explode and die. But for those with high bloodline levels, they can consume more, up to 10 bloodline fruits at most. A man's voice came from behind Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. A burly man approached, accompanied by 2 girls about the same age as Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. The man had a gruesome scar running down the center of his forehead to his chin, making it look as if his face had been stitched together. Wow, sister. Look how scary he looks, Gu Bingmei said, clutching Gu Bingwan's sleeve. Humph. You mustn't speak ill of brother Zhang Yang. The younger of the 2 girls stepped forward, pointing at Gu Bingmei with an angry expression. Qingji, the other girl, scolded with a stern face. Senior sister, Lu Qingji, pouted in dissatisfaction. Qingji, he means no harm. I do indeed look a bit scary, Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Lu Qingji sulked and turned her head away. Lu Zhangyang stepped forward and cupped his fists toward Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. You 2 must be from the first martial school. We 3 are disciples under the Yu Chang War Emperor in Magic City. My name is Lu Zhangyang, and these are my 2 junior sisters, Lu Qingji and Wang Yujie. Lu Qingji turned her head away, ignoring the 2. The girl who had scolded Lu Qingji earlier nodded at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. Are you really disciples of the Yu Chang War Emperor? Gu Bingmei asked curiously, looking at the 3. Lu Zhangyang smiled, took out a metal token. The front of the token was engraved with the character for Jade, and the back had the character for Success. Lu Zhangyang rubbed the token, and suddenly, a terrifying pressure was released. Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan felt their hearts stop beating for an instant. This should prove it, right? Lu Zhangyang said with a smile as he put the token away. It's okay, but your token is too simple, just 2 characters engraved, Gu Bingmei muttered. Besides the martial school, one could also undergo systematic martial arts training at martial arts halls in society. Additionally, one could become a disciple under a war emperor. Expert. Many war emperors, after their promotion, choose to leave their original organizations and establish their own sections. They, like in ancient times, open their doors wide to recruit talented and qualified disciples. However, not every war emperor is well known. The Yu Chang War Emperor can be considered one of the more famous war emperors in Magic City. Lu Zhangyang and his companions must have considerable strength and talent to be accepted as disciples under Yu Chang. 2 ladies, I have already proven my identity, so why don't we explore this wild ancient temple together? Lu Zhangyang invited. No way. Gu Bingmei flatly refused. Someone who smiles so often can't be a good person. Going with you might get us into trouble, Gu Bingmei said. Lu Qingji, hearing this, couldn't help but want to jump out and retort. Lu Zhangyang raised his hand to stop her. What are those 2 planning to do? The most valuable thing in this wild temple is the bloodline fruit. If we don't form a team and both find the bloodline fruit at the same time, whose will it be? Lu Zhangyang asked. Hearing this, Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan frowned. This was indeed a problem. I don't care, I just don't want to team up with you. Gu Bingmei ultimately refused. How about this, you go ahead and we'll follow behind you. Gu Bingmei added. Hey, you're really being a bit excessive. Lu Qingji finally couldn't hold back. Qingji, it's fine. Lu Zhengyang pulled Lu Qingji back. In an environment like this cave, being cautious is very normal, especially since we don't know each other. Let's go, don't waste time, we should head in first. After saying that, Lu Zhengyang looked at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan and said, you two can follow behind us, but please be careful. Just because we've passed through many traps doesn't mean it's absolutely safe. The traps could reset, so don't be careless. Brother Zhang Yang, why are you reminding them? Lu Qingji said unhappily. It's nothing. They are from the First Martial Arts Academy, and my master has a good relationship with several of the battle emperors there, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Good relationship? Not at all. Recently, that Pei Kuang insisted on dragging my master into a discussion about cleaning up the high ranks of the demon city, which caused my master to offend quite a few people. Lu Qingji said, stomping her foot in anger. My apologies for the laughter, Lu Zhengyang said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he smiled at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. Gu Bingwan's expression was cold, showing no emotion. Gu Bingmei thought Lu Zhengyang was not a good person either and had no expression. Looking at them, Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan seemed to be cut from the same mold. Reaching the front of the stone door, Lu Zhengyang took out his long sword and stabbed it into the gap at the bottom of the stone door. Qingji, Yujie, you two infuse your bloodline power into the two stone statues. At the entrance, Lu Zhengyang strained to pry the sword up. Lu Qingji, despite her earlier anger, was serious when it came to business and immediately followed Lu Zhengyang's instructions. Wang Yujie did the same. Boom! The stone door trembled. As Lu Zhengyang pried it open with his sword, Lu Zhengyang's arms shook as he hoisted the sword onto his shoulder and slowly stood up. Behind Lu Zhengyang, two pairs of transparent, thin wings appeared. With a flick of the wings, boom! The stone door was instantly pushed to the top. This guy must have a rare beast-type insect bloodline. Gu Bingmei transmitted to Gu Bingwan. Gu Bingwan naturally showed no emotion. Quickly enter, the door will fall in 5 seconds. Lu Zhengyang said as he flew inside, speaking to Lu Qingji and Wang Yujie. By the way, you two hurry up. Lu Zhengyang called out to Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. Those three are all at the Battle King level. Gu Bingwan suddenly transmitted to Gu Bingmei. It's fine, don't worry. Your sister is also a Battle King now. Her combat power may not be the top tier, but her escape ability is absolutely first rate. I'll just take you to escape when the time comes. Gu Bingmei transmitted while pulling Gu Bingwan into the stone door. As soon as they entered, boom! The heavy stone door slammed down. The passage inside the stone door was instantly pitch black. But the next moment, boom! 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 Torches lit up on both sides of the passage. The walls of the entire passage were covered with various reliefs of strange beasts. The beasts in the reliefs were battling each other, and the scene was exceptionally brutal. Lu Zhengyang saw these reliefs, and a strange light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. This passage is safe, we shouldn't waste time. Let's go, Lu Zhengyang said, walking quickly ahead. Lu Qingji and Wang Yujie hurriedly followed. Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan exchanged glances, maintaining a certain distance from the three, and followed as well. Soon, they exited the passage and arrived at a place resembling a hall. A high dome loomed above, adorned with colorful stones forming patterns of strange beasts. Surrounding the dome were dozens of passages. However, apart from the passage they had just come from and the one opposite, all the others were closed. Heavy boulders blocked the passages, and Lu Qingji wanted to try, but Lu Zhengyang stopped her. This temple only allows those below the battle Emperor realm to enter. Many have tried before. They wondered if they could force open other doors without going through this one. But they all failed, at most just managing to lift the stone door enough for one person to crawl through, Lu Zhengyang explained. Did they get in? Lu Qingji asked. No, Lu Zhengyang shook his head. The Battle King who tried only got halfway in when the weight of the stone door suddenly increased, and in the end it crushed him to death. Of course, that's just what the other two said. Whether the weight of the stone door really increased or if they intended to kill that person is unknown. Hearing Lu Zhengyang's words, Lu Qingji felt a bit scared. Let's take this passage first. If we break through, the other passages will open, Lu Zhengyang said, then turned to look at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. So, ladies, please try to stay behind us. I don't want the passage we worked so hard to open to be taken advantage of by you. Lu Zhengyang said without any hesitation. Do you even need to say that? Do we look like the kind of people who would take advantage? Gu Bingmei's delicate face showed disdain, and she rolled her eyes at Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang smiled and said nothing. Then, he was the first to step into the passage. As soon as he stepped into the passage, the torches on both sides of the walls ignited instantly. Whoosh! A bone-chilling wind blew out from the passage. There's the aura of ice-type treasures. Gu Bingwan suddenly transmitted a message to Gu Bingmei. Then let's hurry up and catch up. If it doesn't work, we'll just grab it and leave. Gu Bingmei pulled Gu Bingwan and chased after Lu Zhengyang. The first passage wasn't very dangerous until they reached the room at the end of the passage. Boom! From behind, hundreds of stone slabs fell from the ceiling of the passage. Seeing this scene, Gu Bingmei was a bit dumbfounded. So many stone slabs, wouldn't this completely block the entire passage? If you pick a bloodline fruit, the passage will open, Lu Zhengyang said, looking ahead at the bloodline fruit that looked like strawberries held in the mouths of 3 giant snake statues. Lu Qingji's eyes lit up when she saw the bloodline fruit. She felt that her blood vessels were being stirred in front of the bloodline fruit. Lu Qingji unconsciously took a step forward. Crack! A square tile beneath her foot sank slightly. Boom! A stone pillar carved with the patterns of strange beasts came crashing down right above Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji exclaimed and activated her bloodline power. Bang! The ground shook, kicking up thick dust. The dust quickly dispersed. Lu Qingji transformed into a blue long snake coiling around the stone pillar with 2 fleshy horns growing above her snake eyes. Hiss! Lu Qingji opened her mouth and exhaled a breath of blue energy. As soon as the blue energy touched the stone pillar, the pillar immediately turned into jade, becoming a blue jade stone. Soon, most of the pillar was transformed into jade. The blue snake that Lu Qingji had turned into tightened its grip. Crash! The pillar was crushed and a pile of jade fragments fell to the ground. Lu Qingji transformed back into her original form and patted her chest. That was really dangerous just now. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Don't worry, if you can't dodge, I'll help you block it, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Brother Zhengyang is the best, Lu Qingji said. Happily. Senior brother, how should we pick this bloodline fruit? Asked Wang Yujie, who had been mostly silent. Just pick it directly, various mechanisms will appear, and these mechanisms are completely unpredictable. So far, only 36 passages of the Beast God Temple have been explored, and each time it opens, it's a different passage, so there's no fixed way to crack it. We can only tough it out, Lu Zhengyang said, then leaped, kicking off the wall and reaching to take the bloodline fruit from the snake's mouth. However, just as he got the bloodline fruit in his hand, the giant snake statue suddenly came to life and lunged at Lu Zhengyang's arm. At such a close distance, and caught off guard, Lu Zhengyang couldn't dodge at all. With an angry shout, red flames ignited all over Lu Zhengyang's body, and his arm quickly transformed, covered with a thick shell of flames. Is that a locust? Gu Bingmei was a bit surprised when she saw Lu Zhengyang's transformed hand. In the beast bloodline, the insect type is as rare as those legendary animals. Moreover, the abilities of insect types are quite special, and their combat power is very strong. Crack! Lu Zhengyang's sharp limbs twisted, directly crushing the venomous fangs of the snake. Next, Lu Zhengyang threw the bloodline fruit to Wang Yujie, then with his free hand, he directly grabbed the tail of the venomous snake. Snap! The snake's head was twisted off by Lu Zhengyang. After the head was twisted off, the venomous snake turned into a gray stone and fell to the ground. Brother Zhengyang, are you hurt? Lu Qingji looked worriedly at Lu Zhengyang's arm. Lu Zhengyang smiled and said, this level of attack can't even break my defense. Brother Zhengyang, the bloodline fruit you grabbed. Wang Yujie handed the bloodline fruit to Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang did not decline, graciously accepting it and putting the bloodline fruit into a special bag. There are 2 left, Yujie, Qingji, you try and remember to be careful. After Lu Zhengyang finished speaking, he drew his sword and assumed an attacking posture. As long as Wang Yujie and Lu Qingji encountered danger, he would not hesitate to act. Of course, he was also on guard against Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan behind them. Gu Bingmei noticed that Lu Zhengyang was wary of her and clicked her tongue. Just then, Wang Yujie made her move. With a wave of her hand, transparent glass-like crystals appeared in the air. These crystals gathered together to form a large glass hand, reaching for the bloodline fruit in the snake's mouth. The bloodline fruit was directly plucked off without any incident. Seeing this, Wang Yujie also breathed a sigh of relief and retrieved the bloodline fruit. Whoosh! But just as the bloodline fruit was about to reach Wang Yujie's hand, the previously motionless venomous snake statue suddenly whipped its tail towards Wang Yujie. Wang Yujie did not expect this at all. Bang! The glass hand was shattered by the statue's tail, and the bloodline fruit fell to the ground. Wang Yujie instinctively glanced at the falling bloodline fruit. Be careful! Lu Zhengyang suddenly shouted. Because at that moment, the tail of another venomous snake statue also swung towards Wang Yujie. Humph! Don't think you can touch my senior sister. Lu Qingji huffed, instantly transforming into a green snake and retaliating with her own tail. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in the enclosed space as the statue's tail was shattered by Lu Qingji's strike. Hiss! Lu Qingji opened her snake mouth and a stream of green energy sprayed out, enveloping the entire venomous snake statue. In an instant, the venomous snake statue was turned into jade, its entire body becoming jade stone. Lu Qingji whipped her tail, shattering the entire venomous snake statue into pieces. Lu Qingji twisted her snake body, transformed back into human form, and reached out to catch the bloodline fruit flying out from the mouth of the venomous snake statue. Hee hee, brother Zhengyang, I also got the bloodline fruit, Lu Qingji said proudly to Lu Zhengyang. Well done. Lu Zhengyang smiled and nodded in response. Qingji, thanks to you just now, I almost got ambushed. Wang Yujie thanked Lu Qingji. Oh, it's nothing, senior sister, we're on the same team. Lu Qingji was very happy because Lu Zhengyang praised her. But now, some people might End up with nothing. Lu Qingji flaunted the bloodline fruit in front of Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. Seeing Lu Qingji's childish behavior, both Lu Zhangyang and Wang Yujie shook their heads helplessly. Let's go, Qingji, we'll head to the next passage, Lu Zhangyang said. Soon, the three of them walked into the returning passage. When Lu Zhangyang took down a bloodline fruit, the passage behind them had reopened at some unknown time. After Lu Zhangyang and the others walked far away, Gu Bingmei looked seriously at Gu Bingwan. Are you sure that thing is down there? Gu Bingwan nodded. Just now, before entering this enclosed space, Gu Bingwan had already sensed the rich aura of ice-type treasures at the entrance. Alright, let's see how my sister tears all of these apart, Gu Bingmei said, half squatting down, one hand pressing against the ground. Whoosh! A pair of black wings unfurled from Gu Bingmei's back. Then, a large surge of black energy spread out from Gu Bingmei's delicate, fair hand, instantly covering the entire ground. Boom! The ground trembled, and the entire enclosed space was plunged into darkness. Boom! In the pitch black, Mazuri-chan pushed his hands against the ground and with a pop pulled his head out. His vision brightened again. Wow! 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 Several crows with flames erupting from their heads circled above Mo-chen. Damn, a sneak attack. Good thing I can take it. Mo-chen cursed, opening his close-fitting beast skin bag. Seeing that the completely red, heat-emitting blood-burning grass was not damaged at all, Mo-chen let out a sigh of relief. Looking around, seeing no one nearby, Mo-chen directly stored the 10 blood-burning grasses from the beast skin bag into the system warehouse. Wow! Just then, a fire crow suddenly swooped down, flying straight towards the beast skin bag in Mo-chen's hand. It wanted to snatch the blood-burning grass. You're a bit too bold. Mo-chen slapped it directly. Slap! The fire crow smashed against the rock wall, turning into a meat paste stuck to it. Ding! Evolution points plus 100. The other fire crows circling above Mo-chen immediately scattered upon seeing this. Mo-chen stood up from the ground, raised his head, and looked at the hundreds of meters high rock wall in front of him. The fire crow's nest was right on the rock wall. Mo-chen had just climbed up from here, using his high defense advantage to forcibly snatch the blood-burning grass from beside the fire crow's nest. The other people who had come to harvest were all frightened by Mo-chen's actions. They were all carefully hiding, waiting for the fire crows to leave the nest before daring to act. Mo-chen, on the other hand, just came up and forcibly picked any fire crow in the nest that dared to stop him was directly slapped to death. Other fire crows attacking Mo-chen didn't bother him at all. They couldn't break his defense. Originally, Mo-chen thought he could quickly pick all the blood-burning grass on this rock wall. However, suddenly a few Beast King-level fire crows appeared, constantly harassing him. Mo-chen's limbs were clinging to the rock wall, and it was inconvenient to fight back. Moreover, one particularly troublesome fire crow relentlessly attacked his rear, directly infuriating Mo-chen, who reached out with both hands to grab it. Unexpectedly, that Crow King was extremely fast and dodged in an instant. Mo-chen then fell from over 100 meters high rock wall. Damn it, I don't believe it. Just a few Crow Kings, and I can't deal with you. Mo-chen shook his head, flinging off the mud from his head, then jumped and directly climbed onto the rock wall, with his hands and feet moving quickly. After a dozen seconds, Mo-chen climbed to over 100 meters high. Wow! 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 A few cawing sounds rang out, and Mo-chen turned his head to see the previous few Crow Kings flapping their wings and flying towards him. This time, let's see if I don't kill you. A fierce look flashed in Mo-chen's eyes as the power of his bloodline surged within him. Bang! Bang! Mo-chen exerted his strength, driving his palms into the rock wall. Then, his body began to swell rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he grew to 10 meters tall. From his shoulders, 2 enormous black hands emerged. Pulling his hands out from the rock wall, Mo-chen turned around, and the bone spines on his back pierced directly into the rock wall. This way, Mo-chen was firmly anchored to the wall. Crash! Mo-chen's 4 hands clawed out a pile of stones from the rock wall. Seeing Mo-chen's sudden transformation, the 4 Crow Kings flapped their wings vigorously, halting in midair. They seemed somewhat confused about how that human had suddenly grown so large. A bunch of silly birds. Mo-chen swung his 4 arms with force. Boom! 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 The thrown debris made explosive sounds as it smashed toward the 4 Crow Kings. Caw! 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 The 4 Fire Crow Kings hurriedly flapped their wings to dodge. Silly birds! Come here! Mo-chen grabbed another pile of rubble from the rock wall and hurled it at the 4 Crow Kings. What the hell? Who is this fierce guy? How dare he provoke the Fire Crow Kings? He seems to be the one who just got thrown down after being attacked. What the hell? So fierce? He fell hundreds of meters and didn't die? 2 Battle Kings hiding in the rock crevices discussed. Caw! 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 The 4 Crow Kings were finally enraged, flames igniting on their wings. Although they didn't quite understand why Mo-chen had suddenly grown so large, they could understand him calling them silly birds. With a flap of their wings, a wave of intense fire swept through, turning the stones Mo-chen had thrown into ashes. 2 fire crows dove directly toward Mo-chen's eyes, while another swung its sharp claws toward his chest. The last one aimed for Mo-chen's groin. It was the one that had attacked him earlier. Damn it! Mo-chan ignored the other 3 fire crows and thrust his 3-toed giant foot forward. Boom! The fire crow king aiming for Mo-chan's groin was directly kicked by him, losing its balance and falling down. Seizing the opportunity, Mo-chan pushed off the rock wall with the black hands behind his shoulders, pulling himself out of the wall. The other 2 hands swung left and right, smashing toward the 2 fire crows trying to peck his eyes. Boom! Boom! The 2 fire crows were struck by the immense force, their flames extinguished. Mo-chan paid no attention to the fire crow that was clawing at his chest. He was now fixated on the fire crow that was plummeting down. Thud! Mo-chan's chest collided with the fire crow that was clawing at him. The fire crow was sent flying. At this moment, Mo-chan had completely fallen from the rock wall, his body rapidly descending. The fire crow he had kicked earlier had regained its senses, flapping its wings to quickly regain balance. However, just as it flapped a few times, it suddenly felt a shadow overhead. Then, it saw Mo-chan grinning, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth as he lunged at it with his 4 large hands. Caw! The fire crow king flapped its wings rapidly but still couldn't escape. Slap! Slap! Mo-chan grabbed the fire crow king's wings. The flames burning on the wings caused no harm to Mo-chan's palms. Then, the 10-meter-tall Mo-chan fell down. Thud! A cloud of dust spread out from the point where Mo-chan landed at the base of the rock wall. His 2 3-toed giant feet slightly bent and Mo-chan stood firmly on the ground. This height posed no threat to his Chi-Yu form. Even if it did, he quickly recovered with his feet on the ground. Caw! 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 The fire crow king caught by Mo-chan struggled wildly. You dared to touch my back door, now die. Mo-chan's other black hand reached down and grabbed the head of the fire crow king. With a forceful tear. Put! The head of the fire crow king was ripped off and bright red, boiling blood flowed from its neck. Ding! Evolution points plus 10,000. On the rock wall, many people were astonished at this scene. Wow, this guy is really ruthless. That cunning fire crow king has finally been taken down. I no longer have to guard my rear. What a relief! The crowd murmured. At that moment, Mo-chan did something that left everyone dumbfounded. He directly lifted the corpse of the fire crow king, tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and caught the blood that flowed from the neck of the fire crow. Chi-Yu devours the heavens. Active skill, devour blood to enhance one's own strength. Mo-chan didn't know how this enhancement worked, so he decided to give it a try. Ding! Evolution points plus 100. Ding! Evolution points plus 100. A series of prompts sounded. It actually adds evolution points? Mo-chan was somewhat surprised. Killing the fire crow king had already granted him 10,000 evolution points. Now, using Chi-Yu devours the heavens, he could gain additional evolution points. At this rate, leveling up would be much more efficient for Mo-chan. It seemed that accumulating 500,000 evolution points wouldn't be too difficult. Meanwhile, on the rock wall, the group of people showed expressions of terror. Is this guy out of his mind? The flesh and blood of exotic beasts can only be consumed if processed, otherwise, it's highly toxic, let alone that of a beast king. Damn, he won't be poisoned to death, will he? Drinking blood in anger, that's just too ruthless. Why does he look like he's enjoying it? Didn't they say the blood of exotic beasts is extremely hard to drink and toxic? Now I'm thirsty just watching him. As the crowd discussed, the blood of the fire crow king had already run dry. Ha! It's gone so soon? Mo-chan frowned, paused for a moment, and even reached out to twist the fire crow king's corpse. In the end, he managed to squeeze out 2 drops of blood. Ding! Evolution points plus 100. Ding! Evolution points plus 100. After completely squeezing out the blood, Mo-chan tossed the shriveled corpse of the crow king onto the ground. After consuming the blood, Mo-chan had gained another 10,000 evolution points. Calculating, a single fire crow king could provide him with 20,000 evolution points. Thinking of this, Mo-chan raised his head and cast his gaze towards the other 3 fire crow kings in the sky. Wah! 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 The 3 fire crow kings screamed and flew far away. Boring. Mo-chan walked directly to the rock wall, plunged his 4 large hands into it, and began to climb upward. Boom 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 boom. Mo-chan's massive size, combined with those 4 hands, allowed him to move at incredible speed. However, it caused significant damage to the rock wall. Those who didn't know would think Mo-chan was there to demolish the wall. When Mo-chan climbed to the place where the fire crow flock roost, whoosh! Thousands of fire crows flew directly out of their nests. Wah 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 wah! Thousands of fire crows screeched, creating an extreme racket. Mo-chan, however, was somewhat speechless. I'm just here to pick some blood flame grass, am I really that scary? After Mo-chan said this, he noticed that the Battle King experts who had been hiding in the rock wall to harvest blood flame grass were all crawling out from the crevices and quickly making their way down. A few who were closer to Mo-chan even crawled sideways for a bit before hurriedly descending when they were a little farther away. Am I a beast king? Why are they so afraid of me? Mo-chan frowned. Not bothering with these people, Mo-chan began to harvest the blood flame grass. Now, an entire rock wall of blood flame grass was all his. As Mo-chan happily prepared to harvest an entire wall of blood flame grass in the beast god temple, Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan followed. behind Lu Zhangyang and the others, gradually obtaining 5 bloodline fruits. At the same time, Gu Bingwan wore a large piece of Xianjing cold jade. This was something that Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan had retrieved from the underground space of the first passage. Seeing that Gu Bingmei had managed to get such a large piece of Xianjing cold jade, Lu Zhangyang and the others were quite surprised. With this piece of Xianjing cold jade, Gu Bingwan's bloodline power was constantly maintained at its peak state. Of course, she had not yet become a battle king, and even maintaining a peak state was of little use. No matter how peak she was still no match for Lu Zhangyang and the others. However, Gu Bingwan estimated that with this piece of Xianjing cold jade plus the bloodline fruits, it should be enough for her to advance to battle king. As for the so-called bloodline micro-level, it was completely not a problem for a genius like Gu Bingwan. Ah, another bloodline fruit. After entering a new passage and seeing the 5 bloodline fruits placed on the stone platform, Lu Qingji felt a bit disheartened. They had passed through 4 passages along the way, and basically, they were all bloodline fruits with no other good items. Bloodline fruits are still pretty good. I remember someone said that in the Beast God Temple, some passages have nothing at all, just traps, Lu Zhangyang said with a smile to comfort her. Let's grab 3 bloodline fruits and leave quickly, Lu Zhangyang added. They each had about 4 bloodline fruits by now, which was more than enough to increase their bloodline awakening level. Therefore, they needed to conserve more energy for the treasures that might appear later. Lu Zhangyang and the others skillfully took down 3 bloodline fruits, but they still sustained some minor injuries. Not every trap could be avoided, some traps could only be endured. Ladies, the remaining 2 bloodline fruits are up to you. We'll be leaving now, so be careful. Lu Zhangyang cupped his fists at Gu Bingwan and Gu Bingmei before leaving with Lu Qingji and Wang Yujie. TCH. Offering kindness without reason, either a thief or a schemer, Gu Bingmei said disdainfully. However, she did not move to pick the bloodline fruits yet. Once Lu Zhangyang and the others had completely walked far away, Gu Bingmei took action. Sister, be careful not to get caught in it, Gu Bingmei said, then transformed into a wisp of black smoke and swept towards the other 2 bloodline fruits. On the stone platform, the black smoke wrapped around the bloodline fruits and directly tossed them to Gu Bingwan. Gu Bingmei reached out to catch them. At that moment, 4 axes fell, targeting the black smoke that Gu Bingmei had transformed into without any blind spots. Bang! Bang! The giant axes swept past the black smoke and struck the wall. The black smoke swirled and flew to Gu Bingwan's side, then reformed into Gu Bingmei's appearance. You scared me to death, Gu Bingmei patted her heaving chest. After becoming a battle king, Gu Bingmei found that she had developed again. However, Gu Bingmei was not happy because she discovered that many of her clothes no longer fit. Let's go, we need to catch up with them, Gu Bingmei said. They had been obtaining bloodline fruits in this manner all along. Thanks to Gu Bingmei's special ability from her Black Phoenix bloodline, she didn't have to worry about these traps at all. Of course, this method definitely couldn't be known to Lu Zhangyang and the others. If they knew that Gu Bingmei could obtain bloodline fruits without injury, they might force her to pick them for them. Therefore, Gu Bingmei remained very cautious. She quickly followed Lu Zhangyang and the others, and the 5 of them entered another passage's internal space. This space had an area of over 80 square meters, but it was completely empty. There were no signs of traps to be seen. As soon as they entered, a wild aura rushed towards them. Feeling this aura, Lu Zhangyang's expression froze. Rumble. The ground began to shake. Retreat to the edge. Lu Zhangyang quickly called out, retreating directly to the edge of the space, leaning against the wall. Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan followed suit. After they all stepped back, the ground in the center rose up and a stone platform emerged. On the stone platform, there was only a black and gold magic cube. The platform rose to over 3 meters high before stopping. Senior sister, what is that thing? Lu Qingji asked, pulling on the arm of Wang Yujie beside her. The usually quiet Wang Yujie shook her head and then turned to look at Lu Zhangyang not far away. At that moment, Lu Zhangyang, seeing the black and gold magic cube, revealed a fervent expression in his eyes. Heart of the Beast God. It really is the heart of the Beast God, Lu Zhangyang shouted in his heart. However, when Wang Yujie turned to look over, the fervor in Lu Zhangyang's eyes instantly retracted. I don't know what this is, but it must be some kind of treasure to appear here alone, Lu Zhangyang said. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Bingmei, not far away, heard this and pouted. Then, Lu Qingji turned around and glared at Gu Bingmei. Gu Bingmei, unwilling to back down, glared back. In the passageway, the 2 beautiful girls widened their eyes, staring at each other. This space has only this one thing, the surrounding mechanisms must be exceptionally powerful. This time, the 3 of us will work together to take this down and study it thoroughly, Lu Zhangyang said, with a serious expression. Brother Zhangyang, I'll listen to you, Lu Qingji immediately replied, ignoring Gu Bingmei. Okay, senior brother. Wang Yujie also responded. Ladies, please try to keep your distance to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Lu Zhangyang, changing from his usual gentle demeanor, said seriously to Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. TCH. Sister, let's move. Further away, Gu Bingmei pulled Gu Bingwan to the farthest corner. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyang did not thank them and directly walked up to Lu Qingji and Wang Yujie to start making arrangements. Before long, the three had come to an agreement. Try to keep up. If anything unexpected happens, don't panic, Lu Zhangyang instructed before the action. Both girls nodded solemnly. Alright. After Lu Zhangyang finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the heart of the beast god on the stone platform not far away. Whoosh! A layer of flames erupted from Lu Zhangyang's body and he quickly transformed. In the end, Lu Zhangyang turned into a locust with human hands and feet. An S-class beast-type insect bloodline, the flame locust. The two pairs of slender wings on his back suddenly trembled and Lu Zhangyang shot up. Lu Qingji also unleashed all her bloodline power, transforming into a green snake with two fleshy horns above its eyes. Wang Yujie was enveloped in layers of glass-like material, wrapping herself tightly. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from above the space, heading straight for Lu Zhangyang. Lu Zhangyang flapped his wings, his figure flickering, and instantly appeared on the other side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! But suddenly, countless holes appeared in the wall and hundreds of stone arrows shot towards Lu Zhangyang. Quick! Lu Zhangyang shouted loudly. Lu Qingji and Wang Yujie immediately followed. Relying on his extreme speed, Lu Zhangyang triggered the two most difficult mechanisms to avoid right from the start. Soon, Lu Qingji also triggered a mechanism. Meanwhile, Wang Yujie's large hand, wrapped in layers of glass, reached for the stone platform with a magic cube. In the air, a large glass hand reappeared, grabbing the black and gold magic cube. Boom! A long spear fell from directly above the magic cube, instantly shattering Wang Yujie's glass hand. The black and gold magic cube was grazed by the spear and flew out. Clap! Wang Yujie personally reached out and caught the black and gold magic cube. With the magic cube in hand, Wang Yujie immediately retreated, landing in a safe area. Lu Zhangyang and Lu Qingji also quickly withdrew. Finally got it. Seeing the black gold magic cube in Wang Yujie's hand, Lu Zhangyang was so excited that he didn't even notice the stone arrow piercing through his abdomen. Seeing Lu Zhangyang's somewhat excited expression, Wang Yujie handed over the black gold cube. Lu Zhangyang reached out to grab the black gold cube. However, unexpectedly, the black gold cube did not lift. Ha! Wang Yujie shook her hand in confusion and found that the black gold cube was actually stuck to her hand. Senior brother, Wang Yujie panicked a little. I'll help you. Lu Zhangyang was also a bit flustered. He didn't know much about the beast god's heart, but he knew that once the beast god's heart recognized its master, it couldn't be separated from a person, unless the person holding the beast god's heart died. Lu Zhangyang gripped the black gold cube in Wang Yujie's hand tightly and pulled outward. But the black gold cube seemed to have fused with Wang Yujie and she was pulled up as well. Senior brother, I feel like something from the cube has entered my body through my arm, Wang Yujie said in terror. What? Lu Zhangyang stopped. Senior brother, am I going to have a problem? Wang Yujie asked anxiously. The usually calm her was suddenly thrown into chaos by this unexpected turn of events. Senior sister, where do you feel that thing entering your body? Lu Qingji, beside them, looked at Wang Yujie with concern. I feel like it's now at my heart. Wang Yujie's expression grew increasingly frantic. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhangyang's pupils contracted. This is bad, it's completely recognizing its master. Yujie, don't move, I'll help you. Lu Zhangyang quickly called out, then stepped forward. Put! Lu Zhangyang's palm and arm directly plunged into Wang Yujie's chest. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Senior brother, you. Wang Yujie looked down at her chest, then raised her head to look at Lu Zhangyang. At this moment, Lu Zhangyang had already returned to his human form. The scar running from his forehead to his jaw was slightly red with excitement. I found that thing. Bang! Lu Zhangyang exerted force with his palm, directly crushing Wang Yujie's heart. A golden thread flew out from Wang Yujie's chest and directly entered the black gold cube. The black gold cube, which had been stuck to Wang Yujie's hand and couldn't be pulled off no matter how hard she tried, fell from her hand. Bang! 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 The black gold cube rolled away. Lu Zhangyang immediately withdrew his hand, took a few steps, and quickly picked up the black gold cube. Wang Yujie's body lost support and fell to the ground with a thud. Since Wang Yujie was at the level of a war king at this moment, her heart was crushed, but she had not completely died yet. On the ground, Wang Yujie struggled to turn her head and look at Lu Zhangyang. At this moment, Lu Zhangyang, with a bloodied hand holding the black gold cube, had eyes full of fervor. Senior brother, why? Wang Yujie said, a stream of blood foam flowing from the corner of her mouth. This is the beast god's heart. Once refined, I will have the potential to advance to War Emperor. Lu Zhangyang revealed a sincere smile. Originally, I just wanted to secretly claim it for myself, but who told you to accidentally trigger the recognition ceremony? Lu Zhangyang shook his head regretfully. But don't worry, when I transform into a flame locust, I will eat your body clean, so you will be with me forever. Lu Zhenyang squatted down and gently stroked Wan Yuji's face with his other hand. Actually, I had no choice. When you confessed to me back then, I really considered it. But my bloodline mutated. I increasingly don't want to return to human form. I feel that the beast is my true form. Moreover, my human body is about to collapse, do you know? Lu Zhenyang said, raising his hand to grasp the scar on his forehead. With a hard tear. Whoosh! The scar tore open, and Lu Zhenyang's face directly transformed into two pieces of skin sliding off from his head, finally drooping onto his shoulders. Beneath these two pieces of human skin was a face resembling a locust covered in white flesh and blood vessels. However, this locust face was not entirely like a locust, it still retained most of its human features. Wang Yujie widened her eyes, looking at Lu Zhenyang, and then fell silent. Lu Zhenyang stood up and looked at Lu Qingji, who was completely frozen in fear. Qingji, I'm sorry for making you see this. Lu Zhenyang stepped towards Lu Qingji. Run! Not far away, Gu Bingmei shouted urgently. However, for some reason, even though the heart of the beast god had been removed, the passage they came through had not opened. Lu Qingji remained dazed, standing in place. Lu Zhenyang approached Lu Qingji, one hand cradling her small face. Brother has no choice, becoming like this was forced upon me. At that moment, Lu Qingji came to her senses, tears of a green hue streaming down her face. Brother, it's okay. Even if you become like this, Qingji won't despise you. Senior sister likes you, but Qingji likes you even more. As long as brother loves me, Qingji will always love you. Lu Qingji tilted her head back, looking at Lu Zhenyang. Not far away, Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan were shocked by the scene. Is this Lu Qingji mentally challenged? Really, is it true? Lu Zhenyang's voice trembled slightly. It's true, Qingji will never lie to brother. Tears of green continued to flow down Lu Qingji's face. Qingji, you're too good, Lu Zhenyang said. Put. In the next moment, Lu Zhenyang's fingers plunged directly into Lu Qingji's neck. But, I don't believe you anymore. After saying that, Lu Zhenyang's fingers dug deeper. Put. Lu Qingji spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother, you lied to me? Lu Qingji looked at Lu Zhenyang in disbelief. Only after dying do you understand? Gu Bingmei said, somewhat speechless. This Lu Qingji really has a problem. How could someone like her cultivate to the level of a battle king, and still be the disciple of the renowned Yu Cheng battle emperor? Sorry, Qingji, this heart of the beast god is too important to me. After saying that, Lu Zhenyang twisted the fingers he had inserted into Lu Qingji's neck. Although he said he was sorry, Lu Zhenyang still needed to ensure Lu Qingji was completely dead. Slap! Lu Qingji's delicate hand grasped Lu Zhenyang's wrist, seemingly struggling. Lu Zhenyang's expression remained unchanged, and only after completely crushing Lu Qingji's neck did he let go. Lu Qingji also released her grip. Stepping back a few paces, her neck gaping and blood pouring down to her left shoulder. Brother, you lied to me, Lu Qingji said, unwillingly. Seeing that Lu Qingji could still speak, Lu Zhenyang frowned and stepped forward. I hate it most when someone lies to me. Lu Qingji's face, resting on her shoulder, became somewhat grotesque. Put. Lu Zhenyang delivered a knife hand strike, completely severing Lu Qingji's head. With a thud, Lu Qingji's head rolled to the ground. However, Lu Qingji's body remained standing. Put. Suddenly, Lu Qingji's chest split open. Lu Zhenyang was momentarily stunned. It seemed he hadn't attacked Lu Qingji's chest. What was happening? Put. Lu Qingji's chest opened up even wider. In the end, Lu Qingji's body split open from her chest down to her abdomen. A naked, smaller version of Lu Qingji stepped out from within. Just as the smaller Lu Qingji took a step forward, her body rapidly grew larger. Aside from being completely naked and her hair turning green, Lu Qingji looked no different from before. Lu Zhenyang's eyes widened. Brother, I hate it most when someone lies to me. Lu Qingji stared at Lu Zhenyang. Swish! Lu Zhenyang disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, Lu Zhenyang had transformed into his flame locust form, appearing behind Lu Qingji. His sharp limbs lunged directly at Lu Qingji's back, as white as jade. Lu Qingji turned her body, and above her pert backside, a slender long tail emerged. Crack! The long tail struck Lu Zhenyang's limb. The immense force made Lu Zhenyang take 2 steps back, and the chitinous shell on his arm had been shattered, leaving him with significant injuries inside. Lu Zhenyang was somewhat incredulous. His flame locust bloodline had top-notch defenses. How could Lu Qingji shatter it so easily with a single strike? At that moment, Lu Qingji, completely bare, turned around, her long tail swaying behind her, directly brushing in front of her, the tip even flicking at her chin. With a small opening of her mouth, Lu Qingji gently bit her own tail. Seeing Lu Zhenyang staring at her in shock, Lu Qingji let out a soft laugh. Senior brother, I am the true heir of the beast god, while you have never received the beast god's recognition. No, I misspoke, the beast god doesn't even know you. At this moment, Lu Zhenyang stared blankly at Lu Qingji, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. After learning about his bloodline mutation, he had been trying to find a way to become the beast god's successor. Becoming the beast god's successor and gaining the Beast God's recognition would allow him to optimize his bloodline and possess the potential to ascend to the rank of Battle Emperor. Once he became a Battle Emperor, this minor mutation would mean nothing. However, he never expected that his seemingly simple-minded junior sister, Lu Qingji, was actually the Beast God's successor. Why are you able to become the Beast God's successor? Lu Zhenyang's voice was somewhat choked. Because I have a double S-class bloodline, so the Beast God chose me, Lu Qingji said with a cheerful smile. Lu Zhenyang seemed unable to accept this, his body trembling as he took a half-step back. If Master finds out, Before Lu Zhenyang could finish his sentence, Lu Qingji interrupted him. Do you really think Master doesn't know? Master is a top-notch among battle emperors, and he has known about my identity as the Beast God's successor for a long time. Hearing Lu Qingji's words, Lu Zhenyang was once again stunned. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Master also knows about your bloodline mutation, but he can't be bothered with you. After all, Master is too busy, with over 30 Battle King disciples, and 2 Battle Emperor disciples under him. While playing with her tail with her fingers, Lu Qingji said this playfully. Senior brother, I've told you so much, you should be prepared, right? Lu Qingji suddenly blinked at Lu Zhenyang. If you're not ready, then there's only death. As soon as the word death left her lips, Lu Zhenyang charged at Lu Qingji with a roar. At the same time, Lu Zhenyang was engulfed in flames, the intense heat making the entire passage feel scorching. Is it really going to turn into a fight? Gu Bingmei held Gu Bingwan's hand, looking somewhat dazed at Lu Zhenyang and Lu Qingji. The series of events that had just unfolded left Gu Bingmei's mind spinning. Boom! The next moment, Lu Zhenyang and Lu Qingji collided with each other. Lu Qingji, bare skin with long green hair, did not dodge at all in the face of Lu Zhenyang's frenzied attacks. The collision of her snow-white skin with Lu Zhenyang's armored body caused no damage whatsoever. Moreover, Lu Qingji showed no fear of the scorching flames emanating from Lu Zhenyang. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a bare-handed contest, with Lu Zhenyang transforming into his flame locust form, his sharp limbs continuously attacking Lu Qingji. Senior brother, you're making me a bit hurt, Lu Qingji said with a gentle smile, her long legs slightly bending as her slender waist twisted sharply. Smack! Her long tail struck directly against Lu Zhenyang's face. Swish! The next moment, Lu Qingji reached for Lu Zhenyang's neck. In that instant, a layer of transparent yet subtly iridescent scales covered her delicate white fingers, and her nails transformed to resemble the texture of scales. However, the nails only sharpened, not lengthened. Clang! The sharp nails grazed Lu Zhenyang's neck, producing a sound like metal clashing. Lu Zhenyang, relying on his hard shell, did not defend against this move, and his sharp arm wrapped around Lu Qingji. He intended to strangle Lu Qingji with his arm. Lu Qingji immediately burst into laughter. Senior brother, did you forget I have a double bloodline? As soon as she finished speaking, a layer of fine, transparent scales appeared on Lu Qingji's body. Under the reflection of the flames from Lu Zhenyang, the scales on Lu Qingji shimmered with colorful light. Besides growing scales, her entire face elongated and a transparent horn sprouted from her forehead. Lu Qingji gently turned in Lu Zhenyang's embrace. Bang! 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 Lu Zhenyang's outer shell suddenly emitted a loud bang. Bang! Turning back to face Lu Qingji, she gripped Lu Zhenyang's neck with both hands. Senior brother, you really are a bit weak. After saying that, Lu Qingji exerted her strength. Crack! The hard shell around Lu Zhenyang's neck began to show cracks. As Lu Qingji applied more force, the cracks on Lu Zhenyang's neck multiplied. Bang! Lu Zhenyang frantically struck Lu Qingji with his hands and feet. But Lu Qingji firmly held onto his neck. Boom! Finally, with a loud explosion, the shell around Lu Zhenyang's neck burst open. Without the protection of the shell, Lu Zhenyang's neck was crushed into mincemeat by Lu Qingji's grip. Flesh and blood exploded, with some splattering onto the stone pillar that originally held the black gold magic cube. Bang! 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 The black gold magic cube on Lu Zhenyang also rolled to the ground. Lu Qingji released her grip and Lu Zhenyang's head, along with the flesh, tilted back before thudding onto the ground. After clapping her hands, Lu Qingji wiped the blood off and then hopped over to the black gold magic cube, bending down to pick it up. The heart of the beast god is in hand. Lu Qingji held the black gold magic cube high and examined it closely. Oh right, the heart of the beast god isn't ready yet, taking it out is useless. Lu Qingji suddenly slapped her forehead and said. Then, she flicked her slender arm, tossing the black gold magic cube. With a thud, it landed steadily in the center of the stone platform. I still have to wait 10 more minutes, Lu Qingji muttered to herself before turning to look at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. By the way, I don't have any clothes to wear, yours look nice. As soon as Lu Qingji finished speaking, her figure instantly appeared in front of Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. Whoosh! Gu Bingmei reacted quickly, almost simultaneously, transforming her body into black smoke, whisking Gu Bingwan away into the air above the passage space. So stingy, I just want to borrow a piece of clothing, Lu Qingji said somewhat angrily, transforming her body into a green snake and flying directly towards Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan in the air. Gu Bingmei could turn into black smoke, freely changing her form and position. However, Gu Bingwan had not yet reached the King of War realm, and her bloodline awakening was not high, leaving her with no resistance against Lu Qingji. Therefore, Gu Bingmei dared not confront Lu Qingji and could only keep fleeing in the space with Gu Bingwan. Meanwhile, on the rock wall where the fire crow was located, Mo Chen, 10 meters tall, was laden with 5 large bags. At this moment he had already climbed to the top of the rock wall. He started picking the burning blood grass from the bottom and continued until he reached the top, nearly stripping the entire rock wall bare. With a strong push, Mo Chen leaped from the rock wall and landed with a thud at the very top. Looking around, he could see the situation for dozens of miles. At the same time, Mo Chen also spotted several similar rock walls a few dozen miles away. There should also be fire crows residing there. Forget it, I have 5 large bags of burning blood grass, that's barely enough, no need to run so far. Mo Chen shook his head and began to lightly pick his burning blood grass, storing them in the system warehouse. A minute later, the 5 large bags in Mo Chen's hands were empty. A total of 1,000 stalks of burning blood grass. Not too bad. Mo Chen sat at the top of the rock wall, nodding in satisfaction. Buzz. Just then, the crystal energy communicator in Mo Chen's hand suddenly vibrated. Mo Chen was puzzled. There shouldn't be any signal in the second layer of the cave. Opening the communicator, Mo Chen discovered it was a distress signal. Moreover, the sender was from the first martial school. Southeast direction? Seeing the approximate location of the sender, Mo Chen looked towards the southeast. The southeast was a dense forest. In the middle of the forest, the most obvious thing was the beast god temple built of stone. Inside the beast god temple? Mo Chen frowned. The beast god temple was not a safe place. If danger were to arise there, one would have to break into the temple first to rescue someone. Too troublesome, not going. Mo Chen directly blocked this distress signal. In the southeast of the beast god temple, in the opposite direction from where Mo Chen was on the rock wall, Wang Yanmei, clad entirely in platinum, was swiftly moving through the dense forest. She had come from the location of the Third Army's underground cave. Of course, she wasn't here to find Mo Chen. She was unaware that Mo Chen had entered the second level of the cave alone. She was here to find the heart of the beast god. Last time, the heart of the beast god, which was hidden in the Bagua city and originally belonged to her, was taken by Mo Chen. This time, she planned to come to the beast god temple to seize another heart of the beast god. Every inheritor of the beast god had a share of the heart of the beast god. However, the inheritors were in a competitive relationship, and it was not uncommon for them to snatch the heart of the beast god from each other. The heart of the beast god had a strong effect on bloodline evolution. The more hearts one obtained, the stronger their bloodline would become. Wang Yanmei had come this time to take the heart of the beast god that belonged to Lu Qingji. There are still about 8 minutes left. That should be enough. Wang Yanmei continued to rush toward the beast god temple. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, who was on the rock wall, noticed that his communicator vibrated again. This time, the distress signal came from another person. Of course, it was also from the first martial school. Another one from the beast god temple? Mo Chen frowned. He felt something was off. The beast god temple was filled with traps, and many battle kings who entered had never come out again. Moreover, those who entered later had never found the bodies of the battle kings who had died inside. The beast god temple could be considered one of the most bizarre places in the second level of the cave. Generally speaking, if one was trapped in the mechanisms of the beast god temple, they should not expect to get out. Yet, the other party was still continuously sending out distress signals. Could it be that someone is deliberately using the first martial school's communicator to lure people in? Mo Chen suddenly thought. He had considered doing something like that before. Capturing people from other schools or factions, beating them half to death, and then using their communicators to send out distress signals to attract their companions, and then robbing them. However, Mo Chen had abandoned the idea, thinking it would attract too much hatred and that it would be inconvenient to act alone. With this thought, Mo Chen felt a surge of interest. If there really were people from the first martial school in danger sending out distress signals, he might not go. But thinking that this could be a trap, he couldn't resist. Black eating black. They robbed others, and Mo Chen would directly rob them. Mo Chen was a bit impatient and leaped down from the rock wall. A few seconds later, boom! The ground shook, the rock wall trembled a few times, and some debris rolled down from the wall. Then, Mo Chen headed toward the beast god temple. Meanwhile, in another direction, Wang Yanmei, who was moving quickly, stopped. What was that noise just now? Is there a giant beast nearby? Wang Yanmei lightly tapped her toes and immediately leaped to the treetops, looking around. After surveying the area, Wang Yanmei found that there were no giant beasts, and she did not sense any strong aura. Wang Yanmei felt something was off. She had always been very cautious and had never been careless, except for that time in Bagua City. I need to hurry over. Wang Yanmei did not delay and continued rushing toward the beast god temple. There were still 5 minutes left until the heart of the beast god was fully matured. When Wang Yanmei arrived at the beast god temple, boom! The stone door of the beast god temple opened. Lu Qingji walked out barefoot. At this moment, Lu Qingji was wearing a layer of thin gauze, which offered no modesty, and some parts were still clearly visible. Sister, your clothes are nice, can you lend them to me? Lu Qingji looked at Wang Yanmei with surprise. I'm sorry, I don't. Wang Yanmei had just started to speak when, with a swish, Lu Qingji appeared right in front of her. With hands covered in transparent scales, she reached directly for Wang Yanmei. Wang Yanmei's gaze sharpened. She hadn't expected her opponent to strike immediately. In the blink of an eye, her body transformed into a platinum color and her arm blocked. In front of her. Clang! A series of sparks erupted as Wang Yanmei simultaneously threw a punch, landing it on Lu Qingji's abdomen. Lu Qingji was instantly sent flying. However, in midair, she twisted her body and transformed into a green snake, dissipating the force of the impact. Bang! The ground beneath Wang Yanmei exploded as she instantly appeared in front of Lu Qingji. Her platinum-colored palm reached directly for Lu Qingji's vital point. Hiss! Lu Qingji opened her mouth and expelled a wave of green energy. This green energy didn't seem particularly menacing, but Wang Yanmei's heart tightened. Her instincts told her that she absolutely could not come into contact with this green aura. In the air, Wang Yanmei agilely flipped backward, avoiding the green energy that was aimed at her. The two distanced themselves again. Lu Qingji landed on the steps in front of the Beast God Temple's stone door, returning to her human form. Sister, you're so fierce. If you won't lend it, then just don't. Lu Qingji said somewhat dejectedly. Not far away, behind a tree, Mo Chen, who had activated the max-level fox concealment technique and seemed to have entered another layer of space, watched this scene with some regret. Fight! Why aren't you fighting anymore? Mo Chen thought it was quite interesting to watch women fight. Compared to Lu Qingji's current appearance in thin gauze, he was more interested in seeing her transform into a green snake and battle Wang Yanmei. You have dual bloodlines? Wang Yanmei suddenly said. Lu Qingji was taken aback. You figured that out? Lu Qingji was somewhat surprised. But you can't go around telling people about this, Lu Qingji added. Then, she turned and walked into the stone door of the Beast God Temple. Inside the stone door was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Wang Yanmei felt a bit anxious. It was time to retrieve the Beast God's heart. And the inheritor of the Beast God, who possessed this heart, would definitely be the first to come into contact with it. This girl must be the inheritor of the Beast God, because she, like me, has dual bloodlines. Wang Yanmei's expression grew serious. After just having fought with her, Wang Yanmei felt that this girl, whose behavior was somewhat strange, was very strong. It would probably be very difficult to snatch the Beast God's heart from her. It's all that bastard Mo Chen's fault, otherwise I wouldn't have to come here to fight someone else for the Beast God's heart. Wang Yanmei cursed inwardly. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps sounded. Lu Qingji, draped in a layer of thin gauze and nearly naked, walked out. However, she had an extra rope in her hand. Behind the rope were two young girls. Their hands were tightly bound, and their chests were also tightly constricted. Even their feet were tied up, though it didn't hinder their walking. The pale-faced Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan staggered out from the dark passage. Wang Yanmei glanced at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, then her gaze fell on Gu Bingmei's prominent chest. Because a black and gold magic cube was tied with a rope hanging around Gu Bingmei's neck, perfectly suspended in front of her chest. Suppressing the urge to rush forward and seize the Beast God heart, Wang Yanmei looked at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. You kidnapped people from the first martial arts school? Wang Yanmei asked. Yes, Lu Qingji nodded, admitting it directly. Aren't you afraid of being found out? As long as you don't tell anyone, it's fine, Lu Qingji said, pulling on the rope forcefully as she walked down the steps. Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan were dragged along, stumbling forward. Oh, are you so sure I won't tell anyone? Wang Yanmei stepped back, creating distance from Lu Qingji. Although she was staring at Lu Qingji while speaking, her full attention was on the Beast God heart on Gu Bingmei's chest. Of course, Lu Qingji smiled sweetly, because sister, you are also a descendant of the Beast God. Wang Yanmei was taken aback by this statement. Sister, you and I are both dual bloodlines, and just now, during our exchange, I sensed the Beast God aura within your soul. Seeing Wang Yanmei in a daze, Lu Qingji covered her small mouth with her jade hand and smiled. Soul aura? Wang Yanmei's heart tightened, but she did not believe Lu Qingji's words. To perceive soul aura, one would at least need to be at the Battle Emperor level, and it also required the person being sensed to be completely unguarded. Of course, it was also possible that Lu Qingji's bloodline possessed such an ability. However, that was no longer important. Wang Yanmei only knew that her identity was exposed, and the other party was already on guard. She could only forcefully snatch it. Boom! Wang Yanmei's bloodline power erupted, her entire body turning platinum as she charged towards Lu Qingji. Sister, your temper is really fierce, Lu Qingji giggled, a layer of transparent scales appearing all over her body, her fingernails sharpening, and her face elongating. This was another form of her bloodline. With a movement, Lu Qingji charged forward, directly confronting Wang Yanmei. Bang! 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 The two bodies collided in mid-air. Both Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji had extremely strong defenses, causing no effective damage to each other. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over a dozen moves in the air. Pulling back, the two hovered in the air, staring at each other. Sister! This beast god heart is mine, I can't give it to you. Lu Qingji laughed. Wang Yanmei said nothing, her platinum body writhing and transforming into a platinum tiger in midair. This was Wang Yanmei's second bloodline. Mother. Tiger? Not far away, Mo Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing Wang Yanmei's form. Roar! With a beastly roar, Wang Yanmei transformed into a silver shadow and pounced towards Lu Qingji. Whoosh! In the air, Wang Yanmei's massive tiger paw reached for Lu Qingji's chest. Due to Wang Yanmei's sudden increase in speed, Lu Qingji couldn't evade in time and quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest to barely block it. Boom! With a loud crash, Lu Qingji found herself against the outer wall of the beast god temple. The outer wall of the temple was only slightly damaged, with some mud knocked off but otherwise intact. Rumble! Another loud crash sounded as Wang Yanmei's paw struck the spot where Lu Qingji had been. However, Lu Qingji had already transformed into a green snake and slithered to the ground. The platinum tiger form of Wang Yanmei swiftly attacked Lu Qingji on the ground. Lu Qingji was agile, constantly dodging. Wang Yanmei is actually this powerful? Mo Chen frowned. If it were him fighting, he might not be able to subdue her with a single move. If he couldn't subdue her in one move, there was a chance she could escape. So, now is not the right time to act. I need to wait for them to injure each other. Thinking this, Mo Chen watched the two getting further away and then turned to look at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan in front of the beast god gate. Heh, do you really think I'm that foolish? That I would take the bait? Mo Chen sneered. Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei fought over the heart of the beast god, but now, leaving the heart behind and running away? Only a fool would believe that. Mo Chen continued to wait in place. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the completely naked Lu Qingji walked out from the passage of the beast god temple. As soon as Lu Qingji stepped out, the temple's main door slammed shut with a loud bang. Strange. I clearly sensed other presences around. Lu Qingji's big eyes darted around. In the next moment, Lu Qingji's body suddenly vanished from the spot. Boom! A beam of platinum light struck where Lu Qingji had just been. Although Lu Qingji dodged in time, Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan were knocked out directly. Since the two were tied together by a rope, they fell out together. Whoosh! Wang Yanmei rushed towards Gu Bingmei first. Meanwhile, Lu Qingji transformed into her second form and charged towards Wang Yanmei. Bang! Wang Yanmei was knocked away. At the same time, Mo Chen saw another Lu Qingji rushing over from not far away. However, this Lu Qingji only took a few steps before deflating like a balloon. Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji ignored this side and continued their fierce battle. At this moment, Lu Qingji's true form fought Wang Yanmei, and the gap between them was no longer as obvious as before. The two fought for several minutes, exchanging hundreds of moves, but neither could gain the upper hand. Moreover, Mo Chen could clearly see that both were holding back, afraid of being picked off after they exhausted each other. Why are they so skilled? Mo Chen frowned. He had initially hoped to take advantage of the situation, but now it seemed he had to exert some effort. First, let's get that thing. Mo Chen turned to look at the heart of the beast god on Gu Bingmei's chest not far away. With a movement, Mo Chen headed straight for Gu Bingmei. Meanwhile, Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei were still entangled in battle. Sister, you can't do anything to me. Why not just let it go? You can't possibly get the heart of the beast god, so why waste your energy? Lu Qingji said while reaching for Wang Yanmei's neck. Hearing this, Wang Yanmei stepped back to avoid Lu Qingji's claw and then opened her mouth. Buzz! A bright silver light shot out from Wang Yanmei's mouth. Lu Qingji didn't expect Wang Yanmei to suddenly do this. In a hurry, her figure flickered. Boom! The beast god temple behind Lu Qingji was hit, exploding in a burst of white light. Taking advantage of Lu Qingji's dodge, Wang Yanmei instantly moved closer to Gu Bingmei. With a tiger claw, she reached for the heart of the beast god on Gu Bingmei's chest. Ah! Gu Bingmei let out a delicate cry and closed her eyes. Then, Gu Bingmei felt a touch on her chest. She was a bit puzzled. The claw came down, but it didn't hurt at all. Peeking open her eyelids, Gu Bingmei saw a shocked tiger face. At that moment, Wang Yanmei's claws were empty. She hadn't gotten the heart of the beast god. Gu Bingmei turned to look in Lu Qingji's direction. Lu Qingji also wore a look of astonishment, because just a moment ago, they had seen with their own eyes the heart of the beast god on Gu Bingmei's chest suddenly vanish into thin air. Even more bizarre was that they hadn't sensed any other presence at all. As Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji were in a daze, Mo Chen was standing nearby. Originally, he was slowly walking over, about to get close to Gu Bingmei. However, Wang Yanmei suddenly rushed over, and Mo Chen had no choice but to take the risk of being discovered and grabbed the heart of the beast god. At the same time, he stored it in the system warehouse. Therefore, in the eyes of Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji, the heart of the beast god seemed to vanish in an instant. The other party must still be nearby. At that moment, Wang Yanmei suddenly reacted, her bloodline igniting, releasing a dazzling silver light. Blazing feather state? Lu Qingji, not far away, was somewhat surprised. Just a moment ago, Wang Yanmei had barely entered the boiling state, and now she was directly in the blazing feather state. If you hesitate any longer and the other party gets away, you'll never retrieve the heart of the beast god, Wang Yanmei said coldly, her body moving quickly. Seeing this, Lu Qingji gritted her teeth, igniting her bloodline as well, and instantly entered the blazing feather state. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Qingji also vanished from her spot. Emo-chen noticed that as soon as Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji arrived, they circled around him, then walked towards each other, continuously shrinking the circle. With this, Emo-chen had no chance to escape. However, taking this opportunity, Emo-chen carefully observed the two. When he browsed through the information on the boiling state earlier, he had also seen some details about the blazing feather state. The blazing feather state burns all the power of the bloodline within. In this state, it can increase combat power by up to 3 times. The thicker the bloodline power, the stronger the effect. Due to the overwhelming force released in this state, some energy dissipates, spreading out on both sides of the body, resembling a pair of wings, hence the name blazing feather state. As he saw the two getting closer, Emo-chen shook his head. He really didn't want to make a move so soon. Bang! Lu Qingji collided with Emo-chen, who had activated the fox concealment technique to become invisible. After the collision, Emo-chen's fox concealment technique did not fail. His body wavered, revealing a transparent figure. I found you! Lu Qingji exclaimed, swiftly reaching out with her sharp fingers towards Emo-chen. Slap! Emo-chen grabbed Lu Qingji's slender wrist. Buzz! At that moment, Wang Yanmei, in her platinum tiger form, opened her mouth and unleashed a blazing silver light aimed at Emo-chen's head. This silver light was several times stronger than the one she had feigned against Lu Qingji earlier. Seeing this, Emo-chen directly activated his bloodline. Whoosh! A terrifying surge of bloodline power erupted, and a chilling aura instantly spread around. Just as Lu Qingji, who was caught by Emo-chen, was about to counterattack, she felt her body lift off the ground. In almost an instant, her feet were 7 or 8 meters above the ground. At this moment, Emo-chen, who had activated his bloodline power, had his fox concealment technique fail. His sharp teeth, fierce visage, 4 pointed horns on his forehead, and 4 muscular arms that seemed ready to explode. Lu Qingji was momentarily stunned. After transforming into the Chiyu form, Emo-chen struck back with a palm. Bang! The silver light aimed at him was directly shattered, and the bony shell on the back of Emo-chan's hand showed no signs of damage. Swish! Just as Emo-chen blocked the silver light, Wang Yanmei lunged directly at his head. Emo-chan's black hand behind his shoulder slapped down. Like swatting a mosquito, he sent Wang Yanmei flying. Boom! Wang Yanmei crashed to the ground, creating a large pit. Squeak! Squeak! Hearing a strange sound from his hand, Emo-chen turned to look at Lu Qingji. He saw Lu Qingji hanging upside down on her arm, her bare long legs wrapped around Emo-chan's thick arm. With her other hand, she was gripping Emo-chan's arm tightly, trying to make him feel pain and let go. But she didn't expect Emo-chan's skin to be so thick. After scratching for a long time, she didn't even break the skin. When they were at the Beast God Temple, she easily broke Lu Zhengyang's defenses in just a few moves. Seeing this, Emo-chen grabbed her 2 legs and 1 arm with 3 large hands. Now, Lu Qingji was pulled into a big character shape. Let go! Quickly let go of me! Being put in such a humiliating position, Lu Qingji's face turned bright red. Moreover, at this moment, she had already exited her blazing feather form and returned to her human shape. As soon as she finished speaking, bang! With a loud explosion, Lu Qingji was smashed into the ground. Why do you women always want to seduce me? Emo-chen looked at Lu Qingji with a serious expression. After being thrown down, Lu Qingji felt her head buzzing, and her insides felt like they were about to turn over. Hearing Emo-chen say this, Lu Qingji almost fainted from anger. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder rang out, and Emo-chen's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Wang Yanmei, who had already run several dozen meters, felt a gust of wind coming from behind her. With a flash of her figure, Wang Yanmei dodged to the side. Boom! Then, Wang Yanmei was stomped into the ground by Emo-chen's 3-toed giant foot. Emo-chen lifted his foot, and at 10 meters tall, he pulled Wang Yanmei out of the ground. At this moment, Wang Yanmei still maintained her platinum tiger form. Emo-chen grabbed her and threw her towards Lu Qingji. Boom! With a loud noise, Wang Yanmei crashed into the ground next to Lu Qingji. Cough cough. After this crash, Wang Yanmei could no longer maintain her bloodline power and transformed back into her human form, struggling to push herself up from the pit. Wang Yanmei looked up at Emo-chen, who was walking towards her. Who are you? Wang Yanmei asked. She and Lu Qingji had just recently advanced to the Battle King level, not among the top experts. But still, it was impossible to be killed so easily. Throughout the entire process, she and Lu Qingji had no power to resist at all. Thud, thud, thud. Emo-chen walked towards Wang Yanmei. At this moment, Wang Yanmei carefully examined the giant in front of her. Wait, you are Emo-chen? Wang Yanmei exclaimed. She realized that the giant in front of her, with black and gold tattoos and horns on his head, looked very much like Emo-chen. Earlier, in Bagua City, because Emo-chen's appearance after activating his bloodline was very special, Wang Yanmei had paid special attention. Now that she looked again, there were indeed many similarities with Emo-chen's transformed appearance before. As soon as Wang Yanmei said this, Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan widened their eyes in surprise. Especially Gu Bingmei, her small mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. How did you recognize me? Emo-chen stopped in front of Wang Yanmei, squatted down, and then reached out to pull Wang Yanmei out of the pit. Seeing Emo-chen admit it, Wang Yanmei felt her vision go dark and almost fainted. It's this Emo-chen again. Twice. Fainted? Seeing Wang Yanmei unresponsive, Emo-chen extended a finger as thick as Wang Yanmei's arm and flicked her forehead. Thud. Wang Yanmei felt a jolt in her head as if her brain was about to scatter, and then her head tilted, completely fainting. Did I use too much force? Emo-chen was somewhat speechless. How could this Wang Yanmei be so fragile? Boom. Suddenly, Emo-chen's left foot moved and stomped down on the ground beside him. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. A cry of pain rang out as Lu Qingji, transformed into a green snake, had her tail stepped on by Emo-chen, her body twisting wildly. Bang! Emo-chen stepped down again, directly stepping on the entire snake body of Lu Qingji. After stepping down, Emo-chen lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Boom! The ground shook violently. Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, who were lying on the ground, were jolted up by the tremor. At this moment, Emo-chen finally released his foot. Lu Qingji had already transformed back into her snake form, her entire body sinking into the ground, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Emo-chen crouched down and grabbed Lu Qingji from the ground. If you escape again, you will die. Emo-chen looked coldly at Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji trembled under Emo-chen's gaze and obediently nodded. Seeing this, Emo-chen directly let go, and Lu Qingji fell to the ground. Then, Emo-chen turned to look at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. The two women stared at Emo-chen, rolled their eyes, and fainted. Emo-chen was momentarily stunned. Am I that scary? Lu Qingji covered her waist with one hand and stood up. They have my snake venom in them. Their bloodline power has been sealed, and they might have been startled just now, forgetting to resist the snake venom, so the toxicity flared up and they fainted. Lu Qingji explained. Will they die? Emo-chen asked. No. Lu Qingji shook her head. They are from the Gu family in Xiangqing. I wouldn't dare to kill them. Seeing that Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan were not in danger, Emo-chen no longer paid them any mind. Now, tell me about the heart of the beast god. What is its function? Emo-chen flipped his palm, revealing the black gold magic cube. So it really is in your hands. Lu Qingji exclaimed. Just now, she hadn't seen where Emo-chen was keeping the heart of the beast god and had even suspected that Wang Yanmei was crying thief while stealing. Now it seemed that Wang Yanmei's judgment was not wrong. Hurry up and answer. Emo-chen frowned, a bit impatient. Seeing Emo-chen's fierce demeanor, Lu Qingji nodded like a chick, pecking at rice, putting on a compliant appearance. The heart of the beast god is specially prepared by the beast god for the inheritors of the beast god. After use, it can stimulate the potential of the bloodline and increase the awakening degree of the bloodline. If you're lucky, it might even allow you to return to your ancestral form once. Lu Qingji replied immediately. Continue, Emo-chen said. Every inheritor of the beast god can have one heart of the beast god. At this point, Lu Qingji didn't know what else to say. However, seeing Emo-chen's fierce look, she trembled inside. Emo-chen's decisive actions earlier had thoroughly frightened her. By the way, the method to use the heart of the beast god is very simple. Just pour your own blood on it, and the heart of the beast god will automatically open and merge into your body. Additionally, the heart of the beast god can also increase the chances of advancing to a battle emperor. Lu Qingji added. Is it that simple? Emo-chen raised an eyebrow. The heart of the beast god sounded so impressive, yet the method of use was so primitive and simple. By the way, the heart of the beast god must be fully matured before it can be taken out for use, otherwise it will treat you as nourishment and drain you dry. Lu Qingji added. So, does that mean this heart of the beast god is already mature? Emo-chen asked. Lu Qingji quickly nodded. It's because it has matured that I was able to take it out from the beast god temple. Beast god temple. Emo-chen looked Lu Qingji up and down. Lu Qingji felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and quickly covered her vital parts, but she only had 2 hands and couldn't cover everything. Your body is so big, I can't do it, Lu Qingji said pitifully. Upon hearing this, Emo-chen's face darkened immediately. You think too highly of yourself. Emo-chen flicked his finger, hitting Lu Qingji on the forehead. Ah! Lu Qingji let out a scream, her body flying out directly, and finally, with a thud, she crashed into a tree trunk. Whoosh! Lu Qingji had not yet come to her senses when a gust of wind brushed her face and Emo-chen appeared before her. Since you've been to the beast god temple, where did the bloodline fruits you obtained go? Don't tell me you didn't get a single one, or that you ate them all. Emo-chen's eyes, larger than Lu Qingji's head, were fixed on her. Gulp! Lu Qingji swallowed hard. I hid them with her, over there. Lu Qingji pointed at the unconscious Gu Bingmei. As Lu Qingji pointed towards Gu Bingmei, Wang Yanmei's hand moved slightly, almost imperceptibly. Emo-chen turned to look at Gu Bingmei. On her, Emo-chen glanced at Gu Bingmei, who was lying on the ground. Compared to when she had ambushed him, Gu Bingmei had developed quite a bit. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Emo-chen was more focused on the fact that there were no hidden places on Gu Bingmei's body. Hiding 1 or 2 bloodline fruits might be feasible. Are you trying to fool me? Emo-chen turned back, frowning at Lu Qingji, and reached out to flick her forehead. No, I have a space ring. I put all the bloodline fruits in there. Then, I stuffed the ring into Gu Bingmei's chest. Lu Qingji covered her forehead, explaining. In the next moment, Emo-chen flicked his finger and with a whoosh it hit Lu Qingji's chest. Bang! Lu Qingji's body flew up and crashed into the tree behind her. I've explained everything, why are you still flicking me? Lu Qingji looked at Emo-chen with indignation. After being bullied by Emo-chen several times, she felt she had sustained serious internal injuries. Who told you to speak halfway? It's like writing a novel with missing chapters. Emo-chen ignored Lu Qingji and walked towards Gu Bingmei, then extended his nail to tear open the fabric of Gu Bingmei's chest. Rip! A ring popped out. With his nail, Emo-chen picked up the ring and tried to connect with it using his mental power. However, an invisible barrier blocked his mental force. The ring has my mental imprint, you can't open it. I can help you. Lu Qingji, with blood at the corner of her mouth, hurriedly said. Emo-chen ignored her and examined the ring. If it has a mental imprint, should I try a mental strike? Emo-chen recalled that he hadn't used a mental strike in this form yet. Would it amplify? With a mindset of giving it a try, Emo-chen unleashed a mental strike on the ring. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ring blew apart, scattering more than 30 bloodline fruits all over the ground. Not far away, Lu Qingji was somewhat dumbfounded at the sight. Is that all? Emo-chen looked at the more than 30 bloodline fruits on the ground and collected them all into the system warehouse. Of course, the entire process was done with his back to Lu Qingji. My space ring is only the size of a small box, Lu Qingji replied somewhat aggrieved. So small? Emo-chen seemed skeptical. Not small, this ring cost me 500 million, Lu Qingji replied truthfully. Whoosh! In the next moment, Emo-chen's massive body appeared before Lu Qingji. Don't feel sorry, if I hadn't broken it, it would be mine anyway, Emo-chen said. Then reached out to flick Lu Qingji's forehead again. Why are you flicking me again? Lu Qingji's eyes widened in terror as she looked at Emo-chen. Bang! With a loud explosion, Emo-chen's thick finger flicked Lu Qingji's head. Her body flew up and thudded against the tree trunk. After such a heavy blow to her head, Lu Qingji completely fainted. Grabbing Lu Qingji from the ground, Emo-chen walked towards Wang Yanmei. His body began to shrink, and Emo-chen transformed into a height of over 3 meters in the state of an indestructible body. He threw Lu Qingji to the ground, then grabbed Wang Yanmei from the ground and raised his palm. Slap! A resounding slap landed on Wang Yanmei's face. Hey, wake up! Wang Yanmei tilted her head, showing no reaction. In fact, she had woken up a long time ago, but in order to pretend a little more convincingly, she didn't wake up immediately. The burning pain on her face made Wang Yanmei feel extremely aggrieved. Just one more slap. Just one slap, and I'll wake up right away. Wang Yanmei thought to herself. No reaction at all? Seeing Wang Yanmei's head tilted to one side, with no signs of waking up, Emo-chen frowned. Then, Emo-chen raised his arm and swung down forcefully. Slap, 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 slap. Emo-chen's hand moved extremely fast, delivering 5 slaps in half a second. At that moment, Wang Yanmei finally opened her bloodshot eyes, looking dazedly at Emo-chen. It was as if she had just woken up. Tell me about the heart of the beast god. Emo-chen firmly grasped Wang Yanmei's slightly swollen cheek and asked seriously. He didn't fully believe what Lu Qingji had said earlier. If the heart of the beast god really posed any danger, wouldn't he be in trouble if he used it? So, after questioning Lu Qingji, he had knocked her out. Now, he was asking Wang Yanmei. Hearing Emo-chen's question, Wang Yanmei instantly understood his intention. However, when Emo-chen asked Lu Qingji about the beast god heart earlier, she had not yet woken up. Wang Yanmei's mind raced as she thought about how to answer Emo-chen without him discovering that she was lying. Slap! Emo-chen slapped her. Still not awake? Emo-chen frowned and said. The blood vessels in Wang Yanmei's eyes instantly became more pronounced. However, on the surface, she still appeared dazed. The beast god heart is prepared by the beast god for each beast god heir. I don't want to know that. Just tell me the usage of the beast god heart and what precautions there are. Emo-chen interrupted Wang Yanmei. Usage, just infuse it with your bloodline. The higher the bloodline concentration, the faster the beast god heart will open. Once opened, the beast god heart will automatically merge into your body, enhancing your bloodline awakening and potential. If someone who cannot advance to a battle emperor uses it, they can also break through their bottleneck. Wang Yanmei said. That's it? Emo-chen frowned deeply. Since the beast god heart was specifically prepared for his heir, it was impossible that there would be no side effects or dangers for those who were not heirs. Can I use it even if I'm not a beast god heir? Emo-chen asked with a frown. Yes, but the effect may not be as good as when a beast god heir uses it, Wang Yanmei replied. After hearing Wang Yanmei's answer, Emo-chen fell silent for a moment. You're lying to me, she didn't say that. Emo-chen pointed to the unconscious Lu Qingji beside them and said. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanmei's heart tightened. I didn't say anything. Wrong, it must be Lu Qingji who is lying to you, right? Wang Yanmei feigned a look of confusion. While Emo-chen was extracting information about the beast god heart from Wang Yanmei, 30 miles southeast of the beast god temple, 5 figures clad in silver armor, exuding the aura of battle kings, were rushing forward. Faster! Senior sister Wang Yanmei has sent a signal. She must be ambushed by others at the Beast God Temple. The leader, a tall woman with purple hair, said. In a deep voice. The other four nodded in agreement. Thus, the five quickened their pace, transforming into 5 silver shadows weaving through the dense forest. The surrounding exotic beasts sensed the Battle King aura emanating from the 5, and hurriedly avoided them, not daring to appear in their path. After questioning for another 5 minutes, Emo-chan still couldn't extract any useful information from Wang Yanmei. By the way, do you have a spatial ring? Emo-chan suddenly asked. Wang Yanmei was taken aback. Seeing Emo-chan's unfriendly expression, she quickly replied, yes, I wear it around my neck. Spatial rings are extremely precious for battle kings, not only valuable but also particularly rare. Therefore, neither Wang Yanmei nor Lu Qingji would wear spatial rings in such obvious places as their fingers. Moreover, if they were damaged during a fight, it would be troublesome. As soon as Wang Yanmei finished speaking, Emo-chan yanked the necklace off her neck. After removing the spatial ring, Emo-chan used a mental attack just like before. However, he was in the indestructible body form, so the power was not as strong as in the Chiyu form. Crack! A tiny crack appeared on the spatial ring. Emo-chan continued to unleash several mental attacks. Boom! The spatial ring exploded. Several bloodline fruits, a dozen blood-burning grasses, and a black crystal fell out. Evolution crystal? To enhance mental abilities? Emo-chan immediately grabbed the black crystal. This crystal was much thicker than the one he had obtained from the White Fox King earlier. It is indeed an evolution crystal for mental abilities. I was originally planning to use it myself, Wang Yanmei said. With this evolution crystal, she had a great chance of obtaining another mental bloodline ability. Emo-chan put the evolution crystal into his bag. In front of Wang Yanmei, he couldn't expose the system warehouse. He also picked up several bloodline fruits. Then, Emo-chan looked disdainfully at the dozen or so blood-burning grass on the ground. Is this all you have? Emo-chan asked. A dozen is already a lot. I originally prepared 100 to enter the fiery feather state. This is what's left, Wang Yanmei replied honestly. Alright, less is less. Emo-chan reluctantly stuffed the blood-burning grass into his bag. He clapped his hands and stood up. His body began to grow taller, transforming into the 10-meter-high complete form of the 9-nether body. Wang Yanmei was momentarily stunned to see Emo-chan change into another form. Could he also be a dual bloodline? Wang Yanmei speculated in her heart. At that moment, Emo-chan looked down at Wang Yanmei. I've asked all the questions I needed to, so you both must die, Emo-chan said coldly. From Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji's descriptions, the heart of the beast god was extremely important to them. Having snatched their belongings this time, they would definitely hold a grudge and would seek revenge in the future. To take revenge on him was to harm him, and to harm him was equivalent to letting him die. To survive, Emo-chan had to protect himself and take precautions in advance. Therefore, Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei had to die. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, but you forced me into this, Emo-chan sighed, then raised his arm, forming a fist with his fingers. The muscles in his arm bulged, veins protruding on the surface, and circles of black mist appeared around his arm. Seeing that Emo-chan was really about to make a move, Wang Yanmei finally panicked. Wait, you can't kill me. I'm a seed player at the school, with the marks left by 2 Battle Emperor experts. If you kill me, they will be able to sense it and track you down, Wang Yanmei hurriedly said. Really? Emo-chan, with his fist raised, frowned. I'm not lying to you. I really have the marks left by the Battle Emperor. All the major schools treat their core seeds this way to prevent other forces from sending experts to kill their unripe seeds. Wang Yanmei spoke rapidly, fearing that if she spoke too slowly, Emo-chan would act. Emo-chan felt a bit frustrated upon hearing this. What Wang Yanmei said should be true. As core seeds, the school wouldn't fail to leave them some means of protection. Thus, Emo-chan aimed his fist at Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji, who had been awake for a while, suddenly jumped up from the ground. I also have my master's mark because my master knows I'm the beast god's heir and has great potential, so he left a mental mark. Lu Qingji quickly explained. The beast god's heir, isn't that a person of the beast god? Doesn't your master mind? Emo-chan asked with a frown. He doesn't mind, my master doesn't mind. He has the means to eliminate the beast god mark from my soul. Previously, I had a senior brother whose beast god mark was eliminated by my master, Lu Qingji explained. It can be done like that? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. Wouldn't that mean they were getting the benefits of the beast god for free? Should he also get an identity as a beast god's heir? So, you can't kill me either, otherwise, my master will come after you, Lu Qingji said weakly. Just as she finished speaking, boom! Emo-chan slammed down with a punch, and bang, Lu Qingji appeared on the wall of the beast god temple. Wang Yanmei, who was beside her, was dumbfounded at this scene. They had said all that, and Emo-chan still dared to act? The next moment, Wang Yanmei felt a gust of wind coming. Bang! Like Lu Qingji, Wang Yanmei also instantly appeared on the wall of the beast god temple. Damn it! Emo-chan felt somewhat irritated. At this moment, Emo-chan felt a wave of frustration in his heart. Boom! Using the wind thunder technique, Emo-chan vanished from his spot. At this time, Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei had not yet regained their senses and were slowly sliding down the wall of the Beast God Temple. However, before they had completely slid down, Mo Chen appeared in front of the two women. Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei immediately showed expressions of terror. "No, don't," the two women exclaimed in unison. Bang! In the next moment, Mo Chen's fist struck simultaneously at the two women's abdomens. The two women instantly bent over, their mouths agape. Splash! Two pools of blood were spat out, splattering onto Mo Chen's bulging forearms. The blood flowed along the grooves of his muscles, trickling down to the sides of his forearms, and finally dripping onto the ground. "Humph! You, in Bagua City, teamed up with Lu Gang to try to harm me. Your heart is too malicious. You harmed two of my classmates and still thought of seducing me. You're not a good person either." Mo Chan released his grip. Thud! Then he struck their abdomens again. After two consecutive punches, Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei had no strength left to speak. With a cold snort, Mo Chen let go, and the two women slid down from the wall of the Beast God Temple, crashing to the ground. At this moment, both looked quite miserable. "Senior sister?" Just then, a startled voice rang out. A purple-haired woman in silver armor, with exceptionally long legs, suddenly appeared. Following her, four more people appeared behind the purple-haired woman. The five of them felt a tightness in their hearts upon seeing Mo Chen's fierce expression and bloodied hands. "Attack, save the senior sister." The purple-haired woman immediately ordered the other four. Whoosh! Whoosh! The five figures of the purple-haired woman flashed and quickly approached Mo Chen's position. Mo Chen casually waved his hand towards the space in front of Wang Yanmei. Bang! A man in silver armor appeared and was directly sent flying by Mo Chen's strike. Taking advantage of this moment, the purple-haired woman seized the opportunity, instantly appearing beside Wang Yanmei, grabbing her and preparing to leave. Whoosh! But in the next moment, Mo Chen's other hand came crashing down towards the purple-haired woman. The purple-haired woman lightly tapped her toes, performed a backflip, evading Mo Chen's attack, and landed gracefully on the top of the Beast God Temple. The purple-haired woman held her arms out to the sides, her left foot positioned in front of her right, looking extremely elegant. Clap! At this moment, Mo Chen grabbed another man in silver armor and forcefully threw him towards the purple-haired woman. With tremendous force, the man shot towards her like a cannonball. The purple-haired woman's gaze sharpened, her long legs twisted, one foot raised high, perfectly kicking the incoming man. The man spun and flew upwards. The purple-haired woman's kick neutralized Mo Chen's force and saved her teammate from danger. After kicking, the purple-haired woman lowered her leg, maintaining her elegant posture. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hand descended from above her head, striking the man directly. In midair, the man's body bent into a V shape. The man's figure vanished. Bang! In the next moment, a large mass of flesh exploded in front of the purple-haired woman, splattering onto her stunning long legs and silver armor. The body was completely blown to pieces, and the man's helmeted head rolled down the top of the Beast God Temple, leaving a trail of blood. The purple-haired woman looked up in horror at Mo Chen, who had transformed into a 15-meter-tall figure with 4 arms and 4 horns on his head. Whoosh! Mo Chen's 4 arms reached down directly. The purple-haired woman moved her legs, quickly dodging. Yet, even at this moment, her posture remained extremely elegant, as if she were dancing. However, she could not evade Mo Chen's 4 arms at all. Clap! Mo Chen grabbed one of the purple-haired woman's legs. With a forceful swing, bang! The purple-haired woman crashed into the wall of the Beast God Temple. Don't kill her!" Below, the barely conscious Wang Yanmei suddenly shouted. The purple-haired woman, named Yu Hexin, was someone Wang Yanmei had controlled at Magic City University. With good strength and talent, she would definitely be a great help to Wang Yanmei in the future. Therefore, Wang Yanmei couldn't bear to see Yu Hexin die like this. "Does she also have the spiritual imprint of the War Emperor?" Mo Chen asked in a deep voice, his tone like the beating of war drums. "She doesn't, it's just..." "No? Then I can't kill her?" Mo Chen was somewhat impatient. "Humph. You better kill me now, otherwise I will definitely seek revenge on you while I'm alive. I will avenge the injury you caused to Senior Wang Yanmei today. If I can't kill you, I'll kill the people around you. I'll kill your family," Yu Hexin said, hatefully. Seeing Wang Yanmei injured like this, she, who had long been brainwashed by Wang Yanmei, was filled with rage. "You have no chance." Mo Chen reached out again and grabbed Yu Hexin's other leg, tearing it forcefully. Yu Hexin was torn in half. Along her legs, splash! Blood rained down, falling on Wang Yanmei's pale face and Lu Qingji's smooth body. "To hell with your elegance." Mo Chen casually tossed one half of Yu Hexin's body into the dense forest, while the other half fell beside Wang Yanmei. "Fool!" Wang Yanmei glanced coldly at Yu Hexin's corpse, her eyes devoid of any other emotion. Then, the 15-meter-tall Mo Chen directly exploded the remaining 3 team members and returned to his original form. After instantly killing 5 people, Mo Chen felt much of his anger dissipate. Too lazy to say anything more to Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji, Mo Chen directly carried Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, preparing to leave. "Wait!" Lu Qingji called out in a bit of panic. "What is it?" Mo Chen, with a person on each shoulder, turned around impatiently. "Are you just going to leave us like this?" Lu Qingji said, somewhat aggrieved. She and Wang Yanmei had been beaten to the brink of death by Mo Chen and could hardly move. Moreover, With corpses and blood all around, a large number of strange beasts would soon be attracted. Here, in the second level of the underground cave, their chances of survival were pitifully small. Are you saying you want me to take you with me? Mo-chan frowned and asked. Lu Qingji nodded. What do I care? Mo-chan ignored Lu Qingji and turned to leave. If you don't take us with you, we'll commit suicide right now. You're the closest, and the spiritual imprint left by the War Emperor will automatically lock onto you after we die. Wang Yanmei suddenly said. Mo-chan stopped and turned around again. Are you threatening me? Mo-chan looked at Wang Yanmei. If I don't do this, I will die too, Wang Yanmei replied calmly. Hearing this, Mo-chan fell silent for a few seconds, then walked over to Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji while carrying Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji both breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Mo-chan put down Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, he did not immediately take Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji with him. Instead, he operated the crystal energy communicator and turned on the recording function. What are you doing? Lu Qingji quickly covered her body. She didn't mind Mo-chan seeing her, but she was unwilling to be recorded by him. Mo-chan ignored Lu Qingji and aimed the camera of the crystal energy communicator at Wang Yanmei, saying seriously, "Come on, you say it first, because I saved you and took you, who was seriously injured, from the Beast God Temple. You voluntarily give me 1 billion as a reward to express your gratitude, and you must emphasize that I absolutely did not force or threaten you. It was all your own choice." Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji were dumbfounded. Wang Yanmei came back to her senses, unsure of what to say. I originally had no obligation to save you, but to prevent you from committing suicide and then framing me for it, I kindly took you with me. This is equivalent to saving your lives. I saved your lives, and you thank me. Is there a problem with that? There is no problem. Mo-chan explains seriously. Lu Qingji blinked her big eyes and looked at Mo-chan. She actually felt that what Mo-chan said made sense. However, Wang Yanmei was not as easily swayed as Lu Qingji. Upon hearing Mo-chan's words, she immediately opened her mouth to refute. Slap. Wang Yanmei received a slap. Mo-chan pointed at Wang Yanmei and threatened, "If you keep babbling, I'll knock you out directly so you can't commit suicide, and then I'll leave you here. If you don't believe me, you can try and see who gets knocked out first, you or your successful suicide." At this point, Wang Yanmei was completely silenced. Got it? If you understand, hurry up and say it. The exotic beasts will be attracted over soon. Mo-chan turned on the camera function of the crystal energy communicator again. I am Wang Yanmei. Wang Yanmei opened her mouth but didn't continue. What's going on? Mo-chan frowned. I forgot what you just said. Wang Yanmei was a bit dazed from Mo-chan's slap and couldn't remember what he had just said. Fine, I'll say it again. By the way, remember, I won't say it a third time. Mo-chan turned to Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji quickly nodded her small head. First, say who you are, then say that I took a huge risk to save you, and to repay my life-saving grace, you will pay 20 billion as a reward to show your gratitude. Also, you must emphasize that it is absolutely voluntary and that there was no coercion. Mo-chan said. Wasn't it 10 billion? Wang Yanmei looked at Mo-chan with some fear. Did you forget? Mo-chan retorted. If you keep babbling, it's directly 30 billion. Come on, say it. Mo-chan aimed the crystal energy communicator at Wang Yanmei. So, Wang Yanmei repeated what Mo-chan said. No, you have to smile when you talk. Don't act like someone is threatening you. Understand? Mo-chan said with a dark face after watching the recording. Then, Wang Yanmei recorded it again. Alright, it'll have to do. Mo-chan shook his head and aimed the crystal energy communicator at Lu Qingji. It's your turn, remember to smile, the kind that comes from the heart. Mo-chan said sternly to Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji nodded vigorously, her chest swaying along. Oh no, I'm not dressed yet. Lu Qingji quickly covered her chest. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan frowned, then turned around, facing away from the two women. Here. Mo-chan tossed a loose piece of clothing to Lu Qingji. It was something Mo-chan had stored in the system warehouse. Lu Qingji quickly put it on, but the clothes were a bit big and they kept slipping off her shoulders. Lu Qingji didn't dare to complain. She held onto the collar of the clothes with one hand and quickly recorded the video as Mo-chan requested. After finishing, Mo-chan turned around, facing away from the two women again. Then, in the incredulous gazes of the two women, he handed them 2 pieces of paper and 2 pens. What is this for? Lu Qingji looked at Mo-chan in confusion. To write an IOU. Didn't you each owe me 20 billion? Mo-chan said as if it were obvious. Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei were once again dumbfounded. Hurry up, write quickly, I feel like the exotic beasts are about to come. Mo-chan frowned at the two. Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji didn't dare to delay. They quickly wrote it down and signed their names. Put a bit of blood on it and press a thumbprint. Mo-chan pointed to the remaining half of Yu Hexin's body next to Wang Yanmei and said, after finishing all these things, Mo-chan finally picked up the 2 women, one in each hand. 4 people, this is a bit inconvenient for me. Mo-chan looked at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, who were tightly bound on the ground, and felt a bit troubled. However, when Mo-chan saw the ropes on Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, he immediately had an idea. He put down Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji and began to fiddle with the ropes on Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan. In no time, Mo Chen had tied Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan to his back. As for Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji, he simply hugged them against his chest. Wow, 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 wow. Just then, a strange cry came from not far away. Mo Chen turned to look. He saw a large mass of flames surging toward him from the sky not far away. It was tens of thousands of fire crows. Among them, Mo Chen also sensed the presence of more than 30 fire crow kings. The 2 fire crow kings flying at the front spotted Mo Chen and immediately let out a strange cry, flapping their wings and quickly flying toward him. So many? Mo Chen was a bit surprised. Then he unleashed the wind thunder technique, and with a loud bang he dashed out. After running for a distance, Mo Chen heard the strange cries still coming from behind. Turning around, Mo Chen was startled. Why are they still following me? He saw that tens of thousands of fire crows were flapping their wings and chasing after him. So, Mo Chen fully activated the wind thunder technique. Boom! 5 minutes later, Mo Chen's speed was so fast that his whole body turned into an afterimage. Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei, who were held in his arms, were blown by the wind and couldn't open their eyes. Damn it, they're still following? It's just a few stalks of burning blood grass. The 2 heard Mo Chen cursing. Then, Mo Chen's speed increased even more. The wind thunder technique's speed became faster and faster, and arcs of electricity faintly appeared around Mo Chen's body. 10 minutes later, that group of fire crows was completely shaken off by Mo Chen. Boom! Mo Chen stopped and looked back, finally shook them off. After saying that, Mo Chen walked toward the exit of the first level of the underground cave not far away. Only then could Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji, who were held in Mo Chen's arms, open their eyes. Seeing Mo Chen's face as usual without a hint of fatigue, both were greatly surprised. They knew about the wind thunder technique, but they had not practiced it, because their bloodline power was insufficient to support the wind thunder technique for a long time. And Mo Chen had been using it for more than 20 minutes since he started running. What kind of bloodline does this guy have to be so strong? Lu Qingji couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Wang Yanmei's eyes flickered, not knowing what she was thinking. Before long, Mo Chen returned to the first level of the underground cave. When Mo Chen entered through the city wall entrance, many people cast strange looks at him, especially at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, who were tied up very professionally on his back. Brother, take it easy. A soldier at the entrance smiled at Mo Chen. Don't worry, not tired at all. Mo Chen thought the other party was saying he was carrying 4 people too heavily. The soldier gave Mo Chen a thumbs up. After entering the city wall, Mo Chen went straight back to the underground square. Bang! Bang! Mo Chen threw Lu Qingji and Wang Yanmei outside a healing spot in the square. Alright, now you 2 are no longer in danger of death. Mo Chen clapped his hands. By the way, pay me back the money you owe me soon. If it's later, interest will be calculated. After saying that, Mo Chen walked away. Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji exchanged a glance, then struggled to stand up and walked towards the healing point. As for Mo Chen, he directly returned to the lobby on the first floor of the Wujida. With the end of the month approaching, many who usually trained in the training hall were busy coming to the Wujida to take on tasks. The lobby on the first floor was bustling with people. When Mo Chen appeared carrying Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Mo Chen ignored them and directly took Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan to the school hospital. They were poisoned by a snake, and apart from that, it seems they have no other injuries, Mo Chen said to the doctor at the school hospital. The doctor looked at Gu Bingmei and Gu Bingwan, then glanced at Mo Chen. What's wrong? Mo Chen asked, puzzled. It's nothing, but what is your relationship with the 2 of them? The doctor asked curiously. Classmates, Mo Chen replied, somewhat confused. The doctor was speechless at his response and didn't say anything further. By the way, the points used for their treatment should be deducted from their own, not mine. Before leaving, Mo Chen suddenly remembered and reminded the doctor. The first martial arts school doesn't charge for treatment. The doctor rolled his eyes at Mo Chen. Is it really that good? Mo Chen was a bit surprised. However, thinking about how he could basically recover from his injuries through self-healing, Mo Chen felt that this benefit was of no use to him at all. After leaving the hospital, Mo Chen returned to the Wujida. He settled the task of the burning blood grass with old Dai. The task for the burning blood grass was naturally not about handing in the grass itself. After all, who would turn in such a precious item if they found it? After handing in a small vial of blood from a young fire crow, old Dai settled the task. Mo Chen received 10,000 points in one go. Old Dai, can this item be settled multiple times? Mo Chen asked curiously, recalling the matter of the sleeping star grass. It can be. Old Dai hadn't finished his sentence when Mo Chen suddenly took out more than 30 vials of fresh blood from the young fire crow from his bag. Old Dai felt his blood pressure rising. This task can only be settled 5 times, so you can settle it a maximum of 5 times. Old Dai shot Mo Chen a glare. This kid always managed to surprise him. Only 5 times? Mo Chen felt a bit disappointed. Alright, 5 times it is. Mo Chen pushed 4 vials of blood in front of Old Dai. By the way, Old Dai, do you know about the heart of the beast god? While Old Dai was operating the tablet, Mo Chen leaned against the counter and asked, Hearing Emo-chan's words, old Dai's hand trembled, and he looked up at Emo-chan. Did you get the heart of the beast god? No, I don't even know what the heart of the beast god is. Emo-chan laughed and waved his hand. Old Dai sneered at this. This kid definitely got the heart of the beast god. The heart of the beast god must not be used by yourself. Old Dai reminded Emo-chan seriously. Why? Emo-chan asked, puzzled. The heart of the beast god can increase the awakening degree of your bloodline, and if you're lucky, it can even allow your bloodline to revert to its ancestral form. However, after using the heart of the beast god, you will also carry the beast god mark. Even a strong warrior like a battle emperor would find it difficult to remove the beast god mark. Although the beast god mark currently seems harmless and won't be controlled by the beast god, it is, after all, something from a strange beast, and there will definitely be hidden dangers in the future. By the way, there is a service for this in the martial arts school mall. You can check how many points it costs, old Dai said. Emo-chan immediately opened his communicator to check. Sure enough, he found it. 30 million points. And the success rate couldn't be guaranteed. Emo-chan gasped. That was close, he almost got scammed. Out of 30 million points, Lu Qingji and Wan Yanmei really didn't tell the truth. Then, old Dai, is there no other way? Besides letting the war emperor experts take action? Emo-chan felt somewhat unwilling. There is, Dai Anjuan replied. Your own bloodline is stronger than the beast god, so it's very difficult for the beast god to leave his mark. But before that, do you know what level of strength the beast god possesses? Emo-chan nodded at the words, recalling the attack the beast god had unleashed from a distance during that time at Hat Mountain. Dai Anjuan saw through Emo-chan's thoughts and scoffed that attack's power was less than 1% of the beast god's. 1%? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. The beast god was so powerful, how long would it take for him to catch up? The weaker the bloodline, the harder it becomes to improve strength later on. By the time you reach the level of the beast god, just think about how strong his bloodline must be, Dai Anjuan continued. So, give up those unrealistic ideas. The best way to handle the beast god's heart is to put it on the Global Merchant Alliance and exchange it for a large amount of cultivation resources. Some top war emperors like to use materials like the beast god's heart, which have minimal side effects, to train their disciples. Alright, the settlement is complete. The task for the burning bloodgrass is worth 50,000 points, plus the points for killing the Fire Crow King, totaling 70,000 points. Kid, your ranking on the leaderboard should be secure at first place now. Dai Anjuan displayed the settlement interface in front of Emo-chan. Last time, Emo-chan, along with Wu Hong and Tian Chang, stormed through Bagua City and his points shot up to 105,000, ranking first. Meanwhile, Wu Hong, the task fanatic, had completed several tasks while Emo-chan was in the underground cave these past 2 days, bringing his points to 120,000. But now, with Emo-chan's recent settlement of 175,000 points, he had reclaimed the top spot. With only a few days left in the month, according to Wu Hong's usual practice, he would need to rest for several days after completing a task to adjust his state. So, the hope of Wu Hong surpassing Emo-chan was slim. On the Wuji leaderboard, Emo-chan's 50 points still had not been surpassed. The second place, Tian Chang, only had 39 points, still lacking a full 11 points. The only remaining leaderboard was the testing leaderboard. Emo-chan had already returned to his ancestry twice and was quite confident about taking first place on the testing leaderboard. Next, he planned to cultivate for a few more days, enter the boiling state, and then challenge the testing leaderboard. With that thought, Emo-chan prepared to leave the counter and head to the 5th floor. The cultivation space was the most convenient. It not only accelerated time but also wouldn't be disturbed at all. Hey, you brat, don't leave yet. Dai Anjuan caught Emo-chan. What's wrong, old Dai? What's going on with that Qifeng? How did you spark something? Dai Anjuan showed a gossipy expression. What spark? Emo-chan felt that old Dai's expression was somewhat lewd. You don't know? Your affair with Qifeng has spread all over the school. Dai Anjuan was somewhat surprised to see Emo-chan's clueless expression. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan immediately opened the martial school forum. When he saw those posts with replies in the thousands, he was stunned. He and Qifeng were being portrayed as having an affair, treating the martial school as a playground. Qifeng was pregnant with his second child. There was even a post analyzing Emo-chan's rise to power. Damn it, who spread this rumor? Emo-chan cursed. Isn't it true? Old Dai asked from the side. Of course it's not true. How could I possibly have that kind of relationship with that old hag? Emo-chan roared. He felt that his innocence had been tarnished. It turns out it's not what I thought. Old Dai shook his head in disappointment. Emo-chan's face darkened even more. Originally, he was already furious for being inexplicably squatted by Qifeng, and if it weren't for the fact that Qifeng was the head of the teaching department, he would have beaten her to death. Thinking of this, Emo-chan looked at Dai Anjuan and asked, Old Dai, do you think I would be punished if I killed her? Seeing Emo-chan's serious expression, Old Dai was startled. No, absolutely not. The teachers at the first martial arts school have contracts with the school. If you kill a staff member, it wouldn't just be a punishment, you might even get sentenced to death. Is it that serious? What if I was acting in self-defense and it was unavoidable? Mo Chen frowned. As long as you don't kill her, there shouldn't be any problem, Dai Anjuan replied. Honestly, then that's easy. Mo Chen's frown relaxed. Hearing this, Dai Anjuan looked at Mo Chen in confusion. Is your understanding of self-defense different from mine? How could it be? I often act in self-defense and nothing has happened to me so far, Mo Chen replied. That's good. Dai Anjuan nodded in relief. At that moment, Mo Chen's communicator vibrated. He looked and saw it was a call from Wang Meng. After greeting old Dai, Mo Chen stepped aside to answer the phone. Mo Chen, you must have come out of the underground cave, right? Are you free now? Wang Meng asked. Just came out. I'm currently at the Martial Extreme Tower handing in a task. Perfect, I've just left the dormitory. Wait for me at the bottom of the Martial Extreme Tower. Wang Meng said. Okay. Mo Chen replied and hung up the phone. Mo Chen came down from the 5th floor and arrived at the entrance of the Martial Extreme Tower. While waiting for Wang Meng, many people around looked at Mo Chen with strange expressions. Especially a few boys from a distance gave Mo Chen a thumbs up. Mo Chen really wanted to go over and beat them up. However, when they saw Mo Chen make the slightest move, they all ran away in a hurry. Damn it! I must clear my relationship with that old woman. Mo Chen felt a bit frustrated. Mo Chen. Wang Meng's voice rang out. Mo Chen turned around and saw Wang Meng, who was short and wearing glasses. What's the matter? Can't it be said over the phone? Mo Chen asked Wang Meng. A few old men from my family have come. Wang Meng's expression was somewhat grim. So what if they came? What could possibly happen? Mo Chen was a bit puzzled. They want to lower the price, Wang Meng said in a deep voice. Originally, I had agreed with my family to pay 200 million for your ENG flower. The old men from my family also agreed, but after they arrived in Modu, they specifically investigated you. Mo Chen was taken aback. What did they investigate about me? They investigated your background, Wang Meng replied while walking ahead. Once they found out you don't have much of a background, they thought about lowering the price, and because you're only a freshman, those old men look down on you even more. I've talked to them several times, but they completely disregard what I say. Wang Meng's expression turned very dark. This time, when you go over, don't talk much with them, just directly refuse their conditions. As for the money, I'll find another way. Anyway, I will definitely not let you suffer, Wang Meng said in a deep voice. While speaking, Wang Meng unconsciously released a bit of his aura. Oh, are you about to be promoted to Battle King? Mo Chen said in surprise. Wang Meng nodded. This is thanks to the 2 evolution crystals you gave me last time. Then you can be promoted to Battle King before the freshman competition, Mo Chen said. This freshman competition is very important. If you get a good ranking in the competition, you will gain a lot of resources. At this moment, even a slight increase in strength is extremely crucial. Not to mention breaking through from Battle Sect to Battle King. That was the original plan, Wang Meng replied with a gloomy face. Here, Mo Chen handed a box to Wang Meng. What is this? Wang Meng was taken aback. ENG flower. You're giving it to me now? Wang Meng didn't take the box immediately but looked up at Mo Chen. If I give it to you, just take it. Why so much nonsense? Mo Chen shoved the box into Wang Meng's hands. I'm giving you the ENG flower. As for negotiating with those old geezers from your family, that's another matter. Besides, I have no background, but I have fists. As long as your family's battle emperor hasn't arrived, if those old geezers dare to lower the price, I'll make their dentures fly. As long as your strength is strong enough and your fists are big enough, no one in this world will dare to look down on you, Mo Chen said boldly. You make a good point, but can you take your hand away? Wang Meng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Mo Chen had placed a hand directly on his head while speaking. I just put it there casually. Mo Chen removed his hand. The two continued walking towards the school exit. After leaving the school gate, Wang Meng pointed to a nearby restaurant. They are waiting at the Jinhuang restaurant, Wang Meng said. Then, Mo Chen followed Wang Meng across the road and entered the restaurant. This restaurant, located next to the first martial arts school, specifically caters to martial artists. Many people come here to do business with those from the first martial arts school. As soon as they entered, 2 attractive waitresses in kipayos approached them. Have you 2 made a reservation, or is someone waiting for you? The waitress asked with a smile. Sensing the battle sect aura on them, Mo Chen was a bit surprised. Battle sect working as waitresses? Room 9DZ, Wang Meng replied. This way, please. The waitress enthusiastically led Mo Chen and Wang Meng. Mo Chen felt they were almost overly enthusiastic, occasionally brushing against him with their bodies. Are they trying to seduce me? Mo Chen frowned and directly released his Battle King aura. Instantly, the 2 waitresses turned pale. Sir, we apologize for earlier, the 2 waitresses quickly said. Just behave yourselves, Mo Chen waved his hand. The 2 waitresses dared not have any other thoughts and obediently led the 2 into the private room. Inside the room, 3 elderly men were already seated. Upon seeing Mo Chen enter, the 3 showed no expression. One picked up a teacup and slowly sipped tea. Another was reading an ancient book. The last one was simply meditating with his eyes closed. Seeing the three like this, Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. Great uncle, second uncle, fifth uncle, Emo-chan has arrived, Wang Mang said with a somewhat ugly expression. After Wang Mang spoke, the three looked at Emo-chan as if they had just noticed him. Have a seat, the elder whom Wang Mang called great uncle said, putting down his teacup and speaking to Emo-chan. Sit your mother, Emo-chan replied directly. Emo-chan's curse startled the three of them. What did you say? Wang Mang's great uncle, Wang Zhong, had a somewhat unpleasant expression. I'm talking about you, still pretending with me? Emo-chan directly walked forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite the three. Impudent! Wang Zhong shouted angrily, slamming the table. Bang! The teacup on the table jumped up from the shock. Then, Wang Zhong released his aura as a battle king. Still pretending? Emo-chan raised an eyebrow and slammed the table as well. Boom! The table exploded and wood chips flew everywhere. Wang Zhong and the others were caught off guard and got splattered all over. Wang Mang, standing behind Emo-chan, was not affected. However, at that moment, Wang Mang was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Emo-chan, this was too intense, right? But it was really satisfying. Buzz! Emo-chan stood up, releasing 30% of his Battle King pressure. The previously aggressive Wang Zhong turned pale under this pressure. After subduing Wang Zhong, Emo-chan looked at the last person directly opposite him, Wang Mang's second great uncle, Wang Luan, who was still holding an ancient book. Still reading? Haven't you seen me come in? Emo-chan waved his hand and with a snap sent the ancient book flying out of Wang Luan's hands. Wang Mang, seeing this scene, swallowed hard. Wasn't this a bit too much? Seeking death. Wang Luan, furious, turned red in the face and was about to stand up. Chen frowned and released 50% of his Battle King pressure. Boom! The terrifying aura made the three of them feel as if they were carrying an extra 10,000 pounds. Bang! The chair under Wang Luan exploded and he fell to the ground. Next to him, Wang Zhong's face was flushed, but it was much better than Wang Luan's. Emo-chan ignored the two of them and looked at the last person, Wang Meng's fifth great uncle, Wang Zhun. Be careful, my fifth uncle is very strong, at the peak of battle king, and he's a practical fighter. Wang Mang quickly used his mental energy to remind Emo-chan. In a world where humanity was evolving, there were always some with powerful bloodlines who were unwilling to enter the caves to kill enemies. They preferred to use their excellent bloodlines to advance to Battle King early, improve their status, gain enough benefits in society, and then retire peacefully. These people had great strength but low combat effectiveness. In contrast, the practical fighters were different. At this moment, Wang Zhun had opened his eyes. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. At such a young age, you possess such strength, your future must be limitless, Wang Zhun said with a smile. Even though Emo-chan had just demonstrated his powerful strength, he remained calm. So, how much is your Wang family willing to pay for my Yin Jihua? Emo-chan asked directly. 150 million, Wang Zhun replied immediately. However, it must be for two plants together at this price. Otherwise, the price will only go lower, Wang Zhun added. Lower? How low? Emo-chan looked at Wang Zhun. About 130 million, but it still depends on the quality. If the quality is poor, it might be much lower, Wang Zhun replied honestly. After hearing Wang Zhun's words, Emo-chan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Did Wang Zhun and the others think Emo-chan was a fool? They dared to pressure him like this? Wang Mang, standing behind Emo-chan, was already aware that these three old guys were trying to lower the price, but hearing that they were only willing to pay 150 million and that it was for two plants together made him very angry. Fifth uncle, isn't this a bit too much? Do you want Emo-chan to sell the Yin Jihua to someone else? Wang Mang questioned. Sell it to someone else? Wang Zhun smiled faintly and stood up. Ma-ching agreed to sell this Inji flower to us, and if he goes back on his word now, that would be a breach of contract and he would have to pay a penalty of 50 million. Hearing Wang Zhun's words, Wang Mang was stunned. Were these three old guys out of their minds, daring to turn around and extort Ma-ching? Wang Mang turned to look at Ma-ching. He saw that Ma-ching was not angry. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a hint of a smile. Knowing Ma-ching's character, Wang Mang realized that the three old guys were in for it. What have you decided? Wang Zhun calmly looked at Ma-ching, simultaneously releasing a pressure that was no less than Ma-ching's. The two pressures collided, and the empty private room echoed with a rumbling sound. You're blackmailing me. Ma-ching raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. This time, Ma-ching unleashed all of his pressure without reservation. Boom! Just a second ago, Wang Zhun had been calm, but now he felt as if he had been struck on the back of his head, and his vision went dark. Slap! Ma-ching placed his hand on Wang Zhun's shoulder and gently pressed down. Wang Zhun sat back down in his chair. Bang! But the next moment, Wang Zhun could no longer withstand Ma-ching's pressure, and the chair beneath him exploded, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Among the three, only Wang Zhong, who had already fainted, remained slumped in his chair. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the private room. Hello, I am Yun Huayu, the manager of Jinuang Restaurant. May I ask if there is a situation inside? The commotion in the private room had caught the restaurant's attention. Wang Mang stepped forward and opened the door. Dressed in a suit with slicked back hair, Yun Huayu immediately scanned the room. My elders are discussing business with someone, Wang Meng said, about to close the door. Yun Huayu quickly grabbed the door and asked, why is everyone sitting on the floor? They're old and too excited, you can ask them if you don't believe me. Wang Meng turned to look at Wang Zhong and the others. Restaurant manager Yun Huayu also looked at the three. Except for Wang Zhong, who was unconscious and unable to respond, Wang Luan and Wang Jin both nodded with red faces. See? Wang Meng said. I see, but why is there still one person unconscious? Before Yun Huayu could finish his sentence, the door was slammed shut. Yun Huayu stood outside the door, looking somewhat awkward. You all go down first, I'll wait here. Report immediately if anything happens, Yun Huayu instructed the 8 men in black. The 8 nodded, and then left. Seeing that there were not many people around, Yun Huayu couldn't help but lean closer to the door of the private room. He didn't want anything to happen in the restaurant while he was on duty. At this moment, Ma Qing stood in front of Wang Luan and Wang Jin, arms crossed, looking down at the two, and said, do you understand now? Wang Luan and Wang Jin did not speak. If you don't speak, that means you agree. In that case, pay up 200 million for a single plant and I will only sell you one, Ma Qing said directly. Originally, the 200 million was based on Wang Meng's face, but these three shameless old guys not only pushed it down to 150 million but also wanted to force him to sell 2 plants together. If he didn't sell, they would even have to pay a penalty. Ma Qing felt that something was wrong with their brains. Of course, it was also very likely that these 3 old guys were too arrogant, not considering him, a freshman who had just been promoted to a war king, as a serious matter. Unfortunately, Ma Qing was not an ordinary war king. Unwilling? If you're unwilling, then you can pay me 100 million in penalty, Ma Qing said directly. Seeing Wang Zhong still asleep beside him, Ma Qing stepped forward and slapped him. Slap! Wang Luan was knocked off his chair. This time, Wang Luan woke up immediately. 2 choices, 100 million penalty or pay 200 million to buy my Inji flower, Mo Chinchong said to the 3. Wang Luan and Wang Jin both had somewhat grim expressions. Only Wang Zhong looked confused, turning to Wang Luan and Wang Jin. His eyes clearly asked, what's going on? Why couldn't we suppress this Mo Chen? Alright. In the end, it was still the strongest, Wang Jin, who spoke up. Then let's transfer the money, Mo Chen said directly. I've already given the item to Wang Meng. After Mo Chen finished speaking, Wang Meng took out a box from his body and opened it in front of the 3. A chilling aura was released from the Inji flower. This Inji flower was of better quality than those generally auctioned on the market. Wang Jin stood up with a dark face and operated the communicator. Soon, Mo Chan received a transfer of 200 million. By the way, there's also 50 million for mental distress, Mo Chen added. What? Wang Jin and the others looked at Mo Chen in surprise. Are you extorting me? I'm just a freshman, it's inevitable that I'd be scared by your setup. If I develop psychological issues, it might affect my future promotion to Battle King, Mo Chen said directly. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin and the others looked even more grim. Wang Meng, who stood beside Mo Chen, said, nothing. This was all their own doing. You don't want to pay? Mo Chen frowned, and the terrifying pressure of the Battle King was released once more. The 3, who had just stood up, nearly knelt under this pressure. Fine, I'll pay. Wang Jin gritted his teeth and said, in fact, the amount reported by the family was just the 200 million that Mo Chen originally mentioned. The 3 of them came to negotiate the price, and the extra difference would naturally go into their pockets. As a result, now he was losing an additional 50 million. In the end, Wang Jin transferred 50 million to Mo Chen's account. Humph. Wang Meng, you better successfully promote to Battle King. Before leaving, Wang Jin snorted coldly at Wang Meng. He didn't dare to say such things to Mo Chen, so he vented some of his anger on Wang Meng. However, Wang Meng ignored him. The private room door opened, and Yun Huayu quickly stepped aside. Wang Zhong, Wang Luan, and Wang Jin walked out with serious faces. Wait! Mo Chen suddenly called out to the 3. You broke the tables and chairs, and you're just leaving like this? You should at least compensate, Mo Chen said. Wang Jin and the others were stunned. No need, if it's broken, no need to compensate. Yun Huayu quickly stepped forward to say. Seeing the expressions on Wang Jin and the others' faces, Yun Huayu doubted that if they were really asked to compensate, these 3 old guys might go berserk. Alright, if they don't want compensation, then you 3 can leave, Mo Chen in the room said. Wang Jin and the others said nothing and quickly left. Do you 2 want to dine? Would you like to change to another private room? Yun Huayu enthusiastically walked into the private room and asked. Sure, let's change to another room, Mo Chen nodded in agreement. Then, in another private room, Mo Chen ordered many of the signature dishes from Jin Huang Restaurant. It's worth mentioning that the food at Jin Huang Restaurant is specially tailored for martial artists, with the meat being specially processed beast meat, which greatly enhances one's vitality after consumption. The dishes also included herbs produced in the underground caves, which have the same effect. There's even a Battle Emperor feast. However, the price is shockingly high, costing over 1 billion. Mo Chen only simply ordered dishes worth over 500,000. Emo-chan suddenly felt that he had earned so much money, yet he hadn't spent much until now. However, ordinary consumption no longer interested him. What he cared about most was how to improve his strength. Emo-chan, you've only been a battle king for a few days, right? Wang Mang asked while eating meat. About 7 or 8 days, Emo-chan replied. In reality, 7 or 8 days was just the time in the real world, considering the time he spent in the martial Extreme Tower's training space. It was probably over a month. Only 7 or 8 days, and you can suppress my fifth uncle? Wang Mang was very surprised. Of course, I've been working hard on my training, Mo-chan replied seriously. You can't even imagine the sweat I've put in. Upon hearing this, Wang Mang felt a chill in his heart, but he also sensed a hint of unreliability. After finishing their meal, the manager of the restaurant, Yun Huayu, walked in. Gentlemen, here is my business card. If you want to come here in the future, you can call me in advance to make a reservation, Yun Huayu said with a smile. After learning about Emo-chan's identity, Yun Huayu became even more enthusiastic towards them. Emo-chan took the business card and then settled the bill. Wang Mang, who had just received the Yinji flower, couldn't wait to return to school to train, while Emo-chan wanted to enter the boiling state as soon as possible to master the ability to fly. Thus, Emo-chan and Wang Mang headed straight back to school. Wang Mang rushed to the training hall, while Emo-chan went to the martial extreme tower. Entering the training space, Emo-chan transformed into a 15-meter-tall Chiyu form. By the way, there's also this bloodline fruit. Before consuming the burning blood grass, Emo-chan discovered the bloodline fruit in the system space. He stuffed 10 bloodline fruits into his mouth in one go. Evolution points plus 10,000. Evolution points plus 5,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 1,000. A series of prompts rang out. In the end, the evolution points he gained were only 100. Just right for 10 prompts. It seems the effect of the bloodline fruit is starting to diminish, Emo-chan analyzed. This meant that the remaining dozen or so bloodline fruits would be of no use to him. Then, Emo-chan directly took out 100 stalks of burning blood grass. Fortunately, the effect of burning blood grass doesn't diminish. Grabbing a handful of burning blood grass, Emo-chan immediately began to chew. After chewing until his mouth was filled with red juice, Emo-chan swallowed it down. Then, following the instructions in the tutorial, he consciously mobilized the power of his bloodline throughout his body, running it along a specific route. At first, due to the overwhelming power of the bloodline, Emo-chan found it extremely laborious to operate. But soon, the burning blood grass began to take effect. Emo-chan felt a scorching sensation spreading from his lower abdomen to his limbs and bones. Gradually, a layer of white steam began to rise from the surface of Emo-chan's body. Not enough yet. Emo-chan directly consumed all the burning blood grass he had just taken out. Boom! A wave of scorching energy instantly spread, and the power of the bloodline within Emo-chan operated even faster. However, even so, Emo-chan still couldn't enter the boiling state. Another 100 stalks. Emo-chan took out more burning blood grass from the system space and swallowed it whole. After finishing, he felt it was still not enough and continued to swallow 300 more stalks. The immense medicinal power of the burning blood grass exploded within Emo-chan. The bloodline power, which had been rapidly circulating, suddenly boiled within him. Boom! The bloodline power boiled first in his feet, then in his hands, followed by his torso, and finally, the bloodline power in his head erupted. A black flame ignited in the space between the sharp horns on Emo-chan's head that were about to touch. At that moment, Emo-chan, who had been standing on the ground, suddenly floated into the air. Hoo! A wave of heat surged outwards from Emo-chan, crashing against the walls of the training space. So this is what flying feels like. Emo-chan floated in the air, finding the experience quite novel. The power of his bloodline surged, making him feel as if his strength had increased several times over. With a thought, boom! The 15-meter-tall Emo-chan shot upwards towards the top of the system space. However, he didn't fly very high. Bang! Emo-chan collided with the ceiling of the training space. Please do not intentionally damage the training space's boundary. Violators will have their contribution points deducted. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed. This height is hardly satisfying. So, Emo-chan began to fly horizontally. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After flying back and forth in the air dozens of times, Emo-chan finally felt satisfied. At that moment, the effects of the blood-burning grass began to wane. The flames between his sharp horns started to diminish, eventually disappearing completely. This thing should only manifest after fully entering the blaze feather state, right? Emo-chan's large hand brushed against his sharp horns. Just now, the effects of the blood-burning grass had erupted all at once, and Emo-chan felt as if his bloodline had been ignited in an instant. Of course, that was just his illusion. However, his entire bloodline truly was boiling. According to the martial school tutorial, Emo-chan managed to calm his bloodline power. Bang! In an instant, Emo-chan landed on the ground. Ha! Is this control over my power? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. According to the tutorial, when first entering the boiling state, calming the bloodline power would be slow and require an adaptation process. Only after becoming proficient could one control it freely. To ensure that it wasn't a fluke, Emo-chan focused his mind and immediately activated the bloodline power throughout his body. Boom! The bloodline power instantly entered the boiling state. A scorching aura surged out from Emo-chan's body and he began to float again. Then, Emo-chan retracted his bloodline power. Just like before, it was completed in an instant. This really saves me a lot of time and I still have the blood-burning grass. Emo-chan was quite satisfied. Any excess blood-burning grass could be sold for money. Of course, that would have to wait until he entered the blaze feather state. The blood-burning grass also had significant effects when entering the blaze feather state. At this moment, Emo-chan noticed the beast god heart he had thrown into the system warehouse. Taking out the beast god heart, Emo-chan examined it closely. He also took out the mountain splitting axe and struck the beast god heart forcefully, trying to see if he could split it open. While Emo-chan was studying the beast god heart in the Golden Splendor Tavern in the cold storage, Yun Huayu entered alone and locked the door to the cold storage. Walking among the shelves filled with various exotic beast meats, Yun Huayu finally stood in front of a wall. Due to the low temperature of the cold storage, a thick layer of frost had formed on the wall. Yun Huayu reached out to touch the wall and a transparent control panel appeared. After a few taps, Yun Huayu leaned closer to the wall and scanned his iris. Then, the wall began to tremble, shaking off the frost. The wall opened, revealing a narrow and cramped passageway in front of Yun Huayu. He stepped into the passage. The wall closed again. After a few seconds, Yun Huayu walked through the dark passage and arrived in a small room. In the room, apart from a beam of light cast from above, there was only a circular pool. In the pool was a black, gel-like liquid resembling oil. My lord, I have given the business card to Emo-chan, but he seems to have entered a special place, completely blocking the tracking signal on the card, Yun Huayu said, lowering his head. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of bubbles rose from the black gel-like liquid. A face without a nose slowly emerged from it. Then, the entire head fully surfaced from within. The face without a nose, the mouth composed of a circle after circle of jagged teeth. On the head, there were hair strands as thick as fingers, wriggling and rolling like worms. This appearance was none other than the Beast God Guardian. The Beast God Guardian opened its eyes, revealing a pair of completely golden eyeballs. It looked as if two golden oval spheres had replaced the entire eyes. You did well, continue tracking his signal. The Beast God Guardian did not open its mouth, yet a voice echoed in the room. Yes, my lord. Also, if there's nothing urgent, do not wake me again. This place is too close to the first martial arts academy. If I wait for too long, I fear I will be discovered. After saying this, the Beast God Guardian's entire face sank into the black gelatinous liquid. Gurgle gurgle. A series of bubbles emerged and the Beast God Guardian completely disappeared. Yun Huayu, seeing this, turned around and walked out. Meanwhile, at the first martial arts academy in the training space, Emo-chan studied the black gold magic cube for a while before giving up. The mountain-cutting axe, as a heavenly weapon, could not leave even a trace on the heart of the beast god, let alone splitting it open. Looking at the two black gold magic cubes in his hand, Emo-chan felt a bit unwilling. Can I really not use it? Emo-chan frowned and thought. Earlier, Emo-chan collected blood flame grass, killed the Fire Crow King, and drank its blood, earning 20,000 evolution points. In front of the Beast God Temple, he killed 5 students from the magic capital Martial University who came to rescue Wang Yanmei, earning 60,000 points. If it weren't for Yu Hexin's higher strength, Emo-chan might have only gotten 50,000 points. The bloodline fruits he just consumed added up to a total of 18,600 points. Adding to the original evolution points, his evolution points had now accumulated to 303600/500000. He was still about 200,000 points away from leveling up. And this was just the situation for the first level of the Chiyu body. Plus, with the upgrade cards he had saved before, Emo-chan still had 8 levels to rise. This required a massive amount of evolution points. The freshman competition was about to start, and during this time, Emo-chan would have very few opportunities to enter the caves. He couldn't just kill his opponents directly in the freshman competition, right? That would attract too much hatred. The heart of the beast god could enhance bloodline awakening. At this moment, Emo-chan recalled what old Dai had said. To use the heart of the beast god without leaving the beast god imprint, one must have a bloodline stronger than that of the beast god itself. Thinking of this, Emo-chan was momentarily stunned. He was now the Chiyu body of the 9-Li bloodline. The Chiyu bloodline should be stronger than the beast god bloodline, right? Emo-chan pondered. Chiyu was a legendary figure, possessing the divine ability to burn mountains and boil seas. Even after being defeated and dismembered, he still did not die. The more Emo-chan thought about it, the more he felt Chiyu was powerful. And the more he felt Chiyu was powerful, the more he believed that using the heart of the beast god should be fine. Why not give it a try? In the end, Emo-chan decided to use a heart of the beast god first. He took out the mountain-cutting axe and forcefully cut his finger, managing to create a wound. However, as soon as a drop of blood flowed out, the wound healed, and the heart of the beast god needed to be nourished with blood to fully revive before it could be used. This is a problem. How can I make myself bleed a lot? Emo-chan felt a bit frustrated. It was the first time he felt that healing too quickly was also a trouble. After pondering for a while, Emo-chan also tried it out and found that the wound was healing far too quickly. Sometimes, not even a drop of blood would come out. What on earth should I do? Emo-chan looked at the rapidly healing wound on his arm, feeling somewhat helpless. If I stop the wound from healing, Emo-chan's mind stirred, and suddenly he had an idea. With a powerful swipe of the mountain axe, Emo-chan made a shallow cut on his forearm. Although it was shallow, that was relative to Emo-chan's massive 15-meter height. He pinched the black gold magic cube with 2 fingers, as if picking up a pea. Emo-chan stuffed the magic cube into the wound. This way, even if the wound didn't bleed, the cube could continuously absorb blood. As soon as the cube fell into the wound, the rapidly healing wound was immediately halted. The flesh on both sides had completely closed up, showing no signs of injury. Only the spot where the beast god's heart was lodged remained a wound. Buzz! The black gold magic cube began to emit a dazzling light, with countless twisted symbols reflecting from it. That looks a bit familiar. Emo-chan frowned. Right, it's the same symbols I saw in Bagua City before. Emo-chan suddenly remembered. Then, he felt the blood in his arm automatically surge towards the beast god's heart. Of course, this was a result of Emo-chan not deliberately controlling it. Bright red blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, rushing towards the beast god's heart, eventually forming a small vortex that cradled the heart in the center. As more and more blood was absorbed, the light emitted from the black gold magic cube grew even more brilliant. After a dozen seconds, crack! A light sound. The black gold magic cube transformed into dozens of metallic cubes. These cubes quickly melted into the blood, and dozens of golden twisted symbols gathered into a long strip, directly drilling into the flesh of his arm. Without the black gold magic cube, the wound healed instantly. Then, Emo-chan saw a series of golden symbols moving from his forearm to his upper arm, then to his shoulder. Finally, the golden symbols converged at the position of his heart. Thump! With a loud sound, Emo-chan's heart suddenly thumped. Emo-chan looked down at his chest, where a golden light burst forth from his heart. Thump! The heart thumped again. This time, the dazzling golden light instantly radiated throughout his body. Thump! Thump! With each beat of his heart, the golden light radiated with the pumped blood throughout his body. Aside from a slight swelling in his muscles, Emo-chan felt nothing else. After the heart thumped violently a dozen times, the golden light dimmed. This doesn't seem to be very useful. Emo-chan found it a bit strange and checked the system panel. He saw that on the awakening degree panel, the number jumped from 1/10 directly to 2 out of 10. He leveled up directly. Emo-chan was quite surprised. This meant he had effectively saved 500,000 evolution points. The beast god's heart is so powerful? Emo-chan took out another beast god's heart, preparing to use it again. Buzz! Suddenly, Emo-chan felt the surrounding space tremble. The training space instantly turned pitch black. Emo-chan warily looked around. Then, a golden beam of light lit up instantly, filling the entire space. Emo-chan felt his eyes being painfully stabbed. No, I'm not in the training space. Emo-chan suddenly realized that with the strength of his Chiyu body, he would definitely not be hurt by the bright light. Boom! The space in front of him collapsed, and a massive golden tentacle stretched out from within. The golden tentacle lunged directly at Emo-chan's head. At the same time, a grand whisper echoed throughout the space. Although he had never encountered this language before, a peculiar feeling allowed Emo-chan to understand its meaning. Submit, worship, power. Is this the spiritual imprint of the beast god? Emo-chan watched as the enormous tentacle drew closer, a sense of helplessness rising within him. Compared to this massive tentacle, he felt incredibly small, not to mention the entity behind it. Emo-chan could only watch helplessly as the tentacle descended, unable to move an inch. Boom! Suddenly, a towering black shadow appeared behind Emo-chan. Boom! A pitch-black, menacing hand reached out from the shadow, grabbing the tentacle. Emo-chan turned to look. Although the shadow was enormous and its form indistinguishable, he recognized that hand. It was exactly like the large hand that had grown from his own shoulders. Chi-yu! Emo-chan's heart leaped with joy. Whoosh! At that moment, a howling sound echoed through the space. Another gigantic golden tentacle emerged from the collapsing void. Boom! Behind Emo-chan, the massive humanoid shadow reached out again with its dark, menacing hand, seizing this tentacle. Then, Emo-chan saw the shadow open its mouth. Although it was still shrouded in darkness, the sharp teeth were strikingly visible. The Chiyu shadow yanked hard, pulling the tentacle right in front of itself, and then bit down. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, like biting into an apple, as a portion of the tentacle was severed. Boom! The air trembled, and from the collapsing space, a gigantic shadow emerged. An octopus? Emo-chan struggled to see this shadow clearly. Is the beast god an octopus? Just as Emo-chan was puzzled, the Chiyu shadow took a step forward, passing directly through Emo-chan's body. Emo-chan felt a darkness envelop him, as if a gust of wind had blown by, and the Chiyu shadow was now before him. Whoosh! 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 4 more menacing hands extended from the Chiyu shadow. Boom! 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 At the same time, the beast god shadow swung out. Dozens of golden tentacles towards the Chiyu shadow. Chiyu, you must win. Emo-chan felt a surge of anxiety. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, dozens of tentacles struck the Chiyu shadow. However, the Chiyu shadow showed no signs of faltering. Instead, its 6 large hands suddenly grasped tightly onto 6 golden tentacles. Then came a series of crackling sounds as the Chiyu shadow began to devour the golden tentacles. Roar! A deep, thunderous roar emanated from the beast god shadow, and Emo-chan felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart from the shock. Bang! As if finding the sound from the beast god shadow too noisy, the Chiyu shadow charged forward and punched it. Then, the Chiyu shadow pressed down on the beast god's true form and began to gnaw at it. Crack! 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 The crisp sounds continued, and after several seconds, the beast god shadow was completely consumed by Chiyu. Emo-chan felt the Chiyu shadow grow larger. Whoosh! The Chiyu shadow turned around, looking down at Emo-chan. In front of the colossal Chiyu shadow, Emo-chan, standing 15 meters tall, looked like a 2 or 3-year-old child. Boom! The Chiyu shadow raised its hand, its pitch-black nails pressing against Emo-chan's forehead. Emo-chan's body trembled. Crash! The surrounding space shattered like glass. Before him, the space had returned to its original form of a cultivation area. The shadow of Chiyu had also vanished as the space shattered. Emo-chan felt a massive mental force added to his mind. This mental force was stronger than his original one. Just now, was I pulled into a space similar to the mind? Emo-chan thought to himself. Suddenly, he noticed that the massive mental force began to slowly dissipate. Not good. Mental force is something very difficult to cultivate. It cannot be wasted like this. However, Emo-chan currently had no method to cultivate mental force. Immediately, he opened the communicator's interface and began searching for mental force techniques. Emo-chan started looking from the highest priced options downwards. Mental radiation? Emo-chan focused on this technique. Mental radiation is a group attack and is used in conjunction with other mental techniques, especially attack-type mental martial arts. This is it. Without hesitation, Emo-chan directly paid 100,000 points to purchase it. This technique was absurdly expensive. Fortunately, Emo-chan currently had a total of 185,000 points in his account. If he had known that defeating the beast god's mental imprint would yield so much mental force, he would have definitely prepared a particularly strong mental martial technique. For now, mental radiation was barely the most suitable choice. After payment, the communicator immediately received the specific content of the mental radiation technique. This technique was not difficult to cultivate. Like mental strike, it was easy to get started. However, how many targets it could affect later would depend on how well it was cultivated. According to the description in the mental radiation technique, it could affect up to 129,600 targets. Emo-chan did not aim to reach that level. A few thousand would suffice. At that time on the battlefield, a mental strike followed by mental radiation would deal a fatal blow to all male enemies. By the way, I haven't used mental strike on females yet. I should have tried it on Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji. Emo-chan thought regretfully. Then, he focused his mind and began to concentrate on cultivating mental radiation. The massive mental force was still continuously dissipating. Wasting even a second was a huge loss. Soon, Emo-chan learned mental radiation and immediately began to use it. Buzz! A circle of invisible mental waves swept outwards, while Emo-chan also executed mental strike. I still need a specific target. Emo-chan immediately chose the martial imprint. However, he did not select the stronger ones. His mental strike would definitely not defeat them, and he would be forced to fight back, which would waste time. So, Emo-chan directly chose the weakest ice armor. Although it was the weakest, the opponent's king-level cultivation was still stronger than Wang Yanmei and Lu Qingji. Emo-chan continuously used mental radiation and mental strike to attack the opponent. Ice armor had extremely strong defense and attack power, but its speed was very slow. Emo-chan used Wind Thunder Decision to circle around the opponent. In 1 second, over 100 mental strikes hit ice armor. Thus, Emo-chan attacked ice armor for over 10 minutes. Along with mental radiation, the massive mental force in Emo-chan's mind was clearly decreasing. During the consumption process, mental force continuously merged into Emo-chan himself. Meanwhile, mental strike and mental radiation were also continuously leveling up. 2 hours later, ice armor, which had suffered countless mental strikes from Emo-chan, clenched its legs tightly and let out an unwilling roar. Finally, its body split in the middle and then turned into countless fragments that dissipated. It cracked from the pain? Emo-chan wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, the massive mental force in his mind had basically been completely consumed. The mental pain directly rose from 2/100 to 40/100. The mental radiation increased from 1/100 to 20/100. It was clear that cultivating mental radiation was much more difficult than mental pain. Emo-chan did not rest and directly took out another beast god heart from the system warehouse. Because he was continuously absorbing mental power, Emo-chan felt no fatigue at all. This time, I should be able to level up again, right? Emo-chan looked at the black gold cube in his hand, then forcefully slashed with the mountain-opening axe in his hand. A shallow wound appeared on the surface of his forearm. Emo-chan placed the black gold cube inside. While Emo-chan was harvesting the beast god, the people of Magic City were all shocked, looking up at the sky. The usually clear blue sky had turned blood red. Pei Kwang, along with the principal of Magic City Martial University and several other principals from Magic City universities, stood on top of a building, their expressions serious as they gazed at the sky. What is the beast god going crazy about? Lu Jintao, the principal of Magic City Martial University, who was dressed in a long robe and appeared polite, frowned and said. Pei Kwang and the others remained silent. If the beast god truly had made a move, it would be a catastrophe for everyone in Magic City. Pei Mad Dog, have the four lords replied? Someone asked Pei Kwang. The four lords naturally referred to the founders of the first martial school, the four national generals. Pei Kwang shook his head. Not yet, the four lords are very busy, and their consciousness can't say when they will return. Hearing Pei Kwang's words, everyone showed concern. At that moment, the blood color in the sky began to fade little by little. The beast god has stopped? Lu Jintao exclaimed. The few of them stood on the rooftop and watched for a while. Finally, the blood color completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, Pei Kwang, Lu Jintao, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Not just them, but all the people in Magic City also breathed a sigh of relief. The sky turning blood red was not just a change in color, there was also an invisible pressure like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts, making them feel oppressed and suffocated. However, fortunately, the blood color faded and returned to normal. Meanwhile, in the training space, the shadow of Chiyu moved again, devouring a huge beast god shadow resembling an octopus. Compared to the first time, Emo-chan was much more relaxed now and often changed angles to carefully observe the beast god shadow. After observing for a long time, Emo-chan confirmed that it was indeed a giant octopus. Not impressive at all. Is this really called a beast god? Emo-chan shook his head. Chiyu was still cooler. Just look at those muscles. Boom. The sky, which had just returned to normal for a few seconds, turned blood red again. This time, the sky was even redder, as if blood had been splashed across it. Whoosh! A huge round eye emerged from the blood-red sky. Who angered the beast god? Pei Kwang frowned. The only ones who could offend an existence like the beast god, besides the four lords, are those few old guys who are afraid of death. Lu Jintao analyzed. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red beam shot out from the huge round eye. Not good. It's aimed at the first martial school. Lu Jintao exclaimed. Pei Kwang furrowed his brows tightly and remained silent. At that moment, the students of the first martial school, seeing the blood-red beam descending, were all stunned. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly echoed. In the martial extreme tower, a massive azure dragon phantom flew out. The azure dragon phantom moved swiftly, instantly crossing hundreds of meters to meet the blood-red beam. The azure dragon's body was entwined with lightning, and one claw reached for the blood-red pillar of light. Boom! The blood-red pillar exploded. Countless bolts of lightning erupted. The space around the azure dragon and the blood-red pillar even showed signs of collapse. The blood-red pillar was blocked by the azure dragon and then dissipated. Roar! The azure dragon let out a beastly roar. Its body moved and flew directly into the enormous circular eyeball. Boom! A muffled thunder echoed in the sky, with lightning occasionally exploding behind the blood-red sky. After a dozen seconds, the blood-red sky dissipated, leaving only the giant circular eyeball. Beast god, you broke the rules. A massive thought emanated from the azure dragon's phantom. However, only those at the War Emperor level in the Demon City could hear it. Then, the azure dragon's phantom extended its claw and grabbed. The eyeball exploded. Blood-red energy surged outwards. However, the azure dragon's phantom reached into the void. The blood-red energy condensed, transforming into a drop of blood in the sky, then began to fall. The location where the blood fell was precisely the first martial school. The azure dragon's phantom flew down and re-entered the martial extreme tower. In front of the empty space of the martial extreme tower, the gathered crowd from the first martial school suddenly felt a massive force approaching. Their bodies were involuntarily pushed aside. Just then, that drop of blood fell, landing in front of the empty space of the first martial school. That drop of blood instantly spread out, covering the entire area in blood. Feeling the terrifying energy within the blood, the crowd that had just been pushed aside by that inexplicable force felt a wave of fear in their hearts. Splash! Suddenly, the blood in the center of the empty space surged up. What is this? The people around widened their eyes. They saw the ground covered in blood directly transform into a blood pool. Moreover, the blood within the pool surged without wind or any external force, as if driven by a violent gale. Boom! A rumble echoed in the sky. Pei Kwang, Lu Jintao, and several other principals from Demon City appeared above the blood pool. Just in time to make up for this loss, Pei Kwang descended from the sky with a serious expression. His large hand reached out towards the nearby rockery. A pile of rubble flew up, being forcibly compressed into a stone tablet under immense pressure. On the stone tablet were 4 wild cursive characters: Beast God Blood Pool. Pei Kwang waved his hand. Bang! The stone tablet smashed into the ground beside the blood pool. Then, under the Awed gazes of the crowd from the first martial school, Pei Kwang and the other principals flew back into the sky, disappearing before everyone. At this moment, Emo-chan, who had absorbed the second beast god heart, was engaged in battle with the ice armor. The two mental techniques, mental strike and mental radiation, had both increased in level, resulting in a significant increase in their consumption. Emo-chan's efficiency in absorbing that massive mental power had also improved considerably. Insufficient backup energy in the training space, about to shut down. Please conclude your training within half an hour. The artificial intelligence's voice echoed in the training space. Insufficient energy? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. After coming here so many times, this was the first occurrence of such a situation. Could it be that I've consumed too much energy? Emo-chan couldn't help but think. However, half an hour was still enough. Half an hour later, the ice armor cracked again under the assault of mental strike. This time, mental strike rose to 60 out of 100. Mental radiation was at 30/100, and the bloodline awakening level had risen by 1 level. Emo-chan exited the training space while checking the system panel. Host: Emo-chan bloodline, Jolie bloodline, Chiyu body, 3/10, ability, indestructible body, passive skill, when attacked, strength, resilience, endurance, and self-healing increase by 500%. 9 nether body, passive skill, 99% chance to be immune to fatal damage, certain chance to be immune to heavy strikes when both feet touch the ground, stamina recovers 10% per second every 3 attacks, triggers once for super strength, Jolie battle soul, 3 out of 10, passive skill, every time attacked, rage accumulates, when rage reaches its limit, triggers battle soul, increasing strength, speed, and defense by 300%. Chiyu devours heaven, 3 out of 10, active skill, devours blood to enhance personal strength, ancestral witch's blessing, passive skill, upon being killed, body and head separate no more than 10,000 miles, resurrects after 7 days, unlimited times, fox concealment technique, 10 out of 10, a talent born from the king among the beastly white foxes, can reduce one's presence. Mental pain strike, 60 out of 100, mental attack, can cause intense pain to the target, mental radiation, 30 out of 100, mental auxiliary skill, spreads mental power, can lock onto up to 3,000 targets, martial skills, Bull Demon Fist, 2nd level, Bull Demon tops the sky, 8 Sound Fist, 4th level, Ghost Axe, 3 styles, Wine Thunder decision items, Mountain Opening Axe upgrade cards, X2 Bloodline Peak Experience card, X2 Evolution points. 205000/900000 luck value 3805 except for the skills Chiyu devours heaven and mental pain strike, which do not have obvious markings. All other skills have clear prompts, especially Jolie battle soul, which directly increases abilities by 300%. But I haven't encountered an opponent that can make me use my full strength yet, Emo-chan suddenly thought. These changes did not concern Emo-chan much. What truly caught his attention was that terrifying evolution point, 900,000. Emo-chan calculated that each level up required an additional 200,000 evolution points. Do I need to kill a few beast emperors to gather enough evolution points? Emo-chan muttered to himself. However, Emo-chan quickly remembered the gigantic serpent beast emperor in Bagua City. That several 100-meter-long body, he didn't even know if that was just a small part of the opponent's body. Even if Emo-chan transformed into 15 meters tall, it would still not be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. I haven't drawn a lottery in a long time, should I try again? Seeing his over 3,000 LUT points, Emo-chan felt that he hadn't lost that much before. Directly 5,000 points. Emo-chan prepared to go all in. Lottery to get rich. But when it came time to pay the evolution points, Emo-chan hesitated. Forget it, let's be steady. Start with 100 points. Ding. Luck value plus 100. Emo-chan got angry and directly went for 1,000 points. Ding. Luck value plus 1,000. Then, Emo-chan tried various combinations of evolution points, even trying 888 and 666. In the end, Emo-chan's luck value became 8,804. Originally planned to draw 5,000 points, now, Emo-chan only had 1 point left. As long as it's not spicy strips, I've made a profit, Emo-chan told himself. Because once he drew something, the luck value would reset to 0. After paying 1 evolution point, Emo-chan began the lottery. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Weapon Enchantment card X1. Finally, he drew other items. Emo-chan eagerly claimed the card and then checked it. Weapon Enchantment card can enchant a weapon 3 times, no limit on weapon grade after successful enchantment. The weapon grade will be upgraded to Heavenly Grade Supreme, lasting for 10 minutes. Heavenly Grade Supreme? Emo-chan was taken aback. Isn't a heavenly weapon divided into upper, middle, and lower grades? Is there also a supreme grade? Emo-chan was just thinking when a hissing sound erupted and the door to the training space opened. Emo-chan walked out from inside. At the same time, several other training space doors also opened. A few people walked out with expressions of regret. Just a little more, I could have exhausted the ice armor. What a pity, I was in great shape today, my moves were much faster. If I hadn't come out early, I might have won. While these people were complaining, a few other unfortunate students also emerged from inside. Help me a bit, take me to the school. Hospital. I was halfway through healing when I got sent out. What are you complaining about? Look at him, he's worse off, he hasn't even healed. Yet, someone nearby pointed at a person on the ground who was completely charred. The charred person opened his mouth and a puff of black smoke spewed out. Damn! The previously weak student jumped in shock. You guys should take him to the hospital first, don't let him die later. Emo-chan noticed that not all the training rooms had opened, several remained closed. I remember that Sister Meng seems to be inside, Emo-chan thought. However, Meng Wuyo might have already come out. Not wanting to dwell on it, Emo-chan went straight downstairs and arrived at Old Dai's counter. Hee, Old Dai. Emo-chan leaned on the counter with a smile. Spit it out quickly, Old Dai said directly, his hands flying over the tablet. Hee, Old Dai, do you know what a heavenly great supreme weapon is? Dai Anjuan paused and looked at Emo-chan with confusion. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I'm just eager to learn. I like to ask questions. Emo-chan replied with a smile. Get lost. Dai Anjuan cursed directly. Suddenly, at that moment, Emo-chan felt some movement beside him. Instinctively turning his head, he saw Xiongbo appear next to him. Emo-chan was stunned. This time, he didn't wait for Xiongbo to speak before noticing him, but when he did notice, Xiongbo was already right beside him. Ha! Why aren't you cursing now? Xiongbo looked at Emo-chan in surprise. Emo-chan was speechless. This guy must have done it on purpose the last few times. A heavenly grade supreme weapon is a weapon that is just one step away from becoming a divine weapon. It's even more powerful than a heavenly grade upper tier weapon. Seeing that Emo-chan didn't respond, Xiongbo continued. What step is that? Emo-chan asked curiously. Successfully infusing a segment of will into the weapon, giving its spirit, and it becomes a divine weapon. Xiongbo replied. What kind of will? Emo-chan was even more curious. You can think of it as a very simple command. For example, if you infuse a killing intent into a sword, the killing intent will imbue the sword with spirit, and combined with your own killing intent, its power will reach a terrifying level. Xiongbo explained. Emo-chan nodded, somewhat understanding. Not caring whether Emo-chan understood or not, Xiongbo leaned against the counter and said solemnly to Dai Anjuan, the Dragon General's consciousness hasn't returned yet, the remaining energy is only enough for 2 more strikes. Dai Anjuan nodded, sighed, and replied, there's nothing we can do about it. Fortunately, we got a drop of Beast God's blood, so it's not a total loss. Was this anomaly really caused by a drop of Beast God's blood? If so, the Beast God's power must have increased again. Xiongbo's face showed concern. It shouldn't be. Dai Anjuan shook his head. According to the feedback from the Magic City side, before the anomaly appeared, there were strong energy fluctuations coming from several Beast God follower strongholds in the outer city of Magic City. Hearing this, Xiongbo visibly relaxed. Emo-chan looked at the two with confusion. What are you guys talking about? Emo-chan asked. You'll know if you check the communicator, Old Dai replied. Hearing this, Emo-chan immediately checked his communicator. By the way, how did your mental strength suddenly become so strong? I thought you were from a mental power bloodline. Dai Anjuan suddenly asked, having noticed Emo-chan discovering Xiongbo just now. Xiongbo also looked at Emo-chan at this moment. Maybe it's because I've been training hard, Emo-chan replied. It's better not to mention the heart of the Beast God. You didn't use the heart of the Beast God, did you? A sudden guess flashed through Dai Anjuan's mind as he asked, how could that be? I've never even seen what the heart of the Beast God looks like. Besides, can the heart of the Beast God really enhance mental strength? Emo-chan feigned curiosity and retorted. It seems it really can't enhance mental strength. Dai Anjuan felt that his guess was a bit absurd. Would the Beast God get angry over a mere battle king? If that guess got out, it would probably be laughable. Alright, just go away if there's nothing else. Dai Anjuan waved his hand impatiently. The Beast God suddenly attacking the first martial school made him feel very anxious. Emo-chan said his goodbyes and quickly walked away. After leaving the counter, Emo-chan wiped the sweat off his forehead. The Beast God really got angry. A drop of the Beast God's blood descended upon Magic City, attacking the first martial school. Fortunately, Dragon General had left a means in advance to crush the drop of blood from the Beast God. If I hadn't been at the first martial school, I might have been done for. No, my peak experience card might still have a chance. Emo-chan thought with some lingering fear. It seems that in the future, such things can only be used at the first martial school. If something goes wrong, the school will cover for it. Damn it, this Beast God has targeted me twice. Just wait until I become a god and crush him. Emo-chan cursed as he walked out of the martial extreme tower, then saw the blood pool that was constantly surging. Emo-chan had seen the mental imprint of the Beast God and was not unfamiliar with its aura. At this moment, seeing the surging blood pool, a familiar feeling arose in his heart. Ha! Why am I suddenly hungry? Emo-chan's stomach growled. Buzz buzz. Buzz. At that moment, the communicator also vibrated. It was Mina calling. Emo-chan. After connecting, Mina's projection, with short hair and a healing smile, appeared in front of Emo-chan. With her tan skin, Mina leaned in close, her body not appearing on screen. What's up, Mina? My dad is coming to the school in person to thank you and to pay you for the purchase of the Inji flower, Mina said with a smile. He'll be here in the afternoon, so don't go into seclusion or I won't be able to reach you. No problem, Emo-chan readily agreed. By the way, Mina, when you video call me, step back a bit and don't get too close, it makes your face look big and you won't look as pretty, Emo-chan said with a serious expression. Ah, really? Mina's eyes widened as she awkwardly stepped back. Now, Mina's somewhat exaggerated and voluptuous figure was fully visible in the video frame. Of course, would I lie to you? Emo-chan replied seriously. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder when I went out to take photos with friends, they all stood behind me. Mina pondered. Seeing that Mina truly believed him, Emo-chan suddenly felt a bit wicked. Emo-chan suddenly remembered the thick evolution crystal he got from Wang Yenmei. By the way, Mina, do you have time? I have something good to share with you. Emo-chan smiled. Really? What is it? Mina showed an expectant expression. I can't tell you in advance, but I'll give you a hint. It's something black and thick. Hee hee. Emo-chan grinned, feeling even more wicked. Ah, I know. It's a mental power evolution crystal. Mina exclaimed excitedly, her chest rippling like water. Holy crap. Emo-chan was stunned. Am I right? Emo-chan, am I right? Mina asked happily. Emo-chan, Emo-chan, Emo-chan? Mina saw Emo-chan in a daze and quickly called out. Did I guess right? Mina looked at Emo-chan with anticipation. Emo-chan came to his senses and nodded. You guessed right. Mina, yay. Emo-chan, can I come over to find you now? Mina asked. I can't wait to see the evolution crystal. Sure, just come to my dorm, but I'm a bit hungry and need to eat something, Emo-chan replied. I have some high-energy snacks, I'll bring some over. Mina, barefoot, bent over and pulled a basket of snacks from under the bed. How about I bring all of it over? Mina sat on the floor, looking at Emo-chan. Okay, bring it all. Emo-chan nodded. Afterwards, Emo-chan returned to his dorm. This time, the evolution crystal was relatively large and its amplification effect should be quite strong. So, Emo-chan called Wang Meng, wanting him to come and use it together. But Wang Meng's phone was off. This guy must still be in seclusion. Breaking through to the Battle King level, Emo-chan frowned. Then, it would just be him and Mina using it. After all, Wang Meng had already used 2 last time. This way, it would be fair. Will I gain another mental bloodline ability this time? Emo-chan suddenly thought. After taking a shower and spraying some perfume, Emo-chan changed into a loose outfit. Wearing combat gear for a long time had made his big muscles feel a bit uncomfortable. Then, Emo-chan went to the living room, on the first floor to wait for Mina. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Emo-chan opened the door and saw a large cardboard box, along with Mina's not-so-thin but well-proportioned legs. Emo-chan took the box. Come in. Mina, dressed in black skinny jeans and a backless short-sleeve top, walked in with a smile. After putting down the box, Emo-chan poured a cup of tea for Mina. Emo-chan, you smell so good. Did you use cologne? Mina held the teacup, wrinkling her little nose. I don't know, I borrowed it from my eldest son. Emo-chan shook his head. Hee hee, it smells pretty nice. Mina smiled. Forget about that. Come, let me show you the evolution crystal I got this time. Emo-chan took out the evolution crystal. Compared to the previous one, it was about twice as thick, and Emo-chan could barely hold it with one hand. The black crystal shone dazzlingly under the light. Wow, thank you, Emo-chan. Mina happily leaned closer. No, stay back, Emo-chan stretched out his palm to push Mina away. When we use the crystal later, we need to keep a certain distance, or the effect will weaken, Emo-chan explained, then took out the crystal resonator he borrowed from old Dai. Oh, I see, Mina nodded obediently. Then, Emo-chan inserted the crystal into the resonator. Are you ready? Emo-chan looked at Mina. I'm ready. Mina nodded. By the way, Emo-chan, weren't you hungry? Shouldn't we eat something first? Mina suddenly said. Emo-chan was taken aback. Strange, I'm not hungry anymore since I came back. Let's absorb the evolution crystal first and then eat. Then, Emo-chan activated the crystal resonator. Buzz. The black crystal began to vibrate, releasing a powerful wave of mental energy. It was much stronger than the last evolution crystal. Emo-chan's heart tightened, and he quickly absorbed this mental energy. Due to Emo-chan's bloodline not being related to mental energy, his absorption efficiency was much lower than Mina's. At this moment, Mina floated up, her short hair spreading out behind her. Mina closed her eyes, her small mouth slightly open, completely immersed in it. The resonator continued to work, and both of them were absorbing the mental energy within. At the same time, Emo-chan tried to stimulate his mental power to gain a new bloodline ability. However, he always failed. Fortunately, this thick and dark crystal was very durable, allowing Emo-chan to keep trying. As Emo-chan and Mina absorbed the evolution crystal, a thought appeared in the minds of all the beast god heirs across the Dragon Kingdom. Kill Emo-chan and seize the bloodline. After this thought emerged, many beast god heirs became very excited. Ever since they received the spiritual imprint of the beast god, they had rarely received instructions from the beast god. But every time the beast god issued a directive, it meant they could gain tremendous benefits. Immediately, many beast god heirs began to investigate Emo-chan's background. However, there were exceptions. In the estate of the Jade Emperor, Lu Qingji frowned tightly. How did this bastard provoke the beast god? Only a fool would seek out that emotion. Lu Qingji muttered to herself, then closed her eyes and continued her cultivation. Without the bloodline fruit, she had to work a little harder. Moreover, Wang Yujie and Lu Zhengyang had both died at her hands. If her strength didn't improve, her master would probably be displeased. Meanwhile, at the martial university in the Demon City, which was much smaller than the first martial school and lacked a cultivation space with martial imprints, Wang Yanmei didn't take the beast god's thought to heart at all. Send someone? The first time she encountered Imo Chen, she lost a beast god heart. The second time, not only did she lose another beast god heart, but she also lost many blood-burning grass bloodline fruits and that evolution crystal. She was even forced to leave a debt of 2 billion and filmed a video. After returning to school, Wang Yanmei secretly resolved that until she was at least one major realm higher than Imo Chen, she would absolutely not be his enemy. It would be best if she never crossed paths with Imo Chen. It would be best if those arrogant guys went to find Imo Chen and got severely extorted by him. Wang Yanmei thought of those few who claimed to be the strongest among the beast god heirs. Crack, crack, crack. In the first martial school, dormitory 69, a layer of fine cracks appeared on the black crystal of the resonator. This was a sign that the crystal was about to be completely absorbed. At this moment, Imo Chen still had not gained a new mental power bloodline ability. He could only inefficiently absorb a bit of the mental power from the crystal. However, Mina's absorption speed was getting faster and faster. Imo Chen felt a bit anxious. Would this opportunity go to waste? He was the lucky one who drew the weapon. Enchantment card. Suddenly, a slight pain pierced Imo Chen's head. Then, he instinctively activated the fox concealment technique. As the fox concealment technique was activated, Imo Chen's body seemed to enter a space surrounded by layers of colorful halos. The speed of the halo's transformation increased. Finally, the halo completely disappeared and Imo Chen's body's surface turned black. Imo Chen felt a bit confused. Black? How could he conceal himself like that? However, Imo Chen felt a strange connection with the ground beneath his feet, as if he had become a part of the earth. Crack! At that moment, the crystal in the resonator completely shattered into countless fragments. Mina's hair stopped flying and she fell from the air, sitting on the sofa. Gentle waves rose again in front of her chest. Ha! Imo-chan, where did you go? Mina's sparkling eyes widened as she looked around. Can't you see me? Imo-chan said. Mina, as if she hadn't heard at all, stood up from the sofa. Where did Imo-chan go? Mina's little head was filled with question marks. Imo-chan, are you upstairs? Mina walked towards the stairs. Mina, I'm here. Imo-chan stopped using the fox concealment technique. Imo-chan, where did you hide just now? Seeing Imo-chan suddenly appear, Mina's surprised little mouth opened wide. This is a new ability I just acquired, Imo-chan explained. However, he felt very puzzled inside. Shouldn't it be the ability of the mental power bloodline? Why did the fox concealment technique change? Could it be that the Fox King's fox concealment technique also evolved because of absorbing the evolution crystal? While Imo-chan was confused, he opened the system panel. Imo-chan was surprised to find that the original position of the fox concealment technique had turned into a new skill. Earth concealment, 1/10 connects breath with the earth, can merge with the earth. Hiding oneself, if conditions are not met, the skill effect is downgraded to fox concealment. Invisibility ability? Wow, that sounds really powerful, Mina said, a bit surprised. This way, if you ambush someone in the future, it will be convenient. Absolutely no one can escape. Mina said, waving her little fist. No. Imo-chan shook his head, his expression serious. I absolutely hate ambushing. Oh. Mina felt a bit embarrassed. By the way, Mina, how do you feel about your improvement? Imo-chan asked. He was very interested in Mina's abilities. If Mina's abilities became stronger, taking her out in the future would reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. I can't really say specifically, but my mental power has roughly doubled, and my bloodline ability has probably become much stronger. I'll go test it at the training hall later, Mina replied seriously. By the way, Imo-chan, let's have some snacks. Mina suddenly said. Okay, I should be hungry, Imo-chan replied. Mina brought a large box of snacks. It would be a bit embarrassing not to eat some herself. Let's eat this first, it's super delicious, Mina said, handing Imo-chan a small snack with an octopus design on it. Octopus? Imo-chan was taken aback. Yes, this is made from the young of a beast that hasn't fully grown yet. Many underwater hunters from my side go to find these little octopuses. They're really tasty, Mina explained, then tore open the packaging and took a big bite out of a cute little octopus. Imo-chan looked at the little octopus in his hand and also tore open the packaging. Beast god, eat this. After eating half a box of snacks, there was a knock on the door outside the dormitory. Could it be Wang Meng coming back? Mina guessed, then stood up voluntarily. I'll open the door. Whoosh! The door opened and a cold gust of air rushed in, making Mina shiver. Gu Bingwan? Mina was a bit surprised. At that moment, standing at the door, the cold-faced Gu Bingwan was also surprised to see Mina opening the door. I'm looking for Imo-chan, Gu Bingwan said. Emo-chan, someone is looking for you. Mina looked towards the living room. But, at some point, Emo-chan had disappeared. What do you need me for? Emo-chan suddenly appeared next to Mina. A flash of shock crossed Gu Bingwan's eyes. I came to thank you, Gu Bingwan said a bit stammeringly. Although Gu Bingwan looked aloof on the outside, she seemed a bit silly. As soon as she spoke, this is our family's ice crystal pendant. If you hold this, you can directly exchange it for 500 million. Or certain treasures, Gu Bingwan said, extending her slender hand. In the palm of his hand lay a small jade pendant, releasing strands of cold air. Then I won't be polite. Emo-chan immediately accepted the jade pendant upon hearing it could be exchanged for 500 million. Gu Bingwan nodded. About the beast god temple. Thank you. After saying this, Gu Bingwan turned and left. Emo-chan wanted to call her back to sit for a while, but Gu Bingwan walked even faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Emo-chan, I heard from my roommate that Gu Bingwan seems to have a bit of social anxiety, Mina said beside him. Emo-chan recalled Gu Bingwan's sister, Gu Bingmei. As far as I know, her sister Gu Bingmei also has social anxiety. Emo-chan turned to Mina and said, really? I think she's fine. Mina frowned slightly, somewhat disagreeing with Emo-chan's statement. No, Emo-chan shook his head. The social anxiety I'm talking about is social terror asteriskist. Mina, Sigma, After staying in the dorm for a while, Mina received a call from her father. Upon learning he had arrived in Magic City, Mina said she would go pick him up. Emo-chan, I'm leaving now. Wait for me to come back and try my new ability in the training hall. Mina stood up from the sofa. Go ahead, Emo-chan nodded in response. Then, he saw her curvy silhouette disappear from view. While munching on high-energy snacks, Emo-chan searched for various materials using his communicator. He was looking for information related to the Earth Concealment Technique and the Fox Concealment Technique. However, apart from a few pieces related to the Fox Concealment Technique, there was nothing about the Earth Concealment Technique. Looks like I'll have to try it out in the training hall myself, Emo-chan thought, remembering he still hadn't completed the test leaderboard. The end of the month was approaching, and he had already secured first place in both the Martial Extreme and Points leaderboards. If he added the test leaderboard, he would be first in all three. The rewards he would receive then would be exceptionally generous. After tidying up a bit, Emo-chan headed towards the training hall. On the way, he couldn't help but use the Earth Concealment Technique to see its effects. To his surprise, the Earth Concealment Technique was far stronger than the Fox Concealment Technique. Even if he stood right in front of someone, they couldn't see him. Even when he took out his mountain-splitting axe and waved it in front of them, they still couldn't see him. Previously, while the Fox Concealment Technique had a hidden effect that was impressive, once Emo-chan took action or transformed, it would immediately become ineffective. Unless he circled behind the opponent and quickly executed the Ghost Axe's ghostly strike, it could serve as a surprise attack. But now, he could attack while in a concealed state. Although I don't like ambushing, using this method occasionally isn't bad, Emo-chan thought to himself. Then turned onto a small path. There were too many people on the main road, and in his concealed state, it would be easy to bump into someone. The small path, of course, led back to the previous small grove. Last time, Emo-chan had beaten up the old witch Chi-Fong here, and not only did he not vent his anger, but his own innocence was also tarnished. Damn it, if I run into Chi-Fong again, I'll just defend myself. Emo-chan cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, deep in the small grove, coincidentally, Chi-Fong was standing at the spot where she had previously fought Emo-chan. Beside Chi-Fong stood a middle-aged man wearing thick glasses. The man was crouched down, carefully studying the soil on the ground. The residual aura is not much, but it's extremely powerful, indicating that his bloodline is top-notch, and it's very likely he has ancestral traits, the middle-aged man analyzed. Additionally, the soil still retains a strong chill. I think if we want to deal with Emo-chan, we must use thermal weapons. Otherwise, we won't be able to counter his bloodline, the middle-aged man continued. Chi-Fong stood beside him, frowning in silence. The middle-aged man was her specially hired assistant to deal with Emo-chan. The middle-aged man stood up and said with some emotion, this Emo-chan is simply cheating. In such a short time, he has gained this kind of strength. Exactly, that's why we must rectify the situation, Chi-Fong said with a serious expression. The principal is already very dissatisfied with the last incident. If we take action again, will the four lords be unhappy? The middle-aged man asked. I have already submitted a report to Lord Longjiang, Chi-Fong replied. Lord Longjiang appointed me as the director of the first martial art school, which shows his trust in me. I believe Lord Longjiang will understand my thoughts, Chi-Fong continued. The middle-aged man nodded. At the first martial arts school, he was part of a small group with Chi-Fong. He also agreed with Chi-Fong's educational philosophy. However, he felt that Chi-Fong had gone a bit too far in the last incident. If it were him, he would have patiently found Emo-chan gently guided him and made him realize that his hostility was too strong and needed to be restrained. In the end, he would have made Emo-chan completely convinced. A tall tree catches the wind, it is easy to break when it has just grown. I hope Emo-chan can understand this principle. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head. Let's go back, we need to plan carefully regarding Emo. Chen, Chi Fong said with a serious expression. She could not afford to fail again. Last time, Pei Kwang nearly exploded when he found out. If she failed again, that mad dog Pei Kwang would turn the table. Just as Chi Fong and the middle-aged man were about to leave, Mo Chen, who was using the earth concealment technique, happened to walk nearby. Seeing the familiar figure not far away, Mo Chen was stunned. Is this fate? Mo Chen thought to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Chen fully activated the earth concealment technique and rushed towards Chi Fong's position. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped. Do you feel any movement around us? He asked, looking around warily. Upon hearing this, Chi Fong immediately looked around. Mo Chen, who was running quickly, stopped instantly, making not a sound. Nan-san, you are too cautious, and besides, it's not your main body coming over, your sensing ability has decreased significantly, Chi Fong said. Nan-san nodded. That could be the case. Just as he finished speaking, a muffled sound came from beside them. Bang! Chi Fong suddenly lowered her head. Whoosh! Chi Fong raised her head and her figure vanished from the spot. Someone ambushed me. Chi Fong reappeared a dozen meters away, her face extremely pale. That blow had made her feel like her entire head was about to explode. The intense pain nearly made her faint. Who on earth dared to strike so hard? Moreover, the opponent's concealment technique was so advanced that neither she nor Nansan could detect it. At this moment, Mo Chen, continuing to use the earth concealment technique and holding the mountain-splitting axe, silently approached Chi Fong from behind. Mo Chen was also surprised. He didn't expect Chi Fong's head to be so hard. He had used about 30% of his strength in that last strike. As for using his full strength, Mo Chen certainly wouldn't do that. Whether the earth concealment technique would fail was another matter. The key was that if he struck down with all his might, Chi Fong's head would be smashed to pieces. Without any legitimate reason, killing Chi Fong would likely not be forgiven by the martial arts school. At this moment, Chi Fong was warily looking around, ready to unleash her bloodline power at any moment. Meanwhile, Mo Chen had already raised the mountain-splitting axe behind Chi Fong. The muscles and veins in his arm bulged, and the back of the axe was aimed directly at the back of Chi Fong's head. Bang! A tremendous force struck the back of Chi Fong's head, nearly knocking her eyes out. Bowing her head, she staggered forward 2 steps, then turned her head, her bloodshot eyes looking back. But she saw nothing. Still not down? At this moment, Mo Chen, who had reappeared behind Chi Fong, was somewhat puzzled. However, in the next moment, Chi Fong rolled her eyes and fell backward onto the ground. Nan Song widened his eyes, looking at Chi Fong lying on the ground. Then, he turned and ran away. This was just his clone, and his abilities were not suited for combat. However, Nan Song had only taken 2 steps when, bang, the back of his head was struck and he fell forward. Thud! Nan Song hit the ground. Just as Mo Chen was about to deliver another blow, Nan Song's body suddenly became transparent and disappeared completely within a few breaths. What kind of ability is this? Mo Chen was somewhat surprised. Meanwhile, in the library of the first martial arts school, in the director's office. Ouch! A scream rang out as Nan Song jumped up from his chair in pain. Huff! 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 Nan Song kept blowing on his little finger. The nail of his little finger had turned completely purple and the finger was swollen to the size of his thumb. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Nan Song was in so much pain that tears were almost coming out. To be safe, Mo Chen searched the small grove again for Nan Song's figure. Just in case the real body was in the grove, Mo Chen would knock him out too. If Nan Song's real body was in the library, Mo Chen naturally wouldn't be able to find him. However, Mo Chen found another person. At that moment, Yen Hu, with a head full of red dreadlocks and a robust figure, was sitting on a chair beside the small grove. Yen Hu was browsing the forum of the first martial arts school while taking off one of his boots and scratching his foot. After a while, he pinched his fingers together and brought them close to his nose, then took a deep sniff. Cough, cough, cough. The smell from his hand choked him. He. Yen Hu didn't mind being choked. Instead, he chuckled. At that moment, he was browsing the forum of the first martial arts school. The posts he was looking at were all related to Mo Chen and Chi Fong. Some of the hot posts were even written by him. Yen, who kept scrolling through the forum, occasionally replying with comments like, I saw it with my own eyes, definitely not fake. Dragon country people don't deceive dragon country people. Absolutely true. I had already noticed that old witch Chi Fong was up to no good with Mo Chen. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, who had been standing behind Yen Hu, had a dark expression on his face. So you're the dragon country's #1 brute. Mo Chen silently raised the mountain axe in his hand. Most of the posts discussing the relationship between Mo Chen and Chi Fong on the martial arts forum were posted by the account Dragon Country's #1 brute. When Mo Chen saw those posts, he wished he could deliver 1,000 mental blows to the poster. He never expected to find this rumor monger. Let me post again. Yen Hu extended his thick fingers and began typing on the virtual keyboard projected by his communicator. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yen Hu, sitting in the chair, had his head slammed directly into the concrete floor, creating a pit. Mo-chun felt it wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he delivered a few more mental blows to the unconscious Yen-hu. With his head buried in the ground, Yen-hu's legs reflexively tightened. Humph. Since you are the instigator, this time you'll take the blame and restore my innocence. Mo-chun directly grabbed Yen-hu's dreadlocks and dragged him into the small grove. Where Yen-hu had been sitting, there was now just a large pit and one oversized combat boot. Back in the small grove, Mo-chun found Qifeng, whom he had tied up, still unconscious. However, to be cautious, Mo-chun gave Qifeng's head a tap. He also gave Yen-hu's head a tap. Both of their heads swelled up with large lumps. After ensuring that neither would wake up in the short term, Mo-chun began to set things up. He placed Yen-hu and Qifeng together in a close pose. Still not passionate enough. Mo-chan looked at the two on the ground, stroking his chin. Should be like this. Mo-chan crouched down and tore open a part of Qifeng's shirt. Then, he loosened half of Yen-hu's belt and casually used a hatchet to create several scratches on Yen-hu's chest that looked like they were made by hand. Perfect. Next, all that's left is a witness. Mo-chan's lips curled up, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Soon, he would be able to clear his name. Mo-chan dragged Qifeng and Yen-hu to the edge of a small grove, a place rarely visited by people. Then, Mo-chan positioned the two of them together. Qifeng leaned against Yen-hu's chest, her top partially torn, and her stockings on her legs were also badly ripped. Yen-hu had several obvious bloodstains on his chest. Additionally, his hand was directly wrapped around Qifeng's waist. Qifeng had one hand placed in the middle, and the belt of her combat pants was undone by more than half. The sight of the two would evoke all sorts of thoughts in anyone who saw them. Mo-chan took a few photos, preparing to post them on the forum. However, thinking about the real name system of the martial arts school's forum, he realized that if they investigated, it would lead back to him. Mo-chan dismissed the idea of posting. How can I let others know? Mo-chan began to ponder. This final step was extremely important. As long as there were witnesses, Yen-hu and Qifeng's affair could not be cleared. If the scandal between Qifeng and Yen-hu got out, then Mo-chan's rumors with Qifeng would fall apart on their own. After all, the former had no solid evidence, relying solely on a few slanderous posts. In Mo-chan's plan, Yen-hu and Qifeng would be witnessed by many. Create some noise? Mo-chan's mind sparked. His body immediately swelled and grew larger, becoming 10 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Mo-chan discovered that even in this 10-meter high state, he could still maintain his concealment technique. Then, Mo-chan raised 4 large hands and began to clap rhythmically. Clap, 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 clap. Mo-chan's 4 large hands clapped loudly. After more than 10 seconds, Mo-chan immediately returned to his original state and maintained his concealment technique to leave the area. A few seconds after Mo-chan left, some people who heard the noise rushed towards Yen-hu and Qifeng's location. Yen-hu was dreaming that his dreadlocks were tangled in a runaway Ferris wheel at an amusement park. He had no time to free his hair, and his whole body was being wildly tossed by the Ferris wheel. The constant spinning made Yen-hu feel dizzy, and his head buzzed. Yen-hu felt like his head was about to explode. Hey, Yen-hu! Suddenly, Yen-hu heard a voice calling him from above. Then, Yen-hu opened his eyes and woke up. Ha! Yen-hu squinted, seeing many people staring at him. Did I accidentally fall asleep? Yen-hu realized. Get lost, get lost. Haven't you ever seen someone sleeping? Yen-hu, who usually had a bad temper, cursed directly. Among the senior students, he was considered a tough guy, and since he was on the same team as Chuba, many people dared not provoke him. However, Yen-hu was somewhat surprised that after he said this, those people looked at him in shock, showing no signs of leaving. Damn it! Yen-hu was a bit angry and tried to stand up from the ground to teach these guys a lesson. Just as he moved, he felt something in the crook of his arm. Turning his head, he saw Qifeng resting on his arm. What the hell? Yen-hu was dumbfounded. With Yen-hu's movement, Qifeng also woke up. When Qifeng saw Yen-hu's surprised face, she was also stunned. Moreover, she realized that her hand was still resting in the middle of Yen-hu. Qifeng immediately withdrew her hand. Only then did Yen-hu realize that Qifeng's hand had been on him before. Yen-hu instinctively glanced at his middle and saw that his belt was half undone. Slap! Qifeng slapped Yen-hu. Then, Qifeng used her bloodline ability, and her whole body directly merged into the space, disappearing from the spot. At this moment, Yen-hu was completely dumbfounded. He felt that his intelligence, which he had always prided himself on, was somewhat lacking. What was going on? Meanwhile, the onlookers had already pieced together a melodramatic story based on Yen-hu and Qifeng's earlier actions. Snap! Unbeknownst to who took the photo and forgot to turn off the flash, the light flashed for a moment. No photos. Yen-hu finally reacted, standing up to stop the crowd. The onlookers immediately scattered. Meanwhile, Mo-chan, who had already arrived at the training hall, saw the posts flooding the forum. All these posts were about Yen-hu and Qifeng. Mo-chan let out a long sigh. Finally, he could clear his name. As he walked towards the training room, he happily scrolled through the forum. Suddenly, Emo-chan stopped in his tracks. He saw a newly posted thread from just a second ago. Shock, shock, shock. Emo-chan has been greened. Yen who has snatched love. Emo-chan had a bad feeling and continued to refresh the forum page. Chi-Fong is cheating, 40 years old and having an affair. Sympathize with Emo-chan. Those who mock Emo-chan, don't you have any conscience? He has been greened. Every man is both Emo-chan and Yen who, either they are being greened or they are green others. Emo-chan suddenly felt he had underestimated the power of public opinion. Hey, is that Emo-chan? Someone in the training hall suddenly called out. Emo-chan immediately quickened his pace and hurried into a paid gravity room. If he was recognized, it would be troublesome. Emo-chan decided to wait until this matter passed before showing his face. After calming his emotions, Emo-chan began to train. These things were not important. Becoming stronger was the most important. Once he became a battle emperor or even reached a higher realm, would these people still dare to discuss him like this? By then, these rumors would collapse on their own. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Emo-chan began to perform the earth concealment technique. He wanted to see what the limits of the earth concealment technique could hide. First Martial School, Office Building, Office of the Director. Chi-Fong, who had changed into a new outfit, sat with a gloomy expression. In the office were also the library director Nan Song, along with several other martial school teachers and staff, who belonged to the same group as Chi-Fong. This time, Nan Song didn't know how to start. A silence fell over the office. A few seconds later, Chi-Fong spoke up. Investigate. We must find out who ambushed me. Could it be Emo-chan? Nan Song asked. It shouldn't be. A woman with blue hair and a completely shaved left side of her head shook her head. The woman was dressed quite fashionably, wearing a fitted leather jacket, leather pants, and a pair of studded Dr. Martens boots. Why? Nan Song looked at the woman. What benefit would this bring to Emo-chan himself? Look at how everyone is talking about Emo-chan on the forum now. The blue-haired woman casually remarked. Could it be simple revenge? Nan Song frowned. Letting others green. Himself? Is he avenging Chi-Fong or himself? The blue-haired woman scoffed. Enough. Chi-Fong frowned. Act immediately. Investigate this matter. Speculating here is of no use. Buzz. As soon as Chi-Fong's voice fell, everything in the office began to float. The bodies of Chi-Fong and the others also floated along. In this floating state, Chi-Fong and the others could not move an inch. Bang! Suddenly, everything in the office, including the walls, exploded. These exploded items turned into smaller and smaller particles, eventually disappearing completely. Around Chi-Fong and the others, it had transformed into a starry sky, and they floated as if in the universe. Buzz! A ripple appeared in the space. A foot wearing black leather boots stepped out from within. Then, a man dressed in black, with a face so dark that no features could be seen, appeared before everyone. Illusion demon? Chi-Fong's expression changed. What are you pulling us into your domain for? Chi-Fong's tone was a bit panicked. I only pulled you in. A hollow voice echoed, as the illusionist Wu Chi faced Chi-Fong with a face like a black hole. Chi-Fong looked around, only to realize that Nan Song and the others were actually not there. What do you want to do? Chi-Fong looked at Wu Chi in panic. The illusionist Wu Chi, an S-class superhuman with a psychic bloodline, had once used his mental power to instantly kill 100,000 beasts during a beast tide. Since then, major martial arts schools had begun to emphasize the training of students with psychic bloodlines. Although Wu Chi was also from the first martial arts school, he rarely appeared in front of others. The last time, the deaths of Jiang Zijing and Jin Guangsan were investigated by Wu Chi. After Wu Chi examined the memories of Jiang Zijing's two teammates, he stated that the deaths of Jiang Zijing and Jin Guangsan had nothing to do with Emo-chan. Therefore, the first martial arts school did not take any action against Emo-chan. Of course, that was a matter for the Jiang and Jin families to think otherwise. When Chi-Fong was pulled into the domain by Wu Chi in the office, Nan Song and the others exchanged glances. Why did the illusionist target Chi-Fong? Could he have some connection with Emo-chan? Nan Song couldn't help but speculate. Impossible, you know Wu Chi's temper. If he had any connection with Emo-chan, Chi-Fong wouldn't just be targeting Emo-chan, she would probably have already been killed by the illusionist. The blue-haired woman shook her head. After being rebutted by the blue-haired woman twice, Nan Song felt a bit annoyed and said, Then Muyu, what do you think we should do now? Chi-Fong has been pulled into Wu Chi's domain, she won't come out unscathed. The blue-haired woman named Muyu sneered at this, pulled out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and then said, Have you forgotten why Wu Chi joined the first martial arts school? What do you mean? Nan Song was taken aback and frowned. Wu Chi is someone even Pei Quang cannot command, he only listens to the Dragon General's orders. Muyu explained. At this, the other people in the office fell silent. If Wu Chi took action, it was definitely at the Dragon General's command. Even Nan Song didn't know what to say for a moment. Meanwhile, in the domain of the illusionist Wu Chi, Chi-Fong showed an expression of disbelief. The Dragon General warned me. Not only warned you, but the Dragon General also thinks that your work over the past few years has been a bit excessive. It's not just about Emo-chan, it's about other matters too. As the director of the first martial arts school, you are very incompetent. Wu Chi's hollow voice rang out. Chi Fong was stunned. All along, she had believed that the Dragon General supported her. It was precisely because of this that she had been unwavering in her belief in the correctness of her actions. And now, Wu Chi was telling her that the Dragon General thought she was wrong. No, I don't believe it. I want to talk to the Dragon General. Chi Fong shook her head, her expression agitated. The Dragon General doesn't have time to waste on you. After Wu Chi finished speaking, he raised his hand, gloved in black. Crash! Everything around shattered, and Chi Fong felt her body plummet instantly. However, her body immediately stopped in midair. Surrounding her was the same starry sky as before. The Dragon General has said that if you still haven't recognized your mistakes, then let me punish you on his behalf. Crash! The space shattered again, Chi Fong fell, and then stopped again in an instant. Crash! 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 Just like that, Chi Fong fell 5 times before finally coming to a complete stop. Punishment time, 1 year. Wu Chi's hollow voice echoed. The next moment, 2 giant celestial bodies appeared above and below Chi Fong. One was a fiercely burning sun, and the other was a pitch-black dark star that even light was drawn into by its gravity. Rumbling! A grand sound echoed. The 2 great stars drew closer to Chi Fong. No, Chi Fong's eyes widened in terror, and then she watched as 2 large stars drew closer, finally rolling directly over her. In the office, Nansong, Muyu, and the others waited for nearly 5 minutes. Buzz! Waves appeared in the air above Chi Fong's desk. Seeing this, Nansong and Muyu's hearts tightened, and they quickly stepped back. From within the waves, a figure tumbled out and fell to the ground with a thud. It was Chi Fong. At that moment, Chi Fong had no injuries, but her face was pale, and her hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Seeing Chi Fong like this, Nansong's heart sank. The others helped Chi Fong up and seated her in a chair. After a while, the pale-faced Chi Fong finally came to her senses, but her hands and feet still trembled incessantly. Which layer of the domain did the illusion demon pull you into? Muyu asked, holding a cigarette, a hint of fear in his voice. Chi Fong did not answer immediately. After a few seconds, she replied, the 7th layer. Upon hearing Chi Fong's answer, everyone was taken aback. The 7th layer? You were gone for about 5 minutes, which means you spent a year in the illusion demon's domain? Nansong exclaimed. Everyone knew very well that Chi Fong being pulled into the 7th layer meant she had been punished. And being punished by the illusion demon, let alone a year, even a day, could drive someone to collapse. Nansong swallowed hard, his throat dry. At that moment, his back was already soaked with sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't been too involved in this matter. Before Chi Fong recovers, we should avoid gathering for a while, Muyu said. Finishing his statement, he stepped out of the office with a cigarette between his fingers. I think Muyu is right. Let's wait until Chi Fong is better before discussing other matters. Once Muyu left, the others quickly found excuses to leave as well. Meanwhile, in the gravity chamber, 15 meters tall, Emo-chan was forced to bend over and perform the 8-sound fist. He had rushed in too hastily earlier and hadn't noticed that this gravity chamber was only 13 meters high. Buzz Emo-chan threw a punch, and the space in front of him where he struck actually produced ripples. 8-sound fist, 4-fold sound. Boom! A few meters away, the alloy wall exploded with a loud bang, revealing a distinct fist imprint. Even from such a distance, there was such destructive power. Emo-chan estimated that an ordinary battle king would be knocked back. However, once I use the 4-fold sound of the 8-sound fist, my earth concealment technique becomes ineffective. Emo-chan frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The 8-sound fist was currently Emo-chan's highest unarmed damage technique. If the earth concealment technique could still be maintained, Emo-chan estimated that below the Battle Emperor level, no one could withstand his punch. Just think if the opponent hadn't noticed Emo-chan and he transformed into the extreme form of the Chi-Yu body, delivering a 4-fold sound 8-sound fist. Even someone with a strong physique would definitely be knocked down. Wait, if that's the case, am I not ambushing them? Emo-chan suddenly realized this issue. If so, wouldn't he be living as the kind of person he despised? Hold on. If I attack from the front while using the earth concealment technique, that shouldn't count as an ambush, right? The more Emo-chan thought about it, the more he felt it should be that way. In the end, Emo-chan concluded, a frontal attack is definitely not an ambush. After coming to this realization, Emo-chan felt a bit emotional. I really am a person who sticks to principles and boundaries. Then, Emo-chan experimented with other techniques in the gravity chamber again. In the end, Emo-chan discovered that the most powerful technique, while using the earth concealment technique and maintaining the extreme state of the Chi-Yu body, was the ghost split head, which he executed with 70% of his strength. Emo-chan estimated that it was likely because the ghost split head technique itself had the characteristic of concealing its aura, which made it so compatible with the earth concealment technique. As for the 8-sound fist, when he executed the 3-fold sound, Emo-chan's state of earth concealment disappeared. Besides figuring out the limits of the earth concealment technique, Emo-chan also practiced the 8-sound fist. Under the effect of 5 times gravity, Emo-chan resonated the bloodline power according to the training method of the 8-sound fist. Half an hour later, Emo-chan directly unleashed the five-fold sound. Another half-hour later he achieved the six-fold sound. It seems that practicing the eight-sound fist later on isn't that difficult. Mo Chen, feeling invigorated, continued to train, preparing to unleash the seven-fold sound. With each level of the eight-sound fist, the lethality greatly increased. If he really reached the eighth level with Mo Chen's current strength, it would directly amplify by 8 times. Even the Beast God Guard, who had extremely high defense back then, Mo Chen was confident he could crush with a single punch. The air trembled and terrifying power erupted from Mo Chen's fist. In that instant, Mo Chen resonated his bloodline power 7 times and his strength multiplied sevenfold. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Mo Chen's forearm bone snapped directly and the fierce muscles in his forearm were torn apart by more than half. Now, Mo Chen's entire arm was a bloody mess. However, even in this situation, not a single drop of blood flowed from the torn muscles. The flesh writhed, the wound closed, and the torn muscles healed by more than half. After a few seconds, the muscles and bones had completely healed. Mo Chen moved his arm and felt no different from before the injury. The eight-sound fist is indeed a technique created by the 4 generals of the nation. Just a casual practice caused such an injury. Then, Mo Chen continued to practice the eight-sound fist. Crack! Crack! In the gravity chamber, the sound of bones cracking occasionally echoed. After trying a dozen times, Mo Chen finally confirmed that his limit was the six-fold sound. Once he increased his strength by another fold, his body couldn't bear it. Then, Mo Chen practiced the Bull Demon Fist again. As before, he still couldn't reach the third level of the Bull Demon Fist, the invincible Bull Demon. How exactly should this fist intent be practiced? Mo Chen recalled what Pei Kuang had said before. The third level of the Bull Demon Fist involved fist intent, and mastering it would greatly enhance his strength. After pondering for an hour, Mo Chen still couldn't master it, so he decided to send a message to Tu Jiao. Tu Jiao's reply was simple, just 2 words. Real combat. That's perfect, the freshman competition is coming up, and I can use this opportunity to practice the Bull Demon Fist. Mo Chen thought. In this freshman competition, no matter how amazing Pei Kuang and Old Dai said it would be, and how formidable the participants were, Mo Chen felt that the first place was definitely his, because of persistence and effort. Buzz buzz buzz. The communicator vibrated. Mo Chen, my dad, and I have arrived. We're waiting for you at the Jinhuang restaurant, Mina said with a smile. Mo Chen vaguely saw a tall figure next to Mina. Okay, I'll be right there. Mo Chen immediately ended his training and left the gravity chamber. Seeing that there weren't many people around, Mo Chen breathed a sigh of relief and directly exited the training hall, heading out of the school. Meanwhile, at the Jinhuang restaurant, in the private room number 3, a burly man with a beard, over 2 meters tall, was drinking from a wine jar. Bang! The man placed the wine jar, which was bigger than Mina's head, on the table. By the way, my dear daughter, why were you standing so far away during the video call with that Mo Chen? Mi Tianhong asked. Dad, you don't know, standing a bit farther away during a video makes you look prettier. Mo Chen told me this. Mi Na replied. Is that so? Mi Tianhong scratched his head. Then that kid Mo Chen is quite honest, even told you specifically. Yes, Mo Chen is a really nice person, Mi Na said happily. Just as Mi Tianhong was about to nod, his brow suddenly furrowed. Another large hand reached towards the door of the private room. Zzzz. Black electric sparks flickered in the air. The door to the private room was suddenly flung open, and Yun Huayu, who looked horrified, didn't even have time to resist before being pulled inside. Clap. Mi Tianhong grabbed Yun Huayu by the neck. What are you sneaking around outside for? Mi Tianhong coldly asked, looking at him. I came to ask if you two needed any dishes? Our restaurant is currently offering a 50% discount on the Battle Emperor feast for Battle Emperor experts, Yun Huayu said nervously. In reality, he had accidentally overheard Mi Tianhong and Mi Na mentioning Mo Chen, which is why he had stealthily approached the private room. He didn't expect that the burly man in front of him was actually a Battle Emperor expert. 50% off? That sounds good. Mi Tianhong released his grip. Then bring us one, Mi Tianhong said. Yes. Yun Huayu hurriedly replied. Under Mi Tianhong's pressure, Yun Huayu had almost been scared to the point of wetting his pants. Then, Yun Huayu quickly left the private room. Once Yun Huayu left and the door was closed again, Mi Tianhong spoke up. That guy has a problem, you should try not to come to this restaurant in the future. After saying this, Mi Tianhong picked up a wine jar and gulped down more than half of it. Dad, what was wrong with that person just now? Mi Na asked while handing another open jar of wine to Mi Tianhong. Good daughter. Mi Tianhong smiled and patted Mi Na's head. That guy has a vibe that makes me uncomfortable, but it's too weak for me to determine what it is for now. However, it's definitely not something good. After saying this, Mi Tianhong raised the wine jar and started drinking again. By the time Mi Tianhong reached the 5th jar of wine, Mo Chen arrived. Mo Chen. Mi Na happily walked up. This is my dad, Mi Tianhong, you can call him Uncle Hong, Mi Na introduced. Mo Chen's eyes lit. up when he saw the burly Ni Tianhong with a full beard. "Hello, Uncle Hong. I'm Mo Chen." Mo Chen stepped forward and extended his hand. While Mo Chen was sizing up Mi Tianhong, he was also being assessed in return. "Your muscles are well trained." Mi Tianhong nodded in satisfaction and shook hands with Mo Chen. "Uncle Hong, you're not bad either. How about a test of strength?" Mi Tianhong raised an eyebrow and began to exert force while holding Mo Chen's hand. Oh, Mo Chen also started to apply strength. The muscles in their forearms visibly bulged. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of their clasped hands made a series of teeth-gritting noises. "This kid has some strength. He can actually withstand 1/10 of my power?" Mi Tianhong was somewhat surprised. After all, he was a battle emperor, a physically formidable one at that. And Mo Chen was just a battle king. At this moment, Mo Chen was equally astonished. No wonder he's a battle emperor. I used 3/10 of my strength and he still looks so relaxed. Thus, Mo Chen and Mi Tianhong tacitly began to increase their strength. "Ha, not bad, not bad. Let's see how long you can hold on." Mi Tianhong laughed as he took a swig from the wine jar. At that moment, Mo Chen's passive 9 nether strength was triggered. A strange and extreme force directly acted on Mi Tianhong's hand bones. Mi Tianhong only felt a sharp pain in his hand. Cough, cough. Mi Tianhong was suddenly choked by the wine. Seeing this, Mo Chen knew that the 9 nether's strange power had been triggered and continued to exert force. After reverting to the body of Chi Yu, every 3 attacks would inevitably trigger the 9 nether's strange power. "I actually got pinched?" Mi Tianhong was a bit surprised, and the strength in his hand continued to increase. At this moment, Mo Chen was already starting to struggle. In his ordinary form, Mo Chen's strength had reached its limit. If he wanted to increase his power, he would have to transform. However, Mi Tianhong maintained his basic form. If he transformed, it would mean he lost. As these thoughts flashed through Mo Chen's mind, the 9 nether strange power was triggered again. Mi Tianhong felt a sharp pain in the bones of his palm. Gradually, Mi Tianhong increased his strength to 50%. Under such force, Mo Chen's own strength was simply no match. However, Mo Chen's physical body was extremely tough, and under Mi Tianhong's power, he felt no pressure at all. Instead, Mo Chen occasionally triggered the 9 nether strange power, causing Mi Tianhong more and more pain. In the end, after enduring dozens of hits from the 9 nether strange power, Mi Tianhong finally couldn't hold on any longer. "Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad." Mi Tianhong shook his wrist and his hand separated from Mo Chen's. "Your strength, although still far from mine, will surpass me in 10 years. Mi Tianhong laughed heartily, then picked up the wine jar and continued to drink. "Hey, Dad, why is your hand shaking a bit?" The observant Mina noticed that Mi Tianhong's hand holding the wine jar was shaking quite a bit, spilling some wine onto his leg. This was the same hand he had used to arm wrestle with Mo Chen. "That's because I'm a bit drunk." Mi Tianhong quickly switched to the other hand to hold the wine jar. "Come on, Mo Chen, you drink too." Mi Tianhong stomped his foot on the ground. Bang! In the corner of the room, among the stacked wine jars 3 layers high, the top jar was jolted up and flew towards Mo Chen. Slap! Mo Chen reached out to catch it, tore off the paper seal, and began to drink just like Mi Tianhong. Cough, cough, cough. However, after just 2 sips, Mo Chen choked. A fiery sensation rushed into his nostrils. "Why does it taste so bad?" Mo Chen saw Mi Tianhong drinking heartily and thought the wine was good. "Ah, you little brat, it's obvious you've never had alcohol before." Mi Tianhong laughed. "Mo Chen, here." Mina handed Mo Chen a bottle of cola. Choked, Mo Chen immediately took it and gulped down the whole bottle. "Cola is so much better." "Hey, a man should learn to drink alcohol. What kind of talk is drinking soda?" Mi Tianhong frowned. "Dad, are you not going to drink this?" Mina asked seriously, holding up a pack of AD calcium milk. Mi Tianhong's face turned red. This was his favorite drink at home, but when he was out, he hardly ever drank it. After all, as the war emperor, he had to maintain a grand and mighty image. What would it look like to be sucking on a bottle of calcium milk? You've bought it, don't waste it." Mi Tianhong snatched the pack of AD calcium milk. Soon after, Yun Huayu personally pushed a small cart to bring the war emperor feast. Mo Chen and Mi Tianhong began to feast heartily. In between, Mi Tianhong still insisted on making Mo Chen drink. Mo Chen had no choice but to drink a bottle of cola and a bottle of wine, and by the end, he felt that the wine wasn't so bad after all. 2 hours later, there were dozens of empty jars in the room. Mina sat neatly on her chair with her legs together, covering her mouth as she looked at Mo Chen and Mi Tianhong, her beautiful eyes smiling like crescent moons. At this moment, both Mo Chen and Mi Tianhong were a bit drunk. With their physiques, this amount of alcohol was easily metabolized. However, both of them controlled themselves and did not metabolize the alcohol they had consumed. "Mo Chen, good brother, we hit it off at first sight. Although you are just a mere war king, I have recognized you as my brother. Come, let's swear brotherhood." Mi Tianhong's tongue was a bit twisted as he pulled Mo Chen. Mo Chen was somewhat moved upon hearing this. The other party was the war emperor and much older than him, yet he wanted to become sworn brothers. What is true sincerity? This is true sincerity. Uncle Hong, let me call you Big Brother. Emo-chen was also a bit excited. Good. Today, I will become your sworn brother. From now on, I am your big brother and I will protect you in everything. And you are my 89th brother. Ni Tianhong's voice was loud, echoing in the room. Emo-chen was very touched and called out on the spot, "Big." Just as he said half of it, Emo-chen suddenly felt something was off. Uncle Hong, what? Did you just call me 89th brother? Ni Tianhong replied directly. Emo-chen was stunned. Hey, no, that's wrong. I remembered it wrong. Ni Tianhong slapped his own head. You should be the 99th brother. Emo-chen felt numb. In the end, Emo-chen calmed down and did not become sworn brothers with Mi Tianhong. What if among the 98 people before him there were younger ones? Wouldn't that be a loss? You scared me. I almost thought you were going to become sworn brothers with Dad. Mina patted her chest with her small hand, relieved. What's there to be afraid of? Ni Tianhong, reeking of alcohol, leaned closer to Mina and asked. Nothing. Me. Na blushed and quickly waved her hand. In the end, all the drinks in the private room were finished by Mi Tianhong, and the War Emperor feast was completely consumed. By the way, Emo-chen, what do you want as a reward for the Ing flower? After settling the bill, Mi Tianhong suddenly said to Emo-chen. As they left the private room, the bloodline power activated, and both Mi Tianhong and Emo-chen instantly sobered up. Isn't it just direct payment? Emo-chen was a bit surprised. I thought so before coming, but after seeing you, I changed my mind. I have an S-rank martial skill here. Do you want to learn it? Ni Tianhong said with a smile. Dad, there are also cheap options. Among S-rank martial skills, you wouldn't want to trick Emo-chen with a cheap one, would you? Mina suddenly said. Nonsense. How could I trick my 99th brother? Ni Tianhong's face darkened a bit. Uncle Hong. Emo-chen quickly corrected Mi Tianhong. Uncle Hong, I lack martial skills and the new student competition is coming up. I happen to be worried about this. This new student competition needs to be well prepared. With your strength, if you explode at that time, you should be able to get into the top 5, Mi Tianhong said with a serious expression. Top 5? Emo-chen felt a bit depressed. Why does everyone think he can't get first place? Ni Tianhong saw through Emo-chan's thoughts, smiled, and said, haha, wanting to get first is right. Who doesn't want to get first? Keep it up. Maybe you can do it. Ni Tianhong encouraged as he patted Emo-chan's shoulder. Emo-chen was somewhat speechless. Wasn't this doubting his ability to get first? Let's go to school and I will teach you martial skills in person, Ni Tianhong said. Uncle Hong, can you enter the martial arts school? Emo-chen looked at Ni Tianhong in confusion. Of course. Pei Fingo is my 8th brother. Ni Tianhong replied as if it were obvious. Emo-chen was a bit dumbfounded upon hearing this. If you look at age, the principal seems to be even older than Ni Tianhong, right? What left Emo-chen even more dumbfounded was that when they reached the school gate, Ni Tianhong directly took out a jade token. This is given to me by Pei Kwang, allowing me to come and go freely at the martial arts school. Ni Tianhong said. A few security personnel verified it and immediately let Ni Tianhong in. Once inside the school, Ni Tianhong headed in the opposite direction of the Wuji Tower and the training hall. Dad, you're going the wrong way. Uncle Hong, it's this way. Mina and Emo-chen both reminded him at the same time. I'm not going the wrong way, I'm taking you to Pei Fingo's private training room, Ni Tianhong said. Hearing this, Emo-chen and Mina exchanged glances. Uncle Hong, let's hurry over there, Emo-chen quickly said. He was very curious about the principal's private training room. Soon, Ni Tianhong led Emo-chen and Mina to the staff dormitory area of the school. This place was more secluded than the student dormitories, and each teacher lived in a 3-story standalone villa. The villas were spaced far apart, surrounded by dense trees, ensuring good privacy. Emo-chen noticed that these trees seemed to be a variety that grew in caves. Before long, Ni Tianhong brought Emo-chen and Mina to a villa. This villa looked no different from the others, except that it was far away from the other villas. Emo-chen found it strange why so much space was left around. The entrance to the training room is at the back, Ni Tianhong said as he led them to the back of the villa. Standing in front of a room that looked like a bathroom, Ni Tianhong took out the jade token and placed it in the nearby sensing area. Ding! The sensing area lit up with white light and the door opened. Emo-chen saw a staircase leading downwards. Following Ni Tianhong, Emo-chen and Mina entered. At that moment, Emo-chen understood why there were no other houses built around this villa. Because beneath this villa was a training room several times larger than a football field. With such a large area and not being very deep underground, it would be impossible to build houses here due to the foundation. Moreover, Emo-chen guessed that the other villas must also have considerable basements. Come, have some drinks. Ni Tianhong walked over to the wall of the training room and pressed hard. Boom! The wall caved in and then slowly popped out. Like a refrigerator door, a large part of the wall opened. Inside, there were all kinds of drinks. Emo-chen casually picked up a bottle of cola. Emo-chen suddenly noticed that besides drinks, there were also many vacuum-packed foods. He casually picked up a bag. Sauce bones? Emo-chan was taken aback. The key was that there wasn't much meat on the bones. If you want to eat, just have 1 or 2 bags. If you eat too much, be careful of that guy Pei Kwang biting you, Mi Tianhong said, subconsciously touching his backside. Emo-chan put the sauce bones back. He had just eaten and wasn't hungry, a drink would be enough. In the underground training room, Mi Tianhong stood in the center, surrounded by black lightning, his eyes turning incandescent. Today, I'm going to teach you an S-rank martial skill with no limits, city crushing palm. Mi Tianhong said, arcs of electricity dancing on the ground around him. Many S-rank martial skills, as your strength increases, the enhancement to your own power becomes smaller and smaller, even to the point of having no effect at all. For example, the Wind Thunder decision you practice. If at the War Emperor level you can break the sound barrier and reach supersonic speed, then the Wind Thunder decision basically becomes useless. Because the limit of the Wind Thunder decision's continuous acceleration is supersonic speed. Your own speed has already reached the speed of sound, and the Wind Thunder decision has no effect at all. If as your base speed increases, the Wind Thunder decision also continuously increases speed, that would be the true meaning of having no limits. Saying this, Mi Tianhong took a step forward and struck out a palm towards the front. Boom! The black lightning roared past, striking the wall 50 meters away and leaving a charred mark. Witnessing the War Emperor's power up close, Emo-chan couldn't help but marvel. He realized that Mi Tianhong had directly unleashed his bloodline power. At a distance of 50 meters, the bloodline power had already diminished by several times. For this move, I used 10% of my bloodline power. As he spoke, Mi Tianhong struck out again. Boom! The same distance, the same black lightning roared past. A large pit was blasted into the alloy wall. This pit was 3 meters deep. However, even at this depth, the bottom of the pit was still alloy. For this move, I used 100% of my bloodline power, Mi Tianhong said. If I were to strike a few more times without changing my form, the power would not exceed this one. Emo-chan and Mi Na nodded in agreement. But the city-destroying palm can break this limitation. As Mi Tianhong spoke, he clenched his palm, and black lightning began to gather in his palm. The city-destroying palm can continuously condense your bloodline power. As long as you want, you can keep condensing. Of course, the premise is that you can withstand such terrifying power. After Mi Tianhong finished speaking, the black lightning in his palm increased more and more. Finally, it grew to the size of a basketball. This is just for your understanding. I intentionally let the bloodline power flow out. In actual use, the bloodline power is all concentrated in the palm. As soon as he finished speaking, the basketball-sized black lightning ball disappeared without a trace. Around Mi Tianhong's palm, dense black arcs of electricity appeared. Now, I have condensed twice the bloodline power of that last strike. Originally, if you could only punch with 100 tons of force, no matter how long you charged, it would still be 100 tons. Even with resonance martial arts, when your power exceeds 1,000,000 tons, resonance can no longer amplify your strength. But the city-destroying palm can. This martial art is called the city-destroying palm because, with this move, one person can destroy a city. Mi Tianhong struck out with his palm. Boom! A storm erupted in the closed training room. Boom! The black lightning pillars struck the walls of the training room, directly destroying more than half of the walls. This time, Emo-chan finally understood how thick the alloy walls of the training room were. Because the wall had been breached. A full 15 meters thick. Mi Na was stunned, her mouth agape, and she didn't even notice the glass bottle of soy milk slipping from her hand. Crash! Pei Kwang turned to look at the shattered glass on the floor. That was the cup from his desk. Is there an earthquake? Pei Kwang frowned, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. Moreover, for some reason, Pei Kwang thought of that infuriating bearded Mi Tianhong. Is this guy trying to trick me again? Pei Kwang couldn't help but think. But he couldn't figure out how Mi Tianhong could trick him. After all, the other party was stationed in the Kunlun Abyss. Too many things have happened recently, and I'd become a bit sensitive. Pei Kwang shook his head and walked out of the office. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he stepped out, his communicator vibrated. It was a call from the school's logistics department. What's the matter? Pei Kwang answered the phone. Principal Pei, the underground detector has detected severe damage in your underground training room. Do you need someone sent over for repairs immediately? Asked the logistics department. Staff. What nonsense. I'm still in the office, the training room is completely. Pei Kwang replied directly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he realized something was wrong. He immediately hung up the phone, opened the surveillance around his villa, and began to replay. Rewinding to an hour ago, Pei Kwang saw the burly Mi Tianhong with a full beard entering his training room with Emo-chan and Mi Na. Mi Tianhong. Boom! Pei Kwang vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in Pei Kwang's private training room, Mi Tianhong inexplicably shivered, but he didn't pay it any mind and continued to instruct Emo-chan. Yes, just like that, according to the method I just mentioned, operate your bloodline power and merge it into your palm. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan immediately complied. The powerful bloodline energy instantly flowed into Emo-chan's palm. Keep going, as long as you have bloodline power left, keep condensing, Mi Tianhong said, wanting to see Emo-chan's current limits. Emo-chan nodded and continued to channel all his bloodline power into his palm. However, under the passive effect of the 9 Nether Awakening, Emo-chan's stamina and bloodline power were continuously recovering, so the consumption wasn't significant. After a minute, the bloodline power condensed in Emo-chan's palm had reached a terrifying level 5 times that of his entire body's bloodline power. Wait, why aren't you tired yet? Do you still have a lot of bloodline power? Mi Tianhong asked, puzzled, seeing Emo-chan still going. Maybe I recover quickly, Emo-chan replied while continuing to inject bloodline power into his palm. At this moment, Emo-chan's entire right arm and palm had swollen several times, especially his palm, which, after condensing 5 times the bloodline power, had turned completely black. Wisps of black smoke wafted from Emo-chan's palm. It should be noted that this was still Emo-chan's body in its initial state. Another minute passed and Emo-chan's palm had already condensed 10 times the bloodline power of his entire body. Uncle Hong, I feel like I've reached my limit, Emo-chan said, looking at his palm shrouded in black smoke, speaking with some difficulty. Hearing this, Mi Tianhong breathed a sigh of relief. When he was at the War King level, mastering the city-destroying palm, he could only condense 5 times his bloodline power at most. And Emo-chan, right from the start, was at 10 times. Good, now strike that wall. Don't worry, there's still a distance of several dozen meters between you and the wall. The power will be weakened by several times and won't cause too much damage to the wall, Mi Tianhong said, pointing to the other half of the alloy wall. That hadn't been damaged yet. Emo-chan nodded, took a step forward, and then struck out with his palm. Boom! The surging bloodline power transformed into a massive black palm that shot forward. As soon as this massive black palm appeared, the temperature in the entire training room suddenly dropped. Boom! A loud bang. Countless black gases exploded, instantly covering that half of the wall. At the same time, Pei Kwang, who had just walked to the back of his villa and was about to open the training room, froze for a moment and the veins on his forehead bulged. He opened the door and rushed into the training room. TSK, your bloodline power is too strong to have condensed such a level of bloodline power at the War King realm. This is the first time I've seen it. Mi Tianhong walked up to the alloy wall that had been dented in by Emo-chan's palm by 5 or 6 meters, surprised as he said, "Oh, your bloodline power actually has corrosive properties?" Mi Tianhong noticed the corrosion marks on the alloy wall, which surprised him even more. However, at that moment he noticed a few relatively smooth surfaces of the alloy reflecting a shadow. The shadow was standing right behind him. Mi Tianhong turned around and saw Pei Kwang's face, burning with orange and blue flames. Mi Tianhong. Boom! Pei Kwang punched towards Mi Tianhong. Bang! The wall dented in again by several meters. Mi Tianhong had already appeared dozens of meters away, surrounded by swirling black electric light. Eighth brother, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything? Mi Tianhong looked at Pei Kwang a bit awkwardly. Pei Kwang's face was very dark at this moment, especially seeing the wall of his training room destroyed like this. His face darkened even more. Eighth brother, don't be angry. I was teaching the unique martial arts of the 99th brother and accidentally caused a little damage, Mi Tianhong said with a smile. Uncle Hong, we haven't sworn brotherhood yet. Emo-chen quickly reminded Mi Tianhong. Pei Kwang glared at Mi Tianhong. If it weren't for the 2 students being here, he would have rushed up to bite Mi Tianhong. However, Pei Kwang then noticed the half of the alloy wall that hadn't been completely destroyed. Did you do this with the city-destroying palm? Pei Kwang looked at Emo-chen in surprise. Emo-chen nodded. First attempt? Pei Kwang raised an eyebrow. This kid, Emo-chen, has such a strong bloodline power? Eighth brother, you have a good student. His future is limitless. Mi Tianhong appeared beside Pei Kwang, smiling. Pei Kwang turned his head and coldly glanced at Mi Tianhong, who immediately appeared 10 meters away. Pei Kwang snorted coldly, then looked at Emo-chen. Not bad to have such power on the first use of the city-destroying palm. It shows that your physical body and bloodline power are extremely strong. However, you must pay attention to the consumption of your bloodline power on the battlefield. If you pursue power too much and neglect your own defense, you will die a terrible death. Moreover, the city-destroying palm requires a long time to gather strength, and during that time, you cannot be interrupted unless you team up with someone, otherwise fighting alone will be of no use. Pei Kwang reminded Emo-chen a couple of things. Thank you, Principal, Emo-chen said gratefully. In fact, the 2 issues Pei Kwang mentioned, self-defense and being interrupted, did not exist for Emo-chen, because his defense was very high and his recovery speed was extremely fast. The city-destroying palm was a martial art tailored specifically for him. Principal, I sent my dad away first, Mina said cautiously to Pei Kwang. Eighth brother, I still have to catch a flight. There's no time to catch up properly. Goodbye. Mi Tianhong said with a smile. Get lost, get lost. Pei Kwang replied to Mi Tianhong with a dark face. This guy had just arrived not long ago and had already turned his training room into this. If he stayed a little longer, the villa might be torn down. Uncle Hong, I'll see you off. Emo-chen quickly followed. After all, half of that wall was broken by him, and he might end up taking the blame. Emo-chen, don't leave yet, Pei Kwang suddenly called out to Emo-chen. 99th brother, you keep busy, I'll leave first. Mi Tianhong said with a smile, then left the underground training room with Mina. Principal, do you have something to say? Mo Chen turned to look at Pei Kuang. It's about Qi Feng, Pei Kuang replied. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't about making him pay for the wall. Qi Feng's matter with you, Lord Longjiang already knows about it, Pei Kuang said. Mo Chen was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Lord Longjiang? Such a trivial matter could reach Lord Longjiang? Wait, could it be that Lord Longjiang also saw those posts on the forum? Pei Kuang, unaware of Mo Chen's sudden thoughts, continued, Lord Longjiang has clearly ordered that Qi Feng's position as the director of teaching be temporarily suspended, and the timeline for restoration has not yet been determined. Additionally, Qi Feng has already been punished by Wu Qi, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for her to recover for a year or two. The illusion demon Wu Qi? Mo Chen was taken aback again. When he casually browsed the forum, there were often posts introducing the talents of the first martial school, including Wu Qi. You don't need to know the specific details, just know that Qi Feng has received a severe punishment, Pei Kuang said. Mo Chen nodded in response. Furthermore, the school believes that Qi Feng's previous actions were too excessive, and since you are reluctantly considered a victim, the school has decided to grant you 20 contribution points as compensation. After finishing, Pei Kuang directly operated the communicator in front of Mo Chen. Buzz. The communicator vibrated, and Mo Chen looked to see that the contribution points had been credited. Although Mo Chen had previously received over 30 contribution points, he had spent them quickly since he had mostly been in the cultivation space, leaving him with about 5 points. Now with an additional 20 contribution points, Mo Chen no longer had to worry about his upcoming cultivation. The freshman competition is about to start. During this time, try not to take on any tasks. Focus on improving your martial skills and solidifying your current realm. This time, the rewards for the freshman competition are even more than I originally expected. Seize this opportunity and you might achieve 2 ancestral returns within a year and be promoted to Battle Emperor, Pei Kuang said solemnly. Mo Chen frowned. Upon hearing this, the opportunity didn't seem that enticing. After all, he had already achieved 2 ancestral returns through his persistence and effort, and becoming a Battle Emperor didn't seem far off. Seeing Mo Chen's reaction, Pei Kuang thought he was feeling a bit discouraged. It's okay, just do your best without too much pressure. Prepare well, and you might make it into the top 3. Even first place isn't impossible, Pei Kuang encouraged. Mo Chen felt a bit speechless. Was it really so impossible for him to take first place? Principal, I have only one goal, and that is to win first place in the freshman competition. Only then can I feel worthy of my efforts, Mo Chen said with determination in his eyes. Pei Kuang was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. This kid had just seemed uninterested. How did he suddenly become so confident? Not bad, very spirited, keep it up. Pei Kuang patted Mo Chen's arm, nodding in encouragement. After leaving the principal's private training room, Mo Chen headed straight towards the Martial Extreme Tower. After more than half a day, the energy of the Martial Extreme Tower had resumed its supply. Now with an additional 20 contribution points, it was just right to continue practicing the city-destroying palm in the cultivation space. There were 3 days left until the end of the month. If he adjusted the time flow rate in the cultivation space to 5 times, Mo Chen could practice for another half month. Maybe I can speed it up to 10 times, that way I would have an extra month, Mo Chen suddenly thought. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Mo Chen felt his stomach suddenly rumble. A strong sense of hunger surged up. Mo Chen froze, then saw the beast blood pool not far away. Gulp! Mo Chen swallowed hard. He hadn't felt it before, but now he had a strong impulse to drink all the blood in the beast god blood pool. Could this be a side effect of refining the beast god heart? Mo Chen walked in front of the beast god blood pool, his expression somewhat complicated. If there were no one around, Mo Chen could consider drinking it. However, at this moment, there were about 30 people in the beast god blood pool. From time to time, someone would jump in with a splash. Mo Chen felt that the heart of the beast god should be contaminated. Yet, the feeling of hunger was so intense that it rendered Mo Chen unable to move his feet. Moreover, saliva kept secreting from his mouth, making him swallow repeatedly. Standing on the shore, Mo Chen observed for a long time and found that those who jumped into the beast god blood pool could hardly last half a minute. The blood of the beast god had a strong aggressiveness and exclusivity. Once someone fell in, the blood would surge wildly, trying to force them out. Even the power of bloodlines would be firmly suppressed and squeezed into the body by the blood. Therefore, many people tried to use a bit of their own bloodline power. However, this process was very painful. If the bloodline power is pushed out, what about other impurities? Mo Chen suddenly thought, and then, without anyone noticing, he kicked a small stone into the blood pool. Bang! Before the small stone even landed, it exploded into stone powder and was blown back to the shore. Mo Chen was somewhat surprised. Then, he kicked a fist-sized rock into the pool. Bang! The rock exploded again, and all the stone powder was blown to the shore. Mo Chen looked around and saw a 2-meter-high decorative stone in the flower bed not far away. Whoosh! Mo Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. 2 seconds later, whoosh. Emo-chan returned, but this time he was holding the decorative stone. He threw it up with both hands and the decorative stone was tossed down. This time, the height from which the decorative stone fell was much lower. However, before it could fully touch the surface of the blood pool, it exploded with a bang. A large cloud of stone powder spread like white smoke and was all blown to the shore. Now, many people in the blood pool and on the shore noticed the commotion. Splash! As those people looked over, Emo-chan jumped into the blood pool. After jumping in, Emo-chan swam a few strokes, feeling that his whole body was being squeezed, making it extremely strenuous, and that sudden surge of hunger in his heart was now at its peak. Emo-chan directly sank his entire body to the bottom of the pool. No longer suppressing himself, Emo-chan opened his mouth, and Chi-Yu's devouring technique began to operate wildly. Boom! At this moment, the entire beast god blood pool surged violently. The students who had been struggling to condense their bloodline power inside were directly thrown out by the waves of blood. Only a few people remained in the blood pool, not being thrown out. In the blood pool, Emo-chan still maintained his normal shape, but his eyes emitted a strange red light and 2 pairs of horns sprouted from his forehead. Whoosh! Countless blood streams swirled around Emo-chan, then were sucked into his mouth. Ding! Evolution points plus 1000. Ding! Evolution points plus 1000. The prompt sound kept ringing, with thousands of evolution points credited every second. The surging of the beast god blood pool became increasingly intense, and those few who could still hold on were also thrown out. In the end, no one could jump into the beast god blood pool anymore. A few people, not believing in evil, still jumped into the beast god blood pool. However, just as they jumped, a wave of blood hit them, and with screams, they appeared more than 10 meters away, their bodies battered and bruised. Is there a problem with the beast god blood pool? Dai Anjuan walked out of the martial extreme tower. Standing beside the beast god blood pool, Dai Anjuan frowned. This beast god blood pool was formed from a drop of the beast god's blood, and the energy projection left by the dragon general had killed the beast god's will within it. Now, only the purest energy and the active instincts of the blood remained. Could it be stimulated by something? Dai Anjuan was somewhat puzzled. Elder Dai, what's going on? Can we still cultivate? A freshman asked. Yes, old Dai, if there are problems, can we resolve them quickly? The end of the month is approaching, and the rankings will be set then. After the rankings, there will be the freshman competition, and we are all waiting to improve our strength. Yes, old Dai, please think of a way. Dai Anjuan was somewhat annoyed by the calls from these newcomers. I'll go down and take a look now. After saying that, Dai Anjuan reached out and pressed down on the blood pool. The surging bloodline power erupted violently, instantly pressing down on the surface of the blood pool. The roiling blood pool gradually calmed down. The surrounding newcomers sensed this bloodline power and were taken aback. The usually unremarkable Dai Anjuan, who sat behind the counter, actually possessed such terrifying strength. Dai Anjuan, who was about to leap into the blood pool, suddenly froze. He noticed that the water level of the blood pool had actually dropped significantly, and it was still decreasing. At this moment, others also noticed the movement of the blood pool. Old Dai, is the blood pool about to run away? Is there a leak below? Old Dai ignored these people and leaped towards the blood pool. Splash! Dai Anjuan sank into the blood pool. Although the surface of the blood pool was suppressed by his bloodline power and became calm, beneath the surface, dark currents were surging. Dai Anjuan swam along with the dark currents and soon reached the bottom of the blood pool. This aura, why does it feel a bit familiar? Dai Anjuan was puzzled and continued to swim forward with the dark currents. Soon, he saw Emo-chan, who was greedily devouring the beast god's blood with his wide mouth. Who? Emo-chan, with his eyes glowing red, sensed someone watching him, turned his head and looked in Dai Anjuan's direction. Emo-chan? Dai Anjuan was astonished. Hey, what are you up to? Dai Anjuan swam up to Emo-chan, looking at him with uncertainty. While others were trying their best to squeeze into the beast god's blood pool, Emo-chan was directly drinking at the bottom of the pool. Hungry. Emo-chan's mental energy conveyed a simple thought. So you drink beast god's blood when you're hungry? Dai Anjuan found it hard to understand. However, he felt Emo-chan's aura continuously rising and didn't dare to interrupt him recklessly. Thus, old Dai had to stay close to Emo-chan, ready to act if anything went wrong. After a minute, Emo-chan stopped. That uncontrollable feeling of hunger had completely vanished. Moreover, his evolution points were no longer increasing. However, in just that short time, Emo-chan had directly gained 600,000 evolution points. A huge profit. Are you okay? Dai Anjuan swam in front of Emo-chan and asked. I'm fine. Emo-chan shook his head. Alright, let's go up first, Dai Anjuan said. At this moment, above the beast god's blood pool, everyone looked in surprise at the now calm blood pool. The water level of the entire beast god's blood pool had dropped by about 2/3. Why hasn't old Dai come up yet? He wouldn't have died, would he? Someone couldn't help but mutter. Splash! 2 figures burst out from the blood pool and landed on the shore. Emo-chan? Seeing Emo-chan appear, everyone was shocked. Just now, no one could enter the blood pool. How did this guy stay inside? As everyone was astonished and puzzled, Daeonjuan spoke up. The beast god's blood pool is fine. What just happened was a normal phenomenon. After saying this, Daeonjuan directly took Emochan away. By the beast god's blood pool, everyone looked at the blood pool, which had started to slowly churn again, with some confusion. That was a normal phenomenon? Wait. Emochan was inside the whole time. Could the changes in the blood pool have been caused by him? Someone suddenly said. Hiss. That's terrifying to think about. But wait, even if the earlier commotion was caused by Emochan, why has the beast god's blood inside the pool decreased by more than half? He couldn't have drunk at all, could he? In the elevator. Are you really okay? Daeonjuan looked at Emochan with some concern. Old Dai, don't worry, I'm really fine, Emochan said, letting out a big belch. Daeonjuan stood a bit farther away with some disdain. You kid have a problem, hurry up and tell me, or go to the school hospital for a checkup. The competition is about to start, and you mustn't let anything go wrong. Daeonjuan advised with a serious expression. This competition is very important. If you miss it, you will fall far behind others in your future martial arts training. Hearing this, Emochan felt like his ears were almost calloused. Old Dai, isn't this freshman competition just offering much more rewards than before? Is there anything special? Emochan asked helplessly. Ignorant. Daeonjuan shot Emochan a glance. Anyway, some information has leaked out now, so I can let you in on a bit. In the freshman competition, the top 30 will qualify to enter a secret realm. Daeonjuan said mysteriously to Emochan. Secret realm? Emochan felt a surge of interest upon hearing this. He remembered that Tian Chang had previously invited him to collaborate and enter the Tian family's secret realm. This time, the secret realm is world-class. Daeonjuan continued. Seeing Emochan's puzzled expression, Daeonjuan explained, since the emergence of the underground caverns, many secret realms have appeared on Earth. However, these secret realms vary in size, and the quality of the treasures born within them also differs. Based on the stability of the realm, they can be divided into low-level, mid-level, high-level secret realms, then world-class secret realms, and finally, cosmic-level secret realms. High-level secret realms can only accommodate the energy of a battle emperor at most. If a battle emperor enters, and the energy they unleash is slightly stronger, it could destroy the high-level secret realm. Of course, the energy released when a high-level secret realm collapses could instantly kill 10 battle emperors without a problem. Additionally, some special secret realms have certain restrictions after formation. Only those who meet the conditions can enter. The Tian family's secret realm is like that. Tian Chang should have told you about the situation of the Tian family's secret realm. After the freshman competition ends, you can practice a bit in the Tian family's secret realm. As soon as Daeonjuan finished speaking, the elevator dinged and the door opened, arriving at the 5th floor. Alright, you kid, go practice now. Daeonjuan stepped out of the elevator and walked towards the counter. Tian family's secret realm, just practice? Emochan pondered as he walked out of the elevator. Previously, he thought the Tian family's secret realm was impressive based on Tian Chang's tone. But now, in old Dai's words, it had become just a place to practice? However, does this reward really matter to me? It seems like it won't affect me much anyway, since I'm going to take first place. Emochan muttered to himself as he ascended to the 6th floor. The training space had just reopened, and the entire 6th floor was already packed with people. Not only freshmen, but there were also quite a few sophomores and juniors. Emochan navigated through the crowd towards the few training space entrances that required payment and had no one in line. Wow, the 12 strongest freshmen from Manhwa have come out. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The 12 stars of Manhwa's freshmen? That title sounds so cringy. This was selected by the New Century High Martial Report founded by Daijing University. Hearing these discussions, Emochan didn't pay much attention. The New Century High Martial Report, as a media outlet dedicated to reporting martial artist news, had an extremely high circulation, reportedly selling over 100 million copies daily. Due to the magnetic field in the underground caverns, using electronic devices there is basically impossible. Therefore, traditional newspapers like the High Martial Report still have a large market. Moreover, the High Martial Report is also recognized as a relatively authoritative and fair newspaper. Isn't the author of this article one sword to kill the guy who sells information on the martial school forum? Someone exclaimed. Emochan stopped. Emochan had a deep impression of this guy. He glanced at the newspaper of a freshman beside him and started reading the article. Tian. Brother Tian. Seeing Emochan standing next to him, the freshman felt a bit scared. Brother Tian, here you go. Without waiting for Emochan to respond, the freshman shoved the newspaper directly into Emochan's hands and then turned to leave. Emochan frowned. Am I that scary? Picking up the newspaper, Emochan began to read. It turned out that the so-called 12 stars of the Dragon Kingdom were a group of 12 individuals who had the best records and the most fame by challenging various martial arts schools before the freshman competition. Of course, none of the freshmen from the first martial school were among those who took on such challenges. Because Pei Kwang had created 3 rankings with generous rewards, all the freshmen were busy grinding for points at the cost of their lives. Moreover, it was Easy for people from the first martial school to become targets if they went out. If they won, others would think it was only natural. If they lost, it would be embarrassing. Therefore, no freshman from the first martial school went out to do any touring challenges. I'm ranked 12th? Emo-chan was a bit surprised when he saw the detailed rankings. However, he was not surprised that his rank was low. He was surprised that he was even on the list. He hadn't participated in any touring challenges. For Emo-chan, such things were a waste of time. Winning against others wouldn't earn him evolution points unless he killed them all. Emo-chan continued to read. It turned out that the person who wrote this article referenced Emo-chan's previous overwhelming victory over Hiyu and his 3 companions. He had no interest in the middle-ranked individuals and flipped straight to the top. The first of the 12 stars was Gue Kem. What a strange surname. Emo-chan complained. The second was Tian Huang. Should be from the same family as Tian Shang. Emo-chan speculated. The third was Zun Huang. Never heard of them. Emo-chan continued flipping through to see what bloodline powers these people had. However, aside from their records such as how many consecutive wins they had and which universities they had defeated, there was no useful information. This guy is too superficial. Emo-chan directly skipped several pages and flipped to the end. The above is the selection of the 12 stars of the Dragon Kingdom by the author. Due to space constraints, the specific bloodline information of the 12 stars could not be included. Any inaccuracies are to be forgiven. Additionally, for expanded content, please scan the QR code to read. Emo-chan tried to scan it with his communicator. Ding! A paid interface loaded up. Detailed bloodline information of the 12 stars available for 12 yuan. As expected of you, Emo-chan felt something was off. However, he still made the payment. 12 yuan wasn't much, after all, he had several hundred million on him. Why is there only one person's information? And it's mine? After completing the payment, Emo-chan saw the loaded interface filled with questions. Only his own avatar was clear, while each of the others had a lock icon on their avatars. Emo-chan tried clicking on his own avatar. Another interface popped up. Information for the 11th place will be unlocked in 4 hours 38 minutes and 01 seconds. To unlock it early, you can pay an additional 3 yuan for the early viewing service. Emo-chan, what the hell? Without choosing to pay, Emo-chan directly scrolled to the first place's avatar. There was no need to look at the rest. Emo-chan selected early viewing, ready to pay 3 yuan. Sorry, you must purchase the information for the first 11 places to qualify for the early viewing service. For this information, Emo-chan felt his blood pressure rising. What the hell? What is this? Damn! This is a scam. People around began to curse. They, like Emo-chan, all discovered the pitfalls of this advanced viewing. When I meet this author one day, I will definitely have a friendly chat with him. Emo-chan thought to himself, then walked into the training room. Inside the training room, Emo-chan directly chose a tenfold time acceleration. Please note, when the tenfold time acceleration is first activated, the body will experience intense discomfort. Those with weaker physical strength may suffer internal injuries. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed. Emo-chan paid no attention. With the strength of his body, it was completely not a problem. After the time accelerated to 10 times, apart from feeling a bit dizzy for the first few seconds, Emo-chan felt no discomfort at all. He didn't waste any time and immediately began to practice the city-destroying poem. This martial skill had to be mastered. If I keep accumulating power, maybe I can shatter the Bagua city in one go. Emo-chan thought to himself. If that happened, he wouldn't have to work hard to earn evolution points in the future. With this thought, Emo-chan accumulated the power of his bloodline while checking the system panel. After absorbing the beast God's blood, Emo-chan's evolution points skyrocketed by 600,000. Now, his evolution points had become 800,000/900000. He was just 100,000 short of reaching level 4 in Bloodline Awakening. Milking the beast god is so satisfying. Emo-chan couldn't help but exclaim. The 2 beast god hearts not only allowed him to level up twice but also greatly enhanced his mental strength and 2 mental secret techniques. Plus, a drop of beast god blood directly provided 600,000 evolution points. In the future, I must not let any beast god inheritors go. Emo-chan made up his mind. Because the beast god heart was just too tempting. He even considered whether to lure the beast god blood next time, then destroy the beast god's will and swallow the beast god blood. Absolutely feasible. Seeing the bloodline power continuously accumulating in his palm, Emo-chan had a bold idea. But, I wonder if 10 times is enough. Emo-chan pondered. 2 days until the ranking list. The training hall and the 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower were packed with people. The mission hall was also full of people rushing back to submit their tasks. Many people had either been on missions or focused on training this past month. So, in these 2 days, many freshmen suddenly emerged. What? Gu Bingwan has been promoted to Battle King? I see she doesn't usually train much. Jiang Ziwei has also become a Battle King? What? Bai Long returned to his ancestral form once and is now called a Battle King? Are you kidding me? The day before the ranking list. After returning from the underground cave, Bai Long completed 2 Beast King slaying tasks at once and gained 60,000 points. Of course, this was far from threatening Mo Chen's first position. At this moment, Bai Long, surrounded by a crowd, arrived at the testing room in the training hall. The 3 lists of the first martial school, apart from the points list, the martial extreme list and the testing list, were relatively fair. In fact, the most fair was the testing list. The martial extreme list somewhat depended on combat experience. Freshmen had only been in school for a little over a month, and even special recruits had only been here for a little over 2 months. How much combat experience could they have? But the testing list was different. The testing list displayed your current strength compared to the realm you were in, resulting in a score. For example, if an ant can lift something 100 times its own weight, its score would definitely be higher than an adult lifting 10 times its own weight. Moreover, during the testing process, bloodline power could not be used. Bai Long walked into the testing room with a smile on his face. A few minutes later, Bai Long came out. A group of people immediately gathered around. 98.7 points. First place on the testing list. Wow. Brother Long is amazing. Brother Long, did you come back from the underground cave completely transformed? Brother Long, quickly teach me how to improve my score. A group of people chattered away. Bai Long raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Then he spoke. I've just been working a little harder than before. Upon hearing this, many people felt convinced. Bai Long is the example we should learn from. That Mo Chen is just a show-off. I think this time, Long Gu will surpass Mo Chen on the test leaderboard. Amidst the crowd's admiration, Bai Long calmly left the scene. He didn't feel arrogant or smug because he knew very well that he still had a gap compared to Mo Chen. But the gap is getting smaller. This is my path, a path of continuously surpassing various opponents through hard work. Bai Long felt his conviction growing stronger. Time passed again, and there was 1 hour left until the ranking was finalized. Hiss! A jet sound echoed. Mo Chen walked out from the training space. At this moment, the entire 6th floor was bustling with noise. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the rankings. Mo Chen opened his communicator and took a glance, discovering that he still held the top position on both the points leaderboard and the martial arts leaderboard. However, he had been pushed out of the top 10 on the testing leaderboard. Nevertheless, aside from the top few, the scores behind were very close, with even a few differing by just 0.1 points. Wow, this Gakimu, ranked first among the 12 stars, actually claims he can easily crush Mo Chen. Ha, just blowing hot air. If Tiangu gets serious, he'll make him unrecognizable. Did you see his interview video? Damn, it really made me angry. The person speaking immediately played Gakimu's interview video. In the video, a beautiful host dressed in professional attire smiled and asked, "What do you think of Mo Chen from the first martial arts school?" It is said that his strength is the ceiling among the new students of the first martial arts school. Moreover, his low ranking is because he hasn't challenged many people. After the host finished speaking, she handed the microphone to Gakimu. Gakimu smirked disdainfully. "What do I think? Wait until he stands in front of me, and when I crush him effortlessly, you'll know what I think." As expected of the top-ranked Gakimu, he seems very confident. The beautiful host quickly took back the microphone and said, "No." Gakimu snatched the microphone back. "It's not confidence, it's just that my strength is like this. If Mo Chen is unconvinced, he can come challenge me. I, Gakimu, am always ready. But I'm afraid you don't have the guts." The last few words were directed at the camera, his eyes filled with killing intent. What an idiot. After watching the video, Mo Chen said disdainfully. As soon as Mo Chen spoke, the 3 new students who had been watching intently were startled. "Tiangu? Wow, Tiangu, you finally came out. Tiangu, you're famous now. Come, let's take a picture." Tiangu. The 3 who had come to their senses immediately wanted to pull Mo Chen for a photo. But in an instant, Mo Chen disappeared from the spot. He was in a hurry to climb the martial arts leaderboard and had no time for this. After leaving the martial arts tower, Mo Chen arrived at the training hall in less than half a minute. There were people queuing on the previous floors. It wasn't until he reached the 5th underground level that he found a testing room with no one in line. He swiped his card, removed all the auxiliary equipment, and then approached the speed testing treadmill. The countdown began. Bang! Mo Chen instantly dashed 10 meters away. But at the same moment, the treadmill began to spin rapidly. The ground beneath his feet quickly retreated. Mo Chen's legs were running wildly, almost turning into an afterimage. In the end, after running out 10 meters, Mo Chen was pulled back to the starting point. Speed 110 meters per second. Compared to last time, it was nearly doubled. Mo Chen was very satisfied with his speed data. This was the data he tested without using any bloodline power. After finishing the speed test, Mo Chen walked over to the testing device for strength. He half squatted, extended his hands, and embraced the large cauldron. His arm muscles bulged, veins popping out. Even the veins on the back of his hands looked like they were about to burst. Boom! The ground shook as Mo Chen lifted the cauldron slightly. This was the first time Mo-Chen had lifted the cauldron. Strength, left arm 600 tons, right arm 600 tons. After seeing his strength data, Mo-Chen was even more satisfied. Compared to last time, it had quadrupled. Indeed, strength is my strong suit. Speed is slower, but it doesn't matter as long as my strength is strong enough. After testing his strength, Mo-Chen walked to the final agility testing device, a 3-meter-high perforated board. Among these holes, transparent slime would spray out, and one had to do their best to avoid it. The more one dodged, the higher the score. Mo-Chen stood firm. Poo 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 poo. Slime shot out from the holes. Mo-Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, concentrating all his attention as he kept dodging. Bang! In the end, a puddle of slime hit Mo-Chen's calf, and the test was over. Agility score 90. The agility score is out of 100. Mo-Chen's initial score was 55, which later increased to 60 in subsequent tests. And now, it had directly jumped to 90. Could it be that my mental strength has increased, allowing me to better control my body? Mo-Chen speculated in his heart. Otherwise, the agility score wouldn't have risen so high. Moreover, the speed at which the hole sprayed slime was clearly much faster than before, likely adjusted according to his strength. Under such circumstances, his score could still be this high. Mo-Chen was somewhat looking forward to his final overall score. After cleaning himself up and putting on his combat suit again, Mo-Chen walked to the display screen. He saw his original score fluctuating, changing from 91 to 99, just a little shy of a perfect score. At the same time, Mo-Chen's name shot up from the 30s to the very first place, just barely surpassing Bai Long. Why isn't it 100? Is it because of the speed that dragged me down? Mo-Chen frowned. Forget it, anyway, I've secured the first place. Mo-Chen picked up the communicator and left the testing room. At this moment, the changes in the leaderboard scores quickly caught everyone's attention. With just over 10 minutes until the final rankings, everyone was closely watching the changes on the board. Mo-Chen 99 points? A gasp arose from the crowd still waiting in line during training. At this time, Bai Long, who had just come out of the training space, heard this bad news. Bai Long staggered back slightly. Is it true that I still didn't work hard enough? Bai Long felt heavy-hearted, his fists clenched tightly. Long Gu? Are you okay? Long Gu, don't think too much. A few people nearby saw Bai Long looking so dejected and hurriedly came over to comfort him. 18 minutes later, the time for final rankings arrived. Although it was already evening, all the first-year students of the first martial arts school had gathered on the playground. In the sky above the playground, the light screens of the 3 leaderboards flickered and the numbers rolled rapidly. Finally, they froze. Martial arts leaderboard, first place Mo-Chen, 76 points. Points leaderboard, first place Mo-Chen, 175,500 points. Testing leaderboard, first place, 99 points. 3 first places. Instantly, everyone in the venue turned to look at Mo-Chen. Hey, aren't you going to say a few words, show off a bit? Wang Meng adjusted his glasses and used his mental power to transmit a message to Mo-Chen. After being in seclusion for several days and with Mo-Chen's Ji Hua, Wang Meng had successfully advanced to the rank of Battle King. Do I look like that kind of person? Mo-Chen replied. Besides, I was already confident about taking first place. Now that I've secured the top spot in all 3 boards, what is there to show off? It's just as I expected. Mo-Chen shook his head, looking rather uninterested. Wang Meng. Next, the rankings behind the leaderboard were all revealed. However, what was announced now was the overall leaderboard, which also included 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students. Aside from the testing leaderboard, many freshmen could surpass the upperclassmen. On the martial arts and points leaderboards, there were hardly any freshmen. At this moment, Bai Long, whose face was somewhat pale, looked towards Mo-Chen. Seeing Mo-Chen's indifferent expression, even appearing a bit bored, Bai Long's heart trembled. No wonder he can take first place. This mindset is something I should learn from. I'm still too impetuous. Bai Long sighed inwardly. Boom! Just then, a blue and orange flame flashed across the sky. Pei Kuang appeared in the sky above the playground. At the same time, more than a dozen school warriors followed him, carrying several large boxes. The rewards I originally set are void. Because your progress during this time has been truly remarkable, far beyond my expectations. So, I have decided to double all the rewards from the original basis. Pei Kuang's voice spread throughout the entire playground. As the new students stared in shock, Pei Kuang directly said, first of all, the first place Mo-Chen will receive 3 pieces of low-grade heavenly evolution crystals as a reward. What the hell? Mo-Chen exclaimed in surprise. Pei Kuang waved his hand and a Battle King flew down from the sky, handing a black box to Mo-Chen. Mo-Chen took it, his arm slightly sinking. As expected of a heavenly grade evolution crystal, it's so heavy. Mo-Chen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Then, he eagerly opened the box. The entire box was made of stone, with 3 grooves carved directly into the middle, topped with a stone lid. Inside the 3 grooves lay 3 finger-sized evolution crystals quietly resting. The 3 crystals glowed a blood-red color, with crimson light swirling inside, looking extremely dazzling. Clap! Mo-Chen closed the box. Continue distributing the rewards for the top 5 on all major rankings, Pei Kwang said at that moment. Then, the battle kings in the sky flew down one after another, handing out black boxes containing rewards to everyone. This highly ceremonial act stirred the fighting spirit in many new students' hearts. It had only been 2 months since school started. It wasn't too late, they still had a chance. It is worth mentioning that Bai Long, ranked second on the points leaderboard, also received an evolution crystal, but it was of the Earth grade superior quality. After the rewards were distributed, the battle kings brought by Pei Kwang all left. Pei Kwang floated in the air, saying nothing, but raised his wrist to check the time. When the hand passed 12 o'clock, Pei Kwang spoke. The last month has ended. Today marks the official start of the new student competition. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Mo Chen, felt a shiver in their hearts. Although the new student competition had not yet begun, it had been heating up for over a month. Even the so-called 12 new student stars had been selected. All major martial arts schools were also taking continuous actions in preparation for the upcoming new student competition. This time, due to the large number of participants, the competition organizing committee has divided the entire new student competition into preliminary rounds and formal rounds. The preliminary rounds will be divided into 2 regions, North and South, with 10,000 selected from each region entering the formal rounds. The formal rounds will be held at the 9 sacred mountains in the East Sea. After Pei Kwang finished speaking, the new students below began to discuss. In the past, the new student competition was a layer-by-layer selection, with the final 50 people gathering together for a live broadcast of the finals. But this time, it was going to gather 20,000 people in one place. And it was at the 9 sacred mountains. The 9 sacred, according to legend, were the 9 strongest among the first batch of ancestral returnees in Long Country after the nuclear war ended 100 years ago. These 9 suppressed the underground caverns and gathered in the East Sea, exhausting their bloodline power to seal the sea eye that spewed out strange beasts. Wang Mang explained to Mo Chen telepathically. Is that so? Mo Chen frowned. He knew about the 9 sacred, but he didn't know that they sacrificed themselves to suppress the sea eye. The sea eye is similar to the underground caverns, but because the ocean is too vast and there are no humans, many strange beasts have evolved to an extremely powerful level. Some sea eyes in the deep sea cannot be suppressed at all, and there is no need to. However, if the sea eyes near the coast are not resolved, a large number of powerful strange beasts from the ocean will land, causing extremely terrifying consequences. It's normal that you don't know about the 9 sacred suppressing the sea eye. Such matters have never been publicized among ordinary people, they are only passed among martial artists. After all, if ordinary people knew, it wouldn't serve any purpose and would only cause panic. Hearing Wang Meng's words, Mo Chen frowned. This was indeed the case. Before entering the first martial arts school, he didn't even know the specific situation of the underground caverns, let alone what a sea eye was. Thinking of this, Mo Chen felt a deep respect in his heart. Even after making such a huge sacrifice, the 9 sacred of Long Country had never boasted about it. Perhaps all they wanted was simply to protect Long Country. As Mo Chen's thoughts drifted away, Pei Kwang in midair spoke again. Additionally, this time, the competition organizing committee has provided the first martial arts school with 100 reserved spots, allowing direct entry into the main competition without participating in the preliminary rounds. Upon hearing this, the new students looked at Pei Kwang with a mix of surprise and anticipation. Humph. Seeing their expressions, Pei Kwang snorted coldly, exhaling 2 streams of hot white air from his nose. My students' rankings and whether they can enter the competition all depend on their own strength. It's not about some ridiculous reserved spots. Don't even think about skipping the preliminaries. Now, open your communication devices and sign up. As Pei Kwang said this, he exuded the pressure of a battle emperor. Many felt a tremor in their hearts and opened the registration interface. Mo Chen, however, shook his head. It's no fun to bully the weak. Seeing everyone signing up, Pei Kwang nodded in satisfaction. Alright, you all go back and rest. The preliminaries start tomorrow and end in 3 days. After saying this, Pei Kwang flew away. His actions were swift and decisive. From awarding the prizes to leaving, it took only 20 minutes. Thus, the group of first-year students left the playground. Many headed towards the training hall. Having just received rewards, many wanted to quickly digest and absorb them. Naturally, those like Mo Chen, who had contribution points, went straight to the 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower. Upon entering the training space, Mo Chen immediately opened the stone box. The 3 blood red evolution crystals could all enhance superhuman bloodlines. They were very suitable for Mo Chen. They must have been specially selected for him by Pei Kwang before the awards were given. They should provide me with quite a few evolution points, Mo Chen thought to himself, then took out the crystal resonator he borrowed from Old Dai. He inserted the finger-thick crystal into the resonator. A faint blood mist vibrated out from the crystal. Mo Chen inhaled forcefully and all the blood mist was drawn in. Instantly, he felt a burning sensation rise within his body. Ding! Evolution points plus 1,000. So many? Mo Chen was delighted. He had only absorbed a little blood mist. More blood mist continued to vibrate out from the crystal. To save time, Mo Chen directly adjusted the time flow in the training space to 10 times faster. A low-grade heavenly evolution crystal was completely absorbed by Mo Chen. Unlike the Earth-grade evolution crystals, the heavenly evolution crystal left no residue after absorption. No wonder it had to be packed in such a heavy stone box. It must be to prevent the energy in the crystal from dissipating, Mo Chen thought to himself. In reality, this finger-thick evolution crystal was very light. Gathering his thoughts, Mo Chen checked his evolution points. When he saw the value on the system panel, he was momentarily stunned. Evolution points 1-300-000/900-000. One evolution crystal provided 500,000 points. No upgrade? Mo Chen looked at his bloodline awakening degree of 3/10. Experience points sufficient upgrade? A system prompt popped up. So it doesn't upgrade automatically, Mo Chen thought. But then why did it upgrade automatically when he absorbed those two beast god hearts? Immediately, Mo Chen chose to upgrade. The bloodline awakening degree changed from 3/10 to 4/10, and the evolution points changed to 400,000/100,000. It seems that indeed every level up requires an additional 200,000 upper limit. Thinking about how much more evolution points would be needed for future upgrades, Mo Chen felt a wave of exhaustion. Forget about the future, let's use these two evolution crystals first. Mo Chen stopped thinking about those bothersome matters and took out another crystal to place in the crystal resonator. The evolution crystal just now provided 500,000 evolution points. The remaining two should be able to provide 1 million. My bloodline awakening level can still rise another level. 4 hours later, Mo Chen had completely absorbed 2 evolution crystals. As expected, these 2 low-grade heavenly evolution crystals provided him with 1 million evolution points. Mo Chen stood up, stretched his body, and checked the system panel. Host: Mo Chen bloodline, Jiuli bloodline, Chiyu body, 5 out of 10, ability, Indestructible body, passive skill, when attacked, strength, toughness, endurance, and self-healing increase by 500%. Joyu body, passive skill, 99% chance to be immune to fatal damage, certain chance to be immune to heavy strikes. When both feet touch the ground, stamina recovers 10% per second every 3 attacks, triggers once for super strength. Jiuli battle soul, 5 out of 10, passive skill, accumulates rage with each attack. When rage reaches its limit, triggers battle soul, increasing strength, speed, and defense by 500%. Shiyu devours heaven, 5 out of 10, active skill, devours blood 2. Enhance personal strength, ancestral witch's blessing, passive skill, upon being killed, body and head separate no more than 10,000 miles, resurrects after 7 days, unlimited times. Earth concealment technique, 1 out of 10, breath connects to the earth, can merge with the earth, hiding oneself if conditions are not met, skill effect downgraded to fox concealment. Technique, mental pain strike, 60/100, mental attack, can cause intense pain to the target, mental radiation, 30 out of 100, mental auxiliary skill, spreads mental power, locking onto up to 3,000 targets. Martial skills, Bull Demon Fist, 2nd level, Bull Demon tops the sky, 8 Sound Fist, 6th level, Ghost Axe, 3 styles, Wine Thunder Decision. City Crushing Palm, 10 times, items, Opening Mountain Axe upgrade card X2 Bloodline Peak Experience card X2 Weapon Enchantment card X1 Evolution Points, 300,000/130,000 luck value 0. The Jiuli Battle Soul skill seems to be getting stronger. Mo Chen noticed that the current Jiuli Battle Soul could fully enhance his abilities 5-fold. However, the triggering condition was a bit harsh for Mo Chen. Every time he was attacked, he wouldn't accumulate rage at all, directly exploding his opponent with a single punch. If I encounter someone much stronger than me, I might be able to use it, Mo Chen speculated in his heart. Then, Mo Chen activated the bloodline power throughout his body, and his body began to grow taller. This time, Mo Chen's body reached 18 meters before stopping. 4 arms and 2 3-toed giant feet grew larger as well. At the same time, Mo Chen noticed that the bone blades growing on both sides of his forearms had turned somewhat black. Taking out the opening mountain axe, Mo Chen struck his arm a few times. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds rang out as the bone blades clashed with the opening mountain axe, creating sparks. Putting away the opening mountain axe, Mo Chen saw that his bone blades were already full of notches. If he took a few more hits, they would likely be shattered by the axe. However, Mo Chen noticed that his bone blades were slowly healing. The strength is not much different from the opening mountain axe, and the key is that they can continuously recover, which is quite convenient. Mo Chen nodded. He had hardly used the bone blades on his forearms. In the new competition where weapons couldn't be used, these bone blades should prove to be quite effective. Mo Chen checked the time and found that it was just past 1 in the morning. Due to the tenfold flow rate, he had been in the training space for over 4 hours. Mo Chen didn't want to go back to rest, so he decided to practice several martial skills he knew in this training space. Meanwhile, he selected a few martial arts imprints to spar with himself. The next day, at 8 in the morning, hiss, the sound of air being expelled. The door to the training room opened. Emo-chan walked out. He had spent almost 4 days in the training space while only one night had passed outside. During these 4 days, Emo-chan did nothing but practice his martial skills. With the city-crushing palm, Emo-chan has already been able to condense 20 times the power of his bloodline. If it weren't for the artificial intelligence warning that the training space might explode, Emo-chan would have already tested the power of 20 times the bloodline strength. Emo-chan pondered when he could find a beast tie to try it out. Besides the city-crushing palm, there has been no progress with the 8-sound fist and the bull demon fist. Emo-chan felt a slight sense of the bull demon fist, but he still had no concrete ideas about the third level of the bull demon unbeaten. Buzz buzz buzz. The communicator vibrated. It was Wang Meng. Oh my god, what's wrong? My dear second son? Emo-chan said deliberately in a translated tone. Wang Meng was instantly filled with black lines. Shall we go to the preliminary competition together? Wang Meng asked again. Oh, of course. My dear second son. Wang Meng wanted to hang up the phone directly. By the way, where's Mina? Let's call her along. Emo-chan suddenly remembered and said, Mina is in seclusion, breaking through to the Battle King. She probably won't come out until tomorrow, Wang Meng replied. Emo-chan was surprised to hear this. Mina is also going to break through to the Battle King? Seeing Emo-chan's astonished expression, Wang Meng was instantly furious. What's wrong with you? You can improve your strength like you're on a rocket, but you're so surprised that someone else is breaking through to Battle King? Because I work hard, and the level of effort is beyond your imagination, Emo-chan said with a serious expression. After all, his time flow in the training space is 10 times that of the outside world. Slap! Wang Meng finally couldn't hold back and hung up the communicator. After meeting at the school gate, Emo-chan got into Wang Meng's car and drove to the competition point. Boom! Next to them, a pure white, extremely flashy sports car passed by. Seeing this sports car, Emo-chan felt it looked somewhat familiar. Whose car is this? Emo-chan asked. It's Bai Long's, Wang Meng replied casually. That's strange, I've never seen Bai Long's car, so why does it feel familiar? Emo-chan was puzzled. When Emo-chan and Wang Meng arrived at the competition point, the area outside was already packed with people. If one didn't know better, they might think a celebrity was holding a concert. Wait. Here and don't move, I'll go call my eldest son over, Emo-chan said to Wang Meng. Get lost. Wang Meng replied. After squeezing through the crowd, Emo-chan finally found Wu Yong. When Emo-chan saw Wu Yong, he was taken aback. At that moment, Wu Yong had dyed his hair a fiery red, wearing a red leather jacket, red jeans, and a pair of red combat boots. Is it New Year? Emo-chan looked at Wu Yong in confusion. What do you mean it's New Year? Wu Yong was somewhat puzzled. If it's not New Year, why are you dressed so festively? Get lost, get lost. Wu Yong cursed. What do you know? This is called style. I spent 500,000 to hire the best stylist in Magic City, Tom, to do this for me. This time, the freshman competition is said to have hundreds of millions of viewers. Standing out among so many people is very important. This time, I want to become famous overnight, Wu Yong said confidently. What good is being famous? Can it improve your strength? Emo-chan asked. If you're famous, you'll have money. Among the 12 freshman stars, the top 3 have already been approached for endorsements. That Gue Kem, he got an armor advertisement, and the endorsement fee is directly 1 billion, Wu Yong said. Then tell me, if I defeat him, can I snatch the endorsement away? Emo-chan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. No way. Wu Yong shook his head. Why not? Competing for endorsements is too degrading. Wouldn't it be better to take first place and then slowly pick the endorsements you want? Wu Yong said. Right, I'm already first. Why would I even care about a measly billion in endorsements? Emo-chan realized. Standing nearby, Wang Meng, upon hearing the conversation between Wu Yong and Emo-chan, felt like escaping. However, there were too many people around, and being small in stature made it difficult for him to squeeze out. So, during the waiting period, Wang Meng automatically tuned out the conversation between Emo-chan and Wu Yong. Although there were many people, the organizers handled everything very efficiently. Soon, some injured contestants were carried out on stretchers. Seeing these injured competitors, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Except for Emo-chan and the others from the top martial arts school, the other schools hadn't even been to the underground arena. The sight of the injured on the stretchers was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, especially with 2 or 3 who had their internal organs and intestines exposed. It frightened them greatly. However, due to the enhancement of their physique after awakening their bloodlines, the injured were generally not in life-threatening danger. If there were real life-threatening situations, the referees would intervene during the competition. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Emo-chan and his friend's turn. They were directly assigned to 3 different platforms. The rules for the preliminary rounds were simple: win 3 times on the platform to qualify for the official competition. At the same time, to prevent collusion and maliciously inflating win counts, each person could lose a maximum of 3 times. More than that would disqualify them from the competition. Both Mo Chen and Wang Meng had S-level bloodlines, so entering the official competition was absolutely no problem. Wu Yong had an A-level bloodline and was an elemental type, so it was also not difficult for him to enter the official competition. Mo Chun? On the platform, a boy across from him turned pale upon seeing his opponent was Mo Chen. Just give up. Mo Chen crossed his arms and said, I want to give it a try. Seeing the bulging muscles and prominent veins on Mo Chen's arms, the boy felt a bit scared. Alright, then come at me. Mo Chen nodded. The boy's gaze sharpened, gritted his teeth, and charged at Mo Chen, throwing a punch at his waist. At the moment the punch was thrown, a layer of ice crystals appeared on the boy's arm. Bang! The punch hit Mo Chen's waist, the ice crystals shattered, and the boy's arm broke instantly. Mo Chen grabbed the boy and casually tossed him out of the ring. As long as someone was thrown out of the ring or knocked down, it counted as a loss. Next, 2 more people stepped onto the platform. Like the previous boy, they knew they were no match for Mo Chen but couldn't help but want to give it a try. After all, they were about the same age and felt a bit unconvinced. Of course, the result was the same, they were thrown off the platform by Mo Chen. Below the stage, many people were surprised to see that Mo Chen hadn't even used his bloodline power and still won 3 matches. The top martial arts school clearly has over 100 guaranteed spots. Why not just guarantee them instead of competing? Exactly, what are we supposed to do with our ordinary strength? Yeah, this is so unfair. Some people couldn't help but complain. Mo Chen, upon hearing this, couldn't be bothered to respond to them. If you are weak, why blame the strong for competing with you? In the underground arena, amidst the beast tide, no one would talk about fairness. Bang! At that moment, a loud explosion sounded. On one of the platforms, a boy wearing the top martial arts school uniform was knocked off the stage. This boy clutched his chest, glaring hatefully at the platform. On the platform stood a boy in a black training outfit with a sinister expression. The sinister boy flicked his fingers, shaking off the blood on them. The people from the top martial arts school are nothing special. What? Not convinced? Want to come up and fight me again? The sinister boy sneered at his opponent. Everyone only has 3 chances to lose. If you lose again, it will be a bit difficult to enter the official competition. Unless you win 3 times in a row afterward. Lu Wujiang snorted coldly, unaffected by the provocation of the shadowy youth. Yue, I can't even rank in the first martial arts school. If you defeat me, it just shows your small-mindedness, indicating that your own strength isn't that impressive. Lu Wujiang retorted. The boy named Yue seemed to be hit where it hurt upon hearing Lu Wujiang's words. Defeated. I, Yue, am ranked 7th among the 12 stars. If you're not convinced, then have your strongest from the first martial arts school, Mo Chen, come over and see how I crush him. Yue declared. Not far away, Mo Chen, who overheard the conversation, felt a bit speechless. Can we not drag him into this? He was just there to go through the motions. He still had to focus on his training and had no time for this. The key was, there was absolutely no benefit for him in this situation. Plus, he couldn't just kill the opponent in front of everyone to earn some transformation points. Hey, is that Mo Chen? Someone suddenly called out. As soon as the words were spoken, many people turned to look at Mo Chen, standing nearly 2 meters tall. After several ancestral returns, his height had increased, his muscles stretched, his clothes tight, and with his long hair casually draped over his back, he looked extremely eye-catching. However, Mo Chen felt that the main reason was that Wu Yong was standing next to him. People are visual creatures. My appearance really attracts attention. Wu Yong smiled, feeling very pleased. That 500,000 was worth it. Oh, Mo Chen? On the stage, Yue's eyes lit up upon seeing Mo Chen. The opportunity for fame had arrived. Hey, Mo Chen, I said the first martial arts school is trash. You have no objections, right? Yue smirked, provocatively looking at Mo Chen. Hearing this, Mo Chen sighed. Why must it be like this? Do you really want to put me in a difficult position? Mo Chen thought to himself. Why do some people become so foolish after gaining a bit of strength and fame? Can't they be low-key and steady like him? 200 million. Mo Chen gestured a number to Yue. What? 200 million? Yue was taken aback. I win, you give me 200 million. You win, I give you 200 million. Mo Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Yue immediately agreed. No problem, I can still come up with 200 million. Of course, you can't go back on your word. Okay, no backing out. Mo Chen nodded. Then let's go to the stage. Let me see if the first martial arts school is really that trash. Yue said loudly on purpose, attracting the attention of most of the audience. 1 minute later. Puff, puff, puff. Yue lay on the floor outside the stage, limbs twitching, eyes vacant, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. Several medical staff rushed over to carry Yue away. Wait, let him transfer the money first. Mo Chen jumped down from the stage. This time, he also did not use his bloodline power. Mo Chen left the venue with Wu Yong and Wang Meng. I earned 200 million, at least it wasn't a waste of time. Seeing his account balance, Mo Chen felt all the earlier displeasure vanish. Damn, with high strength, you can really do whatever you want. In one day you earned what I get in a month. Wu Yong exclaimed beside him. Emo-chen, afterward, the three of them got into a car and left the venue. Emo-chen and Wu Yong shared a car, chatting about recent events on the way. It was then that Emo-chen learned that this kid, Wu Yong, was actually serious about becoming famous. For this, he had been training day and night for over half a month. Suddenly, Emo-chen sensed a faint aura locking onto him. Emo-chen looked at Wang Meng in the car next to him. Is there a situation? Wang Meng silently asked through mental communication. Yes, wait. For me to send Wu Yong back to school before I deal with it. Emo-chen communicated telepathically. Emo-chen, why do I feel like someone is following us? Wu Yong suddenly said telepathically from the side. Emo-chen was a bit surprised. This guy, who is usually oblivious, could actually sense it. It should be noted that the aura just now was extremely faint. Moreover, even Wang Meng, who had strong mental power, didn't notice it. How did you know? Emo-chen asked curiously. Intuition, Wu Yong replied. 10 minutes later, Emo-chen watched as Wu Yong drove into the school. Can you handle it? Wang Meng asked telepathically. I should be able to, but if the other party has accomplices, it could be troublesome. This isn't the underworld, Emo-chen replied honestly. Alright, I'll help you deal with them. Wang Meng adjusted his glasses and started the car. The car drove straight towards the direction of the first martial arts school. After the car had traveled for several hundred meters, two figures hidden in the shadows began to move, following closely behind. I still haven't sensed anything, Wang Meng said, frowning slightly as he communicated with Emo-chen using his mental power. Just now, their presence seemed to disappear for a moment, and now they've followed us again, Emo-chen replied. Where to next? If we don't turn ahead, we'll head straight back to the martial arts school. The entire road is open, not suitable for us to act. Wang Meng continued to communicate mentally. Then let's enter that alley over there, Emo-chen said, frowning slightly. It was clear that others were tracking them with ill intentions, so why did it feel like he and Wang Meng were the bad guys? They even had to find a suitable place to act. The car turned into a small road, and Wang Meng drove straight ahead, until they reached a dead end. At the end of the dead end stood an old, abandoned residential building. After stopping the car, Emo-chen nodded at Wang Meng, and the two of them walked into the building. A few seconds later, not far from the residential building, two figures emerged from two dark corners. The two exchanged glances and also walked towards the building. Their steps appeared slow, but each stride covered 5 to 6 meters. In just a few steps, they entered the residential building. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the building, Wang Meng pressed one hand against his temple, turned his head, and nodded at Emo-chen. They're coming. Wang Meng's mental voice echoed simultaneously. How long can you suppress the sounds of battle? Emo-chen asked. About half an hour, but the fluctuations of the battle can't be too great, otherwise it won't achieve a perfect suppression effect, Wang Meng replied. Alright, let's test the waters first. Keep an eye out for their accomplices, Emo-chen said, then his body swelled, muscles bulging, and his skin turned a faint golden color. Indestructible body. Emo-chen, now over 3 meters tall, twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds. It's been a while since I fought with the weakest indestructible body, Emo-chen said lightly. Then, he pushed off with his toes, leaping directly downwards. Boom! The rooftop was smashed through by Emo-chen. Boom, 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 boom. The floorboards were continuously smashed through, and it wasn't until he had broken through 6 floors that Emo-chen finally stopped. The two who had been following Emo-chen and Wang Meng into the residential building were now staring blankly at Emo-chen, whose body shimmered with a faint golden hue and was covered in explosive muscles. They were still searching for Emo-chen, and yet he appeared right in front of them. After a moment of shock, one of them burst out laughing. You actually came to us? You don't think you can take us both on alone, do you? The other person snorted coldly and said, Do we need to? I alone can take him down. As he spoke, his body began to change, his hands transforming into grotesque bird-like claws, and his skin wrinkling in layers. Sui, we agreed before coming that we would kill Emo-chen and split the reward. Do you want to take it all for yourself? The one who had mocked Emo-chen earlier frowned and said. At the same time, bumps began to emerge on the surface of his body. Yu Zhong, which ear did you hear that I want to take it all? Sui said, feeling a bit irritated at the accusation. Wait, you two aren't on the same side? Emo-chen interjected. A dying man doesn't need to know too much. Sui coldly looked at Emo-chen and said. Since you two aren't on the same side, how about this, you fight it out, whoever wins gets to kill me, and then one person takes the reward, Emo-chen proposed. Childish. Yu Zhong scoffed, suddenly twisting his waist. Boom! A long tail, resembling that of a crocodile and covered in various bony nodules, suddenly lashed out at Emo-chen. Bang! With a loud explosion, Emo-chen's golden hand caught the opponent's tail. Then, with a forceful throw, Yu Zhong was sent flying. Bang bang bang! He crashed through several walls before finally stopping. Whoosh! At the same time, Sui, who had been standing in front of Emo-chen, instantly appeared behind him. Moreover, a pair of blood-red flesh wings sprouted from Sui's back. Sharp claws reached directly for Emo-chen's head. Clang clang clang. A series of sparks erupted. However, Emo-chen's head remained unscathed. Attacking me from behind? Emo-chan raised an eyebrow, turned his head, and looked at the astonished Sui. I hate those who sneak attack the most. As soon as he finished speaking, Emo-chan's golden hand reached out to grab Sui. The pair of flesh wings behind Sui flapped, quickly retreating. Slap! But he was still a step too slow, and Emo-chan caught his ankle. Boom! Before he could react, Sui felt an incredibly terrifying force coming from his foot. Then, Emo-chan lifted him up and slammed his head into the ground. Boom! The floor shattered, and both Emo-chan and Sui fell to the level below. Roar! A furious roar came from above. Yuzhong, who had been thrown out by Emo-chan, had transformed into a 10-meter-long terror crocodile. Boom! The floor that Emo-chan had smashed through could not bear the weight and collapsed under Yuzhong. Yuzhong fell down along with the floor. Roar! Yuzhong opened his mouth wide and lunged at Emo-chan. Emo-chan stepped forward, placing one foot on the crocodile's tongue while raising his other hand to brace against Yuzhong's upper jaw. So, have you noticed any of their accomplices around? Emo-chan used his mental power to communicate with Wang Mang on the top floor. At that moment, Wang Mang still maintained his previous posture, a finger pressed against his temple. However, the opponent may still be hiding, Wang Mang replied. Just as Emo-chan received Wang Mang's mental transmission, Sui, whose body had grown several times larger, suddenly flapped his wings. Whoosh! A dazzling electric light surged from Sui's wings, striking towards Emo-chan. Boom! Emo-chan was instantly hit by the lightning. However, a few seconds later, the electric light disappeared, and Emo-chan still stood in place. Aside from a few shallow blood marks appearing on his body, he was basically unharmed. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Sui was somewhat surprised. Meanwhile, Yuzhong, whose mouth was being held open by Emo-chan, was twisting his body desperately, trying to break free. Humph! Emo-chan snorted coldly and his body grew larger again. Sinister black tattoos appeared on the surface of his skin, and circles of black mist surrounded him. Bone spurs pierced out from his spine, breaking through the skin. Crack! Emo-chan's enlarged arm thrust upward. Yuzhong's large mouth was forcibly torn apart. Emo-chan exerted more force, and with a crack, Yuzhong's upper jawbone snapped backward. Yuzhong's screams echoed as his body twisted wildly. But his large mouth was firmly held down by Emo-chan, unable to move at all. Emo-chan stomped his foot hard on the ground. Bang! The tongue inside Yuzhong's crocodile mouth exploded into a spray of blood, and his lower jaw was also pierced by Emo-chan's foot. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound came from behind Emo-chan. He turned to look, and the Sui who had claimed he could easily defeat him was actually fleeing. Is it really just the two of them? What a waste of my half a day. Emo-chan frowned. He had been so cautious, only to find out there were just two weaklings. Yuzhong felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing Emo-chan's words. It turned out this guy had been fighting them for so long because he thought they still had backup. Whoosh! Emo-chan took out the mountain-splitting axe from the system space, swinging his arm and aiming at Sui, who had already flown over 10 meters away. Where did that axe come from? Yuzhong was momentarily stunned when he saw the mountain-splitting axe in Emo-chan's hand, its murderous aura almost solidifying. Boom! The mountain-splitting axe flew out. Not far away, Sui, who had already flown out of the residential building, sensed danger behind him and suddenly flared his wings, bursting with electric light. His already fast speed increased dramatically at that moment. Whoosh! The mountain-splitting axe whistled past him. That was close. Sui felt a wave of fear. If he had been even a moment slower, he would have been hit by that axe, and he would either be dead or severely injured. It seemed that the beast god's reward was not so easily obtained. No wonder Lu Qingji said she wasn't interested in hunting Emo-chan with us. Sui thought bitterly. This Lu Qingji definitely knew Emo-chan's true strength. No, Lu Qingji might have suffered a loss at Emo-chan's hands. Just thinking about how Lu Qingji deliberately withheld information about Emo-chan made Sui's teeth itch with hatred. But just then, Sui suddenly felt a darkness above his head. Then, a huge shadow loomed over him. Boom! A large hand, covered in bone armor, appeared, directly grabbing Sui by the neck. In a desperate attempt to escape, Sui activated all his bloodline power, resembling a pterosaur in appearance. Beast-type ancient dinosaur? Emo-chan grabbed Sui and brought him close. Sui's fleshy wings and bird-like limbs with sharp claws flailed wildly, constantly scratching at Emo-chan's fingers. Of course, it couldn't inflict any harm on Emo-chan. Who sent you here? At that moment, the 15-meter-tall Emo-chan stood on the rooftop of the residential building, holding Sui, and asked. It was Lord Beast God. Seeing Emo-chan's fierce appearance, Sui was terrified to the extreme. Especially when he saw Emo-chan's sharp teeth, Sui felt that it was possible for Emo-chan to chew him up and eat him. Beast God? Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. Not far away, Wang Mang, floating in the air and using mental power to shield the area from noise, also showed a look of astonishment. About 3 days ago, all the Beast God's heirs received instructions from Lord Beast God to kill you and seize your bloodline. Sui dared not hide anything and spoke truthfully. What was the reward? Emo-chan asked. Just now, he had heard Sui and Yuzhong's conversation about splitting the reward. The reward was not mentioned by Lord Beast God, but after completing Lord Beast God's instructions, he generally provides the heart of the Beast God as a reward, and occasionally there are other items, but they are all treasures that can aid in evolution, Sui quickly replied. After hearing this, Emo-chen frowned. Damn, this Beast God suddenly pulled this stunt. This meant he had become a target for these Beast God heirs. Besides you, are there others planning to attack me? Emo-chen continued to ask. I don't know. Yu Zhong and I came quickly because we were close to Magic City. Sui's heart raced as he answered Emo-chen's question. In just a few seconds, under Emo-chen's pressure, he couldn't even mobilize a bit of his bloodline power. Just how strong was Emo-chen's bloodline? The Beast God heirs, were all rare dual bloodlines. Yet, in the previous battle, even without Emo-chen exerting his full strength, they had still been severely beaten. What else? Emo-chen's voice, deep like a war drum, sounded again. And nothing else. Sui looked at Emo-chen in confusion. Bang! With Sui's neck snapped, his head separated from his body and fell from Emo-chen's hand, hitting the floor with a thud. There's still one more person inside who hasn't been dealt with, Wang Meng, floating in the air, reminded him. Emo-chen's body shrunk and returned to his indestructible Vajra form. He then leaped and jumped into the hole he had previously smashed through. Boom! The entire building shook. Emo-chen, holding the mountain-splitting axe, appeared before Yu Zhong. At this moment, Yu Zhong had returned to his human form. However, his mouth had been completely torn open, his lower jaw hanging loosely and touching his neck. What was left of his tongue was just half a lump of rotten flesh. Seeing Emo-chen appear, Yu Zhong made whimpering sounds and kicked his legs, retreating backward. Emo-chen looked at Yu Zhong indifferently, raising the mountain-splitting axe in his hand. Splish! Yu Zhong's entire head, neck, and even the bones above his chest were split in half by the mountain-splitting axe. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Blood spurted from Yu Zhong's chest cavity, splattering onto the ceiling. After glancing at Yu Zhong's corpse, Emo-chen put away the mountain-splitting axe. Meanwhile, in a corner 10 meters away from the residential building, Yu Zhong fell to the ground, covered in sweat. At this moment, his face was pale, and he looked as if he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Yu Zhong didn't dare to stop and rest. He quickly rushed towards the outside. He knew he was no match for Emo-chen, so when Emo-chen was about to kill him, he pretended to be powerless to resist. In the end, he used his second bloodline ability to create a substitute body. His true self had escaped. Staggering a few steps, Yu Zhong suddenly felt something and subconsciously looked back. But he didn't see anything. Yu Zhong turned his head and continued to run forward. However, just as he took half a step, splish! A pale golden palm thrust directly into his head from the center of his brow. Emo-chen's figure emerged. Yu Zhong's eyes widened in horror. How did Emo-chen discover that was his substitute? Emo-chen's expression was cold. With a slight force, the vertically inserted palm turned sideways. Bang! The part of Yu Zhong's head above his brow bone exploded entirely. Yu Zhong fell straight backward, finally hitting the ground with a thud. Ding! Evolution points plus 30,000. The battle had been over for 10 minutes. Lu Qingji, dressed in a green combat suit, appeared in front of the residential building. Two idiots, they actually dared to go and find trouble with Emo-chen. A triumphant look appeared on Lu Qingji's small face. One should know that even someone as clever and slightly abnormal as her had been completely tricked by that guy Emo-chen. And these two who had only recently become beast god descendants dared to go and kill Emo-chen? Humming a little tune, Lu Qingji skipped into the residential building. As she went up the stairs, Lu Qingji saw the traces of Emo-chen's battle with Sui and Yu Zhong. TSK, did he really need to make such a big scene to deal with these two guys? Lu Qingji curled her lip and continued to walk up. Finally, on the top floor, Lu Qingji saw the corpses of Yu Zhong and Sui. Yu Zhong was missing the upper half of his head, and Sui's neck was gone, his head having rolled somewhere. This is enough. The bodies are preserved like this, completely usable. Then, Lu Qingji happily took out a set of instruments from the spatial ring on her chest. That guy Emo-chen doesn't know that killing beast god descendants allows one to extract the beast god's heart from their bodies, does he? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Getting two beast gods' hearts at once, the losses of the beast god temple are all recovered. Lu Qingji was extremely happy, especially thinking about how regretful Emo-chen would be if he knew he had missed two beast gods' hearts. Lu Qingji felt a burst of satisfaction in her heart. Thank you so much, Emo-chen. No need to thank me. A faint voice sounded. Splish! Sui's head appeared from the air and was directly pressed onto Lu Qingji's head by Emo-chen. The residual blood on the head flowed out, running down Lu Qingji's head and onto her fair cheeks. Emo-chen let go. Sui's head rolled forward and fell to the ground. Thud, 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 it rolled several meters before stopping, tilted back just enough to face Lu Qingji. Sui still wore the expression from the last second of his life, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe Emo-chen would kill him without warning. At that moment, Lu Qingji, who had finally reacted, pouted her lips, tears swirling in her eyes. Did I scare you to tears? Seeing Lu Qingji's reaction, Emo-chen was somewhat surprised. Was this little demoness really scared to tears by such a trivial matter? Hey, why are you crying? Emo-chen directly gave Lu Qingji a hard slap on the back of her neck. Lu Qingji immediately turned her head in anger. her tear-filled eyes glaring at Mo-chen. I'm heartbroken over the two beast god hearts. Lu Qingji was furious. She had thought this time she could take advantage, play the yellow sparrow, and get two beast god hearts. But it turned out that Mo-chen, who looked muscular and not very smart and had such a reckless style, was actually so cunning. She had waited outside for a full 10 minutes. She only came in after confirming there was no movement inside, and Mo-chen had been squatting here for 10 minutes. The more Lu Qingji thought about it, the angrier she became. Slap! Lu Qingji received another hard slap on the back of her neck. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me extract the beast god hearts, Mo-chan urged. Didn't you say you could extract the beast god hearts? Hurry up! I still need to go back to cultivate. Lu Qingji gritted her silver teeth, glaring at Mo-chen like a little puppy baring its teeth. Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Qingji transformed into her green snake form, her figure flashing as she appeared several meters away. Humph! You think I'll help you? No way! Lu Qingji thought angrily, frantically urging her bloodline power to escape. In the city of magic capital, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot use bloodline power. If discovered, the war emperor stationed in magic capital would take action to punish them. So, she just needed to be faster than Mo-chen, escape this area, and once she reached a crowded place, Mo-chen wouldn't be able to catch up with her. Buzz! At that moment, Lu Qingji felt a wave of disturbance in the surrounding space. Then, a short figure wearing glasses, looking like a primary school student, appeared in front of her. Wang Meng. Lu Qingji, in her green snake form, hissed and exhaled a cloud of green mist. However, the Wang Meng before her dissipated like sand in an instant. A mental illusion? Lu Qingji realized that the other party didn't have the strength to confront her directly. Without hesitation, Lu Qingji's figure flashed again as she sprinted away. Whoosh! A shadow leaped from the rooftop of a distant residential building, crossing several meters in the blink of an eye. Lu Qingji was startled, her snake body twisting as she shot out. However, Mo-chen in the air burst forth with even greater speed, colliding with her in an instant. Boom! Not far away, the rooftop of another abandoned residential building exploded. Amidst the rubble and steel bars, Mo-chen's knee pressed against Lu Qingji's chest, one hand gripping her neck, his entire body pinning her down. Lu Qingji was firmly held down by Mo-chen, unable to move at all. Cough, cough. Lu Qingji was choked by the dust. Next time you want to leave, give me a heads up, Mo-chen said. Then, he released Lu Qingji. Then I'm leaving now. Lu Qingji lay among the rubble, somewhat angrily saying. No, Mo-chen refused. I'm not helping you extract the beast god hearts today. If you have the guts, kill me. Lu Qingji was furious, lying in the rubble and refusing to get up. This was magic capital. If Mo-chen killed her, her master, the war emperor Yu Chang, would arrive in an instant. Mo-chen frowned. This little demoness really had a bit of a temper. You still owe me 2 billion, Mo-chen said. Humph. Li Qingji angrily turned her head away and said nothing. You even recorded a video, Mo-chen said again. What video? Wang Meng suddenly appeared beside Mo-chen. A bit private, not convenient to leak out, Mo-chen replied. Then just play it on your communicator, no need to send it to me, Wang Meng said from the side. Alright, Mo-chen said as he opened the communicator. No, Li Qingji stood up, her fair little hand pressing down on Mo-chen's communicator. Slap! Li Qingji received a hard slap on the neck, her body swaying to the side a couple of times. Men and women should not have physical contact, Mo-chen said sternly to Li Qingji. Li Qingji. Half an hour later, Li Qingji was so tired that she sat down on the ground. 2 black and gold magic cubes appeared on the shriveled bodies of Sui and Yu Zhong. Finally done. Li Qingji wiped the sweat from her forehead. Extracting the beast god's heart required her to use the beast god imprint deep within her soul as a catalyst, performing a special technique to extract the essence of the beast god's heart from Sui and Yu Zhong. After Mo-chen learned the principle, he asked Li Qingji if they could absorb the beast god's heart by directly eating the 2 bodies. The answer was no. The essence of the beast god's heart within the 2 was like a pile of coal, completely useless if consumed. Only through a special method of merging into one could it undergo a qualitative change and become a true diamond, that is, the beast god's heart. Next time, be faster, Mo-chen said as he picked up the 2 black and gold magic cubes and put them into a bag. Hearing Mo-chen's words, Li Qingji was so angry her teeth itched. But she held back, because she couldn't win. Humph. With a cold snort, Li Qingji transformed into a green snake form, ready to fly away. However, before flying off, Li Qingji paused for a moment. Humph. I'm leaving. After saying that, with a whoosh, Li Qingji disappeared several dozen meters away. Wang Meng, you go down first, I'll handle these 2 bodies, Mo-chen said. Wang Meng didn't ask further and jumped down from the upper floor, slowly floating to the ground before getting into the car. Moreover, Wang Meng very consciously retracted his mental power. Mo-chen felt Wang Meng retracting his mental power and directly stored Sui and Yu Zhong's bodies into the system warehouse. Inside the system warehouse, although it was also a space, there was not a hint of spatial fluctuation when in use. However, taking things out from a spatial ring would cause a wave of spatial fluctuation. Therefore, several times when Mo-chen took out the mountain-splitting axe in front of enemies, they were very surprised. Because they did not perceive any spatial fluctuations, the mountain-splitting axe just appeared in Mo Chen's hand. After storing the bodies, Mo Chen also jumped down from the building. Bang! The ground cracked, raising a cloud of dust. He opened the car door and sat inside. "Let's go back to school," Mo Chen said, resting his hands behind his head. 10 minutes later, Mo Chen and Wang Meng returned to the school. On the way back to the dormitory, Mo Chen saw Pei Quang leading 70 or 80 fully armed senior students rushing towards the Martial Extreme Tower. Among them were Tian Shang, Wu Hong, and Chu Ba, all senior students. Hurry, hurry! Activate the teleportation!" Pei Quang urged in the lobby on the first floor of the Martial Extreme Tower. The floor of the lobby descended, and Pei Quang along with dozens of senior students disappeared. While Mo Chen and Wang Meng were surprised, another group of people rushed into the Martial Extreme Tower. This time, it was a group of faculty and staff at the Battle King level. Mo Chen also saw Tu Jiao. This group was quickly teleported down as well. Mo Chen and Wang Meng stood in front of the Martial Extreme Tower for quite a while, watching as powerful warriors continuously arrived at the first floor hall and then teleported into the underground cave. Not just Mo Chen, but many first-year students also noticed the commotion. Is something happening in the underground cave? Mo Chen frowned slightly. It should be, but it's normal for things to go wrong in the underground cave. It seems quiet lately, but that's actually because of the unusual beast tide that appeared during the special training before, which caused a temporary calm. Wang Meng adjusted his glasses and said, "I wonder if it will affect the freshman competition," Mo Chen muttered. Afterward, Mo Chen and Wang Meng returned to their dormitory. After staying there for a while, Mo Chen went to the 6th floor of the Martial Extreme Tower to continue his training. As he passed the 2nd and 5th floors, he noticed that Lao Dai and Xiong Bo were also absent. They must have gone to the underground cave as well. This made Mo Chen even more curious about what was happening in the underground cave. However, there was not a single piece of information leaked about the situation there. Even on the first martial arts schools forum, where information usually circulated quickly, there was no news. Even when Mo Chen posted something, it was quickly deleted by the moderators. What on earth is happening, making it all so mysterious? Mo Chen simply closed the forum interface and then took out 2 Beast God Hearts. These 2 Beast God Hearts were basically no different from the ones he had obtained before. They had the same black and gold appearance, with various twisted symbols carved on them. The only difference was that these 2 Beast God Hearts were a bit smaller than the last 2. Should I refine one now? Mo Chen looked at the Beast God Heart in his hand, feeling a bit conflicted. If he refined both Beast God Hearts, he might be able to level up 2 more times. Leveling up twice would be equivalent to over 2 million evolution points. But if he refined one now, it could very well anger the Beast God again. If it caused some strange phenomenon and produced a drop of blood, that would be troublesome. The principal and the others had gone to the underground cave, and there was no one to stand in front of him. The Beast God might just come after him directly. Besides, after learning the city-destroying palm, Mo Chen had a bold idea regarding the Beast God. Forget it, let the Beast God live for now. It's definitely not because I'm scared. Mo Chen put away the 2 Beast God Hearts. Then, in the training space, Mo Chen continued to practice his martial arts, especially the city-destroying palm. Gradually, he became more and more proficient in using the city-destroying palm. While Mo Chen was practicing the city-destroying palm during the day, in front of the residential building where he had killed Sui and Yu Zhong, a man with waist-length red hair and bare upper body stood at the bottom of the building. The man wore only a pair of leather pants and was barefoot. Additionally, there was a cross-shaped scar on the right side of his face. The man looked up at the rooftop of the residential building. Bang! The red-haired man's figure vanished, and the ground where he had been standing suddenly exploded in a circle. On the rooftop, the red-haired man floated in the air, his red hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. The bloody scent of 2 Beast God heirs. The red-haired man grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and his long tongue flicked from left to right over his teeth. Suddenly, the red-haired man turned his head to look at the rooftop of a residential building 100 meters away. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the red-haired man disappeared. At that moment, 100 meters away, on the rooftop of that residential building, Wang Yanmei had already jumped down as the red-haired man turned his head. Her silver figure was extremely conspicuous in the night. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed. The bare-chested red-haired man appeared in front of Wang Yanmei. "Why are you running?" The red-haired man grinned, looking at Wang Yanmei with a smile. Wang Yanmei performed a backflip, immediately creating distance between herself and the red-haired man. Suspended in the air, Wang Yanmei warily watched the red-haired man. Mo Chen was killed by Mo Chen. Wang Yanmei said coldly, "I advise you not to have any ideas about Mo Chen. This person is not simple." Wang Yanmei continued. The red-haired man crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Is this a provocation? However, it is indeed useful to me. I really want to meet this guy who easily killed 2 Beast God heirs. Then you can just find him directly, it has nothing to do with me." After Wang Yanmei finished speaking, she was about to fly away. "Wait!" Whoosh! The red-haired man blocked Wang Yanmei's path. "It seems you are quite familiar with Mo Chen. Give me his information and I'll let you go. The red-haired man grinned, his row of sharp teeth glinting in the moonlight. The famous Yen Xing is actually collecting information on his opponent? Wang Yanmei feigned surprise. That person was ordered to be eliminated by the beast god. He must be formidable. I won't be reckless like those two fools who were killed. Acting without thorough investigation, acting without absolute certainty, in my opinion, is no different from seeking death. Yen Xing said coldly. Wang Yanmei was too lazy to argue with Yen Xing and directly sent Mo Chen's information to him. Of course, what she sent were just ordinary details, the truly valuable information she kept for herself. Yen Xing was also a beast god. And strictly speaking, he was a competitor of Wang Yanmei. After receiving the information sent by Wang Yanmei, bang! A sound exploded. Yen Xing left first. 3 days quickly passed. Under 10 times the acceleration, Mo Chen stayed in the training space for a whole month. During this month, Mo Chen raised the limit of the city-destroying palm again, increasing it to 30 times. If in the extreme form of Chio's body, Mo Chen felt that with one palm strike, even if the War Emperor didn't die, he would be severely injured. Aside from the city-destroying palm, there were no breakthroughs in the Bull Demon Fist and the 8-sound fist. One required comprehension of fist intent in actual combat. The other required a strong body to withstand the recoil. After coming out of the training space, Mo Chen received a gathering order. At the first martial arts school, all first-year freshmen passed the preliminary round and qualified for the official competition. Soon, all first-year freshmen gathered on the playground. Boom! Pei Kuang, with his head wrapped in bandages, appeared in the air. The official competition starts tomorrow. Everyone, pack your things and follow me to 9 Holy Mountain. This time, I will lead the new student competition. Gather at the main gate in 3 minutes. After Pei Kuang finished speaking, he disappeared with a bang. Everyone was already accustomed to Pei Kuang's decisive style and immediately returned to their dorms to pack. Due to previous missions and a whole month of ranking practice, everyone moved quickly. 2 minutes later, everyone had gathered at the school gate. Outside the school gate, more than a dozen buses were already parked. Mo Chen noticed that besides Pei Kuang, Wang Boyang was also leading the team. Previously, when they were in the Magic City Patrol Division, Wang Boyang had shown a special ability to immobilize people, which left a deep impression on Mo Chen. However, he also noticed that Wang Boyang looked very tired, as if he had been seriously ill. Did he also go to the underground? Mo Chen frowned and thought as he walked towards the bus. Mo Chen, Wang Meng. Suddenly, a voice called out behind them. Mina? Upon hearing this voice, Mo Chen immediately reacted. Mina happily ran towards Mo Chen and Wang Meng. Along the way, waves surged once again in front of her chest. Mo Chen, Wang Meng, let's sit together, Mina said, her little face flushed, one hand pressed against her chest. She realized that she had run too hard and the waves were shaking too much. Sure, Mo Chen replied. So, the three of them boarded the bus together. Bing Wan, what's wrong? Get on the bus. Gu Bing. Wan's roommate, seeing her standing there in a daze, looked a bit puzzled. Gu Bing Wan came to her senses, nodded, and got on the bus. Sitting on the bus, Mo Chen, Wang Meng, and Mina were chatting casually. The bus's intercom suddenly echoed with Pei Kuang's voice. The bus is about to start, fasten your seatbelts. Hearing Pei Kuang's words, all the freshmen were a bit confused. This is a bus, isn't it unnecessary? Besides, they are all martial artists. Even if the bus flipped or exploded, they wouldn't be harmed. Click. Mina, sitting by the window, obediently fastened her seatbelt. Mo Chen, Wang Meng, you two should buckle up too, Mina reminded. No need, seatbelts are. Mo Chen waved his hand. Before he could finish his sentence, V-room. The bus suddenly started. A strong push from behind hit everyone, and they all leaned back hard against their seats. Outside the window, all the scenery flew backward at high speed. So fast, Mina exclaimed, watching everything turn into lines, her little mouth slightly agape in surprise. Is this ridiculous? This is a bus? This is a rocket? Mo Chen said in astonishment, his back still pressed tightly against the seat. We should be heading directly to Jiuxing Mountain on this bus. I thought we would take the bus first and then the train. Now it seems that at this speed, what was originally a half-day journey will take about 2 hours. Wang Meng adjusted his glasses and said, V-room. Just then, the bus suddenly slowed down. Everyone on the bus was caught off guard, their bodies lunging forward, their heads hitting the back of the front row seats. Only a few who had obediently fastened their seatbelts were held back and didn't crash into anything. However, Mina leaned forward and her seatbelt was pulled tightly across her chest. Bang! Everyone leaned back against their seats again. The bus came to a complete stop. Mo Chen looked out the window and saw the toll booth. So it was just the toll booth. This time, the others learned their lesson and fastened their seatbelts. Ha! Mina, isn't your seatbelt too tight? You can loosen it a bit. Mo Chen noticed that Mina's seatbelt was a bit constricting. Upon hearing this, Mina's little face instantly turned bright red. Mina, don't be shy, let me help you loosen your seatbelt a bit. Mo Chen directly reached out to adjust the seatbelt. Ha! Is it already at the loosest setting? Mo Chen was taken aback. Mina's little face was already so red it seemed like it might smoke. Wang Mang, seeing this, shook his head in exasperation. Afterwards, Mo Chen took the initiative to talk about the freshman competition, which eased the awkward atmosphere. Of course, Mo Chen hadn't felt awkward before. I heard that although this freshman competition is divided into preliminary rounds and formal rounds, eliminating 2/3 of the registered participants, there are still over 10,000 people participating in the formal rounds, Mina said. 10,000? How can they compete? Won't it take until next year? Mo Chen was a bit surprised. Where did so many newly awakened 18-year-olds come from? Based on past freshman competitions, to finish this one on time, they must eliminate 90% of the participants in the first 3 days, Wang Meng analyzed. So that means eliminating 9,000 people? How can they eliminate so many in 3 days? Mo Chen found it absurd. I'm not sure either. I guess the competition committee must have designated a set of rules. Mo Chen shook his head. The first part is the team competition. And the individual competition, Mina suddenly said. How do you know? Mo Chen and Wang Meng asked in unison. My dad told me. He has 3 sworn brothers who are members of this new student competition committee, Mina replied with her big eyes blinking. Mo Chen and Wang Meng. This was the first time Mo Chen felt that having so many sworn brothers was beneficial. Then, Mina used her mental power to communicate the rules of the team and individual competitions to Mo Chen and Wang Meng. The team competition directly adopts an elimination and points system. No matter whose team it is, as long as one person leaves the competition area, that team is directly eliminated. Also, for every team eliminated, each person in the winning team gets 1 point. By the way, each team consists of 3 people, and we 3 can just form a team. #nervous face #. As for the individual competition, it's pretty much the same as the team competition, also using this elimination and points system, with 1 point awarded for each person eliminated. Each match lasts a day and a half, and after that, all points are tallied to select the top 1,000. These 1,000 will then enter the second round of competition. After hearing Mina finish, Mo Chen thoughtfully rubbed his chin. In that case, can't I get first place in the first round? Wang Mang rolled his eyes in exasperation. How can this guy be so narcissistic? Go for it, Mo Chen. You can definitely do it. Mina encouraged from the side. Moreover, Mina was genuinely cheering for Mo Chen, unlike the principal's perfunctory attitude. 2 hours later, the bus arrived at the coast. 10 kilometers from the coast stood Mount Jiuxing. As everyone got off the bus and saw Mount Jiuxing, they were extremely astonished, because the entire massive mountain was floating in the air. Below Mount Jiuxing, the sea had a water vortex connecting to the base of the mountain. In addition, there were also some small islands floating around Mount Jiuxing. The smallest of these islands was at least the size of a football field. Pei Kuang and Wang Boyang got off the bus and looked at the floating Mount Jiuxing. Mount Jiuxing has risen another 10 meters, Wang Boyang said. Sigh. Pei Kuang sighed and said nothing. At this moment, other schools' bus convoys began to arrive at the shore one after another. Woo woo woo. A sound of propellers roaring echoed in the sky. Suddenly, more than a dozen armed helicopters flew in from the distance and landed next to the first martial arts school. The wind from the propellers made the people on this side of the first martial arts school squint their eyes. Daijing University? Mo Chen saw the emblem on the helicopter. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded from behind. Everyone turned to look. They saw a floating large ship slowly flying in from the distance. On the ship stood 100 men and women dressed in ancient costumes. The ship bore the 4 large characters Jiangnan University. Mo Chen saw Nan Gongmeng standing on the deck, someone he had met before. After Mo Chen was detected to have an S-level bloodline, Nan Gongmeng, as the enrollment envoy of Jiangnan University, specifically came to find him. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Meng Wuyo, Mo Chen might have gone to Jiangnan University by now. At this moment, the people from Dijing University jumped down from the helicopter and stood in formation on the shore. Each student from Dijing University wore silver combat uniforms, with a round emblem on their chest featuring 2 golden swords crossed in an X shape. At this time, Nangong Meng, accompanied by first-year students from Jiangnan University, leaped down from the boat and floated gently to the ground. The students from Jiangnan University were dressed in ancient costumes, their garments flowing gracefully, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. In comparison to Jiangnan University, the students from Dijing University appeared somewhat rigid, standing in a square formation of 100, each standing straight as if they were a well-trained army. The contrast with the group of Jiangnan University students in flowing garments was quite striking. What kind of place is Dijing University? They look quite strong, too, Mo Chen asked Wang Meng. Dijing University was established specifically for the second-generation offspring of the military. Many strong individuals in the military possess powerful bloodlines, and their descendants are not likely to be weak, so these people are not to be underestimated, Wang Meng explained. Mo Chen nodded in response. Soon after, students from Shuwan University and Kunlun University also arrived. The students from Shuwan University looked quite normal, similar to those from the first martial school. However, the students from Kunlun University, regardless of gender, were all dressed in military uniforms and carried large backpacks. It is said that the students from Kunlun University walked here, and the school required them to carry 1,000 pounds. Without using any transportation, Wang Meng transmitted to Mo Chen. How long did it take them? Mo Chen asked curiously. The straight line distance from Kunlun to Jiuxing Mountain is already 2,000 kilometers. 24 hours, Wang Meng adjusted his glasses. Isn't that faster than driving? Mo Chen looked in surprise towards Kunlun University. The students who had just been carrying their backpacks were now slumped on the ground. The Kunlun Abyss is the most intense battleground among all the abysses. But their casualty rate is not high. Precisely because of this rigorous training method, Wang Meng continued to transmit. Mo Chen nodded. Among the 4 major martial schools, he felt that Kunlun University had the strongest overall aura. Dijing University was only slightly weaker than Kunlun University. At this moment, with the addition of the first martial school, 6 schools had already gathered on the shore. The first martial school had nearly 200 people, while the other schools generally had over 100, showing a clear difference. 10 minutes later, participants from other martial schools gradually arrived. Compared to the 4 major martial schools in Dijing University, there were quite a few participants from these martial schools, with some even exceeding 70. The preliminary rounds are not very strict, and since some schools enroll a lot, it's normal for so many to pass the preliminaries. At once, Wang Meng analyzed. How much longer do we have to wait? Mina yawned, feeling a bit bored. Did you not sleep well? Mo Chen looked at Mina. No, I've been breaking through to become a battle king these past few days, almost forgetting to participate in the preliminaries. After participating, I was busy getting familiar with my new abilities. Mina yawned again, her eyes watery with fatigue. By the way, what new abilities do you two have now that you've become battle kings? Mo Chen suddenly remembered. Before this, he had thought he could push through alone, and it wouldn't matter if Wang Meng and Mina did nothing, so he hadn't considered this matter. My mental manifestation can now manifest a battle king in the blazing feather state, and the weapons I manifest can reach a mid-grade earth level in strength. Wang Meng replied. Wow, Wang Meng, your ability is amazing. Mina exclaimed. It's okay, I guess. Mo Chen nodded. Although he himself had not yet reached the blazing feather state. Mo Chen then looked at Mina. Mina, what about you? Hearing Mo Chen ask her, Mina's expression was somewhat dejected. My ability is still related to memories, similar to before, but I can modify and distort memories more now. By the way, I only need to be within 20 meters of my opponent to distort a bit of their subconscious and perception. At this point, Mina lowered her head. It seems I still don't have any specific combat power. I might hold you back. No way, Mina. Mo Chen comforted her. You and Wang Meng don't need to do anything, just stand behind me. I'll lead the team in the competition. Hey, I have strong combat power, Wang Meng said somewhat unwillingly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking air came from the sky. Everyone turned to look. They saw 3 flying boats resembling canoes appearing in the air. Each flying boat had a flag standing on it. Are these from those big families? Mo Chen frowned. Because he saw one of the completely black flying boats with a flag bearing the character Tian. It should belong to the Tian family. The other 2 were Gue and Jin. Wang Meng nodded. Tian family, Gue family, and Jin family, the 3 major families in the Jiangnan region. No, to be precise, it's down to 2 major families now. The Gue family transferred all their assets to the European continent years ago and rarely shows up in Longwa. Then why are they still here for the freshman competition? Mo Chen frowned. Because the rewards for the freshman competition are very generous, Wang Meng replied. By the way, among the 12 stars of the freshmen, I remember the one ranked first is Gue Kem. Why haven't I seen this guy? Mo Chen looked at the people coming down from the Gue families flying boat but did not see Gue Kem. I don't know, maybe he came late due to some matters, Wang Meng speculated. Besides the 3 major families of Jiangnan, there were also some other families and sects that had come. What shocked Mo Chen was that he even saw an old monk dressed in a dazzling golden kasaya leading 3 little monks with shaved heads to participate. One of the little monks had tattoos all over half of his face. People from the Dizang Zen Institute. It is said that they awaken their bloodlines not by drinking awakening potions but by chanting scriptures, Wang Meng explained again. I don't understand. Mo Chen shook his head, feeling this was somewhat absurd. After waiting for another half hour, the entire shore was already crowded with people. Since they were all freshmen, apart from being quiet when they first arrived, now the entire coastline was filled with noise. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud booms sounded, and another 7 or 8 battle emperors arrived on flying boats. These battle emperors brought their own disciples to compete. Among them, Mo Chen saw an old acquaintance, Lu Qingji. In front of Lu Qingji was a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe, looking ethereal and transcendent. That should be Battle Emperor Yu Chang. Mo-chan thought to himself. At this moment, Lu Qingji in the sky seemed to have noticed Mo-chan looking this way, snorted, and turned her head away. Still, so arrogant after owing me 2 billion? Mo-chan noticed Lu Qingji's attitude and frowned. Buzz. At that moment, the air above the coast trembled and ripples appeared out of nowhere. Battle Emperor Yu Chang and the other battle emperors from different sects all changed their expressions and immediately landed with their disciples. Buzz. More ripples appeared in the air. Boom. A strange, low-frequency sound rang out. The sky suddenly darkened. Then, a massive floating warship appeared above everyone's heads. This floating warship was hundreds of meters wide and several thousand meters long. This is a luxury airship produced in Europe and it is not equipped with a weapon system. Wang Meng tilted his head back, pressing one hand against the glasses on his nose as he spoke. Is this thing from the Dragon Kingdom? Mo-chan asked. It shouldn't be. The Dragon Kingdom rarely has this kind of consumer-grade floating ship, and the materials for building airships are prioritized for the use of the underground army, Wang Meng explained. At that moment, several figures flew out from the floating ship. At the front was a middle-aged man dressed in hemp clothing, with long golden hair and a golden beard. The aura around this middle-aged man was not much weaker than that of the other battle emperors. Behind him were two blonde-haired, blue-eyed youths, along with a little girl in a small black dress with silver hair. The little girl was sucking on a lollipop, curiously observing the crowd below. Besides them, Mo-chan also spotted two familiar faces from the Dragon Kingdom. One of them was none other than the top of the new 12 stars Gue Kem. Next to him was another person about the same age as Gue Kem, but with an extremely proud expression, as if he looked down on everyone and everything. Who is that guy who looks so punchable? Mo-chan asked the knowledgeable Wang Meng. Gue Hai, said to be the most talented person from the Gue family in 100 years. He has been staying on the European continent, and this time he returned, probably for a reward, Wang Meng replied. By the way, Gue Hai is also engaged to Gu Bingwan. It is said that Gu Bingwan's family is already demanding that she marry Gue Hai and have children soon, Wang Meng added. What era is this? Still doing arranged marriages, Mo-chan scoffed, feeling no stir in his heart. Miller, you, a person from the European continent, also brought people to join the excitement of our Dragon Kingdom's new student competition? As the few people in the air were about to land, Pei Kwang from the first martial school spoke up. The moment he opened his mouth, Pei Kwang appeared in front of the blonde man. As soon as Pei Kwang spoke, the battle emperors from several major sects tacitly released their pressure towards the blonde man. The blonde man smiled faintly, and a circle of golden light appeared behind his head. I've long heard that the Dragon Kingdom is inclusive and has the demeanor of a great nation, so I brought the disciples from the top academy of the European continent, the Heavenly God Academy, to come and seek guidance. By the way, I also want my 3 disciples to witness the prowess of the Dragon Kingdom's geniuses so they can train harder, Miller said with a smile, the golden light behind him enveloping his 3 disciples, as well as Gue Hai and Gue Kem. Pei Kwang, Miller also came with good intentions to exchange ideas, and there was no malice. At that moment, a middle-aged man with long black hair and a robe suddenly appeared from the Gue family direction, blocking Pei Kwang's path. Gue Changlong, when did you get involved with the Heavenly God Academy? Pei Kwang said, somewhat displeased that the other party was speaking up for Miller. Pei Kwang, you are too aggressive in your speech. Miller traveled a long way to participate in our new student competition with the purpose of exchange, and there is no malice. You are acting so narrow-minded. How will others view our Dragon Kingdom in the future? Gue Changlong said. Hearing this, Pei Kwang coldly glanced at Gue Changlong and said, a traitor who forgets his roots. After saying that, Pei Kwang's figure flashed and returned to the first martial school. Gue Changlong, who had just spoken up for Miller, was momentarily stunned, and then his expression turned somewhat ugly. He was still here, trying to smooth things over with Pei Kwang, preventing him from making a scene, but instead, Pei Kwang directly tore off the mask and called him a traitor. Mr. Gue, Principal Pei must have some misunderstanding about you, Miller said with a smile. Gue Changlong maintained a serious face, said nothing, and silently returned to the Gue family's group. Gue Kem and Gue Hai also followed Gue Changlong back. Another 10 minutes passed and basically no one else arrived. Rumbling. At this moment, a loud noise came from the 9 sacred mountains in the sky. The floating islands that had been hovering around the 9 sacred mountains began to slowly fly over here. Is it really so ceremonial to sit on the floating island? Mo-chan was a bit surprised. Wouldn't flying up save more time? It seems there's a special magnetic field around Jiuxing Mountain, making it hard to fly up, Wang Meng added. Wow, Wang Meng, you're amazing. How do you know everything? Mina said with a smile beside him. Wang Meng adjusted his glasses and smiled solemnly. Could this be the reason you haven't grown taller? All your nutrients are going to your brain development? Mo-chan suddenly said. A vein popped on Wang Meng's forehead and his fingers nearly crushed his glasses. The floating island descended rapidly, now hovering about 4 to 5 meters above the sea surface. Get on, Pei Kwang commanded, jumping up first. Hearing this, everyone else followed suit. As Emo-chan jumped onto the floating island, he noticed that the principals of the participating schools were already on other floating islands. On the floating island of the first martial school, there was only one receptionist in uniform. Principal Pei, thank you for your hard work, the receptionist said respectfully to Pei Kwang. Pei Kwang nodded and directly sat on the highest stone of the floating island. Everyone, sit tight, Pei Kwang said. The crowd looked a bit confused, but due to the earlier bus incident, they all obediently sat down. At that moment, orange and blue flames ignited. From Pei Kwang's head, a powerful bloodline force surged from within him. Boom! The slowly rising floating island suddenly accelerated, flying towards Joshing Mountain in the sky. Emo-chan looked around and saw that the people from other schools were all staring blankly at the first martial school's side. Then, they could only see the bottom of the first martial school's floating island. 3 seconds later, the floating island stopped next to Joshing Mountain. Rest early, the official competition starts tomorrow morning. Before that, no accepting any challenges, understood? Pei Kwang, sitting cross-legged on the large stone, looked at the people from the first martial school. Understood, everyone replied in unison. After they finished speaking, Pei Kwang flew away without looking back. Come on, follow me, I'll take you to the temporary dormitory area, Wang Boyan, wearing glasses and exuding an elegant demeanor, said with a smile. Thus, the people from the first martial school were the first to step onto Joshing Mountain. When Emo-chan looked at Joshing Mountain from the coast, he didn't think it was that big. But when he stepped onto Joshing Mountain, he realized that the entire mountain was nearly as large as 100 first martial schools. At the same time, Emo-chan breathed a sigh of relief. His Joyo awakening could still be used, and his stamina was fully restored in a breath. The terrain around Joshing Mountain was extremely flat, with trees growing over 10 meters high. In the center of Joshing Mountain stood a towering structure resembling a volcanic crater several dozen meters high. The official competition will be held right at the top there tomorrow. Wang Boyang, leading the way, pointed to the nearby mountain peak. After passing through hundreds of meters of dense forest, Wang Boyang brought everyone to the foot of the volcanic crater. Here, there were 3-story wooden houses. As far as the eye could see within hundreds of meters, there were such wooden houses. You will stay here for one night. There are too many people, and these wooden houses are all temporary constructions. After 3 days, once the preliminary rounds are over, you can move into the villas halfway up the mountain. Wang Boyang pointed to a row of white villas at the mountain's waist. Alright, don't get too excited, rest early. If you need anything, just find me. My contact information has already been sent to your communicators. After Wang Boyang finished speaking, he waved his folding fan and disappeared from sight. After Wang Boyang left, the students of the first martial arts school began to organize themselves. Among them, many, like Mina, already knew the rules for the first team and individual matches in the official competition. Thus, everyone had started to form groups. At first, many invited Emo-chan. After all, Emo-chan had achieved first place on all 3 lists as a freshman, surpassing even the seniors. Teaming up with Emo-chan would surely increase their chances of winning. You don't need to look for me anymore. I'm teaming up with Wang Meng and Mina. Emo-chan immediately rejected the invitations. Knowing they couldn't recruit Emo-chan, these people turned to invite Bai Long. Although Bai Long was always overshadowed by Emo-chan, he was also very strong, considered one of the top among the freshmen. A large crowd gathered around Bai Long. On Gu Bingwan's side, a group of girls also extended invitations. Among this batch of freshmen at the first martial arts school, only 10 had become battle kings. After all, they had only awakened their bloodlines for 2 months. Becoming a battle king was already a rocket speed achievement. While they're looking for teammates, let's choose our dormitory first, Emo-chan said. Let's stay on the top floor. That way, we won't have to worry about the noise from above at night, Mina suggested. Makes sense, Emo-chan nodded. However, a few others who shared Mina's thoughts were rushing to the 3rd floor to secure the best spots. Emo-chan slightly bent his legs. Bang! With a loud crash, Emo-chan leaped from the ground, landing with a thud on the 3rd floor of the wooden building in front of him, smashing the corridor's railing. The 2 people who had just come up were stunned by the scene. Is it possible to do that? Just jump up? Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. Seeing Emo-chan's muscular build, the 2 immediately went back downstairs without a word. Mina, Wang Meng, you 2 come up, Emo-chan called to them. Due to the commotion Emo-chan had just caused, all the students who were forming teams turned to look. Wang Meng and Mina both lowered their heads, slightly blushing. Wang Meng, Mina, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Emo-chan called out in confusion. Now, everyone saw Wang Meng and Mina. With no choice, Wang Meng and Mina had to muster their courage and head upstairs. I think we should come up with a strategy before the battle, Wang Meng said seriously. What strategy? Just knock everyone down? In the room, Emo-chan replied while munching on the octopus snacks Mina had brought. Wang Meng, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead. In the past, your style was reckless, but this time, you need to be low-key. Wang Meng added. Why? Emo-chan frowned and asked. Originally, Emo-chan felt a bit uncomfortable with the restriction against killing in the freshman competition, and now he had to be low-key. Was he supposed to just stand there and let others hit him? Wang Meng saw Emo Chen's expression and realized he misunderstood his point. In the team competition, defeating one team earns you 3 points, right? Wang Meng looked at Emo Chen and Mina. Both Emo Chen and Mina nodded. But what about the time? Have you considered the duration of the team competition? Wang Meng continued. Now, Emo Chen and Mina were both taken aback. I don't think my dad mentioned the time for the team competition. Mina frowned. The team and individual competitions will be held over 3 days. I suspect both competitions might be held on the same day, with a day of rest in between. So, the team competition will take at least a whole day. To earn more points, you not only need to defeat many teams but also ensure your own team's safety. If you come out strong right from the start, what do you think the other teams will think? They will definitely team up to eliminate you. 10,000 people and the team can split into 3,000 squads. Even if you, Emo-chen, can hold them off alone, if either Mina or I gets knocked out, then you're out too. Wang Meng explained patiently. You make a good point. Emo-chen nodded while chewing on the baby octopus. Moreover, it's not just the team competition, there's also the final individual match. If you stand out in the team competition, you'll inevitably be targeted. More in the individual match. No matter how you put it, being too high profile is not beneficial. Wang Meng continued. Wait, I think something's off. Emo-chen suddenly interrupted Wang Meng. If I come in and seriously injure them, wouldn't they be too scared to mess with me? Then I wouldn't have to worry about them teaming up. Emo-chen exclaimed. But if that's the case, others will just run away when they see you, and you won't score any points, Mina said, blinking her big eyes at Emo-chen. Alright then, how should I keep a low profile tomorrow? Emo-chen finally dismissed the idea of going on a rampage. He decided to follow Wang Meng's plan first. The next day, as dawn broke, Wang Boyang arrived at their residence. The students of the first martial arts school had also gotten up early. It seems you all rested well. Let's head to the mountaintop, Wang Boyang said with a smile. Following the specially designated path through the woods, the group from the first martial arts school ascended the body of Jiuxing Mountain. Around the entire mountain, dozens of paths had been opened, each wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side. The group hurried up the nearly vertical mountain, quickly reaching the summit. The entire mountaintop had been transformed into something resembling an arena. In the center was a large flat area, surrounded by tiered seating for spectators. Is this all the space? Can it really accommodate 10,000 people for a fight? Being watched like this is really annoying. Many people began to complain. The arena in the middle should be a folded space, Wang Meng speculated, looking around at the seating. Emo-chen nodded. He didn't care about the size of the arena at this moment, as his attention was focused on the surrounding audience. Because there were too many people. Most of them were from the media. Emo-chen even spotted several foreign media representatives. In addition, there were some individuals with powerful auras or dressed in luxurious attire, clearly wealthy. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the reporters from the media stood up and began rapidly pressing their shutters. A commotion arose at the entrance. Turning to look, Emo-chen saw Miller, with golden hair, entering the arena accompanied by 2 golden-haired youths and the silver-haired loli, holding a lollipop. In her mouth with one cheek puffed out, stared straight at Emo-chen with her clear, watery eyes. At this moment, seeing the silver-haired loli appear next to Emo-chen, many people on the field cast their gazes over. Emo-chen found the silver-haired loli somewhat inexplicable, so he looked at Wang Meng beside him. Wang Meng shrugged helplessly, meaning, you handle it yourself. So, Emo-chen had no choice but to look at the silver-haired loli again. That Nina? How are you? Emo-chen asked tentatively. She should be able to understand English, right? Nina, with the lollipop in her mouth, stared straight at Emo-chen and then suddenly spoke. I'm your dad. Emo-chan. Sigma? Hey. I times and percent you and hashtag at. Emo-chen stretched out his hand and directly reached for the head of the little brat. Whoosh. A flash of silver light passed by. Emo-chan grabbed nothing. La 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 la. Nina, standing next to Miller, stuck out her tongue at Emo-chen. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. Isn't Nina from the continent? How can she speak Qilu dialect? Ha, look at Emo-chan's expression. Amazing, amazing. Many people in the audience laughed. Some unscrupulous media even captured Emo-chan's embarrassed expression. Emo-chan's empty hand turned into a fist, provocatively waving at Nina. Just wait, I'll make you cry. Emo-chan threatened Nina. She doesn't have to participate in the earlier matches. Wang Meng suddenly said. Why? Nina couldn't help but ask. The 3 disciples that Miller brought are here to communicate with us, so they definitely won't participate in the earlier matches. I estimate they will compete with the top 10, Wang Meng explained. Then, I'll just wait a few days to make her cry, Emo-chen said with a dark expression. He couldn't believe he was being taken advantage of by a little girl. He had to get back at her. Welcome everyone to Jiuxing Mountain for this Dragon Country Freshman Competition. A loud voice suddenly echoed, resonating throughout the venue. At this moment, everyone who was talking or doing other things raised their heads to look at the arena above. they saw a bearded man in armor, without a helmet, with only a tuft of hair on his head, slowly descending from the sky. It's actually this guy? Pei Quan was somewhat surprised to see the figure in the air. Not just him, many other battle emperors also showed expressions of surprise. I am Wu Mang, you can call me Brother Mang or Uncle Mang. The bearded man Wu Mang joked, then hovered in the air. This time the schedule is tight and there is no opening ceremony, so please bear with me. If you can't bear it, then get lost. Ha ha. Wu Mang's voice was like a bell, causing the 10,000 freshmen in the arena to experience ear ringing from his voice. No more nonsense. Now I will introduce the rules for the first match of the freshman competition. The first match is a team match, 3-person system. The rules Wu Mang spoke were almost identical to what Mina had said. Mo Chen looked at Wu Mang floating in the air and couldn't help but wonder, did Mi Tianhong also have a brotherhood with this guy? When we go in later, try to choose a spot closer to the inside, so it's harder to be pushed out of the circle. Wang Meng suddenly transmitted to Mo Chen and Mina. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light lit up the ground around the arena, enclosing the center. Remember, as long as someone is out of the circle, their team will be judged as eliminated. Additionally, this competition will be monitored in real time by thousands of cameras to calculate scores. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification from this competition. Violations include using armor and weapons outside the competition's specified range, and it is also not allowed to use or administer any potions to oneself or others, except for those taken in advance. Wu Mang read out a long list of related violations. Basically, it covered all possible situations. While Wu Mang was speaking, many people took the opportunity to immediately take potions. Even on the side of the first martial school, some people did the same. Wang Boyang did not stop them upon seeing this. Alright, all teachers please leave the arena. Also, it's best to hand over any related prohibited items to the supervising teacher. Wu Mang said, if you have anything, quickly hand it over to me. If it's discovered later, it will result in disqualification from the competition, Wang Boyang said, shaking his folding fan and smiling at the people from the first martial school. Immediately, more than a dozen students obediently handed over some items that could cause violations. Wang Boyang waved his hand, and a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared, causing these items to vanish. Alright, other non-participants, leave the arena quickly, Wu Mang urged. Thus, the others hurriedly exited. However, after these people left, the center of the arena remained very crowded. It was difficult to even move, let alone engage in combat. Isn't this a folded space? Mo Chen wondered. Buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound echoed from the sky. Wu Mang's hand transformed into a giant claw covered in scales. Within the giant claw, a ball of blue flame emerged. Open! Wu Mang shouted angrily, and the giant claw with the blue flame directly reached down towards the arena. Boom! With a loud explosion, Wu Mang's giant claw seemed to hit something, and the blue flame instantly erupted. Above everyone's heads, the blue flame spread out into a circle of light, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Rumbling! The ground suddenly shook. Then, everyone felt the people around them rapidly retreating. No, the ground is extending. Mo Chen, whose body often changed shape, quickly realized. 3 seconds later, all the commotion ceased. The arena, which had seemed crowded for the 10,000 contestants, now appeared extremely spacious. At that moment, Wu Mang's giant claw snapped its fingers. Whoosh! A ball of blue flame shot towards the last row of the audience seats opposite him. There, a huge gong stood. Bang! The blue flame struck it, and the gong emitted a tremendous sound. The match begins. As Wu Mang's voice fell, the crowd, still somewhat dazed, immediately began to take action. Many rushed towards the center. Seeing this, Mo Chen lifted Wang Mang with one hand and held Mina with the other, preparing to charge forward. Wait, we don't need to fight for the center position. Wang Mang broke free from Mo Chen and landed on the ground. There are too many people fighting for it, we don't need to, Wang Mang explained. Of course, he communicated this through mental transmission, and it took less than half a second to say it. Let's stay here and observe the situation on the field first. Mo Chen vigilantly looked around. If it weren't for Wang Mang asking him to keep a low profile, he would have probably rushed in to fight by now. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the team to their left began to fight. The combatants were the team from Dijing University in silvery uniforms clashing with a team from an unknown school. The Dijing University group was ruthless and decisive, while the opposing team appeared very flustered. They even hesitated to strike hard for fear of injuring the Dijing University members. Then, one member of that team had their leg broken and was thrown out of the circle. Hey, do you really need to be so heavy-handed? The remaining two were somewhat angry and wanted to fight back against the Dijing University team. However, before they could act, their bodies floated up and flew out. As long as one person was out of the circle, their teammates would also be eliminated. Not just this team, but more than a dozen teams were eliminated in this manner. Of course, those who were eliminated right away were not noticeable among the 10,000 contestants in the arena. After the first team took action, the other teams no longer held back and began to fight fiercely. "They're coming towards us," Wang Meng suddenly reminded. To the left of Mo Chen, the earlier team from Dijing University had already eliminated 3 teams in succession. Now, they had their sights set on Mo Chen's side. The 3 of them, dressed in silver uniforms, rushed over at high speed. Mo Chen grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Finally, it was time to take action. Swish! However, he had not yet made a move, and the 3 of them directly bypassed him to attack Wang Meng and Mina. Mo Chen was tall and muscular, clearly skilled in close combat. Therefore, the 3 from Dijing University directly targeted Wang Meng and Mina, who appeared weaker in close combat. Wang Meng adjusted his glasses, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Mina took on a serious expression, assuming a defensive stance and activating her bloodline power. Buzz! An invisible wave of mental energy spread out. The 3 who were about to attack Mina and Wang Meng immediately changed their expressions and began to retreat repeatedly. Then, under the puzzled gazes of Mo Chen and Wang Meng, the 3 of them, with serious expressions, continued to back away, continued to back away, continued to back away, until they retreated outside the circle. Mo Chen, Wang Meng? That should be my ability. I made them subconsciously think they needed to distance themselves from me, and then I made them subconsciously believe they were outside the circle, Mina said somewhat shyly. Wow! Mo Chen and Wang Meng exclaimed in unison. Mina, your ability is incredible. Mo Chen looked at Mina in surprise. Mina lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. I didn't expect it to have such an effect, I just tried it out. At that moment, the 3 students from Dijing University who had retreated outside the circle looked very grim. One of them, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to step back into the circle. However, the white circle on the ground suddenly lit up, forming a barrier of light that directly sent him flying out. The other 2 angrily shouted something at Mo Chen. However, Mo Chen and the others couldn't hear their voices at all. Not only could those outside not enter, but even the sounds from outside couldn't come in. Wait, I think we can quietly rack up points. Ignoring the 3 from Dijing University, Mo Chen suddenly had a bold idea. 1 minute later, the 3 of them found a team. Without saying a word, Mo Chen transformed into his indestructible form and charged straight in. Faced with Mo Chen's sudden and inexplicable attack, the team naturally dodged first and then counterattacked. At this moment, Mina secretly activated her bloodline power. Buzz! An invisible wave of mental energy spread out. Bang! Mo Chen's fist smashed into the ground, and the person who had just been standing there managed to dodge in time. Humph! Mindless brute! The person sneered, signaling to the other 2 teammates. The other 2 immediately understood and launched an attack on Mo Chen. Instantly, a wind blade tornado and a fiery serpent rushed towards Mo Chen. Fool! We are elemental bloodlines. Once you create distance, don't think you can win again. The person landed on the ground, sneering at Mo Chen, who was caught between the wind blade tornado and the fiery serpent. But the next moment, his 2 teammates suddenly flew up uncontrollably and landed beside him. Wow! The person exclaimed, suddenly realizing how he ended up outside the circle. Wasn't it just a backflip to dodge the attack? Did he really flip out over 40 meters? Hey, Ajia, what the hell are you doing? How did you end up outside the circle? Are you kidding? We just got 10 points. The 2 teammates couldn't help but complain. I clearly just did a backflip. The boy named Ajia defended himself, feeling a bit guilty. When he looked towards the arena, he found that the team that had just attacked them had already disappeared. Mo Chen and the others were very cautious. To avoid being noticed after taking out a team, they immediately changed locations. In fact, Mo Chen and the others were still too cautious. With thousands of teams on the field, dozens of them were fighting fiercely, making a huge commotion. In comparison, the little noise Mo Chen and his group made was negligible. Another team to score points. A 3-meter-tall man with extremely thick legs noticed Mo Chen's side. Bang! The ground exploded beneath him as he charged directly at Mo Chen. His 2 teammates, in perfect sync, flanked him from the left and right. Mo Chen noticed the man's developed leg muscles. Taking half a step back, the bloodline power within Mo Chen began to vibrate. Buzzing, the air trembled with a strange sound. Bang! Mo Chen exchanged a punch with the man. This punch was Mo Chen's triple-toned 8-sound fist. Coupled with Mo Chen's terrifying strength from his indestructible form, the muscular man instinctively took a step back after receiving the punch. Stumble, he retreated several steps before dissipating the force. Not bad. You are the first opponent I've encountered with such strength. Come on, let's have a thrilling battle. The man spoke boldly and then took a step forward. Bang! The light curtain lit up and sent him flying out. His 2 teammates also flew out of the light curtain at that moment. The muscular man stood outside the circle, looking bewildered as he watched Mo Chen and the others disappear from the arena. I only took 3 steps back. How did I end up 9 steps away? The man couldn't understand. Could it be that my math isn't good? His thick eyebrows knitted together as he began to seriously ponder this question. This score boosting is exhilarating, but it feels a bit off. Mo-chen glanced at a girl not far away who had been thrown out of the circle by him and shook his head. If it had been a normal match, the opponent would have absorbed the impact when Mo-chen threw them out, landing safely within the circle. However, due to Mina's bloodline power, the opponent only instinctively began to absorb the impact after being thrown out. Boom! At that moment, in the center of the arena, a black water tornado shot up into the sky. Dozens of people were swept up by the water tornado and flew into the air. Although they were hundreds of meters apart, the strong winds generated by the tornado still pressed their clothes tightly against their bodies. Mo-chen noticed that some of the people caught in the black water tornado had their limbs crushed by the immense force. As soon as the water tornado appeared, the people in the center of the arena scattered to avoid being affected. Then, Mo-chen saw the proud-looking Guihai standing there holding up his palm. Above his palm was the water tornado that soared dozens of meters high. With a cold snort, Guihai flicked his palm. The water tornado roared and transformed into a torrent, sweeping those dozen people out of the circle. Splash! The water tornado hit the ground and those people fell from the sky. Most of them fainted immediately, with only a few remaining conscious. However, even those who were awake couldn't stand up from the ground. Next, dozens of people flew up from the arena and landed outside the circle. Mo-chen roughly calculated that this guy had eliminated 15 teams with a single move. Mo-chen turned to Wang Mang. No, we need to keep a low profile. Wang Mang knew what Mo-chen was thinking and immediately refused. Humph, you are still using the outdated bloodline operation methods of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if dozens of you join forces, it won't make a difference. Guihai, standing in the center, sneered. The other competitors around them were furious upon hearing Guihai's words. However, Guihai's strength was simply too overwhelming, and besides him, there were also Guihai Komu and another expert from the Guihai family. Dealing with Guihai alone was already difficult, let alone with Guihai Komu added to the mix. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Guihai showed disdain and was about to continue mocking when suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky not far away. Dozens of people were directly sent flying. Is it the Jin family making a move? Who provoked them? Seeing the iconic golden light, everyone began to speculate. But the next second, the golden light in the air condensed and transformed into a giant Buddha's hand. The Buddha's hand slowly descended, aiming at the dozen or so people who had just been sent flying. Those people quickly scrambled to their feet and tried to escape. Boom! The ground shook as the giant golden Buddha's hand slowly lifted and retreated in a straight line. Boom, boom, boom. Out of the dozen people, only one or two managed to escape, while the rest were struck by the Buddha's hand and turned into afterimages flying out of the circle. Outside the circle, the stone wall beneath the audience seats was left with several large craters from where those people had crashed into it. It's that guy from the Dizong Zen Institute. Mo-chen looked in surprise at the little monk whose half-face was covered in tattoos. Then, Mo-chen turned to Wang Mang once again. Wang Mang, somewhat speechless, rubbed his forehead and said, the competition has just started for an hour and only 200 teams have been eliminated. They will definitely be attacked. Alright then, Mo-chen replied. He wasn't the type to show off, but seeing others fighting so fiercely, he couldn't help but want to join in. Let's go, let's rack up some points. Only by racking up points can I curb my impulse, Mo-chen said. Thus, Mo-chen, along with Wang Mang and Mina, began to frantically accumulate points. Previously, out of caution, they would basically move to a different location after taking down a team. Now, due to the commotion caused by Guihai in the Dizong Zen Temple, many people had focused their attention on Guihai and his companions. Not only inside the arena, but outside as well, most media were constantly watching Guihai and the people from the Dizong Zen Temple taking related photos. As the number of eliminated teams increased, the remaining teams were all extremely powerful, and the battles became increasingly intense. Guihai and his two companions, along with the team from the Dizong Zen Temple, were also becoming more and more eye-catching. In the middle, Tianji's Tian Huang and Zun Huang were also performing impressively. Additionally, some disciples from the Battle Emperor sects were also showing remarkable skills. In contrast, the major martial arts schools did not have any particularly outstanding performances. The champion this time should be among these few. Not necessarily, some people might be deliberately hiding their strength and will only explode later. Let's put it this way, I bet Guihai will be the champion. 100 million, do you dare? 100 million, do you look down on me? 10 billion. Alright, 10 billion it is. In the audience, some people were discussing heatedly, with some even arguing red-faced. Except for the top of the audience, where the huge bronze gong was located. Pei Kuang, the principals of several martial arts schools in the Magic City, as well as the principals of other martial arts schools and several major families' battle emperors, were standing together. Miller was also here with his 3 disciples. Of course, standing in the middle were still Pei Kuang, Miller, and Guihai Chenglong. Guihai family head. The Guihai family is remarkable. This time, with one Guihai and another Guihai Kemyamu, the Guihai family is bound to rise. Someone said to Guihai Chenglong with a smile. Of course, it was obvious that this person was here to flatter Guihai Chenglong. The speaker was just a principal of a key university whose strength was considered ordinary among these dozen battle emperors. Not at all, you flatter me, these two still need to be honed. Gue Chenglong replied with a smile. Gue Hai's use of bloodline power is quite unique. It seems not entirely like the methods from the European continent. Someone spoke up. Indeed, it's not. Compared to what the Celestial Academy teaches, it's much more advanced. Miller suddenly interjected, speaking in perfect dragon language. This kid Gue Hai has a very high bloodline talent. The experts from the Life Research Institute in the European continent have developed a set of techniques specifically for him based on his bloodline. Gue Chenglong said proudly. Sure enough, upon hearing this, many people were extremely surprised. The old guys at the Life Research Institute actually agreed to develop techniques for Gue Hai, someone asked in astonishment. Since humans began to awaken their bloodlines, research on bloodlines has surged worldwide. Among them, the most recognized is the Life Research Institute in the European continent. The Life Research Institute is a neutral organization with no political affiliations, so it gathers experts from various countries. There are also many battle emperors among them. These individuals are wholly dedicated to bloodline research and show little interest in anything else. Even if offered money, they generally do not take on any external business. The fact that Gue Hai could have this group tailor techniques for him is enough to demonstrate the strength of his bloodline talent. Gue Hai was only lucky to be noticed by the people from the Vitality Research Institute. Moreover, he hasn't grown up yet. No one can predict his future achievements. Gue Chenglong said with a smile. It was obvious that he was feigning humility. That's true. If he accidentally dies, then he would be nothing. Pei Quan, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. You? Gue Chenglong's face turned slightly pale with anger. What do you mean? Am I wrong? Look, isn't Gue Hai being beaten right now? Pei Quan pointed to the arena below. There, Gue Hai was sent flying by a punch from a disciple of the Dizong Zen Temple. This disciple had activated all his bloodline power, his body reaching 8 meters tall, with grotesquely twisted muscles and fangs in his mouth. He looked just like a fierce guardian arhat from a temple. In midair, Gue Hai waved his large sleeve, and beneath him, a layer of water ripples appeared, halting his fall. The disciple from the Dizong Zen Temple was about to attack Gue Hai again. Bang! With a loud explosion, the disciple stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Behind him, a giant turtle, over 10 meters long with a crocodile tail and golden skin, charged forward. This giant turtle was transformed from Gue Ki Mux. The clash between the Dizong Zen Temple and the Gue family immediately attracted the attention of most of the audience. The media frantically pressed their shutters, afraid of missing this exciting scene. Some media responsible for live broadcasting also pointed their cameras at the people from the Gue family and the Dizong Zen Temple. Meanwhile, in a corner where no one was paying attention, Emochin was with Mina and Wang Meng, racking up points. Bang! Emochin vanished from his spot and charged towards the team. We can't retreat. If we do, we'll be out of the circle. A man with a mental power bloodline in that team suddenly reminded. He had noticed their previous battle. Any team that tried to retreat would mysteriously exit the circle. The opponent might be using some kind of mental illusion, he reminded again. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a wave coming from the left. His intuition told him that the opponent would appear on the left. He immediately released his mental power to the left and launched an attack. Then, Emo-chan appeared on his right side. Bang! A punch landed on the man's head. Then, he slid across the ground like a sled and flew out of the circle. You two are eliminated as well. Emo-chan patted the other two teammates of the man he just knocked out. The two were still processing what had happened when their bodies uncontrollably floated and then flew out. So you're Emo-chan? I've heard you're quite formidable, but I didn't expect you to use such despicable tactics. At that moment, a cold laugh rang out. 3 contestants from the Imperial Capital University, dressed in silver uniforms, appeared in front of Emo-chan and his team. However, strangely, the one who spoke was addressing Wang Meng. Emo-chan, how about we have a fair match? The person continued, speaking to Wang Meng. Wang Meng turned to look at Mina. Mina blushed a little. He seems to have some method to resist part of my distorted subconscious mental power. But from the looks of it, he shouldn't have completely blocked it. Mina explained telepathically. Hey, Emo-chan, why aren't you speaking? Are you scared? The student from Imperial Capital University looked disdainfully at Wang Meng. He is Emo-chan. Wang Meng pointed to Emo-chan beside him. The Imperial Capital University contestant was momentarily stunned. Rationality and subconsciousness became confused at that moment. Captain, it seems he is Emo-chan. He is a bit taller. This is his teammate Wang Meng, and that girl is Mina, a teammate explained. Nearby, the contestant from Imperial Capital University showed a look of confusion in his eyes. Alright, Mina, today, let's have a proper battle between men, he said to Emo-chan. Sorry, I'm Emo-chan, she's Mina. Emo-chan pointed at Mina. The contestant was stunned once again. Not just him, but the 2 teammates behind him also looked a bit confused. Alright then, you come with me. The contestant from Tokyo University turned to look at Mina. Aren't you supposed to challenge Emo-chan? I'm Mina. Mina blinked her big eyes at him. The player from Tokyo University felt a bit of a headache. Have you figured it out? He turned to his two teammates. The two, just as confused as he was, shook their heads. Bang! Emo-chan's large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Brother, sort it out first before coming to me, okay? Emo-chan said. The Tokyo University player wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. His mouth opened and closed like a fish stranded on the shore. In the end, he nodded. Emo-chan gripped his shoulder and exerted force. Boom! The person flew out. However, just as he was about to fly out of the ring, he suddenly understood. So, you are Emo-chan. Bang! He crashed into the stone wall beneath the audience seats. Mina, your bloodline power is a bit mysterious. Why do I feel like he became stupid after resisting? Emo-chan looked at Mina with some confusion. I just advanced to Battle King not long ago, so I'm not very clear either, Mina said, a bit embarrassed. Boom! At that moment, a black, menacing giant claw suddenly emerged in the center of the arena. This giant claw looked as if it was made of black mist. Under one claw, dozens of people fell into it, swallowed by the black mist. Whoosh! Then, the black mist swept towards the outside of the ring, and these people were thrown out. However, those who were thrown out had black scars on their bodies, resembling burn scars. Above the black mist, a man dressed in black combat gear with a strip of black cloth over his eyes stood with his arms outstretched, continuously releasing black mist from his palms. As expected of someone from the Tian family, even the style is pretentious, Emo-chan commented, recalling how Tian Chang always had to stand straight and sideways before using his gun. At this time, the battle on the side of Gue Hai and the Earth Sen Temple had ended. Neither side could do anything to the other, and they voluntarily called a truce. Of course, neither side had used their full strength. This was just the first match, and there were still 1,000 teams on the field. If they used their full strength, they would definitely be unable to withstand the other strong teams. That would only lead to an early elimination. Even if they defeated the opponent, they would only gain 1 point. At this moment, many teams on the field, just as Wang Meng had predicted, began to unite. Their target was the 3 from Gue Hai who had just finished fighting, as well as the team from the Earth Zen Temple. The Tian family's team was also being targeted. In an instant, these strong teams faced extremely fierce attacks. Seeing dozens of teams, totaling hundreds of people attacking one team, Emo-chan frowned. This level of attack he should be able to withstand. But Wang Meng and Mina would definitely not be able to handle it. Emo-chan is here, attack. Just then, 2 united teams found their way to Emo-chan. A total of 6 people, without saying a word, launched a fierce attack towards Emo-chan. Mina! Emo-chan shouted while activating his bloodline power. Mina nodded, gritted her teeth, and released her bloodline power. Buzz! A powerful wave of mental energy was released. The 6 people attacking Emo-chan and the others simultaneously felt a wave of heart palpitations, as if something bad was about to happen. The 6 who had been aggressive just a second ago all stopped, looking at Emo-chan and the others with uncertainty. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Aren't you? The 6 looked at each other, not daring to step forward. While they hesitated, Emo-chan took action. Over 3 meters tall, Emo-chan, in the complete form of the indestructible body, instantly rushed to one person. His bulging muscles, veins like giant pythons winding across his arms and fists, larger than a human head, smashed directly towards this person. Before the fist even arrived, a gust of wind stirred. The man's hair was blown up by the strong wind, and even his face was wrinkled by it. However, inexplicably, he felt a strange illusion that he could completely take this punch. So, he raised his palm, which was about the width of 3 of Emo-chan's fingers, to block the punch coming from Emo-chan. Bang! The palm was smashed against his face, and all 4 fingers were crushed, causing him to fly out like a cannonball. The nearby team members changed their expressions drastically. However, they all believed that this teammate would not fly out of the ring. Therefore, the other 2 were eliminated. The remaining team was drenched in cold sweat upon seeing this. This is too eerie. No, keep your distance from them, especially be careful of that girl, said the team leader. Bang! Then, Emo-chan suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him on the nose. The moment the punch hit, he lost consciousness. This man flew directly out of the ring. Ha! I feel like I didn't distort his perception just now. How did he not notice you? Mina looked at Emo-chan in confusion. That's the earth concealment technique, Emo-chan explained. Aren't you the one who hates sneak attacks the most? Wang Meng said gloomily. Don't slander me. I attacked him head-on. How is that a sneak attack? Emo-chan retorted with a serious expression. Wang Meng was taken aback, feeling that Emo-chan was wrong, but he couldn't find a way to refute it. Boom! A loud noise echoed in the arena again. Gue Hai and his team were still engaged in fierce battle with the united teams. Gradually, more and more teams joined forces. Emo-chan, we are all from Magic City. Why don't we unite as well and take down Gue Hai and his team? A tall woman in a tight combat suit with short hair appeared in front of Mo Chen, leading more than 30 people. Who are you? Mo Chen frowned. I am from the Extreme Martial Arts School of Magic City, and these are people from Magic City University and the War God Academy. We have already united, the woman said. Just now, several teams from the first martial arts school disagreed to unite with them and were directly eliminated. Wang Meng communicated telepathically. Oh, Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. He noticed that although this woman claimed to be inviting him to join, the more than 30 people behind her were glaring at him with unfriendly expressions. Mo Chen did not reply immediately. Instead, he turned to Wang Meng and asked, "How many points do we have now?" 152 for each person. Wang Meng adjusted his glasses and said. Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, the short-haired woman who invited Mo Chen and the more than 30 people behind her showed expressions of surprise. Mo Chen's team had actually eliminated 152 teams? Why hadn't they seen any commotion from them before? At this moment, Mo Chen turned to Mina and asked, "Mina, are you tired?" Mina nodded. Although distorting others' subconsciousness was a powerful move, it also consumed a lot of bloodline energy. Especially when facing those with strong mental power, the consumption was even greater. We have enough points, so let's not hold back for now. Mo Chen cracked his neck, making a popping sound. Mo Chen, are you going to join us or not? The short-haired woman looked displeased. Of course not. Mo Chen grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Sister Zhang, this group from the first martial arts school is like this. It's better not to waste words with them. Let's eliminate them as soon as possible. A girl with many freckles on her face stepped forward. Bang! With a loud explosion, the girl disappeared. Only a faint mist of blood slowly sank to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Then, they saw a figure over 8 meters tall, with muscles piled high all over and skin adorned with fierce black and gold tattoos. And on his head, there were 2 sharp horns, and behind him, there were 3 rows of fierce bone spines. Mo Chen, make your move. The short-haired woman at the forefront changed her expression drastically and shouted urgently. Instantly, more than 30 people activated their bloodline powers and launched a fierce attack on Mo Chen. Mo Chen spread his arms, lifted his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, revealing an intoxicated expression. This feeling of not having to suppress and releasing power is truly too comfortable. As soon as the words fell, Mo Chen waved his arms to the side. Bang! 3 after-images vanished. Boom! 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 In the next moment, outside the beast-fighting arena, on the stone wall beneath the audience seats, 3 contestants, bleeding from their 7 orifices and on the verge of death, were completely embedded in the stone wall. Seeing 3 team members instantly killed by Mo Chen, the crowd that had just charged at him immediately scattered and retreated. We can't retreat. If we do, we will definitely lose, shouted the short-haired woman at the front. However, under Mo Chen's overwhelming pressure, no one chose to attack. Moreover, this so-called united team was half reliant on threats, with those who didn't join being directly eliminated. The other half was lured by benefits. Because the strength of these teams was not very strong, they could only defeat those powerful teams they found hard to overcome by banding together. Such teams naturally lacked cohesion, and in front of someone as powerful as Mo Chen, they were like a pile of loose sand, easily crushed. Bang! Mo Chen's towering figure, over 8 meters tall, flashed and appeared in front of the short-haired woman. The short-haired woman had been slow to react because she was rallying the others and couldn't dodge Mo Chen in time. I can give you the leadership of this team, please. Before the short-haired woman could finish her sentence, Mo Chen's hand, wider than her waist, instantly grabbed her face. The short-haired woman wanted to resist, but the terrifying pressure from Mo Chen made it impossible for her to channel her bloodline power for a moment. A true dragon will not associate with ants, Mo Chen said. Then, without moving an inch, he swung his arm straight to the side. Bang! The short-haired woman was flung away and crashed to the ground. The immense force caused her to roll uncontrollably on the ground, and taking this opportunity, she channeled her bloodline power, blue flames appearing all over her body. Bang! In another roll, the short-haired woman used the momentum to spring into the air. Whoosh! A darkness loomed before her, and Mo Chen's 8-meter-tall body appeared in front of her. How can he be so big and still so fast? The short-haired woman looked at Mo Chen in shock. Then, Mo Chen struck back with a palm. Bang! The short-haired woman vanished. Boom! Outside the arena, on the rocky wall of the audience area, the short-haired woman reappeared, her body completely embedded in the wall, her eyes bloodshot from the violent impact. The short-haired woman looked towards the arena, only to find that Mo Chen had already disappeared. Next, Mo Chen moved around the arena like a ghost. At over 8 meters tall, combined with his incredible speed and the occasional use of earth concealment techniques, he was basically unstoppable with a single punch. In the end, as they saw Mo Chen vanish, these people instinctively covered their faces. Because every time Mo Chen suddenly appeared, he would attack their faces. Many not only got eliminated by Mo Chen but also had their faces disfigured. After a dozen seconds, bang bang bang, 3 figures crashed against the rocky wall below the audience area. Everyone from the short-haired woman's team had been dealt with by Mo Chen. Boom! In the center of the arena, a fierce giant claw made of black mist suddenly clashed with a phoenix engulfed in flames. Not only that, but beside them, a giant made of black smoke was battling a fierce arhat transformed from a little monk of the earth. Store Zen Temple. Meanwhile, on the phoenix's side, Yakimo transformed into a giant tortoise, striking a massive blue bird. The four sides were in complete chaos. As long as one person from any team was defeated, that team would be eliminated. The aftermath of the chaotic battle was extremely strong. A few weaker individuals were directly knocked unconscious by the shockwaves and were dragged out, leading to their elimination. Due to the intense fighting on all sides, the commotion caused by Emo-chan seemed trivial. Basically, all the media and spectators focused their attention on the center of the arena. Emo-chan wanted to pursue the teams further away, but because of Wang Meng and Mina, he couldn't run too far. If the two were eliminated, he would also be eliminated. Then, just after a burst of energy, Emo-chan maintained his over 8-meter tall form and sat down next to Mina and Wang Meng. Wang Meng's consumption was not significant. Basically, he was using his mental manifestation ability to release his mental power into the air to observe the surrounding battlefield. Emo-chan, having awakened the Nine Nether, also did not need to worry about consumption. Only Mina was currently meditating, her spirit entering the deepest level of sleep. The best way to restore the power of bloodlines related to mental energy was through sleep. At this moment, both Emo-chan and Wang Meng were paying attention to the movements around them, ensuring that no one from other teams disturbed Mina's recovery. In fact, aside from Emo-chan and the others, there were dozens of teams on the field also resting and recovering their bloodline power. 3 o'clock direction, 500 meters away, a group of guys has their eyes on us. Wang Meng suddenly communicated to Emo-chan with his mental power. Emo-chan raised an eyebrow and then saw the 3 people rushing straight towards them. As the 3 moved quickly, Emo-chan noticed they were brewing their bloodline power in their hands. They were likely waiting until they were within a certain distance to launch an attack. During the previous battles, this team has been circling around the periphery. They probably have thoroughly studied our tactics, Wang Meng continued. Is that so? Emo-chan prepared to stand up. However, as soon as the 3 from that team saw Emo-chan move, they immediately scattered. Emo-chan frowned and decided not to take action. He then sat back down. Buzz! A thick and massive mental power surged out. Wang Meng looked at Emo-chan in surprise. Wasn't this guy training his muscles? How could his mental power be stronger than that of someone with a mental bloodline? Just as this thought crossed Wang Meng's mind, Emo-chan unleashed his mental radiation. In an instant, the range of Emo-chan's mental power expanded several times. The 3 who had scattered suddenly entered Emo-chan's mental power range. Sensing Emo-chan's mental power, the 3 felt a chill in their hearts and immediately activated their mental defense techniques. Whoosh! The next moment, all 3 felt a sudden chill beneath them. Then, an indescribable sharp pain surged through them. Thud! One of the runners lost balance from the pain and fell to the ground. The other 2, clutching their legs in pain, covered their groins with their hands and slowly squatted down. Then, their eyes rolled back and they foamed at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. The 3 were deemed incapable of combat and were pulled out of the circle. Your mental pain strike? Wang Meng was somewhat shocked. He remembered that Emo-chan's mental pain strike didn't seem this outrageous before. Previously, it seemed to cause the opponent immense suffering, and now it had directly knocked him out? Moreover, it seemed that even mental defense techniques couldn't stop it. Yeah, it's upgraded. I'm considering whether to rename it to Sterilization Strike, Emo-chan replied, then directed another mental radiation and mental pain strike at the 3 coming from the other side. Ah! A piercing scream rang out as the 3 clutched their groins, covering their pants. Then, they foamed at the mouth and fainted. At this moment, those around who wanted to attack Emo-chan and his team immediately retreated, distancing themselves from them. How did you cultivate this mental strike? Wang Meng asked curiously. Through diligent study and practice, plus a little bit of opportunity now and then, Emo-chan replied seriously. Wang Meng frowned and adjusted his glasses. Why did he feel this was a bit unreliable? Roar! Just then, a dragon's roar echoed. A white dragon soared into the sky, directly attacking the 3 teams. It's the white dragon, someone exclaimed. Whoosh! At the same time, a crystal-clear ice phoenix, surrounded by cold air, took flight. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, and countless ice crystals shot out in an instant. This was Gu Bingwan. Besides the white dragon and Gu Bingwan, Emo-chan noticed that other teams from the first martial arts school also suddenly erupted. Someone is deliberately teaming up to target the first martial arts school, which is why the white dragon and Gu Bingwan suddenly exploded with power. Wang Meng communicated telepathically. Then why hasn't anyone come to find us? Emo-chan asked. Wang Meng shot Emo-chan a glance. Do they dare to? Just as Emo-chan and Wang Meng were conversing, a red figure screamed as it flew over their heads. Looks a bit familiar. Emo-chan moved, his 8-meter-tall figure leaping into the air to intercept the red figure. To his surprise, it was that guy Wu Yong. Emo-chan? Why are you still here? Wu Yong, with his red, spiky hair, looked at Emo-chan in confusion. I should be asking you that. Emo-chan was somewhat speechless. Why? Did Wu Yong seem so dim-witted? How come he wasn't affected and became smarter? Oh, right, your strength seems to be a bit stronger, Wu Yong realized. Put me down quickly, I want to take down those guys from the Jin family. Damn it, the Jin family is too much. Wu Yong was furious, his bloodline power almost igniting his hair. How did they bully you? Emo-chan set Wu Yong down and asked. If the Jin family went too far, he wouldn't mind helping Wu Yong vent his anger. They laughed at my hairstyle. Wu Yong said angrily. You guys laughing at me is one thing, because I know you're a bit jealous, but that group from the Jin family is too much. Alright, I won't say more to you. Today, I'm going to blow them up and make a name for myself as the Flame Hero. With that, Wu Yong ignited in flames and charged towards the battle group thousands of meters away with a loud boom. Emo-chan and Wang Meng, do you think this guy can really take on the Jin family? Emo-chan asked. The Jin family's descendants all had golden bloodline forms, just with different abilities. As a family with nearly 100 years of heritage, the Jin family had a systematic set of martial skills targeting bloodlines. This was the advantage of those prominent families with bloodline inheritance. Looking at his momentum, maybe he has a chance. Wang Meng speculated. Just as the words left his mouth, a scream rang out. Over 1,000 meters away in the air, Wu Yong's head was smoking as he flew out of the circle. I take back what I just said. Wang Meng rubbed his forehead. Indeed, just having momentum wasn't enough. While Wang Meng and Emo-chan were chatting idly on the battlefield, the White Dragon, Gu Bingwan, and several other teams from the first martial arts school had already determined the outcome against those united teams. The first martial arts school's members all had S-level bloodlines, and in a desperate burst of bloodline power, those dozens of united teams were quickly defeated. However, the White Dragon and the others still couldn't eliminate these teams. So, both sides took a moment to regroup. The White Dragon, dressed in white, immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to recover his bloodline power. As the number of teams on the field dwindled, the entire venue became significantly more spacious. Bai Long spotted Emo-chan, who maintained an 8-meter-tall figure not far away. Seeing Emo-chan casually chatting with Wang Meng, completely unfazed, Bai Long was momentarily taken aback. In such an intense battlefield, he could still engage in light-hearted conversation. Is this the difference? Bai Long couldn't help but think. His team had been fighting non-stop and had already scored over 700 points. Given how relaxed Emo-chan and his team appeared, their score must be even higher than his. No, I won't admit defeat until the last moment. I will definitely surpass Emo-chan. Bai Long gritted his teeth and began to restore his bloodline power. At that moment, the fierce battle between the Gue family, the Zun family, the Dizang Zen Institute, and the Tian family finally came to an end. After nearly half an hour of intense fighting, no one had eliminated anyone. However, it was clear that the Gue family had the upper hand. Gue Hai and Gue Kimu were both extremely powerful, especially Gue Hai. Every time he struck, it was as if he was unleashing a special move, instantly affecting a large area. Boom! A black water dragon surged from Gue Hai's palm. The water dragon swelled in the wind, transforming into over 10 meters long in just a few breaths. Under Gue Hai's control, the water dragon charged directly towards the teams that had previously attacked Gu Bingwan. These teams had just engaged with Gu Bingwan and were desperately trying to recover, completely unprepared for Gue Hai, who was over 1,000 meters away at the center of the arena, to strike at them. The black water dragon roared as it approached. Several teams hurriedly tried to defend themselves. Boom! The water dragon crashed down, and the black water instantly engulfed these people. Gue Hai's outstretched hand suddenly clenched. Bang! The black water instantly contracted. Those submerged within were directly squeezed together. Within the black water, dozens of people struggled incessantly, trying to break free. But under Gue Hai's exquisite control, not a single person escaped. Humph! From now on, anyone who dares to touch my woman will meet this fate, Gue Hai said coldly, and the original black water instantly solidified into ice. Crash! The ice shattered, and the dozen or so people trapped inside were pulled out and flung outside the arena. The medical team outside immediately rushed over, lifting these individuals onto stretchers for emergency treatment. After Gue Hai made this statement, Gu Bingwan, who was restoring her bloodline power, turned pale. On the field, some who were unaware of the engagement between Gue Hai and Gu Bingwan looked at her in surprise upon hearing his words. Some female contestants even cast envious glances at Gu Bingwan. Ha, that guy Gue Hai still has the heart of a youth fighting for his beloved. Gu Chenglong, watching from the top of the audience, laughed loudly. Gue Hai is exceptionally strong and loyal. Such talent is truly rare. Someone quickly echoed, flattering Gu Chenglong. Nonsense. Gu Bingwan is a student of my first martial school. She doesn't want to marry Gue Hai at all. This engagement must be annulled. Pei Quang suddenly spoke up. Ha! Principal Pei, what great authority you have. This engagement was established between the Gu family and the Gue family. Do you think one word from you can make both families breach the contract? Gu Chenglong said sarcastically. Gue Chenglong's words intentionally placed Pei Quang in opposition to the two prominent families of Gue and Gu. Although Pei Quang was strong on his own, it was naturally impossible for him to compare with these two deeply rooted families. Humph. Gu Bingwan is a disciple of my first martial school. According to the rules of the four generals of the nation, no organization or individual may coerce students of the first martial school. From your tone, are you trying to provoke the Gu and Gue families to openly oppose the four generals of the nation? Then I will send a message to the four lords right now, Pei Quang said, pulling out a jade disc in front of everyone. Pei mad dog, you. Gue Chenglong's face turned red with anger. He had brought up the Gue and Gu families, but Pei Quang had brought out the four generals of the nation. Even if he had 10 more Gue high, he wouldn't dare to oppose the four generals. What's wrong with me? I'm just trying to scare you, and you wet your pants? Pei Quang laughed as he put the jade disc away. Gue Chenglong's face was dark, and he didn't respond. Damn it, isn't this Pei Quang just an impulsive hothead? Why can't I ever win an argument against him? Gue Chenglong felt a wave of frustration. At this moment, in the beast fighting arena, after Gue Hai finished speaking, he stood in the center of the arena, looking around with a proud expression. The media in the audience seized the opportunity and frantically pressed their shutters. The first genius of the Gue family, offending all competitors for his fiancée in the freshman competition. A young genius enraged for his beloved. This news would definitely explode. But just then, Gu Bingwan suddenly stood up and said loudly, the engagement between Gue Hai and me will automatically be annulled once I am promoted to Battle Empress. Strictly speaking, I am not his fiancée, nor am I his so-called woman. Gu Bingwan said coldly. So, what Gue Hai just said was merely his own delusion. After saying this, Gu Bingwan sat back down, cross-legged, beginning to restore her bloodline power. Beside Gu Bingwan, two female teammates looked nervously at Gue Hai, fearing he might act out. At this moment, Gue Hai's expression was extremely grim. As a man, being called delusional by his fiancée in front of so many people was akin to being slapped hard in the face. Ha, the head of the Gue family, this Gue Hai seems to be a sycophant. Pei Quang laughed loudly from the top of the audience. Others in the audience heard Pei Quang's words. Pei, mad dog, shut up. Gue Chenglong was furious. If he could fight back, he would really want to beat Pei Quang up. Boom! Suddenly, in the center of the arena, a black water column shot up into the sky from Gue Hai's body. The water column hit the top of the arena's dome and spread outwards. Soon, a small area was covered by the black water. Gradually, the area covered by the black water began to expand. Everyone in the arena felt a heavy and oppressive sensation. Even Mina, who was in deep sleep recovering her mental strength, frowned at this moment. Mo Chen frowned upon seeing this. This sycophant Gue Hai was going crazy, but why was it affecting Mina's rest? I give you one chance to take back your words, otherwise you will face consequences you cannot bear. Gue Hai's body floated in the water column. A black water column connecting the ground and the dome appeared in the center of the arena. Gue Hai's body floated up to a height of 20 meters above the ground before stopping. In the water column, Gue Hai's golden hair was lifted by the water flow, shooting straight up. Gu Bingwan looked coldly at Gue Hai and stood up again. Gu Bingwan had just uttered a word. Suddenly, two bright beams of light shone from Gue Hai's eyes. Then, the black water that had covered a small part of the dome suddenly fell. Black water gathered in the air, forming long spears. Whoosh! 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 The spears let out a piercing whistle as they fell towards everyone below. Damn it! Gue Hai, are you crazy? What does this have to do with us? Seeing the dense black water spears raining down, many people began to curse. While cursing Gue Hai, they hurriedly unleashed their bloodline powers to fend off the falling black water spears. The speed at which the black water spears descended was too fast, and the area they covered was vast. From below, it looked like just a small patch, but as the black water spears got lower, the area they covered grew larger. Gu Bingwan stared at the spears falling from the sky, her willow leaf eyebrows furrowing tightly for the first time. Splash! A massive phoenix wing made of countless ice crystals spread open. The wings closed, directly shielding her and her two teammates. Then, the dense black water spears fell. Clang! 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 The black water spears continuously struck the phoenix wings, sending shards of ice flying. The blocked black water spears shattered, turning back into black water and falling to the ground. But immediately, the black water regathered, shooting straight towards the black water column in the center of the arena. In the sky, waves of black water spears continued to rain down. On the ground, lines of black water shot into the water column. The teams that had initially been able to easily fend off the attacks began to show signs of fatigue. Only teams like Mo Chen's, positioned on the outskirts, found it slightly easier. However, black water spears still occasionally flew towards them. Slap! 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 Mo Chen, maintaining a height of 7 or 8 meters, casually swatted the black water spears away with his large hands, like swatting flies. If it weren't for the concern that the black water spears would disturb Mina's rest, Mo Chen wouldn't even bother to move. At this level, they couldn't even break through their own defenses. At that moment, a wave of energy emanated from Mina, and she opened her eyes. Mina, how are you feeling? Mo Chen asked. I've recovered about 80%, Mina replied, tilting her head back with a smile. Thank you, Emo-chan. I actually sensed you protecting me just now. Mina looked very happy. Just as Mina was speaking, several teams had already been eliminated by Gue Hai. Is that Gu Bingwan's fiancé? Mina looked at Gue Hai, who was floating in the air, in surprise. Yeah, this guy seems pretty arrogant. I'm thinking of punching him in the face, Emo-chan said, looking at Gue Hai with some displeasure. Although he didn't like showing off, he also didn't like others showing off in front of him. Hearing this, Mina's expression turned serious as she looked at Gue Hai not far away. Mina had also vaguely sensed what had just happened. Finally, after 5 minutes, the black water column was retracted back into Gue Hai's body. Gu Bingwan's team had not been eliminated. However, Gu Bingwan was already exhausted, her delicate hands struggling to support herself on the ground. Her two teammates had completely collapsed from fatigue. Aside from Gu Bingwan, the White Dragons team had been retreating, and in the last few minutes, they had moved out of the attack range of the black water spears, so their consumption wasn't too great. Have you taken back what you said earlier? Gue Hai stepped forward, standing in front of Gu Bingwan, and said lightly, Gu Bingwan had just opened her mouth when Gue Hai kicked towards the head of her already collapsed teammate. This kick was not held back. Gue Hai used 30% of his strength. With this kick, Gu Bingwan's teammate would likely be severely injured or disabled. Gue Hai wasn't targeting Gu Bingwan but was trying to force her to take back her earlier words. Whoosh! Gue Hai's foot brushed past the body of Gu Bingwan's teammate. Gue Hai frowned, wondering how he could have missed. Suddenly, Gue Hai turned around and looked at Mina, who was thousands of meters away. Is there still someone meddling? Gue Hai turned and walked towards Mina. You should quickly admit defeat and step out of the ring. As Gue Hai approached Mina, she used her mental power to telepathically remind Gu Bingwan and her teammates. What are you talking to them about? Gue Hai raised an eyebrow, and in an instant he crossed a distance of 100 meters. Whoosh! Whoosh! With several flickers, Gue Hai appeared in front of Emo-chan. At that moment, Emo-chan was already standing in front of Mina. Emo-chan, I'm sorry, I just wanted to save Gu Bingwan and Wang Ying. They often trained with me before. Mina's mental voice echoed in Emo-chan's mind. I really didn't want them to be bullied by Gue Hai, and then I just couldn't hold back. A look of guilt appeared on Mina's small face. Don't worry, I happen to dislike this guy, Emo-chan said lightly, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Wang Mang, standing nearby, said nothing but secretly activated his bloodline power. A blue giant formed from mental energy began to materialize behind him, faintly visible. This guy always mocks our dragon country, thinking he's superior. You can go all out against him. No need to hold back. Wang Meng transmitted to Emo-chan with his mental power. A sinister smile appeared on Emo-chan's face as he looked at Gue Hai. At that moment, Gue Hai stood calmly in front of the 8-meter-tall Emo-chan. Step aside, or else the three of you will be seriously injured. Moreover, I can guarantee that you will be hurt to the point where you can't participate in the subsequent matches. Gue Hai's tone was flat, as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. Is that so? Emo-chan raised an eyebrow, twisting his neck, producing cracking sounds. Gue Hai's expression was indifferent. Without even glancing at Emo-chan, he said, Step aside, I won't say the same thing a second time. Boom! The ground where Gue Hai stood exploded with a punch. The earth shattered, countless fragments and dust scattering. Those in the arena nearby gasped at the sight. Who dared to strike at Gue Hai? Didn't they fear that Gue Hai would really get angry? Students from the first martial school are indeed impulsive. Because of a moment of recklessness, they might not even be able to participate in the subsequent matches. That's quite foolish. At the very top of the audience, Gue Changlong seized the opportunity to mock. However, what puzzled Gue Changlong was that Pei Kwang did not retort. He had prepared his mocking words for later. Yet, Pei Kwang said nothing. This left him feeling as if he had thrown a full-force punch into thin air, both frustrated and uncomfortable. Not just Gue Changlong, others also looked at Pei Kwang with confusion. Pei Kwang actually didn't fight back? This was a bit strange, wasn't it? At that moment, Pei Kwang looked seriously at the arena. In fact, Pei Kwang was trying hard to suppress his laughter. Why did Gue Hai provoke Emo-chan of all people? It's a joke. Emo-chan had just been promoted to a battle king and could take down the beast god guard. After almost a month, could Gue Hai really be Emo-chan's opponent? Nearby, the principals of several universities in Magic City looked thoughtfully at Pei Kwang. Having frequent contact with Pei Kwang, they understood him well. This guy had a fiery temper and would explode at the slightest provocation. If he wasn't angry now, he must be holding back something. But they couldn't guess what it was. Could it be that Emo-chan? Could be Gue Hai? Don't joke around. Gue Hai's current strength was nearly invincible among battle kings. At that moment, in the arena, whoosh! Gue Hai's figure appeared hundreds of meters away from Emo-chan. Too slow, and when you made your move, the commotion from activating your bloodline power was too loud. In fact, before you made your move, your bloodline power already exposed your actions. Gue Hai hovered in the air, arms crossed, speaking. Although you are from the first martial school, as someone cultivated from the backward bloodline education system of the Dragon Country, you are not worthy to be my opponent. When Guihai said these words, he was not the least bit angry at Imo-chen for attacking him just now. Ants can be crushed with ease. Being angry at them is simply too beneath him. Boom! As soon as Guihai finished speaking, the bloodline power within Imo-chen erupted, transforming him into a 10-meter tall figure. The 10-meter tall Imo-chen still had a single horn on his head, but behind him 3 rows of bone spines had sprouted. His thick long hair spread out like a blanket on his back, cascading down to his waist. At the same time, the black, menacing tattoos on Imo-chan's body covered his entire upper body. Circles of black mist swirled around Imo-chan's body, the complete form of the 9 nether body. Oh, so that wasn't even your full strength just now? Guihai sneered coldly. However, it's time for you all to understand the gap between us. Guihai extended his palm and a drop of black water appeared in his palm. In an instant, the black droplet transformed into a rapidly spinning water sphere. At this moment, feel my power well. Guihai released his hand and the black water sphere floated in the air, continuing to spin. Splash! In an instant, the black water sphere expanded hundreds of times. Boom! The next moment, the black water sphere grew dozens of times larger. The massive water sphere spun wildly, even creating a whirlwind. A gigantic water sphere with a diameter of 50 meters appeared in the arena. Seeing this enormous water sphere, everyone displayed expressions of horror. This water sphere was condensed from Guihai's bloodline power. It could actually be this big? Imo-chan, be careful. Mina looked worriedly in Imo-chan's direction. At the same time, Mina felt a bit guilty. Mina. Imo-chan suddenly turned his head to look at Mina. Ha? What is it? Mina looked up, her big eyes fixed on Imo-chan. Imo-chan's lips curled up, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. Just watch how I smash him. Arrogant. Guihai pointed a finger and the massive water sphere came crashing down towards Imo-chan. This water sphere represented 30% of his bloodline power. He intended to crush his opponent in the simplest way, using pure bloodline power. At that moment, after speaking to Mina, Imo-chan vanished with a bang. The ground beneath him exploded and the 10-meter tall Imo-chan disappeared. Outdated techniques. Guihai extended his hand, fingers splayed. Splash! The enormous water sphere transformed into a giant net, enveloping the area where Imo-chan had been. Bang! The vanished Imo-chan was struck by the water net. Capture! Guihai clenched his fingers. The water net instantly closed, reshaping into a water sphere that wrapped around Imo-chan. Condense! Guihai coldly uttered a word. The water sphere instantly froze into ice, trapping Imo-chan inside. Boom! The massive ice sphere fell from the sky, crashing to the ground like a meteor. The arena's floor cracked as a result. Sigh, this Imo-chan's combat skills and use of bloodline power are clearly far behind Guihai. Otherwise, he should have been able to last a dozen moves under Guihai's hands. At the top of the audience stands, Gui Changlong shook his head, speaking with regret. However, in reality, the smugness on his face was hard to conceal. Pei Kuang remained silent, staring at the arena. Whoosh! Guihai slowly flew in front of the black ice sphere, looking at Imo-chan with disdain in his eyes. Then, Guihai turned to Mina. You will pay a great price for your earlier actions. After saying this, Guihai pointed a finger at Mina. A stream of black water appeared at his fingertip, instantly transforming into a long sword. Mina, be careful. Bang! Bang! The giant manifested by Wang Meng's mental power stood in front of Mina. Crack! 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 Sounds of ice cracking echoed from within the ice sphere. Guihai turned his head to look at the ice sphere. Crack! 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 Dense cracks appeared all over the surface of the ice sphere. In the next moment, bang! The ice ball exploded, countless shards of ice flying out. Imo-chan stood in place, looking at Guihai with some disappointment. I thought you had some powerful moves, making me wait in that ice ball for so long. Oh, Guihai's lips curled up, a bit interesting. Bang! Imo-chan appeared in front of Guihai, his massive fist coming down directly. Guihai sneered, raising a hand, and instantly a water shield materialized. Boom! Imo-chan's fist slammed into the water shield. Boom! Imo-chan struck again, hitting it, and ripples appeared on the surface of the water shield, violently undulating. But it still did not break. Very well, you deserve to see me use 50% of my strength, Guihai said again. At that moment, Imo-chan struck down with another punch. Boom! A ripple appeared on the water shield. Guihai's expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. Splash! But the next moment, the water shield suddenly shattered without warning. 9 nether strange power. It triggers once every 3 hits. Imo-chan's fist came down without any obstruction. Boom! Imo-chan's fist struck Guihai. Bang! Guihai fell to the ground, creating a large pit in the earth. Very well, you have successfully angered me. Bang bang bang! Just as Guihai stood up, a torrential barrage of attacks rained down. Emo-chan, 10 meters tall, swung his fists wildly, leaving only countless after images. Bang 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 bang. Guehai's water shield could withstand 2 punches before breaking. Thus, Guehai was continuously struck by Emo-chan's fists, sinking deeper into the ground. Keep pretending for me. Emo-chan's fists fell even more violently. Emo-chan's fists moved at an incredible speed, triggering the power of the 9 nether dozens of times in just a few seconds. Each time the 9 nether power was activated, it meant that Guehai would take a punch roughly the size of his own body. After enduring so many hits, the combat suit made by the top tailors of the European continent was already in tatters. Finally, Guehai, having regained his senses, erupted. You're seeking death. Boom! A large wave of black water surged into the sky. Still pretending? Emo-chan brought his hands together and slammed down hard. Splash! Under the tremendous force, the black water flew out to Emo-chan's sides. Bang! Bang! Emo-chan struck down with 2 more punches. The 9 nether power was triggered once again. Just as Guehai used his power to defend against Emo-chan's black water, it was broken through again. This time, Emo-chan seized the opportunity and grabbed with a large hand. Slap! Guehai was caught by Emo-chan's big hand. Waves of black water instantly appeared around Guehai's body. Emo-chan activated his bloodline power and squeezed hard. The black water shook violently, and after a moment of stalemate, it burst apart with a splash. Crack! Guehai was held tightly by Emo-chan's palm, and his bones made cracking sounds. However, almost at the moment the black water around his body disappeared, another layer of black water reappeared on Guehai's surface. After being beaten by Emo-chan, Guehai had almost figured out that for every 3 attacks, one would carry a strange force. This strange force directly shattered his once proud bloodline power. Meanwhile, the audience in the arena was stunned. Just moments ago, Guehai's stunning performance, crushing over a dozen teams, was truly invincible. And now, a contestant who had barely drawn attention suddenly erupted, leaving Guehai with no power to resist. I've figured out your attack pattern, Guehai said darkly as he looked at Emo-chan. Originally, Guehai had no intention of revealing his strength in the preliminary rounds, but now he couldn't care less. First door open. Boom! Guehai's heart raced and his figure trembled, becoming blurry. Buzz! 2 incandescent lights shone in Guehai's eyes. You will die. Bang! Guehai's head was directly smashed by Emo-chan's other hand. Still pretending with me? Splash! The water surged and Guehai's head reformed. This is too much. At the very top of the audience, Pei Kwang suddenly shouted loudly after remaining silent. The nearby battle emperors, even Miller, were startled. Guei Chenglong was so frightened that his heart trembled. Emo-chan is really too much. Hitting people but not their faces, that slap is nothing but a disgrace to Guehai and the entire Guei family. How will the Guei family face others in the future? Too much. This is really too much. Pei Kwang shouted, the veins on his neck bulging. Guei Chenglong felt like his lungs were about to explode. Ha! Did someone from the Guei family sneak attack? Pei Kwang suddenly said in confusion. On the arena, a golden light shot out, emitting a terrifying whistle. Bang! With a loud explosion, the golden light struck Emo-chan's back, causing him to stagger forward. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out as a golden crocodile tail swung towards Emo-chan's head. Sneak attack? Slap! Emo-chan's fierce hand caught the crocodile tail. He swung the tail hard and then smashed it down to the ground. Boom! The ground exploded and a crack appeared on the surface. Guei Kenyamu was enveloped in dazzling golden light, absorbing most of the damage. But before he could counterattack, Emo-chan lifted him up again. This time, Emo-chan didn't slam him to the ground but instead swung him around wildly by his tail. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The rapidly spinning Guei Kenyamu whipped up a storm in the arena like a fan. Emo-chan held Guehai in one hand and wildly swung Guei Kenyamu with the other. In the arena, many people were dumbfounded at this scene. Zun Huang, Tian Huang, and several other disciples of the Battle Emperor all had serious expressions. Senior brother, this guy is Emo-chan. He bullied me last time. You have to help me get revenge. Lu Qingji pointed at Emo-chan not far away. Beside Lu Qingji was a slender-looking boy. The boy swallowed hard, his face showing a look of anxiety. Qingji, why don't we just forget it? I'm afraid I'll be killed by a punch from him. The boy was very scared, his legs trembling. Oh, why are you out again? Let my senior brother come out. Lu Qingji pulled the boy's arm and shouted, Senior brother, hurry out. Qingji is going to be killed by Emo-chan. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let Emo-chan hear or we'll be killed. The boy pleaded with Lu Qingji, almost in tears. Senior brother, come out quickly, I'm going to die, I'm going to be killed. Lu Qingji continued to shout, ignoring him. Shoo, Qingji, be quiet. The boy begged, almost covering Lu Qingji's mouth. While Lu Qingji and the boy were making a fuss, Emo-chan, who was swinging Guei Kenyamu, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Hiss! A wave of energy rippled at the back of Emo-chan's neck. Emo-chan turned his head, and a ripple appeared in the space, revealing a poisonous snake gliding through, its body shimmering with water-like waves. Hiss! The snake opened its large mouth and bit down on Emo-chan's neck. Crack! The snake's fangs clashed against Emo-chan's skin, sparking a shower of sparks. The snake was stunned. Its sharpest fangs couldn't even pierce Emo-chan's skin? However, its reaction speed was also quick. If it couldn't break through Emo-chan's skin, it would directly spray out poisonous mist. Whoosh! A cloud of pitch-black poisonous mist instantly enveloped Emo-chan's head. After spraying the mist, the snake quickly retreated from Emo-chen. Boom! Just as it had retreated a dozen meters, a loud bang echoed. Then, it saw a wildly spinning golden electric fan smashing down. Bang! Just now, its head was struck by the giant turtle head of Gue Komu. Boom! The ground exploded, and the entire snake body sank into it. Before the dust settled, the snake body surged, unleashing all its bloodline power. Swish! 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 The opponent appeared dozens of meters away, and at the same time, he transformed back into human form. This person was none other than Gueya, a teammate of Gue Komu and Gue Hai, and a genius of the Gue family. Seeing that the poisonous snake just now was actually Gueya, many people in the arena showed expressions of lingering fear. Previously, it had always been Gue Komu and Gue Hai who took action, while Gueya had been on the sidelines, rarely fighting in bloodline form. They didn't expect that the poisonous snake transformed by Gueya would possess such a mysterious attack method, especially when it suddenly appeared at the back of Emo-chan's neck at the beginning of their battle. They certainly didn't have skin as thick as Emo-chan's. If they were hit like that, they would undoubtedly lose. Put! Gueya spat out a mouthful of black blood. He had just been struck by Gue Komu's turtle head and felt like his brain was about to explode. At this moment, he didn't dare to make a move against Emo-chen anymore. If he were to be beaten by Emo-chen without any power to resist, it would be troublesome if he was directly eliminated. Gue Komu and Gue Hai would also be judged eliminated. Emo-chen suddenly looked at his arm. He saw that the arm holding Gue Hai was unexpectedly covered with a layer of black water. What disgusting thing! Emo-chen's palm clenched tightly. The power of the nine nether erupted. Bang! Gue Hai's body turned into water splashes and exploded. Then, the black water covering Emo-chen's arm fell to the ground. The water flowed together and surged upward, and in the blink of an eye, Gue Hai's body was formed from the flowing water. Second door open. Bang! Gue Hai's newly formed body was instantly shattered. Emo-chen's other hand continued to swing Gue Komu. At this moment, Gue Komu was utterly frustrated. Does this Emo-chen see him as a weapon? Not far away, the water flow converged again, and the figure of Gue Hai emerged. Emo-chen was holding Gekimu and rushed towards Gue Hai. Gue Hai's expression darkened, and in a flash, he appeared several dozen meters away. He couldn't confront Emo-chen head-on, because Emo-chen was wielding Gekimu as a weapon. Even if he won in a direct confrontation, Gekimu would still be eliminated. So, he would win but still lose. Of course, if he unleashed all his power, Gue Hai was confident he could instantly kill Emo-chen. But that would be somewhat unworthy. He wanted to win the championship of the freshman competition and couldn't expose his strength too early. Besides Emo-chen, he also had to face Suanhuang and the others, and in the end, he would likely have to confront Miller's three disciples. Gue Hai scanned his surroundings and suddenly noticed Mina and Wang Mang watching from not far away. In a flash of inspiration, Gue Hai instantly devised a strategy. Defeating Mina and Wang Mang could also lead to Emo-chen's loss. Whoosh! Gue Hai's body transformed into a stream of water and shot towards Mina and Wang Mang. Boom! Wang Mang and Mina were struck by the water flow. Gue Hai's body reassembled, a cold smile appearing on his face. For him, defeating two spirit bloodline warriors was a piece of cake. Emo-chen, we're fine, you don't need to worry. Mina's voice rang out. Gue Hai's smile froze, then he turned to look beside him. There stood Mina and Wang Mang, unharmed, right next to him. How is that possible? Is it a mental illusion? Gue Hai instantly made a judgment. Splash! The ground erupted with black water, transforming into two sharp spikes that directly pierced Mina and Wang Mang's chests. No way! Gue Hai suddenly realized that his water spikes hadn't attacked Mina and Wang Mang. Hey! Emo-chen's voice suddenly sounded above Gue Hai. Boom! The ground where Gue Hai stood was smashed into a large pit by Gekimu. Several dozen meters away, the water flow converged again and Gue Hai's body reappeared. After opening the second gate, Gue Hai's strength was released to 70%. The bloodline power enveloping his entire body, forming a state similar to an elemental bloodline, making ordinary attacks hardly inflict any damage on him. Gue Hai looked at Emo-chen, his pupils constricting, because he discovered that Wang Mang and Mina were standing next to Emo-chen. How is this possible? Gue Hai felt a bit confused. At this moment, in the audience, many people began to discuss. What's wrong with this? Gue Hai? Why has he suddenly become so slow-witted, missing several attacks in a row? Could it be that he's gotten flustered? Gue Hai's previous attacks in his own eyes were naturally quick, accurate, and ruthless. but to the audience who perceived his distorted subconscious, his two attacks had perfectly avoided Wang Meng and Mina. At this moment, Guihai also realized the problem, retreating repeatedly to increase the distance from Mo Chen. The power of the bloodline ability decreases with distance. Just then, thud, the transformed Gekimu crashed to the ground. Bang! Mo Chen stepped on Gekimu's golden shell. Guihai, who was retreating, froze for a moment. Running away? Mo Chen said. If Guihai didn't engage him, he would directly eliminate Gekimu. Guihai, don't mind him, in this form, he can't do anything to me. Gekimu shouted. You need to go score points now. Gekimu added. You will pay for what happened today. Guihai coldly glared at Mo Chen. Thud. The ground shook violently as Mo Chen forcefully stepped on Gekimu's golden shell. Guihai took a deep look at Mo Chen, then vanished in a flash. This Guihai is also a turtle. Mo Chen felt somewhat displeased. He still wanted to have some fun torturing Guihai. After all, in his current form, he was only about 50% of his true strength. As a result, that guy Guihai actually escaped. Just a moment ago, he was so arrogant. Humph. Mo Chen, don't be so cocky. If Guihai unleashes all his power, you're dead. Ah. Gekimu cried out in despair as his shell suddenly trembled. I originally wanted to save this move for Guihai, but since you talk so much, I'll just try it on you, Mo Chen said, launching several mental strikes at Gekimu. You should know that Mo Chen's mental strikes were now at level 60. Even secret techniques for mental defense couldn't withstand it. Moreover, this was under the full form of Mo Chen's 9 nether body. At this moment, Gekimu felt like his turtle legs were about to explode. No, they had already exploded. Then they exploded again. Boom! The ground shook violently. As Mo Chen's fist struck Gekimu's shell, Gekimu felt his internal organs shift from the tremendous force. However, compared to the mental strikes, this level of pain was even somewhat comfortable for Gekimu. Boom! 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 Mo Chen's fists kept pounding down. At the same time, Mo Chen unleashed various martial techniques. Bull Demon Strength, Bull Demon Charge, 8-sound fist. Gekimu was directly smashed into the ground for over 10 meters. Put! Gekimu's turtle head spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his golden shell had decent defense, the shockwave from the impact penetrated through the shell, reaching his internal organs. After delivering dozens of punches, Mo Chen finally stopped. So tough? Seeing the unscathed turtle shell, Mo Chen frowned. This turtle shell was strange, even his 9 nether strength couldn't break it. However, the 9 nether strength still caused some damage to Gekimu. Mo Chen, Guihai's side has already eliminated 10 teams. Wang Meng suddenly reminded. Mo Chen, should we just ignore him for now? Mina suggested. No way, this guy said he could crush me before. I must break his shell today. Mo Chen said with a frown, then raised his palm. The power of bloodlines began to gather in Mo Chen's hand. City. Destroying palm. Gekimu, who was lying on the ground and didn't even dare to stick out his feet, couldn't help but curse in his heart upon hearing Mo Chen's words. This guy holds a grudge too much. I only mentioned it once on TV. Is that enough to provoke him? Whoosh! At this moment, Mo Chen had already gathered double his bloodline power in his hand. Gekimu felt a terrifying wave coming from above him. What is this guy doing? Gekimu felt a sense of foreboding. Mo Chen hadn't used mental strikes on him or attacked his shell, so he must be preparing a big move. Gekimu's heart raced with anxiety. Enough, if this goes on, you'll kill him directly, Wang Meng reminded. Hearing this, Gekimu's heart trembled. Kill me? At this point, Gekimu could no longer hold back. His turtle head extended, turned, and glanced up. Gekimu saw a hand enveloped in faint black mist coming down towards his shell. Boom! Before Mo Chen's palm even struck, Gekimu felt a violent force pressing down. It's over. Just as this thought crossed Gekimu's mind, boom! The city-destroying palm slammed onto Gekimu's shell, unleashing double the bloodline power. It was like a nuclear explosion. The terrifying force erupted, causing the hard ground around Gekimu to ripple like water. Boom! The ground within hundreds of meters shattered completely. Crack! Gekimu's shell, which had been dented by Mo Chen's palm, cracked open in the middle. Gekimu's head tilted, and his 4 legs stretched out from the shell before he lost consciousness. The force field pulled Gekimu back into human form, flying out of the circle. At this moment, Guihai, who was single-handedly battling against 3 teams, suddenly changed his expression. His body was also pulled up and flew towards the edge of the circle. Guihai angrily looked in Mo Chen's direction. Mo Chen grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and gave Guihai a thumbs up. Guihai's face turned red, almost unable to hold back and unleash all his power. In the end, he flew out of the circle. Guihai eliminated. I've already been so high profile, why not just eliminate the other teams directly? Mo Chen said. Wang Meng nodded helplessly. Clearly, he had planned everything well, so how did it go off track? At this moment, in a corner of the beast fighting arena, Lu Qingji jumped up happily. Senior brother, you finally came out. Next to Lu Qingji stood a man surrounded by rolling black smoke and sparks. "What's the matter?" the man said. As he spoke, black smoke and sparks spewed from his mouth. "Senior brother, help me beat that guy up. But, senior brother, you might have to use all your strength." Lu Qingji pointed at Mo Chen. "Why?" the man asked, black smoke and sparks erupting from his mouth again. "Because even Gue Hai couldn't defeat that guy," Lu Qingji explained. After Lu Qingji finished speaking, the black smoke and sparks continuously erupting from the man began to quickly dissipate. "Hey, senior brother, why did you go back again?" Lu Qingji called out anxiously. "Ah," the boy looked blankly at Lu Qingji. "So annoying, why is it you again?" Lu Qingji stomped her foot in anger. "Junior sister, what's wrong? Why did he go back?" the boy asked in confusion. "Go away, who is your junior sister?" Lu Qingji turned her head away, pouting. Boom! Not far away, a team was sent flying by Mo Chen. Under Mina's strange abilities and Mo Chen's flamboyant fighting style, the remaining dozens of slightly weaker teams were quickly eliminated by Mo Chen. The few strong teams left were also unwilling to engage with Mo Chen and his group. After all, even a powerful competitor like Gue Hai couldn't gain the upper hand against Mo Chen. Why would they provoke him? Outside the arena, Gue Hai looked grimly at Mo Chen, who was racking up points. "Cousin." Gueya walked up beside Gue Hai, reminding him. "Humph." Gue Hai snorted coldly, his face dark as he walked out of the arena. Seeing this, Gueya helplessly supported Gue Kem following behind. Next, the arena became a one-man show for Mo Chen. With the 9 Nether Awakening constantly restoring his stamina, Mo Chen unleashed a flurry of furious punches against any team he faced. Although the remaining teams could all be considered strong, most had gone through numerous intense battles and were greatly exhausted. Neither their physical nor mental stamina could withstand another fight with Mo Chen. Seeing Mo Chen still full of energy, the remaining teams simply chose to withdraw from the arena and concede defeat. By conceding, Mo Chen and his team could also earn points, so he had no objections. Finally, the first round of the freshman competition ended after 14 hours. Only Mo Chen's team remained on the field. "The match is over." Wu Mang, who had been floating above the arena, suddenly spoke. Then, Wu Mang's palm transformed back into a claw-like shape and he suddenly swiped down at the arena. Whoosh! Countless strands of blue glowing threads flew out from the protective barrier surrounding the arena. As the blue threads flew away, the barrier completely vanished and the ground of the arena shook. Originally half an arena away from the others, Mo Chen and his two companions found their distance suddenly reduced to 10 meters as the arena shrank. Next, the scores will be announced. Wu Mang snapped his fingers without further ado. A projection of the scores appeared in the air. The competitors in the arena and the audience quickly looked towards the screen. In first place was Mo Chen's team, a full 900 points. In second place, Bai Long's team with 803 points. In third place, Zun Huang's team with 667 points. In 11th place, Gue Hai with 350 points. As the score list was announced, the scores generally dropped lower as they went down the list. Aside from Gue Hai in 11th place, most popular competitors made it into the top 10. Tomorrow's competition will be an individual match just like the team match using an elimination system. However, the scores from the individual matches can be carried over. By eliminating opponents, you can gain their points. At the same time, the scores of those eliminated will remain unchanged. Wu Mang floated above the arena and said. Hearing this rule, many competitors showed eager expressions. Most of these people had been eliminated because of weaker teammates, so they felt unfairly burdened. Alright, today's competition is over, tomorrow we continue. Wu Mang announced directly. After more than 10 hours of continuous competition, everyone returned to their respective team leaders and then left the arena. When the 10,000 new students arrived at the arena in the morning, they were all full of spirit, chatting and laughing. Now, apart from the sound of footsteps, almost no one among the 10,000 was speaking. Aside from being tired, many people were also hit hard. Those who could advance from the preliminaries to the main competition were not considered bad in school, some were even prominent figures among the freshmen. However, when faced with thousands of competitors who were even more talented, their confidence took a severe blow after being eliminated as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Mo Chen, I think the format of tomorrow's individual competition is a bit special, let's study it tonight, Wang Mang said to Mo Chen in a low voice. Mo Chen looked ahead with a confident gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But he did not speak. Mo Chen? Seeing that Mo Chen did not respond, Wang Mang called out again. Mo Chen maintained his confident demeanor and remained silent. What's wrong with him? Wang Mang asked Mina, who was next to Mo Chen. Mina shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. I also think there's something off, let's discuss it when we get back. Suddenly, Mo Chen spoke up. Mina and Wang Mang were startled. What was wrong with you just now? Wang Mang looked at Mo Chen in confusion. There were so many reporters taking pictures of me earlier, I was worried they wouldn't capture me looking handsome enough, so I kept the same expression, Mo Chen replied. It's a pity I haven't had a chance to properly show off my perfect muscles. Emo-chan shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. Wang Mang and Mina. Back at the temporary wooden structure at the foot of the mountain, the three of them were eating the meal provided by the organizers of the freshman competition. While discussing tomorrow's match, Wang Meng and Mina each held a wooden tray filled with high-energy food made from various edible marine creatures. Mo-chan, on the other hand, had a tray the size of a basin piled high with rice. When that host Wu Meng announced the start of the team competition today, I was a bit puzzled. Normally, it should be individual competitions first, then team competitions, because the intensity of the team competition is bound to exceed that of the individual competition. Starting off so intensely, many injuries probably won't heal by tomorrow morning, Wang Meng explained, then reached for a small yellow fish in his tray with his chopsticks. However, Wang Meng paused for a moment, realizing that it seemed to be missing one. I think so too, Emo-chan said, swallowing a mouthful of rice. Then what's the purpose of this arrangement? Mina asked, biting her chopsticks. Tomorrow's individual competition, to put it bluntly, is also a team competition. Because Wu Meng didn't say that cooperation isn't allowed in the individual competition. Wang Meng sneered, adjusting his glasses with the hand holding the chopsticks. The first day's team competition is actually laying the groundwork for tomorrow's individual competition. With the foundation of the first day's team competition, many people will inevitably choose to continue cooperating as a team tomorrow. Wang Meng continued. But in the individual competition, the points are earned by one person and can be inherited, so wouldn't there be issues with distribution? The naive Mina looked at Wang Meng in confusion. No, Wang Meng's lips curled into a cold smile again, and he shook his head in a rather pretentious manner. The real issue is trust. Because the points are inherited, as long as the person with the highest score is eliminated, their total points can be obtained. In a team, if the level of trust isn't sufficient, internal strife is bound to occur. On one hand, only cooperation can maximize benefits. On the other hand, one must always be wary of their teammates. This competition format is quite interesting, Wang Meng said with a sneer, adjusting his glasses again, then reached for the small yellow fish in his tray. But when he tried to grab it, it was empty. Wang Meng noticed that all the small yellow fish left in his tray had disappeared. After dinner, everyone took the opportunity to rest, recovering their strength and healing their wounds. Emo-chan, who had not been injured and did not need to recover his strength, had nothing to do. He chewed on the blood-burning grass worth over 100,000 points while contemplating how to break through to the fiery feather state. Knock, knock. A very faint knocking sound echoed, as if the person knocking was afraid of damaging the door. Whoosh! The door opened, and Emo-chan, wearing only a pair of shorts and showing off his muscles, opened the door. Gu Bingwan, who had just raised her hand, froze. Why was there no sound of footsteps when he opened the door? Gu Bingwan couldn't help but think, what's the matter? Emo-chan looked at Gu Bingwan in surprise. He wasn't very familiar with her. Why was she coming over at this late hour? Could it be she wanted to seduce him? His Emo-chan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. If it were Gu Bingwan, it might actually work. I came to thank you. In the arena, Gu Bingwan, who spoke coldly, was now stuttering a bit. Thank for what? I didn't help you annul your engagement? Emo-chan replied while sizing up Gu Bingwan. No, I'm thanking you for beating up Gue Hai, even though it wasn't for me. Gu Bingwan said seriously, but stuttered a bit. So that's how it is. I just found that turtle annoying. By the way, why are you stuttering so much? Emo-chan suddenly asked. The contrast was too strange. She had a cold goddess image, yet she stuttered when speaking. I usually don't, Gu Bingwan replied fluently. But if I talk for a long time, I'll stutter a little bit, Gu Bingwan added. Oh, I see. Emo-chan replied. It's getting late, you should hurry back and rest. Emo-chan said again. Okay, goodbye. Gu Bingwan replied succinctly and then went downstairs. Emo-chan returned to his room, continued chewing on the blood-burning grass, and read up on the fiery feather state. Knock, knock. The knocking sound came again, just as faint as before. Here we go again? Emo-chan frowned. Whoosh! The door opened without warning, and Mina, who had just raised her small hand, quickly pulled it back in fright. Oh, Mina, why is it you? Emo-chan looked at Mina in confusion. Could it be Mina wanted to? Just as this thought crossed Emo-chan's mind, Mina hurriedly spoke. I came to apologize to you. Mina lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Apologize? For what? Emo-chan looked at Mina in puzzlement. Today, one was a thank you, and one was an apology, both a bit inexplicable. During the match, I was too worried about Gu Bingwan and Wang Ying, and I instinctively intervened to stop Gue Hai, which led to him fighting you. I got you and Wang Meng into trouble. Mina felt very guilty, her small hands twisting together. Seeing Mina's pitiful appearance, Emo-chan smiled, reached out his big hand, and patted Mina's head, saying, Mina, you didn't get us into trouble. In fact, when I fought Gue Hai, I only used 50% of my strength. Mina's small mouth opened in surprise. Only 50%? Of course, and if you hadn't intervened, I wouldn't have known what excuse to use to beat that turtle. Emo-chan continued to comfort her. Hearing Emo-chan call Gue Hai a turtle, Mina couldn't help but burst out laughing. But, Mina, you can't be so impulsive next time. Mo-chan suddenly said again. If I'm not around, doing this not only won't save yourself but could also put you in danger. Before saving someone, you must ensure your own safety. Of course, if I'm by your side, you don't have to worry about so much, understand? Mina nodded obediently. Mina wasn't foolish, she understood what Mo-chan meant as soon as he said that. That's good, go rest now, Mo-chan said, rubbing Mina's little head. Mina happily returned to her room. Seeing Mina go back, Mo-chan also entered the house. In fact, Mina wasn't a saint after all. When Mo-chan defeated the enemy, didn't Mina help him too? However, when it came to people she was familiar with or those who had helped her, Mina tended to be overly impulsive. But there aren't many people like Mina left. Mo-chan shook his head, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. As Mo-chan fell asleep at the villa halfway up the mountain, Gue Changlong looked grimly at Gue Hai. Remember, tomorrow you can only open the third door at most. Absolutely do not open the fourth or fifth doors. Even if you encounter Mo-chan, it's not allowed. Do you understand? Gue Changlong said sternly to Gue Hai. Gue Hai had a sullen face and said nothing. Gue Hai, Gue Changlong called softly. Remember, you're the one who must surpass all the geniuses of Longwa and win the freshman competition. Just, Mo-chan, do you really have to suppress him with absolute power? If I don't open the fourth door, I absolutely cannot defeat him in a short time, and I might even let him escape, Gue Hai said in a deep voice. After the first team match ended, many media outlets reported on the news of today's freshman competition. The original protagonist should have been Gue Hai, but he became a stepping stone for Mo-chan. Almost all the news focused on how he was brutally beaten by Mo-chan. The rest was about how he was self-deluded, being rejected by his fiancée in person. Proud and arrogant, Gue Hai naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. So, he wanted to return the shame of today. Double tomorrow. Let this group of scum from Longwa know what a true prodigy is. However, Gue Changlong guessed Gue Hai's thoughts and insisted that he must not unleash the power of the fourth door. This Mo-chan is just a brute. At this point, Gue Changlong paused, because he had previously thought that Pei Quan was just a brute as well. Anyway, exposing your strength in advance on him is not worth it. In fact, in today's team match, several people did not show their true strength, especially the disciple of the Jade Achievement War Emperor and the old madman's apprentice. They are the ones you should really be cautious of. This Mo-chan might not even make it into the top 5. You can take your revenge when it comes to the real one-on-one matches. Gue Changlong felt like his mouth was about to wear out. If it were someone else like Gue Kem or Gueya, he would have slapped them long ago. But Gue Hai's bloodline talent was too astonishing, so he had to be patient. After hearing Gue Changlong's words, Gue Hai's expression softened a bit. Okay, I won't open the fourth door tomorrow, Gue Hai finally said. Upon hearing this, Gue Changlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, at the base of the 9 sacred mountains, Wu Mang, Pei Quang, and Miller floated in the air, looking at the water vortex that surged from the sea, connecting all the way to the base of the 9 sacred mountains. From the shore, the water vortex looked very thin. But at this moment, in front of the three, this water vortex had a diameter of over 50 meters, with countless fine water droplets rushing towards them, stopped half a meter away. It's about time to go down and check the situation, Wu Mang said. Pei Quang and Miller nodded. Then, the three turned into afterimages and disappeared into the air. Under the sea at the foot of 9 Sacred Mountain, Pei Quang and his companions were rapidly descending. Due to their speed, a brief vacuum appeared in the water behind them. After diving several hundred meters, with a loud boom, the three of them came to a stop. Below them was an opening several hundred meters in diameter, from which seawater continuously surged out. Has it grown this large already? Miller, with a golden halo appearing behind his head, said in surprise. Wu Mang nodded with a serious expression. The diameter of the sea eye has probably increased by another 10 meters. It seems we need to act quickly, otherwise, when the sea eye erupts, the entire 9 Sacred Mountain might collapse, Pei Quang said. We still haven't identified the traitors among the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, so our plan this time must remain confidential, Wu Mang continued. Miller nodded at this. The Celestial Academy is also investigating the traitors among the higher-ups, and in the end, they traced it back to the president himself. Wu Mang and Pei Quang fell silent upon hearing this. They were aware of the Celestial Academy's investigation into the traitors. At that time, a plan to hunt down a dozen beast emperors was exposed, resulting in the loss of 2 battle emperors for the Celestial Academy. The senior of the Celestial Academy, Gallows, was furious and mobilized the entire academy along with many experts from across the continent to investigate the matter. However, they found little, and in the end, it pointed back to Gallows himself. The so-called investigation turned into a farce. It was clear that Gallows had been played. After this incident, aside from the traitors, the entire high-ranking officials of the continent became vigilant, because the methods of the traitors were more sophisticated than they had imagined. Splash! At that moment, a large black fish with menacing sharp teeth and a dull expression swam out from the black opening. Miller pointed at it. Buzz! A thin golden beam shot out. instantly penetrating the large black fish's head. The fish stood still, and then strands of golden light began to protrude from its body like sharp spikes. The spiky golden light increased in number until it completely engulfed the large black fish. Then, the golden light dimmed, and the place where the large black fish had been was empty. "Let's go," Pei Kwang said, and with a bang, his figure vanished, leaving behind a trail of bubbles. Wu Mang and Miller followed suit, disappearing as well. 10 minutes after the three left, swish, a white eyeball suddenly appeared in the 100-meter diameter black hole. This eyeball was over 20 meters wide. The enormous eyeball rotated, scanning the surroundings. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of bubbles and water echoed. Several battle kings in special combat suits swam over. "What was that noise just now? Should we notify Lord Pei Kwang?" one of them asked. "I didn't sense anything, and the size of the CI hasn't increased," another replied. "It's possible that a strange beast just came out of the CI, and since Lord Pei Kwang and the others just went up, it might not be appropriate to call them back," another suggested. "But I still feel a bit uneasy." The earlier battle king frowned, staring at the pitch-black hole below, which held nothing. "To be safe, let's stay here and keep watch. We can assign the patrol task to other teams," someone proposed. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, this battle king team remained above the CI, constantly monitoring any movements within. The next day, in the arena, over 9,000 new students returned here. A few hundred new students, due to serious injuries, had not recovered and did not attend the competition today. However, the audience was larger than yesterday. Yesterday, only 2/3 of the seats were filled. Today, they were nearly all occupied. Especially in the media section, there were twice as many people as the day before. The media people, upon seeing Emo-chan appear, immediately picked up their cameras with lenses as long as cannon barrels to start shooting. Emo-chan looked ahead, his expression extremely confident, with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mina saw Emo-chan like this and couldn't help but chuckle. "Wang Mang, look at Emo-chan being so full of himself again," Mina said with a laugh to Wang Mang. Wang Mang remained silent. Mina looked over in confusion. She saw Wang Mang's left hand supporting his right elbow, while his right hand cradled his chin, revealing an expression as if he held all the answers. "Mina, degree. When everyone had gathered, Wu Mang descended from the sky once more. "I believe you all understand the rules from yesterday. However, there are 2 points I haven't mentioned." Wu Mang's voice was loud, echoing throughout the entire arena. "More rules?" Instantly, all the contestants were startled, looking up at Wu Mang in the air. Seeing the surprised and puzzled expressions of the thousands of new students below, Wu Mang revealed a mischievous smile and said, "The rules are that at the moment I announce the start of the competition, everyone will randomly change their positions, and every 5 minutes, the space barrier will begin to shrink." After hearing this rule, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wang Mang was a bit dazed. It was intentional. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Yesterday, he had deliberately announced the competition rules early, and all the new students went back to formulate strategies. As a result, today there were new rules. Especially these 2 rules, which rendered everyone's plans almost completely ineffective. The random positions disrupted the team formation plans. The continuously shrinking space forced people to engage in combat, making those who plan to wait until the end to eliminate high-scoring contestants have to fight early. "Emo-chan, we need to change our plan." Wang Mang quickly thought of a new strategy. But before he could speak, Wu Mang shouted loudly, "The competition begins!" Bang! The huge bronze gong at the top of the arena was struck. A blue light fell from the sky. The light instantly spread out, covering the entire arena. Suddenly, all the figures in the arena began to flicker. In the next moment, the flickering stopped. "The space hasn't expanded?" Emo-chan looked to the left and right edges of the arena and quickly assessed its size. According to the original plan, he intended to continue collaborating with Mina and Wang Mang as in the team competition. But now, since it had been disrupted, then, whatever. Whoosh! The bloodline power surged, and Emo-chan's body instantly expanded. His body grew taller, muscles bulging and swelling. Poo. 3 rows of bone spurs pierced through the skin of his spine. A head of long hair spread out like a black blanket. 9 nether body form. Just after transforming, Emo-chan immediately noticed Guehai 50 meters away. Guehai also saw Emo-chan. After all, Emo-chan's 10-meter tall figure was too conspicuous. Swish. Streams of black water appeared around Guehai's body, then began to spin rapidly. "Even if I only open the 3rd gate, I can still defeat you." Guehai looked at Emo-chan not far away and sneered. Emo-chan and Guehai locked eyes for a second, then both took a step toward each other. In this arena of 9,000 people, Emo-chan and Guehai had each locked onto the other. Bang! A giant python suddenly appeared, swinging its long tail and striking Emo-chan's waist. Buzz! Countless swords of mental energy suddenly materialized behind Guehai's head. "Guehai is here," the attacker shouted loudly. Hurry! Emo-chan is here, let's team up to defeat him," shouted the contestant who was caught by the tail of the giant python. Then, over 9,000 contestants surged over. The rushing crowd was like 2 waves of tide. A portion of the people besieged Mo-chan while another portion attacked Gue-hai. In the face of the dense barrage of attacks and the throng of people, both Mo-chan and Gue-hai lost sight of each other. Get out of the way. I'm going to beat that sea turtle. Seeing so many people rushing in, Mo-chan felt very irritated. He tightened his grip on the snake tail and swung the giant python that had just ambushed him directly at these people. Boom! Under Mo-chan's terrifying strength, the giant python let out a whistling sound like a stick being swung. Bang! A large group of people was directly sent flying. Then, more than a dozen were immediately dragged out of the arena, including that unfortunate giant python in Mo-chan's hand. Bang! 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 Without the giant python, the other contestants saw this as an opportunity and immediately seized the gap in Mo-chan's attack to launch a full-scale assault. Various attacks hit Mo-chan. However, under Mo-chan's abnormal defense, these attacks didn't even break his skin. Get lost. Without the giant python, Mo-chan directly swung his fist down to the ground. Boom! The ground exploded and a terrifying shockwave swept out, eliminating dozens of people who were nearby on the spot. However, some contestants who could fly or were at the King of War level managed to dodge Mo-chan's move in time. His defense is very strong, but his attack range is relatively limited. We can wear him down from a distance. Someone found a way to counter Mo-chan's attack style. Just as he finished speaking, a giant palm, about the size of a basketball court, descended from the sky. Bang! Boom! The palm was still in the air, but this person had already been smashed into the ground, creating a pit several meters deep. Distant consumption, cough. A mouthful of black blood was spat out, and this person was instantly pulled into the air. Everyone, attack together. Don't worry about distance, just wear him down. Don't hesitate. Although Mo-chan is strong, he can't withstand our consumption. Mo-chan already has several hundred points. As long as we eliminate him, we'll profit. Originally, many people hesitated when they saw Mo-chan's violent demeanor, but upon hearing the last sentence, they immediately charged forward again. With the strength of the majority, after eliminating hundreds of people, that would probably be their limit. After all, this wasn't a team match. When you rest and recover, no one would protect you. And if they were lucky enough to defeat Mo-chan, they could gain hundreds or even thousands of points, which would be a windfall. Looking for death. Seeing these people charging even more frantically, Mo-chan's large eyes widened. His arm muscles suddenly tensed. Bull demon strength. A loud bull roar echoed throughout the arena as Mo-chan's fist shot out. Boom! In front of Mo-chan, whether in midair or on the ground, the crowd was instantly plowed into two very obvious trenches. With this move, dozens more were eliminated. Meanwhile, in the battle group about 7 or 800 meters away from Mo-chan, Gue-hai waved his hands. Countless whips made of black water lashed out at the crowd. Crack! 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 The black water whips made explosive sounds. Under Gue-hai's precise control, each black water whip struck a vital point. With this, more than 30 people were eliminated. The efficiency is too low. Gue-hai frowned as he glanced over at Mo-chan. That guy, relying on his strong physique, was rampaging through the crowd, eliminating 50 or 60 people in one go. He couldn't lose to that guy. So, third gate, open. Gue-hai's eyes lit up with incandescent light. Boom! His heart jumped violently, and at that moment, Gue-hai's figure blurred. Then, countless streams of black water surged out from Gue-hai's body, instantly enveloping him. The flowing black water increased, eventually transforming into a 10-meter-tall black giant. Gue-hai was completely absorbed into the chest of the black water giant. Boom! The heavy fist of the black water giant swung down, eliminating dozens of people. Splash! The entire fist of the black water giant exploded, turning into a surging torrent that rushed out in all directions. Although Mo-chan and Gue-hai could eliminate dozens of people in an instant, as more and more people surrounded them, these individuals surprisingly united to collectively unleash their bloodline power to resist the attacks. Half an hour later, the bloodline power on Gue-hai's side had already been depleted by more than half. His efficiency in eliminating contestants was declining. The remaining individuals were not only stronger but also coordinated better. When Gue-hai struck, 1 or 200 people could instantly react and simultaneously use their bloodline power to defend. No matter how strong his attack was, these 1 or 200 people could withstand it. Not to mention, sometimes it was 500 or 600 people working together to resist. If these people mastered combined attack techniques and could merge their bloodline powers, it was likely that Gue-hai would be eliminated in a single blow. Gradually, Gue-hai was starting to struggle. Yet, he had already earned 1,500 points. This was an individual competition. To achieve 1,500 points while fighting alone was nearly impossible. As they saw Gue-hai's score rising higher and higher, those attacking him turned envious. Especially experts like Zun Huang and Tian Huang. Of course, they were also being targeted by many. Otherwise, they would have joined in attacking Gue-hai. Being experts themselves, if they joined the assault on Gue-hai, they would likely be taken out in an instant by those people. After all, they did not possess the same formidable strength is Gue high to withstand such attacks. What's up with that guy? Isn't he tired at all? Zun Huang, dressed in a red and gold battlesuit, elegantly fending off the attacks of hundreds, looked curiously towards Mo Chen. Mo Chen, with both hands pounding his chest, roared, "Bull demon, stand tall." Boom! Mo Chen's fist smashed into the ground and then he forcefully lifted, causing the ground to explode for dozens of meters. Excited, Mo Chen charged into the crowd, swinging his fists amidst the massive dust cloud, creating a thunderous sound. Bull demon wrestling. In the dust, Mo Chen's roar echoed again. Bang! 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 3 little monks from the Dizan Zen temple flew out from within. "Oh, you guys made it in too?" Mo Chen stepped out of the dust and looked at the 3 monks from the Dizan Zen temple. Seeing the 3 from the Dizan Zen temple, the other contestants turned their attention towards them. The 3 monks had a few hundred points in their hands. If they couldn't take down Mo Chen, surely they could handle these little monks, right? The 3 from the Dizang Zen temple, seeing the situation, immediately retreated and rejoined the crowd. "Ha ha ha, cowards! Come, fight me! Again!" Mo Chen opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp teeth, laughing loudly. Seeing Mo Chen's fierce appearance, many felt a bit intimidated. The key was that this guy was about to eliminate 2,000 people, yet he showed no signs of fatigue at all. "Come!" Mo Chen stepped forward and shouted. With a whoosh, the crowd immediately parted, creating distance from Mo Chen. "Coward, come fight me!" Mo Chen's figure flickered. Boom! The next moment, the crowd exploded and Mo Chen's massive hand swept out, accurately striking down a dozen people, making them disappear on the spot. Damn it! Mo Chen is cheating. I've been attacking for hours and I'm exhausted. Thick-skinned, strong, not slow, and the key is he's so enduring. What kind of bloodline does he have? It's outrageous. I'm done. Attacking him is exhausting, and now I only have 20 points, some people cursed. As Mo Chen's tireless attacks continued, those who had originally surrounded him began to scatter more and more. In stark contrast, on Gue Hai's side, the number of people attacking him was even greater than at the beginning. Because Gue Hai's bloodline power had been severely depleted, he was almost done. 4. The black water giant that had originally stood 10 meters tall was now only 5 meters high. "Let's go together and defeat Gue Hai. Whoever gets the points will have good luck," someone shouted. The first few hundred people roared and charged towards Gue Hai. A bunch of trash from the Dragon Kingdom. Gue Hai's expression darkened, and at that moment, the black water giant suddenly exploded. Countless long needles formed from black water shot out in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Because they charged in too close, and with so many people surging from behind, the ones at the front couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, Gue Hai directly earned over 100 points. In the distance, Mo Chen watched the scene, frowning. Gue Hai could earn 100 points from this. But on his side, they hadn't even earned 10. Only those few elemental types kept harassing him from a distance. The moment he made a move to attack, that group instantly scattered, fleeing hundreds of meters away. Recovering too quickly has instead made no one dare to attack me. Mo Chen felt a bit speechless. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Mo Chen's mind. Boom! At that moment, those few hundred elemental contestants came to harass Mo Chen again. Hundreds of elemental attacks slammed into Mo Chen's back. Bang! Bang! Mo Chen staggered forward 2 steps. The crowd, who had been ready to scatter and flee, froze at this scene. What's going on? Didn't he remain unmoved when attacked before? Damn it, you guys are going too far. Mo Chen cursed, charging directly at the crowd, but he clearly slowed down. He's tired. Mo Chen is finally tired, someone exclaimed.